Jiangcheng's greatest wonder? Trash like this dares to dream of entering the career transition center? In high school, the followers who used to stick with the popular kids would strut around arrogantly, taunting that I was a waste of air when alive and a waste of land when dead. Little did they know, in the year I was cast out, I didn't perish in the dungeons. Instead, I leveled up my F-grade talent all the way to S-grade, and even tamed 3 boss-level creatures, stronger than their own teachers, to serve as my summoned beasts, while they were still smugly bragging about their unattainable level 20 status. And me, at level 40, soloed a 1,000-player dungeon and am currently undergoing the pre-class change level test. When my true level is exposed before the entire city, everyone will kneel and tremble in fear. Chapter 1, Returning after a year of leveling up. A level 40,000-player dungeon remains unclaimed for half a month, plunging Jiangcheng into a state of first-degree alert. It is reported that someone once saw the mysterious genius Shadow entering, and it remains unknown whether this could alter the situation. Public opinion was abuzz outside, while inside the dungeon, everything had settled into silence. The white bear, over 10 meters in length, lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. At its head, a one-handed axe wreathed in black mist had cleaved it in two. Slaying the Lord-level Earth Rage Bear grants experience. Player Dark Knight has leveled up to 40, gaining 50 free attribute points. Player has reached the experience cap. Please complete the class advancement quest as soon as possible to unlock more skills. Congratulations on obtaining B-grade Savage Bear Bracers, C-grade. Clearing the Snow Bear Den LV40 grants 6 months of dungeon mining rights. The axe blade withdrew, revealing an 8-meter-tall pitch-black giant, who respectfully performed a knight's salute to a human. Mad Warrior did an amazing job. Our teamwork was seamless. With the cold wind tousling his short, cropped hair, Luo Hua mumbled words of praise. In this place where even your breath might freeze, the only way to stay warm is to act like an eccentric, hugging a watermelon and gnawing away at it. Such casualness stems from his confidence in his own strength. To defeat a Lord-tier boss of the same level, the weakest summoned creature would suffice. Upon hearing this, the black giant revealed a hint of simple honesty and silently laughed. With the massive axe resting on its shoulder, its body shook with mirth. Even though it had single-handedly slain the Earth Rage Bear and Luo Hua took credit, it was still exceptionally happy. Catching a glimpse of the summoned creature's goofy demeanor, Luo Hua showed a reminiscent expression. A year ago, he awakened an F-level talent and became the laughingstock of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Labeled as trash by his classmates, he was despised and scorned. When opening a dungeon, everyone looked down on him for his low talent and tendency to hold the team back, so no one was willing to team up with him. On the eve of the college entrance exams, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School directly ordered him to drop out on the grounds of lowering the admission rate. No one knew that Luo Hua's talent was upgradable. Starting from the most despised low-level dungeons, he spent a year continuously leveling up, and now he can solo level 40 dungeons without taking any damage. His talent has even reached S rank. Beep, beep. The sound of beeping interrupted Luo Hua's thoughts. He immediately raised his hand to recall Kwang Jun and looked at the communication bracelet on his wrist. Upon seeing the name displayed, Luo Hua quickly wiped his hands on the snow, then lightly tapped with his fingertips to answer the call. Instantly, a shimmering screen appeared before him, and a cute girl with twin ponytails sprang into view. Luo Hua, I'm back. Wait a minute. Did you sneak into a dungeon again? Han Shiyu's big eyes blinked as she scrutinized the background behind Luo Hua. For some reason, she always felt this snowy landscape was strangely familiar. She narrowed her eyes, trying to discern any clues. Her cheeks flushed red, showing clear annoyance. Don't you realize? With only an F-rank talent, entering the dungeon would be suicide. Stop listening to those outsiders' nonsense. What good are high talent ratings and levels if you're not alive to use them? I've returned to Jiangcheng with my mentor. Once I finish some urgent matters, I'll help you level up. Han Shiyu spoke a bit too quickly, her face showing slight displeasure, but the faint worry between her brows betrayed her true feelings. All this nagging made Luo Hua's head buzz. An F-grade talent? That was all a year ago. Now, alright, I'm just joining the team to farm resources in dungeons. Luo Hua didn't want to explain too much. With a casual wave of her hand, she told a little white lie. Who needs to join a team? The entire dungeon is hers now. But walls have ears, and who knows who might be listening the moment you speak. Really? Han Shiyu skeptically glanced at Luo Hua. Then, she sneakily peeked around and whispered, let me tell you quietly. I'm already level 23 now. Even our teacher praised me as a little genius. As she said this, Han Shiyu lifted her chin slightly, her face full of smug pride. As if one could see her standing with hands on her hips, her petite oval face practically spelling out the words praise me. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly. It was the first time hearing someone reveal their level, and it left him somewhat baffled. If level 23 was considered a prodigy at Beijing University, then what did that make his own level 40? He felt too exhausted to comment and couldn't bring himself to say it out loud, afraid of discouraging Han Shiyu. At that moment, Han Shiyu's expression stiffened slightly. After holding up her little face for quite a while and still not receiving any praise, she immediately puffed up in annoyance. At the same time, she couldn't help but curse Luo Hua in her heart for being a blockhead. However, she didn't sulk and instead directly changed the subject. By the way, do you know about the shadows? I heard many universities want to recruit him, and our Jingcheng University is also. Han Shiyu happily shared the gossip, just as she was saying. Suddenly, his expression tensed up. Gotta go, the advisor's coming. Before finishing the sentence, only a busy tone remained on the other end. The call ended. Recalling Han Shiyu's words, Luo Hua fell into deep thought. I'm nothing special. It's unlikely so many universities would make a special trip just for me, he murmured, lightly tapping his chin. Besides, attending school or not no longer mattered to him at this point. With his level as high as 40 and his practical combat experience, attending advanced studies at a university would be equivalent to wasting time. Just about to head back to complete the class change quest, might as well see what's going on there. Having made up his mind, Luo Hua simply stopped overthinking it. Glancing at the earth-shattering bear, he dismissed the doubts in his heart and then raised his right arm horizontally, palm facing it. Necromancy. A low whisper, like the murmurs of an ancient god, carried an indescribable magical power in the air. Then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Summoning failed. It seems the success rate is still a bit low. Oh well, having 3 summoned beasts is already pretty good. Hearing the failure prompt, Luo Hua scratched his head helplessly, not showing too much disappointment. As if anticipating it, his face remained bright with a cheerful smile. Boom! With a deafening roar, the dungeon collapsed. The next moment, Luo Hua was teleported out. Before he could steady himself, a clamor of shocked exclamations erupted not far away. Ha! How come it's that F-rank trash? Is that Luo Hua? Did he sneak into a level 40 dungeon? What a pity, this piece of garbage who wastes air while alive and land when dead actually survived the dungeon. Truly Jiangqing's shame. You think he still believes he can run into Shadow and become friends? What kind of status does he have? Does he even deserve to be friends with Shadow? Exactly. If Shadow even acknowledges him, I'll swallow my warhammer on the spot. Mocking voices filled the air, and scornful gazes were openly directed at him. Hearing the taunts, Luo Hua could only shake his head helplessly. Removing the mask, he remained the F-rank talent trash in everyone's eyes. Shadow level, 40 class, warrior, talent, Shadow Monarch HP, 9000/9000 summoned beasts. Magic Hand LV41, Evil Idox Demon LV40, Silver Armor Guardian LV40 attributes. A shadow capable of summoning powerful allies, and a worthless warrior who amounted to nothing. No one would likely connect the two. Unfortunately, the player's attribute panel is protected and cannot be viewed unless voluntarily shared or examined with an advanced detection skill. Ignoring the crowd's mockery, Luo Hua headed straight toward Jiangcheng without stopping. However, shortly after his departure, a notification sound accompanied by a system announcement echoed throughout the entire area of the instance. Congratulations on Shadow's successful clearance of the Snow Bear Den LV40. Participants have obtained Dungeon Crystal times 1000. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily doubting their eyes and ears. On the 1000-player dungeon, the number of clearers was glaringly just 1. Shadow, are you sure he's not yet 20? Are you certain this is a 1000-player dungeon? We've seen him appear in restricted dungeons several times before. If he were over 20, he definitely couldn't enter. So where did Shadow go? When did he slip away? The admissions teacher was pounding their chest in frustration, wishing they could catch Shadow right then and there and send them to their own academy. They simply didn't realize that the Luo Hua they had just been criticizing was the very Shadow they had been desperately searching for. Chapter 2, Job Change Storm, the Awakener Job Change Center. Percent in the shadows not far away, a figure suddenly coalesced. With this ability, traveling back and forth is so convenient. Luo Hua exclaimed in admiration. Overlimit mark quality, A+ mark. Marks a location, allowing for teleportation within a range of 20.05 level kilometers. Current marks 6/20. Teleportation skills are extremely rare, not to mention its long distance. However, this is merely one of the skills that the Shadow Monarch comes with. Retracting his gaze from the panel, Luo Hua strode toward the main entrance. Before he could get close, he heard a series of sarcastic remarks. Well, isn't this the loser from our Jiangqing No. 2 high school? The grating, duck-like voice couldn't help but make Luo Hua frown slightly. Turning his head, he saw a man with a gloomy expression slowly approaching, surrounded by a few young people. In a few strides, they blocked his path. Luo Hua, a place like this isn't for a waste like you. The visitor narrowed their eyes slightly, a hint of mockery playing on their face. Every word they spoke oozed with arrogance. As if in the other's eyes, he was just a tiny ant that could be crushed at any moment. Luo Hua furrowed her brows, searching her mind for a moment before finally recalling a matching figure from the depths of her memory. It was Yang Yufeng, the former class monitor's sidekick. It seems like everyone's changed quite a bit after high school. Even the followers have their own lackeys now. As for the others behind them, he genuinely doesn't have the slightest recollection. He might not know them, but that doesn't mean they don't know him. Brother Yang, is he really that trash with only an F-rank talent? Jiangqing's No. 1 freak show, and this garbage actually wants to enter the job transfer center? Don't tell me he's still trying to latch onto someone's coattails. Pity that with this talent, even a beggar on the street could easily bully him. Facing ridicule, Luo Hua still smiled gently, as if the mockery was not directed at him. That was indeed the case. Others were joking about the F-grade talent, so what did it have to do with him? Shadow Monarch % tier, S % Monarch's gaze. See through disguises and detect targets no more than 10 levels higher than yourself. Necrotic Resurrection. Use on a target to potentially summon the undead to fight for you. Success rate is influenced by the target's level and quality. Dual Cultivation. Physical attacks deal an additional 80% magic damage, and magic attacks deal an additional 80% physical damage. Even though it's currently only S-. Among all S-rank abilities, it stands as one of the very best. Excluding the bug skill of necromancy, just being proficient in both physical and magical attacks alone can easily beat an A rank to a pulp. Luo Hua didn't argue with them, not because he was scared, but because he couldn't be bothered to explain things to a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. If this were the outskirts or inside a dungeon, taking direct action would be the best explanation. Why so quiet? Feeling inferior? Oh dear, is Luo Hua about to cry? I'm so scared. Do you know what level Brother Yang is? Level 20. This is a height you'll never reach in your lifetime. Several people teased mercilessly, some even making faces, completely embodying the image of bullies picking on the weak. The flattering words also greatly pleased Yang Yufeng. Just as everyone was reveling in their arrogance, a sharp female reprimand suddenly rang out from behind. Stop! What are you doing here? Before the words even finished, a lovely figure had already positioned herself between Luo Hua and the others, her twin ponytails swaying gently, her delicate brows furrowed, a trace of anger coloring her expression. Han Shiyu? The moment Luo Hua caught sight of her silhouette, he recognized her immediately. Though he'd already known Han Shiyu had returned to Jiangcheng, he hadn't expected her to appear at the job transfer center. What a coincidence, after nearly a year, the two of them would meet again in such a manner. Amidst his surprise, Luo Hua felt a faint stirring of emotion. As childhood friends, Han Shiyu was one of the very few who didn't look down on him after learning he had awakened an F-tier talent. Han Shiyu, this isn't your territory. No matter how powerful Capital University is, your influence doesn't stretch here. Yang Yufeng's expression darkened slightly. He muttered threateningly. He was quite displeased by Han Shiyu's sudden appearance. Back at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, the class monitor Lu Hai was her loyal follower, so I couldn't do anything to her. Now everyone has gone their separate ways, and Lu Hai has a new goal. He no longer needs to tolerate so much. He admitted that Han Shiyu was very talented, but Jiangcheng was their turf after all. How could she possibly turn the tables? Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice abruptly cut off his train of thought. Can't reach what? A middle-aged man slowly stepped forward, his face exuding authority without anger. It was just an ordinary, unremarkable sentence, yet Yang Yufeng didn't dare to even breathe heavily after hearing it. Teacher Lu, I was just joking with them. Yang Yufeng gritted his teeth and barely managed to squeeze out a few words. Hearing this, Lu Shuabin stopped making a fuss. His gaze shifted slightly, and only when it landed on Han Shiyu did a trace of affection appear in his eyes. Then, as if sensing something, he turned his head and met Luo Hua's eyes directly, but soon, he looked away again. Although the other party didn't say anything, the disdain in the corners of his eyes was clearly noticed by Luo Hua. Seeing this, he didn't say much either, just shrugged indifferently. Only Han Shiyu remained as innocent as a child. Completely ignoring the odd looks from others, she hopped over to check on Luo Hua's condition. Well, are you okay? If they dare lay a hand on you, I'll have the teacher beat them up hard. Her voice was loud and clear, leaving no room for doubt. As she spoke, she even waved her tiny fist, pretending like she was ready to throw a punch. Hearing this, Luo Hua couldn't help but feel speechless. Seeing how the other's jaw clenched and veins bulged on their temples, it was anyone's guess who'd end up getting beaten if a fight broke out. Monarch's eye activated, the opponent's basic information instantly flooded into his mind. Lu Shuabin level, 45, first promotion, class, ranger talent, dragon strike AHP. 8200/8200 attributes, first promotion skills. Shadow step C. After reviewing the opponent's profile, Luo Hua clicked his tongue with a hint of disinterest. Although the opponent had a slight advantage in level. But in terms of attributes, even the weakest of the silver armor guards, the most mediocre Mad Army, were considerably better than them. In fact, compared to the Earth Ragebear they had just defeated, there was still a significant gap that was hard to bridge. The strength of the teachers at Beijing University is truly somewhat lacking, Luo Hua silently criticized in his heart. Little did he know, unlike high school, awakened academies typically divide their faculty into teaching departments and combat departments. Compared to combat-oriented teachers, teaching-oriented faculty have lower requirements for their own strength, as long as they can effectively educate students. By the way, Luo Hua, do you want to go inside the career center and take a look? Han Shiyu extended the invitation, naively believing that Luo Hua had been stopped out of genuine curiosity about what the career transition center looked like. Hearing this, Luo Hua couldn't be bothered to explain. If it could save him trouble, why not go along with it? Kid, broadening your horizons might do you good, so you'll understand you and the awakened are from completely different worlds. Lu Shuabin gave Luo Hua a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. Luo Hua wasn't stupid, he caught the underlying message immediately. The so-called awakened the other person mentioned was none other than Han Shiyu. They just want to undermine him, making him obediently keep his distance from Han Shiyu out of self-awareness. However, in his eyes, the other person is nothing more than an utterly weak ordinary person. Chapter 3, Pre-Profession Level Test, Country Bumpkin, stare all you want. If it weren't for someone bringing you in, you'd never set foot in the profession center in your lifetime. At the back of the group, Yang Yufeng mocked without restraint. From the very beginning, he was certain that Lu Shuabin also had a low opinion of Luo Hua, which was why he dared to be so blatant. Sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, Lu Shuabin completely ignored them and continued leading the group ahead. Hearing this, Han Shiyu was fuming with indignation, but with the teacher unwilling to intervene, there was nothing she could do. Among the awakened, it's still strength that speaks, having a glib tongue is useless. In contrast, Luo Hua appeared completely unconcerned, casually surveying the surroundings with a carefree attitude. He had explored quite a few dungeons, including some luxurious palaces. But after looking around, he still felt that architecture from fellow humans better suited his aesthetic taste. Luo Hua strolled past at a leisurely pace, drawing quite a bit of attention along the way. Unlike the admiration he received as the shadow, most of the looks directed at him now were full of disdain. Isn't that Luo Hua, the good-for-nothing? How did he get in? Ha! Even the teachers from Jingcheng University are here? You didn't know? Many universities have sent people to Jingcheng just to recruit the shadow. What? Although Shadow has some skills, this is a bit much. TSK, outdated news. The latest announcement just dropped, Shadow soloed a level 40,000 player raid. Holy shit? Holy shit. The crowd's discussion shifted from initially looking down on Luo Hua to later worshipping Shadow, perfectly illustrating how comparisons breed contempt. Though, if they ever found out Luo Hua is Shadow, who knows what kind of expressions they'd make. Han Shiyu heard it and turned back with a worried glance. Yet Luo Hua remained as if nothing had happened, smiling as if strolling through a garden tour. While admiring the job transfer center and listening to Lu Shuabin's explanation, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. A century ago, games descended upon reality, bringing endless calamities. Various awakened treasures were also born, including the class change crystals. Initially, the class change crystals were placed directly in the squares. It wasn't until later, when the class change crystals in one city were destroyed, that awakened individuals could no longer stay in their original cities to change classes. Only then did people realize the danger and began protecting them. These buildings are what you see now, the career transition centers in various cities. It must be said that Lu Shuabin, being a teacher, speaks with eloquence and flair. Even such a lengthy recitation was delivered effortlessly, without a single pause. The dungeons are filled with all kinds of dangers, those lacking strength would only be seeking death by entering. With that, he cast a deep glance at Luo Hua. In his view, this owner of a talent with no potential at F rank, even if they spent their entire life trying to level it up, it was also difficult to reach the first level transformation. Though framed as a warning, it also served as a dissuasion, urging him not to waste his efforts. Seeing Luo Hua still showing no reaction, completely embodying the image of a sunny and cheerful young man, he simply gave up on this hopeless case. Turning around, he continued walking inside while speaking. Successfully clearing a dungeon allows one to obtain a corresponding level of class change skill, and with good luck, even higher level skills can be acquired. It is said that beyond A-rank dungeons, there also exist S-rank ones, but their activation conditions are extremely stringent. As they spoke, expressions of longing appeared on each of their faces. Before they knew it, they had arrived outside the class change hall. Upon pushing open the door, the first thing that caught their eyes was a blue crystal stone over 10 meters tall. The crystal hovered motionless in midair, its gentle glow slowly diffusing, breathtakingly beautiful. Luo Hua had already been here once, withdrawing his gaze after just one glance. The others, on the other hand, seemed utterly amazed as if they had never seen such a thing before. So this is the job change crystal? Yan Yufeng murmured, feeling his throat go dry, and swallowed involuntarily. Such natural creations could not help but leave them awestruck. Even the crowded hall and the clamor around them seemed completely shut out. Silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above in front, instantly freezing the scene. Everyone fell quiet and looked up. Now, all awakened individuals who wish to undergo job transfer, please step forward for level testing. The manager of the transfer center stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on everything from the high platform. With a level as high as 46, only Lu Shuabin could match him in the room, and he was merely a minor manager. This is the foundation of an official institution. Upon hearing this, everyone began to feel eager and ready to take action. After testing your level, you can enter the job change dungeon. Only by clearing dungeons can one break through level caps and acquire advanced class change skills that surpass ordinary abilities. At the same level, if ordinary skills are combat methods, then class change skills are the decisive trump cards. The mere thought of acquiring new class change skills filled everyone's hearts with uncontrollable excitement. Without further hesitation, they hurried forward immediately, fearing that even a slight delay might prevent them from testing their levels. Lu Rengjia, level 20, verification passed. De Jiang Yu, level 19, does not meet the standard. Amidst the noise, the announcements from the job transfer crystal continued incessantly. There are always a few people who cling to wishful thinking, hoping to see if they can change jobs ahead of time. After all, the allure of job transfer skills is simply too great. Trying it out won't hurt anyway, what if it works out? Yang Yufeng, class of 2020, verification passed. As the voice sounded, a trace of pride appeared on Yang Yufeng's face. Even though everyone was well aware of his rank, hearing it spoken aloud still sent a wave of satisfaction through his entire body. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, he shot Luo Hua a provocative glare. How childish. Luo Hua averted his gaze, utterly indifferent. To him, it was no different from children playing house. A mere brat tossing meaningless verbal jabs couldn't even stir the slightest ripple in him. Luo Hua, why didn't you even test it? Ha, could it be he's worried others might find out he's only at level 8 or 9? TSK, listen to how you're talking, this was something they worked hard to achieve, how rare and commendable. Yang Yufeng and his companions wore mocking smiles, their words dripping with undisguised contempt, drawing curious onlookers from the other awakened individuals. However, upon hearing the name Luo Hua, everything suddenly seemed to make sense. Instantly, almost everyone gathered around to watch the spectacle. Indeed, it was time for a test. Luo Hua curled the corner of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself. To enter the job change dungeon, the test level is an indispensable part of the process. It's equivalent to imprinting a mark on the crystal stone. Only when the dungeon is activated will those awakeners with imprints be pulled into it. He had just stepped forward when he suddenly felt a pair of soft, boneless little hands tug at him. Don't go. Looking back, he saw Han Shiyu slowly shaking her head at him. Her meaning was quite clear, she didn't want him to go up and humiliate himself. However, she had no idea about Luo Hua's true strength. Luo Hua let out a soft laugh, gently patted Han Shiyu's small hand, withdrew his arm, and strode forward. Under the mocking gazes of Yang Yufeng and the others, he took a few steps to the crystal, raised his right hand. Luo Hua. Chapter 3, Pre-Job Change Level Test. Country bumpkin, stare all you want. If someone hadn't brought you in, you'd never have set foot in the job change center in your entire life. Yang Yufeng sneered without restraint from the back of the group. He'd been certain since earlier that Lu Shuabin also didn't think much of Luo Hua, which was why he dared to be so blatant. Sure enough, Lu Shuabin completely ignored the remark, continuing to lead the way ahead. Han Shiyu listened, her cheeks puffing up with indignation. But with her teacher offering no support, there was little she could do. Among awakened ones, strength spoke louder than words. Empty talk was useless. In contrast, Luo Hua appeared utterly unconcerned, strolling along with a carefree air as he casually surveyed his surroundings. He'd been through countless instances, including lavish palaces. Still, after all his travels, he found human-built structures more to his taste. Luo Hua strolled leisurely through the halls, drawing the attention of many along the way. Unlike the adoration he received as the shadow, the looks he got now were mostly scorn. Isn't that useless Luo Hua? How did he sneak in? Ha? A professor from Capital University is here too? Well, you wouldn't know lots of universities send people to Jiangqing just to poach Shadow. What? Shadow's got some skills, but come on. TSK, your info's outdated. Just saw the new announcement Shadow soloed a level 40,000 player raid. Holy? The crowd's discussion shifted from initial contempt for Luo Hua to awe for Shadow, proving that comparison is the thief of joy. If only they knew Luo Hua was Shadow, what expressions would they wear then? Han Shiyu overheard it all and glanced back with concern. But Luo Hua remained utterly unfazed, smiling as if he were casually strolling through a garden. He admired the job change center while listening to Lu Shuabin's explanation, finally letting out a slight sigh of relief. A century ago, the game descended upon reality, bringing endless calamity. Various treasures for awakened ones were born alongside it, including the job change crystal. Initially, these stones were placed directly in city squares. It wasn't until later, when a city's crystal was destroyed, that awakened beings could no longer change jobs within their original cities. Only then did people recognize the danger and begin protecting them. These structures you see now are the job change centers in each city. It must be said, as a teacher, Lu Shuabin certainly knew how to deliver a polished speech. He delivered this lengthy recitation effortlessly, without a single pause. Dungeons are teeming with dangers. Those lacking sufficient strength are essentially walking into their own graves. He paused, then fixed Luo Hua with a piercing stare. In his eyes, this F-rank talent holder with zero potential would struggle to reach even the first-class level, even if he spent his entire life leveling up. It was both a warning and a dissuasion, urging him not to waste his efforts. Seeing Luo Hua still unresponsive, maintaining his cheerful, carefree demeanor, he decided to abandon this hopeless case. He turned and continued walking inward, adding as he went. Successfully clearing a dungeon grants you a job change skill corresponding to its level. With good luck, you might even obtain a higher level skill. Rumor has it that above a rank dungeons, there exist S-rank ones, but their activation conditions are extremely demanding. As he spoke, a look of longing spread across all their faces. Before they knew it, they had arrived outside the job change hall. Pushing open the door, the first thing that caught their eyes was a blue crystal over 10 meters tall. The crystal stone floated motionless in midair, its gentle glow slowly radiating outward, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Luo Hua, having visited once before, averted his gaze after just a glance. The others, however, seemed utterly amazed, as if they had never seen anything like it before. Is this the job change crystal? Yang Yufeng murmured, his throat suddenly parched as he swallowed involuntarily. Such a natural creation, how could it not fill them with awe? Even the crowded hall and the clamor at his ears seemed completely shut out. Silence! A commanding voice suddenly rang out from above and ahead, instantly freezing the scene. All voices fell silent as heads turned upward. Now, all awakened individuals seeking to advance their class, step forward for your level assessment. The administrator of the Job Change Center stood with hands behind his back, surveying everything from his elevated platform. A staggering level 46 only Luo Hua could rival that presence, and he was merely a lowly administrator. This was the true depth of an official institution. At these words, the crowd began to stir with anticipation. After level testing, they could enter the job change instance. Successfully completing the instance would allow them to break through their level cap and acquire class change skills that surpassed ordinary abilities. Among peers of the same level, while ordinary skills were combat tools, class change skills were the decisive trump cards. The thought of acquiring new class change skills sent a wave of excitement through everyone's hearts. Without further hesitation, they rushed forward, as if fearing that even a moment's delay would prevent them from testing their levels. Lu Renjia, level 20, verification complete. Dejiang Yu, level 19, does not meet requirements. Amidst the clamor, the crystal stone's announcements echoed continuously. There were always a few who clung to a sliver of hope, desperate to see if they could advance their class early. After all, the allure of class change skills was simply too great. What's the harm in trying? What if it works? Yang Yufeng, level 20, verification passed. As the voice echoed, a hint of pride flashed across Yang Yufeng's face. Though everyone knew his level, hearing it announced aloud sent a wave of satisfaction coursing through him. His eyebrows lifted slightly as he shot Luo Hua a defiant glare. Boring. Luo Hua withdrew his gaze, utterly indifferent. To him, this was no different than children playing house. A mere brat hurling insipid barbs couldn't stir the slightest ripple in him. Luo Hua, why aren't you testing either? Ah, he's probably worried someone will find out he's only at level 8 or 9. TSK, listen to yourselves. He worked hard to climb those ranks, it's no small feat. Yang Yufeng and his group sneered openly, their words drawing curious stares from other awakened ones. But upon hearing the name Luo Hua, it all suddenly made sense. Instantly, nearly everyone gathered around to watch the spectacle unfold. Right, we should test it. Luo Hua's lips curved slightly as he spoke to himself. To enter the class change instance, level testing was an indispensable step. It was akin to imprinting a mark onto the crystal stone. When the instance activated, it would pull in only those awakened bearing that mark. Just as he stepped forward, he suddenly felt a pair of soft, boneless hands tugging at him. Don't go. Turning around, he saw Han Shiyu slowly shaking her head at him. Her meaning was clear, she didn't want him to go and humiliate himself. But she had no idea of Luo Hua's true strength. Luo Hua chuckled softly, gently patting Han Shiyu's small hand as he withdrew his arm and strode forward. Amidst the mocking stares of Yang Yufeng and the others, he took a few strides to the crystal stone and raised his right hand. Luo Hua. Chapter 4, Gao Tianwen's Malice. No need to reveal too much strength. This much is enough. Luo Hua's lips curved slightly as he released his grip, halting the crystal's continued probing. He was only participating in the first stage job change. Meeting the crystal's testing standards was sufficient. Anything beyond that held little significance. Then, a light screen flickered on the crystal and an announcement sounded. Luo Hua, level 23, verification complete. The emotionless synthetic voice sounded like thunder from a clear blue sky to everyone present. The thunderous boom reverberated, making ears ache and causing some to doubt whether they had heard it correctly. After a brief silence, whoosh! The entire hall erupted in astonished murmurs. Some even reached up to rub their ears, double-checking what they'd heard. What did I just hear? That good-for-nothing Luo Hua is actually level 23? Impossible. He's just trashy F rank. There's no way he could have hit level 23 in a single year. Even if someone helped him level up, the massive experience penalty system isn't something just anyone can afford, especially since he has no connections. Whispers filled the air, each word dripping with disbelief. Yang Yufeng's face turned as dark as iron. He'd just finished spewing venomous insults, only to have his face slapped so hard it swelled up. Yang Yufeng gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. What he was thinking inside was probably known only to himself, but judging by his face, now a patchwork of bruises and redness, it was clear he felt worse than eating. Luo Hua felt the same way. His face burned fiercely, as if he'd just been slapped twice, and his head buzzed. As a teacher, he had misjudged the situation. Wasn't this tantamount to shooting himself in the foot? If that were all, it might have been bearable, but he had actually spoken sarcastically, cementing the truth beyond doubt. He had merely come to conduct an on-site investigation as requested by the university, hoping to encounter the shadow. Incidentally, he also wanted to test whether the candidate met the recruitment standards for Capital University. Who could have imagined that a few extra words would cause such a mess? Only Han Shiyu looked like a freshman just stepping into the real world, her eyes reflecting a clear-eyed naivety. Unconcerned with Luo Hua's darkening expression, she exclaimed loudly on her own. Luo Hua, you're actually in your 23rd year too. That cry of surprise only made everyone present turn sour. Wasn't this blatantly rubbing everyone's faces in the dirt? So what if he's in level 23? You have to enter the job change dungeon alone. Without someone to guide him, an F-tier talent is pure trash. Finally, someone snapped back defiantly. The remark stirred up a storm, and everyone suddenly snapped out of their daze. Those who had felt miserable about being lower level than Luo Hua now felt a bit more balanced. Exactly. What good is a high level? It still doesn't change the fact that he's an F-tier piece of junk. That single remark gave Luo Hua immense satisfaction. It released the tension that had been building inside him, making him feel completely at ease. Just as he turned to see who had spoken, Yang Yufeng spoke again. If you can't clear the dungeon and don't have any class change skills, I'd like to see how this piece of trash like you plans to turn things around. He roared angrily, extending his right hand and pointing a finger at Luo Hua. To an uninformed observer, this display might have passed for the gesture of a righteous knight. Yang Yufeng, watch your language. Before Luo Hua could react, Han Shiyu beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Stepping between them, her face flushed crimson, she angrily rebuked his behavior. The overwhelming aura of a level 23 player, coupled with the suppression from superior attributes and innate talents, made Yang Yufeng feel extremely uncomfortable. The crucial point was that he couldn't retaliate or else he'd suffer bitter consequences. Yang Yufeng lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes darting over Luo Hua and the transfer center manager. Both wore cold, indifferent expressions. Instantly, a wave of frustration welled up inside him. When he had confronted Luo Hua, they had all seemed more comfortable than anyone else. Now that Han Shiyu had turned the tables on him, they turned a blind eye. Yang Yufeng gritted his teeth. Just then, a voice as melodious as heavenly music suddenly rang out. Instantly, the weight pressing down on him lifted. This is our Jiangqing territory, no room for outsiders to run wild. The voice came from outside the hall. Everyone turned to see a youth slowly approaching. His narrow eyes and thin lips gave him an effeminate air. It's Gao Tianwen from Jiangqing University. I think he's in the same class as Lu Hai. The moment the man stepped out, someone immediately recognized him. Upon hearing this, the Jiangcheng group suddenly understood. Lu Hai's friend, no wonder he'd stick up for Yang Yufeng. First, both were students at Jiangqing University. Second, Yang Yufeng was Lu Hai's right-hand man. Bullying him was like slapping Lu Hai in the face. Brother one! Yang Yufeng exclaimed with delight, his face beaming with joy. In response, Gao Tianwen merely gave a faint nod. In the other man's eyes, he seemed like a dispensable presence. If not for their slight connection, Gao Tianwen probably wouldn't have bothered acknowledging him at all. Yang Yufeng knew better than to push his luck. He understood perfectly well that students from Jiangqing University's elite class naturally looked down on him and wouldn't bother being friends with him. You're Luo Hua from Jiangqing No. 2 High School last year? Under the gaze of the crowd, Gao Tianwen had already approached Luo Hua. Unfortunately, his height put him at a slight disadvantage. Standing so close, he had to tilt his head back slightly to look at Luo Hua. This instantly diffused much of the previously tense atmosphere. Seeing Luo Hua's lack of response, Gao Tianwen's lips curled slightly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Level 23? That's nothing to brag about. A loser is a loser. Just because you lucked out and leveled up a bit, you forget your place. It was unclear whether he was referring to Luo Hua or the others. That unpleasant, sarcastic tone made many present clench their fists. But clenching was all they could manage. In short, they were furious but only for a moment. Most present were from Jiangqing and knew the university's elite class well. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, the elite class admitted only 10 to 20 students each year. Though few in number, each possessed at least an A talent rating, making them the cherished treasures of Jiangqing University. Takata Fumi was arrogant? He had every reason to be arrogant. Even if he caused trouble, someone would be there to clean up his mess. Even if Gao Tianwen was actually there, they could only swallow their anger and endure it. Yet Gao Tianwen seemed utterly oblivious to the expressions around him. With a dismissive sneer, he strode past them and approached the job change crystal. The moment his palm touched it, the shadowed gaze suddenly sharpened. He channeled all his attributes, sending them into the crystal's core. Instantly, the crystal's radiance surged, its brilliance soaring past Luo Hua's original height in an instant. Takata Wen, level 25, verification complete. With the announcement, Gao Tianwen withdrew his arm. His gaze swept over Han Shiyu, a flash of greed flickering before he flicked a strand of hair aside and turned to face Luo Hua. See that? That's the gap between us. You're a good-for-nothing who couldn't even take the college entrance exam. How could you possibly know how vast the outside world is? Luo Hua chuckled lightly, delivering a direct blow. Little did he know, Luo Hua hadn't even given him a proper glance. Level 25 might be sufficient for ordinary people, but to him, it was utterly insignificant. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Just summoning any one of his beasts would be enough to crush the opponent. Ignorant. Luo Hua raised his eyes slightly, shrugging indifferently. His voice was low, yet Takata Bun, standing nearby, caught every syllable. Instantly, the effeminate face twisted in anger. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if brewing something. Chapter 5, Job Change Dungeon opens. In the job change hall, onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Takata Bun flipped his wrist, gripping the staff firmly. The atmosphere abruptly turned icy. Her attributes radiated outward without concealment, an invisible pressure surging toward Luo Hua like a tidal wave. The terrifying aura made some lower-level awakened present tremble uncontrollably at their fingertips. Their bodies swayed precariously, as if several might collapse at any moment. This kid has decent potential, though he falls short of those little monsters at Capital University. Luo Hua murmured softly, his fingers tapping his chin. His eyes gleamed with recollection, as if carefully weighing the two against each other. The steward on the high platform nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with his assessment. Hearing their words, Han Shiyu couldn't help but show concern. She didn't know what Luo Hua had said, only that Gao Tianwen was radiating unwarranted hostility, as if deliberately targeting him. Her small hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, yet she remained oblivious. Her bright eyes brimmed with concern for Luo Hua. What puzzled her was that despite bearing immense pressure, Luo Hua remained steadfast, unlike most people who would have been as ruthless as floating duckweed. Yet Luo Hua, in contrast, seemed utterly unfazed. Wherever she stood, she was an immovable pine tree, weathering any storm that came her way. Not bad potential? Maybe. But he's got quite the temper. Luo Hua glanced at Luo Hua as if sensing his gaze, then quickly looked away. Ignoring the palpable tension, he cut straight to the heart of the matter. Usually, it was just a 2.1-line life going home and grinding dungeons, grinding away solo until level 40. He had no clue what true talent even looked like. Gao Tianwen was level 25. He didn't know exactly what that meant in terms of skill, but if others said the potential was good, then it must be good. But Luo Hua didn't care for the other's temperament. Back when he raided dungeons under his shadow identity, he'd encountered many such awakened individuals. Most of them ended up dying because of their arrogance. Despite possessing innate talent, they never managed to truly shine. This time, Luo Hua made no effort to conceal his voice, his words ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Instantly, Gao Tianwen's breath caught, his face turning green at a visible pace. Consumed by anger and shame, he completely forgot the rules of the job change center. His staff clenched tightly in his hand, poised to strike at any moment. At that very moment, the job change crystal suddenly burst into brilliant light. Accompanied by the humming sound, a portal slowly opened. The job change instance is now open. Awakened ones requiring job changes, enter promptly. The steward's resonant voice echoed from above, signaling the onlookers. Snapping to attention, the crowd immediately streamed in. As if a single moment's delay would prevent their class change. You're lucky. Hope you don't die in the instance later, that'd spoil my fun. I wonder what expression you'll have when you see me clear the second floor. Takata Bun snorted coldly, his voice detached, his eyes brimming with arrogance. He turned and strode into the dungeon, staff in hand. For him, clearing the dungeon was a foregone conclusion. Now, the real challenge lay in pushing toward higher tiers. Lucky knee? Luo Hua shook his head and smiled, unable to fathom where the other man got his confidence. He followed closely behind, stepping directly into the portal. No sooner had he stepped through than Han Shiyu leapt forward, ready to follow. However, before she could take 2 steps, a voice barked out a warning from behind. Stop! Luo Hua barked coldly. As students of Capital University, you are forbidden from challenging the class change dungeon until you are certain you can defeat at least the 3rd-tier boss. The voice wasn't particularly loud, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. All present were awakened ones, and they understood exactly what this meant. Rumor had it the job change dungeon had 5 floors, and clearing each one meant gaining more powerful job change skills. While Gao Tianwen was still gloating over preparing to clear the 2nd layer, Beijing University had already set its sights on the 3rd layer as a baseline goal. It seemed the gap between people was truly impossible to bridge. Just as everyone was pondering this, the last eligible awakened stepped into the portal. Instantly, a light screen tens of meters tall materialized. A deep blue glow hovered before the job change crystal, displaying a ranking board listing the names of all eligible awakened. Within moments, names began to flicker. It's moving! It's moving! It's Gao Tianwen. No wonder he's a level 25 awakened one. That advantage is huge. Look, Yang Yufeng's name is moving too. Jiangchun University is just amazing. Look at that Luo Hua, still no movement after all this time. Probably lost his nerve. Guys like him who talk big? They're the easiest to deal with in real life. Everyone looked up at the light screen, where the rankings shifted, sparking a flurry of speculation. The instance was protected by rules, so they couldn't see inside. Rankings were their only clue. Without a doubt, the number of monsters slain was the most reliable indicator of progress. Luo Hua's prolonged inactivity only cemented his reputation as a useless player in everyone's minds. So what if he was level 23? If he couldn't even kill a single monster, what difference was there between him and a useless piece of trash? Little did they know. Within the dungeon, Luo Hua had already mapped out his entire strategy. In the desert, massive boulders stood like sentinels, their surfaces etched with the marks of time and weathering. A gust of wind swept through, sending dust swirling into the sky. Is this the class change dungeon? Luo Hua stood atop the shoulder of the berserker, gazing toward the small, dilapidated temple in the distance. If history repeated itself, that was where the boss would be waiting. Surveying the surroundings, the instance proved larger than anticipated. Charging straight through like this is too much trouble. Luo Hua tapped his chin thoughtfully. His gaze fell thoughtfully upon the mad soldier beneath his feet. Silver armor guard frenzied soldier. Level 40. Quality Lord. Health 20000 20,000. Stamina 2000. Strength 1000. Defense 600. Agility 150. Skills. Summoned beasts share the same tier system as wild monsters, ranked from lowest to highest: common, elite, boss, overlord, monarch, king, and emperor. A legion-level berserker can breeze through dungeons with little effort. The only issue is that it's just too slow. Using magic hand would be overkill for this task. That leaves only one option. Luo Hua nodded, extending his arm slightly forward. After casually stowing away the berserker, his entire body plummeted vertically toward the ground. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a thunderous bellow split the sky. Moo! The sound was deep and resonant, echoing through the empty valley. Wherever it reached, the unique aura of a high-tier boss swiftly spread. The monsters that had been aimlessly wandering the dungeon instantly collapsed to the ground as if encountering something terrifying. Keep in mind, this was a class change dungeon. These were at least level 20 monsters, formidable enough to give awakened ones headaches outside. Yet this very group of monsters, upon hearing the single bellow of the ox, completely lost their combat ability. At that moment, Luo Hua spread his arms wide, letting his body fall. Boom! In the next instant, a colossal hand erupted from the ground, catching Luo Hua perfectly. The figure rapidly rose, enveloping nearly half the dungeon. Chapter 6: The Evil Idox Demon Unleashes Its Power. In the desert, yellow sand swirled through the air. A colossal shadow rose from the earth, its dark form casting a shadow over the gobi stones beneath the sunlight. Moo! A bellow erupted as two pillars of air materialized from its nostrils. Instantly, it felt like a Category 9 hurricane had struck, whipping up dust across the desert. The slightest movement sent tremors rippling through the earth. The dungeon monsters looked up in terror, gazing toward the sky. Before them stood a pair of colossal pillars reaching to the heavens. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were the thighs of some immense creature. Looking further upward, they saw one arm stretched out horizontally, as if cradling something in its palm. As they climbed higher, they finally saw horns piercing the sky. A bull demon? The question barely formed in their minds before being snared by a pair of sinister, mesmerizing eyes. The mighty creature looked down on them with contempt, its power so overwhelming they couldn't muster even a shred of resistance, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Only after breaking free from the environment did they notice their health bar had dropped slightly at some point. A whoa! A wild wolf couldn't hold back any longer. With a mournful howl, it tucked its tail and bolted in the opposite direction. But the moment it moved, the giant creature's gaze shifted to follow it. Instantly, the wolf felt an invisible force pinning it to the spot. It tried to flee but couldn't move an inch. It tried to howl, but its throat felt strangled. Just as it pondered how to break free, the sky suddenly grew darker. It looked up, only to be instantly overcome by terror. A colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, descended toward it, so immense that every pore seemed almost visible. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending billowing dust and smoke swirling in the fierce wind. 2956. 2893. A series of health depletion alerts flashed through the giant fingers. The health of ordinary jungle monsters couldn't withstand a single hit. When the palm withdrew, not a single creature remained beneath it. All had vanished into a white light, erased from this world. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the distant monsters. With a single strike, an entire swath of the area was instantly cleared. Black mist churned, revealing that terrifying figure, still holding the ground with one hand. Like a celestial demon slayer descended, truly a divine tyrant of the mortal realm. Evil Idox Demon. Level 40. Quality Sovereign. HP 36000 36,000. Constitution 3600. Strength 3000. Magic Power 3000. Defense 1000. Agility 600. Gaze of Ruin innate ability. Rarity A. Passive identifies low-level enemy units. Successful identification deals 130% of their maximum HP as damage. Active delivers a devastating strike to targets in a straight line, dealing 9,000 damage, 150% strength plus 150% spell power. This isn't some ox demon, it's clearly a bull demon. Only Luo Hua understood that while the Eye of Ruin appeared formidable, its power relied heavily on level suppression. Its ridiculously long cooldown meant it could only be used at critical moments. Hey guys, well done. Keep pushing forward. Luo Hua stood atop the evil-eyed ox demon's palm, his arm pointing straight ahead. Outside the instance, the others stared wide-eyed at the leaderboard. At some point, Luo Hua's name had surged to the top. 1. Luo Hua, monster kills, 36. 2. Gao Tianwen, monster kills, 7. The staggering gap in kills left the awakened outside momentarily convinced their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes hard, but the rankings remained unchanged. Am I still half asleep? Impossible. How could Luo Hua be stronger than Gao Tianwen? Did I misread? He just shot up the rankings in one go. Expressions varied among the crowd, each lost in their own thoughts. Even the association steward wore a look of astonishment. Having presided over Awakened One's class changes for years, he'd never witnessed anything quite so bizarre. Instantly eliminating so many monsters at once, could he have used some kind of item? The steward's brow furrowed as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he concluded it must have been a combination of pulling monsters and a wide area damage item. Even so, it remained utterly baffling. What kind of item could possibly achieve such a feat? Even after racking his brain, the steward couldn't make sense of it. Were it not for the rules protecting the class change instance, he would have torn it open to see what was going on. Han Shiyu's small hands clenched tightly, palms slightly sweaty. She was clearly nervous, yet the joy on her face was impossible to suppress. Her lips curved slightly, and the corners of her eyes crinkled. It felt as though it was her own ranking that was skyrocketing, not someone else's. She wanted to shout in triumph, but catching Lu Shuabin's dark expression, she merely pursed her lips and stayed silent, afraid of being noticed. Keep it up, take first place. Han Shiyu silently repeated the mantra in her mind, her fists clenched so tightly they trembled, completely unaware. Suddenly, someone in the crowd stuck out their neck to argue. So what if she's ahead for now? She's just using props. The remark immediately drew agreement from others. Whether out of jealousy or something else, their words were eerily in sync. We'd love to see just how many items he has up his sleeve. Stupid. You don't even gain experience in class change dungeons. Using such precious items just to fight minor monsters? What a load of crap. He's been holding back all this time just to save face? The air thickened with reproach, as if lamenting why the items weren't being used on them instead. Some even took a sarcastic tone, suggesting Luo Hua was recklessly disregarding consequences just to salvage his pride. Inside a certain instance at that moment, a wolf's howl echoed as the flames slowly dissipated. Takata Fumi, staff in hand, wore a faint trace of anger on his effeminate face. With such pitiful strength, you dare block my path. His tone was indifferent, betraying little emotion. Slaughtering a mere monster was effortless for him. His gaze grew icy as he fixed his eyes straight ahead, toward the boss's location. What infuriated him was that these damned monsters, though weak, kept obstructing his path. So much so that a short journey had been unnecessarily prolonged. This only fueled the already dark mood within him, making him even more irritable. Oomph. At this pace, no one could possibly catch up to me anyway. Takata Fumi clenched his fist, relishing the feeling of being in complete control. He didn't consider himself overconfident. He had researched most of the participants in this job change event. Apart from Luo Hua at level 23, the rest were mostly around levels 21 or 22. He couldn't believe anyone would pass up the chance to make a name for themselves while the major universities were searching for shadows in Jiangcheng, choosing instead to hide their level. Therefore, he boldly concluded that he was in a league of his own in this job change trial. Once he secured first place and restored Jiangcheng University's prestige, rewards would surely follow. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Gao Tianwen's heart. Lost in reverie, he slowly opened the leaderboard, ready to admire his own prowess. The instant his name appeared, Gao Tianwen's breath caught in his throat, his pupils dilating sharply. Incredulity spread across his face, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This can't be possible. Gao Tianwen rubbed his eyes hard, then slapped himself across the face, but the scene before him remained unchanged. Luo Hua's name remained firmly at the top, stabbing like a dagger into his heart. It felt like every second was taunting him, a silent mockery. Luo Hua, you bastard. Takata Wen's gaze locked onto the leaderboard, his teeth clenched as he growled viciously. Chapter 7, Crushing Victory, Speedrun of Floors 1 and 2. Job Change Dungeon, a dilapidated shrine. Just moments ago, the sun blazed overhead. Now, shadows suddenly engulfed the scene. Looking upward, thick black mist swirled, completely enveloping a colossal figure. Luo Hua stood atop the palm of the evil-eyed ox demon, looking down upon the world below. He remained utterly oblivious to the outside clamor, not even opening the leaderboard. Riding the ox demon's massive frame, he reached the boss's location in mere strides. The moment he stepped within the small temple's boundaries, a commanding voice boomed from within. "Who dares make noise outside the temple?" The voice echoed like a hollow valley, ethereal and elusive. Hearing it alone was enough to make one wonder what level of monster lurked within. Luo Hua wasn't about to waste words. He swung his arm forward, issuing a direct attack command. Instantly, the ox demon's massive paw swept forward with unstoppable force, engulfing the small temple. Boom! Amidst the explosion, stones flew everywhere. The temple crumbled to dust in an instant, leaving nothing but billowing smoke and ash. Poor boss, it hadn't even shown its face before meeting its end. The speed of it all was so swift, the enemy likely couldn't comprehend what had happened. We've heard of bosses slaughtering awakened ones before, but this is the first time we've heard of an awakened one taking down a boss. Defeated Elite Desert Evil Monk. Reward, Tier 1 Token E grade. Congratulations on clearing the first floor of the first transformation dungeon. Continue the challenge? Note, failure will result in the loss of the class change token, and you will be unable to attempt again for 3 months. The prompts flashed one after another. Without hesitation, Luo Hua chose to continue. His original goal had never been limited to just the first floor. Why would he stop here? In an instant, a white light blossomed, enveloping both him and the evil-eyed ox demon. When his feet touched solid ground again, he found himself deep within a dense forest. More accurately, they were above the forest. Giant trees towering over 10 meters high barely reached the Oni's knees. Walking on the canopy felt no different than treading on grass. It might have been slightly uncomfortable, but for the thick-skinned, undead revived ox demon, it was hardly worth mentioning. Charge! 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 Luo Hua was thrilled, directing the evil-eyed ox demon to push forward relentlessly. Without deliberately seeking out monsters, their progress was significantly faster than on the previous level. They located the boss's position in almost no time. What was even more infuriating was that the boss was sitting cross-legged, casually cracking open a bag of sunflower seeds. Anyone else would have been furious enough to have their jaw drop. They were still grinding away, working themselves to death just to clear the first floor. Meanwhile, Luo Hua was about to break through the second layer in the blink of an eye, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation. Roar! As if sensing the bull demon's overwhelming pressure, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed from below. Looking down, they saw a tiger twice the size of a water buffalo. Its orange-red fur and black stripes made it indistinguishable from other tigers. Jungle Tiger. Level 27. Quality Elite. Health 40,004,000. Strength 170. Defense 60. Agility 10. Cute disguise assumes a cute appearance, gaining a deceptive look. Speed increases by 30%, attack decreases by 30%. Its elite tier stats are far superior to those of the Ox Demon and Silver Armor Guard. But barring surprises, this should be the boss of this layer. The jungle tiger's crouching posture and slight trembling make it look rather comical. Who would have thought that the god of slaughter in the class change dungeon could appear so wretched? One feels defeated before the battle even begins. Even the elite students of Jiangchun University would find it a formidable challenge. Now look at the state it's in. If word got out, it'd make jaws drop everywhere. Ah, what a pity. Luo Hua uttered words of regret, yet his hands moved with lightning speed. With a wave of his hand, the ox demon extended a finger, crushing toward the jungle tiger. Roar! A terrified tiger roar echoed, low and mournful. A prompt appeared at the perfect moment, signaling access to the next level. A D-rank job change token is nowhere near enough. Luo Hua murmured, staring at the token in his hand, which had already risen from E rank to D rank. The first and second levels posed no challenge whatsoever to him, offering no reason for delay. Just as he prepared to teleport to the next level, his gaze suddenly flickered, settling on the lifeless body of the jungle tiger. Elite grade, it's a bit lacking. Luo Hua muttered to himself, then raised his arm slightly. His palm faced downward as he murmured softly. Necromantic resurrection. As the words fell, the tiger's body, which had already begun to stiffen, began to tremble uncontrollably. If one wasn't paying close attention, it could easily be overlooked. Crack, crack. As if bones were snapping, the jungle tiger's body began to dissolve. In an instant, it dissolved into a pool of blackness, sinking into the grass. Eerily, though the tiger's corpse had disintegrated, its shadow on the ground remained. Instead, it slowly rose from the ground, black lines twisting and coiling to sketch the outline of the jungle tiger. The next moment, faint blue light flickered at each joint. Roar! Accompanied by a tiger's roar, a completely different jungle tiger leapt forth. A new shadow materialized on the ground, utterly bizarre. Its paws stamped upon the grass, accentuating its agile and powerful form, fierce and formidable. Black mist replaced its original fur, swirling around its body and adding an air of mystery. Jungle Tiger. Level 1. Quality Leader. Health 200,200. Strength 20. Defense 10. Agility 10. Cute disguise. It really worked. Luo Hua's expression brightened as he carefully examined the jungle tiger. Unexpectedly, after the summoning succeeded, its quality had also risen from elite to leader grade, a truly qualitative leap. Though it still fell short of other summoned beasts, it didn't matter much. After all, what he valued most was the skill cute disguise. Once it leveled up, any inconvenient tasks requiring discretion could be handled by the jungle tiger. Stroking his chin thoughtfully as he studied the jungle tiger's appearance, Luo Hua mused. You look so fierce and imposing, like a valiant warrior charging into battle. Luo Hua deliberately drew out the last syllable, and the jungle tiger couldn't help but look at him expectantly. Its ears twitched, as if listening intently. But then, Luo Hua's lips suddenly curved upward, revealing a sly grin. We'll call you Little Black. Roar! Roar! The moment the words left his mouth, jungle tiger immediately let out an indignant roar, so impatient he was nearly speaking human words. Dog! So dog! Protest denied. Luo Hua snorted dismissively, come on, next level. Hearing this, the jungle tiger could only resign itself to its fate, transforming into a kitten and climbing onto the palm the ox demon had lowered. A flash of light erupted, and the human and two beasts vanished from their spot. In the job change hall, everyone stared at the rankings, their hearts tightening. They've surpassed it. They've surpassed it. I knew it. Luo Hua's all bark and no bite. He probably ran out of items and is stuck now. On the leaderboard, Luo Hua's kill count remained almost unchanged. Unnoticed, Gao Tianwen had already overtaken him and claimed the top spot. Seeing an F-rank player sitting on their face would make anyone feel extremely uncomfortable, hoping only for him to fall. Now that Gao Tianwen had finally climbed up, everyone was naturally thrilled beyond measure, celebrating his success. Great! Fantastic! Lu Shuabin couldn't help but clap his hands in astonishment, though he himself didn't quite understand what he was so thrilled about. Seeing Luo Hua fall down just gave him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Level 8, the tide turns, clearing the 4th layer. Heads were raised, eyes fixed on the blue light screen. Takata Wen's name loomed large, firmly occupying the top spot. Even Yang Yufeng, a latecomer, had surged ahead and secured a spot on the leaderboard. As more players joined the fray, Luo Hua soon fell outside the top 10. 1. Gao Tianwen, monster kills, 49. 2. Yang Yufeng, monster kills, 44. 17. Luo Hua, monster kills, 39. After a long while, Luo Hua's name still showed little change. This finally confirmed everyone's suspicions. Starting with such momentum, only to completely fall behind afterward after such a long gap, he'd only managed to kill a handful of monsters. Looks like Gao Tianwen must have reached the boss. I agree. As for Luo Hua, he hasn't made a move in ages. He'll probably struggle just to clear the first floor. If it were me, I'd save this item for the boss fight. No need to struggle like this now. Stupid. Absolutely stupid. You only get one chance to use an item in the class change dungeon, and you just wasted it. To everyone else, kill count was practically synonymous with progress. A strategy like Luo Hua's bypassing all the mobs to instantly kill the boss wasn't in the textbooks. Therefore, no one present would have considered this possibility. Some even seethed inwardly, convinced Luo Hua had used an item. If they had that item, they could have achieved far better results instead of struggling to make any headway. Yet this very scenario had unfolded before their eyes. They probably couldn't have imagined it even if they racked their brains. Aside from the initial kills, nearly every subsequent target was a boss. Han Shiyu's eyes gleamed as she fixed her gaze on the screen. I believe Luo Hua can definitely pass the first transformation. Her hands pressed together, her eyes brimming with hope. Progress was painfully slow, yet Han Shiyu remained convinced that given enough time, Luo Hua would grind through it. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? Luo Hua passing the first transformation? That's the biggest joke I've heard all year. Following the laughter, she saw several people doubled over, laughing so hard their sides ached, tears streaming down their cheeks. The sound was shrill, tinged with mockery. The unrestrained laughter made Han Shiyu's face flush crimson with anger. Her small face was etched with indignation, yet the undeniable truth before her left her speechless, unable to find words to refute it. Just then, a gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Ha! How did Luo Hua suddenly shoot up to first place again? Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked up. 1. Luo Hua, monster kills, 74. 2. Gao Tianwen, monster kills, 50. The moment she saw the rankings, Han Shiyu's face lit up with delight. Her small face lifted slightly, like a triumphant rooster, brimming with pride. It was as if the name on the board wasn't Luo Hua's, but her own. Compared to her, however, others were not so fortunate. Nearly half the crowd stood frozen in shock, slow to react. Clatter! Some even dropped their weapons without noticing. But that wasn't all. Some reacted even more violently than the others. Something's fishy. Definitely fishy. Why does Luo Hua get to use this game-breaking item twice? Protest. Luo Hua is blatantly cheating. He's just an F-rank loser. How did he even pass the first advancement? A sudden wave of boos erupted throughout the hall. The chatter grew louder than a bustling market. One might mistake it for a gathering of vegetable vendors. The chaotic scene made the steward frown deeply. Silence. At the sharp command, the previously noisy crowd promptly fell silent. They were simply confused, not truly foolish. Even the most stubborn wouldn't dare cross the overseer's path. Oomph. The job change dungeon is protected by rules. If you don't even know that, you might as well not bother coming here for a job change. The steward's voice dropped, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Hearing this, the crowd dared not utter another word, terrified that any displeasure might earn them a place in his memory. Did you hear that? Lu Shuabin shot Han Shiyu a sideways glance, lecturing in a patronizing tone. Your so-called classmate was just cutting corners. There won't be a third time. He must have overheard Han Shiyu's earlier prayer, fueling his resentment. After all, she was a student of Capital University, yet she kept siding with outsiders. In a certain instance, within a dilapidated temple, Takata Bun leaned on his staff, using it to support his body as he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Opposite him, the desert heretic lay sprawled on the ground, utterly still. Only his bulging muscles hinted at the fact that he hadn't been a pushover in life. An E-grade token. It's enough for a decent skill, but not quite enough. Takata clutched the token tightly, his breathing heavy. Then, as if struck by a thought, a triumphant smile touched his lips. Those fools are so short-sighted, chasing after the shadow only. They don't realize this is the perfect chance to make a name for themselves. If I take first place and earn some prestige for Jiangcheng University will definitely reward me when I return. His smile broadened, radiating a sense of superiority as if he alone saw the truth while others remained blind. He slowly opened the rankings, ready to revel in his own glory. But the very next second, his breath caught. His expression froze, and he felt as though he'd swallowed a fly. It felt like he'd just finished a meal in the bathroom, only for it to get stuck in his throat. That name, looming high above, seemed to mock him relentlessly, his face turning ashen with fury. Damn Luo Hua. Takata Fumi gritted his teeth, his staff creaking in his clenched hands. Fuming with rage, he couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his hand and hurled a fireball at the desert heretic monk. An F-rank piece of trash, daring to steal my thunder. Takata slammed his staff into the ground, snarling viciously. His already dark eyes grew even colder. His hand clenched the token so tightly that veins bulged, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Next level. Takata clenched his teeth, slowly uttering the words. As the words fell, a soft white light enveloped his entire body, and he vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Hua remained unaware that his actions had already caused a major uproar outside. Seated atop the demon Idox demon, he watched the damage it inflicted and felt a twinge of frustration. The kid might be dim-witted, but he packs a punch. He'd intended to keep a low profile, but the Ox Demon's single swipe had sent all the monsters to meet their maker. Now, keeping a low profile was no longer an option. He recalled the days of hunting down the evil-eyed Ox Demon. It had been much the same. Though it hadn't been quite this terrifying back then, it had still given him a proper headache. The horde of monsters summoned by the necromancer's resurrection spell scattered like cannon fodder, instantly wiped out by a single swipe. From that moment on, Luo Hua understood a truth. In warfare, quality trumps quantity. Even the weakest silver armor guard, once properly trained, could slaughter monsters as easily as slicing through vegetables, let alone the evil Idox devils and magic hands. With the dust settled, Luo Hua refocused his mind. The Ox Demon raised its palm, leaving behind a scorpion the size of a small truck, still dazed and confused. Wait, what? Dude. Where did that slap come from? Where's my health bar? The scorpion's tiny eyes widened in utter bewilderment. It had been peacefully sleeping in the sandy dunes of the 4th-tier job change dungeon, completely out of reach of anyone. Then, in the dead of sleep, it got slammed out of nowhere, its home swept away in the process. Being woken up mid-hibernation? Who could handle that? Is this the 4th floor boss? It's got some serious power. Luo Hua stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Chapter 9, Reactions from Various Universities. Hearing Luo Hua's words, the giant scorpion clamped its pincers together fiercely. What did he say? One swipe of its claw wiped out more than half of his health bar. Who exactly was pretty impressive? Knowing it couldn't win, the giant scorpion wasted no time turning to dig into the sand, preparing to burrow underground. Yellow sand scattered wildly, swirling into a thick dust cloud that obscured vision. The giant scorpion knew its carapace was tough enough to withstand attacks from a level 25 awakened being. But what kind of monster stood before it? If it could speak, it would likely be roaring madly right now. I'm the boss here. How dare another boss come hunt me down? Its head was thick, but not literally iron hard. In an instant, the giant scorpion had buried itself deep underground, not a single part exposed. Crackle! Beneath the dark, yellow sand, it was completely sealed off. The giant scorpion waved its pincers, visibly excited. The health bar above its head slowly regenerated, a sign it had exited combat mode, a relief that calmed its nerves. Sand Giant Scorpion. Level 31. Quality Elite. Health 2633 5500. That casual palm strike from the ox demon, an indiscriminate attack, had nearly knocked his soul right out of him. Another strike would have undoubtedly drained his health completely. But now, he felt safe. At this depth underground, that clumsy beast couldn't possibly burrow in. And that damned awakened one, all these troubles must be connected to him. At this thought, the giant scorpion felt an itch in its pincers, yearning to cleave Luo Hua in two. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled inexplicably. Such an unexpected disturbance sent the giant scorpion into a panic. Burrowed in the sand, its body curled into a tight ball. Then, with a sudden weightlessness, it felt as though some force beneath was lifting it upward. The yellow sand enveloping its body swiftly scattered in all directions until it was completely exposed to the air. In that instant, a massive bull's head loomed before its eyes. Moo! A bellow echoed as 5 massive pillars swiftly converged, an inexplicable pressure bearing down upon it. Creak, creak. The sand scorpion's body groaned under the unbearable strain. Crack! As the evil-eyed ox demon clenched its palm, the giant scorpion shattered like a raw egg. Its vaunted defenses proved utterly useless against the ox demon, offering not the slightest resistance. Dark green venom mixed with yellow sand seeped through the demon ox's fingers, dispersing in the wind. Defeated Elite Sand Giant Scorpion. Reward, Tier 1 Token Grade B. Congratulations on clearing the 4th layer of the first transformation dungeon. Continue the challenge? Finally moving on to the 5th layer? What an exhilarating battle! Luo Hua set down his melon seeds and brushed the dirt from his hands. Even the jungle tiger beside him, now transformed into a kitten, couldn't help but roll its eyes at the insincere remark. What exhilarating battle! It was nothing but a one-sided instant kill. But it couldn't say anything now after all, Luo Hua was its master. As long as I get the A-rank token, I'll at least acquire an A-rank job change skill. Luo Hua murmured softly, clutching the B-rank token. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his grip on the token tightened. I remember Dad was a rank back then too, but still. He trailed off mid-sentence. His lowered eyes held a hint of gloom. Wait here. I'll find the truth myself. Hey guys, let's go. Luo Hua lifted his head, his eyes flashing with resolve. Driven by conviction, he hesitated not a moment before heading to the next level. All this silent grinding, mastering every aspect of the dungeon, wasn't it all for this moment? With his goal now within reach, how could he possibly falter? A flash of light blurred his vision. When it cleared, he found himself standing amidst ruins. The towering form of the ox demon allowed Luo Hua to survey everything below, taking in the entire dungeon at a glance. Since I've revealed some of my power, why not give those outside a little shock? Luo Hua tapped the evil-eyed ox demon's head lightly, seemingly plotting something. After all, his own power wasn't weak. He didn't need to reveal the effects of necromantic resurrection to be convincing. With that thought, Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Hey guys, push it flat. He swung his arm forward, pointing straight ahead. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Hearing the command, the evil-eyed ox demon suddenly let out a furious roar. Moo! The beastly nature, dormant for so long, was unleashed in that instant. Its massive claw lunged forward, snatching up half a building by its roots. Rumble! Debris rained down relentlessly, like the apocalypse itself. This spectacle made the boss nearby's teeth chatter and his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This overwhelming pressure, who was truly the boss here? Should I stand up? You take my seat? Boom! A sudden explosion shattered the boulder. The 50-meter-tall building was hurled like a firecracker by the evil-eyed ox demon, crashing violently to the ground. The dungeon was small, its walls narrow. A single careless attack from the ox demon left the monsters nowhere to hide. In the blink of an eye, damage numbers began to rise from every corner, the kill count climbing rapidly. Such a rapid surge left the players utterly speechless. How can he still? No way! Is he really level 23? How can he be stronger than Gao Tian 1? Look, Luo Hua just hit 100. A thick atmosphere of disbelief filled the entire hall. Even the steward couldn't help but tremble slightly, his beard quivering imperceptibly. He presided over class change ceremonies for over a decade. What scene hadn't he witnessed? But today's situation? He couldn't process it. It wasn't just unseen, it was unheard of. Regardless, no matter how tarnished Luo Hua's reputation had been before, he now represented Jiangcheng. He could already see some of the awakened individuals below secretly pulling out their communicators to notify their respective factions. The steward merely smiled wryly at this, making no move to stop them. Regardless of the outcome, it was a win-win situation for both Jiangcheng and the Job Change Association. Han Shiyu was the happiest of them all, her joy impossible to hide. I knew Luo Hua could pull this off. She had completely forgotten her earlier boast about wanting to take Luo Hua along for the upgrade. All she knew now was that lavishing praise was the right thing to do. Yet the more excited she grew, the darker Lu Shuabin's expression became. He had just accused Luo Hua of cutting corners and warned Han Shiyu to stay away from such people. Then, barely minutes later, he got slapped in the face by a boomerang. Once or twice could be coincidence, but what was this now? This time, he truly lost all face. His dignity as a teacher lay in tatters. Luo Hua. Luo Hua again. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Lu Xuebin's eyes widened, his expression turning slightly feral. His unusual reaction even caught the steward's attention, who frowned deeply. However, what troubled Lu Xuebin far more than this was yet to come. Everyone, I hope I'm not late. A hearty laugh echoed from the entrance as a portly figure slowly approached. His round belly looked as if stuffed with a roadside stone. Jiang Fengming. What brings you people from Yenzhou University here? Seeing the newcomer, Lu Xuebin almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. Teachers from the admissions offices of major universities were extremely familiar with one another. Whenever an S-tier talent emerged, fierce competition inevitably ensued, fueling no shortage of friction between them. Oh. We didn't manage to snag any shadow talents, so we came to check out this guy named Luo Hua. Jiang Fengming rubbed his belly and laughed heartily. Chapter 10, Visitors from the Universities. The job change hall fell silent. Their gazes darted about, yet never strayed from two figures. Lu Xuebin and Jiang Fengming stood facing each other, one plump, one lean, creating a slightly comical contrast. The tension was palpable, the air thick enough to crackle with sparks. Jiang, what are you doing here? Lu Xuebin narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with hostility. He couldn't help but grow wary, guarding against his opponent at all times. It wasn't that he feared Jiang Fengming would attack, but rather he was trying to figure out the true purpose of his visit. Both were admissions officers at their respective universities, sharing the fundamental goal of recruiting the most outstanding students. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he snapped his head up toward the ranking board. His gaze locked onto the name at the top, veins throbbing on his forehead. Earlier, he had been stunned by the speed of his rise, completely overlooking the fact that Luo Hua's kill count had already surpassed 100. Others might be unaware, but as an admissions officer, he couldn't possibly be unfamiliar. Luo Hua. Lu Xuebin's eyes darkened as he gritted his teeth silently. Each class change instance featured different environments upon entry, and the number of monsters could vary. But without exception, anyone surpassing 100 kills had undoubtedly cleared the third layer. While not astonishingly high, it was merely the baseline expectation for students at prestigious universities. But remember, this was a top-tier university. Luo Hua, on the other hand, was a complete outsider, a raw, untrained rookie with no systematic guidance. If recruited into the academy and properly mentored, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the next university tournament. At this thought, cold sweat instantly broke out on Lu Xuebin's forehead. How could this be? Isn't he an F-grade failure? Lu Xuebin's eyes widened, his conviction wavering. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom how an F rank could achieve this. Clearing the third layer should guarantee at least a C rank job skill, and with luck, maybe even a B rank. Job skills differed from ordinary skills, they had an extremely high affinity with innate talents. Even the lowest tier E rank class change skill, when paired with the right talent, could unleash power comparable to a C rank skill. And Luo Hua had already secured a C rank. At this rate, a B rank was practically guaranteed. Could that mean? The thought barely formed before Lu Xuebin shuddered involuntarily. He was only at C himself. Was Luo Hua about to surpass him? No way. That guy can only unlock C rank. Lu Xuebin shook his head, showing none of the dignity expected of a teacher. As an educator, engaging in such disparagement of the younger generation was rather disgraceful. Old Lu, your judgment is getting worse with age. Jiang Fengming patted his belly and sighed dramatically. It was unclear whether he genuinely felt sorrow or was simply trying to provoke the other. Jiang Fengming, my affairs are none of your concern. Lu Xuebin snorted coldly, suddenly flicking his sleeve to silently create distance between them. His head lifted imperceptibly, radiating an air of pride all his own. Just then, several shouts echoed from outside the hall. Hey there! Everyone's here! Everyone turned toward the source of the voices. Unnoticed, a large group had gathered at the entrance. The newcomers varied in height, weight, and build. Some were in the prime of youth, while others appeared decrepit and frail, as if a gust of wind might knock them over. Without exception, each was followed by several students. The badges pinned to their chests clearly distinguished them. Why is the university admissions office here? Isn't the Awakened College entrance exam still 10 days away? Your intel is way outdated. They were originally here for the shadow, but now. The small job change ceremony was held weekly and held no particular significance. The sudden influx of so many people was bound to raise eyebrows. While the crowd was still in shock, those in the know already wore meaningful smiles as they spoke slowly. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze settling on the blue light screen. The implication was clear. Instantly, everyone caught on. Besides Luo Hua, the top-ranked player, who else could it be? Surely not. He's only cleared the third layer. Foolish. Clearing the third layer now doesn't mean he's stuck at the third layer. The school didn't spend a single penny, they got a C-rank first transformation user for free. What a steal. Oomph. Don't forget, Luo Hua is still just an F-rank waste. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, each voicing their opinion. But soon, someone snorted in disdain. The remark immediately drew agreement from the crowd. True. No matter how well Luo Hua performs, his talent is what it is. Can he really turn things upside down? With F-rank talent, even if he gets his C-rank skill after his first advancement, I could still beat him single-handedly. One-handed? I'd let him use a single skill. Boastful remarks poured forth endlessly, as if Luo Hua were a plaything to be molded at will. Each sought to gain the teacher's attention by belittling him. Little did they know, their words fell into the ears of the teachers as sheer ignorance. Even the overseers above cast meaningful glances at the group, taking note of each one. Regardless of innate talent, anyone who soloed the third layer clearly possessed solid skills. To utter such remarks revealed a complete lack of basic understanding. Are you all here for Luo Hua too? The portly middle-aged man, Zhang Fengming, patted his belly and chuckled. It sounded like idle chatter, but everyone present was a seasoned veteran. Who among them didn't understand his meaning? Brother Jiang, you jest. Who wouldn't want a free first-tier upgrade? This kid's got real talent. His combat skills are probably better than those of the young whippersnappers behind me. The teachers voiced their opinions freely, some even comparing him to their own students. Their words were blunt, but as students, they couldn't openly contradict them. Instead, they could only secretly harbor resentment toward Luo Hua. No sooner had the words left their mouths than someone stepped forward, bowing slightly. You're absolutely right, teachers. Once he emerges, we must exchange techniques. Hope he doesn't die in the dungeon. That'd spoil my fun. All eyes turned to the speaker, a figure towering over 6 feet tall. His massive frame resembled a human mountain, exerting an invisible pressure on those around him. His expression was wildly arrogant, and he made no effort to conceal his formidable strength. Zhao Xie. Level, 27, first job advancement. Class, Shield Warrior. Talent Force Redirection B. First job skill Shield Barrier C+. HP 3800 3800. Strength 120. Defense 140. Agility 10. At level 27, he was undoubtedly the strongest present save for the teacher and steward. Moreover, his innate talents and first-class skills left countless people gasping in awe. Zhao Xie. It's actually Zhao Xie. No wonder he dared to say such things. Whoa, it's him. I heard he just took down the second-year top player from Jiangcheng University not long ago. That exaggerated? They're both sophomores. The power gap can't be that huge. You don't know the whole story. Despite his B-rank talent, when he activates his shield formation, it's practically absolute defense. Recalling Zhao Xie's unstoppable performance, some couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, they silently prayed for Luo Hua, hoping he wouldn't lose too quickly. It wasn't out of kindness, they just didn't want to miss out on the entertainment. At that moment, on the leaderboard, Luo Hua's name continued to flicker, showing signs of slowing down. Chapter 11, Clearance, Hidden Stage. Just how many monsters are there on this 5th floor? Luo Hua frowned deeply, letting the demon Idox demon run wild. If things kept going at this rate, it wouldn't be good. Thoughts swirling in his mind, he casually pulled down the leaderboard, studying the rankings with a pensive look. 1. Luo Hua, monster kills, 188. 2. Gao Tianwen, monster kills, 72. He was about to break 200 kills, yet still hadn't seen a boss. This couldn't help but make him feel troubled. Judging purely by kill count, outsiders would likely assume he was on the verge of clearing the 4th layer. At this point, keeping a low profile seemed increasingly difficult. Thankfully, only Beijing University players are outside. Luo Hua patted his chest, secretly relieved. Anyway, he wasn't going to that capital university anyway. If they found out, so be it, no big deal. Besides, plenty of others had cleared the 4th layer. He wasn't exactly indispensable. Ugh. That guy's so stuck up, he probably wouldn't even give me the time of day. Luo Hua's lips curved slightly as he muttered to himself. He stretched out both arms, crossed them behind his head, and lay lazily atop the evil Idox demon's head, his face radiating pure contentment. The Ox demon could do whatever it pleased, he couldn't care less. Moo! As if receiving a command, the evil Idox demon's eyes suddenly blazed with light. Its massive hand swung down with overwhelming force, crashing heavily onto the ground. It smacked down like swatting a fly, except this blow carried the intent to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! The ground erupted with a thunderous explosion, instantly unleashing a shockwave. In an instant, a fierce gale howled, scattering the surrounding monsters into chaos. As the body count mounted, the evil Idox demon grew increasingly frenzied. Its dark golden pupils seemed to blaze with crimson light, its aura of destruction raging unchecked. Each strike claimed another group of beasts. The thunderous roar echoed like a bolt from the blue, its reverberations lingering long after the initial blast. The entire dungeon world seemed to be caught in a massive earthquake, shaking incessantly. Who dares disturb the dead's rest? Suddenly, scattered stones seemed drawn by some force, trembling incessantly. In the next instant, countless boulders flew into the air, converging toward a single point. In an instant, a stone colossus over 10 meters tall abruptly materialized. Its towering form caused the dungeon's monsters to instinctively bow in reverence. But soon, they realized it was nothing special, and its size seemed rather small. Now that you have seen me, why not bow down and pledge your allegiance? The stone giant boomed in a deep, resonant voice, its body shaking off dust as it spoke. Its mud-cast eyelids lifted slightly, its gaze sweeping down with disdain. But the next instant, its entire motion froze, a trace of bewilderment flickering in its eyes. What enormous hooves! The stone giant's gaze remained fixed as its eyes slowly shifted upward. 2 towering pillars, so bright they hurt its eyes. That can't be possible. Now level with the ground, the stone giant still couldn't see the knees. A terrifying thought struck it. Then it shook its head, refusing to believe what it saw. After all, it was a commander-level boss. Placed here, it was a force capable of overwhelming any opponent. No matter how it thought about it, no creature could possibly be stronger than itself. The stone giant was supremely confident, knowing that all its power stemmed from its formidable strength. Guardian Stone Spirit. Level 30. Quality Commander. Health 6000. Strength 300. Defense 300. Agility 10. Size doesn't mean anything. The stone giant roared, lifting its gaze upward to lock eyes with those massive bovine orbs. Dark gold and bloodlight intertwined, glaring at it relentlessly. The towering form resembled a pillar reaching to the heavens, leaving the stone giant utterly unable to muster any will to resist. Master. The stone giant shuddered violently, its newly assembled form nearly disintegrating on the spot. A sovereign tier being that was a full 2 tiers above its own existence. But that was secondary. The evil-eyed ox demon's staggering level 40 rating sent its heart racing in terror. But that wasn't all. It seemed to glimpse a human figure rising from atop the ox demon's head, leaning forward to peer down at it. Just how powerful was that human? Oh ho! Has the boss finally shown up? Luo Hua clapped his hands, his face beaming with delight. After spending so long in this class change instance, he was getting a bit bored. Here, it felt like bullying a child utterly pointless. Only the bloodthirsty demon bull could endure the solitude. As if sensing Luo Hua's excitement, the ox demon immediately dropped all restraint. Golden light flashed in its eyes, like thunder crackling within. Boom! In the next instant, 2 dark golden beams shot forth. With devastating force, they bore down on the stone giant, intent on obliterating it completely. As the terrifying assault descended from above, bearing down upon it, the stone giant finally revealed terror. Its face, cobbled together from fragments of stone, was etched with sheer terror. An earth-colored shield expanded, attempting to withstand the impending assault. Yet it did not know that all was futile. Crack! The moment the dark golden beam struck the shield, it shattered like an eggshell, utterly defenseless. The crisp sound struck the stone giant's heart, sending shivers through its entire body. No! My lord! It had only time to utter a single cry before being utterly consumed by the light, leaving it no chance to struggle. Though it seemed slow, it all happened in an instant. Boom! The pillar of light pierced through the stone giant, crashing into the ground behind it. In an instant, dust billowed, obscuring the entire form of the evil-eyed ox demon, leaving only a pair of glowing eyes piercing through the haze. 5,723. 5,669. 2 massive numbers floated upward, signaling the stone giant's complete demise. Defeated boss-level Guardian Stone Spirit. Reward, First Transformation Token Grade A. Detected player possesses First-Class Transformation Token Grade A, meeting hidden stage unlock conditions. Proceed? Note, failure to complete this challenge will permanently bar you from participating in class advancement. A hidden stage? The moment the prompt sounded, a flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Hua's face. He had never heard of a hidden stage within the job change dungeon, nor had he seen any related reports. It was safe to say the place was shrouded in mystery. Luo Hua pressed his chin thoughtfully, hesitating to make a rash decision. The kind faces of his parents flashed before his eyes, blurred and indistinct. In that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Failure meant he would never uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. His gaze immediately settled upon the job change token. First-class job change token Grade A. Effect 1, upon use, grants at least an A-rank first job skill. Effect 2, grants a chance to transition into a special class and acquire 3 class skills. Possessing an A-grade token was like holding a key to unlocking doors to major factions. Even without revealing the secret to talent-based leveling, it would make him a coveted target. Yet the next instant, he shook his head swiftly, banishing the thought from his mind. Not enough. Still not enough. Luo Hua clenched the token tightly, his eyes flashing with resolve. Hadn't he spent an entire year training alone for this very day? It'll be fine. Luo Hua patted his chest, silently encouraging himself. Even if things go wrong, I still have the magic hand to fall back on. There won't be any surprises. Without further hesitation, he made his decision. Enter. Chapter 12, Zhao Xie's True Strength. Outside in the job change hall, everyone waited with bated breath. Han Shiyu was particularly thrilled, staring at the kill count that had already surpassed the 200 mark. The more talent Luo Hua displayed and the more layers he cleared, the happier she felt. However, Lu Shuabin, a professor at Capital University, wore a far less cheerful expression. The fourth layer, he practically gritted out. Even from a distance, the resentment radiating from him was palpable. Little did he know, Luo Hua had already cleared the fifth layer, triggering the hidden stage. What they called the fourth layer was merely a stagnant number on the leaderboard. Even Luo Hua himself probably didn't realize his actions would lead to so many misjudgments. Already cleared the fourth layer? Looks like he's got his B-rank first-tier skill. Unlike Lu Shuabin, Zhang Fengming wore a cheerful expression as he waddled forward with his large belly. Though he'd never met Luo Hua before, the admiration in his eyes was unabashed. Don't be fooled by the B rank, it might not seem high, but Zhang Fengming knew full well. Even among the top universities, those who could master a B rank first-tier skill were few and far between. And that was without even considering natural talent. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Zhang Fengming rubbed his stomach vigorously through his clothes. The smile on this portly middle-aged man's face nearly spilled over. Talented individuals are plentiful, but those with perseverance are rare indeed. Zhang Fengming silently praised him, feeling quite satisfied. In his view, even the finest natural gifts were useless if not put to good use. As a teacher, he had seen all kinds of people, including many who were naturally gifted. But sadly, some were lured by wealth and beauty, lost their drive, and squandered their gifts. In the past, he too would have placed special emphasis on innate ability like everyone else. But now, after years of experience, he had gained clarity. Students like Luo Hua who, despite possessing only a low-tier talent, managed to pull off an incredible comeback and clear the fourth layer were precisely the kind of individuals Yanzhou University truly needed. If this kid keeps growing, he'll be unbeatable by most people. Zhang Fengming laughed heartily, his words brimming with praise for Luo Hua. Such a straightforward stance couldn't help but earn the tacit agreement of the other teachers. Yet words, once spoken, no matter how carefully chosen, inevitably stirred discontent. Professor Jiang, I'm not so sure about that. Suddenly, a teacher with a goatee spoke up from behind. His words carried a hint of doubt, yet seemed tinged with a touch of boastfulness. Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhao Xia, who resembled a human mountain, strode forward a few more steps and approached them. Instantly, everything became clear to everyone. This man with the goatee was clearly Zhao Xia's teacher. The man who had challenged the entire sophomore class of Jiangcheng University, Zhao Xia. Though each match was one-on-one, the relentless succession of battles demanded immense stamina and strength. This alone revealed a glimpse of his formidable combat prowess. Of course, Gao Tianwen, who was still tackling the job change dungeon on the leaderboard, remained an unknown quantity. The fourth layer? It's nothing special. Zhao Xia's tone was flat, yet the arrogance on his face was plain for all to see. His eyebrows arched slightly, his chin lifted. His arms crossed over his chest, he radiated an air of unrivaled confidence, as if no one else could possibly meet his standards. Whoa! Zhao Xia sure talks big. Big talk? You clearly don't know Zhao Xia's strength. Do you think a C+ player has never cleared the fourth layer? I've heard that too. Zhao Xia nearly cleared the fourth stage, but his talent fell short, his attacks couldn't keep up with the boss's healing. True. Had he faced a different boss back then, Zhao Xia would have easily become a B-rank first transition skill user. Crushing some F-rank talent trash wouldn't have been a challenge at all. The students chattered back and forth. In just a few sentences, they nearly stripped Zhao Xia bare. But whether it's true or not remains debatable. After all, the job change dungeon couldn't be reviewed. Everything was just Zhao Xia's one-sided account, impossible to verify. The kill count did match up, but whether they were evenly matched or utterly crushed by the boss in the end remained unknown. Yet without exception, everyone reached a consensus. If Zhao Xia were to step in, utterly crushing Luo Hua would be no problem. A worthless F-rank trash, even if he obtained a B-rank first-class skill, he'd still be nothing more than a casual plaything for me. Zhao Xia narrowed his eyes, sneering with disdain. No one present dared to contradict him, his battle record spoke for itself. Taking on the entire second-year class of Jiangcheng University single-handedly? Trying that themselves would be a tough ask. Luo Hua isn't that weak. Han Shiyu mustered her courage to retort, her face flushed with indignation as she glared fiercely at Zhao Xia. Lu Shuabin was a teacher, she dared not confront him for fear of writing a self-criticism. But when it came to others, she wouldn't hold back. Zhao Xia merely chuckled at this. Did I get that wrong? Can't I even call a loser? Someone like him? Even if I let him use a first-tier skill, he still couldn't touch me. Surprisingly, no one dared to refute Zhao Xia's words. Even disregarding skills, the level gap remained an insurmountable chasm. Whoosh! Amidst the crowd's discussion, flashes of white light erupted one after another in the hall. Awakened individuals were being transported out one after another, some having successfully changed professions, others suffering defeat. As for those who hadn't appeared, they were destined never to return. Damn it, Luo Hua. A furious roar suddenly echoed through the hall. At some point, Gao Tianwen had been teleported back, his kill count on the leaderboard frozen at 99. Clearly, he was just one boss away from clearing the third layer. Unfortunately, that number also signaled his failure. So close, so very close. Takada's effeminate face contorted into a grimace, his pupils dilated wide. His hands trembled slightly as he stared at the screen, unable to accept the reality before him. This was his third attempt at the job change assessment and his last. In the end, he had only earned a D rank token. Yet he had no choice but to confirm his job change. Otherwise, he would never become a first-class awakener, forever remaining second-rate. Had he not glanced at the leaderboard during combat and been startled by the numbers displayed, he wouldn't have made that critical mistake. The boss's strike had sent his health plummeting below the safe threshold, forcing a retreat. He wouldn't have ended up so disgraced, exiting the instance with a D rank token. Ultimately, it was his own fault, distracted during combat, his resolve still too weak. But Gao Tianwen didn't see it as his own fault, blaming every failure on Luo Hua. His face twisted with fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why should a worthless piece of trash make it to the 4th floor? Takada Fumi's furious roar resonated with countless awakened, especially those who had been eliminated. They were the ones with true talent. Why did an F rank end up stealing the spotlight? The crowd's hatred for Luo Hua reached its peak. TSK. Your judging team is truly weak. The second place finisher couldn't even clear the 3rd stage. Just then, a sarcastic voice cut through the air. Instantly, Gao Tianwen, still seething with rage, snapped his head up and glared in the direction of the voice. The moment he recognized the figure, his entire body trembled violently and his gaze cleared. Zhao Xia, what are you doing here? His teeth chattered, fear flickering in his eyes. Chapter 13, The Clone and the Magician's Hand. Takada Wen's gaze locked onto Zhao Xia. As a student at Jiangcheng University, he knew full well the other's capabilities. The rumors of him taking on the entire second-year class alone were all the rage, though admittedly exaggerated. In reality, most were preparing for their career transitions, and only a dozen or so had actually fought him. But surviving over a dozen challenges proved Zhao Xia's formidable strength far beyond his own. They all say Luo Hua has some skill. I'd like to see if he can last 10 rounds against me. Zhao Xia's gaze was haughty, showing little inclination to explain himself. Perhaps in his eyes, Gao Tianwen and Luo Hua were no different, both were mere pawns he could toy with at will. No! Gao Tianwen roared urgently. Luo Hua must be dealt with by me. He's a worthless failure, someone who couldn't even get into Awakener University. I'll make him understand the gap between us. Hearing this, Zhao Xia merely shrugged. Why not let a defeated foe take the spotlight? Not only did it require no effort, but it also showcased his own strength. Why not? Beside them, the teacher with the goat beard twirled his mustache, nodding slightly with a look of satisfaction. While they were still scheming how to humiliate Luo Hua, they had no idea that his strength had long surpassed their comprehension. Meanwhile, the job change dungeon had reached its final stage. Luo Hua stood in an open clearing, curiously surveying his surroundings. The ground was smooth as glass, reflecting his entire figure. As he gazed at the ground, the reflection in the mirror gazed back at him. Yet, for some reason, there was an unsettling sense of dissonance. Challenger detected, Talent Shadow Lord S. Matching opponents. The alert sounded from above in the pristine space, its echo lingering for an eternity. It carried an eerie, echoing quality, making Luo Hua's head buzz. Creak! Suddenly, the figure beneath the ground stirred. The figure flipped swiftly, clawing toward his ankle. Luo Hua frowned, instinctively glancing downward. Having soloed dungeons for a year, he'd long cultivated a state of constant vigilance. How could he be so easily ambushed? He stomped his foot down hard, instantly shifting away the moment the figure made its move. In the blink of an eye, the figure burst through the ground, narrowly missing Luo Hua as it streaked past. Simultaneously, the assailant's data appeared before his eyes. Shadow Clone. Level 40. Class Warrior. Talent Shadow Lord. Health 90009,000. Summoned Beasts Evil Idox Demon LV.40, Silver Armor Guard LV.40, Jungle Tiger LV.1. Strength 1200. Defense 420. Agility 160. A clone? Luo Hua froze momentarily at the sight. Their skills and attributes were nearly identical, with hardly any differences. No wonder hidden stages were rarely heard of, they weren't meant for ordinary people to clear. But unfortunately, it had encountered him. As expected, the opponent's stats panel still showed a slight deficiency compared to his own. It's got something, but not much. Luo Hua's lips curved slightly. He didn't want to waste any more time. Right now, clearing the stage as soon as possible and securing the job change skill was the top priority. Fighting a clone wouldn't truly test his own strength. Snap! Luo Hua snapped his fingers lightly. In the next instant, a wisp of green smoke swiftly rose from his shadow, transforming in an instant into a human figure. Standing at roughly the same height as Luo Hua, about 1.8 meters tall, it wore a top hat and a magician's outfit. The difference was that it was entirely composed of black mist, including its formal attire and gloves. Magic hand. Level, 41. Quality King grade. Life 69999 69,999. Stamina 5999. Strength 999. Magic power 6999. Defense 999. Agility 999. Magic hand innate skill. Rarity S. Passive basic attacks deal 25% additional magic damage. Active beyond loyalty, the magician always breaks free from any confinement, solely to showcase its magic. Mirror world exclusive trait unique. Quality A+. Passive, the magician's hand cannot be duplicated in any form. A new magician's hand will not exist while its predecessor remains alive. Active, consumes 50% HP to summon a magician's assistant capable of using all its skills. Note, this trait possesses unique properties and does not fall under the category of skills. These stats alone would dazzle anyone if revealed. Unfortunately, Luo Hua always kept it as a trump card, never summoning it casually. Even when encountering others in dungeons, they'd only ever seen the silver armor guard. Master, what performance would you like to see today? The magician placed one hand over his chest, inquiring in a gentlemanly manner. A faint smile curved his lips, and within his crescent-shaped eyes, a blue light seemed to flicker. End the battle as quickly as possible. Luo Hua said no more, merely patting the magician's shoulder lightly. He had already lingered here far too long. As you command, my master. The magician bowed respectfully. His wrist flipped, and a uniquely shaped playing card instantly appeared in his hand. Cackle. On the other side, the clone emitted an eerie cackle. With a slight lift of its arm, two colossal figures rose from the ground: the evil-eyed ox demon and the silver armored guard. Unlike Luo Hua's summonings, these creatures were entirely dark red, even their patterns a deep rose hue. Oomph. Feels a bit hard to bring myself to do it. The magic hand sighed softly, then suddenly sharpened its gaze. His crescent-shaped eyes snapped open, radiating a fierce aura. Fate. With a low command, the playing cards vanished from her hand. They dissolved into wisps of smoke, swiftly dissipating into the air. Fate pattern. Quality A. Effect, deals damage to a selectable target, causing 110 damage per point of ability power. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Number 6, lucky you. The magician chuckled and made a bingo gesture. The next instant, Luo Hua's clone froze in mid-motion. 41,986. A 5-digit damage number floated into view. Without any life-saving gear, the clone's health bar emptied instantly, leaving no room for reaction. Ah. That feels good even if it's just a lookalike. The magic hand muttered to itself, then abruptly fell silent as if struck by a thought. His gaze shifted slightly, slowly turning toward Luo Hua. Unfortunately, as his gaze shifted, it abruptly met a pair of hostile eyes. The magician hand jolted in fright, nearly dropping his top hat. Oh. What a coincidence, master. You're here too. Hearing this, Luo Hua rolled his eyes in exasperation and shook his head helplessly. The magician's hand was fine in every way, except for its constant, reckless chatter. If not for its proven loyalty, one might genuinely suspect it was plotting a rebellion. Seems like it still holds a grudge after being defeated and resurrected by necromancy. Alright. Go back now. Luo Hua waved his hand, summoning the magic hand back into the shadow realm. Killed challenger clone. Reward, first tier token S rank. Detected player possesses S rank first transformation token. Use immediately? Chapter 14, S+ skill, Spirit of Protection. Finally got the S rank token. Luo Hua clutched the token in his hand, feeling a sense of unreality. With overwhelming power, he'd swept through everything in his path without a single obstacle. Transcendence token S rank. Effect 1, upon use, guarantees the appearance of at least one S rank first job skill. Effect 2, transitions to a unique class and grants 3 class skills. Yes. Reading the description of the S rank token, Luo Hua held back his praise. A single word barely concealed his surging excitement. Beyond the known reward of an S-rank first-class skill, the exclusive class was the greatest surprise. Based on past job change experiences, the rarer the character, the higher their attribute growth. For instance, an ordinary awakened could gain 1 point in strength, constitution, or magic power per attribute point spent. After job advancement, depending on the class path, this gain is multiplied by a certain factor. For instance, a warrior class would see strength and constitution growth rates increase to 3x, meaning 1 attribute point would yield 3 points of strength. The special classes unlocked by a rank tokens surpass even this. Simply put, the rarer the class, the stronger the base attributes. And that's without even considering class skills. Job change. With the token in hand, what else is there to hesitate about? Moreover, the job change token possesses the properties of being non-droppable and non-tradable. It couldn't even be given to someone else. Besides, Luo Hua wasn't foolish enough to hoard something valuable for himself. Growing stronger as quickly as possible was the absolute priority. S rank first job change token used. Choose one of the following 3 skills. Shadow Body Unbreakable Battle Form Protective Spirit. Just from their names, it was clear these 3 skills represented distinct paths of development. Shadow Body. Quality, S. Passive, agility increased by an additional 200%, constitution increased by an additional 50%. Shadow Stealth enters stealth state and gains a shield equal to 20% of maximum HP. Cannot be detected unless the opponent's skill is S rank or above, or level 20 or higher. Stealth persists until the shield is broken. Cooldown, 1 hour. Whoa! Luo Hua stared at the skill description and sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder everyone was scrambling for class change skills. This one was ridiculously powerful. Not only did it passively boost his own stats, but it also granted an invisibility ability that bordered on game-breaking. Unless completely overwhelmed, enemies could only force them out by continuously unleashing area of effect skills to break through the shield. But the problem was, as long as he didn't reveal himself, who would even know the countermeasure? Reading this, Luo Hua felt an overwhelming urge to choose it immediately. Still, he forced himself to resist and hold back. If the first skill is this powerful, the rest can't be far behind. Luo Hua took a deep breath, calming the fluttering in his heart. His right hand extended forward, fingers trembling slightly, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Unbreakable Battle Body. Quality, S. Passive, defense increased by an additional 200%, constitution increased by an additional 50%. Invincible, immune to 90% damage for the next 3 minutes. Each attack deals 100% of defense additional damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. A skill leaning toward defense. Luo Hua stroked his chin, deep in thought. Both skills had their own distinct focuses. One prioritizes agility, complemented by stealth abilities, enabling stealthy kills on the battlefield. The other piled on defense and resilience, allowing one to stand firm in battle. Though both were formidable, their flaws were equally apparent. The 2 skills didn't align well with his innate talents. He wasn't particularly lacking in either agility or defense. Beyond boosting survivability, their other effects aren't particularly pronounced. Logically, first-class skills and initial talents should align more closely. Luo Hua's fingers tapped lightly as his gaze shifted to the right, settling on the final skill. His brow gradually furrowed as a contemplative expression spread across his face. Could it be the last one? Recalling the token's description, at least one S-rank skill should appear. Could it be that the skill matching his innate talent was actually an S rank? Luo Hua's heart began to race violently, struggling to contain the surge of excitement within him. He didn't dwell on it further, reaching out to touch it directly. Clang! A flash of light erupted, accompanied by what seemed like a sound effect. The dazzlingly golden skill panel nearly blinded him. What's going on? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his surprise. An S-tier skill just 1 rank below S-tier. Was all this fuss really necessary? Luo Hua squinted one eye, slowly adjusting to the blinding light. When his gaze finally landed on the skill description, his entire body froze. Disbelief spread across his face. Guardian Spirit. Quality, S+. Passive, strength, magic power, constitution plus 100%, agility, defense plus 200%. Blessing, establishes a bond with one summoned beast, sharing both parties' health points until the bond is broken or the summoned beast dies. Possession, select a summoned beast to gain access to all its attributes and skills. Note, soul binding duration depends on the target's level and quality. The stronger the target, the shorter the duration. This. Luo Hua swallowed hard, his heart surging with unexpected joy. But soon, he regained his composure. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of solemnity as his brows knitted into a deep frown. His gaze skipped over the sanctuary and landed on the final spirit bond. No active skills with cooldowns. Luo Hua's expression darkened slightly, as if weighing something carefully. After a moment, he murmured again. Which means it consumes a huge amount of stamina, and the aftereffects would be severe. Luo Hua recalled the knowledge he'd learned from textbooks, carefully comparing the details. In this game-infused reality, there was no concept of mana. Spellcasting relied entirely on stamina and willpower. Theoretically, a person with infinite stamina and formidable willpower could cast spells without interruption. But this remained mere conjecture. Humans could never achieve such a state. They must account for stamina limitations and skill cooldowns. Active skills like this one, with no cooldown, were the very objects that made countless people both love and hate them. Their burst potential is terrifying, but their cost is far greater than ordinary skills. It could be double, triple, or even 10 times more. After using it once, one is often left with little to no combat effectiveness. This is precisely why they demand such careful consideration. And right before him, this S+ tier skill, Spirit of Protection, possessed precisely that effect. Yet, the opportunity to wield this skill had Luo Hua salivating with envy. If anyone else knew an S+ skill was right before their eyes and Luo Hua still hesitated, they might be furious enough to have a stroke. But they wouldn't know that 2 formidable S-grade skills were also available for Luo Hua to choose from. One offered peak combat power but carried a certain degree of risk. The other two offered steady, reliable growth with strong survival capabilities. Given such considerations, Luo Hua's momentary hesitation was perfectly understandable. But he quickly shook off the cluttered thoughts in his mind. With the blessing skill at my disposal, that's more than enough. Luo Hua nodded slightly, confirming his decision, and chose the spirit of protection without hesitation. With the selection of his This plus first-tier skill, his attributes surged instantly. Before Luo Hua could even review them, the next notification chimed in succession. Congratulations, player, on awakening your unique class. Chapter 15, Mage Warrior, Supermodel Stats. Congratulations. Player has awakened the unique class, Mage Knight. Congratulations on successful class change. All attribute points reset. Please redistribute. Current free attribute points, 545. Demon Warrior? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, murmuring the name to himself. Just from the name, it didn't seem particularly special. But since it was the only class available, one couldn't judge it based solely on this information. One must also consider its skills and attribute growth to discern its true uniqueness. Mage Warrior Unique. A top-tier warrior proficient in both physical and magical combat, boasting 5x growth in all attributes. Rarity S. Magic martial power. Your strength and magic power will always equal whichever is higher. Part of magic and martial arts, you can learn any warrior or mage skill, with reduced casting costs and cooldowns. Bloodlust Strike, attacks grant 10% lifesteal. Excess healing converts to a life shield, capped at 50% of your maximum health. This. Luo Hua paused abruptly after reading the description. All three skills were passive abilities utterly unheard of. It was common knowledge that regardless of class or how powerful an awakened one might be, passive skills were the hardest to obtain. Among them, S-grade passive skills were an even greater rarity. Yet here he was, starting out with 3, and they covered such a wide range. Attribute boosts, reduced resource costs, cooldown reduction, lifesteal. These were nothing short of perfect traits. Who could have imagined this all stemmed from a single class? Life points can be shared with summoned beasts through the spirit of sanctuary. Doesn't that mean? At this thought, Luo Hua felt a chill run down his spine. In the world of universal awakening, defense and agility could only be gained through equipment or similar means. Free attribute points could only be allocated to constitution, strength, or magic power. Now, the passive skill of magic martial power could make strength and magic power equal to whichever was highest. 5-fold attribute growth, all rolled into one stat, plus the bonus from the guardian spirit. Luo Hua dared not think further. Such a build was unheard of outside this realm. True, he was a warrior class, but did he really need to be this well-rounded? With the Shadow Lord talent at his disposal, he was practically half a summoner already. Now this unexpected gift? It was downright absurd. He opened his stats panel and removed all his equipment. Gazing at his bare stats unimpaired by the blessing spirit's influence, he couldn't help but sigh. Base attributes. Constitution, 460. Strength 220. Magic power 0. Defense 180. Agility 150. Among these are attribute points obtained as rewards from previously cleared dungeons. There are also special items and fruits that provide fixed attribute bonuses. However, none of these are counted toward free attribute points. Free attribute points are solely calculated from those gained upon leveling up. All others are essentially considered fixed attribute points. Levels 119, 95 points obtained. From levels 20 to 39, each level grants 20 attribute points, totaling 400 points. Additionally, upon recently reaching level 40, a bonus of 50 free attribute points was awarded. All these points were earned through leveling up, making them incredibly precious at this moment. Luo Hua's fingertips trembled slightly, his palms growing damp as he allocated all 545 points to strength. He remained utterly focused throughout the process, fearing the slightest mistake might lead to misallocation. Confirm allocation? Note, attribute reset is available only once. Subsequent allocations will permanently lock the current distribution pattern and cannot be reset. Luo Hua scrutinized the pop-up prompt several times. After confirming there were no errors, she took a deep breath before extending her finger toward the confirmation button and pressing it down firmly. Allocation successful. Congratulations, player, on successfully completing your first class change. As the confirmation sound rang out, the attribute panel abruptly closed and then reappeared. Staring at his completely revamped stats, Luo Hua felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Shadow. Level, 40. Class, Dark Warrior. Talent, Shadow Lord S. First job skill, Spirit of Protection S+. HP 4600 4600. Summoned Beasts, Magician's Hand LV.41, Evil Idox Demon LV.40, Silver Armor Guardian LV.40, Jungle Tiger LV.1. Constitution 460. Strength 5670. Magic Power 5670. Defense 180. Agility 150. Whoa! This strength and ability power have already surpassed Big Eyes and are closing in on Magic Hand. Luo Hua sucked in a sharp breath, feeling as if he were in a dream. Magic Hand was a king-tier boss, no ordinary foe. Yet here he was, a mere minor awakened one, matching its stats. It felt almost unreal. If he told anyone outside, they'd never believe him, no matter how much he talked himself hoarse. Now, if he equipped his gear, activated the spirit of protection, and forged a bond with his summoned beast, Luo Hua dared not imagine what that scene would look like. The mere thought of it sent a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. After a moment, he slowly regained his composure, running his fingers thoughtfully over the jade pendant around his neck. I will uncover the truth of that year. Yanzhou, wait for me. Outside. Everyone stared at the rankings, each seemingly lost in their own calculations. A pair of eyes fixed intently on the light screen, fists clenched so tightly the knuckles turned white. You worthless F-rank trash. Just stay in your place as a useless piece of garbage. Why must you steal my spotlight? Yang Yufeng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with venomous hatred. At that moment, he wished Luo Hua were standing before him, so he could tear him limb from limb. Only then could he vent the rage burning within. The fifth layer hasn't moved in so long, looks like there's no hope. A sneer flashed in Zhao Xia's eyes. In his eyes, even if a worthless piece of trash acquired AB grade skill, he still couldn't compare to him. Still, Luo Hua's current spotlight left him feeling somewhat resentful. Such glory belonged only to those with bright futures like himself. But now, it hardly mattered. As long as Yang Yufeng could step in for him and effortlessly crush Luo Hua, the outcome would be the same. The admissions office teachers, on the other hand, wore a different expression. While some shared their initial indifference, the rest appeared visibly unsettled. Some paced restlessly back and forth in the hall, occasionally scratching their heads in visible agitation. Others opened their communicators, repeatedly contacting their respective universities, seemingly requesting some sort of authorization. Jiang Fengming's gaze drifted restlessly as he rubbed his large belly, his eyes occasionally darting toward Lu Shuabin. For some reason, the perpetual smile on the other man's face made him feel uneasy. Strange. What exactly is that old fox scheming? Jiang Fengming narrowed his eyes and murmured softly. As if sensing his gaze, Lu Shuabin slowly turned his head to look at him. His smile held a hint of disdain. Lu Shuabin surveyed the circle around them, taking in the reactions of the other teachers. Clearing the fourth level shows some skill, but it still falls short at Capital University. A lazy, bored voice drifted out, drawing the attention of everyone present. Just as they were about to see who had spoken so boldly, their gaze fell upon Lu Shuabin. Instantly, everyone froze. But upon reflecting on the faculty strength at Capital University, it seemed perfectly reasonable. Frankly, I wouldn't normally want to recruit students like this. But it seems like he has no other options besides our school. His snide remarks were infuriating, yet no one could find the words to retort. Old Lu, don't be so absolute. Jiang Fengming frowned deeply, his voice grave. Even as he spoke, he felt little confidence in his own words. Then, Lu Shuabin continued speaking. Sigh. Recruiting an F-grade loser was never my wish, but I might as well tell you. He has a compelling reason to choose our Capital University. Before he could finish, a sudden burst of light filled the hall. A figure slowly emerged from the light. Chapter 16, Yang Yufeng's provocation, striking out. With Luo Hua's reappearance, the hall erupted in uproar. Lu Shuabin, who had been about to speak, choked on his words and forced them back down his throat. Luo Hua's out. Did he really clear the fourth layer? A grade B first-tier skill. If only it could be used on me, giving it to him is pure waste. I have no idea what underhanded trick he used to clear it. He really ought to share it, otherwise, it's just not right. Whispers filled the air as eyes turned toward Luo Hua, tinged with suspicion. Speculation ran rampant, with many convinced he'd simply exploited a loophole. With physical abilities far surpassing the ordinary, Luo Hua heard every word crystal clear. He merely shrugged indifferently, utterly unconcerned. Having concealed his true strength for a year, enduring others' perceptions of him as a useless for so long, he'd grown thick-skinned to such remarks. Such shallow, thinly veiled, sour grapes mockery failed to stir even a flicker of emotion within him. Luo Hua smiled serenely, letting the slander wash over him. His very demeanor left the teachers utterly baffled. Jiang Fengming, her belly prominently rounded, crossed her arms over her chest, her fingers tapping rhythmically against her forearms. Beneath his glasses, his narrowed eyes flashed a hint of bewilderment. Strange. Why is he so reserved? Jiang Fengming freed one hand to stroke his chin, adopting a pensive expression. This deeply puzzled him. By all logic, an ordinary person achieving such success would have their tail in the air by now. Yet strangely, he saw none of that emotion in Luo Hua. Instead, his face wore a cheerful expression, as if this success were only natural. With that kind of mindset, it's no wonder he's achieved so much. Jiang Fengming nodded approvingly. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, his expression stiffened. Just then, an untimely voice cut through the air. Luo Hua, you're a worthless F-rank. How dare you clear the fourth layer? The blunt words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Heads turned and necks craned, all seeking the source of the voice who dared openly mock someone in the job change hall. Instantly, Gao Tianwen's effeminate face came into view. His fingertips trembled, his cheeks flushed crimson, and he was nearly overcome with rage. Exactly. Luo Hua, you're nothing but a good-for-nothing who couldn't even get into college. You must have used some underhanded trick. Seeing Gao Tianwen speak up, Yang Yufeng couldn't just stand by. He strode forward in quick steps, pointing a finger at Luo Hua's nose as he unleashed a torrent of abuse. His intentions were clear to everyone present. The chance to shine had already been spoiled by Takata Fumi from the honors class. But then Luo Hua came out of nowhere, snatched the top spot, leaving him stuck in third place. What made it worse was that this person was someone he had always considered a good-for-nothing. Today, suddenly having this good-for-nothing writing rush out over him left him utterly choked with frustration, his chest nearly bursting with rage. Takata Wen was untouchable, but who would stand up for a worthless F-grade talent? Hand over the solution now, or don't blame me for being rude. Yang Yufeng shouted. His words struck a chord with many. Initially, they'd only speculated, keeping their thoughts to themselves. But now, with Yang Yufeng's loud outburst, their thoughts began to stir, and they all pricked up their ears. Whether for themselves or for their younger family members, it was essential. The method to pass the gate? The sudden question caught Luo Hua off guard. After a moment's pause, he spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's simple. Just push through all the way." Luo Hua answered truthfully, without a hint of concealment. Recalling his performance in the dungeon moments ago, it was indeed a straightforward push-through with the demon-eyed ox demon, without any exaggeration. Yet to the others, his words took on a completely different meaning. "Ha? What did he just say? Push straight through? Bro, he's messing with you. He's just bragging. The mob levels increase on every floor, how could he push through at level 23? He used items to clear it himself, yet won't share the method. This Luo Hua is so selfish. Who knows? Now that everyone else has caught up, he's just dead weight anyway." The gathered awakened ones chattered among themselves, each taking turns to criticize Luo Hua. Deep down, they didn't believe a word he said, convinced he was lying. Whether you believe me or not, what does it matter to me? Luo Hua curled his lips in exasperation. He wasn't trying to prove anything anyway, let them believe what they wanted. "Luo Hua, dare you face me in a duel? Lose, and you reveal your secret to clearing the stage." Before Gao Tianwen could speak, Yang Yufeng couldn't wait any longer. He still had one more job change opportunity left. If he could master this method, he wouldn't have to rely on others anymore. The thought made Yang Yufeng's breathing grow slightly ragged. Seeing this, Luo Hua merely raised an eyebrow, utterly disinterested in engaging. After enduring a whole year, a few words weren't going to unsettle him. Unexpectedly, a delicate figure suddenly stepped in front of him, a pair of twin ponytails swaying. "Yang Yufeng, what do you think you're doing?" Luo Hua said it himself, passing the test depends entirely on his own strength. Seeing someone disparage Luo Hua, Han Shiyu was the first to lose her temper. Her head hot with anger, she stepped forward. Her cheeks flushed bright red, her excitement evident as she stood there, looking like a ripe apple. But soon, she seemed to sense something amiss. Confused, she looked up and scanned her surroundings. Every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on her. Instantly, an even more vivid blush spread across Han Shiyu's already crimson face. She now resembled a startled ostrich, burying her head deep, her face flushing so intensely it seemed to emit steam. Such peculiar behavior only puzzled Luo Hua. In his memory, Han Shiyu was an introverted girl who blushed after just a few words with others. Now she was suddenly stepping forward to pick a fight? That was practically asking for a scolding. Sure enough, Yang Yufeng's sharp words came crashing down the very next second, leaving no breathing room whatsoever. "Han Shiyu, I've always treated you with courtesy out of respect for our past as classmates. If I don't give you face, what makes you think you're anything special? Unless Luo Hua admits he's a bastard with no one to raise him and hands over the secret, this isn't over." Yang Yufeng stood there with his nose in the air, not giving Luo Hua an inch of face. In his eyes, Luo Hua was still the same soft target he'd been back in school, someone he could push around at will. As he spoke, Yang Yufeng glanced up at the overseer. Seeing no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a bone-chilling voice pierced the air. Immediately, a chill rose from his feet, shooting straight to the crown of his head, sending a sudden shiver through his entire body. "What did you just say?" Turning toward the voice, he saw Luo Hua's eyes narrow slightly, his gaze fixed on him with hostility. That gaze was like a predator in the darkness, seeking its prey. The instant their eyes met, fear gripped him, and he instinctively took half a step back. But he quickly regained his composure, shame and anger instantly filling his mind. He was actually intimidated by a worthless F-rank talent. His resolve hardened instantly. Pointing at Luo Hua, he erupted into a torrent of curses. "I dare you to fight me. You good for nothing." Before the words had even left his mouth, Yang Yufeng suddenly saw stars before his eyes. The next moment, excruciating pain shot from his abdomen straight to his brain. Chapter 17, Gao Tianwen steps in. In the empty hall. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, as if something had flown past. Boom! A sudden, deafening explosion startled everyone, making their ears perk up and their scalps tingle. Through the swirling dust, a figure lay motionless. Cough cough. A heavy cough echoed as Yang Yufeng struggled to his feet. The mere act of moving caused him to grimace in pain, blood trickling from his mouth. His health bar above his head was now reduced to a mere sliver. Another attack, no matter how minor, would claim Yang Yufeng's life. This scene caused countless eyebrows to involuntarily raise. Even the steward standing on the high platform couldn't help but lift an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Whoa! This Luo Hua is actually this powerful? His damage is insane. Am I seeing things? Hit me, quick! Could it be that Luo Hua had been holding back all along? The crowd gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. How could an F-rank weakling instantly kill Yang Yufeng with a single strike? Even if Yang Yufeng was weak, his stats weren't just for show. He had everything he was supposed to have. Oomph. He just took advantage of the situation. In a fair fight, he wouldn't even get a chance to strike. Exactly. Look, Yang Yufeng hadn't even equipped his gear yet. It was pure opportunism. Exactly. He's nothing but a backstabber. No wonder he managed to clear the 4th stage. Well, he is an F-rank talent after all. He couldn't win in a fair fight, so he had to resort to dirty tricks. Soon, people found excuses for him and began sniping at Luo Hua with sarcastic remarks. They blamed Yang Yufeng's defeat entirely on the ambush. If they'd fought fairly, Luo Hua wouldn't have stood a chance. Hearing this, Luo Hua merely shook his head, showing no inclination to explain. He knew that no matter how much he explained to the ignorant, they'd cling to their misguided beliefs. Rather than waste his breath, he preferred to save his effort. Just then, a soft, unwelcome male voice cut through the air. Luo Hua, is it? Hit someone and think you can just walk away? Hearing the voice, Luo Hua's brows furrowed slightly. That clearly provocative tone made him feel a bit uneasy. He'd been thinking of showing a bit of his strength to intimidate the onlookers and serve as a warning. Little did he expect that immediately after taking down Yang Yufeng, someone else would come looking for trouble. He turned his head to see who it was. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound filled his ears, followed by a searing heat. Luo Hua sensed the threat and swept his arm out in a horizontal strike. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, tiny orange-red specks vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a crackling explosion like firecrackers reverberated, making the ears of those nearby tingle. Only then did everyone see what it was. Did he just slap that exploding fireball away with his bare hands? Am I seeing things? Can you actually catch that thing with your bare hands? And why isn't he taking damage? No, I must still be asleep. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Some rubbed their eyes hard, convinced they'd misseen it. Luo Hua's bare-handed skill-catching maneuver delivered a powerful visual shock. Many instructors were intrigued, watching him with keen interest. Achieving this level required more than just level superiority. It demanded combat awareness beyond the ordinary. In other words, Luo Hua's combat experience was far richer than what they currently witnessed. Neither of these qualities came easily. Could it be that the sky was truly about to change in Zhongcheng? A young shadow whose true depth remains unknown, rising to fame at an early age. Luo Hua, who conquered the 4th layer, achieved an underdog rise and possessed extraordinary combat awareness. Both are coveted by top universities, yet now they find themselves in the same place. Given time, how could Zhongcheng not flourish? On the field, Luo Hua remained oblivious to their thoughts. All he knew was the brutal ferocity of Gao Tianwen's exploding fireball. Had he been just a level 23 ordinary player, a single hit would likely have left him gravely injured. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his gaze toward the right front. Unnoticed, the crowd had cleared a space. Takata stood tall and imposing in the center, robed in a hooded wizard's cloak, staff in hand. Oomph. I didn't expect you to have any real strength after all. A cold snort echoed as he raised his staff high. Suddenly, a blazing red light erupted, and scorching heat surged toward the jewel at the top. Witnessing this, the gathered awakened drew sharp breaths. Takata has actually changed classes. The damage from this strike won't be simple. Far more than that, this is clearly the mage's innate skill after class change, Flame Pillar. What? Just teaching him a lesson? Was it really necessary to go this far? Luo Hua might not survive this, or if he does, he'll be crippled. The crowd stared in utter shock, their jaws dropping at Takata Fumi's charging animation. As a universal skill, they knew all too well the nature of Flame Pillar. This skill, requiring a charge and dealing massive damage, was something few dared to face head-on. Impressive. I doubt even I could take that hit without taking damage. Zhao Xie's lips curved slightly as he silently compared his own abilities. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he had to acknowledge the destructive power of the Flame Pillar. In his view, Luo Hua would certainly be unable to withstand this strike. At that point, only the steward could step in to save him. Even so, the cost of treating the injuries was far beyond what a worthless good-for-nothing could afford. Just as he pondered this, a startled exclamation came from nearby. Ha! What is Luo Hua doing? Zhao Xie raised an eyebrow and quickly turned his gaze toward the center of the arena. Under his puzzled gaze, Luo Hua slowly pulled out a book. Exploding fireball? I have that too. Luo Hua's face broke into a smile as he spoke slowly. Facing Takata Bun's charging pillar of fire, not only did he not flee, but he pulled out a skill book. This bizarre behavior left everyone momentarily baffled. What's he doing? Showing off? I'll admit he pulled it off. Heh, I bet he chickened out and is pulling out the skill book to apologize. Aren't you curious where he got that skill book? He's just an F-rank loser, he has no way of obtaining one. When Luo Hua pulled out the skill book, everyone froze. Exploding fireball, a mage skill. Why would he have it? He couldn't have just bought it on a whim. After all, while exploding fireball wasn't exactly rare, it still cost at least 2,000 copper coins. 2,000 copper coins? That's equivalent to 2,000 yuan in the old days. That's not cheap at all. Besides, who would have the spare cash to buy something they didn't need? As for whether Luo Hua had cleared the dungeon himself to obtain it, that was even less likely. They'd rather believe he cheated his way through the 4th layer than accept Luo Hua had the skill to clear a dungeon. Takata raised his staff high, watching Luo Hua's movements with a cold sneer. Scared now and want to apologize? Too late. A single exploding fireball spell? I wouldn't even bother with that. His face twisted into a slightly feral expression. To him, Luo Hua was clearly trying to make amends. But a single exploding fireball spell was hardly enough. And crucially, he had already mastered exploding fireball long ago, making it even less appealing. Yet, what he hadn't anticipated was Luo Hua's next words made him doubt whether he'd heard correctly. Who said I'd give it to you? Where's your face? I'm learning it for myself, you old fart. Luo Hua rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. What kind of person is this? Just grab whatever good stuff they see? Chapter 18, Flame Pillar, Takata Bun's Confident Strike. Luo Hua's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear that right? A warrior wanting to learn exploding fireball? A warrior learning mage skills? That'll happen when pigs fly. Is he trying to make me laugh myself to death? Inherit my debt, huh? Trash is trash. Even if he barely scraped by, his trash mindset won't change. Everyone reacted as if they'd heard the funniest joke, their faces twisted with scorn. Some even pretended not to hear, mocking Luo Hua relentlessly. Trying to make us laugh? I'll give him credit, he succeeded. Lu Xuabin sneered coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. Standing with his hands behind his back, he shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Fengming and the others, the meaning unspoken. If eyes could speak, his would be saying, "Look! This is the man you're all fighting over." At his words, everyone instinctively fell silent. Zhang Fengming rubbed his stomach, his eyes darting around restlessly. Who knew what he was thinking? In the end, however, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Gao Tianwen, one of the parties involved, stood with a faint pallor on his face, his staff raised high. He yearned to unleash a single spell to finish off Luo Hua. He was gathering power, preparing to unleash his most devastating strike. In contrast, Luo Hua acted like a clown, pulling out a spellbook. How could he bear such contempt? But the next second, as Luo Hua moved, his entire body froze abruptly. He raised one hand and slammed it down onto the skill book. Whoosh! The skill book flashed with light. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated completely, transforming into white particles that poured into Luo Hua's body. Such an unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. What just happened? He actually succeeded. Who said Luo Hua was a warrior? Clearly, he's a mage. It makes perfect sense. The crowd couldn't believe it. Even with the evidence before their eyes, doubt lingered. If circumstances permitted, they would have rushed forward to get to the bottom of it. Lu Xuabin rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he was seeing things. In all his years as an instructor, he had never witnessed such an utterly baffling occurrence. Only two explanations remained: either Luo Hua was actually a mage class, or he was classless. Lu Xuabin's eyes flickered slightly, as if recalling his own conjecture. However, judging by Luo Hua's behavior, he clearly leaned toward the latter possibility. Suddenly, he straightened his back and declared in a clear voice. Everyone, don't be surprised. I suspect Luo Hua is actually a classless character. He just tricked you into thinking he was a warrior. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how he could learn mage skills. After speaking, he shot Luo Hua a defiant glance. As if to say, I've seen right through your little tricks. In his eyes, Luo Hua must have been plotting this for a long time, using this opportunity to cultivate an aura of mystery. All to shed his former identity, that of an F-rank talent, a complete failure. Upon hearing this, the gathered awakened ones all looked enlightened. So that's how it is. We almost fell for Luo Hua's deception. No wonder teachers from Capital University are in a league of their own. You mean the one who can learn any skill? But its skill consumption is ridiculously high, and without a first-tier skill, it's just pure trash. F-rank talent plus a jobless class? Luo Hua really can't escape being a loser. The mocking voices rose, every word reaching Luo Hua's ears. He was long accustomed to this familiar mockery. What left him speechless, though, was why this balding guy from Capital University felt the need to jump into this for no reason. They had no beef, so what was the point of him coming out to spout nonsense? If not for the fact that he was a teacher at Han Shiyu's school, Luo Hua would have wanted to slap him across the face right then and there, just to show him why the flowers were so red. As if sensing Luo Hua's glare, Lu Shuabin flashed a sneer and glared back fiercely. Luo Hua wasn't about to indulge him. He'd already resolved to stop holding back and shed his useless label, might as well be more outspoken about it. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a barrage of insults at Lu Shuabin. What are you staring at, you old wall lamp? Find a wall with better lighting and go hang yourself. You're showing off just for learning a skill? Standing here giving people useless lectures, see if any of your nonsense is even correct? Just wait till I blast a fireball right in your face and sing a few hairs on your head. Don't come crying to me then. Luo Hua's words flowed like a waterfall, his mouth opening and closing like a machine gun, not pausing for a second. By the time Takata Bun had barely finished charging his fire pillar, Luo Hua had already finished his verbal assault. Such speed left the crowd stunned. It felt like something had whizzed past in their minds. Even Lu Shuabin was momentarily flustered by the barrage of insults. Only Jiang Fengming chuckled, patting his belly as he teased Lu with a series of winks and winks. After a moment, Lu Shuabin, finally catching on, flushed crimson, then turned beet red, and finally darkened like a shadow. His face changed faster than a chameleon's. As a level 45 awakened one, when had he ever endured humiliation from someone of a lower rank? And from a lowly nobody, no less. You brat! How dare you! Rage surged through Lu Shuabin, and he took a step toward Luo Hua. But the next second, he halted abruptly. Boom! A sudden, deafening explosion erupted, engulfing Luo Hua entirely in a blazing pillar of fire. The terrifying aura forced some lower-level awakened to retreat in panic. A few stubborn ones, relying on their similar levels, stubbornly held their ground. But soon, upon seeing the scorching damage continuously piling up above their heads, they quickly backed off. Without another word, they scrambled to escape the pillar's reach. Luo Hua! Han Shiyu cried out urgently, trying to rush forward. But in the next instant, Lu Shuabin seized her wrist, holding her back with all his strength. Her vision blurred by mist, her face streaked with tears like a weeping willow, she looked utterly devastated. Han Shiyu struggled fiercely, trying to break free, but the disparity in strength made her efforts futile. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of her neck. Darkness gradually consumed her vision as her entire body collapsed forward. Lu Shuabin gasped, rushing to catch her before a flash of anger crossed his face. Jiang Fengming, what the hell are you doing? Looking up, he saw the plump figure of Jiang Fengming holding his right hand midair, clearly the culprit behind the attack. He'd knocked Han Shiyu unconscious without warning, leaving even Lu Shuabin stunned. Heh, this little girl is too impulsive. Jiang Fengming casually patted his belly, offering no further explanation. He turned his gaze toward the center of the flames, narrowing his eyes slightly. Did you see that, Luo Hua? That's the gap between us. Takata Wen's face lifted slightly, a hint of pride evident. He was confident that among the awakened of equal rank present, few could withstand this attack. After all, the power of a fire pillar only grew stronger the longer it was charged. In a normal battle, he wouldn't have gotten this chance. Since Luo Hua had handed him this opportunity, it was the other guy's own fault. You can still beg for mercy now. If I'm feeling generous, I might even spare your life. Takata Bun feigned magnanimity, but the contempt in the corners of his eyes betrayed him completely. In his eyes, Luo Hua was entirely to blame for his failed class change. A useless, harmful piece of trash like this was better off dead. After all, this was a sparring match, some casualties were only to be expected. Luo Hua. This time, you're dead either way. Takata's eyes burned with malice, wishing the flames could blaze even fiercer. Chapter 19, Exploding Fireball. Seeing this, Yang Yufeng perked up excitedly. Brother Wen truly lives up to his reputation as an elite class student. His moves are extraordinary. Regardless of what others thought or felt, he unleashed a barrage of flattery. The most excited person in the arena now, aside from Gao Tianwen, was Yang Yufeng himself. He had believed his defeat knocked out within 3 seconds of entering the arena was due to his own lack of preparation, allowing Luo Hua to gain the upper hand. Losing to someone labeled a waste of space was unbearable. Now, only by killing Luo Hua could he vent the pent-up fury in his heart. At this moment, it seemed to him that Luo Hua was about to meet his end. Not just him, the vast majority of onlookers shared this belief. Even the steward had lowered his hand, waiting only for the moment Luo Hua called out for help to intervene. Only Jiang Fengming remained utterly still, his lips moving as if murmuring something under his breath. That kid, he seemed so calm and composed earlier. It couldn't have been an act. He nodded to himself as he spoke, convinced of his assessment. On the other side, Gao Tianwen's expression turned slightly feral. His gaze fixed intently on the pillar of fire. The raging flames actually brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. Luo Hua, if you refuse to admit defeat, don't blame me when you die. He called out with feigned concern, though everyone knew exactly what he was thinking. But in the next instant, the flames began to violently tremble. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the pillar of fire seemed to be struck by some force, instantly tearing apart. The orange-red light wavered and distorted, collapsing into ruin in an instant. As sparks drifted away, a figure slowly materialized. Its unyielding stance left those present momentarily dazed. Is that it? You're pretty weak. Luo Hua's words were sharp, leaving Gao Tianwen with no room for pride. His lips curled into a wide grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The smile spread across his face, utterly uncontrollable, like a silent mockery. You? Gao Tianwen trembled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. His most prideful attack had been deflected with such ease, instantly filling him with a sense of helplessness. He seemed to see in Luo Hua the same scene he had witnessed against Zhao Xie's shield that had beaten them into submission. A formidable defense, impenetrable. Now that the pillar of fire had been unleashed, he had no stronger means of attack. Shame and anger instantly clouded his effeminate face. He wasn't alone. Many others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if they hadn't fully woken up. What did I just see? He actually took a fully charged fire pillar head-on? No, he just used a skill. I saw it clearly. It must be an item. Using a skill to endure it? I doubt Luo Hua has that kind of power. Damn it! How can a useless loser have so many ways to save his own skin? The envy in their voices filled the air with a tangy sourness. They resented not the scarcity but the inequality. Why did Luo Hua possess what they did not? Some were practically seething, veins bulging in their jaws as they gritted their teeth so hard their molars nearly shattered. Their eyes were bloodshot and red. I knew it. I knew he had something up his sleeve. Jiang Fengming subconsciously rubbed his chin, wearing an expression of I knew it. He showed little surprise at Luo Hua's ability to withstand the attack, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Impossible. How could a warrior's magic absorption skill achieve complete damage immunity? In contrast, Lu Xuebin observed the situation with much greater scrutiny. In his understanding, it was merely a damage reduction skill and only momentary. Typically, it was used by warriors to close the distance during combat with mages. How could it transform into an interrupt skill in Luo Hua's hands, rendering the fire pillar skill utterly ineffective? But the most astonished of all was Zhao Xie. His innate talents and first-class skills were all defense-oriented, and his first-class profession was the shield warrior, a role focused on defense. Even so, witnessing Luo Hua activate magic absorption left him utterly stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. Only he understood how exquisitely precise Luo Hua's timing and angle control for this skill had been. It even stirred a twinge of self-doubt deep within him. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was just a coincidence. Zhao Xie stubbornly insisted, refusing to admit defeat to Luo Hua. As a student of an elite academy, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose to such a loser. Luo Hua, oblivious to their thoughts, merely curled his lips slightly. He couldn't fathom where these people got the nerve to voice their doubts here. Then, he turned to look at Gao Tianwen and spoke slowly. You've had your turn. Now it's mine. You ambushed me with that exploding fireball earlier, so I'll return the favor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone couldn't help but snort with laughter. The laughter seemed to trigger a chain reaction, spreading like wildfire through the entire hall. What did he say? He wants to use exploding fireball? No way. Seriously, someone actually thinks learning a skill means it'll work? Everyone knows a jobless guy holding onto a skill will just end up killing himself. I'll stake my reputation on this. If he can actually cast exploding fireball, I'll wash my hair upside down. The skepticism grew louder, with no one giving Luo Hua a chance. Mocking smiles spread across their faces as they waited to see him make a fool of himself. Just then, flames flickered. A vivid crimson burst from Luo Hua's fingertips. Whoosh! With a puff, wind fanned the flames, and the fireball rapidly took shape. Its speed was so swift that many struggled to react in time. Those with keen eyes immediately made their judgment. That formation speed is incredible, twice as fast as Gao Tianwen's. Is he really casting exploding fireball? Impossible. It must be all show. Probably just a fireball spell masquerading as something else. I agree. Look at its size, it's clearly much smaller than a blast fireball. Who knew that good-for-nothing Luo Hua cared so much about saving face? Let's see how he handles the fallout when he gets exposed. The crowd watched Luo Hua with a mix of amusement and mockery, eager for the spectacle. In their eyes, his exploding fireball looked like it hadn't fully grown, pitifully small. If Luo Hua knew what they were thinking, he might just burst out laughing. The fireball was small? That's because he dared not unleash its full power. With his current base spell power of 5,670, if he went all out, a single skill would leave Takatafumi utterly obliterated. With a casual flick of his wrist, the fireball flew through the air like a basketball tossed aside. Seeing such a feeble attack, Gao Tianwen instantly flew into a rage. Even though he was drained, he wasn't about to be treated with such contempt. Luo Hua, you piece of trash! Don't you dare look down on me! Takata Fumi roared, flames gathering with his rage and rapidly coalescing at the tip of his staff. The display was formidable, nearly draining his last reserves of stamina. Though not quite as powerful as the pillar of flame earlier, it was not far off. As Luo Hua's fireball closed in, he swung his staff. Instantly, 2 fireballs, one large, one small, swooped toward their target. Almost everyone wore sneers on their faces, mocking his reckless overreach. They were eager to see how Luo Hua would respond next. Chapter 20, Chen Shoujuan of Jiangcheng University. Under the gaze of the crowd, the 2 fireballs collided. Boom! Instead of the expected thunderous roar, only a crackling explosion filled the air as flames scattered wildly. To everyone's astonished eyes, Luo Hua's smaller fireball instantly obliterated the larger one. Shattered and disintegrated all in one fluid motion. The entire process unfolded without a single pause, utterly seamless. Its smoothness left onlookers momentarily convinced they'd seen wrong. What the hell? That scaled-down exploding fireball actually broke Takata Win's skill? Is that it? I could do that. Takata Fumi's no good either. He just used one skill and already looks weak. His signature move can't even beat someone without a class. One by one, eyes widened as they watched the little fireball continue sweeping toward Gao Tianwen. Its momentum was like a dragon's, nothing could stand in its way. Watching the exploding fireball hurtle toward him with devastating force. At that moment, Takata Fumi's expression finally shifted. His earlier arrogance gave way to disbelief, and finally, terror washed over his face. He could feel death closing in relentlessly, his heart unable to muster any resistance. Run! At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Flee! If he didn't flee, he would die. Others might not know, but he understood perfectly well that his exploding fireball was nothing short of a desperate, all-or-nothing gambit. Its power was nearly 10% greater than usual, enough to boast about for a long time. Yet even so, the exploding fireball was effortlessly deflected by Luo Hua. Clearly, the opponent's attack was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Blink! Takata Fumio barked the command, yet his hand gripping the staff trembled uncontrollably. His nerves stretched to breaking point. He had forgotten he was completely drained of stamina, far too weak to sustain the blink skill. The command echoed, yet Takata remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Now, he was truly panicking. The skill hadn't activated. His mind couldn't process what was happening. As the attack closed in, he forgot even the most basic dodge, rolling away. He stood frozen in place, his mouth still chanting frantically. Blink! Use blink, damn it! Takata's face contorted in terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples. He was terrified. This time, he was truly terrified. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. As the exploding fireball closed in, poised to smash into his face, he resignedly closed his eyes. Boom! The next second, the fireball exploded. Sparks erupted in all directions, the searing heat burning his skin raw. Even from a considerable distance, the heat was palpable. Those standing closer had already raised their arms to shield themselves, turning their heads away to avoid the scorching heat wave lashing their faces. If onlookers 5 meters away reacted this way, one could only imagine the sheer destructive force unleashed. What kind of impact would Takata Fumi, standing at the epicenter of the explosion, face? The faint-hearted dared not dwell on the thought. They covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. Yet the scene they feared did not unfold. A voice rang out from the center of the field. Go back and copy the school rules 100 times for me. Stop making a fool of yourself here. A deep, resonant male voice slowly echoed, and only then did the crowd notice that someone had appeared before Gao Tianwen, blocking her. One hand extended forward, his posture rigidly upright, wisps of smoke still lingering in his palm. The icy reprimand jolted Gao Tianwen awake. Recognizing that familiar voice, he opened his eyes to see the tall, upright figure and nearly burst into tears of joy. Thank God, I'm saved. Takata's voice trembled slightly. Never before had he felt death so close. At this moment, the punishment of copying school rules felt like heavenly music to his ears. Everything felt perfect except for his legs, which were too weak to bear his weight. Let's call this farce an end. There's no point in continuing, right? Teachers. The newcomer spoke slowly, enunciating clearly, his words carrying a pointed implication. A finger gently pushed up the glasses, the gaze sweeping over the crowd of onlookers, including the steward on the stage. The implication was clear: you've seen the outcome you wanted. Continuing this probe is nothing but a waste of time. It's you. Most present were awakened from Jiangcheng. Sharp-eyed observers had already recognized the newcomer. Not someone from elsewhere, but a senior at Jiangcheng University. Chen Shoujuan, Jiangcheng's most gifted student in recent years. However, with the successive appearances of Shadow and Luo Hua, he had now fallen to third place. Even so, his status at Jiangcheng University remained unshaken. Chen Shoujuan? This guy truly lives up to his reputation as Jiangcheng University's top genius. Luo Hua stroked his chin lightly, murmuring to himself with a slight nod. With the Shadow Sovereign's innate talent, the opponent's attributes were fully exposed before him. Chen Shoujuan. Level 45 First Job Advancement. Class Miss Knight A. Talent Mystification A+. First job skill lifting light is heavy A. HP 6200 6200. Strength 1150. Magic power 2300. Defense 700. Agility 140. As a senior undergraduate, his level was already catching up to the professor's present, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Even more astonishingly, he possesses dual A-rank talents and first-class skills. While his strength is undeniable, his luck is equally remarkable. Moreover, his class aligns perfectly with his traits, like adding wings to a tiger, significantly raising his potential ceiling. Thankfully, I have my mage knight and guardian spirit. Not a bit jealous. Luo Hua silently compared the two in his mind and concluded his S rank was still superior. However, he didn't look down on his opponent because of this. On the contrary, he held Chen Shoujuan in high regard. After all, the opponent's attributes alone were enough to dominate everyone present except himself. To achieve this level of power, especially as a student, was something Luo Hua couldn't help but admire. Just then, an untimely voice cut through the air. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak here? Turning toward the source, they saw a student who looked like a skinny monkey jump out and shout angrily. Zhao Xia, who had just finished his one-on-one duel with Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, stood right beside him. Even without saying a word, his arms crossed over his chest and his clearly amused expression made it obvious he was involved. Little did he know the trouble his actions would stir. Chen Shoujuan slowly turned his head, his gaze locking directly onto the two. The unfriendly glint in his eyes made both of them feel uneasy, instinctively wanting to take a few steps back. About to start something? This is interesting. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly as he watched with keen interest. He too wanted to see what kind of strength Chen Shoujuan, the long-established figure at Jiangcheng University, truly possessed. The next moment, Zhao Xia's pupils suddenly contracted. Wispy wisps of smoke drifted swiftly past him, moving so fast he couldn't react in time. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted behind him, followed by a thick cloud of dust sweeping toward him. By the time he turned his head in shock, his classmate had already been grabbed by the head and slammed face first onto the floor. The floor tiles cracked beneath him. Wah! The pitiful whimpers of Skinny Monkey sent shivers down Zhao Xia's spine. Powerful. Too powerful. Zhao Xia shook like a sieve. He was certain that even raising a shield wouldn't withstand this seemingly ordinary attack. Chen Shoujuan, release my student at once. At that moment, the goat-bearded teacher finally lost his composure. After watching the spectacle unfold for so long, it had finally come to his doorstep. He immediately shouted, trying to stop Chen Shoujuan's actions. But clearly, his concern seemed unnecessary. Before he could utter a word, Chen Shoujuan had already released his grip and slowly rose to his feet. As he smoothed out the wrinkles on his cuffs, he spoke calmly. Now that everyone seems satisfied, let's skip the formalities and move on to the next segment. As he finished speaking, his gaze settled precisely on Luo Hua, the implication clear. Chapter 21, The Battle for Talent. Following Chen Shoujuan's gaze, the teachers also turned their eyes toward Luo Hua. Their eyes gleamed with hunger, like lecherous men staring at a beautiful girl, their desire almost unbearable. The strange behavior of the crowd caused Luo Hua's brows to furrow deeply. Her eyes darted around the room, scanning the room warily. Simultaneously, her mind raced, confirming she hadn't exposed any valuable items. Just as Luo Hua was puzzled, Chen Shoujuan spoke first. Luo Hua, would you be interested in joining our Jiangcheng University? He slowly extended his right hand, extending a sincere invitation. The gesture was elegant and refined, possessing an indescribable beauty. Jiangcheng University? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Hua's eyes. He turned his head to look around the hall. Only then did he notice that, somehow, today's job change hall seemed far more crowded than usual. Their attire was relatively uniform, with some wearing school badges pinned to their chests clearly representing different institutions. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there were far more teachers present than he had anticipated. Strange. Weren't they supposed to be searching for the shadow? Why are they here? Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Could it be that Shadow's identity had been exposed? Otherwise, there was no way to explain this situation. The entire city of Jiangcheng knew he was a failure. These teachers must have lost their minds to extend an invitation to him. But the next sentence instantly made Luo Hua understand what was happening. Jiang Fengming patted his bulging belly, shoved aside the awakened blocking his path, and leapt forward. Kid, your strength is impressive. To have cleared the 4th level Yenzhou University needs talent like yours. The portly middle-aged man spoke bluntly, and Luo Hua quickly parsed the key points from his words. In short, these people had seen his rankings and were all trying to get a free ride off his success. Hearing this, Luo Hua merely shook his head. Right now, he had no interest whatsoever in attending university. All he wanted was to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance years ago. That was all. As for college? He'd rather not. The mere thought of running dungeons with so many people, constantly risking exposure of his true abilities, gave him a headache. The Shadow Lord summoning ability, the S-rank exclusive class Mage Warrior, the S-rank first class skill Spirit of Protection. If he could strip them away, wouldn't each one be a coveted treasure that would be snapped up in an instant? Unfortunately, these abilities were protected by the rules, destined to stay with him for life. But there was no guarantee that someone with malicious intent wouldn't adopt the mindset of if I can't have it, I'll destroy it and secretly target him. Despite his confidence in his own strength, he couldn't guard against underhanded tactics. You can only guard against thieves for so long. After some thought, he still felt it wasn't worth the trouble. Sorry. Hold on before you refuse. We've come with sincere intentions. Luo Hua waved his hand, about to decline, when Zhang Fingning's voice already rang out. His round, full face bore a pair of eyes that shone with keen intelligence. Through his movements, he had anticipated Luo Hua's impending words and intercepted them in time. Witnessing this, even Luo Hua couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, inwardly praising the other's swift reaction. Little did he expect that one sentence would immediately kick off the competition. Luo Hua, come to Hancheng University. Tuition, utilities, and a single dorm room all covered. Holy crap? Are they really throwing out offers like they're giving away horses and cattle? So generous. You'd think they're grooming the next billionaire. Choose us, and we'll throw in a private bathroom. We'll throw in an extra blanket. We'll throw in. The teachers rattled off their respective perks, desperate to get Luo Hua to join. But honestly, these offers felt utterly insincere, like desperate attempts to test the limits of rejection. Some were just joining in the commotion, but others didn't seem to be putting on an act. Those few were rubbing their hands together feverishly, already fantasizing about what rewards or kickbacks they might get. Shut up! A sudden, cold command silenced the entire hall. Chen Shoujuan frowned deeply, ascended the platform, and approached the steward's side. Taking his seat, he continued in a solemn voice. You expect to recruit quality students without offering any benefits? That's a pipe dream. Chen Shoujuan's tone carried a hint of anger as his cold gaze swept over the assembled teachers. Wherever his gaze fell, many sheepishly lowered their heads, awkwardly scratching their temples. Others wore indifferent expressions, thinking they were just trying their luck. If they could get a bargain, all the better. Luo Hua, I won't get into moral blackmail or anything. If you choose Jiangcheng University, a detached villa, tuition, and room and board are all standard perks. Additionally, you'll gain access to 3 resource dungeons annually and receive 1 free level 20 grade A item of your choice. As soon as Chen Shoujuan finished speaking, the room erupted in a roar of astonishment. Confusion and bewilderment spread across every face. What's going on? Luo Hua only cleared the 4th layer. Is this really necessary? 3 resource dungeon runs? If he gets some good skills or gear, won't Luo Hua just take off? Chen Shoujuan is just a student. What good does his word do? I knew it. He's probably just scheming how to lure Luo Hua in first. They whispered among themselves, adopting an air of anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. In their eyes, Chen Shoujuan was merely a senior undergraduate hardly representing Jiangcheng University. Even if Luo Hua did get in, whether those promises could be kept was another matter entirely. Just then, Chen Shoujuan's indifferent voice slowly echoed through the room. Excuse me. I actually do represent Jiangcheng University. With that, he pulled a document from his breast pocket and unfolded it before the crowd. Black ink on white paper, bearing the official seal of Jiangcheng University. Oh no! No wonder he arrived so late. He clearly came prepared. I need to consult my superiors immediately. What's this shadow business? Nothing compares to Luo Hua's importance. Everyone, I've laid my cards on the table. 3 resource dungeons, plus a top-tier A-grade weapon. As the others scrambled to seek higher approval, Professor Goti, stroking his beard, spoke with a sinister edge. Such high stakes made even Zhao Xie's eyes burn with envy. He had never secured such benefits, not even after single-handedly taking on a second-year student from Jiangcheng University. Each entry required points to exchange. And now, merely to recruit Luo Hua, they were offering such terms? How could he not be jealous? His eyes locked onto Luo Hua, his gaze so intense it seemed he could devour him alive. The teachers present launched into a new round of bidding, completely oblivious to his behavior. Damn it! That old goat is so sneaky? Damn you, Yang Shan! Screw it! 3 dungeon runs plus a B grade skill book. Damn it! You're no better. My B plus skill book. In an instant, the teachers were arguing until their faces turned red. Yang Shan had been twirling his goatee, looking confident and composed. But the sudden bidding war made his mustache twitch 3 times in shock. Don't even dream about it. Just then, Lu Shuabin let out a cold laugh. His face immediately shifted to one of absolute certainty, as if everything were under his control. Even Zhang Fengming, whose wise countenance held a trace of puzzlement, now bore a hint of inquiry. The other teachers all turned their gaze toward Lu Shuabin. He relished the attention, a faint smile curling his lips. Chapter 22, Zhao Xie takes action. Such words caused Luo Hua to feel a slight surprise. He couldn't fathom where Lu Shuabin drew such unwavering confidence from. Though the teacher's competition was fierce, it barely stirred any emotion within him. Because, frankly, he had no intention of even attending university. Having carved out a respectable path for himself as an awakened one, attending college seemed increasingly irrelevant. Precisely because of this, Lu Shuabin's air of complete certainty filled him with deep confusion. At that moment, Lu Shuabin remained unaware of Luo Hua's inner thoughts. As all eyes turned to him, a hint of pride flashed across his face. This feeling of being the center of attention was deeply gratifying to him. His face tilted upward slightly, his nostrils flaring ever so slightly. His thick lips parted slightly as he spoke slowly. Though I hold little hope for this F-tier talent newcomer, I'll reluctantly accept him. What can I do? Han Shiyu from our school knows Luo Hua. I can't very well break a student's heart, can I? Lu Shuabin sighed deeply, feigning a look of reluctance. As he spoke, the crowd finally noticed Han Shiyu being supported by her classmates. Zhang Fengming's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. This girl was all too familiar. He was the one who knocked her unconscious with a karate chop just moments ago. Seeing this, he felt his eyelid twitch uncontrollably. He was still wondering if Han Shiyu suddenly waking up would affect his recruitment of Luo Hua. But others cared little for such concerns. Lu Shuabin's confident words had no effect on the rest. Bull. A man's ambition lies in conquering the world. How could he be shackled by romantic entanglements? You're a professor at Capital University, yet you spout this nonsense all day. Are you planning to end up with eczema in your old age? Yang Shan abruptly shifted his demeanor, his goatee twitching as he spat out the words in anger. The crude words caught Lu Shuabin off guard, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Who could have predicted Yang Shan would pull this sudden stunt? What are you staring at? Am I not right? What good is wasting your prime years on romantic entanglements? Once you graduate and break up, you've got nothing. Yang Shan twirled his mustache and snorted coldly. He did look down on students from other schools, but as an admissions officer, he was even more frustrated by their lack of ambition. At the very least, he had his own standards. He believed students should focus solely on their studies. Hearing Lu Shuabin resort to such tactics nearly made his nose twist with rage, his face flushing crimson as he glared angrily. His slightly aged face flushed crimson with rage in an instant. Luo Hua listened to their conversation, feeling utterly confused. He had merely grown up alongside Han Shiyu and developed a close bond. How could others twist it into something entirely different? But that old goat, though his words were a bit crude, still had a point. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. After a year of leveling up, he understood all too well the importance of rank and strength to himself. Without them, he'd likely still be the good-for-nothing everyone talked about, let alone pull off such a turnaround. The principle held true. Time really couldn't be squandered like this. At least, that was how Luo Hua saw it. As for Zhao Xia, his face was now as dark as charcoal. Luo Hua. It's always him, Luo Hua. His towering frame began to tremble slightly, beyond his control, his face twisted with uncontrollable rage. Even after taking on so many opponents single-handedly and performing so brilliantly, he had never received a single word of praise. Yet Luo Hua, merely an outsider with no ties to the academy, had the teacher willing to speak up for him. The more he thought about it, the more his anger boiled over. His chest heaved violently as his resentment erupted uncontrollably. In his ears, a new round of bidding calls relentlessly pierced his mind. Join our Lezhou University, and we guarantee you'll break through level 30 within a year. Don't listen to him. We'll throw an AB grade life-saving item on top of our offer. Whoa! Are you crazy? A survival item? I'm out. The teachers had completely lost their composure, behaving no better than haggling market vendors. Bidding and counterbidding, whether driven by excitement or sheer competition, left them red-faced and heated. Gradually, however, many dropped out of the competition. Once they cooled down a bit, they secretly thanked their lucky stars they hadn't followed through. Even so, the teacher's fierce scramble still made Zhao Xia green with envy. Luo Hua. I challenge you. Do you dare accept? Finally, Zhao Xia couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. He strode forward in a few quick steps, standing towering over Luo Hua as he looked down at him. His full set of gear had already been equipped the moment he drew near. His entire set of attributes was refreshed once more, significantly stronger than before. His overwhelming aura caused even the seasoned veterans present to take notice. If I recall correctly, Zhao Xia isn't even from the elite class. With that kind of strength, no wonder he took on Jiangcheng University single-handedly. Now I get why Qin Shoujuan was so anxious. If my school faced a talent shortage, I'd be panicking too. What a pity. The Luo Hua he wanted to recruit is about to get knocked flat on his back too. Teachers who could no longer compete on price war smiles, ready to watch the show unfold. On one hand, they were eager to see just how formidable Luo Hua truly was, whether he was worth offering better terms. But in the end, they miscalculated. Not interested. Pass. His flat tone caught everyone off guard. Wait, dude. They've practically rubbed salt in your wounds. Don't you have anything to say? At the very least, even a slight show of interest would help them gauge the terms more accurately. But they never imagined Luo Hua would outright refuse, and with such decisive finality. His words flowed naturally, devoid of any discernible emotion. At the very least, shouldn't he have countered? What was the point of dodging it? But they forgot one crucial fact: Luo Hua had been mocked as a good-for-nothing for an entire year. He was long accustomed to it. To him, Zhao Xie's words carried as much threat as children playing house. His refusal only made the others grow impatient. Luo Hua, aren't you going to try? If you can't even beat Zhao Xie, we won't offer any better rewards. I bet he chickened out. His earlier performance was all thanks to using props. Oh, that explains it. No wonder a useless F-tier talent could be so formidable. No wonder he beat Yang Yufeng in Gao Tian when he must have cheated. In an instant, all sorts of speculation and rumors flew thick and fast. Fortunately, no one had left the job change hall yet. Otherwise, who knows what kind of wild rumors would be spreading outside. Luo Hua, you coward. Have the guts to fight fair. No guts? No fight. Without a second thought, Luo Hua flatly refused. Even the slightest hesitation would have been a betrayal of himself. He had no desire to attend university, so why should he put on a show here, performing like a monkey for everyone's amusement? With that, he turned to walk away. But just then, Zhao Xie suddenly sidestepped, blocking his path once more. Not fighting, huh? Let's see how you dodge this. His arm shot up, hurling a shield toward Luo Hua. Chapter 23, A Sword Pierces the Defense. The sudden attack caught everyone completely off guard. Even Chen Shoujuan and the guild steward on the high platform were enraged. Despite the explicit ban on sparring, someone was still testing the limits at the edge. Not only him, but even Yang Shan hadn't had time to react. As a teacher, witnessing a student from the same academy act so treacherously instantly ignited his fury. His furrowed brow twitched like an angry ram. Just as he was about to speak up, his pupils suddenly dilated in shock. Thud. A muffled thud echoed abruptly. Though it didn't carry far, everyone heard it clearly. Luo Hua stood with a stern expression, his single hand extended forward, firmly catching the round shield. The dull thud he had heard moments before was the sound of his palm striking the shield's surface. For Luo Hua, possessing over 5,000 points of strength, catching a shield with one hand was nothing more than routine. But to the onlookers, it was a different story altogether. What's going on? Isn't he a jobless? Where did he get all those attribute points? Didn't he put all his points into magic power? How come his strength is so high too? Even if he did, he couldn't possibly block an attack so effortlessly. What kind of reflexes does he have? Countless minds were filled with confusion, while others felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Clearly, what unfolded before them defied all understanding. A seemingly casual movement had managed to block a shield bash skill. In their minds, such an attack could only be avoided through blocking or dodging. But what on earth was happening now? A basic attack followed by a skill? And crucially, the one using the skill was a level 27 shield warrior. In an instant, those who had been poised to strike froze in their tracks. Luo Hua's actions far exceeded their expectations, and it was the perfect opportunity to observe how he would proceed. With that thought, several figures halted almost simultaneously. Chen Shoujuan slowly withdrew his hand, folding his arms across his chest as he watched with keen interest. His eyes flickered as he glanced around, noting the others shared the same thought. Zhang Fengming still wore a broad grin, patting his belly with unabated enthusiasm. Yang Shan twirled his mustache, occasionally nodding to himself. The comical scene left others momentarily unsure whether the humiliated Zhao Xie or the unassuming Luo Hua was actually from their academy. On Lu Shuabin's Mediterranean-like belly, a few strands of hair danced in the breeze, while his fox-like eyes darted about restlessly. His sly expression made Chen Shoujuan frown, wondering what devious schemes he was hatching. Each harbored their own hidden motives, their thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, Zhao Xie, whose sneak attack had failed, had undoubtedly become the center of everyone's discussion. You? Zhao Xie's eyes widened in fury. At that moment, he felt profound humiliation. His round shield snapped back swiftly as he spun to meet an incoming horizontal sword strike. One hand wielding a blade, the other holding a shield. This was one of the standard configurations for a shield warrior. Clang! With a sharp clang, Zhao Xie's curved blade was instantly deflected. The blade spun through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. It clattered and rolled twice more before finally coming to rest. Silence. The surrounding area was utterly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some gaped in disbelief, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, doubting their own eyes. For in Luo Hua's hand now was nothing more than a beginner's wooden sword. I told you, no skills, no fight. Luo Hua repeated his earlier words in a flat tone. Yet, paired with his perpetually smiling face, it carried a hint of intrigue. Holy crap? One move? Is Zhao Xie that weak? Suck? Try it yourself. Would you dare call the entire second-year class at Jiangcheng University suckers? So when Luo Hua said he wasn't skilled enough, he meant Zhao Xie. My bad. Zhao Xie's swift defeat gave everyone a fresh perspective on Luo Hua's true strength. Perhaps Luo Hua wasn't as weak as they had assumed. Just then, a sarcastic voice cut through the air. Zhao Xie just suffered from a class disadvantage. Shield warriors mainly stack constitution, so their strength isn't particularly high. The onlookers turned to see an all-too familiar figure. At some point, Gao Tianwen, who had fled in disarray earlier, had returned. But wasn't Luo Hua supposed to be classless? And shouldn't attributes interact with each other? Suddenly, someone timidly asked. The voice was barely audible, yet most present heard it. At those words, Takata Bun's breath caught in his throat. After a long moment, he stiffened his neck and replied. Oomph. He must have used some trick. He'll show his true colors soon enough. Admitting Luo Hua's strength was utterly out of the question. He had turned back precisely to witness Luo Hua's defeat, only then could he prove his earlier loss was merely a slip-up. Show his true colors? Yang Shan merely shook his head at the remark, saying nothing more. The others might not fully grasp it, but as the accompanying teacher for Wenzhou University this time, he was undoubtedly the most aware of Zhao Xie's capabilities. It could be said that even the top students in their elite class could only spar with Zhao Xie on equal terms. Yet despite that, when facing Luo Hua, he was effortlessly subdued with a mere novice wooden sword. The speed of the process had shattered Yang Shan's expectations. Not only that, but Yang Shan observed Luo Hua maintaining a steady smile throughout, his movements deliberate and unhurried, calm and composed. It seemed as though he had already calculated the precise landing points of his attacks. Soon, he reached a conclusion. The battle between the two was fundamentally not on the same level. In truth, it wasn't just him, the other teachers had also formed a rough understanding. Only Zhao Xie, caught in the thick of it, remained utterly oblivious to everything unfolding. He felt only a rush of heat in his head, his reason completely lost. His shield bash was easily parried. His curved blade slash was effortlessly parried. The successive defeats were unbearable. He had to do something. Die! Zhao Xie roared furiously, decisively discarding his round shield. With a flick of his wrist, a massive shield as tall as a man appeared before him, crashing toward Luo Hua. The shield's surface was densely covered in thorns, giving it a menacing appearance, clearly not something to be trifled with. A direct hit would likely leave multiple holes in one's body. Facing this fierce assault, Luo Hua merely shook his head and smiled, then swiftly drew his wooden sword. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. Zhao Xie, shield raised, froze in place. The distinct red mark on his face and the tingling numbness spreading across half his cheek told him this was no illusion. After a momentary numbness, the pain finally seared through his brain. Ah! In an instant, a blood-curdling scream pierced the sky. The piercing shriek made Gao Tianwen's teeth chatter uncontrollably, leaving him trembling. As an observer, the scene unfolded clearly before his eyes. Not only had Luo Hua broken through Zhao Xie's defenses, but a single, effortless slash had shattered his guard entirely. Consider this, Zhao Xie was practically a double B grade talent with first-tier skills, yet he was still knocked senseless with a single strike. If that attack had landed on him, Gao Tianwen dared not even imagine it. Darkness flooded his vision, and his body collapsed to the ground. Through the haze, Luo Hua's voice drifted toward him. So now, does anyone else have any objections? Chapter 24, Departing the Job Change Association. Though seemingly casual, not a single person present dared to respond. Zhao Xie's piercing wails sent chills down their spines. Even after a moment had passed, he still lay on the ground, writhing in agony. None of them possessed the confidence to believe their defenses could match those of a shield warrior. Zhao Xie had failed to gauge Luo Hua's true strength, and none of the remaining candidates seemed capable of challenging him. Unconsciously, all eyes turned toward Chen Shoujuan on the high platform. It seemed that, aside from the teachers, he was the only one who could step forward. But Chen Shoujuan wasn't one of this crowd, he had his own pride. Have you all had enough? A cold snort escaped him before his gaze finally settled on Luo Hua. Then, he spoke slowly. Join us at Jiangcheng University, and in addition to the rewards mentioned above, we can provide you with a B-grade profession scroll. At these words, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Their gazes fixed on Luo Hua, brimming with envy, wishing they could take his place. Gao Tianwen and Yang Yufeng were the worst offenders, their eyes already slightly red and bloodshot. As fellow Jiangcheng University students, they desperately wished such fortune would fall upon them instead of Luo Hua, that F-rank talent waste. A B-rank profession scroll? That's a real treasure. At least one attribute gets triple growth. Everything good always seems to go to Luo Hua. He just finished his job change ceremony, and now he gets an even better profession. If I were Luo Hua, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Just being a student, doing nothing, yet getting such a great reward. Listening to the murmurs, Luo Hua could only shake his head helplessly. What others coveted so intensely it made their mouths water was merely ordinary to him. He admitted that if he'd heard about these rewards a year ago, before taking the college entrance exams, he would have been thrilled. But that was then. Now, with an S-rank profession under his belt, what was a B-rank profession worth? To outsiders, however, it was a different story. They only saw Luo Hua shaking his head and sighing, seemingly dissatisfied with the terms Chen Shoujuan had offered. Luo Hua, don't push your luck. What more do you want from these terms? Do you really think this is your personal wishing well? How could any academy possibly recruit someone with such corrupt character and low moral standards? The Awakened seethed with indignation, some even stepping forward to voice their accusations. At its core, it was all about sour grapes. They were bitter because the benefits weren't coming their way. Ignorance. Luo Hua shook his head, finding it rather amusing. Since the job change quest was already completed, there was little point in lingering here any longer. Now, he intended to head to Yin province to see if he could uncover any clues about his parents. With this thought in mind, Luo Hua lifted his foot and headed toward the door. But to others, his movements appeared as a sign of guilt. See? He chickened out. We caught him. TSK, and he still has the nerve to complain about others' conditions being subpar. I bet he's playing hard to get. He'll come crawling back to apologize in a minute. The group nodded in agreement as they spoke. They seemed confident in their deductions, fooling even themselves in the process. They say a villain's cunning can't match a fool's sudden wit. For some reason, upon hearing these words, the teachers found them surprisingly convincing. Instantly, their competitive spirit faded. They chose silence without a word, waiting for Luo Hua to return. In their eyes, Luo Hua must have intended exactly that. They waited for him to grow impatient first, so the initiative would shift back into their hands. That way, they could negotiate from their original terms and ultimately not concede much ground. With this thought, their impatience faded. Some even wore smirks, stroking their beards meaningfully as they waited to see the show unfold. Yang Shan, however, scratched his head in frustration, utterly helpless. At this moment, he couldn't secure higher authority, yet he didn't want to lose a student so easily. For a moment, he found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengming suddenly lit up with delight. Crouching in a corner, he quietly activated his communicator. As for the crowd's reactions, Luo Hua couldn't care less. Playing hard to get? That was simply impossible. But he certainly despised it. These terms? He'd be better off running a few more dungeons himself. As he drew nearer to the gate, his cold laughter grew louder. I bet he'll turn back within 5 steps. You talk like you know everything. He's 5 steps from the gate. What else could he do but turn back? He's just putting on a show. Let's see how long he can keep it up. The group snickered, silently counting Luo Hua's steps. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step he took, their laughter grew louder. Only when Luo Hua stepped out of the hall without stopping did a hint of confusion flicker across their faces. What's going on? Shouldn't he turn back? Why is he walking farther and farther away? I know. He must be gambling that someone will chase after him. How naive. This can't be right. He's almost out of sight. Gradually, others noticed something was amiss, as if Luo Hua had no intention of stopping at all. Before they knew it, he was nearly swallowed by the crowd. If they didn't chase after him now, they might lose track of him completely. Everyone, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll be heading out first. Well, my son's about to get married, so I need to head back. What a coincidence. My wife is about to give birth. I have to go too. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, the teachers hurriedly rushed out of the hall. What principles? That no longer mattered. Finding Luo Hua was the absolute priority. They had to admit it this time, they'd definitely lost the bet. Damn it! How could that kid not even be tempted by AB rank profession? Before Chen Shoujuan could even voice his frustration, someone else beat him to it, gritting their teeth in silent curses. His teeth-gnashing fury made it seem like he'd been the one to offer the terms. Chen Shoujuan merely shook his head silently, watching Luo Hua vanish from sight. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in urgent murmurs. Luo Hua, don't rush your choice. Yanzhou University. Ha? Where is he? Jiang Fengming had just ended his call when he burst out of the corner in a panic. Running while waving his arms and shouting, one might have thought he was pleading for mercy. But when he finally broke through the crowd and reached the center of the field, he froze in place. Where was Luo Hua? Where was he? Jiang Fengming stared blankly at the empty space in the center of the ring, then glanced at the other instructors. For a moment, the scene was a riot of postures. Some stared at the floor counting their toes, others whistled while gazing at the ceiling, and still others had unfocused, wandering eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Fengming began to suspect something. He immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. You bunch of old fossils. Outdated. Narrow-minded. Without waiting for a response. Stomach bulging, he strode out the door like a dragon, his stride as powerful as a tiger's. The scene left everyone utterly baffled. Is this really necessary? I admit Luo Hua is quite capable, but it's hardly worth going out of our way to recruit him. True. Our elite class has plenty who could beat Zhao Xia. Why waste so many resources? AB rank profession? I could give it to a dog and it'd soar. Why use it to compete for someone with F rank talent? It's a waste of growth potential. The remaining teachers halted in their tracks, collectively condemning Jiang Fengming's irrational decision. Simultaneously, they secretly criticized Qin Shoujuan for recklessly inflating the price, utterly baffled by their actions. Little did they know, Jiang Fengming had already approached Luo Hua with even more generous terms. Chapter 25, Joining Yenzhou University. Outside the Job Change Association, Luo Hua eyed Jiang Fengming suspiciously. You said join Yenzhou University? He scrutinized her from head to toe, yet couldn't make head nor tail of it. In others' eyes, no matter how well he performed, it couldn't change the fact that he was an F-rank talent. Even the rewards offered were within a relatively acceptable range, carrying little risk. Calling it an investment felt more like a transaction. How much he got depended entirely on his performance just now. In short, they saw him as having little value. But Jiang Fengming's attitude made Luo Hua sense something different. Fortunately, Yenzhou was precisely where he intended to go next, offering at least a foothold. But joining Yenzhou University would undoubtedly bring many restrictions and inconveniences. Moreover, at his current level 40, coupled with a full set of S-grade gear, he lacked virtually nothing. Whether it was gear or items, he possessed everything one should have at this level. Spending several more years studying at the university seemed rather unnecessary. Yenzhou University? Luo Hua pressed his chin, hesitating for a moment. That momentary pause was instantly picked up by Jiang Fengming. Seizing the moment, he pressed his offer. As long as you enroll at Yenzhou University, I'll grant you one entry into the Yanma Forbidden Zone dungeon before you graduate or reach level 60. Unlike previous offers laden with promises, Jiang Fengming presented only a single enrollment incentive. Overhearing this, some unsuspecting bystanders looked utterly perplexed. They turned their heads to stare at Jiang Fengming, all wanting to see which shabby school was recruiting. Can't offer any real conditions, yet they expect to get something for nothing? Do they really think Jiangqing people are desperate enough to fall for this? And to announce such a meager offer so loudly, didn't they feel embarrassed being overheard? Just then, a startled cry erupted nearby. The Yanma Forbidden Zone. Jiang, have you lost your mind? The voice faded as a group finally pushed through the crowd, arriving belatedly. Leading the charge was Yang Shan, the man with the goat beard. His mottled black and white hair stood on end, his expression impossible to read whether it was shock or anger. Lu Shuabin and Chen Shoujuan followed closely behind, with only 3 or 4 other teachers trailing in their wake. Not a single student had managed to keep up. Clearly, these teachers remained undeterred, hoping to secure Luo Hua for their respective institutions. But as soon as they drew near, they heard Jiang Fengming reveal his trump card, and they gasped in shock. At that moment, some of the onlookers with broader knowledge began to grasp the implications. The Flaming Demon's Forbidden Ground? Could it be that dungeon at Yenzhou University? Could it be that unplaned dungeon within the Yenzhou University suppression site? Unconquered? Isn't that a good thing? It means there must be tons of treasures inside. If it were truly a blessing, wouldn't everyone be rushing in? High rewards often come with high risks. Few who enter the Flaming Demon's Forbidden Ground ever come out alive. Yang Shan's expression darkened as he listened to the bystanders' chatter. In this world of universal awakening, the very foundation of every academy's establishment was inextricably linked to the resources yielded by dungeons. Controlling a dungeon allowed an academy to obtain vast resources for training its new students. Yenzhou University, however, was an exception. Beyond its resources, it held a dungeon long conquered, the Flaming Demon's Forbidden Ground. To this day, countless geniuses from Yenzhou University had perished within its depths. Only a handful had survived, emerging with treasures so coveted they turned envy to fury. Yet those who returned were either driven mad or vanished without a trace. Hearing this now, how could Yang Shan not be stirred? This was undoubtedly an attempt to push Luo Hua into a pit of fire. Yet one aspect remained perplexing to him. Even if Luo Hua possessed extraordinary potential and formidable strength, he would never meet the standards required to enter the Yanma Forbidden Land in the foreseeable future. He couldn't fathom what Jiang Fengming stood to gain by proposing this. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. On the other side, Luo Hua, upon hearing the words, raised his eyebrows sharply and fell deep in thought. The Flaming Demon Forbidden Ground? I never imagined it would be within Yenzhou University. A hazy memory surfaced from the corner of his mind, gradually sharpening into clarity. The unfamiliar term suddenly felt familiar. That's right. I remembered Dad mentioning it in passing back then. Luo Hua's gaze drifted, as if he'd caught hold of some crucial clue. Moreover, it seemed that without entering Yenzhou University, one couldn't reach the Flaming Demon Forbidden Land. After pondering this for a moment, he hesitated before finally speaking. Fine. I'll join Yenzhou University. The moment the words left his mouth, the delight on Jiang Fengming's face spread visibly. In contrast, Yang Shan and the others felt like they were about to spit blood. This worked? Luo Hua, don't believe him. The Yanma Forbidden Land is no place for you. Come to our Lezhou University. We have secret realm instances too. Bull. Don't listen to him. Our capital university can grant you mining rights to a level 20 instance. The moment Luo Hua showed the slightest opening, they completely panicked. If he'd chosen any other university, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. But he had to pick Yenzhou University. Lu Shuabin, in particular, was furious enough to burst. He and Zhang Fengming had never gotten along well to begin with. Now, seeing the smirk he couldn't suppress, how could he possibly tolerate it? Fatso Zhang, how could you send a freshman to his death? Off. What the hell do you know? This is a reward. If he doesn't go, he can trade it for something else. You're twisting the facts. What could one spot possibly be exchanged for? What the hell is it to you? This is Yenzhou University's business. Do I need to report to you? The brawl between the plump and skinny middle-aged men drew frequent stares from passers-by. They looked like elementary school kids bickering, completely lacking the composure expected of teachers. Even young Shan, standing nearby, pursed his lips, clearly ready to join the fray. Seeing the situation escalate, Luo Hua could only step in reluctantly. Gentlemen, might we pause this moment? I appreciate your concern, but joining Yenzhou University wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Moreover, this Yanhua Forbidden Zone is a place I absolutely must go. Luo Hua didn't finish his sentence, but none of the present were slow-witted. They quickly grasped his meaning. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, leaving only Zhang Fengming with a look of smug satisfaction. As for whether he'd come out ahead, only he knew for certain. TSK, never imagined I'd misjudged him. Lu Shuabin sighed abruptly, his words carrying a pointed implication. The intel failed me. I wonder what you lot in Jiangcheng have been up to all year. You're not as straightforward as you appear, are you? Hearing this, Luo Hua merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Though his true nature would be exposed eventually, he intended to conceal it for as long as possible. For him, his current trump cards weren't enough to act recklessly. It was better to play it safe. Zhang Fengming nodded silently, ignoring the bewildered onlookers as he stepped forward slowly. In that case, we'll depart the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Sounds good. I have a few minor matters to attend to anyway. Luo Hua nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as his gaze drifted toward a certain spot in Jiangcheng. Chapter 26, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. At that moment, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. You better not be lying to me. That good-for-nothing Luo Hua couldn't possibly have cleared the 4th level. Lu Hai's face darkened to the extreme as he listened to Yan Yufeng's voice on the communicator. As a senior alumnus of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School and last year's outstanding graduate who had earned a spot in Jiangcheng University's elite program, invited back to his alma mater to inspire his juniors, he couldn't tolerate anyone stealing his thunder. Moreover, it was precisely because he had used his family connections to put in a word that Second High had expelled Luo Hua. This had cemented Luo Hua's status as a complete failure, leaving him with no chance to rise. If Luo Hua truly broke through the barriers and gained exceptional admission, it would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. But Lu Hai understood something even more keenly. Even among universities, there existed an abysmal gap between them. The quality of educational resources and the number of copies they controlled directly determined an academy's ceiling and floor. The heritage of prestigious universities was beyond their wildest imagination. Even the most elite students in Jiangcheng University's top-tier program might fall short of ordinary students at Beijing University or Yenzhou University, no matter how hard they tried. Take the recent incident with Lazhou University, a relatively obscure institution. They were soundly defeated, forced to flee in disarray. Were it not for Jiangcheng University's geographical advantage, its location in Jiangcheng, people might mistake it for a diploma mill. A nameless institution, the kind anyone could trample underfoot. Thank goodness. Losers are losers. They don't even grasp the importance of university, rejecting Chen Shoujuan's invitation. Luo Hua, oh Luo Hua. Without help from others, you'll never get ahead in this lifetime. A cold smile flickered across Lu Hai's face as he secretly rejoiced. But the thought that even he hadn't received such treatment instantly wiped the smile from his face. Fortunately, the news hadn't spread fast enough to embarrass him just yet. Even so, his resentment toward Luo Hua never wavered. Lu Hai, get ready. It'll be your turn soon. The teacher's urgent prompt came from behind him, and Lu Hai hurriedly ended the call. Only after the teacher had walked far away did he let out a cold laugh. Defeating Zhao Xie? That's nothing special. A turtle in armor. I didn't know better at first, so I fell for his tricks. Lu Hai sneered dismissively, already mentally dismantling Zhao Xie in his mind. Riding the wave of his mental victory, he fantasized about having defeated Zhao Xie, his arrogance unmatched. Head held high like a triumphant rooster, he strutted toward the exit. The thunderous roar from the crowd outside only amplified his unparalleled sense of triumph. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Luo Hua murmured softly, slowly lifting his head. Several elegant stone-carved characters came into view. A year ago, on the eve of the college entrance exams, he had been expelled from this very place. But today, he wasn't returning to show off. At first, he felt a twinge of discomfort, but as his abilities grew stronger, he gradually let it go. Standing high above and looking down, the once towering giant seemed rather ordinary. If the intel is correct, Luo Hua should be here today. My stuff isn't going to be easy to take. Luo Hua glanced at his communicator, confirming the information was accurate. With his departure from Jiangcheng just 2 days away, time was tight, there was little room for delay. From where he stood at the entrance, the playground was hidden from view, yet the passionate speeches echoed intermittently. Even from a distance, one could easily imagine the smug grins on those faces. With a swift movement, he vanished from his spot. His speed was so blindingly fast that many didn't even register what had happened. Some merely scratched their heads, looking around in confusion. The security guard at the entrance remained glued to his phone, utterly oblivious to someone slipping past him. All he knew was that enjoying the air conditioning on a sweltering summer day felt absolutely blissful. On his phone, videos played one after another. #shocking. After Shadow, another genius emerges in Jiangcheng. What kind of bull marketing account is this? How dare they post such nonsense? The security guard was furious, swiping his finger without even bothering to watch. But the next one was practically the same. #underdogs comeback? F-rank talent clears 4th layer of first transformation. Does nobody even bother to write scripts for their bull anymore? Who do they think they're fooling with these cheap tricks? The security guard stared at the screen, utterly speechless. Though the headlines differed, the accompanying images were the same batch. If this wasn't sensationalism, he'd never believe it. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Marketing accounts were already shameless enough, but today they'd taken it to a whole new level. Usually they'd at least put on a show, but this time they didn't even bother. An F-tier talent barely clearing the first stage is impressive enough clearing the fourth? The school board chairman collapsing is more believable than this. The security guard adjusted his reading glasses and muttered angrily. Realizing his slip, he immediately clamped his mouth shut, scanning the area cautiously. Only after confirming no one had noticed did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Even though the security booth had glass walls, he still feared being overheard. His gaze snapped back to his phone, and his eyes widened abruptly. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and the world seemed to sharpen into focus. He scrolled through the content in disbelief, each photo flashing by, all painfully familiar. Holy? What the hell is this? Isn't that Luo Hua, the kid who got expelled last year? The security guard rubbed his eyes repeatedly, scrutinizing the images over and over. His rough hands rubbed until the skin around his eyes stung. But no matter how he looked, the content remained unchanged. This can't be right, the security guard exclaimed in disbelief. Who else could it be in the picture but Luo Hua? #Yenzhou University promised Luo Hua access to the Yanma Forbidden Zone instance just to recruit him. He knew Yenzhou University. He knew the Yanma Forbidden Zone. And Luo Hua's name and face were all too familiar. But putting all these elements together, it just didn't make sense. The Yanma Forbidden Zone. That's the crown jewel of not just Yenzhou University, but the entire Yenzhou region. The security guard exclaimed repeatedly, his eyes brimming with envy. Suddenly, the communicator on his arm buzzed urgently. Old Wang. Get inside. Something big has happened. The sudden shout startled the security guard, sending a jolt through him. Could it be that his slacking off had been discovered? But the next second, the shout came again. That Luo Hua no idea what's going on is beating up last year's students. Hearing the commotion, old Wang first breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't about him. Yet confusion quickly replaced relief. Wasn't Luo Hua that F-tier talent? How could he possibly be beating someone up? The thought barely formed when the security guard seemed to realize something, his whole body suddenly jerking. Holy? Luo Hua. Reconnecting the dots with the news he'd just seen, he snapped back to reality. On the 4th floor of the dungeon, beating up a kid should be a breeze, right? But what was the catch? That fringe? Isn't that the school board chairman's son? Old Wang shuddered, his body swaying as he strapped on all his gear. He kicked open the door and sprinted toward the school. Stop right there. That's my livelihood. Chapter 27, The Arrogant Luo Hua. The security guard was still fretting over his livelihood, rushing frantically toward the playground. Just moments ago, Luo Hua had strolled to the edge of the playground. The clamor and commotion continued unabated as students whispered and murmured among themselves. On stage, Luo Hua delivered his speech with abandon. Rather than motivating his juniors, it felt more like pure bragging. His words were filled with self-praise and flattery toward Jiangcheng University. Even to the discerning eye, Jiangcheng University was at best a third-rate institution, yet that didn't dampen his boasting. After all, the school's prestige had risen, and by extension, so had his own standing. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and glanced toward the edge of the field. The moment he spotted Luo Hua, a cold, disdainful sneer curled his lips. He adjusted the microphone before him with a light flick of his wrist, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen. Luo Hua raised one arm high, drawing out the last syllable. Only when the chattering crowd below turned their gaze upward did he part his lips and speak slowly. Look who's here. Following the direction of his finger, the figure at the edge instantly captured their attention. Curiosity and confusion spread through them, mingled with deep puzzlement. Could it be a senior from last year's class? Still from Jiancheng University? The same question arose simultaneously in the minds of the gathered students. A year had passed, and Luo Hua was no longer the same person. Apart from those who had occasionally crossed paths with him and could barely recognize him, everyone else looked utterly bewildered. Luo Hua wore a gentle smile, appearing utterly unruffled. Simply standing there, he exuded an aura of refined restraint and profound mystery. Is it just me? How come he seems stronger than Lu Hai? No way. That cocky jerk Yan Yufeng is just Lu Hai's lackey. Who could possibly be stronger than Lu Hai? I recognize him. Isn't that the F-grade talent loser from last term? Listening to the whispers, Lu Hai grew increasingly smug. Such talk of elevating one while belittling another was music to his ears. His face tilted upward slightly, nostrils flaring. With a condescending air, he looked down his nose at Luo Hua. Luo Hua, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School isn't a place for someone like you. The words sent ripples of shock through the crowd. A cacophony of chatter erupted, buzzing like a swarm of flies, creating an especially chaotic din. Luo Hua? It really is Luo Hua. TSK, the school's notorious figure. The first F-grade student in the academy's history, and the only one expelled before the college entrance exams. So what if he got expelled? If I were the principal, I'd be grateful he lasted this long. Exactly. This is the one time I fully support the school administration. But didn't anyone notice how he got in here? A faint voice suddenly interrupted the discussion, causing everyone to pause. Right. How did he even get in? The security guard at the entrance couldn't have let him in without reason. Luo Hua, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get out of second high school. A balding middle-aged man with thick lips barked, his face darkening. Luo Hua glanced at him indifferently, instantly recognizing the man. That middle-aged man was none other than his former homeroom teacher, Ma Changkai. He hadn't forgotten that back then, when it came to expelling him, Ma Changkai had cast the deciding vote in favor. Of course, that wasn't the worst of it. On a daily basis, Ma Changkai had made a habit of picking on him, groveling and sucking up to Lu Hai. Compared to that, casting that vote was merely adding another layer to the reality of the situation. Luo Hua could ignore others. But he wouldn't tolerate Ma Changkai and Lu Hai's mockery. His figure flickered, and in a few leaps, he was already on the stage. His movements were so swift that many couldn't even follow him with their eyes. Where's Luo Hua? That guy's vanished. Look. He's already on the stage. When? Isn't he that F-grade talent, that good for nothing? How can he move so fast? Not only were the students stunned, but even the teachers from second high school turned pale with shock. Even as awakened ones themselves, they couldn't discern how Luo Hua had just ascended the stage. After all, among them were awakened ones nearing level 40. The higher the rank of an awakened one, the harder it became to advance. At level 35, one would be considered an outstanding graduate at many universities. How old was Luo Hua? A mere 19-year-old greenhorn, widely regarded as a complete failure not just at second high but throughout the entire city of Jiancheng. Yet here they were, unable to even track his movements. In that moment, the teachers felt profound humiliation. Their faces flushed alternately pale and crimson, their expressions shifting like shifting clouds. Luo Hua, get down this instant. Ma Changkai barked. His eyebrows bristled as he pointed at Luo Hua with the same stern manner he used to reprimand students. His face darkened, clearly ready to punish him by making him copy lessons at the slightest provocation. Unfortunately, Luo Hua wasn't falling for that. The smile faded from his face as his eyes locked onto Lu Hai. Class monitor Lu, it's time to return my things. He lifted his foot lightly, advancing step by step toward the other. On the stage, Lu Hai was startled by Luo Hua's sudden appearance and slow approach. His smug expression faltered, and his right foot involuntarily took half a step back. By the time he regained his composure, his face flushed crimson. Damn it! How could I be intimidated by a worthless fool? Lu Hai's expression shifted, his heart boiling with rage. Yet before the gathered crowd, he forced himself to feign composure, stubbornly declaring, "Thing? What thing? I have no idea what you're talking about." Lu Hai's eyes darted nervously, instinctively avoiding direct eye contact. Simultaneously, one hand reached for the silk pouch at his waist, a subtle movement so subtle even he didn't register it. It was purely a reflexive action triggered by conditioned reflexes. "Since you refuse to hand it over, I'll have to take it myself." Luo Hua shook his head, palm extended toward his opponent. Though the gesture was ordinary, Lu Hai felt as if facing mortal danger, every hair on his body standing on end. His mind raced like lightning. At this moment, he cared not for consequences or the many eyes watching below the stage. Desperation fueled his courage, his face contorting into a savage grimace. Die! With a low growl, his wrist flipped. A long sword shot toward Luo Hua's armpit at a vicious angle, the attack brutally ruthless. Luo Hua, however, seemed frozen in terror, utterly unable to react. He stood frozen in place, waiting for the blade to pierce him, neither dodging nor flinching. The teachers witnessed this, yet not one spoke to warn him. Even the principal and department head wore smiles on their faces, silently nodding in approval. It seemed they were quite impressed with Luo Hua's approach. But the very next moment, they all froze in shock. Clang! With a crisp sound, the long sword snapped clean in two, its tip flying away. Luo Hua remained standing, fingers still pressed together. The arena fell deathly silent, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding spectacle. But it wasn't over yet. Luo Hua opened his palm and reached straight toward Luo Hua's face. The motion appeared slow, yet arrived in an instant, pressing against his face. Luo Hua! What are you doing? How dare you? Release young Master Lu immediately, or don't even think about escaping from second high. Quickly summon the entire school security team. Chaos erupted below the stage. Shouts of reprimand and threats filled the air. The frantic rush only made Luo Hua sneer inwardly. He observed every shift in their demeanor. If it were him being captured now, they certainly wouldn't be acting this way. Is that so? I'd love to see how you protect him. Chapter 28, Sweeping Through Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Luo Hua's gaze swept indifferently over the crowd below. The teachers wore varied expressions, but the students were surprisingly united. With no stake in the matter, they chose to quietly watch the drama unfold. Who the target was? That was none of their business. The school board chairman's son got beaten up? Holy! That's even more satisfying. Luo Hua, you better let go of me right now, or you're dead meat. Luo Hua yelled at the top of his lungs. Even pinned to the ground, his face contorted, he refused to back down. The hatred in his eyes only intensified. Luo Hua remained utterly unmoved, silently tightening his grip just a little more. The immense pressure sent waves of pain shooting through Luo Hua's skull. Through the haze, he thought he could hear his bones creaking. Faced with the threat of death, fear finally seeped into his heart. He scrambled with hands and feet, straining every muscle to break free from Luo Hua's grip. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, veins bulging on his body, it was all in vain. Luo Hua's hand felt like the five-finger mountain, crushing him into submission. Do something. Quick, do something. What are you waiting for? Luo Hua bellowed urgently, his voice trembling as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Hearing this, the others finally snapped out of their stupor. They discreetly wiped away cold sweat and rushed forward, shouting. Over a dozen level 35 teachers swarmed him, their sheer presence alone overwhelming enough to crush ordinary resistance. They scrambled to be the first, eager to impress Luo Hua. If they could rescue him from Luo Hua's grasp, that would be even better. Who knows? If the school board chairman was pleased, they might just get a promotion and a raise. In the blink of an eye, someone had already charged to their front. A spear swung wildly, a savage grin on the attacker's face as it slammed toward Luo Hua's back. The sharp whistling of the spear cut through the air, its momentum fierce and relentless. Some slower-moving teachers already regretted inwardly, missing such a prime opportunity to prove themselves. But then they thought if they could catch up and land a few blows on Luo Hua, that wouldn't be a bad plan either. No risk involved, yet they could still gain favor. The principal and department heads slapped their thighs repeatedly, regretting their delayed intervention. Had they not been so preoccupied with their status, they could have easily taken him down themselves. Why should these teachers get the chance? Thud. A sudden muffled thud echoed. A figure flew backward like a broken sack. It was none other than the teacher who had charged forward first. The sudden turn of events left everyone too stunned to comprehend what had just happened. A gust of wind whipped past their ears, and before their eyes could register it, a figure vanished from sight. Luo Hua slowly withdrew his hand, his expression barely flinching. With his level 40 mage warrior stats and the innate dual mastery effect of the Night Lord, any casual strike could reach terrifying damage figures. Knocking out a level 35 awakened with a single punch was no challenge at all. Whoosh! A howling gale swept through as a jade-green whirlwind shot forward. Seizing the opening in Luo Hua's defense, it struck toward his face. The attack appeared deceptively simple and unassuming, yet it contained terrifying energy. Unlike Takata's flamboyant, outwardly explosive fireballs, the Wind Mage's whirlwind blade carried a restrained aura, making it highly deceptive. An inexperienced awakened individual, judging solely by appearance, might mistake it for a novice's careless strike and attempt to block it with their bare hands. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Luo Hua. For someone like him, who had spent years navigating the major dungeons, these seemingly tricky attacks were actually full of holes. I may not have Whirlwind Blade, but the warrior class has something similar. Luo Hua's lips curled into a smirk as he faced the crowd, a beginner's wooden sword materializing in his hand. He planted his feet firmly, pinning Luo Hua's hair down with his weight, leaving the opponent no chance to escape. Even Lu Xia and his crew hadn't gone this far before. This revealed just how deep Luo Hua's hatred for the class monitor, Luo Hua, ran. His movements were swift and decisive, completed in an instant. The teacher's gazes swept past Luo Hua and settled on the wooden sword. Mockery! Blatant mockery! The Wind Mage's face twisted into a vicious grimace as he intensified the output of his whirlwind blade. The others closed in swiftly, preparing to take down Luo Hua in one fell swoop. They would make this arrogant fool understand that as a waste of space expelled from the academy, he should at least have the awareness of a failure. Not to wield a wooden sword and look down on the strength of their teachers. Luo Hua couldn't care less about them. To him, they were all cut from the same cloth. When he was expelled a year ago, not a single soul had stood up for him, not even to offer a word of comfort. Not a single soul. They all clapped their hands in delight, relieved that Second High had rid itself of this so-called good-for-nothing. A heavy weight settled in Luo Hua's heart as he flickered his wrist, sweeping his sword forward. Whirlwind slash. With a resounding crash, the opponent's whirlwind blade shattered instantly. A blue arc of energy erupted from the wooden sword, engulfing the crowd. 4,288. 6,069. Boom. 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 A series of damage numbers flashed as the teacher at the forefront collapsed to the ground. With Luo Hua deliberately holding back, he only activated their health protection mechanism, sparing their lives. Whoa! To effortlessly take down a level 38 awakened being single-handedly. The students below the stage collectively sucked in their breath at the sight. What's going on? Didn't they say Luo Hua was a useless? Me? How should I know? But taking out one old geezer with every punch? That's insane. Exactly. The teachers at First High are the real deal. Ours just suck up to Luo High. We've been sick of them forever. Surprisingly, despite Luo Hua having just humiliated Second High, the students seemed utterly indifferent. On the contrary, they felt this action was nothing short of a role model for their generation. It was clear they'd long despised these teachers who only knew how to suck up to power. They felt these individuals were unworthy of the title teacher. But soon, discordant voices began to rise. Oomph. So what? Don't forget Luo Hua is the school board chairman's son. Exactly. He hit someone and thinks he can just walk away? If the teachers can't handle him, someone else will step in. Hearing this defense, everyone understood immediately. It seemed that the earlier words had struck a nerve with Luo Hua's supporters. Otherwise, why would they be so stubbornly defending him? Though their words bordered on groveling, they did serve as a wake-up call for everyone. Exactly. What good is Luo Hua's fighting prowess? Luo Hua's father didn't become a school board member just because of these teachers. He must have other means at his disposal. Meanwhile, on stage, Luo Hua's single strike had frozen the remaining teachers in fear. Glancing at Luo Hua pinned beneath his foot, they hesitated, desiring to intervene yet too afraid to act. The reward was within reach, but stepping forward meant taking a beating. And those medical bills? They're no joke. Useless. All of you are useless. Luo Hua, just you wait. If I can get you expelled, I'll make sure you can't survive in Zhangcheng. Luo Hua was so furious he felt like he might spit blood, but Luo Hua's foot pressed down hard on his back, preventing him from even rolling over. All he could do was pound the floor in impotent rage. Is that so? Zhangcheng isn't ruled by your Lu family. Luo Hua lowered his head and slowly crouched down. His hand shot up, a hint of mockery playing across his face. Smack! The next moment, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Chapter 29, Father's Relic. The loud sound echoed across the stage, leaving everyone stunned. A bright red handprint burned fiercely on Luo Hua's face. It seemed to declare to everyone that this was no illusion. Ah! Luo Hua, you worthless piece of trash! I want you dead! Luo Hua roared. Veins bulged on his neck, and venomous hatred burned in his eyes. If looks could kill, Luo Hua would have already sliced Luo Hua into 1,000 pieces. Alas, that was impossible. All he could do was struggle beneath Luo Hua's foot, his impotent rage erupting in a futile roar. Beyond that, he could do nothing. Holy crap! That slap mark Luo Hua really wasn't messing around. Could you beat up that principal who spends all day groveling? I've had it with him for ages. Holy crap! Bro, don't you want to get into college? Aren't you afraid someone will hear you? The murmurs grew louder while Principal Zhong's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. Up on stage, Luo Hua was being humiliated, and accountability would surely follow afterward. Crash! The principal slammed his fist on the armrest, shattering the chair beneath him. His face darkened as he rose to his feet, his voice deep and commanding. Where are the school security guards? Why haven't they arrived yet? Having witnessed Luo Hua's power, he now understood all too well. His own rank was comparable to the other teachers. He'd risen through the ranks more by smooth-talking his way through situations than anything else. If it came down to a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. He might even be mistaken for a wild monster and beaten senseless, a humiliation that would send his reputation to the grave. As an old fox, he knew exactly what was more important. Young Master Lu. Bear with it a moment. The campus security team is on its way. A barely perceptible curve touched the principal's lips. At the same time, he had to maintain appearances, doing his best to calm Luo Hua's emotions and send him a message. I want to save you, but there's nothing I can do. The only thing left to do was wait for the campus security team to arrive. Sure enough, Luo Hua was still too young. As a pampered young master, he knew nothing of such devious schemes. He was always the center of attention, adored by everyone. Even if someone targeted him, there would be someone specifically assigned to deal with the threat. Had he not been overconfident today and forgotten to bring his bodyguards, he wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. However, upon hearing the principal's words, his emotions did settle somewhat. Hurry! Get someone to take this piece of trash away. Luo Hua, you're finished. You won't get away. Luo Hua roared furiously, showing no sign of the demeanor one would expect from someone who'd been subdued. His tone was arrogant as he barked orders. Seems you still haven't grasped your current predicament. Luo Hua shook his head, finding the man's arrogance amusing. Used to bullying others day in and day out, he truly believed everything should bend to his will. Smack! Smack! Luo Hua crouched slightly, raising his hand to deliver 2 swift slaps. First with his right hand, then his left, a fluid, seamless motion that left Luo Hua reeling, his head buzzing. And this was with Luo Hua deliberately holding back, otherwise, Luo Hua would have been slapped bloody. Alright, it's been a year. Time to give me back what's mine. Luo Hua said slowly. Hearing this, Luo Hua, still reeling from the shock, instinctively clutched the silk pouch at his waist tighter. Yet he stubbornly refused to back down, snapping angrily. Things? What things? Luo Hua, beating me is one thing, but trying to frame me? I'm telling you, this isn't over. Luo Hua's eyes darted nervously, his voice betraying his unease. With so many people watching below the stage, he couldn't admit it, otherwise, everything would be over. Exactly. Luo Hua, don't slander Luo Hua here. What does young Master Lu need from you? Does he even look at you? Typical loser resorting to such pathetic excuses. Wasn't this already investigated a year ago? There was absolutely nothing. Before anyone else could speak, Ma Changkai, the former homeroom teacher, blurted out first. His voice carried a hint of urgency, his breathing rapid. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily darted around the group, gauging their reactions. Seeing they didn't think much of it, he quietly exhaled in relief. Exactly. Luo Hua's excuse is pretty lame. I thought since he beat up Luo Hua, he should be on our side now. I never imagined he'd turn out to be this kind of person. I don't see it that way. After all, 12 years ago, Luo Hua's father was the top awakened in Jiangcheng. Whoa. You mean that blood-soaked warrior? Luo Qingfeng? Put. He said it was 12 years ago. After all this time, if he had anything valuable, he would have pulled it out ages ago. Exactly. Plus, this was investigated a year ago. Teacher Ma never had the jade pendant to begin with. Whispers of discussion rippled through the crowd, with some who knew the inside scoop spilling the beans outright. Learning of Luo Hua's hidden identity, surprise spread across their faces. But soon, skepticism took over. As they said, if there were truly valuable items, how could they not know? If he had hidden treasures on him, he would have drawn deadly trouble long ago. If it had been kept all this time, it surely couldn't be that valuable. Besides, even though Luo Hua represented only a minor branch of the Jiangcheng Lu family, they wouldn't stoop to fighting over such petty gains. Seeing the public opinion swing decisively in his favor, Ma Changkai finally let a faint smile escape his lips. He had to admit he owed thanks to certain people's divine assistance, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how much effort it would take to explain himself. The entire story, from beginning to end, was known only to him and Luo Hua, besides Luo Hua. As long as it remained concealed, it wouldn't affect his career. A year ago, when Luo Hua was expelled from school, Luo Hua and Ma Changkai conspired, ostensibly offering to help Luo Hua overturn the expulsion order in exchange for temporarily holding the jade pendant. They promised to return the jade pendant to Luo Hua once he gained admission to any university. At the time, Luo Hua hadn't thought much about it. He only wanted to get into a good university, level up, and find his parents. Yet reality proved exceptionally cruel. The moment Ma Changkai obtained the jade pendant, he presented it to Luo Hua. The expulsion documents, meanwhile, were delivered to him as scheduled. It was then that Luo Hua realized he had been tricked. Unfortunately, the jade pendant was no longer in Ma Changkai's possession. Without evidence, his confrontation yielded no results. Jiangcheng No. 2 High School was once again a united front. Helpless, he could only swallow his pride, quietly biding his time, waiting for this day. Now, he finally didn't have to endure it anymore. False accusation? Luo Hua suddenly burst into laughter. Do you think this is still a year ago? As he spoke, his expression grew steadily colder. This past year, he hadn't merely been leveling up, he'd also gathered a wealth of information. The news about Luo Hua at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School was one such piece of intelligence. Because today, he wasn't just here to retrieve the jade pendant. The rest of the accomplices wouldn't escape either. Did you think that by not hiding the jade pendant in your backpack, it wouldn't be discovered? Luo Hua suddenly asked. You know what? Stealing the relics of Jiangcheng's martyrs carries serious consequences. The words had barely left his mouth when Luo Hua suddenly froze. A sense of foreboding swiftly spread through his heart. Chapter 30, The Jade Pendant Secured. The belated security guard. Luo Hua's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at Luo Hua with fear in his eyes. The certainty in those words sent panic surging through him. A year ago, Luo Hua was merely an F-rank failure. Without concrete evidence, no one would have dared speak up for him. But now it was different. The strength he had demonstrated was proof enough of his worth. The more confident Luo Hua sounded, the more uneasy he felt inside. Luo Hua, stop this nonsense. You're bringing shame upon Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Suddenly, he heard Ma Qingcai's furious shout. The abrupt noise startled Lu Hai, making him jump. After a moment to compose himself, he snapped back to reality, his nerves settling considerably. That's right. This is Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, our own turf. With his mind settled, Lu Hai no longer felt so flustered. His tone grew much firmer as he spoke, the fear fading from his voice. Even if he couldn't beat Luo Hua, it didn't matter. As long as he remained within his sphere of control, someone would come to his rescue. He just had to hold out until then. By that point, Luo Hua would be at his mercy. Just you wait. When the time comes, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Lu Hai's eyes darkened with menace as he silently vowed to himself. His mind was already spinning with fantasies of how he would punish Luo Hua. What he didn't know was that every move he made had been seen through with crystal clarity. If I'm not mistaken, you're still carrying that thing on you, aren't you? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Hai's face as he stammered in defense. Nonsense. I don't have it on me. Wait. I never took it in the first place. Mid-sentence, Lu Hai realized he'd slipped up. He quickly stopped himself and continued defending. Is that so? But it doesn't matter anymore. Luo Hua smiled, reaching out to grab the silk pouch at Lu Hai's waist. In that instant, Lu Hai panicked completely, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Others might not know, but he was well aware. The jade pendant's effects only activated when worn, so he'd kept it on him at all times. To avoid arousing suspicion, he kept it hidden inside the silk pouch. But he never imagined Luo Hua would catch on. If the jade pendant were truly taken back, he would be branded a thief for certain. Being exposed was one thing, but the matters tied to the jade pendant were far more serious. As Luo Hua's hand crept closer to the silk pouch, Lu Hai's entire body began to shake violently. Fear spread instantly, a chill gripping his mind. What exactly do you want? Lu Hai nearly ground out the words through clenched teeth. His teeth still chattered violently as he spoke. What do I want? When you did that, you should have considered the consequences. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes slightly and yanked the silk pouch off. From the very beginning, he had been observing Lu Hai's every move. He was absolutely certain the jade pendant was hidden inside the silk pouch. There was no other possibility. The moment the pouch was in his hand, he could feel the rough shape of the object inside without even opening it. Instantly, Lu Hai's face turned ashen. Ma Qingcai's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, overcome by a chill that ran through his entire body. Lu Hai had the Lu family to protect him. At worst, he'd get a slap on the wrist. But he was different. As the instigator, he would undoubtedly be pushed forward to take the fall. He dared not contemplate the fate that awaited him. How dare you? Release the student at once. A sudden, thunderous shout erupted across the playground. The security guard, wielding twin axes, coldly ordered the halt. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, making ears ring and eyes blur. Seeing the security guard appear, the teachers' faces lit up with relief, their earlier gloom swept away. It felt like taking a big bite out of an ice-cold watermelon on a sweltering summer day. An indescribable coolness washed over them. Except for Ma Qingcai, whose face had turned ashen. Old Wang. Get him down, the principal urged urgently. If anyone was the most anxious in the scene, it was undoubtedly him. After all, if something went wrong, he would be the first to bear the responsibility. But his smooth-talking nature and cowardice had kept him from taking action from the very beginning. As for the vice principal, he was at best the second person responsible. If the principal met with misfortune, he'd be the happiest of all. After all, he'd been eyeing the principal's position for ages. But now, he couldn't afford to be so blatant. With the security guard's arrival, the charade had to end. Even though he was utterly unwilling deep down, he had no choice but to join in. Old Wang. If you take down Luo Hua, I'll cover your meals for the next 6 months. Compared to the principal's empty promises, his offer carried real weight, sounding far more generous. After all, this was a rare opportunity to make an impression. The teachers, oblivious to the underlying tension, merely nodded in agreement, blindly going along with the flow. All right. Old Wang agreed, then turned to Luo Hua. Kid, let go of that fringe. Without waiting for Luo Hua's response, he gripped his twin axes and charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. His footsteps echoed with dull thuds on the ground. Those standing nearby could faintly feel the earth tremble beneath their feet. The force was immense, like a charging bull. Wang Chuzhou. Level 40, first job advancement. Class, Berserker. Talent Strength Amplification D+. First job Skill Life Amplification D+. HP 8000 8000. Attack 2800. Defense 500. Agility 100. Old Wang, the security guard, had invested all his talents into attribute boosts. Combined with his current combat gear, Thus, his stats appeared even more impressive than those of Chen Shoujuan from Jiangcheng University. Of course, this was merely superficial. If Chen Shoujuan were to equip his gear and utilize his talent skills, he could still easily handle him. But for Luo Hua, it was barely passable. Stat-wise, he was slightly stronger than a leader-level silver armor guard, but still fell short of the evil-eyed ox fiend. If left to fight autonomously with only his skills, he'd stand little chance against the ox demon. After his first-class advancement, however, Chen Shoujuan had gained the mage warrior class and its first-class skills, achieving a qualitative leap in power. Even without any gear, he far surpassed Wang Chuzhou, let alone now that he was free from the constraints of learning mage skills. He could kite him to death with ease. But for those unable to discern his attributes, Wang Chuzhou's intervention made victory almost certain. Old Wang truly lives up to his reputation. A level 40 awakened one is in a league of his own. What a shame. If not for his talent and first-class skill limitations, he wouldn't be stuck like this. Come on, no matter what, he's still leagues above us. I'll be damned if I don't see what Luo Hua has left to defend himself with this time. The teachers stood with arms crossed, sneering coldly, especially those whose health bars had been drained dry. Even with deathly pale complexions, they forced themselves to stand, determined to witness Luo Hua's defeat. As Wang Chuzhou advanced, dual axes raised, Luo Hua suddenly let out a cold snort. I've no time to play games with you lot. His foot shifted off Lu Hai's body and slammed down on the floor. The immense force sent a loud crack echoing through the room as the concrete floor shattered. The force of the stump sent Lu Hai flying upward, momentarily suspended in midair. Luo Hua's gaze turned icy as he swung his leg out to kick him. Boom! The sonic boom echoed, revealing the immense force behind the strike. It landed squarely and precisely on Lu Hai's abdomen. With a thunderous roar, a figure flung backward like a torn sack, hurtling violently toward Ma Changkai. The sudden turn of events caught Wang Chuzhou off guard. He felt the rush of wind past his ears and instinctively followed the dark silhouette with his gaze. The moment he recognized it, his pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 31, The Jade Pendant, Lu Hai's Despair. The swirling dust couldn't obscure everyone's vision. Lu Hai lay limp on the ground like a dead fish. His health bar was nearly depleted, his breath faint and thread-like, as if he might cease breathing at any moment. Quick! Healers, move in! We can't let young Master Lu come to harm. The director shouted urgently, sweat beading on his forehead. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed like a family emergency had struck. But everyone present knew he was merely worried about losing his position. Still, it was an unspoken understanding among them all. The top priority now was saving Lu Hai. If he really kicked the bucket, it would spell big trouble. Not just the director, but they themselves would be held accountable. For a moment, everyone was flustered and fumbling, missing several healing spells. They were jumping up and down in panic, looking nothing like the composed teachers they were supposed to be. Even the principal, high up in the hierarchy, looked as if he'd swallowed a fly, his face darkening to a frightening shade. It wasn't just the teacher's performance, but also the principal's earlier words. That line should have been his, yet someone else had snatched it away. A wave of irritation washed over him. His gaze narrowed slightly as he shot a scrutinizing look at the director. The crucial thing was that even though he felt 1,000 grievances, he couldn't show it openly. On stage, Luo Hua swept his gaze across the room, shaking his head in disappointment. Where was the exemplary conduct expected of educators? All they knew was flattery and scheming. Assaulting someone on campus comes with consequences. Security guard Wang Chuzhou stood firm and suddenly bellowed. One hand raised slightly, pointing directly at Luo Hua. Perhaps his age had taught him the art of restraint. He did not rush forward rashly. Though his expression was stern, he still seemed somewhat willing to reason. That stinking security guard! Stop wasting your breath on him. Just take him down. Lu Hai, who had just been kicked in the chest, finally snapped back to his senses. But seeing the two men's demeanor, he erupted in fury, roaring as if failing to subdue Luo Hua would cost him his life. His air of arrogance made it clear he didn't regard Wang Chuzhou as a normal awakened individual. Perhaps in his eyes, a security guard should know his place even at level 40. But regardless, that was an unchangeable fact. Hearing this, Wang Chuzhou merely gave a resigned glance. Middle age brought its own constraints. He was thoroughly annoyed by Lu Hai's attitude, but what could he do? This was his livelihood. Refuse to comply? Then you'd better quit. Luo Hua. Confess your mistake or I'll arrest you. Wang Chuzhou stepped forward, his aura surging violently. In an instant, his aura reached its peak, radiating an invisible pressure. Damn, he's strong. No wonder he's a level 40 awakened. Who would have thought? The security guard uncle was hiding his strength so well I completely misjudged him. Luo Hua's in for it now. I bet he won't last more than a few rounds before he's defeated. Watching Wang Chuzhou advance step by step toward Luo Hua, waves of energy rippled out relentlessly. The terrifying aura pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Seeing this, the crowd began to chant gloomily for Luo Hua. Little did they know, facing Wang Chuzhou, Luo Hua felt not a shred of pressure. His gaze was indifferent, glancing right past his opponent and landing on Lu Hai behind him. Admit fault? I truly don't understand where you get these twisted notions. So everything should just run according to your way of thinking? Luo Hua slowly raised his right hand, the silk pouch held firmly in his grasp. As his arm moved, all eyes followed suit. Could it be that inside? A collective chill ran through the crowd as an unthinkable realization dawned simultaneously. The students exchanged glances, their eyes meeting as if they had read each other's thoughts. Stop! Lu Hai's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted urgently. Ignoring his weakened body, he stumbled forward. After only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, he had completely forgotten the pain, desperately reaching out as if trying to grasp something. Ma Chenkai trembled violently, fear spreading through his heart. He shook his head frantically, yet no sound came out. Their reactions only reinforced the crowd's suspicions. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, Luo Hua slowly drew a jade pendant from the silk pouch. A luminous white glow emanated from it, captivating all who saw it at a single glance. It's real. Exactly like the photo from a year ago. Does that mean Lu Hai is a thief? TSK, rich families really are something else. This is probably just borrowing it for now. The student's sarcastic remarks left Lu Hai's face ashen. He slumped on the floor, eyes vacant, muttering to himself. It's over. This time, it's completely over. His entire being seemed drained of spirit, his eyes void of anxiety as he stared blankly at the sky. He repeated the same words over and over, as if resigned to his fate. He knew exactly what consequences awaited him once this was exposed. Appropriating the relics of the Jiangcheng Guardian could, depending on the severity, warrant immediate execution. Moreover, the decision would rest entirely on the other party's will. Clearly, since Luo Hua had lain dormant for a year before returning, he would not let this matter rest. At this moment, he could no longer hear what was being said around him. Even as Luo Hua confronted him, he remained utterly oblivious. Lu Hai, you still claim you didn't take it? What more can you say now? Luo Hua clenched the jade pendant tightly in his hand, his voice cold. After a year, he had finally reclaimed his most precious possession. Though not a magical artifact, it held profound significance to Luo Hua. Radiant Jade Pendant. Quality? Radiance Absorption, defeating monsters grants plus 20% EXP effective only below level 20. Effect 2, unlocked. Experience boosting items, while somewhat difficult to obtain, weren't exactly scarce. Yet for Lu Hai, a distant relative of the Lu family, they held immense appeal. With these items, Lu Hai could level up faster and stand out among his peers. But now that his scheme had been exposed, no one in the Lu family would protect him over this. In merchant families, the most extravagant luxury is familial affection. Just as Lu Hai felt utterly defeated, unsure how to counter Luo Hua's accusations, a voice as sweet as heavenly music suddenly reached his ears. Who knows if you just slipped it in there yourself? Wang Chuzhou held his axe, frowning in suspicion. He believed himself to be on the side of justice, ready to reassess the situation from the beginning. Little did he know that his very words would shatter everything. Everyone raised their eyebrows and glanced sideways, exchanging unspoken glances. Clearly, some among them agreed with the security guard's theory. In a world where everyone carried backpacks, as long as one was discreet enough and skilled enough, framing someone was entirely possible. Among them, Lu Hai and Ma Yukai were the most animated. Right. He put it there. Exactly. Who'd have thought Luo Hua could be so ruthless? To get revenge for being expelled, he'd go this far. Kicking him out back then was absolutely the right call. Otherwise, he'd still be a menace on campus. The two of them took turns speaking, seizing the momentum of public opinion and performing a double act. Twisting truth into lies, turning black into white, this was their specialty. Their words flowed effortlessly, as if plucked from thin air. Believing they had extricated themselves from the predicament, the pair wore smug expressions. They lifted their heads, sneering at Luo Hua. Chapter 32, Beating Up Lu Hai. Hearing Lu Hai's words, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Indeed, as the two had suggested, perhaps it was all just a self-staged performance. Who could say for certain? Now that the pouch was in Luo Hua's hands, it was impossible to determine what had truly transpired. Not only that. Even if the story were true, as long as Lu Hai refused to admit it, they were powerless. The whole affair seemed to lose its appeal once more. At this thought, their enthusiasm waned considerably. But the next moment, Luo Hua completely defied expectations. Why should I prove anything to you? With that, his signature smile returned to his face. Yet to Lu Hai and the others, that smile now appeared eerily sinister. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, a single glance sent a chill running down their spines. Luo Hua, what are you doing? Wang Chuzhou stepped forward, positioning himself between them to block Luo Hua's line of sight. This was his duty as a security guard, a responsibility he could not neglect at this critical moment. Otherwise, even if he escaped punishment this time, no other place would hire him in the future. In this line of work, reputation was paramount. Think you can stop me? Luo Hua suddenly smiled. The laughter made Wang Chuzhou pause, a flicker of panic crossing his face. The next moment, Luo Hua vanished from where he stood. To be precise, he hadn't vanished, he'd merely moved so swiftly that his movement was barely perceptible to the naked eye. Even Wang Chuzhou, a fellow level 40 player, could only barely catch a glimpse of a dark shadow flickering past. By the time he spun around in panic, Luo Hua had already materialized behind him. Holding both hands out flat, he gripped one person's throat and lifted them up. "Help, cough cough." Lu Hai's face flushed crimson. He tried to cry out for help, but no sound came out. He felt the air growing scarce at his nostrils, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as if he might suffocate at any moment. Ma Changkai looked even more wretched. Already teetering on the brink of death, he'd barely been given a chance to pull back from the edge. Now, with just a casual squeeze, he felt half his life slip away. His face turned crimson and dark, veins bulging on his neck and temples as his hands clenched tightly around Luo Hua's forearm. As if only by doing so could he snatch a moment's respite to breathe. Yet it was all in vain. The air in his brain grew increasingly thin, and the whites of his eyes began to roll upward. "Stop!" Wang Chuzhou's heart raced with panic, no longer able to hold back. Gripping his twin axes tightly, he swung them in a sweeping motion toward Luo Hua. Clang! The axe blades flashed, carrying an unstoppable force, seemingly about to strike Luo Hua. In that instant, the crowd's expressions shifted wildly. Students instinctively covered their faces, unwilling to witness the bloody spectacle. The principals, however, wore cold smiles, their hearts filled with satisfaction. To them, it seemed as though what stood before them was not a living being, but mere livestock to be disposed of at will. Yet they had underestimated Luo Hua's strength. He stepped forward slowly, strolling through the courtyard with no trace of urgency. Yet, the axe blade grazed his clothing as it swung past. Had countless eyes not been fixed upon the scene, they might have thought their eyes were deceiving them. How is this possible? Wang Chuzhou's heart lurched in shock, his arm trembling so violently he nearly dropped the axe. In his memory, though his encounters with Luo Hua had been few, he had heard rumors about F-grade talent. Even after seeing the news reports, he hadn't felt particularly moved. After all, in this world, fake news was far too common. Sensationalist headlines, shamelessly chasing clicks. News? It was best to take it with a grain of salt. To truly believe it would probably make you a laughingstock for life. But given the current situation, he couldn't help but overthink it. Could it be the information in the news is actually true? Wang Chuzhou's mind was filled with disbelief. His gaze toward Luo Hua held a hint of admiration. After all, anyone capable of clearing the fourth layer of the first transformation dungeon couldn't be ordinary. With this new suspicion, Wang Chuzhou's voice grew solemn. "Luo Hua, I admit I underestimated you. If you let them go, I can personally order your release. You can't kill them, you lack direct evidence." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Luo Hua's eyes. His sincere gaze held not a trace of deception. "Why would I need evidence?" Luo Hua gave a hollow laugh. Regardless of the outcome, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to kill someone openly. Such matters, of course, had to be handled behind closed doors. But now that they were caught, how could he let them off without a little punishment? Thud! No sooner had he spoken than he slammed both men to the ground. The dull thud sent a chill through the hearts of some timid students. Seeing this, Wang Chuzhou was about to rush forward. But before he could make a move, he met Luo Hua's gaze head-on. In that instant, it felt as though an endless abyss was closing in on him. In that instant, his entire body felt as though it had been plunged into an ice cellar, cold enough to make him shiver uncontrollably. What was happening? What kind of eyes were those? When he regained his senses, a flash of terror flickered in Wang Chuzhou's eyes. He had lived a long life, what hadn't he seen? Yet, when he met that gaze, he seemed to see the power of destruction brewing. Savagery. Unnerving. The reason told him Luo Hua was merely human, just an awakened being who had barely passed the first-tier dungeon. No matter how powerful he might be, it was impossible for a mere glance to intimidate him. Yet deep within, he held an unshakable conviction that what he had witnessed moments ago was no illusion. For a moment, he dared not approach, letting Luo Hua beat up Lu Hai and the others. Little did he know, his instincts were spot on. All of this had been deliberately shown to him by Luo Hua. Just moments ago, through the spirit of protection's possession effect, Luo Hua had directly established a connection with the evil-eyed ox demon. In that instant, in a sense, what he saw was the ox demon's eyes. Bang! 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 Enjoy stealing my stuff, huh? Today, I'll make good on what I said a year ago. The sound of fists meeting flesh, coupled with Luo Hua's accusatory words, sent a chill down everyone's spine, making their teeth chatter. Even from a distance, they could almost feel Luo Hua's resentment. Who knew how long he'd been bottling it up all this time? With each punch landing, Lu Hai's vitality visibly weakened. Not a single teacher who had been fawning moments ago dared to cast healing spells now. They feared that if Luo Hua lost his temper, he might beat them all senseless too. Even someone as formidable as Wang Chuzhou stood frozen in place, unable to act. And these others? Merely a bunch of teachers with nothing but their ranks to boast of. They'd never witnessed anything like this before. They could only turn their heads slightly away, pretending not to see. Beyond that, they seemed utterly helpless. Stop hitting him! Luo Hua! Stop hitting him. Please spare us. It's all Ma Qingsai's fault. Everything is Ma Qingsai's fault. Just hit him, don't hit me. Young Master Lu, you can't just abandon me like this. It was you who told me to do. Bull. I'm a Lu family man, would I stoop to stealing such trifles? Compared to Luo Hua's intimidation, they preferred to blame their own kind. In a few short sentences, Lu Hai had already sold out their homeroom teacher, Ma Chengkai. Yet Ma Chengkai dared only silently fight for his own survival, never daring to take his anger out on Lu Hai. To Luo Hua, their behavior was utterly laughable. A year ago, when they set their sights on his father's belongings, they should have considered the consequences. As long as he had sufficient evidence, even if he beat them to death right here, no one would intervene. Such was the attitude of Jiangqing's people toward protecting their fallen guardians. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from the distance. Stop! I said stop! Do you hear me? Accompanying the sound, a surge of energy mixed with a fierce wind shot straight toward Luo Hua. Chapter 33, After the small comes the big. An invisible energy fist hurtled straight for Luo Hua's face. Faced with this sudden attack, his expression showed not a trace of panic, but rather a calm composure. It seemed as though he had anticipated the events unfolding before him. Exploding fireball. Luo Hua raised his hand and summoned a spherical fireball, which slammed into the fist imprint. The distance of over 10 meters closed in an instant. Boom! The collision of the two energies erupted in a deafening roar. The energy shockwaves raged, their scorching heat burning the skin. What terrifying power! Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Wang Chuzhou raised his hand to block the heat wave, inwardly startled. The sheer force of the collision alone was nearly overwhelming. At the same time, he wondered who could unleash such a deadly strike from the very first move. Looking in the direction of the attack, several figures immediately came into view. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing a round hat. The angle of his eyebrows bore a striking resemblance to Lu Hai's, though his face carried an added edge of ruthlessness. Behind him, one of the bodyguards in suits and sunglasses held a fist leveled forward, smoke swirling around it. Clearly, the earlier attack had been his doing. Spotting the arrivals, Luo Hua slowly rose to his feet and turned to face them. Lu Chenfeng, what do you think you're doing? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, addressing him by name. His tone carried a hint of accusation. Hearing the voice, Lu Haifeng's eyes regained some sparkle. His face, now barely recognizable, was streaked with tears that flowed uncontrollably. Dad, save me! Dad! His voice trembled with sobs as his entire body shook uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Chenfeng, he clung to him like a lifeline, crawling desperately toward him. He knew clearly that at this moment, the only one who could save him was his own father. Jiangcheng No. 2 High School? The level 40 school guard squad? All bull. In the critical moment, not a single one could be relied upon. Useless. All of you are useless. Lu Hai's mind twisted with bitterness as he cursed inwardly. His gaze swept over the others, filled with venomous hatred. And Luo Hua, that bastard, has to die. No one can save him this time. Lu Hai thought, wishing he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. But when he lifted his gaze, his eyes locked with Luo Hua's face, which was twisted in utter mockery. Looking down on him, his eyes held a mocking glint. Young Master Lu, what exactly are you trying to do? Luo Hua sneered, stomping him back down with another kick. Witnessing this, Lu Chenfeng was overcome with fury. How dare you! A sudden, thunderous roar erupted as his hood and staff materialized, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the field. A fierce wind howled, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. It surged like a tidal wave, crushing down with suffocating force. The mage's cloak billowed wildly, its sleeves flapping in the gale. Luo Hua, release Lu Hai now, and I might spare you some dignity. Lu Chenfeng's voice was slightly hoarse, his jaw clenched so tightly it was visible. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if he might explode at any moment. As he spoke, his aura unfolded before everyone without restraint. Lu Chenfeng. Level 47 First Job Advancement. Class, Wood Mage. Talent Vigorous Vitality B. First Job Skill Vine Fortitude C+. HP 9200 9200. Magic Power 3500. Defense 1200. Agility 190. Though both skills and talents were combat-oriented, their attributes far surpassed Wang Chuzhou's by a significant margin. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. The opponent's stats were the most formidable across all categories among the awakened he had encountered thus far. Of course, if Chen Shoujuan activated his combat state, that might change. However, if this was all the opponent had to offer, it might prove rather underwhelming. Even without equipping gear or activating Guardian Spirit, it seemed unlikely to make much difference. But the others certainly didn't share his view. Luo Hua, you dare insult me? This time you're dead. No one can save you. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. His voice carried without restraint, reaching Luo Hua's ears directly. Ah! What a pity. Though Luo Hua's strength is barely adequate, this time he's up against Lu Chenfeng. Level 47? What does he think he's fighting with? His head? In my opinion, even if what he said is true, he shouldn't have acted so impulsively. After all, this is Luo family territory, and he doesn't have concrete evidence. The crowd murmured with regret, as if they'd already seen the story's conclusion. They all agreed Luo Hua had acted rashly. He couldn't pin the theft of Luo Qingfeng's relics on Lu Hai, yet he acted so rashly without considering the consequences. This time, he truly stirred up a major mess. Yet Luo Hua seemed oblivious to the murmurs, continuing to speak to himself. Poof. Only officials are allowed to set fires, but commoners aren't even permitted to light lamps? I don't believe you didn't know about the dirty deeds Lu Hai committed. Do you really think such a fool would think to hide the item in a silk pouch? He made it clear, given Lu Hai's dull wits, there was no way he could have figured out how to handle the glowing jade pendant. There was only one explanation: someone must have advised him. As for whether it was Ma Changkai, Luo Hua found it highly unlikely. After all, from the very beginning to the end, even when he seized the silk pouch, Ma Changkai had seemed completely clueless. If it wasn't him, then it could only be Lu Chenfeng. I don't know what you're talking about, but I advise you not to make baseless accusations here. Let go of Lu Hai, and I'll let bygones be bygones. I can even arrange a spot for you at Jiangcheng University. Whether struck at his weak spot or not, Lu Chenfeng looked slightly uneasy. Or perhaps he feared pushing Luo Hua too far, risking her spilling everything. His previously aggressive stance softened noticeably, and surprisingly, he stepped aside. Jiangcheng University, it was the dream school of countless students from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. For these ordinary students who couldn't afford elite institutions, any university was an irresistible opportunity. And this was Jiangcheng's finest university. Clap. 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 Slow, measured applause began to rise. The sound reached Lu Chenfeng's ears, yet it was unbearably jarring. Luo Hua clapped lightly, a sneer playing on his lips. Chairman Lu, what a wonderful idea. Pity it's only Jiangcheng University. I wouldn't attend even if invited. Luo Hua shook his head slowly as he spoke. Whoosh. The room erupted in an uproar, with teachers' faces breaking into mocking expressions. What did he say? He wouldn't even come if invited? What utter arrogance. Who does he think he is? Some kind of shadow? And the academy even came specially to recruit him. He turns down Jiangcheng University? Just as expected of a worthless F-grade talent. Even with all that raw power, his horizons will never broaden. The crowd's faces were etched with scorn, their gazes toward Luo Hua brimming with contempt. Little did they know, every word he spoke was nothing but the truth. Lu Chenfeng raised an eyebrow at the words. To him, Luo Hua's behavior was the classic move of someone preparing to make an outrageous demand. He'd seen plenty of such characters in the business world. Seeing this, his eyes narrowed slightly. I advise you to know your place. Otherwise. Lu Chenfeng's voice was cold, dripping with menace. Before he could finish, a voice abruptly cut in. Otherwise what? The insignificant Lu family dares to compete with Yenzhou University for talent? Chapter 34, Wu Juanjia of Yenzhou University. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned in surprise. A middle-aged man with bronze-toned skin and a buzz cut appeared, his body bulging with muscles like coiled dragons. His expression was stern as he slowly approached them. His eyes flashed with intensity, radiating an intimidating aura. Each step he took resembled that of a hunting tiger, generating an invisible pressure that made one dare not underestimate him. Following behind him was a large, rotund man, his signature paunch protruding prominently. As he walked, his belly swayed back and forth like a water balloon. The man was none other than Zhang Fengming from Jiangcheng University. The pair's arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Aren't those the admissions officers from Yenzhou University? Why are they at our No. 2 high school? What were they just talking about? The Lu family competing with them for students? Who are they competing for? It can't be Luo Hua. Even though he's strong, it doesn't change the fact that he's an F-tier talent. The students buzzed with speculation, their remarks laced with subtle disparagement toward Luo Hua. Whether driven by jealousy or a subconscious belief that it was unrealistic, they all speculated in other directions. Yenzhou University was a first-rate institution. While it couldn't match the prestige of top-tier institutions like Capital University, it certainly wasn't a place Jiangcheng University could casually mock. In fact, the very name had them doubting their own ears for a moment. The Lu family wants to compete with Yenzhou University for talent? What did that mean? Why did it sound so strange? Could that person possibly be Luo Hua? But then again, just moments ago, Lu Chenfeng had casually mentioned it, suggesting Luo Hua attend Jiangcheng University. Beyond that, there seemed to be nothing else. The students exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes darting between Luo Hua and Zhang Fengming from Yenzhou University. Did you two mishear? I never said anything like that. Lu Chenfeng frowned, his voice firm. His gaze toward Zhang Fengming and the other carried an added note of apprehension. Especially from that muscle-bound man, whose aura felt like molten copper, emanating an unprecedented pressure. He feared that one wrong word might provoke an immediate attack. Hearing this, the middle-aged man remained silent, merely shifting his gaze toward Zhang Fengming. Damn it! Why are you looking at me? Old Gua, ask yourself honestly, have I ever lied to you? Feeling the probing gaze, Jiang Fengming instantly grew flustered. Like a fat cat whose tail had been stepped on, he instantly bristled with indignation. Seeing this, Wei Juanjia merely nodded slightly. His face showed no trace of emotion, revealing nothing. Then his lips parted slightly. The whole academy knows you love to deceive people. Wei Juanjia declared in a deep, resonant voice. Strangely, though it sounded rather simple-minded, it gave off an impression of clear logic. If anyone was naive enough to judge him by appearances, Wei Juanjia's fists would surely bring them back to reality. His blunt remark left Jiang Fengming speechless. His mind raced, searching for a defense. Just as Jiang Fengming was scratching his head in frustration, Wei Juanjia spoke again the next second. But when it comes to admissions, you've never pulled the wool over my eyes. So, is this guy really as you describe? As he finished, Wei Juanjia's gaze fell upon Luo Hua. In an instant, everyone else caught on. It turned out their initial suspicions had been correct all along, they just hadn't been willing to believe it. How could that be? Has Yenzhou University lost its mind? I don't get it. What's so special about an F-tier talent worth fighting over? If someone would just help me level up, I'd be stronger than him in no time. You're dreaming. With the experience penalty system, even a top-tier family would struggle to get you to level 30. He's just some lucky bastard. Don't tell me Yenzhou University actually wants to recruit him. My guess is Yenzhou University made a mistake. It's probably just a case of mistaken identity. Speculation erupted in an instant. Some would rather believe it was a mistake than accept that person was Luo Hua. They wanted to sympathize with the underdog, yet refused to see him rise. Teachers, you must have the wrong person. Luo Hua's talent is only F grade. Even if he used props temporarily. Seeing them approach Luo Hua, Lu Hai was the first to panic. He urgently addressed Jiang Fengming and the other, glancing nervously at Luo Hua to prevent any sudden moves. His voice trailed off toward the end, his expression hesitant and reluctant to speak further. To the uninitiated, one might mistake Lu Hai for a noble soul. But everyone knew the truth, this wasn't genuine concern, just his one-sided version of events. His voice grew quiet not because he feared repercussions, but because he deliberately left room for them to speculate. But clearly, he had no idea that Luo Hua and Jiang Fengming had already met and reached an agreement. Snap. Ah. The words had barely left his mouth when the sharp crack of a slap pierced the air. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. A handprint now stamped across Lu Hai's face, swollen like a pig's head. The pain made him roll around on the ground, unable to stop for a long time. Everyone was stunned, even Lu Chunfeng. For this blow hadn't come from Luo Hua, but from Wei Juanjia, whom they'd only just met. Whining like a woman. It's annoying to watch. He flicked his wrist dismissively, his voice flat and cold. His gaze locked with Lu Chunfeng's, and he shot him a fierce glare. What? Got a problem with that? Not at all, not at all. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Chunfeng waved his hands frantically, not daring to meet the glare head-on. Unlike his brazen attitude toward Luo Hua, when locked in a stare with Wei Juanjia, he could only swallow his pride silently. His son getting beaten up was nothing to make a fuss about. Though he couldn't see the others' rank, their aura alone made it clear they were no ordinary opponent. And with the backing of Yenzhou University, this was no one they could afford to provoke. Luo Hua, we meet again. Jiang Fengming ignored the others, grinning as he spoke. Scratching the back of his head, he looked slightly embarrassed. Nice to see you again, Teacher Jiang. Luo Hua gave a slight nod, choosing not to pry further. Still, he reasoned that since Jiang Fengming had sought him out, there must be other matters at hand. The two exchanged greetings like old acquaintances, a scene that undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the crowd. All speculation crumbled to dust in that instant. What? They're actually here for Luo Hua? Why? He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. Oomph. Even if he has connections, does that guarantee he'll get into Yenzhou University? Exactly. Admission requires exams, and freshman enrollment hasn't even started yet. As they spoke, a palpable sourness filled the air. Despite this, they remained convinced that connections alone wouldn't guarantee Luo Hua a spot at Yenzhou University. Until the next moment, Jiang Fengming's words landed like a resounding slap across their faces. There's been a development at the university. You might have to leave with us tomorrow. As Jiang Fengming spoke, his smile faded. Visibly, a look of worry quickly spread across his face. At that moment, Wei Juanjia chimed in. Whatever trouble it is, I can handle it for you, but we can't afford to delay any longer. As he spoke, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward Lu Chunfeng. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes, the implication clear. Chapter 35, Lu Chunfeng backed down. That someone would dare threaten Lu Chunfeng on Lu family territory. If an outsider heard it, they'd likely think the person was insane. But when it came to Wei Juanjia, it was a different story. No one would doubt that a teacher from the combat department at Yenzhou University had the authority to speak such words. Even Lu Chunfeng himself dared not refute it. Of course, this didn't mean he couldn't stand up to any student. Rather, the current situation demanded extreme caution. The fact that a combat department instructor personally attended the student's admission process spoke volumes about his standing and status far beyond that of ordinary freshmen. In a sense, it reflected the school's recognition of his abilities. The only thing he couldn't fathom was what qualifications or merits a mere Luo Hua possessed to achieve this level of recognition. You two are joking. How could I dare to block a student from your esteemed institution? Lu Chunfeng replied with a forced smile, his fists clenching involuntarily as he spoke. Perhaps due to the other party's formidable strength, the tension remained unseen. Get lost. Luo Hua lifted his right foot slightly, releasing Lu Hai. After all, Zhang Fengming and the others had arrived. This was no longer a personal matter. One must exercise discretion in actions. For those who genuinely care about him, he couldn't at least cause them embarrassment. But that didn't mean he'd let Lu Hai and Ma Chengkai off the hook. For a year, grinding through endless leveling and dungeon runs day and night had nearly made him sick. What was it all for? To gain the strength to investigate the events of that year, to reclaim the Jade Pendant, and to severely punish those two who had colluded in their misdeeds. After a year of swallowing his anger, how could he possibly let them off the hook? Making them suffer more physical torment was the only way to make it right. They only set out at dawn, which means there's still one more night. Luo Hua thought to himself, his gaze toward Lu Hai filled with pity. It wasn't genuine pity, but rather a sense of foreboding for the grim fate awaiting him. Lu Hai, relieved to have escaped, glared at Luo Hua with eyes burning with hatred and murderous intent. Damn you, Luo Hua. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for crossing me. Lu Hai's eyes burned with viciousness as he swore silently to himself. He dared not take his anger out on Zhang Fengming and the others, so he could only pin all the blame on Luo Hua. He could only scheme in secret, plotting how to reclaim every shred of lost dignity. Little did he know that none of those present were ordinary people. His expression and every subtle twitch on his face were clearly noticed. Gui Juanjia, in particular, flashed a look of disgust, filled with utter contempt for Lu Hai. Yet Lu Hai naively believed he had concealed his true feelings perfectly. Still making a fool of yourself here? Get the hell out of here. Seeing this, Lu Chunfeng felt his anger welling up. He snorted coldly and barked the order. Hearing this, Lu Hai dared not say another word. He could only glare fiercely at Luo Hua before fleeing in disarray, his face flushed crimson. Watching his son leave, Lu Chunfeng bowed his hands in a gesture of respect. Well, gentlemen, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. After speaking, he turned and gave Luo Hua one last lingering look. His lips parted slightly as he spoke slowly. Young friend Luo Hua, truly a prodigy in his youth. Lu Chunfeng wore a forced smile, his tone utterly flat, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. It was clear, however, that he held no favorable impression of Luo Hua at that moment. After all, Lu Hai had just been beaten up. He had wanted to stand up for him but had been stopped by Zhang Fengming. Based on how others knew him, he would likely harbor resentment in secret before seeking revenge at the first opportunity. But right now, that seemed rather unrealistic. Setting aside the presence of Zhang Fengming and Gui Juanjia, Luo Hua only had one day left in Jiangcheng. There simply wasn't an opportunity. Unfortunately, Luo Hua was no fool. He could easily read Lu Chunfeng's mind. He merely waved his hand dismissively, his expression unconcerned. No big deal. Dealing with a bunch of deadbeats? Doesn't even take effort. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly as he retorted bluntly. They say you don't hit a smiling face, but when the other party thrusts their face forward, it'd be impolite not to strike. With bad blood already between them, he didn't mind deepening the rift. Life wasn't about pleasing others. If something felt good, why not do it? Besides, Lu Chunfeng hadn't actually realized his mistake. He'd just chickened out when he saw the tide turning. Luo Hua's blunt mockery made the teachers' faces turn from pale to crimson. Fists clenched until they cracked. They wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. So many of them, their lips twitching, yet not a single word escaped their mouths. The truth was plain for all to see, witnessed by countless students. Further arguments would only be hollow excuses. Lu Chunfeng, provoked to the point of fury, nearly choked on his own anger. Fine. Very well. I hope you enjoy your time at Yenzhou University. He ground out through clenched teeth, the veins in his jaw bulging visibly. Even from a distance, the icy chill in his voice was palpable. His cold, piercing gaze seemed poised to devour Luo Hua at any moment. Then I won't trouble you further. Luo Hua replied calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oomph. Lu Chunfeng abruptly flung his hand away and turned to walk off. And so, what had begun as a graduation ceremony for the previous class ended in such an unpleasant manner. The principal and department head felt as if they'd swallowed something unpleasant, stuck in their throats. From start to finish, they hadn't managed to exchange a single word with board member Lu Chunfeng. If things had gone smoothly, it might have been forgiven. But knowing how petty the other was, their faces darkened to a gloomy shade. To put it mildly, a stern reprimand afterward was inevitable. Salary deductions and demotions would be the least of their worries. But now, with Yenzhou University's people right here, they couldn't possibly make trouble for Luo Hua. If they were in such a predicament, Wang Chuzhou, merely a security guard, was even worse off. He stood scratching his head in confusion, utterly lost as to what to do next. Everyone wore different expressions, but the students remained as excited as ever, eager to watch the drama unfold. At the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, inside a luxury sedan. Ouch! That hurts like hell. Damn Luo Hua. I want him dead. Lu Hai clutched his swollen cheek, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The memory of his earlier humiliation sent a burning rage surging through his chest, making his breath come in ragged gasps. Smack! Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed across his face, stunning him momentarily. He clutched his face, looking utterly stunned. Look at what you've done. Couldn't you have checked the other guy's background before taking action? How could I have raised a son like you? Lu Qinfeng's face was twisted with fury, his eyes narrowed in rage, and his finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Lu Hai. A torrent of reproaches poured forth, leaving Lu Hai utterly speechless as he bowed his head lower and lower. After a long moment, sensing the tirade had ceased, Lu Hai timidly asked, Dad, what about Luo Hua? Just a clown. I may not be able to touch Yanzhou University, but do you think I can handle him? Don't forget this is Jiangcheng. Lu Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead with a dangerous gleam. Chapter 36, Lead-Filled Dice, The Clown's Assistant. Night descended upon Jiangcheng, a cool breeze carrying a hint of chill. June skies were like a woman's face, capricious and ever-changing. Moments ago, the moon hung wan and sparse stars twinkled faintly. Now, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and rain threatened to pour. In the empty room, two figures stood facing each other. One wore a formal tailcoat, top hat, and white gloves, appearing immaculately neat and proper. Except for the blue patterns of light on his face, he appeared no different from any ordinary man. Hey! Good evening, my master. Oh, no! Outside, you must address me as boss. Good evening, my boss. The magician's hand uttered the comical words, one hand resting on his chest as he bowed slightly. His elegant movements were completely at odds with his chatty mouth. Enough with the nonsense. As you wish, boss. Hearing Luo Hua's reprimand, the magic hand immediately dropped its playful demeanor. Its body slowly straightened, assuming a posture of readiness for further instructions. Can you pinpoint the locations of Lu Hai and Lu Qinfeng? Luo Hua inquired. His gaze toward magic hand held a hint of scrutiny. Of course, no problem at all. The magician's hand flashed a confident smile before his expression turned serious. His eyes slowly closed. His hands rose, and a short staff suddenly appeared, hovering between his palms. In the next instant, his eyes snapped open, flickering with eerie ripples. Dark golden patterns radiated outward in concentric circles from the center of his pupils. Endlessly repeating, unceasingly flowing. Magic hand activates skill, lead-filled dice, destiny. Lead-filled dice. Roll one die to gain corresponding abilities based on the number rolled. Up to 3 dice may exist simultaneously. Your current quality is King Tier, granting a 10x multiplier to certain effects. Final effect displayed. Rarity S. Fate 1, locate targets within at least 41 kilometers, level 1000 meters, with a maximum of 3 simultaneous locks. Fortune 2, doubles drop rates for the next 10 minutes and increases the likelihood of obtaining high-quality items. Teleport 3, teleport within 20.5 level 500 kilometers. Greater distance consumes more energy. Inheritance 4, after obtaining permission, copies a target's designated skill for 10 minutes. Afterimage 5, generates an untargetable afterimage with health and agility, persisting for 10 minutes. Colossus 6, for the next 10 minutes, enter an uncontrollable, unblinkable state with 50% damage reduction. Cooldown, 1 day 3-3. Magician's Hand additional effect, the Magician's Hand always rolls the desired number. 1 skill, 6 randomly different effects. Plus a special trait for the Magic Hand, turning randomness into deliberate choice. Bar Street, another. The Magic Hand murmured, as if in an unconscious whisper. After a moment, the dark gold in its eyes slowly faded, returning to its original hue. The fate effect of the lead-filled dice activated, and everything seemed utterly exposed to its gaze. Found it. A calm voice rang out, and a confident smile spread across the Magic Hand's face. Finding a single person in a vast crowd was as easy as drinking a bowl of water for it. Without waiting for Luo Hua's command, it gripped its staff and tapped it lightly against the air before it. The motion was elegant and precise, like a conductor in a choir. Mirror world. The moment the words left its lips, a significant chunk of the health bar above its head vanished into thin air. Then, a mirror slowly materialized before him. The blurred surface reflected the indistinct figure of the Magic Hand. The next moment, the figure in the mirror actually lifted its foot and walked toward him. Upon touching the mirror, it bizarrely solidified into physical form, its appearance completely transformed. Brightly colored pants paired with high-heeled shoes stepped out of the mirror first. Immediately after, a figure with a clownish face appeared in the room. Gak gak gak. Good day, boss. The clown assistant grinned widely, brushing past the magician's hand and bowing respectfully to Luo Hua. Yet that laughter sounded eerie no matter how you heard it. His entire outfit clashed horribly, looking rather comical, with his signature red mouth and round nose adorning his face. Standing beside the elegant and poised magician, it created a stark contrast. The only similarity was that, beyond his clothing and makeup, his entire body was also composed of black mist and blue patterns. The next moment, the clown assistant let out a shrill cackle at the magician's hand. Aha! Now you're down to half health, just like me. This is my chance to turn the tables. He fumbled frantically in the large pockets at his front, as if hiding some great treasure. Ta-da! He produced a sound effect himself, then clutched a box the size of a human head in his hands. This scene left Luo Hua marveling in astonishment. Clearly, the pockets were only large enough for his hands to fit inside, and they were flat, barely big enough to hold a few sheets of paper. Yet somehow, the clown's assistant pulled out a large box. And given its size, it must have been a struggle to stuff it in there. How on earth did he stash it inside, remain undetected, and then retrieve it so effortlessly? Take this Pandora's box. Ignoring Luo Hua's curious gaze, the clown's assistant prepared to hurl it forward. Facing this threat, the magician's hand remained surprisingly still. One hand gripped his staff, the other lightly brushed dust from his clothes, utterly unruffled. Whether it stemmed from confidence in his power or the composure of a summoner, it was unclear. The next instant, the clown assistant's motion to throw him halted abruptly. The two stood frozen in a standoff, neither uttering a word for a long while. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, utterly baffled by their exchange. Finally, after a few seconds, the clown assistant conceded defeat first. Put. This is boring. I just showed up and already changed my tune. With that, he shoved the box back into his pocket. Just then, the magician spoke calmly, his expression stern. One task each. You go first. Ha ha. You take the bar street. You know I'm better at group fights. The clown's assistant chuckled, speaking words Luo Hua couldn't understand. The next moment, a lead-weighted die identical to the magician's was tossed. After a brief shake, the numbers settled firmly on 1. Fate? Luo Hua furrowed his brow slightly, unsure what the clown assistant was up to. Judging by its earlier behavior, it should share the same perspective as the magic hand. Under these circumstances, rolling the dice again seemed entirely unnecessary. Suddenly, Luo Hua's eyebrow shot up as something occurred to him. It seemed the Joker assistant's effects didn't apply to the magician's hand. Which meant it was just randomly wasting its abilities. Just as Luo Hua felt speechless, unsure how to respond, the clown assistant suddenly spoke. Teleport. The moment the words left its lips, a purple glow flared, enveloping everything. Tearing apart, reassembling. Yee-haw! Lu Chunfeng, your grandpa's here. With that final shout, the clown vanished completely from where he stood. The entire process left Luo Hua utterly bewildered, his lips twitching slightly. If the numbers were just for show, why bother shaking them at all? Seeing this, the magician offered no explanation. He simply tossed the weighted die, which landed steadily on the number 3. Chapter 37, Lu Chunfeng, the Joker's ability. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. Beads of rain, large as beans, began falling in a steady drizzle, but in an instant, they engulfed the entire city of Zhangcheng. The rain pelted against the glass, rattling as if it might shatter at any moment. Inside the villa, Lu Chunfeng stood at the windowsill, eyes narrowed. The window was fogged over, blurring his vision and reflecting his shadowed face. Only when lightning flashed could he glimpse the scene outside. Lu Chunfeng swirled the wine glass in his hand, savoring the symphony of the rainy night as the red wine swirled freely within. The roar of the rain outside drowned out all other sounds, leaving only a sliver of quiet within the house. On the table behind him lay several pages of documents, all concerning Luo Hua's affairs from today. A short dagger was thrust through the papers, piercing them clean through. There's definitely something to it, but that's all there is to it. Lu Chunfeng finished speaking, then tilted his head back and drained the glass of red wine in one gulp. A trickle of liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth, running down his neck. Dare to provoke me, Lu Chunfeng, and I'll make you regret it. Regret that won't help you. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of ruthlessness flickering in their depths. At that moment, no one knew what was going through his mind, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Ha ha. What do you mean, regret won't help? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Lu Chunfeng. The unexpected interruption sent a chill down his spine. Glancing toward the windowpane, he saw a figure painted like a clown leaning against it not far behind him. Who are you? Lu Chunfeng tensed, whirling around abruptly and demanding in a low voice. The fact that the person had appeared behind him without him noticing set off alarm bells in his mind. There was a time, back when he was young, when such things would happen. But ever since he had gained strength and his standing within the Lu family had risen considerably, he had never encountered such a thing again. Yet now, the same thing had happened again. Though he had grown complacent over the years, it shouldn't have been this bad. There was only one possibility: the other party possessed considerable strength and was skilled in the art of concealment. With this thought in mind, Lu Chunfeng lowered his stance slightly, adopting a poised and ready posture, prepared for battle at any moment. Who am I? The clown's assistant tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle upon hearing this. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, eyes narrowed in contemplation. Just as Lu Chenfeng thought the opponent had exposed an opening and prepared to strike, the clown suddenly laughed. He 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 he. Caw caw caw. His wide mouth, accentuated by bright red lipstick, seemed to stretch all the way to his ears. The laughter was wild and maniacal, permeated with an eerie quality. Hearing the sound, Lu Chenfeng immediately withdrew the foot he had been about to step forward. His heart sank slightly as he stared warily at the clown. The clown appeared completely defenseless, riddled with vulnerabilities as if a single strike would be enough to take him down. Yet inexplicably, his heart began racing uncontrollably, stirring an ominous foreboding. Seeds of self-doubt began to sprout in his mind. Just then, the clown abruptly pulled out a chair and sat down as if no one else existed. He tilted his head, staring at Lu Chenfeng with an unnerving posture. The smile had long faded from his face, leaving only his signature fake grin, like a discarded marionette. I'm not human, Lu Chenfeng. The clown's assistant grinned, his scara clearly visible. The inexplicable words sent a chill through Lu Chenfeng's heart. Not human? Then what could it be? Could it be a dungeon creature? The thought of this possibility made Lu Chenfeng's pupils suddenly contract, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. At that moment, his thoughts weren't on how to defeat the clown before him. Instead, his hand darted into his pocket, reaching for his phone. In the real world, phones were usually far more practical than communicators. But right now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Ha? What is this? The moment Lu Chenfeng clenched his fist around it, he sensed something was off. The familiar metallic feel of a phone didn't register in his hand. Instead, it was soft and yielding. He quickly pulled it out of his pocket, only to find a red mass. A balloon? When did this happen? Startled, Lu Chenfeng flung the balloon away and reached for the communicator on his wrist. But before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his hand. The wine glass clattered to the floor, spilling its contents everywhere. Clang! Ah! A playing card had embedded itself deep into the back of his hand, sending waves of agony through him as he let out a piercing scream. The sound of the rain drowned out his cries, preventing them from reaching outside the villa. Lu Chenfeng clamped his hand shut, stemming the flow of blood, his fingers trembling slightly. Even so, crimson blood trickled steadily along the edge of the card. Basic healing spell. With a low command, a white light suddenly flared around his hand. The light dissipated, and the wound on his hand vanished along with the playing card. Who sent you here? Lu Chenfeng's eyes widened in fury, yet he held back from acting rashly. From the moment the clown's assistant had acted, he had realized the terrifying extent of his power. Compared to him, Lu was utterly outmatched. The only thing he could do now was stall for time as much as possible, waiting for backup. And one more thing, he had to find out who was behind this. Just moments ago, in a flash of insight, he recalled the man addressing him by name the instant he spoke. If they were merely a simple dungeon creature, they would have no reason to know his information. The attacker was clearly prepared. Even if not acting on someone else's orders, they must be connected to certain individuals. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about the figure's appearance. The face, formed from black mist, was faintly crisscrossed with deep blue patterns that flickered with a faint glow, as if breathing. He remembered seeing this sight somewhere before. Shadow. Your shadow's summoned beast. The thought struck Lu Chenfeng like encountering something terrifying, causing his right foot to involuntarily take a small step backward. In recent times, news about the shadow had been more prevalent than he'd imagined. Soloing a level 40 dungeon? That was merely an appetizer by comparison. If it were him, he was certain he wouldn't have a guaranteed win. He might not even reach the final boss, let alone clear the dungeon. May I ask what brings you here, sir? If there's anything you need to discuss, please take a seat. I assure you, I can offer a satisfactory price. Lu Chenfeng forced himself to suppress the fear rising within him. Having ascertained the other party's identity, negotiation was paramount for a merchant like him. He firmly believed that no deal was impossible to strike only insufficient leverage. Yet he had underestimated Luo Hua's resolve and even more so, the loyalty of the clown assistant. Gak! Gak! So this board member position is even more lucrative than I imagined. Under Lu Chenfeng's gaze, the clown assistant let out a sinister chuckle before rising slowly. A sudden smile blossomed across his face, tinged with madness. The vivid red lips made him feel uneasy, but he forced himself to endure it. Ha ha, not at all. It's just that. Lu Chenfeng assumed the clown assistant had picked up the thread, chuckling as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his words stopped abruptly. His mind raced as his hands instinctively crossed in front of his chest before his thoughts could catch up. Boom! The high-heeled shoes collided with his hands in an instant. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted as an invisible shockwave sent objects flying in all directions. Chapter 38, Lu Chenfeng's Downfall. The night in Jiangcheng flickered with lightning. Torrential rain pounded down, the only sound in the vast expanse. The roar within the villa seemed faint in the midst of this rainy night. Boom! Lu Chunfeng, having taken the Joker's assistant's kick head-on, flew backward uncontrollably. He slammed hard into the wall, producing a dull thud. Faint cracks seemed to form in the wall. His hands went numb, and a large section of his back felt as if it were about to shatter. He couldn't muster a shred of strength. As the momentum dissipated, Lu Chunfeng slid down the wall and staggered to his feet. 5,233. Put. A mouthful of old blood erupted violently, crimson mist filling the air. Compared to his outward disarray, his mind was now churning with a storm of shock. For just moments ago, as he braced against the Joker's assistant's attack, he had glimpsed the opponent's base attribute data. Joker's assistant affiliation, Shadow. Level, 41. Quality, King Tier. HP, 35,000. Stamina, 5,999. Strength 6,999. Magic Power 999. Defense 999. Agility 999. King Tier. Lu Chunfeng's heart lurched in horror, as if he'd witnessed something terrifying. Everything seemed perfectly normal except for the mismatch in physique and health growth truly befitting a King Tier being. Of course, this normalcy was only relative to bosses within dungeons. The very existence of a King Tier monster in the real world was an extremely abnormal occurrence. Whenever one appeared, the major guilds and authorities would never allow it to run rampant. What was even more bizarre was that this creature belonged to someone named Shadow. Impossible. How could a human possibly control a King Tier monster? Lu Chunfeng's pupils contracted sharply as his body shook violently, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom why a top-tier existence in the dungeon would willingly submit to human control. After all, even the most elite summoners in Dragon Nation couldn't command bosses at will. And that was under the condition of a vast disparity in combat strength and level between the two parties. Yet here, Shadow had achieved it. Only two explanations remained. First, Shadow's level and abilities had long surpassed the intelligence everyone possessed. Second, Shadow possessed summoning talent beyond the ordinary. Either possibility is sufficient proof of his value. And yet, this exceptionally valuable awakened one has inexplicably crossed paths with him. Wait. Let's talk this out. Lu Chunfeng, having pieced everything together, hurriedly called out to stop him. His fingers had already reached for the table beside him, pressing the red button hidden beneath its surface. After completing these actions, his heart finally settled slightly. Still, he felt far from confident. With no one coming to his aid and no way to send a message, he had zero confidence in defeating the king-level Joker's assistant. Perhaps it would be better to try turning swords into plowshares. Yet, the clown assistant paid no heed to his words. With a flick of his wrist, a dart engraved with the clown's face flew straight toward his forehead. Fate Pattern. Quality A. Effect, attacks a selectable target, dealing 110 attack damage. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This skill mirrors that of the magician's hand, but the Joker's assistant's fate grants an attack bonus instead. Even so, it remains a terrifying force for Lu Chunfeng. A single flying kick had already drained half his health bar. Now, any damage point would be extremely lethal to him. With only 4,000 health points remaining, he couldn't withstand another hit. Just then, the damage multiplier from his destiny trait manifested. The massive number 1 made Lu Chunfeng's face light up with relief. To put it simply, a doubled attack value was something he could easily handle. Vine Shelter. In his haste, he only had time to summon his staff and slam it forcefully into the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines burst from the earth, twisting and intertwining to form a protective barrier around him. Another burst of green light enveloped them, and the vines seemed to thicken slightly. Having done all this, Lu Chunfeng still felt it wasn't quite secure enough. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved another scroll and crushed it in his hand. The next moment, the dart was already upon him. Boom! In a single clash, the vines that had seemed as solid as rock shattered instantly. Green plant debris scattered everywhere. Lu Chunfeng's expression shifted from relaxation to terror, his pupils trembling violently. Before his disbelieving eyes, the dart pierced through layer upon layer of chains, embedding itself into his forehead. 29,907. The massive damage appeared, ending his life completely. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why this had happened. He had clearly seen the number 1. His meticulously constructed defenses had shattered in an instant. Wrong guess. It was the number 5. The Joker's assistant waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a leisurely tone. But Lu Chunfeng was already dead, unable to hear a word. Alas! You're too late. Suddenly, the clown glanced toward the door as if sensing something, uttering the words inexplicably. The door was tightly shut, offering no glimpse of the outside. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern the door trembling slightly, as if someone had grasped the handle. Teleport. The lead-filled dice activated, purple light tearing at it. In the next instant, the clown's assistant vanished from where he stood. Just then, the doorknob jerked violently, likely from someone twisting it with force. Immediately afterward, a commotion erupted outside the door. It won't budge. What do we do? Just break it down. Don't worry about it. We're running out of time. All right. Everyone step back. After a flurry of anxious voices, a moment of silence fell. Boom! With a deafening blast, the door burst open, sending splinters flying everywhere. Amid lingering smoke and dust, the group streamed inside fully geared and combat ready. Some wore silver armor, wielding greatswords. Others were cloaked in robes, gripping withered staffs. Their gear varied in quality and sophistication. But without exception, each bore an armband pinned to their right sleeve. Jiangcheng Enforcement Squad. Upon entering the room, the lead warrior swiftly scanned the surroundings. First, to assess the environment, second, to pinpoint the enemy's location. But soon, he froze. What's wrong? Seeing his reaction, his comrade stepped past him and moved forward. He stared intently, then furrowed his brow. Reporting, the rescue target is deceased. The mage said in a low voice, then began to slowly survey the surroundings. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The entire room appeared chaotic, with objects scattered and overturned everywhere. Yet upon closer inspection, a pattern emerged: everything had been overturned by the aftermath of combat. Actual signs of combat were confined to only 2 areas. The mage's heart pounded as he stared at the cracks in the wall and the dart embedded in Lu Chenfeng's forehead, his hand twitching involuntarily. The entire sequence from the moment they activated the group teleportation to its conclusion had taken scarcely any time at all. Yet in that brief moment, Lu Chenfeng had already met his end. Remember, this was a bona fide level 47 awakened being, not just some random nobody. Even with talents rated only B and C+, he was no one to be trifled with. Yet here he was, an awakened one, taken down in an instant. Lu Chenfeng was notorious, but the enforcement squad couldn't let the murderer go unpunished. Anyone capable of effortlessly eliminating such a threat posed a danger wherever they went. No! Lu Hai sighed. The mage captain seemed to have realized something and shouted urgently. Chapter 39, The Unusual Magician's Hand. Bar Street, Jiangcheng City that never sleeps. A misty rain shrouded the neon lights lining the streets in a dreamlike haze. The red and green signs, their light stretched slightly by the pervasive mist. From afar, the words weren't clearly visible, just clusters of light. On the street. Despite the downpour, many drunken youths reveled wildly. The sharp clatter of bottles crashing to the ground seemed insignificant amidst the downpour. Tap. 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 Leather shoes treaded slowly along the rain-soaked street. The tailcoat swayed gently, radiating an indescribable elegance. A pure black umbrella, held in a white-gloved hand, shielded every raindrop. The magician, clad entirely in black, strolled through the rain at a leisurely pace. Yet to the drunken youth stumbling home, this gentleman walking against the flow stood out strikingly. Especially that intellectual beauty, stirring restless hearts among some young girls whose feelings were just beginning to stir. No one saw his face, nor did they need to. The nobility radiating from within was far beyond what ordinary people could match. Sir! A young woman finally couldn't contain herself, rushing forward and summoning her courage to call out. Yet the magician seemed utterly oblivious, continuing forward as if deaf to the call. With each step forward, the black mist swiftly receded, drifting backward. Amidst the pelting rain, it vanished entirely into the air. By the time the girl caught up, all she could see was a flawless face, even more delicate than Luo Hua's. In an instant, the girl's face flushed crimson. Whether it was the alcohol or sheer embarrassment, her speech became stammering and hesitant. Excuse me, ma'am, do you know where Lu Hai is at Jiangcheng University? The magician placed a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Slowly opening his mouth, he asked in his deep voice. Little did it know how devastating such a small gesture could be to a rebellious teenager in the throes of adolescence. Fortune smiled upon her fair face, for without a moment's hesitation, the girl pointed in a direction and declared. He's right ahead at the Star River Illusion. Thank you, beautiful lady. The magician placed one hand over his heart and bowed slightly in gratitude. His movements were natural and unforced, leaving the girl utterly spellbound. By the time she snapped back to reality, the magician was nowhere to be seen. She frantically searched around, yet saw nothing at all. Everything seemed like nothing more than an illusion. The girl lowered her head, a hint of disappointment visible, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magic Hand was now inside the bar, leaning on an umbrella that was still dripping rainwater. He stood in stark contrast to the young man swaying his head at the center of the bar pool. Strangely, his presence drew no attention whatsoever, as if he belonged there all along. The Magic Hand scanned the surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on a figure seated in a booth behind him. Flanked by women on either side, he reveled in the pleasures of having them both. Now, fueled by alcohol, he was boasting loudly. He remained utterly oblivious to the magic bracelet's approach, while the 2 women beside him were captivated by its face. In the flickering light of the wine pool, its form was faintly discernible. Suddenly, he felt a vibration in his pocket. Alcohol-induced sluggishness slowed his movements. It took him a moment to fumble and retrieve his phone. The ringtone sounded jarringly out of place in the noisy bar. Shaking his dazed head, he finally recognized the caller, a completely unfamiliar number. Beep. Without a second thought, he swiped the screen and hung up. But before he could put the phone back, it started vibrating again. This time, it jolted him awake with irritation. He'd been in the middle of bragging when the call interrupted him, and he was understandably annoyed. Without a second thought, he answered with a scowl. "Hello? Who is this?" Luo Hua's tone dripped with impatience, like someone who'd just woken up and was ready to fight. He didn't bother to ask who was on the other end, showing not a shred of courtesy. "It's me. I'm Luo Hua." Hearing his name spoken directly and the mention of the Jiangcheng enforcement team, Luo Hua's tone softened slightly. Even so, the defiant glint in his eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed to think it was no big deal. So what if the Jiangcheng enforcement team came knocking? When trouble arose, his father would take the fall. The enforcement squad couldn't just push him around. And if all else failed, there was always the Luo family. Even though the glowing jade pendant had been retrieved by Luo Hua, stripping him of the experience boost, it didn't change the fact that he was the rising star among the younger generation. His level advantage was an innate edge. With the Luo family as his safety net, there was no need for him to tone down his arrogance. But the next second, the voice on the phone spoke again. After listening to the other party's words, Luo Hua froze for a few seconds before his face began to darken. "You bastard! Don't let me catch you. Your father's dead. You dare impersonate the enforcement squad to screw with me? Mark my words, you're finished. No one can protect you now." Luo Hua clutched the phone, his face contorted with fury. He pressed his mouth against the receiver and unleashed a torrent of curses. The more he raged, the clearer his mind became. As if afraid he couldn't hear, the voice on the other end raised its volume. The sound blared through the phone, audible even from a distance. "Luo Hua, we're not messing around. Tell us your location right now. Damn it! Don't you dare track me down. Or you'll be finished." The moment the voice came through, Luo Hua fired back. His father, Lu Chenfeng, was a level 47 awakened one among the elite in all of Jiangcheng. Moreover, they belonged to the Luo family of Jiangcheng, protected by the Luo clan's influence. No one would dare risk the Luo family's wrath by messing with them. But today, someone actually dared to make fun of them like this. How could he possibly tolerate it? He'd already been seething all day over Luo Hua's incident, finally drowning his sorrows in alcohol, only for someone to come charging right into the line of fire. Luo Hua couldn't hold back any longer. "Whether you're a real law enforcement team or not, I'll give you a piece of my mind either way." With that, he hung up in a rage. He flung the phone aside, letting it fall onto the booth seat. The persistent buzzing and vibration went unnoticed. At most, a companion might glance at it before dismissing it. "Crazy bastards. Calling just to mess with me. I'll deal with you tomorrow." After speaking, Luo Hua belched, feeling his head spin. Through the haze, he thought he saw a figure slowly approaching him. Umbrella in hand, the figure moved with an elegance reminiscent of a medieval Western noble. He heard the figure's lips part slightly, recounting familiar events one by one. In 2121, Luo Hua set his sights on a girl. In 2122, the same thing happened 8 times. In 2123. In 2124, he seized the relics of Luo Qingfeng, the guardian of Jiangcheng. Beyond that. Until 2125 this very year he murdered 14 young women. And crippled 21 more. Magic hands spoke in measured tones, each word sending a shiver through Luo Hua's heart. The more he heard, the more his heart pounded. These events were known only to him and his father, and had been buried deep. Yet the man before him knew them all in such vivid detail. Faced with such heinous crimes too numerous to list, his companion seemed utterly unfazed. Whether it was the alcohol talking or they'd heard about it before. Magic Hand stared impassively at this group of calloused youths, slowly opening his palm toward them. Chapter 40, Luo Hua's Dead End. Inside the bar, the thumping bass drowned out conversation. Men and women swayed wildly, oblivious to the strange figure that had slipped into their midst. White gloves gripped the umbrella handle, propping it on the ground like a cane as rainwater slid down its surface. A faint smile played on the magician's face as he held his palm flat and open. "Kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you." After a moment of dazed confusion, Luo Hua snapped back to reality. Seeing the magician's hand make such a gesture toward him, seemingly still wearing a disdainful smile, rage surged within him. He slammed his fist hard on the table and leapt to his feet. As the head of the younger generation of the Luo family, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet today, he'd been looked down upon again and again. Now it seemed everyone wanted to ride roughshod over him. Without a second thought, disregarding where he was, he snapped his fingers and instantly donned his full combat gear. Meanwhile, in the villa district, torrential rain pounded the lotus pond, weighing down the flower heads so they couldn't lift. On the empty road, a group of people dashed back and forth in the rain, collecting samples at the crime scene. Clang! 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 A warrior bearing a greatsword hurried over, the clanging of armor scraping together echoing heavily. Rain pelted his eyelids, yet he didn't blink once. His face solemn, he addressed the gaunt mage before him. "Captain, we've located Luo Hua's position." Hearing this, the mage nodded and pulled out a scroll. At the same time, he murmured under his breath. 2 C-grade teleportation scrolls must be charged to the Luo family. With a sharp twist of his fingers, he crushed it in his hand. Amidst the pitch-black rain-soaked night, a bright light suddenly rose from the ground. A teleportation array, radiating a white glow, materialized instantly. Neither too large nor too small, it was precisely sized to accommodate 5 people. The others wasted no time, immediately crowding into the array. As the skill's cast bar completed, a brilliant light erupted, enveloping all 5 figures. When the light faded, they were gone, leaving only the staff still collecting evidence. Inside the bar. Swift slash. Luo Hua erupted with sudden ferocity, his longsword thrusting straight toward the magician's hand. His speed, amplified by the skill, surged dramatically, closing the distance between them at an astonishing rate. The magician watched Luo Hua charge toward him, his expression unchanged. His sapphire blue eyes flickered, registering every movement. Under the influence of alcohol, Luo Hua's movements appeared sluggish and unsteady. He was practically riddled with openings. Even so, one couldn't help but admire the Luo family's heritage. The long sword had been severed by Luo Hua earlier that day, and now he wielded a new one. Though of similar grade, its quality was significantly superior to the previous one. But the magician's hand paid no heed to such details. In its eyes, only completing the mission eliminating Luo Hua mattered. Everything else was irrelevant. Slow. Way too slow. The magic hand's lips curled slightly as it stood its ground, neither dodging nor flinching. Its outstretched hand slowly clenched, mimicking the motion of grabbing something in the air. Strangely, though its hand held nothing, it felt as though it had grasped something solid. Snap. As it moved, Luo Hua's forward momentum abruptly halted. Something seemed to be squeezing his chest, making it hard to breathe. Bones cracked and creaked, as if they might shatter at any moment. Magic, control. Quality A. Control inflicts suppression based on both parties' level and quality, dealing 10% 300% magic damage. Cooldown, 1 minute. A skill that scales its damage based on the power disparity between opponents. Theoretically, against an extremely weak opponent like Luo Hua, magic could deal full damage. Yet the magician chose not to do so. Whether out of its own volition or Luo Hua's command, it simply didn't want Luo Hua to die so abruptly. Instead, he slowly retracted his hand, savoring the sensation of needing solid flesh. Save me. Fear flashed in Luo Hua's eyes as he turned his head toward the booth, calling out desperately. But the people over there seemed oblivious to his cries, still cheering him on with fervor. Go, Brother Luo. Kick that pretentious old man out. Look, Brother Luo even has time to put on a show. Seems like taking him down this time won't be a problem at all. Damn, that's impressive. He's acting so convincingly. Go Luo. Show that guy what you're made of. Faced with this bizarre scene, no one subconsciously thought deeper into it. Instead, they treated it as a silent performance by Luo Hua, cheering enthusiastically in perfect harmony. No one could have imagined that he wasn't performing at all, he was being remotely controlled. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary awakened individuals. Those who could would never risk coming here to trouble someone from the Luo family. Yet here it was, unfolding before their very eyes. So many people enjoying my performance, what a pity it's merely an appetizer. The magician selectively tuned out the bar's clamor, focusing instead on the conversation within the booth. A hint of regret flickered across his face as he listened to the praise. Though none of those words were directed at him, Luo Hua was merely a supporting act in the magician's performance at that moment. When the audience marveled at the work, weren't they also praising the magician? Amidst the flattering gazes, the magician suddenly exerted force. Snap. 20,997. The staggering number floated out with the crackling sound. The crimson damage was so glaring it stung the eyes of several people. Following that, Luo Hua's limp body slumped to the ground. All of this proved one undeniable fact. Luo Hua was gone. It turned out that everything that had just happened wasn't a performance at all, it was Luo Hua's cry for help. A bone-chilling coldness sent a shiver through their hearts. In that instant, even the alcohol seemed to be startled, and the intoxication vanished in an instant. Their minds cleared instantly, grasping the gravity of the situation. They wanted to flee, but their legs refused to obey, leaving them slumped in their seats. Searching their consciences, none dared claim to be a good person, they were all cut from the same cloth as Luo Hua. Now, Luo Hua's crimes had been exposed, and he faced immediate execution. The entire process unfolded in a mere instant, leaving no opportunity for resistance. They wanted to resist, but their bodies, cowed beyond movement, were brutally honest. Spare us. They shook their heads frantically, tears glistening in the corners of their eyes. The terror in their hearts, combined with excessive drinking, caused some to lose control and urinate themselves. The scene unfolding here went largely unnoticed, perhaps the sounds were too faint, or perhaps no one paid attention. Even those who did glance over turned away again in a daze, paying them no mind whatsoever. The entire bar remained immersed in a haze of drunkenness. Fortunately, the magician seemed oblivious to them. Releasing the empty grip of his palm, he propped himself up with his umbrella and headed toward the door. Step by step, he moved methodically through the crowd, seemingly on the verge of reaching the entrance. Suddenly, disaster struck. Boom! The bar's front door exploded outward, sending dust and debris flying. The soundproof door, under the immense force, shattered into several large pieces. The deafening roar jolted the drunken revelers back to their senses, and they all turned toward the entrance in terror. The bar music abruptly ceased, plunging the room into a momentary silence. However, due to the lighting, no one noticed the commotion unfolding in the corner. Huff, huff. Heavy breathing echoed through the air, revealing a great sword's blade being withdrawn from the dust. Then, a 5-man squad filed in one after another. Just as onlookers assumed troublemakers had arrived, they spotted the armbands on the men's sleeves. Jiangcheng Enforcement Squad. Chapter 41, Jiangcheng Enforcement Squad. Before the dust had settled at the bar entrance, the 5 members of the enforcement squad burst out. Faced with this sudden law enforcement operation, everyone froze in surprise. Especially those hiding in the corners, who instinctively ducked under tables in guilt. Some were even plotting how to sell out their companions. The bar owner, too, was about to step forward, hoping to mediate. Braced for the worst, he steeled himself and took a step. Yet, the way events unfolded often defied their expectations. Before they could react, the burly warrior had already stepped forward, approaching the squad. His gaze swept the room swiftly before locking onto the magician standing not far away. His impeccable tailcoat seemed utterly out of place amidst the neon-lit chaos of the bar. Moreover, from the very beginning until now, the man seemed utterly unfazed. He maintained an air of calm detachment, quietly observing them. Something was definitely off. The warrior's subconscious instantly zeroed in on him, using the remaining time only to confirm if there were any other suspicious individuals. Enforcement team conducting an investigation. All non-essential personnel, clear the area immediately. The burly man bellowed, his gaze never wavering from the magician's hand. The more composed the magician appeared, the more cautious they needed to be. After all, just moments ago, a level 47 player named Lu Chunfeng had died inexplicably in his own home. Crucially, the entire process had been lightning fast. The killer had finished him off in just 2 moves. And they were merely a fully manned level 45 squad. While they held advantages in numbers and combat experience over Lu Chunfeng, they still lacked sufficient confidence. If the person before them was indeed that killer, then what awaited them next would be a brutal battle. The thought weighed heavily on their hearts. Whoosh! The warrior's words sparked an immediate uproar of startled cries across the field. Without a second thought, some rushed past them and sprinted toward the door. The fastest among them were those who had initially hidden beneath the tables. Only they understood that this was the perfect moment to flee. If they waited too long, or if reinforcements arrived and conducted a thorough search, not a single one of them would escape. The enforcement squad had other cases to attend to, and they certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Seeing others flee, the rest abandoned their pretense altogether. Some who had already planned not to return next time certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to skip out on the bill. In an instant, the entrance became completely blocked as the crowd frantically pushed outward, fearing that even a moment's delay would bring misfortune. And indeed, when the enforcement squad handled cases, a fight was almost inevitable. Once the fighting started, it was truly difficult to spare any thought for the bystanders caught in the fray. Especially in such confined spaces, there was no guarantee their lives wouldn't be endangered. As the crowd pressed forward, the enforcement squad only glanced back briefly. They constantly monitored the situation behind them, ensuring the crowd dispersed as much as possible. Throughout the entire incident, only the bar owner stood silently shedding tears. Yet the thought of potential compensation afterward lifted his spirits slightly. As the crowd dispersed, the enforcement team finally noticed the few individuals in the corner. Those young people, their legs still weak from fear, hadn't recovered yet and fled with the main crowd. Upon seeing the group, the tallest warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. In his line of sight, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure. However, due to the poor lighting, it took a while for the light to reach that spot. Drawing on his experience from numerous cases, he instantly recognized the figure lying on the ground. Captain, Luo Hua has been killed too. The burly man said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing a hint of gravity. In such a short span of time, they had already used 2 teleportation scrolls. Yet not a single one had been saved. They racked their brains, yet couldn't fathom why. There were only 2 of them. No matter how notorious they were or how many crimes they'd committed, it didn't justify such a waste of resources. To expend such precious items on dealing with Lu Chunfeng and his son. What they didn't know was that the entire operation wasn't solely carried out by the magician's hand. Strictly speaking, the clown assistant also counted as an independent combat force. Moreover, they hadn't used a single prop. Everything was achieved through the inherent abilities of the loaded dice. It was the unique nature of the magician's hand and the Joker's assistant that granted them the ability to manipulate numbers. The puzzled group gradually grew solemn. Several pairs of eyes fixed intently on the magician's hand. No need to stare at me like that. If I wanted to leave, you wouldn't be able to see me anymore. The magician's hand stood rooted to the spot, speaking slowly and deliberately. As he had stated, his lack of urgency was precisely to reveal who was behind these events. The only unknown was whether he acted on his own initiative or under Luo Hua's orders. Oomph. Best it be so. The burly warrior snorted coldly first, his gaze never wavering for a second. He stared intently at the magician, wary that his words might be mere pretense, fearing he might slip away the moment they turned their heads. It was the mage, serving as their captain, who voiced the question weighing on everyone's minds. Is this really necessary? Aren't you afraid of the Luo family's retaliation? Yi Tianyu asked in a low voice, his gaze fixed. But soon, he noticed something amiss. In a brief flicker of light, he caught a glimpse of the magician's cheek. Everything appeared normal except for those sapphire blue eyes, which betrayed a hint of incongruity. I know what you're going to ask, but your interrogation tactics won't work on a magician. The magician's hand replied calmly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Moreover, he openly exposed Yi Tianyu's ulterior motives. If it had actually answered, it would have fallen right into the other's trap. Was it necessary? Did it fear the Luo family? Answering either question would narrow their investigation. In recent times, among those who had the most conflict and showed no fear of the Luo family, Luo Hua would certainly be a prime suspect. As for lying, Magic Hand had never considered it. Put yourself in their shoes, if it can discern lies in others' words, others can equally deduce its own. Even magic has its failures, how could speech ever be completely watertight? Therefore, for it, the best response was to say nothing at all. Just as Yi Tianyu was about to ask another question, the Magic Hand suddenly spoke again. The audience has dispersed. Shall we take our performance outside? With that, the magician gestured invitingly. Before anyone else could speak, the warrior couldn't sit still any longer. Don't try any tricks. You think you can slip away? I'll tell you this, it's not happening. His deep, resonant voice boomed out without a moment's hesitation, a flat refusal. Perhaps he believed this confined space was the only way to keep them from moving freely. With their numbers, they could subdue anyone who dared to approach. As he pondered, a seemingly frail arm suddenly blocked his path. Yi Tianyu shook his head at him, signaling him not to act rashly, before turning his attention to the magician's hand. Fine. I don't want to pay for a huge loss out of nowhere either. His words were blunt, leaving no room to discern his true intentions. Whether those on official business like them needed to cover damages out of pocket was something no one truly knew. With that, he stepped aside and gestured for Magic Hand to proceed. Seeing this, the magician showed no sign of backing down. Striding forward, umbrella in hand, he walked past the group as if nothing had happened. His movements were leisurely, showing no sign of caution whatsoever. The others each harbored their own thoughts. The burly man had several urges to act, but was forcibly restrained each time. Only Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression growing inexplicably grave. Such leisurely composure was far beyond their grasp. It signaled either absolute confidence in his own abilities or a death-defying resolve. But neither scenario was one they wished to confront. Follow. His gaze followed the magician's hand until the figure had exited the gate, only then did he signal for the others to pick up the pace. Chapter 42, The Magician's Terrifying Power. The bar district on this rainy night exuded a grim, murderous atmosphere. Amidst the central thoroughfare, a solitary figure strolled along, umbrella in hand. 5 figures swiftly closed in, encircling him. You think you can catch me? You lot aren't nearly enough. The magician lifted the umbrella slightly, revealing a delicate, soft face as she spoke in a calm tone. His tone was ordinary, without much fluctuation. It sounded less like a provocation and more like a statement of fact. Yet to the ears of those present, it rang like pure mockery. Enough talk. Battle cry. The burly warrior roared, stomping forward with a fierce step. The warrior exclusive taunt skill erupted, its invisible shockwave piercing through the heavy rain to strike the magician hand. A level 45 taunt skill was nearly impossible for ordinary people to dodge. Even the members of the party weren't entirely confident they could evade it. If hit, they would inevitably suffer a brief shift in aggro and be forced into basic attack mode. Clashes between masters often decided in an instant. That brief window of control was sufficient for them to unleash a chain of crowd control effects and damage. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was the magician's hand, a level 41 king tier boss. Its human form was merely a disguise, ordinary taunt skills were utterly ineffective against it. Moreover, it possessed independent consciousness and its own unique attack pattern. The battle cry's sonic waves spread out, penetrating the magician's ears. Yet it seemed to hear nothing, holding its umbrella steady, not moving an inch. Not even his silhouette wavered in the slightest. Impossible. Witnessing this, the burly man Chang Lei's eyes widened in shock. His eyes brimmed with utter disbelief, as if witnessing something unreal. How could anyone be immune to the battle cry skill? Realizing his skill had failed, Chang Lei wasted no time, drawing the massive sword strapped to his back. Split earth slash. His massive frame somersaulted midair. Swinging the greatsword down toward the magic hand, he harnessed the momentum of his descent to create a sense of overwhelming force. With taunts proving ineffective, Earth Splitter, a warrior's primary offensive and crowd control skill, became Chang Lei's first choice. A direct hit would deal massive damage. Even if it missed, it could still inflict a stun effect of varying duration based on the landing point. Chang Lei, don't be reckless. Water bind. Seeing the burly man already charging forward, Yi Tianyu's face instantly turned pale with panic. He shouted to stop him, his hands moving just as swiftly. A water-based control skill, Waterbind, shot directly toward the magician's hand. In the rain, water elemental classes held a natural advantage. Not only did their skills gain a certain boost, but they could also conceal the traces of skill release, enabling sneak attacks. It might not sound honorable, but on the battlefield, no one would dwell on such things. Instantly, the trajectory of the falling raindrops twisted slightly. Before Changlei could land, several vine-like tendrils formed from water abruptly coalesced, wrapping around the magician's hand. Their speed was blinding, reaching their target in an instant. Before the magic hand could react, the water bind spell had already wrapped around its body, soaking its tailcoat. Got it! The squad members cheered in delight, and Changlei's eyes lit up. His greatsword swung in a wide arc through the air, slashing viciously at the magician's umbrella. The coordination within the fixed squad was seamless. At this moment, they had already mapped out their chain of control skills. The others stood poised for action. The archer's arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, while the assassin activated his swift movement skill, following closely behind Chun-Lei. Boom! The greatsword crashed down, striking the black umbrella as intended. It sliced downward with effortless precision, cutting through as easily as tofu, reaching the very bottom. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the ground, shattering the paving stones. Water splashed upward, erupting over a meter high as if someone had thrown firecrackers into the water, detonating simultaneously. In an instant, the invisible energy from the collision swept away the surrounding rainwater. After a brief pause of a second or two, the downpour resumed, pelting down with a steady roar. Despite the overwhelming offensive, Changlei's pupils contracted sharply. He wasn't alone. The others froze too, the assassin even halting mid-strike, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. Because none of them could detect any trace of the magician's hand. Looking for me? The faint voice sent a chill through them. Turning toward the voice, they saw that the magician's hand had appeared on the rooftop above them, though none knew when he had arrived. When? Chun-Lei muttered in disbelief. He had been closest just moments ago. From the moment the attack landed until it ended, he hadn't sensed the opponent's escape. This was clearly beyond a matter of mere speed. Perhaps it was some kind of displacement skill. Whoosh! Before he could fully process what had happened, the whistling sound of an arrow cutting through the air reached his ears. Though faint, nearly inaudible in the downpour, he caught its trajectory. The arrow sliced through the rain, cutting across space, aimed straight at the magician's hand on the roof. Just as the attack neared, the archer suddenly snapped his fingers. Secret technique. 7 stars in a row. With a sharp crack, the arrow suddenly split into 7. Each projectile retained the original arrow's momentum, hurtling straight toward the magician. Each arrow targeted a different part of the body, the forehead, heart, and torso, all within its range. 3 arrows even split off to seal off escape routes to the left, right, and above, completely eliminating any possibility of escape. It could be said that this was a fatal strike from the very first move. Water element, tiger leaping over the pool. Captain Yi Tianyu spread one hand while gripping his staff with the other. The gem at its tip suddenly glowed brightly. In the next instant, the rain distorted, surging rapidly toward the empty space before his palm. In less than a breath, a fierce tiger formed from rainwater burst forth. Surging past obstacles, it charged straight toward the magic hand. Facing the relentless assault, the magician did not retreat. Allowing the rainwater to cascade off the edges of his black umbrella, a faint smile remained fixed on his face. Card spirit, bomb. With that, he casually tossed 4 playing cards. Spinning, they flew toward the arrows. Raindrops continuously fell upon the cards, but each was flung away by the centrifugal force of their spin, creating a beautiful splash. Clang! 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 4 consecutive clangs echoed as the cards collided with the arrows. Each collision sent both projectiles ricocheting away, neither able to gain the upper hand. Only 3 arrows remained, used to block the retreat, whizzing past the magician's side. Only the archer, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Amateurs watch the spectacle, professionals see the technique. Only he understood how incredibly difficult it was to intercept his arrows in a single strike. And this wasn't merely striking the shaft, it was a direct collision with the arrowhead. And to intercept 4 arrows at once. What terrifying judgment and what extraordinary skill. With that single move, he instantly recognized the gulf between himself and the magician's hand. The confidence he had built up through countless missions crumbled completely in that instant. Meanwhile, the blue tiger had already lunged at the magician's hand. Its jaws snapped open, poised to deliver a crushing bite. Witnessing this, the magician merely lifted an eyelid. He tossed his umbrella into the air and reached up to touch the top hat perched on his head. Magic, hat trick. With that, he abruptly removed his hat. At that very moment, as if something had been unleashed, a thick black mist surged forth. The magician's previously delicate features once again transformed into a shroud of darkness, swirling with azure patterns. That face. It can't be an awakened one. Yi Tianyu's heart trembled, his voice stiffening. Not only that, but the other team members also wore expressions of shock. Yet the magician seemed utterly unconcerned, merely pointing the brim of his hat toward the tiger, a sight that looked decidedly absurd. A 3-meter-long colossal tiger and a tiny hat. The sight was utterly incongruous. Yet in the next instant, something bizarre occurred. The massive tiger, the instant it touched the hat, began to shrink in an uncanny manner. The entire water tiger seemed to dissolve like flowing water, pouring into the hat. Having accomplished this, it seemed unsatisfied and turned the brim toward Yi Tianyu and the others below. With its other hand, it picked up a walking stick and tapped the hat lightly twice. Chapter 43, The Law Enforcement Bureau Arrives. Seeing the pitch-black hat aimed at him, Yi Tianyu's brows furrowed deeply. The black mist and the face of the magician's hand both told him that this being was not human. Facing such an unknown entity, he had no choice but to proceed with caution. What is it planning to do? Chang Lei voiced his question first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than mist began churning within the hat. In the next instant, an identical giant tiger suddenly burst forth, only this one was a full size larger than before. The colossal tiger emerged without pause, charging straight toward the group. What? The group's hearts skipped a beat, their faces turning pale. In all their years of investigations and countless cases, they had never encountered such a bizarre attack pattern. Facing the magician's hand, they felt like they were trying to catch an eel, utterly clueless where to begin. In contrast, their opponent moved with effortless ease, showing not a trace of haste or panic. What siege? This was 1 against 5. Shield bash. A sudden roar erupted as Chang Lei stepped in front of the group. The massive sword in his hand had somehow transformed into a colossal shield as tall as a man. He slammed it down, its base embedding into the concrete bricks, his entire body becoming an impenetrable wall. Boom! The magic hand's attack followed instantly, slamming into the shield. An explosion like a water cannon forced the entire shield to tremble violently. The powerful shockwave sent him and the shield stumbling backward, teetering on the brink of collapse. Aqua Guardian! Yi Tianyu raised his palm, unleashing a blue energy shield that enveloped Chang Lei completely. Together, they withstood the water tiger's assault. Even so, 2 long white gouges were carved into the ground. Xiao Rou! Heal him now! Yi Tianyu turned urgently and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, the delicate girl who had been standing at the rear nodded firmly. Without a word, she moved with practiced efficiency, raising her hand to cast a basic healing spell. She restored Chang Lei's depleted health bar back to a healthy level. Contrary to her appearance, she showed not a trace of timidity or hesitation. As the team's support specialist, she understood her role perfectly, never to panic, no matter the situation. A priest, mage, warrior, and archer, an exceptionally well-rounded standard composition. As for the assassin, at that moment, the magician who had just performed the hat trick barely managed to pull his top hat back onto his head. Black mist swirled, restoring his human form. Just then, a flash of steel streaked toward its throat. No sneaking attacks, okay? As he spoke, the umbrella he had tossed into the air came crashing down. The magician's hand caught it swiftly, collapsing it into a compact form before jabbing the handle toward the dagger. Clang! Sparks flew from their clash. But they were swiftly extinguished by the rain, as if they had never existed. Blocked! The assassin's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, his face twitching. The hand gripping the dagger faltered, nearly dropping it to the ground. Even in the rain, the assassin's movements were fairly obvious, yet they shouldn't have been blocked so easily. What the hell are you? Gritting his teeth, the assassin struggled to hold his ground. He never imagined that someone skilled in ranged combat could be equally formidable in close quarters. Most crucially, the opponent wasn't even a human awakened. The realization sent cold sweat trickling down his back. But now, his entire body was already soaked through. He couldn't tell if it was sweat or rain. Facing the interrogation, the magician hand offered no reply, only a faint, mocking curve to his lips. The more he did so, the more the assassin's face turned ashen. Tap tap tap. At that moment, the sound of marching footsteps grew louder, approaching from the distance. Those who heard the sound turned their eyes in anger. The moment the assassin saw who was approaching, his heart settled instantly, and an unprecedented sense of security welled up within him. Down the street, a line of warriors marched through the rain at the front, with other classes shielding the center. Though their equipment varied in style, the insignia on their arms bore no difference. The Jiangqing Enforcement Squad. Some onlookers in the distance, upon witnessing this scene, tiptoed and craned their necks, desperate for a clearer view. What kind of case could possibly require deploying such a large force? A rough count revealed at least 50 personnel, meaning 10 squads. Chief! What brings you here? Yi Tianyu exclaimed. Typically, only a small squad was dispatched for investigations, with only a few cases requiring coordination between multiple squads. A deployment like this, involving nearly the entire district's law enforcement bureau, was exceedingly rare. It was an event so rare it might not happen again for years. If I hadn't come now, something terrible might have happened. The middle-aged man at the head of the group wore a solemn expression as he spoke gravely. As he spoke, his glance toward the magician's hand carried a hint of apprehension. After all, he was a level 50 awakened one. If even he reacted this way to the magician's hand, how could the others not be astonished? The assassin reacted even more decisively, sheathing his blade without hesitation and retreating. With a few leaps, he descended from the rooftop and returned to Yi Tianyu's group. His eyes searched the enforcement bureau chief. Wu Yun said nothing more, his gaze fixed firmly on the magician above. You are powerful. But this is not where you should be. The inexplicable words sent a chill through everyone present. After all, as the bureau chief, Wu Yun was the strongest presence within the district's enforcement bureau. Yet, facing this unknown entity, he uttered those words. Some tried to gauge his strength, yet remained unable to judge the magician's power until his next words. A king-tier boss. Who released you? Wu Yun's voice was low and tinged with coldness. Whether this caution stemmed from facing the magician's hand or from his deep-seated hatred for whoever had unleashed the king-class boss remained unclear. Perhaps it was both. At these words, everyone froze. Yi Tianyu and his 4 companions felt their hair stand on end, a bone-chilling cold rising from their feet and shooting straight to the crown of their heads. What the hell? The enemy was actually a king-level boss? Then from the very beginning, they hadn't been intercepting the magician, they'd been dancing with death itself. The slightest misstep could plunge them into an abyss of no return. Fortunately, the enemy had never intended to fight seriously from the start, merely toying with them. They actually recognized me. The magician spread his hands helplessly. He let the rain drench his body, making no effort to wipe it away. Form ranks. Wu Yun wasted no words, bellowing the command. At his command, some enforcers still reeling in shock seeing a king-tier boss outside the dungeon for the first time snapped back to reality. Their movements were swift, without a hint of hesitation. Within mere breaths, the warriors had formed a solid shield around the core damage dealers. An impenetrable formation had solidified. Seeing this, the magician didn't sit idly by. He extended a single hand, palm open, gazing down haughtily at the crowd below. His sapphire blue eyes gradually shifted toward a dark golden hue. Want to fight? I'm ready anytime. His tone was cold and oppressive, carrying an indescribable weight. Among the enforcers below, an invisible pressure descended, crushing them until they could barely breathe. Oomph. Save your petty tricks for someone else. Wu Yun's cold snort instantly washed away the oppressive pressure. The crowd felt an immediate release, the terrifying aura completely dissipating. Trickery? You underestimate the magician. The magician's lips curved into a faint smile as he murmured softly. As he spoke, the dark gold in his eyes reached its peak intensity. Chapter 44, The Overwhelming Suppression. In the dark, stormy night, thunder and lightning raged. Flash after flash of light illuminated half his face. The magician standing atop the rooftop was clearly visible to all. His dark golden pupils shone brilliantly in the pitch-black world. Magic, levitation. Magic, mirror image. The magician murmured each word, which echoed in the crowd's ears like sacred Sanskrit. In the next instant, he rose into the air, floating above the street without the aid of wings. A flash of light erupted as 10 mirrors snapped into perfect formation. Clang! Clang! The mirrors shattered abruptly, replaced by 10 identical magicians. The only difference was that they all held staffs in their left hands, making them instantly distinguishable. Magic, mirror image. Quality, A. Mirror image, duplicate up to 10 mirror images, each possessing 50% of the caster's attack power and health, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. 11 magical hands, including the original, floated in the air, exerting an intangible pressure. This rendered warriors and assassins nearly useless. Mages, prepare. Initiate ranged assault. Wu Yun bellowed. His voice cut through the downpour with piercing clarity, reaching every ear. In an instant, beams of light converged as wands gathered energy. Fire. At the command, ice spikes, exploding fireballs, water cannons, a barrage of multicolored attacks erupted. All were aimed at the magic hand suspended midair, especially its central core. Magic shield. A cold command echoed through the air. In the next instant, a massive magical shield crystallized midair, its hexagonal honeycomb pattern clearly visible. Before everyone's eyes, the multicolored attacks struck the massive shield. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed relentlessly, reverberating painfully through their eardrums. Ice and fire collided, sending a mist of water vapor billowing into the air. Raindrops fell as the mist rose, creating an eerie spectacle. After a brief moment, the rain washed it all back to the ground, and the air cleared once more. Once everything dispersed, the intact shield reappeared before everyone's eyes. How is this possible? Wu Yun's palm trembled imperceptibly. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. According to the basic data revealed by the magic hand, it should only be level 41. Yet, the power it displayed was far beyond what a king-tier boss of that level should possess. Even when he and his superior had hunted down a level 45 king-tier boss last time, it hadn't been this troublesome. Everyone, be careful. This is no ordinary king-tier boss. Wu Yun shouted loudly, ensuring the warning reached every ear. He knew this would severely dampen morale, but he had no choice. The consequences of underestimating the enemy would be far more severe than a collapse of confidence. Gritting his teeth, he continued, enunciating each word deliberately. It's highly likely, a boss on the verge of ascending to emperor tier. As he spoke, he could feel his teeth chattering. But he couldn't show it, for he was now the backbone of the entire team. If even he lost confidence, the entire enforcement bureau would swiftly collapse. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. Their understanding of imperial tier beings had been limited to unstoppable forces beyond ordinary humans' capabilities. But seeing Wu Yun's resolve, a spark of eagerness ignited within them. If even the chief wasn't afraid, what was there left for them to fear? Who knows? Perhaps even the possibility of killing an emperor existed. Archers, prepare for the second wave of attack. Wu Yun's face remained composed as he raised his right hand high. With a fierce swing of his arm, he nearly roared the command, his voice carrying a faint hint of sorrow. Fire! Whoosh! 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 At his command, arrows flew relentlessly. The group held nothing back, disregarding skill cooldowns entirely. 7-star chain in 6-pointed arrow formation, they unleashed them without hesitation. Only one person held back the archer from Yi Tianyu's squad. Having endured the blow, he knew these skills wouldn't make much of a difference. Rain of arrows. He drew his bow to its fullest, letting out a thunderous shout. The sound drew surprised glances from everyone around him. This skill had an extremely long cooldown and consumed massive amounts of stamina. In essence, after unleashing it, if the opponent evaded, the caster would be left defenseless and vulnerable. Of course, such an area of effect skill was virtually impossible to dodge. One could only brace for impact or blink away. This all-or-nothing approach left everyone utterly perplexed. They were a coordinated team. When facing a king-tier boss, they could easily employ a rotation tactic to wear it down. There was no need for such recklessness. But soon enough, they realized they were wrong, and spectacularly so. The archer released the bowstring, and the arrow shot straight upward, slicing through the sky. Clang! In a daze, it seemed as though a faint glimmer flashed across the sky, the sign that the arrow had vanished. The next instant. Whoosh! 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 A dense hail of arrows fell vertically, mingling with the rain. They completely sealed off the area near the magic hand, leaving no room to dodge. Clang! 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 Arrows struck the shield repeatedly, ringing out in a steady rhythm. After a moment, the assault paused. The archers stared blankly at the sky-blue shield, their eyes vacant. Their longbows clattered to the ground. Even their most powerful attack failed to make a dent. A single shield had effortlessly withstood 2 waves of attacks. Wu Yun raised his head, fingers clenched, gazing up at the magic hand above. A wave of helplessness washed over him. A king-tier boss, how could it be this terrifying? He murmured, reluctant to send his subordinates to their deaths for nothing. But retreat was impossible. Brothers! We can't retreat. Zhangcheng lies directly behind us. If we retreat, your wives and children will have nowhere to hide. Follow me. The heavy rain gradually subsided, and the clamor grew much quieter. Wu Yun's near-hysterical shouts echoed throughout the entire bar street. His impassioned voice galvanized the enforcement squad, who followed him closely. Charge! Warriors and assassins shouted as they charged straight toward the magician's position. Their resolute, death-defying stance brought a lump to the throats of those watching from afar. Oh my! What kind of nonsense is this, teasing children here? But just then, a sarcastic voice rang out, utterly out of place. The voice wasn't loud, yet it easily drowned out their battle cries. Startled, the crowd turned toward the source of the voice. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared on a nearby rooftop. Dressed like a clown, the figure looked somewhat comical, but no one felt like laughing now. All stared upward at the figure, swallowing hard. Hey! Why are you all staring at me? I'm not like that guy. Ha ha ha. I'm actually quite kind, you know. The clown's mouth stretched into a wide grin, almost reaching his ears, accompanied by an eerie cackle. But his words, combined with that sinister chuckle, were utterly unconvincing. Finally, someone couldn't hold back a gasp. King! King tier! Another king tier! Chapter 45, a perfect finale, petals falling like snow. All eyes fixed on the figure atop the roof, terror etched across every face. Following the magician's hand, another king-tier boss. Its attributes were equally devastating. Perhaps due to proximity to the magician's hand, the shadow affiliation listed in the clown's assistant's data had vanished entirely. At first glance, they appeared to be 2 entirely separate wild bosses. Ha ha! Look what you've done, you've scared them all. The clown's assistant sat cross-legged on the rooftop, arms akimbo in displeasure. The magician, however, remained unconcerned. For him, there was no need to overthink it, just complete the mission. As for the consequences? As long as no one got hurt, it was none of his concern. They actually recognize each other. Wu Yun's heart skipped a beat, his right eyelid twitching wildly. If the 2 bosses joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. Before he could react, the clown assistant had already darted toward the magic hand. Under the stunned gazes of the others, he slowly merged into the magician's hand's body. Merged? The entire enforcement bureau team swallowed hard, their hearts leaping into their throats. Based on past knowledge, bosses who fused would see their combat power elevated to an entirely new level. A fusion between two top-tier king-class beings? That would mean reaching emperor-class strength. Even if not quite, it should be close. Yet, what stunned them unfolded. After merging with the clown's assistant, the magician's hand's aura surged relentlessly, instantly reaching a peak. Though its stats remained unchanged, it exuded an inexplicable sense of suppression. Then, it bowed slightly and removed the top hat from its head. My sincere apologies for causing you all such trouble. The apologetic words left everyone present momentarily stunned, unable to react for a long while. Just as they began to suspect this might be part of the magician's hand's scheme and contemplated testing its intentions, the magician's hand spoke once more. Perfect curtain call. It made a throwing motion upward. From its once empty hands, countless rose petals suddenly blossomed. The petals danced lightly, enveloping it completely in a breathtaking display. Coo coo coo. In the next instant, dozens of white doves burst forth, soaring off in every direction. Their flapping wings stirred up a swirl of crimson petals. After the rain, the bar street was once again showered with a rose rain. Well then, until we meet again. Everyone. No one was in sight, only its voice echoing through the empty valley. Wu Yan stared blankly at the horizon, letting the roses fall onto his cheeks, still unable to snap out of it. It all felt like a dream, so utterly unreal. Even after the magician's figure vanished completely, he still couldn't believe they had faced two king-level bosses. Even if they were no match for them, it was an undeniable fact. Everyone stood frozen, staring blankly around them. On the bar street after the rain, the air carried the earthy scent of damp soil, mingled with the fragrance of roses. We were saved. The law enforcement bureau members collectively exhaled in relief, their faces radiating an indescribable sense of ease. A profound sense of relief washed over them, like emerging from a catastrophe. Fall back. Wu Yan composed himself, rubbing his face vigorously twice before giving the order. At his command, the law enforcement bureau members swiftly gathered their gear. After a while, the area was completely cleared. Those who came later wouldn't even know a battle had taken place here. Only excitement filled his face as he looked forward to meeting his friends at the bar. Ha! Who in their right mind would choose this line of work? From the distant clock tower, the magician sighed softly. He flicked the dice, which landed on the number 3. Teleport. As the words left his lips, a purple glow flared. In an instant, it vanished from its original spot. Meanwhile, inside a room in a dilapidated neighborhood, Luo Hua frowned deeply as he scanned the news from Yenzhou. He was about to head to Yenzhou University and needed to understand the situation there as soon as possible to avoid making unnecessary mistakes later. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted, and the magic hand abruptly materialized within the room. Hey! Boss! It raised its right hand in a playful manner, greeting him with a slightly comical gesture. Without waiting for Luo Hua's response, it grabbed a piece of fruit from the table, strode over in a few steps, and flopped onto the sofa. At first glance, it looked like a slacker, bearing none of the dignity expected of a magician. Crunch! It took a bite, juice spilling everywhere. Juice trickled down his white gloves, staining them a faint orange. Boss, mission accomplished. Snap! Are we heading to Yenzhou tomorrow? The magician's hand, still holding the fruit, mumbled indistinctly. A hint of curiosity flickered in its eyes at the mention of Yin province. For it, every new place seemed to be a fresh experience. Even Luo Hua, the person directly involved, didn't have as many thoughts as it did. Yes. Luo Hua replied without lifting his head, his eyes never leaving the screen of his phone. It seemed that doing his homework was the most important thing to him. Woohoo! Yenzhou! Yenzhou! Magic Hands raised both arms, shouting excitedly. Juice splashed out a few drops with his movements. Yet he seemed oblivious, appearing utterly carefree, radiating pure joy. He paid no mind to whether Luo Hua was watching him, solely focused on snapping his fingers. New fruits. New copies. New stage. Good heavens. Everything I ever wanted. Magic Hand's face lit up with delight, his eyes growing brighter with each calculation. By the end, he seemed almost overexcited. Compared to those boring quests, eating really is the best fit for me. Magician Hand chuckled. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stole a glance around. Seeing that Luo Hua hadn't noticed him at all, he slowly exhaled in relief. For him, nothing was more thrilling than whispering mischief in his master's ear. Even though it knew Luo Hua wouldn't hold it against him, it simply relished that sneaky feeling. I wonder what Yenzhou University will be like. Yeah. What will Yenzhou University be like? Hearing the voice, Luo Hua abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Magic Hand. At that moment, the Magic Hand happened to be looking at him with a mischievous grin, his expression sly and playful. Perhaps sensing Luo Hua's gaze, he suddenly chuckled awkwardly. Are you mimicking my speech again? Luo Hua frowned, his voice sharp. Seeing this, the magician immediately backed down. Better safe than sorry, apologize when you should. Ha ha. Sorry, boss. Old habit, I guess. The magician's hand offered a feeble smile, a far cry from his earlier domineering demeanor. His speed in backing down rivaled that of a professional player. Hey boss. Once we get to Yenzhou, what should we do? What should we do? The unexpected question caught Luo Hua off guard. Going to Yenzhou University was precisely to find information about our parents, wasn't it? But what after that? What about the rest of the time? Luo Hua lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time, unable to come up with a clear answer. For some reason, he felt a sense of disorientation, like a wanderer far from home. I don't know. Just sleep on it. Maybe tomorrow will bring the answer. Chapter 46, The Enforcement Squad arrives. The next day, at the entrance of the Jiangqing teleportation tower. Luo Hua, check if there's anything else we need to bring. Zhang Fengming patted his large belly and said cheerfully. He was genuinely delighted with this newly recruited student. Whether or not he'd recruit anyone for Jiangqing's next intake now seemed utterly irrelevant. Hui Juanjia remained silent beside him, but the slight nod he gave made it clear he too held a favorable impression of Luo Hua. If he had a bad impression, they would have ignored each other since the incident at Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Probably not. Luo Hua shook his head, utterly certain. He was alone in the world. What possessions could he possibly have to take? He'd barely returned home a handful of times throughout the year, and his furniture was practically gathering dust. Hearing this, Zhang Fengming and the others nodded, then turned to enter the teleportation array. Just then, a voice interrupted their movement. Young man, in all my years of recruiting students, this is the first time I've ever misjudged someone like this. Professor Yang Shan of Lezhou University twirled his goatee, speaking with a hint of resignation. His gaze toward Luo Hua held an unmistakable hint of regret. It seemed as though he was thinking that if only he had been a little more resolute, if only he had played more of his trump cards, then the opportunity would not have fallen to Yenzhou University. But now, the outcome was essentially sealed. There was no point in continuing. For the sake of competing over a single student, causing a rift between the two universities would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. If only he knew that his wavering resolve had caused an even greater opportunity to slip through his fingers. Upon returning to school, he might regret it bitterly. But it seemed Yang Shan hadn't yet learned about the incident at Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Of course, it's also possible that Jiangqing No. 2 High School suppressed the incident to avoid airing their dirty laundry in public, which is why few people know about it. For the matter to gain traction, it would take time. For at least the next couple of days, the students would remain tight-lipped under the threat of intimidation. What might happen in the long run was anyone's guess, but for Zhang Fengming and the others, this was enough. During this period, the fewer people who knew, the better. What the hell are you two up to? Are you hiding something from me? Yang Shan narrowed his eyes, his face almost pressed against Zhang Fengming's as he scrutinized him repeatedly. He sensed something fishy, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. What are you talking about? Coming to Jiangqing is all there is to it. What else could we possibly be hiding? Zhang Fengming wore an innocent expression, lying through his teeth. Without evidence, what could happen if he denied it? Something's off. You two are definitely up to something. Yang Shan said suspiciously. His gaze darted between Guo Juanjia and Zhang Fengming, searching for answers. But who were these two? One wore a cold expression, the other was smooth-talking. As for Luo Hua, he maintained an aloof demeanor, as if completely unaware of the situation. Just then, Zhao Xie suddenly stepped forward. As a student of Lezhou University, he had lost face in front of Luo Hua and Yang Shan last time, and he couldn't quite swallow his pride. Although teacher Yang Shan had repeatedly emphasized afterward that the gap in their abilities was no small matter. He listened but didn't take it to heart. They were just peers. How much stronger could he really be? Zhao Xie seethed inwardly, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Hua as he challenged him. Luo Hua, I admit you do have some skill. Yesterday you won by luck, but next time I won't hold back. Put. Hearing this, Zhang Fengming couldn't hold back and spit it out. Realizing his slip-up, he quickly clamped his mouth shut, struggling to hold back. His face flushed crimson, then deepened to purple, gradually turning black. It looked like he might lose control at any moment. Wei Juanjia seemed unaffected, as if he naturally had a bit of facial paralysis. Only the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A challenge to hold back laughter? That was actually kind of amusing. Hey, hey, hey! That's enough, okay? Yang Shan shot them a disapproving look, his tone tinged with irritation. He knew Luo Hua was quite skilled, easily beating Zhao Xie, but this was taking it too far. It was just a friendly sparring match, some win, some lose. After all, Zhao Xie represented the rising generation of Lezhou University. Being laughed at like this by two seniors might leave him with lasting psychological scars. Had he known Luo Hua already possessed the strength to challenge teachers from second high school, he wouldn't have thought this way. Unfortunately, Zhang Fengming would never share such details with him. Luo Hua, don't get too cocky. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Before Zhao Xie could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an irresistible pulling force. His entire body was yanked toward the teleportation tower. Yang Shan covered his face with one hand, looking utterly mortified. As for Luo Hua, he merely shrugged indifferently. After all, he felt nothing for such childish provocations. He simply watched as Zhao Xia was seized by the back of his neck by fate and vanished into the portal tower's entrance. "Hello? Mr. Luo Hua." Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind them. Luo Hua and the others turned to see several staff members in sky blue uniforms standing behind them. On their shoulders hung the armbands of the Jiangcheng enforcement team. "Who are you?" Luo Hua frowned, asking. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind: why would the Jiangcheng enforcement team show up at this moment? Logically, after the magic hands caused such a commotion, all attention should be focused on them. There was no reason for them to suspect him. But now that these people had come, what exactly were they after? "Jiangcheng enforcement team. Come with us." The leader's tone was firm, showing no intention of explaining their reasons. He demanded Luo Hua accompany them with an air of absolute authority, completely ignoring Jiang Fengming and the others standing nearby. "Jiangcheng enforcement squad? Even if you are from the enforcement squad, you don't have the right to take someone away like this." Jiang Fengming's face darkened as he asked coldly. However, the other party paid no heed to his challenge. "We suspect him of involvement in a case. He must accompany us. Failure to comply will be treated as resisting arrest. As for anything else, take it up with our chief." The officer's attitude was downright arrogant, showing no inclination to reveal any information whatsoever. This script seemed rehearsed countless times, delivered with practiced ease. "Teacher Jiang, it's okay." Luo Hua shook his head, completely unfazed. After all, he hadn't left any clues behind. There was no way they could trace it back to him. Even if there were, it would be Shadow's business, not his. Suspicions would always remain just that, suspicions. There was no evidence. "Let's go." Seeing Luo Hua's cooperation, the lead enforcement officer urged him onward. His demeanor suggested the charges had already been proven. Fine. Jiang Fengming burst into laughter, choked with anger. He clapped his hands, his expression teetering on the edge of fury. "If you don't uncover the truth today, you'll all be in for it. Old Gua, you stay with the vehicle. I'll report this to the school first." Hearing this, Weiju and Jia nodded and turned to follow. But someone had anticipated their move, a hand blocking their path. "Sorry. This is a special case. No following the vehicle." With that, the law enforcement officer turned and climbed into the vehicle, slamming the door shut. The enforcement vehicle roared away into the distance. "Let's go. We'll follow them to the enforcement bureau ourselves." Jiang Fengming and the other exchanged glances, their minds settling on the same answer. Chapter 47, North River Precinct, Wu Yun's influence. The enforcement vehicle sped through the city, skyscrapers rushing past in its wake. Luo Hua watched the scenery outside the window, his smile gradually fading. "This isn't the route to the North River Enforcement Division, is it?" he asked in a low voice. As a native of Jiangcheng, how could he not know which district he belonged to? If something had truly happened, the North River Enforcement Bureau would be the first to arrive. But right now, the patrol car was heading in a completely different direction. "Which bureau we belong to is none of your business." The driver, an enforcement officer, didn't even turn his head as he coldly retorted. His eyes remained fixed straight ahead, filled with ruthlessness. "Is that so?" Luo Hua suddenly smiled. Before he could make a move, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Seeing this, his eyes flickered and his eyebrows arched slightly. He glanced sideways at both officers seated beside him, each glaring at him with a warning stare. It seemed as though the moment he made a move, they would take forceful action. 3 enforcement officers, all at least level 45. Most people wouldn't stand a chance. But they had clearly underestimated Luo Hua. Seeing this, Luo Hua merely curved his lips, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile. "Don't waste your breath. We know you're at least level 40, so we brought 3 officers this time." The officer driving the vehicle stated. His tone was casual, exuding confidence as if he wasn't the least bit worried Luo Hua would slip through their fingers. Hearing this, Luo Hua offered no rebuttal. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and remained silent. Seeing him stop moving, the others assumed he'd back down, and they all sneered in disdain. Little did they know, Luo Hua hadn't given them a second thought. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: who had sent them here? After all, very few could command the enforcement squad. It's not the thieves stealing that you fear, but the thieves keeping you in mind. He needed to find out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, before things got out of hand. Luo Hua kept his eyes tightly shut, his index finger tapping lightly as he calculated the time. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, Beijiang Branch. Wu Yun sat at his desk, cross-checking recent files. The walls were covered in scribbles and markings, all related to key cases and leads. Among them, several photographs stood out starkly from the rest, prominently highlighted. Upon closer inspection, they were images of the magician's hand and the clown's assistant. Alongside them were images of the gruesome deaths of Lu Chunfeng and his son, plus a stack of photocopies. Bastard! Absolute bastard! Wu Yun cursed furiously. He slammed his fist down on the table with a loud thud. Before him lay another stack of case file copies, identical to those on the wall. Lu Chunfeng and his son. Damn them! He gritted his teeth and cursed, trembling with rage. The papers were filled with criminal records of Lu Chunfeng and his son, along with several unsolved cases. Now, every detail was laid bare in stark clarity. At first, when he received this material, he remained skeptical. It wasn't until he cross-checked the files that he was forced to accept the truth. Are those guys in the southern part of the city just eating dry rice? Wu Yun roared in fury, cursing angrily. Nearly every closed case in the files was linked to the South City Enforcement Division. If there wasn't something fishy going on, he would have been the first to refuse to believe it. With that thought, he opened his communicator. Hello? Little Wu, what's up? Uncle Zhou, it's like this. Wu Yun recounted the incident to the person on the other end of the communicator, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. As he reached the climax, he slammed his fist on the table in fury. It took him quite a while to finish recounting the entire incident. After he finished, there was a long silence on the other end before a slow voice spoke. Got it. Proceed as you see fit. If anyone in Jiangcheng dares to obstruct you, you have my authority to act first and report later. The tone was flat, revealing almost no emotion. Only Wu Yun, who knew him well, understood perfectly. It wasn't emotionless, it was the calm before the storm, the edge of a raging fury. Yes, Uncle Zhou. Wu Yun felt a chill run through him as an inexplicable weight settled on his shoulders. The Lu Chunfeng case was of immense gravity, with far-reaching implications. If mishandled, it could trigger a major shakeup across the entire city of Jiangcheng. After all, it was no longer just about the Lu family. There were also two unnumbered king-level bosses, undocumented in any existing records. Their origins remained unknown, as did their specific abilities. This was the most troublesome aspect. Fortunately, the adversaries hadn't yet displayed extreme aggression, suggesting there was still room for negotiation. Why would that king-level boss act this way? Wu Yun couldn't help but voice his confusion. Why would they risk exposure to do something so laborious and thankless? Was it a conspiracy, or genuine intent? That's not a wild instance, boss, someone must be controlling it. Just as Wu Yun was pondering this, a speculative voice came through the communicator, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Hearing this, Wu Yun furrowed his brow. Uncle Zhou, that seems unlikely. Even the top summoners in the country couldn't pull that off so easily. He couldn't help but mentally compare them. But regardless, those capable of simultaneously commanding two king-tier bosses were exceedingly rare. Moreover, such individuals would immediately draw the attention of the Dragon Nation the moment they left their original residences. It was utterly impossible to slip into Jiangcheng unnoticed and unleash two king-tier beasts to stir up trouble. Yet there was no response from the other end of the communicator. Instead, the voice seemed to shift the subject, continuing to ask. By the way, you mentioned the Lu family father and son affair. It involves Luo Qingfun's son, right? You mean Luo Hua? Yes. Got it. You handle it. If the Lu family dares to resist. Understood, Uncle Zhou. I know what needs to be done. Wu Yun's expression turned solemn as he snapped to attention. Without another word, the communicator on the other end hung up. He stared intently at the photo of the magic hand on the table, a suspicion forming in his mind. Though not entirely certain, it was undoubtedly connected to Luo Hua. Truly the legendary Luo Qingfeng of Jiangcheng. Wu Yun murmured under his breath, silently praising him. Just as he was about to gather his men to issue orders, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Hold on. You can't go in. Get out of my way. Or I'll have old Guo take care of you too. Even if you break my legs today, I won't move. Damn it all to hell. I'm going to demand an explanation from Wu Yun today. How dare he arrest someone right in front of us? Hearing voices both familiar and unfamiliar, Wu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Not only did they address him by name, but they were making such a racket. Could it be another old classmate trying to curry favor? The thought brought a flicker of disgust to his eyes. Already boiling with anger, now someone was deliberately provoking him. He couldn't tolerate it for a single moment longer. This time, it actually made him laugh in anger. He strode to the front door and yanked it open with a bang. Which bastard's looking for trouble here? Wu Yun roared, his eyes blazing with fury. His gaze immediately fell upon a plump figure. Chapter 48, South City Precinct. Jiangcheng Enforcement Team, Beijiang Precinct. Wu Yun's sudden bellow silenced the chattering corridor. The enforcement officers and Zhang Fengming's group all stared at him in stunned silence. After 2 or 3 seconds, Zhang Fengming was the first to react. You bastard? You bastard, Wu Yundo. You son of a. Tell me where you've taken my student. Zhang Fengming's face twisted with fury, his eyes blazing. Like a shrew in the street, she planted her hands on her hips, strode forward, and pointed at Wu Yun's nose as she yelled. Zhang Fengming? What are you doing here? This time, Wu Yun was genuinely taken aback. He'd initially thought it was some acquaintance trying to curry favor, but it turned out to be someone he actually knew. Only this time, she'd come to demand answers. His own people had arrested his student? What did that mean? He didn't quite get it. I arrested your student? Bull. We only arrest suspects. If your student got arrested, he must have been up to no good too. Wu Yun snapped back without a second thought once he caught on. No matter who he is, thinking he can leverage past school ties to get me to bail someone out? No way. Wu Yun snorted, his tone uncompromising. Dirty hands? His hands are cleaner than the asses of your entire Jiangcheng enforcement squad. Where the hell have all your asses gone? You come arrest people without a shred of evidence. Zhang Fengming's mouth twisted in fury. Not only had he failed to retrieve his man, but he'd been rebuffed with insults. He didn't know what Luo Hua had done, but it was certainly far better than the enforcement team's warrantless arrests. Crooked? You're calling our Jiangcheng enforcement team crooked? Wu Yun pointed at his own nose and suddenly laughed. It was unclear whether the smile came from anger or amusement. Either way, his tone suggested he wasn't in a negotiating mood. Our Jiangcheng is crooked? Your Yen province is even more crooked. Not just the enforcement squad, your students are crooked too. I don't have time to waste here. I won't release him. You lot can pack it up and leave. Without a second thought, Wu Yun issued his order to leave. He had to go take down that bunch at the South City precinct now, no time to waste with Zhang Fengming's nonsense. If pushed too far, he might just lock the guy up for a couple days first. Leave? Old Gua, don't hold me back. I refuse to believe it. I'll make this clear right now, if you don't release Luo Hua today, nothing you say matters. Zhang Fengming, his temper flaring, declared firmly. On one side, the school was urging them to hurry back. On the other, a student who hadn't even enrolled yet was being detained. Crucially, the Jiangcheng enforcement team couldn't even specify what Luo Hua had done wrong. They were just dragging their feet, wearing him down. It wasn't just him, anyone in his position would be furious. Leave them here? What difference does it make? Even if you set up a lecture hall here, it won't help. I'm telling you, I'm arresting this person today, no matter what. I don't care if it's Luo Hua or even Luo Cheng. Before he could finish, Wu Yun suddenly stumbled. His words abruptly halted, and he looked at Zhang Fengming uncertainly. He glanced sideways, lowering his gaze, and asked in a slightly furtive tone. What did you just say his name was? Luo Hua? Which Luo, which Hua? Wu Yun briefly doubted his own hearing and asked for clarification. This only confused the others, especially the Enforcement Bureau agents. Just moments ago, the chief had been furious, yet now he had calmed down so completely. What kind of power did this Luo Hua possess to warrant such a reaction from the chief? But Zhang Fengming couldn't care less. Wu Yun was their immediate superior, it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh and retorted. How many Luos do you have here? Who else could it be but Luo Hua? Having been in Jiangcheng for only a short while, he diligently investigated and quickly uncovered the answer. Besides, as the bureau chief, Wu Yun had no reason to be unaware of matters within his jurisdiction. If he truly knew nothing, there would be no need for this extra confirmation. Is it really that Luo Hua? Wu Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, lifting his hand. Guards! Release that Luo Hua! The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Tianyu's face twisted into a look of utter misery. His peculiar reaction left Wu Yun utterly baffled. His brow furrowed, a hint of reproach flashing across his face. Honestly, he just doesn't know how to adapt. Bring him over here. I'll interrogate him myself. If he's truly innocent, let him go. Wu Yun shot them a disapproving look as he gave his orders. He also gave Zhang Fengming a reassuring gesture, signaling that the issue wasn't serious. But his expression quickly turned cold again. 2 or 3 seconds after his orders were given, not a single member of the enforcement team had moved. Instantly, his eyebrows knitted together in frustration. What are you standing around for? Do my words mean nothing? After he finished speaking, someone finally steeled themselves and stepped forward. Yi Tianyu stood with his head bowed, a bitter smile on his face. Chief, it's not that we don't want to release him. We haven't arrested a single person today. Where would Luo Hua come from? No arrests? You didn't make any arrests? Hearing this, Wu Yun was stunned. If someone had come knocking, it meant it wasn't a hoax. Could it be that someone was stirring trouble within his jurisdiction? Wu Yun. If you don't want to release them, just say so. That excuse is pathetic. Hearing the flimsy excuse, Zhang Fengming assumed it was just the other party stalling. He sneered coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I don't want to release them? Wu Yun's voice rose sharply with anger. If I didn't want to release them, I would have kicked you out long ago. He had a fiery temper too. Even if he seemed to be in the wrong, he showed Zhang Fengming no courtesy whatsoever. He would confront what needed confronting and find what needed finding. Guards! Search! Find Luo Hua for me. I'll be damned if I don't see which bastard dares to stir up trouble in my jurisdiction. The rest of you, follow me. We're taking down the South City precinct. Wu Yun bellowed, issuing the search order. Seeing his attitude was genuine, Zhang Fengming's demeanor softened considerably. While the search raged on here, Luo Hua had already reached his destination. South City Enforcement Substation? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow at the 4 gilded characters adorning the facade. While others used gold paint, this place went all out with solid gold plating. This wasn't a place serving the people, it was a giant maw of a dungeon boss. Stop dawdling. Get your ass inside. Spotting him paused to examine the signboard, an enforcement officer immediately shoved him from behind. Despite the force, they couldn't budge him an inch. The officer glanced at his colleague, feeling thoroughly humiliated. He promptly swung his foot at Luo Hua's backside, attempting to force him inside through brute force. But Luo Hua, as if anticipating the move, sidestepped it effortlessly. This left the overbearing enforcement officer in a predicament. Caught off guard, his kick missed completely, sending him sprawling into a dramatic split right there on the spot. Rip! A look of agony washed over the man's face as a tearing sound echoed like fabric ripping apart. No need to push me, I'll go in myself. Luo Hua glanced at him indifferently. Then, lifting his foot lightly, he walked toward the enforcement bureau, which resembled a beast. Chapter 49, A Den of Snakes and Rats. South City Precinct passers-by avoided it like the plague. The moment Luo Hua stepped into the lobby, countless eyes instantly fixed on him. Disdain, sneers, and schadenfreude. Clearly, his appearance held little surprise for them. In fact, they all seemed to think it was a foregone conclusion. Hurry up! Keep moving! The law enforcement officer, who had split his legs wide apart, saw him pause again and immediately urged him impatiently. This time, however, he'd learned his lesson and refrained from kicking him, instead shoving him from behind. Since they hadn't reached the interrogation room yet and surveillance cameras were still active everywhere, he refrained from using physical force. After all, within the surveillance zone, they were still under upper management control. They couldn't arbitrarily cut off the video recording, otherwise, the consequences would be severe. No need to rush me. I just want to see what kind of grand palace this place really is. Luo Hua chuckled, surveying the room and taking in everyone's expressions. Unsurprisingly, everyone wore expressions of spectatorship, showing no fear in their eyes toward him. Perhaps in their eyes, Luo Hua was now little more than fish on a cutting board, ready for them to carve up. He paid it no mind, already mentally communicating with his magic hand. If it comes to a fight, what are my odds? Hearing the question, the magic hand paused briefly. Whether speechless or carefully weighing the odds, it hesitated for a second or two before responding. After a brief pause, it finally replied faintly within Luo Hua's mind. If we don't hold back, it's 19-1. They're not like the enforcement bureau we encountered last night. They're all a bunch of useless drunks who've never seen real combat. Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the reply. He had assumed the enforcement bureau represented the pinnacle of Jiangqing's forces, yet here they were, reduced to mere drunkards and good-for-nothings in the face of the magicians. Never mind the wildly disparate odds of 19-1. The very label of useless fools alone revealed their profound ignorance. In fact, Luo Hua suspected that even the so-called 19% win rate was calculated conservatively by the magicians. One must also factor in whether hidden combat power or special tactics were involved. Of course, these were merely internal factors. External, uncontrollable factors are clearly impossible to calculate. For instance, acting in broad daylight risks drawing attention and summoning stronger foes. A king-level boss invading Zhangcheng would cause quite a stir. Don't worry, boss. While we might not handle everything perfectly, protecting you is a piece of cake. Luo Hua nodded. With Magic Hand's assurance, he felt considerably more at ease. Moreover, his own strength was clearly formidable enough to guarantee his complete safety. Following the ill-intentioned guidance, Luo Hua stepped deeper into the enforcement bureau. Before he even drew near, piercing screams echoed from ahead. Thud! 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 Confess! Confess! Enforcement officer! I'm truly innocent! The dull thuds of fists meeting flesh echoed alongside the enforcer's gritted teeth shouts. No amount of pleading or denial could halt his actions. Luo Hua had only heard tales of such incidents before, never imagined they'd become reality today. No wonder they say the South City Precinct has the highest case clearance rate, yet its approval rating is notoriously low. Ha! Still pulling that confession under duress routine? Luo Hua burst out laughing, his mockery unmasked. He'd assumed the South City Precinct merely had some shady connections, but it turned out the corruption ran deep to the very roots. To curry favor with higher-ups, they'd stoop to such unscrupulous means. It seemed the string of wrongful convictions involving Luo Hua and his father was just the tip of the iceberg a terrifying industrial chain likely lay beneath. Oomph. Laugh now. You won't be laughing soon. The law enforcement officer behind him sneered coldly, issuing an unrestrained threat. To them, once Luo Hua crossed this threshold and entered the surveillance blind spot, he'd be at their mercy. Hurry up. Move it. The officers urged him on like he was a criminal, their attitude utterly contemptuous. They were already near the interrogation room, no need to even pretend anymore. Don't worry, like I'm going to run away? Luo Hua grinned, speaking deliberately with a hint of implication. Yet the other parties seemed oblivious to the implication. A sneer escaped his lips, his face brimming with contempt. Run? Like you could escape? The other party clearly had immense confidence in the capabilities of the South City Precinct, showing no concern whatsoever about such an outcome. If nothing else, when it came to preventing prisoners from escaping, they were undoubtedly the best in all of Jiangcheng. As for the reason? Better left unsaid. Why would I run? You might even beg me to let you out. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, asking casually. Judging by the timing, the North Jiang Precinct should have finished their verification by now. Even if they weren't coming for him, the South City Precinct would still face trouble. As for him, all he needed to do was stir the pot a little, and the entire pond would turn murky. The choice of the Beijing Precinct was entirely Magic Hand's suggestion after observing their performance last night. Otherwise, as two parties who didn't know each other, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important thing to them. Ha 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 ha. What did he say? Begging to be let out? Is he still half asleep? Does he think he's one of the Lu family's young masters? I'll lay it out plainly. Even if he's related to the chief of the bureau himself, he's not getting out of here today. Luo Hua's words sparked a roar of laughter. The group behaved with utter arrogance, completely lacking the decorum expected of law enforcement officers. Strangely enough, even amidst their rowdiness, every other word was still laced with sycophantic flattery toward the Lu family. The Lu family, huh? I see. Luo Hua smiled meaningfully. The fact that matters involving Lu Chenfeng and his son always got resolved across jurisdictional lines, if that didn't seem fishy, then something was seriously wrong. The Lu family and the South City Precinct were indeed a nest of vipers. Without needing prompting, he stepped into an empty interrogation room. Such behavior amused those watching. Who does he think he is? The Lu family, huh? So what if we know? He doesn't really think he can walk out of here, does he? Good for him for knowing better, walking in himself. Might make things easier later. The enforcement officers discussed freely, their words dripping with scorn for Luo Hua. For they knew that few who entered these doors ever emerged sane. Interrogation? Not a chance. An officer at the rear glanced at the surveillance feed, grinned savagely, and followed inside. He took an unsteady step, his hips throbbing from his injuries. Luo Hua. You've crossed the Lu family. Ugh. Don't think you'll get off easy. His face twisted in fury as he muttered about the Lu family. Yet his actions suggested something more than mere words. His companions noticed, but said little. This sort of personal vendetta wasn't new to them, they'd seen it countless times before and had long grown accustomed to it. Keep an eye on him. The Lu family will be here soon to verify things. The lead enforcer patted the man's shoulder, offering a pointed reminder. A glance exchanged between them instantly conveyed the unspoken understanding. No further words were needed as he led the group into the interrogation room. Chapter 50, Forced Interrogation? Inside the interrogation room, several enforcers grinned savagely. Luo Hua sat in the central chair, his eyelids barely lifting, showing no concern for his captors. By now, he had already activated the effect of the Spirit of Protection, establishing a connection with the evil-eyed ox demon. His raw HP surged from 4,600 to 40,600, making him as durable as a tank. The others remained unaware, still believing him to be just an ordinary awakened. Don't equip anything. Be careful, if you kill him, we'll never cover it up. The lead enforcer warned, cracking his knuckles loudly. He then turned to Luo Hua, his smile turning sinister. Let's see how calm you stay. There are no cameras here. Oh dear. My body camera, how could it run out of power? He spread his hands in mock helplessness, a sly grin spreading across his face. Such coincidences are rare, as everyone knows. The others exchanged knowing glances before feigning urgency. Oh my god. My recorder's broken. Oh no, mine's acting up too. What a coincidence. Yeah. What a coincidence. They chuckled awkwardly, their expressions exaggeratedly dramatic. Their gazes toward Luo Hua were filled with malice. Before they could finish speaking, one of them stepped forward. Arm raised, a vicious punch slammed toward him. The blow was powerful and heavy, clearly intended to knock the wind out of him. The recorder's broken? That's a real shame. Luo Hua scanned the room, his eyes darting across every corner, including the opponent's recorder. Only after confirming there were no surveillance devices did he speak in a sinister tone. For some reason, despite being an ordinary remark, it sent a chill through everyone present. Especially the enforcer at the front, the one who had just thrown the punch. He shuddered violently. A sudden, ominous foreboding washed over them. Officer assaulting a citizen. Someone stop this. Luo Hua bellowed, leaping to his feet. Outside the interrogation room, the crowd exchanged knowing smiles. Some held coffee, others nibbled pastries, all looking perfectly at ease. Not a trace of urgency hung in the air, they seemed like a crowd of idlers. Hearing Luo Hua's cry for help was like listening to a beautiful symphony. He put on such a tough act at number 2 high yesterday, but turns out he's just a coward. He's already backing down before it even starts, but that won't work. He's messed with the Lu family, his life is over. They discussed freely, already picturing Luo Hua's miserable state. Little did they know, it was all part of his plan. At that moment, a triumphant smile spread across Luo Hua's face. With a flick of his wrist, 5 skill books appeared simultaneously before the stunned gazes of the crowd. Not only were there warrior skill books, but mage skill books were present as well. In an instant, greed flooded their minds. Mine. All mine. The same thoughts surged simultaneously in the minds of different individuals. Naively, they believed Luo Hua had brought out these skill books to show goodwill. To strike a deal, hoping they would spare him. The enforcer at the very front transformed his fists into claws, lunging to snatch the skill books. His face twisted into a near-mad grin, clearly determined to seize them. But the next second, Luo Hua's subsequent action left them utterly stunned. Smack! He slapped his palm onto the skill book, mimicking the act of learning a skill. Instantly, a burst of light erupted. Blue, white, red, and orange hues dazzled their eyes. He learned them all. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as if they'd witnessed their own possessions being squandered. Anger and humiliation boiled over, pushing their desire to kill Luo Hua to its absolute peak. There were so many skill books enough to give each of them one. Perhaps, in their joy, they might have pardoned Luo Hua's crime. At the very least, they could have shown leniency, perhaps giving him a symbolic beating. Luo Hua's current actions were nothing short of a waste of resources. Whether warriors learned mage skills or mages learned warrior skills, 2 or 3 books were rendered useless. Ignorance. Utter ignorance. The crowd seethed with fury, itching to pry open Luo Hua's skull to see what was inside. Especially the one at the very front. He'd been so close to grabbing it, only for it to vanish into thin air. All of it had dissolved into skill fragments, surging into Luo Hua's body. Losing such a treasure at such close range instantly made steam rise from his forehead. Little did they know. Luo Hua's mage warrior class allowed him to learn all warrior and mage skills simultaneously while reducing their stamina cost. It could be said that skills from both classes manifested unique effects within him. The light swirled around him, swiftly burrowing into Luo Hua's body. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as another thread of insight into skill usage took root in his mind. All this unfolded in the span of mere breaths. In the blink of an eye, the attack arrived. Luo Hua's gaze darkened slightly as he clenched his fist and drew it to his waist. "You wasteful piece of trash, die for me," the enforcer roared. On the other side, a hand shot out toward Luo Hua, aiming straight for his chest. As the distance closed, the hatred in the opponent's eyes intensified. Yet Luo Hua seemed utterly oblivious. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his fist forward. Fiery fist. The words were spoken flatly, without much emotion. At first hearing, it sounded as emotionless as reciting a text. Yet the moment his fist struck out, a scorching heat wave swept toward them, nearly searing their skin. The closest person bore the brunt of the scorching flames, their hair and eyebrows curling instantly. In that moment, one could almost smell the scent of something burning. Boom! Before the others could comprehend what was happening, flames had already engulfed their comrade. Luo Hua's attack struck the opponent like punching a sandbag, sending him flying with a single blow. Through the haze, they glimpsed a fiery form hurtling through the air. With a dull thud, it slammed into the wall, causing the entire room to shake 3 times. Gulp! The enforcers collectively swallowed hard, their eyelids twitching wildly. Though they knew a level 45 awakened wasn't easily killed, the scene before them delivered a massive shock. One punch. Just one skill. What did that even mean? It meant that the 5 of them together equaled 5 skill books. In an instant, a ridiculous thought surfaced in their minds. Yet none of them could muster a laugh. Because this wasn't a trick at all, it was real, happening right before their eyes. Cold sweat poured down his back, soaking through his clothes in an instant. He couldn't tell if it was the lingering heat from the blazing fist technique or sheer terror. Unlike their trembling hearts, the one outside the door listening to the commotion was amused. Ha ha! They really aren't holding back. They're beating them so fiercely, they must not fear killing them. But even if they do, I doubt the Liu family will blame them too harshly. TSK. No matter how fierce they are outside, once they step into the South City precinct, even dragons must curl up. The group chatted leisurely, their tone as light as a breeze. Human lives, when spoken of by them, always seem so light and insubstantial, carrying little weight. The potential future of Jiancheng was treated with equal indifference. Little did they know, inside the room, Luo Hua had entered a berserk state. He beat the others into a rout, leaving them scrambling for cover, unable to land a single blow. Chapter 51, The Terrified Law Enforcers. South City Precinct, Interrogation Room. The cramped space offered little room to hide. Several law enforcement officers huddled in the corner by the door, their faces frozen in terror. Open the door. Open it, damn it. Open up. This Luo Hua isn't human at all. They pounded on the door with all their might, their legs trembling. When Luo Hua had attacked, he'd made no attempt to conceal his power. They'd seen his level. Level 45 versus level 40, I've got the upper hand. Bull. Come at me if you dare. Any random skill could send someone flying, draining their health to the kill line. What could they possibly fight back with? Their heads? One swing of that hammer would split their skulls open. Thud. 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 The door panel rattled violently, yet no one answered. Outside the corridor, the crowd listened to the commotion and couldn't help but laugh. Wow! That's some acting. Who knew they had this trick up their sleeves? Feigning retreat to advance. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Luo Hua assaulted law enforcement officers, forcing on-site personnel to shoot him dead. TSK. Ha! No wonder they got this assignment. The boss must be over the moon. The enforcers from the South City precinct applauded, all casting earnest, studious glances. Why hadn't they thought of such an ingenious method before? If they'd thought of it sooner, they could have taken out anyone who annoyed them. And no need to write reports afterward? How perfect! More importantly, wouldn't it make those top-down assignments finding scapegoats so much easier? A genius was right beside me all along. Indeed, no matter how hard we try, we can't match someone with natural talent. See? I knew it. How else could that guy have split his legs wide at the door and still managed to kick him off balance with one foot? Whoa! Now that you mention it. Planting evidence within the surveillance range to imply Luo Hua had already harbored intentions to resist. Damn! Why didn't I think of that? Then stage a show inside, playing the victim to make it look like Luo Hua was trying to escape. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Everyone listened intently, praising the plan and appearing genuinely eager to learn. Unconsciously, they'd already spun the group's distress signals into elaborate conspiracies. They clapped in admiration, almost reaching for notebooks to jot it all down. Little did they know, the distress call they heard was genuine. The so-called schemes were nothing but figments of their own imagination. Inside the room, the hearts of the four had already sunk halfway. As for why there were only 4 of them? Because the other one looked like he was already on his last legs. One more blow from anyone, and he might just kick the bucket. Damn it! What the hell is going on out there? Open the door, damn it! Luo Hua, calm down first. Whatever it is, let's sit down and talk it out properly. Right. Let's talk it out. We'll meet your demands. They spoke as humbly as possible, not daring to raise their voices even slightly. They were terrified that any sudden excitement might startle Luo Hua and trigger an unexpected reaction. If they lost control, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. Who knows? They might just have to start a whole new chapter of urban rebirth. Negotiate properly? Now you know how to negotiate properly? Luo Hua's lips curved slightly, the smile on his face leaving them uncertain. They couldn't tell if it was a friendly smile or the calm before the storm. The enforcer whose groin had been grabbed was shaking like a leaf, his legs trembling so violently he seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Whether from sheer terror or a flare-up of old injuries, no one could say. Right. Let's talk properly. Just don't get worked up. Don't do anything rash, this is illegal. He pressed his hands downward in a gesture meant to calm the situation. His tone was as calm as possible, avoiding any sudden movements. Illegal? Luo Hua shook his head slowly, a self-mocking smile playing on his lips. From the very start, the other party had been aggressive, intent on putting him in a life-threatening situation. As a law enforcement officer, he showed no semblance of impartiality. If this had been anyone else, they would have been powerless to resist, left at their mercy. How had the tables turned, allowing him to take the initiative and gain the upper hand? Now that he'd cornered them, they were lecturing him about the Awaken's laws. Was this law merely a decoration to them? Is it merely a tool to restrain ordinary people? Yes. It's illegal. So don't get worked up. At worst, we'll release you, just stop fighting. Seeing Luo Hua's reaction, the other party quickly added fuel to the fire. As long as his emotions were calmed, it didn't matter what it was, just make the promise first. At worst, even if he really did give it away, the loss wouldn't be too great. Could Luo Hua really escape the South City precinct, let alone the Lu family's grasp? In truth, it was nothing more than an empty promise. Now, they were genuinely afraid that Luo Hua would take action. In this interrogation room, they'd seen countless people take desperate risks just to survive. From betraying their own families to framing the innocent, or even lashing out violently against the officers, they'd seen it all. But someone with power as formidable as Luo Hua? This was a first. Cases like this are usually sent to headquarters for handling, not dealt with by their branch office. Or they would request devices to suppress his power. Such negligence, allowing Luo Hua the chance to go berserk, was unthinkable. But now, that very situation had unfolded, and they might be cornered. What they didn't know was that Luo Hua was different from others. At this moment he retained his sanity. He understood that even if he didn't deal with these people himself, they wouldn't fare well afterward. The North River branch officers should be arriving any moment now. Regardless of what followed, these men before him could not be let off lightly. They dared to secretly plot vigilante justice against him. Now they would taste that same treatment. No! He's going to strike. Among the officers, there were those with keen eyes. Upon seeing Luo Hua make his move, they instantly realized negotiations were futile and shouted urgently. The other 3 reacted just as swiftly. Damn it! I refuse to believe it. 4 against 1. The odds are in our favor. Arm yourselves. With several roars, their gear materialized, enveloping their forms. Except for one mage, the other three were warriors. In such confined terrain, they held every advantage. Too bad they were facing Luo Hua. What kind of warriors were they? Could they possibly match a mage warrior? With a flick of his wrist, a wooden sword appeared. He swung it forward with a fierce motion. Frost impact. A sudden blast of frigid wind swept toward the group. Crystal clear ice crystals rapidly formed on their skin, visibly slowing their movements. No! It's a slow debuff. Someone cried out in terror, frantically shaking their body. They tried to shake off the ice crystals and return to normal. But the moment they moved, another row of ice spikes formed. Under their terrified gazes, they swiftly pierced toward their bodies. How is this possible? The crowd gasped in shock. They never imagined a warrior could execute a mage's skill flawlessly. They had assumed that inflicting a slow effect was already the limit. Little did they know, there was more to come. Chapter 52. The Law Enforcement Bureau arrives to make an arrest. As the ice spikes materialized, panic flashed in everyone's eyes. Then, suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Don't panic. He's a warrior. With such high attack stats, his magic power must be low. This warning instantly calmed the group. Exactly. So what if he can learn mage skills? Can he actually deal damage? They refused to believe a warrior's mage skills could one-shot them. I'll handle him. Immediately, one of the warrior class enforcers roared. With a sneer of contempt, he forced himself forward despite the slowing debuff. It was but a small step, yet it seemed to drain most of his stamina, leaving him gasping for breath. But at that moment, he cared not a whit for such trifles. A look of unwavering determination spread across his face as he stepped in front of the others. Let me hold him off. You take your chance to strike. With that, he spread his body wide, arms held out horizontally, creating the largest possible barrier against the advancing frost. As if the biting cold itself could not budge him an inch. In that moment, he stood like a mountain blocking the wind, unshakable. Good. Way to go. That's it. Keep up the spirit. The three behind him clapped enthusiastically, their faces beaming with praise. Words of praise flowed freely from their mouths. Watching this scene, Luo Hua couldn't help but silently give the other guy a mental thumbs up. It wasn't that he admired the other's courage, but rather that he thought the guy was just plain stubborn. Didn't he see the sheer power of that frost shock? That temperature, that slow effect, was he joking? Just because someone casually remarked that a warrior couldn't match a mage's damage output, he had the nerve to step forward and take the hit. He had eyes in his own head, couldn't he take a closer look? Or maybe he's just planning to donate it to someone who needs it. One dares to say it, and another dares to believe it. But while they fantasize, Luo Hua won't be polite with them. The officers at the South City Precinct? Hardly any of them had clean records. Judging by their crimes, they'd have enough on them to kill 10 or 8 of them right now. With a flick of his wrist, ice spikes shot forth in unison. Each one radiated bone-chilling cold, as if poised to freeze anyone in its path into an ice sculpture. Staring at the sharp ice spikes, the officer blocking the front suddenly felt his eyelid twitch uncontrollably. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling he was being tricked. It can't be. Trust your teammates. He drew a sharp breath, steeled his resolve. His body tensed as he bellowed. Fortress-like defense. Hum. Accompanying his shout, his body suddenly burst into a golden glow. This was his ultimate defensive skill. While remaining stationary, it granted 30% damage reduction for 3 seconds. Though somewhat useless during regular combat, it became a minor miracle when absorbing damage for allies in critical moments. If only he hadn't been stuck without a decent shield, he wouldn't have had to take the hit with his body. I see. Luo Hua's eyes narrowed in understanding as he observed the skill's effect, yet he still shook his head. Still not enough? Damage reduction is valuable, but once it exceeds you're still done for. Take his current attack, for instance, it clearly exceeded the enemy's defensive capabilities. Clang! 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 The clanging of clashing blades echoed as the ice spikes pierced straight through the enforcer. The talent, once as solid as a fortress, had already triggered its protective mechanism before the third spike arrived, sending it into a near-death state and exploding prematurely. The remaining ice spikes weren't blocked by the opponent. Instead, after triggering the protective mechanism, Luo Hua chose not to directly eliminate them, thus preventing any damage. This was one of the few benefits brought by the game's arrival in reality. That said, while his life was spared, the pain he deserved was not diminished in the slightest. After a barrage of attacks and bone-piercing cold. With a thud, the stubborn enforcer crashed face first onto the ground. Even in excruciating pain, his remaining strength was insufficient to turn him over. Didn't they say he was a warrior who couldn't deal damage? Who said that? Witnessing Luo Hua deal such absurd damage, the remaining 3 stood speechless. The one who had initially shouted that remark, convinced Luo Hua's skill was harmless, now stammered out his words, his voice lacking conviction. At this moment, denying everything was the wisest choice. If trouble came later, that wouldn't be good at all. Oh no! Luo Hua's attacking. A sudden cry of alarm rang out, trembling with fear. In their eyes, Luo Hua seemed more terrifying than the dungeon creatures themselves. Sweep the 1,000 armies. The detached voice echoed in their ears like thunder from a clear sky, sending shivers down their spines. Though it was nearly an area of effect skill most warriors possessed, they recoiled as if witnessing a monstrous apparition. Screaming, they fled toward the outer circle, desperate to escape his attack range. Outside the door, the crowd watched with amusement. Look! How much fun they're having! Those screams sound just like my own howls during a wild party. Damn, that makes me itch to try it. Is beating someone up really that thrilling? Why never felt it before? Envy and confusion mingled in their hearts. They racked their brains trying to figure out how those sounds were made, scratching their heads in intense curiosity. If the poor soul inside knew what they were thinking, he'd probably be spitting blood by now. I'm nearly dead, and you think I'm reveling? Inside the interrogation chamber, Luo Hua slowly sheathed his wooden sword, gazing down haughtily at the figures sprawled on the floor. In such a confined space, a single sweeping strike left little room for evasion. Unsurprisingly, the rest were instantly knocked down by a single skill. Wails echoed through the room as the 5 lay half dead on the floor, moaning in agony, their suffering beyond words. If given another chance, they'd never set foot in this room again. Look at Luo Hua before them. Was this even human? 19 years old, a sophomore in college, and he'd beaten them into submission. And what were they? The Jiangcheng Enforcement Squad, once a force others looked up to. Level 45 awakened ones, the backbone of Jiangcheng. Such formidable figures, yet now pinned to the ground and repeatedly crushed. Even more absurdly, after unleashing 3 consecutive skills, his breathing hadn't even grown labored. He hadn't even exerted himself fully before they were finished. If there were a hole in the ground, they'd have crawled into it right then and buried themselves alive. Wait, dude. High damage is one thing, but how come casting skills is as easy as drinking water for you? As the room gradually quieted down, the group exchanged knowing glances. TSK finally stopped. My curiosity was killing me. Me too. I'd love to see what makes interrogating Luo Hua so damn enjoyable. Just as they craned their necks, staring at the door, ready to investigate. A sudden commotion erupted outside the door, a bustling hubbub, the cause unknown. Chief, it's bad. The North River branch is arresting someone right outside our door. Someone shouted urgently. The baffling announcement left everyone momentarily stunned. What does that mean? The Beijing Enforcement Bureau coming to the Changnan Enforcement Bureau to make arrests? That sounded so bizarre. But there was no time to dwell on it. The chief of the South City branch instantly furrowed his brows and slammed his fist on the table. This is outrageous. Does the North River Division really think we're pushovers? With that, he stormed out, his face dark enough to rain. Chapter 53, Round them all up. South City Precinct, outside the main gate. Over 20 police vehicles pulled up swiftly, and nearly 100 officers streamed out in orderly, rapid succession. In mere moments, they had completely surrounded the South City Precinct. Wu Yan led the way, his gaze slightly cold. Beside him, Yi Tianyu followed closely. His expression solemn, his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if awaiting orders at any moment. On the other side, Jiang Fengming approached with Gui Juanjia, scanning the scene with a glance. Seeing the scene unfold, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Old Wu. I was in the wrong before. Never expected you'd pull out such a big show. That's the spirit. Once they release Luo Hua, I'll remember this favor. Next time you visit Yenzhou, I'll treat you to something special. He patted his chest emphatically, making his promise. His attitude had done a complete 180 compared to before, even changing how he addressed him. By the time he reached the mention of food, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Whether he genuinely intended to treat him or simply craved the food himself remained unclear. Wu Yan merely shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing. Well aware of his nature, she couldn't be bothered with such trivialities now. With a wave of his hand, every law enforcement officer from the Beijing precinct instantly turned their gaze toward him, awaiting his next command. Arrest every single person here. Not a single one is to escape. Shoot to kill any who resist arrest. Wu Yan's stern command cut through the air, thick with a murderous chill. The moment his words fell, everyone sprang into action. Over 100 officers, all seasoned through countless missions, moved with lightning speed. Not a single question was heard in the square, only the rustling sounds of gear being drawn. This spectacle drew passers-by to stop and watch. Well, I'll be damned, enforcement officers surrounding enforcement officers. I must have had a fight with the Lord of Dreams. I'm still not awake. They're arresting the South City Enforcement Bureau? Good riddance. Good riddance. For some reason, despite the bizarre nature of the event, the onlookers cheered enthusiastically. Each of them wished they could join the fray and take down the South City Division. Sadly, they lacked both the official status and the strength to do so. A level 45 awakened combatant? If they charged in recklessly, they'd shatter at the slightest touch. While the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, Jiang Fengming was the one facing a mountain of trouble. At that moment, it felt like the sky was falling. Wait, what? Aren't we here to rescue Luo Hua? This on-the-spot execution nonsense? I didn't encourage you to do this. I'm not taking the blame for this. Jiang Fengming was frantically scratching his head and pulling at his beard, utterly overwhelmed. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of his control. Cold sweat trickled uncontrollably down his forehead as these thoughts raced through his mind. Inciting a fight between two local law enforcement bureaus, even Yenzhou University stepping in, might not resolve this. After all, this had escalated into endangering public safety and deliberately provoking conflict. Who knows? Some party that had long harbored resentment toward him. If someone stepped forward to pin the label of Monster Gap on him, he'd be finished for good. Yet Wu Yun seemed oblivious to his words. His eyes were deep and piercing, his face as cold as ice, fixed intently on the entrance. His own enforcement personnel had long since activated the combat barrier, now free to act without restraint. The South City and North River bureaus were locked in all-out conflict. North River. You've crossed the line. Crossing the line? I'm arresting you, filthy scum. The higher-ups have issued arrest warrants. None of you will escape. Bull. If the Central Bureau had issued an arrest warrant, we wouldn't know? I think you're the ones who've gone rogue. The headquarters? Ha! The Beijiang men said nothing more. Lethal strikes followed one after another, each aimed squarely at vital points. Their intent was clear: kill first, capture second. Efficiency was paramount. Facing these battle-hardened, ruthless opponents, the South City precinct could only be described as fleeing in panic. They were timid and hesitant, focusing entirely on defense. They feared that one careless mistake could land them a fatal blow, plunging them into a life-threatening state. At that point, survival was far from certain. They hadn't even spent all the savings they'd accumulated over the years. They certainly didn't want to die in such a messy, senseless way. On one side stood battle-hardened veterans, on the other, cowardly weaklings. After just one confrontation, they collapsed in a straight line. Quickly report to the director. The North River faction has come knocking. You wait here. We'll make sure headquarters knows about this. You're finished. Stop. I surrender. The South City branch had lost its former arrogance, retreating while hurling taunts. To outsiders, it seemed like nothing more than empty bravado. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, even crouched down, covering their heads. What kind of law enforcement bureau was this? They were as worthless as dirt, lacking even the basic backbone expected of officers. They surrendered without hesitation, not a moment's delay. Even Wu Yun, who commanded the North River Division, couldn't suppress the rage surging within him. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. They're rotten to the core. He growled, his face darkening with fury. Seeing the tip of the iceberg. Seeing his subordinates behave this way, he could only imagine what kind of person the chief of the South City precinct must be. His anger still simmering, a squad burst through the main gate of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Leading them was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Wu Yun. The difference was that Wu Yun looked lean and capable, while the other man had a greasy, oily face. Though not quite as imposing as Jiang Fengming, he wasn't far off. The moment he emerged, a thunderous roar erupted. You, Wu! Do you think you can rebel? The Jiangcheng Enforcement Squad isn't your private army. Regardless of the situation, he began by slapping a label on Wu Yun. But his words had no effect whatsoever on Wu Yun. Guards! Seize him! Without a moment's hesitation, he barked the order. Both were bureau chiefs, equals in rank. How dare Wu Yun issue such an order? Yi Tianyu and his men didn't hesitate. Who cares if he's a bureau chief? Arrest him first, ask questions later. For them, obeying orders was their duty. If there was any issue, they take it up with Chief Wu themselves. This is rebellion. You're all rebelling. The chief of the South City precinct shouted in fury. Unfortunately, having neglected practical training, he was no match for the North River precinct officers. Within a few exchanges, he was easily subdued. Only a pair of eyes remained, glaring fiercely at Wu Yun. Rebellion? Who dares rebel? And you dare lay a finger on Luo Qingfeng's son? Your days are numbered. Wu Yun gave a cold laugh, staring straight at his opponent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the arrest warrant should have been issued by now. Everything unfolded exactly as he had planned. At that moment, in the director's office of the Jiangcheng Bureau, a middle-aged man with graying temples was on the phone, vigorously wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. His arm trembled slightly, though he remained oblivious. Yes. Director, rest assured. The task assigned by higher-ups will be handled properly. But that person. Director Jiangcheng began, then abruptly slapped himself across the face with a sharp smack. I spoke out of turn. No problem. I'll handle it personally. Only after hearing the call end did he exhale a long breath. Thud. Overcome by rage, he slammed his palm onto the desk. In an instant, the desk shattered into splinters, sending paper documents flying everywhere. Are all the people in the Southern District useless good-for-nothings? Someone come here. Chapter 54, Li Shinkai's Terror. Wu, I advise you to let go of me immediately. Li Xiankai struggled and roared, his face twisted with rage. As the chief of the South City precinct, he was pinned down at his own doorstep, unable to resist. And the man holding him down was merely from the neighboring district, holding an equivalent position. Li Xiankai, it seems you don't fully grasp your situation yet. Wu Yun approached with a cold smile, towering over him. He didn't order the officers below to release him, despite Li's threats. Do you even know who you've offended? You're not a match for them. Li Xiankai snarled viciously, his breath sputtering onto the ground with every word. The force of his breath kicked up dust in a swirling cloud. Whether I can handle him or not, I don't know. But I know you're finished. Wu Yun's voice was deep and steady, his expression slightly cold. With that, he turned to look at Yi Tianyu, who stood by on standby. By now, most of the officers from the South City precinct had been apprehended. They crouched on the ground, each wearing special restraints designed to suppress their abilities. This scene drew nods of approval from the onlookers. If they weren't afraid of being targeted, they'd probably be throwing rotten fruit and stinky eggs right now. Rotten fruit and stinking eggs would surely rain down without fail. Oh dear. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Just then, Zhang Fengming rushed over in a panic. Her palms pressed upward, the backs of her hands slapping against her palms, she looked utterly at a loss. She glanced around frantically, feeling as if darkness was about to engulf her. But what was done was done. It was a done deal. Nothing could change it now. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and accepted the situation. Sigh. I really don't know what to say to you. You, why are you so impulsive? We're all part of the Enforcement Bureau. Couldn't we have sat down and discussed this? Zhang Fengming couldn't understand it. Even if he had sought Wu Yun's help, it shouldn't have escalated to such a major confrontation. Now, the situation had escalated and become deadlocked, clearly spiraling beyond his control. Fine. I concede. But Luo Hua must be taken away now. Seeing Wu Yun didn't respond, Zhang Fengming could only swallow his pride alone. Since it was already a done deal, taking the fall was inevitable. But having come this far, if he couldn't get the person out, it would be a huge loss. As if hearing his words, Li Xiankai on the ground suddenly laughed. The laughter carried a hint of madness, mingled with the triumphant joy of victory. Luo Hua? Luo Hua again. Too bad you're too late. He's probably already confessed by now. You want to save him? First, weigh the consequences. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiankai laughed unrestrainedly. Even with his head pressed against the ground, his harsh laughter echoed out. By now, he was likely counting down in his mind, calculating when Luo Hua would finally break. Confess? Confess to what? Zhang Fengming froze at the words, then snapped back to reality. He crouched down abruptly, yanking Li Xiankai by the collar. Head to head, rage boiled over. What crime did he commit? You tortured a confession out of him. He nearly shouted the words, his teeth chattering with rage, his plump face flushed crimson. He heaved heavy breaths, his lips trembling uncontrollably. What forced confession? Watch your language. Li Xiankai sneered coldly, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. In that moment, it felt as though he had achieved victory, and his entire being seemed to lighten with a sense of triumph. As long as Wu Yun and the others were miserable, he felt satisfied. You want Luo Hua, don't you? All I need to do is pin a charge on him and send him away. Then your trip here will have been for nothing. Moreover, Wu Yun had improperly mobilized the enforcement squad this time, amounting to dereliction of duty. He could only imagine the consequences awaiting him afterward. Just imagining it sent a wave of exhilaration through Li Xiankai, a tingling sensation spreading through his very bones, leaving him utterly satisfied. Zhang Fengming froze upon hearing this. His hands went limp and he felt a bit at a loss. A fleeting confusion clouded her eyes. She couldn't fathom why she had gone to such lengths to rush here, only to end up saving nothing. What was the point of it all? In contrast, Wu Yun appeared far more composed. He shot Li Xiankai a sidelong glance before turning his attention away, fixing his gaze instead on Yi Tianyu and the others. Tianyu, take 2 teams with me inside. Search every corner thoroughly. Especially the areas I specifically instructed you to check, not a single one should be missed. Wu Yun commanded coldly, methodically organizing the enforcement team. For some reason, upon hearing his words, Li Xiankai suddenly shuddered. A sense of foreboding surged through him. No. They're after something else. Li Xiankai's pupils contracted sharply as his heart began to pound violently. If they really searched, they might just find something bad. Regardless of whether it belonged to him, he would inevitably be implicated. What do you think you're doing? This is the Enforcement Bureau, you have no right to search. Li Xiankai shouted, though his own voice betrayed his lack of conviction. He knew full well that they had come to his doorstep with nothing to lose. Why would they listen to his threats? Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Wu Yun merely shot him a contemptuous glance. Then, striding with the confidence of a dragon and the power of a tiger, he walked into the South City branch. Yi Tianyu and his team moved even faster. The moment they entered, they immediately split into 5 two-person teams, searching in different directions. They deliberately bypassed certain items without a second glance, their purpose clear. Wu Yun, meanwhile, made his way step by step toward the interrogation rooms. A two-person team cleared the way ahead, eliminating the need for him to check each room individually. Report. Nothing here. Report. There's someone being interrogated here. Report. The reports came faster than his footsteps. Before he'd even reached the halfway point of the corridor, the two-man squad had already searched the last few rooms. Report. Luo Hua is here. What the hell is this? The enforcer who had just been reporting suddenly raised his voice, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. His words were thick with disbelief. Hearing this, Wu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Whether driven by concern or curiosity, his footsteps quickened considerably. Upon reaching the doorway and peering inside, his pupils instantly contracted. Wu Yun's eyes widened, his gaze darting back and forth between Luo Hua and the several southern city enforcers. Luo Hua, seated calmly in his chair, formed a stark contrast to the wailing enforcer on the floor. With only those few people present, Wu Yun refused to believe this had nothing to do with him. This was all you're doing? Knowing it was a pointless question, Wu Yun still blurted it out instinctively. Though Luo Hua offered no reply, Wu Yun read the answer in his silence. After confirming Luo Hua was completely unscathed, he raised an eyebrow. That Qin Shajuan, the legendary genius hailed as one in a million at Jiangcheng University, he probably wasn't all that impressive after all. Only geniuses from top-tier institutions like Capital University or Yenzhou University could truly match him. Truly the son of Luo Qingfeng, that Zhang Fengming really hit the jackpot. Wu Yun murmured, his eyes brimming with envy. Just as he was lost in thought, Yi Tianyu's sudden shout broke his reverie. Chief, we found it. The recent case files from the South City Precinct. Chapter 55, The Origin of the Glowing Jade Pendant. South City Precinct, Main Hall. Wu Yun's gaze fixed on the file in his hands, his chest heaving violently. Fakes. These are blatant forgeries. He roared, flinging all the documents onto the nearby desk. His eyes blazed with fury, veins throbbing prominently on his temples. He laughed bitterly in anger, then picked up the case files to review them once more. Well, the Lu family never disappoints. They've even reached into our law enforcement bureau. Wu Yun's voice turned icy cold, and his entire body trembled with rage when he mentioned the Lu family. A local clan dared to meddle in the affairs of an official organization. What chilled him most was that all four major families of Jiangcheng owed their survival to Luo Qingfeng's favor. Lambs know to kneel in gratitude for their mother's milk, crows understand the duty to feed their parents in old age. Yet the Lu family, driven solely by their own pride, had directly targeted Luo Hua. All of this stemmed from Lu Qinfeng and his son, members of the Lu family itself. Such treachery was utterly intolerable. Wu Yun looked at Luo Hua, that carefree demeanor, that faint smile always playing on his lips, and his heart clenched painfully. What had Luo Hua endured during this year of absence? The question rose unbidden in his mind. What depths had he plummeted to that he could now smile at anything? That smile was the cruelest mockery of suffering. As Wu Yun was still lost in thought, Luo Hua waved at them. Hey! Officer, can I go now? They started fighting over loot themselves, got nothing to do with me, okay? My teachers must be waiting for me for ages. I really need to get back. His peculiar logic made Wu Yun raise an eyebrow. What do you mean they started it themselves? There were only a few people here, and they beat each other up like this, yet you're the only one unscathed? And how exactly did Luo Hua figure out that he wasn't on the same side as those enforcers inside? But since he'd said it, might as well go with the flow and do him a favor. Alright, I understand the situation now. That Zhang Fengming is right outside. Wu Yun waved his hand dismissively, pointing outside. Following the sound, Zhang Fengming happened to walk to the doorway. Holy? What the hell is going on here? He stared at the mess inside the room and froze in shock. Was this some kind of vigilante justice or what? Why was the scene like this? He hadn't heard any sounds of a fight earlier. Panic immediately seized him as he scanned the room frantically. Only when he spotted Luo Hua, unharmed and unscathed, did he slowly exhale. Hey there, Teacher Jiang. Noticing his gaze, Luo Hua immediately raised her hand in greeting. He looked completely at ease and harmless, not at all like someone who just finished a 1-against-5 fight. To anyone unaware, he might as well have been here on vacation. This scene made Wu Yun's mouth twitch slightly, unsure what to say. You little rascal, you did this? Zhang Fengming's mouth fell open slightly as he pointed toward the room. Clearly, he too was stunned by the sight of the moaning figures before him. They had thought Luo Hua's performance at second high school was already outrageous enough. Yenzhou University had practically struck gold. But now, seeing this, that assessment had been too conservative. What kind of second-rate school was Jiangcheng number 2 high? Could it possibly compare to the carnage unfolding before them? Zhang Fengming's face lit up with delight, and he urgently needed to confirm this with Luo Hua immediately. Ahem! No sooner had he spoken than Wu Yun cleared his throat loudly twice. His stern expression turned to a glare, filled with reproach. However, Zhang Fengming, who hadn't heard their earlier exchange, looked utterly bewildered. He rubbed his stomach, the word confused practically written on his forehead. Wait, as a teacher, I just wanted to learn more. You're not with the Enforcement Bureau, are you? How did you sneak in here? Wu Yun cut him off before he could finish. His tone carried a deliberate coldness, as if solely intended to drive him away. Hey. Not. But just now. Do I need to repeat myself? I'll leave immediately. Zhang Fengming tried to protest further, but Wu Yun cut him off again. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only reluctantly concede defeat. What could he do? This was law enforcement territory, after all. As an outsider who'd entered without authorization, his situation was indeed different. Come on, Luo Hua. Old Guo's waiting for us outside. Zhang Fengming waved at Luo Hua, urging him repeatedly. The matter at the academy required their urgent attention. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Hearing this, Luo Hua nodded and followed Zhang Fengming out of the interrogation room. As they passed by Wu Yun, the two suddenly exchanged a knowing glance. Their gazes held a certain depth. As for what exactly it was, only they themselves could know. But from start to finish, Wu Yun hadn't even told Luo Hua his identity or name, nor had he shown any intention of befriending him. They were merely acquaintances, nothing more. Watching Luo Hua disappear from sight, Wu Yun's fingers twitched slightly as he picked up the file beside him. The Lu family. Seems they've grown complacent after too many good days, forgetting the pain of the past. His eyes narrowed slightly as he beckoned to Yi Tianyu. He whispered something in his ear, and the latter nodded repeatedly, as if receiving orders. All right, go. Yes, Director. Yi Tianyu snapped to attention, standing rigidly straight. He turned on his heel, leading his tactical team out the gates of the South City precinct. Stepping out of the interrogation room and observing the officers busily gathering evidence, Wu Yun took a deep breath. He who carries firewood for the people must not be left to freeze to death in the snow. He exhaled the stale air slowly, his middle-aged frame straightening slightly. Setting down the case file in his hand, his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, they had no idea their actions would bring utter ruin upon them. A group huddled indoors, plotting in secret. Greed and hesitation were written across their faces. The leader sat at the far end of the long table, eyes closed in apparent meditation, his index finger tapping lightly on the armrest. Behind him, a massive monster skull, preserved as a specimen, hung high on the wall. 8 eyes, 6 horns, and hair like steel nails glinted coldly. Its gaping maw revealed jagged fangs, the longest alone stretching as far as an arm. Even in death, it radiated an unrelenting aura of menace. For the faint of heart, a single glance was enough to send shivers down their spines. Uncle, attacking Luo Hua like this, isn't that a bit much? What if someone finds out? What's wrong with it? I think what Uncle did was right. True. No matter how powerful Luo Qingfeng was, he's dead now. Can he really protect Luo Hua? If you don't act, someone else will. The Chunfeng father and son have already made their move. The group argued fiercely, each refuting the other's viewpoint. Amidst the clamor, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table suddenly spoke. The glowing jade pendant is the only item that can drop from above the imperial rank. It absolutely isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Once we find the method to unlock its power, we can cultivate another Luo Qingfeng. Jian Chang? It's already in the bag. Chapter 56, Sudden Turmoil. Outside the South City precinct, space suddenly rippled. In the next instant, 2 figures, one plump, one gaunt, emerged from the disturbance. The frail old man leaned on his staff, shaking his dazed head. His face was deathly pale, clearly drained of mental energy. Clearly, the teleportation technique moments ago had been his doing. Meanwhile, the stout figure hastily wiped sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, then roughly ran it through his hair. He tried his best to maintain a clean appearance. After adjusting his Enforcement Bureau uniform, he strode anxiously into the South City branch. Chief Liang. Good morning, Director Liang. Along the way, he seemed oblivious to the greetings from others. He merely nodded casually in acknowledgement, his eyes darting rapidly about as if searching for something. Chief, save me. In a daze, he thought he heard someone calling his name. He focused his gaze. It could be none other than Li Xiankai from the South City precinct. The moment he saw him, a wave of heat surged through his forehead, threatening to overwhelm his senses. In Li Xiankai's frantic gaze, he took 3 steps in 2 strides. Smack! The next second, the resounding slap echoed through the hall. The sound drew the attention of several officers still conducting searches, who turned their heads to watch the scene with curiosity. It took a full 4 or 5 seconds before a vivid red handprint slowly emerged on Li Xiankai's face. Purplish red in hue, it clearly bore witness to the force behind the blow. "Be boss." Li Xiankai's lips trembled, unable to speak aloud. Even though the pain was unbearable, he still didn't cry out. He couldn't fathom it. Hadn't Liang Wendao come to rescue him? Why had he started by slapping him? Could there be some deeper meaning? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Xiankai immediately conjured a plausible explanation for himself. A feigned injury tactic. That's it, defeating the enemy by feigning retreat. Director, I understand. Li Xiankai nodded, closing his eyes silently. His expression seemed to say to others, I'm ready, go ahead and hit me as hard as you want. His peculiar demeanor drew mocking expressions from the crowd. TSK, who knew Li Xiankai had this kind of hobby? You know what? He actually pulls it off with that round face and bushy beard. Ew, that's downright creepy. The law enforcement officers whispered among themselves, casting disgusted glances at Li Xiankai. It seemed as though their whispered exchanges had uncovered some terrifying truth. Witnessing this scene, Liang Wendao, already seething with anger, felt a wave of darkness wash over him. As a law enforcement officer in a position of authority, this was the first time he'd ever felt such a strong urge to kill someone. You know my ass. If you knew anything, would you be pinned down here? I oversee 5 precincts with hundreds of officers under me, and I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. Calling you a pig would insult pigs. At that moment, he couldn't care less about maintaining his composure. He launched into a tirade against Li Xiankai, drenching him in a torrent of abuse. Even after that, he still felt unsatisfied. He slowly crouched down and slapped Li Xiankai hard across the face. Li Xiankai. Should I call you brainless? Or just bold? Of all the people you could have gone after, you had to come after Luo Hua. Answer me. Who gave you permission to do this? Show me your summons or arrest warrant, whichever one you have, and bring the person in. The barrage of questions left Li Xiankai unable to lift his head. Face pressed against the ground, he wished the earth would swallow him whole. Only now did he grasp the gravity of the situation. If the chief himself had come personally and named names, Li Xiankai refused to believe this wasn't a major incident. The chief can't be serious. I know him, he's just an orphan. Li Xiankai protested stubbornly, trying to salvage the situation. As for Luo Hua, he hadn't truly taken the time to understand him, all he knew came from rumors. An orphan? Yes. That's exactly right. Liang Wendao sneered coldly, uttering a sigh of disbelief. This remark undoubtedly reignited the dying hope within Li Xiankai's heart. But before his joy could fully blossom, he saw Liang Wendao turn his head, his gaze fixed on him with a haunting intensity. His lips parted slightly as he spoke slowly. There aren't many people surnamed Luo in Zhangcheng. His father was Luo Qingfeng. Would you call him an orphan? Liang Wendao's rhetorical question sounded perfectly neutral. But to Li Xiankai's ears, it struck like thunder. Among those of standing in Jiangcheng, few were unfamiliar with the name Luo Qingfeng. They could ignore Luo Hua's fate, but they absolutely could not deliberately persecute him. If no one knew about it, that would be one thing. But now even the bureau chief had been alerted clearly, someone had taken action. Which meant he had already crossed a major line. Director, I know I've made a mistake. Li Xiankai's body shook violently as he pleaded desperately. His voice choked with sobs, his tears streaming down his face, enough to break the hearts of those who witnessed it and bring tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Had he not been held down by others, he would likely have thrown himself at Liang Wendao's feet, sobbing. Alas, faced with such wailing, Liang Wendao merely gave a cold, dismissive laugh. You know you're wrong? You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die. Liang Wendao cut straight to the heart of the matter, exposing the lie for what it was. He'd sooner believe S-tier talents were commonplace than see a thoroughly rotten person genuinely repent. Liang Wendao's words proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. An endless chill swept over Li Xiankai's entire being. Fine. You forced my hand. Li Xiankai suddenly jerked his arm violently, catching the enforcement squad off guard. In the split second his right hand was freed, he snatched a vial from his backpack. Without a second thought, he steeled himself and downed it in one gulp. Gulp. In less than a breath, it was all gone. Boom! Li Xiankai, fueled by the potion, felt his strength surge. With a sudden burst of strength, he flipped himself upright from the ground. The 2 officers restraining him were flung aside in a single instant. Thud. 2 muffled thuds echoed as both men crashed into the wall. Their health bars plummeted, losing a third of their vitality in an instant. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. The restraining handcuffs hadn't been applied yet, and now an unexpected complication had arisen at the critical moment. Li Xiankai. What do you think you're doing? Liang Wendao barked coldly, his eyes bulging with fury. He didn't know what potion Li Xiankai had consumed, but judging by the malevolent aura emanating from him, it was clearly nothing good. What am I doing? Li Xiankai's face contorted into a hideous grimace, a flash of madness in his eyes. Didn't you say I couldn't touch Luo Hua? Today, I'll show you exactly what I can do. With that, his level 49 aura erupted violently. A violent wind swept through the hall, carrying a faint, foul stench. The sheer force of it was overwhelming, even Liang Wendao could only retreat to avoid its brunt. Impossible. I'm level 52, how could I fail to withstand this aura? Liang Wendao stared at Li Xiankai, overcome by disbelief. Facing his opponent, he felt utterly insignificant, like a mayfly shaking a tree. Sniff. Li Xiankai sniffed sharply, as if trying to catch a scent in the air. His eyes gradually shifted toward a crimson hue, a change he didn't even notice. Suddenly, he froze, whirling his head to stare fixedly in one direction, a savage grin spreading across his face. Found you. Chapter 57, Sovereign Class Dual Pupil Demon General. Following Li Xiankai's gaze, the others saw Luo Hua and the others emerge from the corridor. That aura. Luo Hua's brow furrowed slightly as he followed the intimidating gaze. A face neither human nor ghost instantly filled their vision. Not only he, but the others were equally stunned. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiankai's features had undergone a terrifying transformation. Beneath his eyes, two slits had appeared, one on each side, resembling a pair of tightly closed eyes. As if pulled and twisted by an invisible force, a pair of horns suddenly protruded from his skull. Hair erupted wildly across his body, transforming him into a savage in an instant. Luo Qingfeng. Li Xiankai bared a row of sharp teeth, uttering a name that left nearly everyone stunned. Except for a few high-ranking officials and Jiang Fengming, who had specifically researched it, everyone else was utterly baffled. Luo Qingfeng? Wasn't that the name of Jiangqing's guardian? Why was he shouting Luo Qingfeng's name after seeing Luo Hua? Could there be some connection? Or perhaps Li Xiankai had drunk himself into a stupor after consuming that potion. The crowd was perplexed, but Gui Juanjia and the others knew exactly what was happening. This is bad, he's after Luo Hua. Jiang Fengming's expression darkened as he sensed immense pressure bearing down on him. It felt as though the very fat on his body was being squeezed out of shape. How could there be so many coincidences? Everything was merely part of someone else's calculated scheme. Suddenly, the monstrous-looking Li Xiankai convulsed violently. His bloodshot eyes regained clarity for a fleeting moment. Save me. His words carried a hint of pleading. His arms stretched forward, his eyes brimming with hope. The eerie scene made everyone's brows furrow, yet not a single person stepped forward. They weren't particularly close to Li Xiankai to begin with, and the entire enforcement squad from the South City precinct had already been neutralized. Still, the evasive looks on their faces made it clear, even if he managed to escape, they'd likely pretend they hadn't seen a thing. Suddenly, Li Xiankai yanked his hand back, clutching his skull as if enduring immense agony. His mouth opened slightly, saliva dripping uncontrollably. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from Li Xiankai, sending waves of intimidating energy rippling outward. Li Xiankai's roar suddenly erupted, sending a terrifying aura rippling out. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked open as if a 1,000-pound weight hung overhead, pressing relentlessly downward. Old Jiang, what's happening? Why is there a dungeon monster's aura here? Hearing the commotion and sensing the ominous aura, Wu Yan burst out of the room. The moment he stepped outside, a malevolent wind lashed directly against his face, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Wu Yan fought against the wind to approach, forcing his eyes open just a crack. The moment he recognized what stood before him, his pupils abruptly contracted. That's Li Xiankai? He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. But the truth was right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. As the gale subsided, Li Xiankai no longer resembled a human being at all. He had transformed into a monstrous creature covered in thick fur. Crawling on the ground, muscles bulging, he stood nearly 2 meters tall. Each hair stood like steel needles, seeming to glint with a cold, metallic sheen. Dual Pupil Demon General. Level 50. Quality Sovereign Grade. Health 40,000 40,000. Stamina 4000. Strength 5000. Magic Power 100. Defense 2000. Agility 1000. This. The crowd trembled inwardly, staring at the monster before them, their faces frozen in disbelief. What kind of potion was that? A single bottle had transformed someone from a level 45 awakened being into a level 50 sovereign tier monster. Luo Hua was equally shaken. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the creature's stats panel. These stats. He murmured. As someone who commanded for summoned creatures, he understood its terrifying potential all too well. Even without factoring in skills, they had already surpassed the demon Idox demon, another sovereign tier creature, and were closing in on the level of a sorcerer. Especially in such confined quarters, the opponent held an undeniable advantage. Attacks from ranged mages and archers would be difficult to land effectively. And among the remaining melee fighters, few could pose a real threat. It was safe to say that without deploying the magic hand, Luo Hua had no guarantee of defeating the enemy. But the moment he summoned the magic hand, the entire North River precinct would recognize him. Then he would truly become a public figure. Luo Hua clenched his fists, suddenly caught in a dilemma. Whoosh! Before he could think further, Liang Wendao, the closest to him, charged forward first. He swung his arms back, adopting a stance as if gripping a staff. In the next instant, a massive axe materialized with a heavy aura, swinging straight down toward the demon-possessed Li Xian. The attack descended from above with the force of splitting a mountain. Suddenly, the twin-pupil demon general jerked its head up, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Clang! The clang of clashing metal echoed, making ears tingle. To everyone's astonished gaze, a steel claw caught it firmly. The dual-pupil demon general's grin twisted into a savage sneer. His arm trembled slightly as the steel claw slowly curled into a fist. Under Liang Wendao's stunned gaze, the massive axe began to warp and deform. No! His heart sank, and he frantically tried to pull it back. But no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't pull the giant axe free. Snap! Crack! The next second, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Metal fragments from the axe blade flew everywhere, grazing his cheek. A thin line of blood trickled down from the wound. Liang Wendao's pupils dilated as his gaze followed the axe blade. A level 50C grade equipment piece, shattered by a single claw strike. Before he could recover from the shock, a massive fist loomed larger in his vision. Boom! Liang Wendao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before being sent flying by a tremendous force. Under this force, he couldn't even resist. He slammed into the wall, leaving a deep imprint. Director Liang! Wu Yun shouted. Seeing Liang Wendao's pitiful state, he didn't rush forward recklessly. North River Precinct brothers, he bellowed first, rousing the stunned crowd from their stupor before turning his gaze back to the twin-pupil demon general. Prepare for battle. At his command, everyone immediately regrouped into their respective squads. Before the enemy could react, they had already formed several battle groups. Yet the dual-pupil demon general seemed utterly unafraid, its fanged maw curling into a grin. Everyone will die. It spoke slowly, its tone dripping with contempt. It sounded less like a taunt and more like a statement of fact. Boom! The moment the words left its mouth, it charged forward with blinding speed. The floor instantly caved in beneath its weight, leaving a gaping hole. Its palm shot out, clawing fiercely toward Wu Yun. Its target was clear, Wu Yun, the leader of this group. Capturing him first would make everything else far simpler. Its speed was so blindingly fast that even Wu Yun struggled to react. Seeing victory within reach, the dual-pupil demon general's grin grew more savage as the distance between them closed rapidly. At that very moment, a cold snort echoed from ahead. The next instant, it felt its claw being seized tightly by someone. Oomph! As if you're worthy? Chapter 58, Wu Yuanjia's True Strength. A tremendous force surged through, nearly crushing its claws. The dual-pupil demon general's already pitch-black face darkened further, taking on a liver-like hue. Who are you? It bared its fangs and demanded coldly. Gazing at the figure with bronze-colored skin, a flicker of fear crossed the dual-pupil demon general's face. Among the crowd, such a powerful human had infiltrated, yet he had failed to notice it all along. Wu Yun stared at the claws mere inches away, his own expression equally stunned. Turning his head, he realized the figure before him was actually someone familiar. It was Gui Juanjia, just like Jiang Fengming, from Yanzhou University. It's you! Wu Yun never imagined that this burly man, who had remained silent since their first meeting, possessed such formidable strength. With just a single encounter, he had effortlessly subdued the dual-pupil demon general. Facing their questions, Wu Juanjia remained silent, only tightening his grip. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound echoed, as if something was about to give way, ready to shatter at any moment. The twin-eyed demon general grimaced in agony, its claws flailing wildly beyond its control. Let go! Let go of me, you bastard, it roared ferociously. Its other claw moved just as swiftly, lunging toward Wu Juanjia's forehead. The force was immense, as if a firm grip would easily split his skull open. Alas, before it could fully act, Wu Juanjia's fist slammed into its forehead. Helpless, it could only watch the fist approach, unable to dodge. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the seemingly unremarkable punch appeared as though enhanced by special effects. The moment it struck the dual-pupil demon general's skull, a shockwave rippled through its body. The force of the strike left a deepest imprint on the wall. Impressive! Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, offering his praise without reservation. This seemingly casual punch alone demonstrated power far surpassing that of the magic hand. Such sheer power alone was not something just anyone could achieve. This is what a level 60 awakened being looks like, talent fused with first-tier skills to form entirely new characteristics. Old Gua, once a AA awakened one, reached an entirely new level after his breakthrough. Jiang Fengming spoke, his voice tinged with envy. Now approaching 50, his level remained stuck in the 40s. Breaking through to level 60 seemed unlikely in his lifetime. Witnessing Gui Juanjia unleash an irresistible force that effortlessly subdued the dual-pupil demon general. The chasm in power between them felt like an uncrossable abyss, striking fear into anyone who witnessed it. Traits? Luo Hua paused slightly. This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing outside of the magic hand. No wonder Gui Juanjia radiated an aura of distinction even while standing still. Wu Yun stirred at the mention, but he had no intention of lingering for idle chatter. As an enforcer, he had a duty to take charge when such an incident occurred on his turf. Everyone, on my command. Control. Seeing the dual-pupil demon general's claws seized, unable to escape, Wu Yun considered that the two were too close together. Acting rashly could lead to accidental injury. He made a decisive call and issued the command to restrain it. Water bind. Thorn entangle. Vine bind. Glowing chains of varying colors erupted. Whooshing through the air, they spanned the spatial distance and coiled around the dual-pupil demon general. In an instant, the hideous demon general was wrapped 3 times over, inside and out. Arg! It roared furiously, muscles bulging across its body. Alas, under such overwhelming control, its low-level and mere lord tier attributes proved utterly inadequate. No matter how it struggled or how it screamed, it couldn't shake the chains of control. Vajra fist. Wei Juanjia drew a sharp breath, a golden aura flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, a fist as large as a sandbag, enveloped in intense golden light, slammed viciously toward the dual-pupil demon general. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Wei Juanjia's attack arrived in an instant. Golden light burst forth, stinging the eyes. Under the dual-pupil demon general's horrified gaze, the fist slammed into its chest. Then, it drove straight through. Squish! All could hear was the faint sound of flesh being pierced. As the light faded, Wei Juanjia's fist had already pierced through the demon general's chest. Its fur and hardened skin offered not the slightest resistance. This left everyone with the impression that the demon general was weak. But the memory of director Liang Wendao being sent flying with a single palm strike quickly dispelled that notion. Wu Yun stared blankly at Wei Juanjia, then seemed to recall something. He turned back to stare at Luo Hua for a moment, his face filled with confusion. Old Jiang, so you anticipated Luo Hua was extraordinary and called him over? Wu Yun couldn't help asking. According to past procedures, recruitment typically required only 1 instructor. Yet now, Yenzhou University had dispatched 2 simultaneously, one of whom was a level 60 second-class transcendent. If there was no connection between the two, he wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Such a powerful figure would be revered as a sacred presence at Zhangcheng University. Yenzhou University couldn't just wave them over casually like that. Thinking this, Zhang Fengming scratched his head awkwardly. Hey ha, just my luck. Old Gua happened to be nearby finishing a mission, so I talked him into coming along. Otherwise, what made you think a mere admissions officer like me could offer the Yanhua Forbidden Land as a bargaining chip? Zhang Fengming delivered his explanation with utter nonchalance, his self-contradictory spin leaving everyone dumbfounded. Though it sounded utterly shameless to those listening, he showed not a shred of embarrassment. To him, it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. Impressive. Yenzhou University really hit the jackpot with you. Wu Yun's lips twitched slightly as he silently gave him a thumbs up. It was unclear whether this was meant as praise or a dig. As for Yi Tianyu and the other enforcers, their vision went black. They, who only knew how to blindly complete their tasks, had never heard of such a bold maneuver. For a fleeting moment, they felt the world had grown utterly dark. Zhang Fengming, observing their reactions, merely gave an awkward chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. At least I'm not losing out, and neither is Luo Hua, right? That's a level 60 Inferno Demon Forbidden Zone. To this day, no one has ever cleared it. That means there's still a ton of good stuff inside. And most importantly, if you don't want the spot, you can trade it for rewards of equal value. As he spoke, Zhang Fengming tried his best to put a positive spin on things. He deliberately avoided mentioning why no one had conquered it yet, fearing it might scare Luo Hua away. Fortunately, it wasn't a forced offer. If he didn't want the spot, he could exchange it for something else. But Luo Hua wasn't about to pass up this golden opportunity. He'd been aiming for the Inferno Demon's forbidden grounds all along. If he exchanged it, there would be no point in going to Yenzhou University. Meanwhile, the battle between Wei Juanjia and the twin-eyed demon general was nearing its end. Boom! With the final punch landing, the demon general's health bar emptied. Covered in blood, Wei Juanjia slowly rose to his feet. A faint golden glow emanated from his body as he stared down at the demon general, expressionless. He turned his gaze toward Luo Hua. With a flick of his wrist, a black object arced through the air. Luo Hua, reacting swiftly, reached out and caught it. Before he could get a good look, Wei Juanjia's voice reached him. That just fell off. Consider it my welcome gift to you. Chapter 59, he seems to be a bit dead. Wei Juanjia's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. An item dropped by a sovereign-level demon general, just given away like that? If it could be used as a welcome gift, its quality must be exceptional. Moreover, as a level 60 awakened one, the items he could offer were undoubtedly exceptional. This is... Luo Hua opened his palm, revealing an object resting quietly within. A fist-sized orb, within which black mist seemed to swirl. Glowing pearl. Quality, B. Glow, absorbs items with glow to enhance itself. Glow pearls can devour one another. Active ability, inflicts damage equal to 20 times the current glimmer layer count. Each use permanently depletes half the glimmer layers. Glow layers, 100. Evolving item. Luo Hua examined the glimmer orb in astonishment, unable to suppress his amazement. He'd seen countless items before, but a growth-type item starting at 2000 damage? This was a first. While the damage wasn't exceptionally high, barely half the health of a level 40 awakened user, its scalability was undeniable. If he could nurture this item, could he single out an unlucky target in team fights, or even instantly take down a boss? Most crucially, the evolution materials weren't limited to a single form. As long as one could find items with the glimmer attribute or other glimmer orbs, it would suffice. However, the drawback is obvious: using its active skill consumes layers. The higher the stack, the more painful it is to use. Still, for Luo Hua, who hoards items constantly, this isn't a problem at all. He can simply stash them away to build up layers, and when the moment comes to use them, it won't feel like such a sacrifice. Thank you, Teacher Gua. Luo Hua clutched the faintly glowing orb tightly as he expressed his gratitude. Wei Juanjia merely waved it off casually, seemingly unconcerned about such a small matter. Teacher Gua? Are you Wei Juanjia, the 8-armed Vajra from Yenzhou University? Wu Yun stepped forward excitedly, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His expression was that of a lovesick fanboy gazing at a girl. No wonder. No wonder you came here. Wu Yun suddenly understood, but then seemed to remember something and abruptly shut his mouth. The others watched him scratch his head in frustration, itching to give him a good punch. Apart from Luo Hua, who seemed indifferent to everything, and Zhang Fengming, who already knew the situation, only Yi Tianyu showed no curiosity. His gaze darted around the hall, quickly settling on a specific spot. There, a figure seemed to be lying prone. Director, are you looking to get promoted? Yi Tianyu suddenly asked. Huh? What? What do you mean, promotion? The abrupt question left Wu Yun momentarily dumbfounded. It took him several moments to process what Yi Tianyu was even talking about. He was a permanent staff member, and there were people above him. Regardless of whether the thought was genuine or had ever crossed his mind, voicing it like this, what would others think? At that moment, Luo Hua, Zhang Fengming, and the others were staring at him with peculiar expressions. Their mocking expressions sent a chill down his spine. Wu Yun frowned and shot Yi Tianyu a fierce glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you all know who I am? Well then, look at Director Liang, he seems to be a bit dead. Yi Tianyu said, pointing at the figure on the ground. Buried deep within the pile of documents, it was easy to miss if you didn't look closely. Wu Yun froze, his mind momentarily blank. That thing, why does it feel so familiar? A brief silence hung in the air, lingering for 2 seconds. Holy priest, heal him now. Wu Yun snapped out of it and shouted urgently. Hearing the command, the enforcement squad hurriedly cast healing spells, pulling Liang Wendao's health bar back up. Seeing Liang Wendao enter a safe state, Wu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The very next second, he turned his head and pointed at Yi Tianyu, scolding him irritably. Damn it, why didn't you say something sooner? You didn't ask. I thought you were pretending not to see it. Yi Tianyu felt wrong too, his heart aching with frustration. The battle had ended quite some time ago, but the bureau chief's attention had been elsewhere the entire time. As just a squad leader, he hadn't felt it appropriate to say anything. Listening to Yi Tianyu's explanation, Wu Yun felt utterly speechless, yet he couldn't really say anything. It seemed the other party had a perfectly valid point, he couldn't refute it at all. After a brief moment of commotion, Wu Yun's expression turned serious once more. His gaze shifted to fixate on Li Xiankai's corpse, his brow furrowing deeply. This matter is no ordinary affair. Even the dungeon demons are involved. Wu Yun paused mid-sentence, turning his gaze toward Luo Hua and the others. You two continue. I have some urgent matters to attend to. With that, he swiftly led Yi Tianyu and the others away, gathering the scattered documents from the floor. Each document was gathered with meticulous care, as if afraid of missing even one. If this had happened earlier, it might not have been such a big deal. But now, the situation was different. The king-level boss that appeared during the rainy night might have been merely a warning sign, perhaps meant to alert them. But now, with the dungeon demons emerging, the situation had taken a far more serious turn. Each document could potentially be evidence of Li Xiankai's collusion with the demonic forces. Likewise, it held the key to uncovering the mastermind behind it all. Alright. You guys start searching. Keep me updated on any progress. Zhang Fengming nodded slowly. By rights, Wu Yun had the authority to refuse. But in this case, the fact that the dual-pupil demon general had specifically invoked Luo Qingfeng's name made it clear this was a premeditated, targeted attack. Got it. Keep me posted. Wu Yun replied without looking up, directing the enforcement squad to continue processing the scene. At that moment, at the Lu residence. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the long table in an instant. In the grand hall, the Lu family members fell silent, frozen in fear. Not a single one dared breathe, staring fearfully at the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, Lu Chuntian, the patriarch of the Lu family. Useless. All of you are useless. Lu Chunfeng is useless, and so is Li Xiankai. Not a single one of you can handle even the smallest task. Lu Chuntian's face was twisted with rage, his eyes dark and menacing. Beneath the colossal beast's skull, he himself resembled a predatory beast ready to devour its prey. The beast's head, with its 6 horns and 8 eyes, seemed to merge with him. Master, this, we never expected. Unexpected. Unexpected again. What else could possibly be expected of you lot? Lu Chuntian's fingers trembled with rage, wishing he could drag everyone beneath him to feed the fish. The one who had mustered the courage to speak earlier now buried his head even lower. Demon blood. You wasted an entire bottle of demon general grade demon blood. Do you think this stuff is easy to come by? Lu Chen roared, unleashing a torrent of curses that drenched everyone in a deluge of insults. The thought of that demon blood going to waste sent a sharp pang through his heart, a wave of anguish spreading rapidly. Contact our people in Yin province. Keep a close eye on Luo Hua's movements. Even if it costs us our lives, we must drag him down with us. Lu Chentian spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly as a glint of murderous intent flashed within. Chapter 60, Yanzhou University. The teleportation tower stood tall as three figures emerged from within. Is this Yanzhou? Luo Hua surveyed the surroundings, taking in this city starkly different from Jiangcheng. Nestled between mountains and water, Jiangcheng featured pavilions and terraces, with most buildings painted in shades of blue. Yanzhou, however, presented a scorched landscape as far as the eye could see. The buildings lining the streets were mostly sturdy earthen houses with windows set deep into the walls. A gust of wind swept through, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The hot wind made the air unbearably dry, leaving a parched sensation on the skin that felt utterly uncomfortable. Heh, gotcha. Zhang Fengming chuckled maliciously, leaning close to Luo Hua with an air of triumph over his victim. But before he could utter another word, he was cut off without mercy. This desolation is only temporary. Protective shields are in place throughout the city and within Yanzhou University. Wei Juanjia stepped forward, speaking slowly. As he passed Zhang Fengming, he shot him a fierce glare, as if reprimanding him for his actions. But his glare had absolutely no effect. Zhang Fengming merely shrugged helplessly, then reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. In fact, he even seemed to carry a hint of disrespectful arrogance. Luo Hua nodded upon hearing this, finally grasping the situation. If the entire Yin province were like this, Yin Province University could never become a top-tier institution. The thought of a large group of students residing amidst endless yellow sands felt distinctly incongruous. Before he could tear his gaze away from the surroundings, a low whisper reached his ears. Let's go. I'll take you to see Yanzhou University. The words had barely left the speaker's lips when Luo Hua saw a shimmering silhouette materialize. 4 pairs of arms arranged themselves in orderly formation, eyes glaring and brows furrowed, their entire bodies bathed in golden light. The apparition flickered and vanished in an instant. The next moment, Luo Hua felt a force tugging at him. He had no idea how long it lasted, perhaps seconds, or maybe a minute. When his vision cleared, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The low-rise buildings he had seen earlier were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by towering structures. A constant stream of people came and went, many of them the opposite of his age, vibrant young adults in the prime of life. As they passed by Gui Juanjia and the others, they greeted them with respectful deference. At the same time, they couldn't help but cast curious glances at Luo Hua. For Zhang Fengming and the others knew well that the admissions office staff were practically the barometers of every university, known to all. And when an admissions officer made an appearance, the significance was self-evident. But today felt unusual. Not only were students present, but Gui Juanjia had come along too. With all these factors combined, their curiosity about Luo Hua's identity only deepened. What kind of prodigy could possibly secure an exceptional admission while also drawing the attention of the 8-armed Vajra? Since you're already on campus, old Jiang, just take Luo Hua to register. Alright, you go ahead with your work. After all, this matter is no small affair. Zhang Fengming nodded in response. As he spoke, the gravity etched on his face was unmistakable. Had this unexpected incident not occurred, they would have arrived at Yanzhou University long ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengming couldn't help but mentally curse the South City police station several times over. After venting his frustration, he didn't forget about the task at hand. About half an hour later. Yanzhou University, admissions office entrance. Here you go. This is your student ID and campus badge, both have backups. Zhang Fengming slipped the small booklet and badge into Luo Hua's hands with a smile. Before Luo Hua could respond, he continued speaking on his own. Next, someone will take you to your class for registration. Strange, it should have arrived by now. Zhang Fengming rubbed his stomach and glanced at his communicator. The message confirmation on the screen assured him the other party had indeed received his message. Just as he was puzzling over it, a round, plump figure suddenly appeared nearby. Thump! 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 Each step seemed to make the ground tremble. The roadside greenery seemed unable to bear the weight, its leaves rustling as they fell. Holy crap! Luo Hua raised an eyebrow and instinctively glanced back at Zhang Fengming. That build, and the way he ran. It made him wonder if Zhang Fengming had used some kind of clone-like skill. As the other drew nearer, heavy breathing echoed closer. Huff, huff, huff. I've caught up. The little chubby guy gasped for air, looking utterly exhausted. His pitiful state infuriated Zhang Fengming. He shot the other a fierce glare before turning to Luo Hua with a slightly sycophantic smile. Luo Hua, next up, Pang Xin will take you to register for class. Hey, brother Hua. I'm Pang Xin. The chubby kid greeted him with unabashed familiarity, not a trace of shyness. But at that moment, Luo Hua's attention wasn't focused on this. Instead, a peculiar look crossed his face as his gaze darted repeatedly between Jiang Fengming and Pang Xin. He checked again and again, making sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. A passing resemblance in appearance might have been forgivable, but their physiques were practically identical. Pang Xin? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, scrutinizing the chubby boy once more. His eyes brimmed with suspicion, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. Hey! What's with that look? What are you thinking? This is my nephew. Seeming to notice Luo Hua's peculiar reaction, Jiang Fengming shot him a sharp glare. Judging by his reaction, this clearly wasn't the first time he'd been mistaken. Nothing. Actually, I figured it out too. Luo Hua withdrew his gaze and said without a trace of embarrassment. Whether he was telling the truth or just making it up on the spot, Jiang Fengming didn't believe a word of it. Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, that saying holds true. Finally, perhaps realizing his explanation was weak, Luo Hua added another sentence. After speaking, he even nodded his head, putting on an air of deep conviction. What met him, however, was Jiang Fengming's rolling eyes. Ahem. Luo Hua cleared his throat twice, covering his awkwardness, then turned to Pang Xin. Pang Xin, would you kindly show me to the classroom? Upon hearing this, Pang Xin immediately nodded excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable. It seemed as though he hadn't noticed Luo Hua's earlier behavior at all. He radiated a peculiar aura from the inside out, especially in his eyes, a clarity and foolishness uniquely belonging to college students. Sure thing, Brother Hua. Just call me by my nickname like everyone else, Sanjin. Pang Xin patted his chest, offering his assurance. For a sophomore like him, this little matter was no problem at all. Sanjin? Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly, his expression turning slightly awkward. Everything was fine, except that his surname was Pang. It just sounded a bit odd. But while he might think it, Luo Hua wouldn't voice it aloud, to avoid another awkward moment like the one just now. Well then, Sanjin, thank you for your help. Not at all. It's my pleasure. Pang Xin waved his hand dismissively, showing not a trace of impatience on his face as he dutifully led the way ahead. Meanwhile, the news that Luo Hua had been admitted as a special transfer student in his sophomore year had already quietly spread throughout Yenzhou University. Chapter 61, Elite Class 2. Did you hear? Teacher Jiang brought back a special admissions student from Jiangcheng. Put. I knew that ages ago. That guy called Shadow's been all over the place. No, not that Shadow guy. It's someone named Luo Hua. A group of students whispered among themselves in the classroom. Unlike conventional universities before the game descended into reality, Awakener University was divided into combat, support, life skills, and strategy departments. Each faculty had its own strengths, and graduates pursued different career paths. The life skills department had the most branches, while the strategy department had the fewest students. But in reality, regardless of which university you looked at, except for a dozen or so specialized institutions, all primarily focus on combat and support disciplines. After all, the ultimate goal for all awakened is to venture into dungeons and secure greater rewards. Combat Department, Elite Class 2. Its status is akin to Jiangcheng University's Elite Honors Program. However, at Yenzhou University, there are 3 such classes in every single grade. Combined with the regular classes, the total enrollment easily reaches several thousand. So what's the deal with that special admissions student Luo Hua? What's his deal? No idea, but he can't be too shabby. He must have elite class skills to get special admission. That's all well and good, but he's just a self-taught outsider. Compared to us, he's probably still way behind. The group discussed freely, their voices growing louder until they erupted into uproarious laughter. Their words carried a thick layer of undisguised contempt. Suddenly, in the corner of the classroom, a girl with long, straight black hair withdrew her gaze from the window. Her eyes held utter indifference as she casually scanned the chattering crowd. Is gossiping behind people's backs really your favorite pastime? Her voice was soft, yet it pierced their ears like steel needles, direct and forceful. In an instant, the faces of those most engrossed in the discussion turned pale, then flushed crimson. They whipped their heads around to glare fiercely at the girl. Xiaoyao, I advise you to mind your own business. Exactly. If we don't show this newbie who's boss, she'll be writing rushot over us tomorrow. Dare to interfere, and we'll make sure you get dealt with too. They hurled threats without the slightest courtesy, regardless of her gender. In this era where strength ruled supreme, might made right. But Xiaoyao didn't seem like someone to be trifled with either. Her voice remained detached as she shot them a cold glance. Is that so? Then show me what you've got. As Xiaoyao spoke, a powerful aura surged toward the boys. Like a cheetah darting through the night, it was swift beyond measure. Some onlookers immediately fell silent, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Boom! The force struck suddenly. The unfortunate target, caught completely off guard, was instantly forced to his knees. Crack! The tiles cracked under the impact, shattering into pieces. Pain twisted the faces of those involved. They gritted their teeth, finding it hard to believe. Impossible. When did you reach level 35? The leader of the group stared in disbelief, almost convinced he'd misread the situation. As class monitor, he'd been stuck at level 32 for half a month. He'd thought himself pretty impressive, the only level 32 in the class, unbeatable. He'd always held his head high when talking to others, basking in their praise. Little did he expect that Xia Yingyao, who started at the same time and possessed equal talent, had quietly reached level 35. She was a full 3 levels ahead of him, instantly creating a huge gap in their abilities. Now he was the real clown. So, still want to duel? Xia Yingyao asked indifferently, her tone devoid of emotion. Her light-hearted remark was nothing short of contempt for their abilities. Class monitor Suchi clenched his fist, his eyes narrowing slightly. But the next second, he suddenly smiled and shook his head. Xia Yingyao, I never expected you to hide your true strength so well. This time, I've lost. With that, he slowly rose from the floor and returned to his seat. From start to finish, he hadn't uttered a single harsh word to Xia Yingyao. His bizarre behavior left everyone utterly baffled. What they failed to notice was that the instant Suchi sat down, a cold smile involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but begin to praise him. Look at that, that's the class monitor's magnanimity. Even though he lost face this time, he's too noble to dwell on it. No comparison, no hurt feelings. Don't be fooled by Xia Yingyao being at level 35 and catching up to class 1. She's probably just holding back some nasty surprises. I agree. If she dared hide this today, she'll stab others in the back tomorrow. Anyone teaming up with her better watch their backs. Probably hooked up with that guy from class 1 to level up so fast. A wave of slanderous remarks swirled around, all baseless speculation. As they spoke, many instinctively pulled back a few paces from Xia Yingyao, as if fearing she might lash out at any moment and harm those around her. Regardless of their hostile displays, Xia Yingyao merely closed her eyes slightly, paying no attention to their expressions. Isolation? Refusing to run dungeons with her? She couldn't care less. Ever since her awakening, she had always run dungeons solo. In her view, many teammates were only enthusiastic when things went smoothly, but panicked and flustered when faced with adversity. In idle moments, they might even get startled by dungeon creatures and let out sudden, piercing screams. Not only were they useless, but their noise disrupted her focus. They were more likely to hinder progress than help. Therefore, to her, teammates were nothing but deadweight, incapable of doing anything right. Rather than be saddled with such people, it's better to cut ties quickly, at least then she wouldn't be bothered by mediocrities. Tap. 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 Just as he was thinking this, crisp footsteps echoed from outside the door. The next moment, a balding middle-aged man entered, leading a handsome young man. His short, cropped hair gave him a clean, sharp look. Following behind them was Pang Xian, panting heavily. Pang Xian is actually following this new guy? Xia Yingyao's beautiful eyelashes fluttered, revealing a hint of curiosity. In her view, though Pang Xian lacked skill and wasn't particularly attractive, he shouldn't be reduced to trailing behind a newcomer. After all, Jiang Fengming was his uncle. As long as he didn't cause trouble, few would dare to pick a fight with him. With that connection, Pang Xian didn't need to bother with much socializing. And certainly not to trail behind someone like a little brother, as he was doing now. Lost in thought, she heard the teacher's thick lips part on stage as he spoke slowly. Let me introduce you all to Luo Hua, our special admission student from Jiangcheng. Luo Hua, say hello to everyone. With that, he stepped aside slightly, giving Luo Hua the chance to take center stage. After a brief introduction, the teacher continued. Now, find a seat and settle in. Class is about to begin. I hope you'll be able to keep up with our lessons. Teacher. Sit next to me. I can teach Brother Hua. The moment the teacher finished speaking, Pang Xian eagerly raised his hand, his expression practically screaming, "Pick me! Pick me!" Unfortunately, after casting a skeptical glance his way, the teacher decisively looked away. She scanned the classroom quickly, her gaze settling on the only 2 empty seats. Pang Xian, you're taking up 2 seats all by yourself. Luo Hua, you should go sit with Yingyao instead. Chapter 62, Xia Yingyao. Hearing the teacher's words, Luo Hua followed the gaze toward the corner. There sat a girl dressed in black, her waterfall-like hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her entire being radiated an aura that seemed to say, keep your distance. Whether she hadn't heard or simply didn't want to acknowledge Luo Hua, her gaze never left the window. Luo Hua could only shrug helplessly at this. Under the very gazes of the others, he slowly made his way to his seat. It's all your fault. You've made me look like a fool in front of the whole class. Class monitor Su Chi's face darkened, his eyes following Luo Hua's every move. He'd just been humiliated by Xia Yingyao, but hesitated to take it out on her due to her status. So he could only pin all the blame on Luo Hua. After all, it had all started because they were talking about him. He deserved some of the blame. At this thought, Su Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze shifted, and he gave a knowing look to one of his companions. The man immediately understood, giving a thumbs-up signal. At that moment, Luo Hua remained unaware that he had inexplicably become the target of resentment. Walking down the narrow corridor, a foot suddenly extended, blocking his path. A faint, pale gray light flickered, transforming the foot into stone hard as rock. The action was so stealthy that it went completely unnoticed from the teacher's perspective. Even Luo Hua would have struggled to notice it without careful observation. But who was he? How could such a crude little trick trip him up? He halted abruptly and turned to face the culprit. The male student remained utterly indifferent, glancing left and right as if oblivious to everything. This whole charade made him laugh in exasperation. Trying to intimidate him right off the bat? Well then, don't blame me. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, silently steeled his resolve. As he passed by the other boy, nearly tripping over him, his foot suddenly thrust forward. Snap! Ah! The crisp sound of bone shattering echoed alongside a blood-curdling scream. Madafu clutched his foot, writhing in agony on the ground. His face turned a liver-like shade of purple as cold sweat poured down his forehead. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone, leaving them momentarily frozen in shock. Even Xia Yingyao couldn't help but glance back before quickly averting her gaze, no longer paying attention. After all, though Madafu was merely a subordinate of class monitor Su Qi, he still possessed a 28th level cultivation. In any ordinary class, that would place him among the elite. Yet this very man had his leg kicked clean off without warning. No one believed Madafu was innocent. He must have been prepared. Yet even so, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Seeing this, Su Qi didn't immediately feel pity for Madafu. Instead, a hint of delight flashed across his face. Luo Hua had so blatantly broken his classmate's leg and the teachers had all witnessed it. All he needed to do was exaggerate the story a bit or take the moral high ground in his condemnation, and he could make Luo Hua squirm. Then, not just the class, but the entire Yenzhou University would have to watch out for such a ruthless individual. The thought filled Su Qi with excitement, and he leapt to his feet. He stretched out his arm, ready to point at Luo Hua and shout angrily. Luo Hua, how could you? Hey, are you okay? My bones are naturally tough. Did I hurt you? How careless of you to stick your leg out like that. I thought you wanted to compete with me, or were you trying to trip me up? Wait, hold on. You don't seem like such a bad guy. Could someone have put you up to this? Who? Who could be so mean? Before Su Qi could finish speaking, Luo Hua unleashed a torrent of words. Without a second thought, she blurted out everything she wanted to say and more, leaving Su Qi speechless. The words he intended to speak were swallowed back whole. And from her tone, he knew Luo Hua must have seen something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked with such precision. If he tried to defend himself now, it would be like digging his own grave, admitting he was the one pulling the strings. As for Madafu, his face had turned green with frustration. Every word he'd been about to utter had been cut off by Luo Hua, leaving him utterly frustrated. One leg was broken for nothing, and now he'd have to spend a fortune on a priest's healing. Alright, squad leader, take Defu to the support department for treatment. The teacher pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose, seemingly having seen through everything all along. His thick lips parted slightly as he gave the instruction. He knew their temperaments all too well. Yes, sir. Even though Su Qi had been humiliated, he had no choice but to comply. He stepped forward to help Madafu to his feet, and the two limped toward the Department of Auxiliary Studies. Before leaving, the two shot Luo Hua a fierce glare. Alright, stop staring. Luo Hua, Pang Xin, return to your seats immediately. With the commotion over, Luo Hua made his way to his assigned seat. The first thing that caught his eye was Xia Yingyao's icy expression. Hello, Luo Hua. Out of courtesy to his new desk partner, Luo Hua reintroduced himself. After all, they were deskmates, and they'd likely be spending a lot of time together. A proper introduction was certainly necessary. But Xia Yingyao seemed rather indifferent toward him. She gave him a fleeting glance, quickly sized him up, and then slowly spoke. Xia Yingyao. The girl said, then impatiently added, don't bother me unless it's important. Her two sentences came in one breath, leaving Luo Hua no room to react. She turned her head away abruptly, gazing out the window instead, her expression cold and distant. Luo Hua's mouth twitched slightly as he awkwardly averted his gaze. Alright, now that our new student has arrived, let's continue yesterday's lesson. The teacher touched his lips with a finger, moistened it with saliva, and flipped open the book. Lifting his reading glasses slightly, he squinted as he studied the text intently. Last time we covered the methods of acquiring skills, which primarily include dungeon drops, fusion, inheritance, and self-creation. We've already covered inheritance. Today, we'll continue with the lesson on creating skills. As the teacher lectured, many students below paid little attention. Whether it was from hearing it too often or the subject matter being genuinely dull. Only Luo Hua's ears twitched, and the corner of his brow lifted slightly. Self-created skills? A look of confusion crossed his face as he stared at the teacher at the front of the classroom. He understood the first three concepts, but self-created skills were something he'd never encountered before. If he could learn the method, wouldn't that mean gaining skills more suited to himself? Unfortunately, he'd heard about it too late. He wondered if he might have inadvertently missed something important. At this thought, Luo Hua's heart stirred slightly. The teacher on stage seemed oblivious, continuing to lecture from the textbook as if nothing had happened. The topic of self-created skills drifted further and further away. For him, it seemed that simply finishing the textbook meant his task was complete. After all, the students never cared it had been this way for years. But today, an exception had emerged. Teacher, what are the requirements for creating original skills? Luo Hua raised his hand, his face radiating intense curiosity. The sudden voice drew everyone's attention. Chapter 63, Requirements for Creating Original Skills. Luo Hua's voice cut through the room like a vehicle driving against traffic. It stood out like a sore thumb among the drowsy classmates. Yet no one seemed to take him seriously, their expressions turning to sneers. Newbies are just newbies. Already fantasizing about creating their own skills. Ha! Like he's got what it takes. Creating skills requires more than just level. Well, he's just a country bumpkin who never went to school. Asking questions like that is only natural. The room erupted in laughter, their disdain for Luo Hua unmasked. Even Xia Yingyao couldn't help but look slightly surprised, giving him another glance. Her expression was complex, her thoughts unknown. Only the teacher remained composed, twirling the end of his glasses while keeping his head slightly bowed. Adopting the posture of an old man reading the paper, he peered over the top of his glasses at Luo Hua. Haven't you heard of self-created skills? Teacher Wang asked. Though he knew it was a pointless question, he couldn't resist asking it once more. Not for any other reason, he understood all too well that explaining such concepts to students like these would serve little purpose. On the contrary, if anyone tried it, who knew what uncontrollable consequences might arise? At best, they'd be bedridden for half a month. At worst, their foundational cultivation could be damaged. Still, he held back. After all, these were common knowledge. A teacher's role is to impart knowledge, guide learning, and resolve doubts. To create your own skill, you must first have a blank imprint scroll. As he spoke, his hand flickered with light. A scroll materialized in his hand, floating in midair as if to illustrate his explanation. Seeing this unfamiliar new item, Luo Hua's eyes lit up with sudden interest in this novelty before him. After running so many dungeons, he had never even seen a single imprint scroll. Could it be that this item was extremely rare? Or perhaps it only drops in specific dungeons? As if reading Luo Hua's thoughts, Teacher Wang continued. Each region has its own unique dungeons, rich with various rewards, printing scrolls being one of them. Our Yanzhou University also has several such dungeons, among which the advanced one is the Yanma Forbidden Ground. The speaker spoke without intent, but the listener heard with purpose. At those words, Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat. The Yanma Forbidden Ground. The familiar name instantly brought back buried memories, making them clearer. As a child, he had heard his father mention this dungeon more than once. If it was for copying scrolls, that explanation would make sense. But Luo Hua wasn't naive enough to believe that was all there was to it. After all, no matter how precious the scrolls might be, they weren't worth obsessing over. Luo Hua's thoughts raced while Teacher Wang patiently continued his explanation on stage. The exact same old script lulled the students below into a drowsy stupor, ready to nod off at any moment. If you think scrolls alone are enough, you couldn't be more wrong. Because, like skills themselves, imprint scrolls have tiers. The higher the skill level, the higher the tier of scroll required. But no matter what, a skill's rank can never exceed that of its engraving scroll. As he spoke, Teacher Wang suddenly paused. He tapped the desk habitually, adopting a stern expression meant to command attention. Remember this, the moment you attempt a skill beyond the scroll's level, it will instantly vanish and become completely useless. Don't blame me later for wasting a scroll when I clearly warned you. Conversely, using a higher level scroll to imprint a lower level skill actually increases the success rate. The disclaimer-like words left Luo Hua feeling utterly bewildered. What? Are there exams in university too? Still, he finally grasped the requirements for creating original skills and how to obtain imprint scrolls. But Teacher Wang didn't stop there. He flipped through the book in his hand, as if verifying something. Pushing his glasses up, he spoke in a measured tone. But actually, all that comes second. The most crucial thing is that you must possess sufficient spiritual energy and innate talent in this area. Both are indispensable, otherwise, everything else is pointless. Hearing two new terms, Luo Hua nodded slightly. Though this was a world transformed by the game's arrival, many aspects remained fundamentally different. For instance, the concept of mental energy common in online games remained an elusive abstraction in reality, where skill execution relied almost entirely on physical stamina. The moment Teacher Wang mentioned spiritual power, Luo Hua felt a sense of mystique. It felt like trying to grasp something shrouded in clouds and mist. He couldn't quite pin down the core concept. Teacher, could you give an example? Luo Hua raised his hand to signal. This scene caught Teacher Wang's eye, adding a touch of color to his observation. Usually, he just rehashed the same old lessons over and over. While ostensibly teaching, it was really just a way to let the combat students relax. After all, these students honed their combat skills daily and had little interest in theoretical lectures. As a result, instructors like him were practically decorative. But today was different. A distinct buzz filled the classroom. Yet this commotion delighted him. He relished the feeling of students actively engaging with questions. Only then could he find the joy in teaching, rather than just mechanically reciting from a textbook. He thought this, but that didn't mean others felt the same. Oh my! Now you're asking for examples. Pig with a green onion up its snout, pretending to be an elephant. Just listen already, he really thinks he's some kind of dish. Hilarious. Does he really think winning the teacher's favor will help? Yenzhou University is all about merit. Several students chatted freely, their faces twisted into cold smirks. It seemed they were mocking Luo Hua's overreach while dismissing his efforts. Oomph. Quiet down, all of you. At that, Teacher Wang suddenly let out a cold snort. Instantly, a chill swept through the room, causing the students to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, as an educator, Teacher Wang wouldn't dwell on such matters. At most, he issued a verbal warning. He then turned to Luo Hua and patiently explained. Of course. Once you possess an imprint scroll and decide on the skill you desire, a unique skill pattern and corresponding level will form in your mind. Then, you need to modify the patterns based on the scroll's level. If the skill level is high, simplify the patterns. If it's low, elaborate them. Once everything is ready, you can attempt to imprint the skill onto the scroll. The more complex the pattern, the greater the test of your mental control over it. Though Master Wang didn't explain it in great detail, Luo Hua grasped the gist. In short, simpler patterns meant less precision was required in mental energy control, though the downside was that the resulting skill wouldn't be very high level. Luo Hua rubbed his chin thoughtfully, occasionally nodding to himself. Look at that guy listening so intently, he's not actually starting to get carried away, is he? I bet he is. Some greenhorn country bumpkin who thinks he's the chosen one after hearing a few words. If he actually pulls it off, I'll pee while I run. The others looked down on his deep contemplation. They believed he was merely putting on a show, feigning confidence. Chapter 64, Unraveling the Skill Mechanics. Facing the crowd's mockery, Luo Hua remained unfazed. Throughout his journey, countless people had doubted him, these few hardly registered. For him, understanding these principles would be immensely beneficial. He immediately pulled out paper and pen from his backpack and began meticulously taking notes. I thought college would be just so-so, but who knew the very first class would be such a surprise? Luo Hua murmured to himself, nodding occasionally. He had assumed that with his abilities, attending Awakener University would be a complete waste of time. Now he realized that while power was essential, theory was equally crucial. Knowledge stored in one's mind becomes one's own, ready to be drawn upon when needed. If he hadn't learned the process for creating original skills today, he'd probably still be clueless about what to do with that engraved scroll next time he came across one. He might have foolishly sold it off. Seeing that his lecture was actually drawing an audience, a rare occurrence, Professor Wang's enthusiasm soared. The bridge connecting skill patterns to imprint scrolls is our mental energy. The stronger your mental energy, the easier the imprinting process becomes. But conversely, if your mental energy is insufficient, you must immediately halt the imprinting process. Otherwise, you risk severe backlash. Minor cases might leave you bedridden for half a month, while severe ones could damage your innate talent or even kill you. Teacher Wang's expression turned grave, the smile vanishing from his face. When discussing the consequences, his expression grew so stern it was almost frightening. Though Luo Hua had heard Teacher Wang mention this for the second time, doubt still lingered in his mind. Logically speaking, with priests present, how could one be bedridden for half a month? Surely spending enough gold coins could resolve it? Luo Hua rubbed his chin, his brow furrowing deeply into a deep crease. As if reading his thoughts, Teacher Wang opened his mouth slightly and continued. This kind of damage is soul damage. It's hard to explain clearly. To this day, no priest has possessed the ability to heal such wounds. Once the core is damaged, death is virtually inevitable. He shook his head, his face etched with helplessness. It was hard to imagine that in a world where a game had descended and humanity had become partially digitized, such an incurable affliction could still lurk, utterly beyond remedy. Typically, any ailment could be instantly eradicated if the priest possessed sufficient power. Of course, the cost might be a bit steep. For limb regeneration, the base fee was at least 1 gold coin, equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, roughly 10,000 credits in the old world. Yet even so, faced with this kind of soul damage, they remain utterly helpless. Soul damage? Luo Hua murmured, his already furrowed brow deepening further. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but the realization that yet another unfamiliar term had surfaced, reminding him how little he truly understood. It seems I've only scratched the surface of many things. Luo Hua nodded, his resolve to learn growing stronger. At the very least, he wouldn't let himself remain a clueless fool. However, his pensive expression immediately rubbed others the wrong way. Out of nowhere, another wave of sarcastic remarks washed over him. Oh my! Now you're putting on airs. Can someone really be that naive, thinking they've got it all figured out? I won't say who it is, you guys can guess. I'm laughing. After hearing just a few words, he actually thinks he's all-knowing. Ha! Newbies love to show off. Why not have him report with the new hires in a few days? Probably because they're all newbies, it's too much effort to put on airs. The crowd jeered, their malicious words making Teacher Wang frown. He gripped his reading glasses, his face brimming with displeasure. Silence! Teacher Wang clenched his fist and tapped the table with his knuckles. He scanned the room and growled softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it caused the crowd to quiet down. Luo Hua snapped out of his thoughts. Recalling what he'd just learned, he smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. Raising his hand, he continued to ask. Teacher, what exactly is the talent for creating skills? Is it related to our innate talents? Though it sounded like a trivial question, he felt certain things simply had to be clarified. Otherwise, when it came time to actually put it into practice, improper methods could prove dangerous. Just like the soul damage Teacher Wang mentioned, he certainly didn't want to experience that firsthand. Only by understanding every step could he prevent problems before they arose. Hearing his follow-up question, Xia Yingyao turned back in surprise. Looking at her studious deskmate, she felt as though she were observing an alien creature, filled with incomprehension. She couldn't fathom why he'd ask questions about things clearly answered in textbooks. Was it to attract the teacher's attention? If that was the case, it was utterly unnecessary. At Yenzhou University's combat department, strength spoke for itself. Without it, no one would respect you. Even if you had a teacher backing you, others would still see you as a coward. But soon, Xia Yingyao began to doubt her own judgment. For she noticed something different in Luo Hua's profile. What is that? Xia Yingyao's mind was filled with confusion. She thought she saw excitement and thrill in Luo Hua's eyes. Her eyes held an intense desire to explore, and, light? The thought barely formed before she abruptly halted. She felt as though she might be hallucinating, and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I must have been alone too long. How could a normal person's eyes possibly glow? Xia Yingyao silently shook her head, no longer paying attention to Luo Hua's behavior. On stage, Teacher Wang pushed his glasses up. Self-created skill talents and our innate talents? Yes. But also no. He then offered another analogy. Skill talent, I prefer to call it skill creation ability. The higher the creative ability, the deeper the understanding of skills, making it easier to reach their core. Imprinting skills becomes more effortless and faster. But no matter what, it can't escape the constraints of innate talent in class. Take a warrior, for instance, they can't engrave a mage's skill. A D-tier talent struggles to create even a C-tier skill. After Teacher Wang's brief explanation, Luo Hua began to grasp the concept. In summary, there are 3 key points. Initial talent determines the upper limit of quality. Combat class determines skill direction. Skill talents determine the final effect. Secondly, there are the hard requirements like engraving scrolls and mental energy. Otherwise, even if your innate talent is sufficient, insufficient spiritual power and creative capacity will render it useless. If talent is the paper, mental energy the hand, and creativity the brain, then engraving is like painting directly on the paper. With sufficient talent, the paper is large enough to paint 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. But if your hand is clumsy and your mind lacks creativity, you'll end up with a simple picture of chicks pecking at grain. With high spiritual power, it becomes an exquisitely detailed picture of chicks pecking at grain. Having synthesized all these insights, Luo Hua finally grasped the principle behind skill imprinting. Now, all he needed was a single rubbing scroll to begin his practice. Just as he pondered this, Teacher Wang on the stage suddenly parted his lips. He gave Luo Hua a long, meaningful look before speaking slowly. Luo Hua, would you like to give it a try? I happen to have a D-grade scroll here. While it's not of the highest quality, it should be more than sufficient for your F-grade talent. Chapter 65, Imprint Scroll. As if reading Luo Hua's thoughts, Teacher Wang suddenly offered an irresistible temptation. But when his words reached the ears of the others, they were met with an immediate uproar. What? Luo Hua is only F-grade talent? Ha, that's hilarious. I thought special admissions students were supposed to be amazing. Turns out he's only F-grade. Teacher, why not give me your engraving scroll instead? Don't let Luo Hua waste it. TSK, engraving an F-rank skill onto a D-rank scroll? The success rate must be absurdly high. Genius. Absolute genius. Which family would waste resources on an F-rank waste? Genius. The students wore expressions of scorn, their words dripping with mockery. It was like someone who'd always walked all over them suddenly stumbled and fell, giving them the chance to kick him while he was down. For a moment, the air was thick with contemptuous remarks. Even Xia Yingyao couldn't help but glance over. Her slightly pale lips parted, her expression thick with disbelief. Her expression clearly showed surprise at Luo Hua being an F-grade talent. But she quickly turned away, her face cold again, as if nothing had happened. But Pang Xian's chubby face flushed slightly. Nonsense. Brother Hua is an F-rank. He's incredibly skilled. He took on 4 members of the Zhangcheng enforcement squad single-handedly. There's no way he's only F-rank. Pang Xian defended fiercely, even revealing what Zhang Fengming had secretly told him. After all, knowing this information ahead of time meant he could build a relationship with Luo Hua sooner. By the time things took off, he could have latched onto the right person early. But now, cornered, he'd blurted everything out, losing his advantage. Yet, aside from Xia Yingyao, no one seemed to believe his claims. Ha! Someone actually dared to challenge the enforcement squad, and 4 of them at that. If you ask me, that Jiangqing enforcement squad is probably just some backwater branch office in the sticks. Bet you're right. Probably only around level 20. Just picking on little kids. You've got to be kidding me. He's probably just bragging. Talk about shooting his mouth off. The classroom erupted in laughter. Even with teacher Wang standing at the front of the classroom, they continued to laugh heartily. Their eyes brimmed with contempt for Pang Xian and Luo Hua. Yet Luo Hua seemed oblivious, his pupils reflecting only the image of that rubbing scroll. Try it. A surge of reckless determination spread through him. Amidst the mocking stares, Luo Hua slowly rose and walked toward the podium. No way. Seriously? Someone actually thinks they can do it? TSK, just wait till his soul gets damaged, then he'll regret it. Just wait. It'll teach this newbie a lesson so he doesn't get too big for his britches. Everyone watched with glee, anticipating Luo Hua's humiliation. Pang Xian clenched his chubby hands, consumed by self-reproach. He suspected his own careless words might have pushed Luo Hua into this reckless attempt to prove himself. If things went wrong, it might not end with just soul damage. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face. This display only reinforced the crowd's suspicions. They believed it was precisely their lack of confidence that had driven Pang Xian to act this way. The only exception in the arena was Xia Yingyao. Her eyes lifted slightly, her gaze deep and intense, fixed on every move Luo Hua made. Her exquisite features bore a faint, upward curve of the lips. Her slightly sunken cheeks and dark circles lent her an air of sickly beauty. Is this the imprint scroll? What a marvelous sensation! Luo Hua held the scroll in his hands, his eyes brimming with wonder. Deep within his pupils, a faint light seemed to dance. Basic imprint scroll. Quality D. Imprinting, crush the scroll to reshape an existing or new skill, capped at D rank. Note, awakened beings may possess one self-created skill every 20 levels. Skills can be replaced. 1 per 20 levels. Since I'm currently level 40, I can have 2. After reading the note, Luo Hua nodded, grasping the gist. But the next second, a brand new blank interface suddenly popped up. The moment he saw it, Luo Hua froze in place. Warrior Skills 02. Mage Skills 02. Mage Warrior Skills 02. What does this mean? For skills? Had he miscalculated? Teacher, how many self-created skills can you use now? Luo Hua hesitated, choosing not to reveal his own situation outright. Instead, he turned to look at Teacher Wang and asked first. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang didn't hesitate to answer frankly. Trying to gauge my level? I might as well tell you I'm already over level 40 and can use 2 skills. After hearing this, Luo Hua's eyebrows raised slightly. He turned his head and looked at his own interface again. After carefully comparing several times, he confirmed he hadn't been seeing things. Could it be because of the Mage Warrior class? Luo Hua stroked his chin, forming a rough hypothesis. After all, S-rank classes receiving special treatment was perfectly normal. But he certainly wasn't about to broadcast such a perk. This was something to quietly profit from. He doubted anyone would suspect he possessed 3 times the skill slots others did. There was a downside, though it also meant he'd need to collect 3 times as many engraving scrolls to fill them all. Sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. Looks like I need to hurry up and level up. The trip to the Inferno Demon's Forbidden Land has to be moved up on the schedule. This thought only strengthened Luo Hua's resolve to head to the Flaming Demon's Forbidden Land. Whether it was for information about his parents or for his own future, he had to be prepared. As he stood motionless for a moment, holding the imprint scroll, a discordant sound suddenly echoed from the ground below. This country bumpkin probably hasn't even seen a rubbing scroll before. Highly likely. He's so excited over a scroll he can't even snap out of it. Such a greenhorn, mesmerized by a mere D-grade scroll. If he ever saw an A-grade scroll from the high school tournament, he'd faint on the spot. The high school tournament? He can't even get in, let alone watch it. The crowd chattered freely, their words dripping with contempt for Luo Hua. Unfortunately for them, none of it held any sting for him. However, he did catch a piece of extremely useful information. The high school tournament has a grade imprint scrolls? Luo Hua's heart stirred, and his gaze returned to the scroll in his hand. Before considering other options, he had to confirm the value of this imprint scroll. Otherwise, exhausting himself to death for something worthless would be utterly pointless. Poof. Bring it on. Luo Hua took a deep breath, holding his breath as he focused his gaze entirely on the rubbing scroll. He applied slight pressure with his palm, crushing it directly. Instantly, specks of light shot up his arm and burrowed into his brow. Chapter 66, Skill Creation. As the scroll shattered, Luo Hua's consciousness entered a brand new space. Sparkling starlight swirled around him, carrying an ethereal aura. He floated within it, as if billions of stars were streaking past him. Is this the world of skill creation? Luo Hua felt utterly amazed even when he discovered his innate talents could be upgraded. He hadn't felt this way. But then again, if this world were utterly ordinary, where would the creativity lie? How do I create my own skill now? The thought barely formed in his mind when a beam of light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. It seemed to be guiding him from the depths of the unknown. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the faintest speck among the stars. Luo Hua's heart stirred. He extended his right hand toward the light, his fingertip gently touching it. Whoosh! The moment his finger made contact, an intense radiance instantly enveloped him. A dense swarm of information suddenly flooded his mind, nearly bursting his skull. Braving the pain, Luo Hua gradually made out what it was. It was a vast repository of countless skills, each accompanied by annotations, seemingly waiting for him to uncover their secrets. In that moment, he even sensed that a mere flick of his finger could effortlessly conjure a new skill. Outside, Elite Class 2. As they watched Luo Hua's pain-twisted face, their expressions shifted. But in the hearts of most, there was only deep contempt. TSK, already giving up? This newbie is just trash. Is that all? He actually dared to show off? He'll probably only come up with 5 skill principles at most. We're really overestimating him. An F rank? His skill library probably doesn't even have anything at that level. Ha! Probably right. That little brain of his couldn't handle a D rank skills onslaught. The group chatted, their gazes fixed on Luo Hua with utter contempt. Many had witnessed others create skills firsthand or heard tales of such feats, so they understood exactly what was happening. Whoever used the imprint scroll for the first time would encounter a glowing orb. They commonly referred to this orb as the skill repository, said to contain thousands upon thousands of primal skills. Then, they must synthesize these primal skills to forge one suited to themselves. To date, the most creative awakened had obtained over 100 primordial skills upon their first encounter. Though more can be acquired later, the initial encounter largely shapes one's future path. No matter how they proceed, they cannot stray far from this framework. Those who only acquire a handful of skills during their initial encounter are essentially dismissed from this realm. However, a few exceptional geniuses have managed to decipher the principles behind their limited raw skills and forge entirely unique abilities of their own. Yet such cases remained mere anomalies, insufficient to prove any significant pattern. The entire class watched as Luo Hua's face contorted with increasing agony, his expression growing more and more feral. Pang Xin watched, a look of utter bewilderment spreading across his face. His expression seemed to say, "Oh no. My new big brother just got here, is he going to pass out?" But then he recalled what Jiang Fengming had told him, and his gaze hardened once more. "Brother Hua, I believe in you. My uncle has never been wrong about anyone." Despite the constant mental encouragement, his chubby hands still clenched tightly. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Saying he wasn't nervous would be an outright lie. In the corner, Xia Yingyao lifted her beautiful eyes slightly, a hint of reminiscence flickering within. Suddenly, her entire body shuddered violently, as if struck by an unseen force. She instinctively pulled the zipper of her thin jacket tighter, as if feeling a chill. But strangely, it was late August now, almost September, when new students would be enrolling. This period was supposed to be one of blazing sunshine. It was the season dubbed the freshman's nightmare, a time when upperclassmen enjoyed watermelon while watching military training. Yet Xia Yingyao appeared as if she had caught a chill. At that moment, however, all eyes were fixed on Luo Hua, and no one noticed her unusual state. Even Teacher Wang, adjusting his glasses frame, stared at Luo Hua with a stern expression. His brow furrowed deeply, though whether this development had surpassed his expectations remained unclear. The fan's breeze made the few stray strands of hair on his receding hairline sway, but he had no time to care. His gaze never once left Luo Hua. This behavior, how is it so reminiscent of that person from back then? He pressed his fingers against his glasses, as if to confirm the reality of what he was seeing. At that moment, within Luo Hua's mind, the starlight within the constellation slowly faded, revealing its true form. Everything appeared normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Only Luo Hua remained kneeling there, gasping for breath. In that mere instant, Luo Hua had absorbed thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of primal skills. Strangely, not a single one was rated S or A tier, or even B tier. It seemed that he would have to comprehend them on his own before he could create them. Still, the thousands of C rank and below skills now stored in his mind were more than enough to let him run wild. Whenever he wished, he could pluck anyone at random and inscribe it directly onto a scroll. But doing so would undoubtedly waste a precious scroll. After encountering the primordial skills, he finally realized how crucial their compatibility with his own being was. Some skills even required careful consideration of factors like class and the skill's ultimate effect. Now that I have 6 slots for self-created skills, I'll start by practicing with a warrior skill. After all, he always presented himself as a warrior to the outside world. Occasionally using a few mage skills wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Having more warrior skills would add to the deception. With that thought, Luo Hua nodded slightly, his mind forming a rough plan. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly searched his mind for the corresponding skill patterns. Warrior skills, thrusting techniques. He murmured to himself, swiftly extracting keywords from the vast primordial skill repository. In an instant, over 100 skills with similar effects suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an extremely similar commonality in a certain part of their composition. The differences lay in their patterns, some were straight, others spiraled, and some even featured intricate designs. So that's it, a certain pattern signifies thrusting? Luo Hua carefully compared them, nodding occasionally. The vast array of skills to compare against significantly reduced the complexity of his pattern control. He immediately began sketching rapidly in the empty space before him. Whether due to his formidable creative talent or some other factor, the entire process was completed in mere moments. Next up, extracting my Shadow Lord talent. Luo Hua's expression darkened slightly, his smile fading. This unique talent granted him greater possibilities. Yet finding one that truly aligned with his innate abilities would likely prove challenging. With a flick of his thoughts, he sought out the key information regarding the Shadow Lord. Sure enough, the moment the query was sent out, it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea, yielding not a shred of feedback. Expanding the search keywords yielded only skills related to darkness and shadows, virtually unrelated to his innate talent. It shouldn't be impossible. The primordial skill library mentioned that all skills have a traceable origin. Luo Hua's eyes grew deep as he meticulously compared each skill. Soon, he discovered the first relevant skill. Chapter 67, Patterns Form, Mental Imprint. Reincarnation of the Dead. It's somewhat similar to my necromantic resurrection. Luo Hua murmured as he studied the skill description. Though there were still some differences, it was at least a good start. He decided to save the skill for now, intending to review them all later. However, it was clear that thrust-type skills wouldn't mesh well with necromantic resurrection. He still needed to identify other effects within it, akin to innate talents, extract those specific components, and then fuse the two together. It sounded simple enough, but putting it into practice was another matter entirely. Luo Hua had to sift through the vast skill library endlessly. All for the sake of finding just a few, perhaps only a handful, of skills. Even now, he couldn't fully grasp the nature of his own talent. With no documented records or classifications, there was no basis for comparison. Everything he did was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and the crucial part was, the needle he found might not even be his own. Skill detection? Luo Hua paused in surprise. Suddenly, he recalled a skill he often overlooked, a passive ability. Sovereign's Gaze sees through disguises, probes targets no higher than 10 levels below oneself. Right. What if I combine my eye technique skill with charge, then add the necromantic resurrection effect? Luo Hua suddenly clapped his hands, feeling a sense of wonder. Though it sounded incongruous, an inexplicable intuition told him it could be done. Without hesitation, Luo Hua summoned all the foundational skills related to discernment. In an instant, dozens of skill patterns floated before him, shimmering with light. There are so many patterns related to eye techniques. Luo Hua was astonished, his mouth slightly agape. No one had ever counted them, nor did anyone pay them much mind. Keep in mind, these were all primordial skills rated C grade or lower. For the most part, they were all variations of detection techniques. But now, upon closer inspection, it seemed there was more to them than met the eye. Scouting technique, eagle eye, appraisal technique. Luo Hua's eyes scanned each skill in turn. Seeing abilities with such vastly different functions, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Though he'd anticipated something like this, he never imagined eagle eye and appraisal would share the same origin. The further he looked, the more his understanding was shattered. Petrifaction, scorching gaze? These offensive skills too? Luo Hua stared at the nearly identical skill patterns, feeling profoundly intrigued. The next moment, reincarnation of the dead and necromantic resurrection appeared before his eyes. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes, carefully comparing the two to find their commonalities. As two skills of nearly identical origins, their runic patterns were almost perfectly mirrored. The difference lay in the fact that Necromancer's Resurrection, as a branch of the Shadow Lord, was undeniably an S-rank skill. In terms of quality, it was undoubtedly superior to Reincarnation of the Dead, with its skill patterns being more intricate and complex. But this posed no challenge to Luo Hua. Soon, he identified the key insight. So that's how it works? Having examined thousands of skills, he suddenly discovered a common thread among them. Every skill's starting point was always the point of force application. Take eye techniques, for instance. No matter how the rest of the skill changed, the point where the patterns originated always featured an eye-like symbol. Similarly, for charge skills, warriors were typically represented by a pictogram of a foot, either a direct image or a character. But a mage's dash might depict a brain, or something else entirely, though it could still be the shape of a foot. Just as Luo Hua gained this insight, chaos erupted outside. Look at Luo Hua struggling so much over a mere D-rank skill. He's probably hopeless. I agree. Even that guy from Class 1 finished in under 5 minutes. Oh? You mean that guy chasing Xia Yingyao? Xian Duo, right? Yep. That's the name. Ha ha ha. He nailed it in 5 minutes, while Luo Hua hasn't even gotten results after 6. Guess so. Luo Hua's soul's probably getting damaged. Looks like he's doomed to fail in half a month. As the group discussed, the entire venue echoed with pessimistic murmurs. Not a single soul believed in Luo Hua at that moment, convinced his attempt at mastering the engraving skill would end in utter failure. Suddenly, Luo Hua moved. His fingers danced like butterflies, rapidly tapping at the air. Instantly, an eye-shaped character formed, followed by one resembling a brain. Yes, he had chosen a structure for his warrior skill that defied tradition. Perhaps it was due to his unique profession, or perhaps he had other ideas in mind, but when making his choice, he showed not a hint of hesitation. It must be understood that once the skill patterns were constructed, they could not be undone. Otherwise, the entire engraved scroll would be wasted. If the energy within the patterns could flow normally, it would only require engraving them with mental energy to form unique skills. He's moving. He's moving. Luo Hua is actually moving now. Has he lost his mind? He's a warrior, isn't he? Why is he engraving patterns like this? They look different from anything I've seen before. True. It feels like a mage's skill to me. Not sure if it's just my imagination. He's just putting on airs. Probably afraid of looking useless and embarrassing himself later, so he's deliberately pretending. From their perspective, they couldn't see Luo Hua's specific skill patterns a form of protection that defied description. They could only guess at the general outline through his aura and the path his fingers traced. Thus, everything was merely their conjecture, though it was highly unlikely to be wrong. Some even believed they had seen through it all, convinced Luo Hua was merely putting on a show. Little did they know how exhilarated Luo Hua truly felt at that moment. His fingers tapped rapidly, swiftly constructing the patterns. The outermost layer, the summoning function for necromantic resurrection. No sooner had the words left his lips than the final layer of the skill pattern swiftly gained an additional layer of fine yet intricate lines. Only after completing all this did Luo Hua slowly withdraw his hand. Pattern construction complete, grade B. Cannot be copied. Whoa! How did this just casually surpass the limit? Luo Hua slapped his forehead hard, a wave of headache washing over him. With no other choice, he reluctantly began trimming back the strokes. After a series of adjustments, a cheerful notification finally sounded in his mind. Pattern construction complete. Grade D. After confirmation, please use psychic energy to imprint. Here we go. Luo Hua's expression brightened as he attempted to extend a thread of his spirit using the method described in the imprinting scroll. It trembled feebly, like a strand of woolen thread quivering in the wind. Whoa! So this is what we use to imprint the patterns? Luo Hua sucked in a sharp breath, feeling the pressure surge. With a thought, he tried to steady the thread of his spiritual energy. Yet the next instant, just as he feared, his spiritual energy surged forth like a flood. In an instant, the mental energy strands transformed into a brush he could wield with ease. Ha! This seems surprisingly simple. Luo Hua's heart leapt with delight as he swiftly began sketching along the skill patterns. If anyone knew what he was thinking, they'd probably have coughed up a mouthful of blood by now. Simple? Do you think everyone is like you? For most people, just getting their mental energy line slightly better than his at the start would be considered decent progress. Who the hell starts off with cheat codes activated, all the while shouting how easy it is? Outside, the patterns before Luo Hua suddenly burst into brilliant light. The dazzling light nearly blinded onlookers. It made one wonder, was this truly just a D-rank skill? Chapter 68, Soul Capturing / The blinding light threatened to swallow everything in its path. Everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined Luo Hua would succeed. Envy and intense emotion surged through the crowd. They wished with all their hearts that it wasn't Luo Hua on the stage, but one of them instead. He succeeded? How is that possible? There's gotta be some trickery involved. He must have practiced this beforehand just to make fools of us. Exactly. Look at his clumsy acting, pretending it's all real. Seeing Luo Hua shine so brightly, one by one, they all scrambled to make excuses for him. They stubbornly insisted, necks stiff with defiance. Deep down, they refused to believe he could have done it. Even Teacher Wang's eyes betrayed his surprise, the astonishment clearly visible. The difference was, surprise aside, he maintained his impartiality. His face, wrinkled like old tree bark, was filled with admiration for Luo Hua. Good. Very good. Teacher Wang nodded repeatedly, so caught up in his praise he didn't even notice what he was saying. He simply kept praising, swallowing every adjective meant to describe the feat. Who says Class 2 of the elite program is inferior to Class 1? Even those few young whippersnappers would have had to study for ages to reach this level. Teacher Wang's gaze drifted upward, his eyes glancing nostalgic. He carefully compared Luo Hua with the other students, analyzing each one's performance. At the very least, within their cohort, Luo Hua was undoubtedly the absolute top performer. The only question was whether his skill's effectiveness could live up to this distinction. Below the stage, Xia Yingyao's lips trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Luo Hua, disbelief evident. He actually did it. She murmured softly, her mind flashing back to certain scenes. The look in Luo Hua's eyes before he took the stage, that gleam of anticipation would not fade. What kind of look was that? A hunger for knowledge and excitement towards something new. She had never paid it much mind, but now, looking back, it seemed almost laughable. Luo Hua's wasn't arrogance, but absolute confidence in his own abilities. It was as if, from the very beginning, Luo Hua had never considered failure. So that's why he succeeded on his first try? Xia Yingyao murmured softly, her eyes sparkling. The look she gave Luo Hua held a different kind of meaning. Nice! Way to go, brother Hua! A sudden shout interrupted her thoughts. Snapping back to reality, the icy expression returned to her slightly pale face. Yet, the faint blush spreading across her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Xia Yingyao turned her head with a hint of annoyance, only to see the chubby Pang Xian pumping his fist excitedly. It was as if it wasn't Luo Hua standing on stage, but himself. He was clearly not the protagonist, yet he was so excited. His chubby face flushed red from the rush of blood, making him look like some kind of red-skinned person at first glance. As if sensing her gaze, he turned his head and looked her way. Their eyes met, and Pang Xian froze for a moment. Realizing his earlier lapse, he scratched his head awkwardly. Yingyao, don't you think my bro Hua's awesome? Pang Xian asked with obvious pride. She couldn't figure out why he was so excited, especially since he wasn't even the focus of today's event. Hearing this, Xia Yingyao chose to ignore Pang Xian. She was already one of the more solitary students in the class, rarely speaking to her classmates. And this guy? Just some chubby kid with zero self-awareness who only knew how to grin like an idiot. She couldn't care less. Her face turned cold as she turned her head away. Things had been fine until Pang Xian blurted out his next sentence, nearly making her choke on her own spit. Not looking? Fine, don't look. It was a perfectly normal sentence, but for some reason, coming from his mouth, it took on a completely different meaning. The kicker was that Pang Xian still wore an innocent expression. He seemed utterly unaware of any strange connection between the two sentences. On stage, Luo Hua placed his final stroke. Pop! A sound like a bubble bursting echoed through the air. The next second, a unique skill icon appeared. It flashed before the crowd's eyes, swiftly sinking into the center of Luo Hua's forehead. Soul-devouring slash. Quality D. Effect, inflicts a 2-second stun effect and teleports to the target location, dealing 100% physical damage. Necromantic Resurrection Link effect, targets killed by this skill trigger Necromantic Resurrection, doubling the summoning success rate. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Note, stun duration scales with the highest pupil art quality and individual level difference between both parties. This is. Luo Hua's pupils contracted as he scanned the text again in disbelief. But no matter how many times he looked, the information remained unchanged. Is this really just a D-rank skill? And one I crafted myself? Luo Hua stared at his hands, murmuring softly. Even though he primarily used mental energy in his mind, which had little to do with his hands, his subconscious actions remained unchanged. Staring at the skill description, he'd momentarily thought his overexerted psychic energy had caused him to see things. A warrior skill with both control and charge abilities was rated a mere D grade. A full 2 seconds of stun effect that alone was enough time for him to unleash a combo and easily take down a minor boss. Not to mention the skill included a blink effect instead of a charge. In less than half a second, he could close the distance to his target and deliver a fatal blow. This is a bit overpowered, but it must be influenced by my talent. But soon, Luo Hua figured out what was happening. Just as the soul-devouring slash, triggering necromantic resurrection upon killing a target. The control effect of the shock must be related to Monarch's eye. After all, it was connected to his S-rank talent, exerting its influence. If it were any other warrior, they likely wouldn't have learned an eye technique skill, rendering it largely ineffective. It was nothing short of a happy accident. Double success rate? Doesn't that mean? Luo Hua chuckled to himself, already envisioning how he'd lead an army of bosses in the future. At that thought, a hint of nostalgia flickered across his face. Back in the day, he'd commanded a Shadow Legion too, but they were all cannon fodder. After being wiped out in a single blow during the battle against the evil Idox Fiend, he finally realized that quality, not quantity, was paramount in troops. What a bummer. Resurrect Dead worked like a charm on minions, but its success rate against bosses was terrifyingly low. Otherwise, he wouldn't still only have 3 summoned beasts at this point. As for why only 3? Because the jungle tiger was nothing but a pure opportunist, utterly incapable of combat. Only when he could handle the ones requiring him to level up again would he truly master Necromancer Resurrection. Luo Hua nodded, his mind already drifting into daydreams. Just then, Teacher Wang's voice suddenly rang out. So, Luo Hua? What level are your skills? His slightly aged face bore a childlike curiosity. It seemed he was willing to temporarily set aside his teacherly dignity just to catch a glimpse of Luo Hua's skill. Hearing Teacher Wang's inquiry, the others craned their necks and pricked up their ears. Chapter 69, A Trial Run. Though their faces wore disdain, their instinctive movements betrayed them completely. Whatever skill Luo Hua had created, they were determined to see it. Across the entire Dragon Nation, few could successfully create a skill on their very first attempt. Moreover, the sheer brevity of Luo Hua's entire process was daunting to behold. Even among them, some considered themselves well-traveled. Many of their fathers and elder brothers had attempted skill creation themselves. Yet without exception, they all required meticulous contemplation and countless repetitions of simulation. Only when they felt confident enough did they dare touch the engraved scrolls. They had never heard of anyone achieving it so effortlessly. With every step Luo Hua took, it felt like he was redefining their understanding. At this point, everything they once knew had been rendered obsolete. After all, it's just an F-rank talent. Creating an F-rank skill isn't exactly earth-shattering. Right. I almost forgot Luo Hua is only F-rank. So that means... that explains it. We were so focused on the engraved scroll that we completely forgot about the talent rating. In an instant, the group realized the truth, secretly sighing in relief. Thankfully, it was only an F-rank skill. Even if he succeeded, there was nothing truly enviable about it. Whether it was relief or schadenfreude, smiles spread across every face. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang's expression shifted to one of understanding. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, he spoke earnestly. A single skill doesn't mean anything. It's far too early to judge how far you'll go down this path. But the step you took today already puts you ahead of the vast majority. Teacher Wang spoke slowly, guiding him gently. Though he didn't elaborate further, his words revealed that deep down, he too preferred to believe Luo Hua had merely created an F-rank skill. After all, universally accepted common sense could never be wrong. So that's how it is. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. True, a D-rank skill really isn't anything to brag about. Having encountered this for the first time, he hadn't formed a clear opinion. Hearing Teacher Wang speak thus, Luo Hua suddenly found it very reasonable. After all, a mere D-rank skill really wasn't something to be excited about. D-rank? You just said D-rank. Teacher Wang shrieked in disbelief, utterly astonished. It was hard to imagine that such a minor skill could leave this old man, well past 50, so utterly flabbergasted. Kid, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Teacher Wang stared intently at Luo Hua, his tone warning. Perhaps in his eyes, what Luo Hua claimed simply couldn't be true. And it wasn't just him, the entire class felt the same way. What did he just say? D-rank? He must still be half asleep. Is he trying to make me laugh myself to death? I'll admit he's succeeded. He's an F-rank. He probably doesn't even know what a D-rank skill looks like. No. He's probably never even seen an E-rank. Facing the mockery, Luo Hua could only shrug helplessly. He found it baffling. Why did telling the truth make people doubt him? Teacher Wang seemed to realize his own outburst, clearing his throat twice before carefully speaking. Luo Hua, would you mind showing us your skill? With that, he stepped aside, giving Luo Hua ample space at the lectern. Luo Hua hesitated to refuse, but seeing the teacher's earnest expectation, he decided against holding back. This wasn't merely a skill demonstration, it was also a showcase of his own abilities. Teacher Wang, are you sure this is okay? Luo Hua gave Teacher Wang a meaningful look, double-checking his decision. He certainly didn't want to risk earning a teacher's grudge. After all, he'd been through this kind of situation more than once or twice. He'd seen plenty of sudden, unforgiving turns before. It's fine. Just follow my lead. The classroom is made entirely of replica materials, no need to worry about damage. To put Luo Hua at ease, Teacher Wang elaborated further. After finishing, he seemed to feel it wasn't quite enough and quickly added another sentence. If you impress me today, you can attend my classes whenever you want from now on, as long as your grades don't suffer. The words had barely left his mouth when Luo Hua grew impatient. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the freedom and leisure outside, the mere mention of class made his head ache. Of course, today was an exception, a day where he could actually learn something. Deal. You better not back out. Luo Hua declared urgently. He rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Teacher Wang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. No matter how inadequate he might be, he wouldn't stoop to using this to amuse his students. After all, if a teacher couldn't even exercise this small privilege, it would be rather unreasonable. Special students deserved special treatment, they couldn't be bound by conventional rules. He nodded decisively and agreed. Of course it's on. Bring it on. But if I'm not satisfied? Teacher Wang smiled, leaving the sentence unfinished. But the smile on his face clearly hinted at something mischievous. Still, facing Luo Hua, he was bound to come up empty-handed. Here I come, teacher. Luo Hua suddenly called out, a hint of a smile curling his lips. It seemed as though something was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Yet, in the very next second, just as Teacher Wang's expression darkened, a hint of caution rising as he looked into Luo Hua's eyes. Suddenly, his pupils began to dilate, losing all focus. The sudden change went completely unnoticed. The students on stage still wore smirks, waiting to see how this lowly F-rank would embarrass himself. This Luo Hua is stubborn as a mule. The teacher was just joking, and he actually believed it. I can already predict he'll be doing double the workload in PE class from now on. Who cares? He's just asking for it. No one can stop him now. Look at Teacher Wang's stance, his defense is impenetrable. What does Luo Hua even have to hit? As everyone watched Teacher Wang take his stance, the boasting began anew. Even without any visible movement, they remained convinced he was already fully prepared defensively. From here on, no matter which direction Luo Hua attacked, every strike would be precisely intercepted. Little did they know, Teacher Wang's mind had already drifted away, leaving him as helpless as a lamb led to slaughter. Target under intimidation effect, duration, 4.68 seconds. Seeing the notification, Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly. Even he hadn't expected Teacher Wang's eye technique to be so weak. He had deliberately restrained the power significantly, yet it still lasted over 4 seconds. But he couldn't afford to dwell on it. A thought flashed through his mind, and he activated Flash. In a blur, Luo Hua vanished from sight. When their vision cleared again, he had landed behind Teacher Wang, wooden sword raised, its blade pressed against the man's throat. This, when exactly did he? Incredulity filled every pair of eyes. They couldn't fathom how a warrior could move this fast. They couldn't even catch a trace of his advance, as if he'd used a mage's common blink spell. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang remained frozen in his original stance, seemingly unaware of anything. Chapter 70, The Crowd's Doubts. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Teacher Wang stood motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, until some began to lose patience. What is Teacher Wang doing? Luo Hua is already behind him, and he's still standing there like a fool. Is he letting him win? What a terrible act. No. I think Teacher Wang might be waiting for Luo Hua to think he's certain to win, then suddenly launching a counterattack. Ah, I see. That's Teacher Wang for you, what a brilliant strategy. True victory isn't about crushing your opponent, it's about turning the tables with a smile when they think they've got it in the bag. Everyone nodded in agreement, marveling at Teacher Wang's cunning. Little did they know, it was all just wishful thinking on their part. Any notion of waiting for an opportunity to strike back was utterly non-existent in Luo Hua's presence. Soon, the few seconds of shock passed in a flash, and Teacher Wang's pupils regained their focus. The moment he comprehended the situation, a wave of terror washed over his wrinkled, aged face. His feet faltered, and he instinctively took half a step back. That single step backward was all it took for him to feel something press against the back of his neck. Drawing on years of experience as an awakened, he instantly recognized it as a sword or a knife. When did? He didn't need to guess. He knew without a doubt that the figure standing behind him was none other than Luo Hua. For Luo Hua had long vanished from his line of sight. Moreover, during their duel in plain sight, there was no reason for anyone to suddenly attack. Just then, as if answering his unspoken question, Luo Hua's voice drifted slowly from behind. Probably just 4 or 5 seconds ago. Impossible. How could I have missed it? Hearing this, Teacher Wang's aged face twitched. His first reaction was disbelief, but then it suddenly dawned on him. This had happened inside the classroom, under the watchful eyes of nearly 30 pairs of eyes. Luo Hua had no reason to lie. The thought sent a chill through his mind, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. In a real battle, such a momentary lapse would have been enough to get him killed 10 or 8 times over. Good. Very good. Excellent. Teacher Wang praised repeatedly. A single word like good could no longer describe his current state of mind. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the reality was staring him in the face. Even if he felt he still had the capacity to fight back, it no longer mattered. From the very beginning, it had been merely a test of skill. The objective had been achieved, and Luo Hua had performed even better than expected. To continue would only stray from the original intent. Does what the teacher said earlier still stand? Luo Hua retracted his wooden sword and inquired. Knowing full well that Teacher Wang had no chance to back out, he still chose to bring up the most sensitive topic. Hearing this, Teacher Wang nearly had his nose twisted off in anger. He angrily brushed imaginary dust off his sleeve and snapped. A loss is a loss. Just don't mess things up during the exam. Though not stated outright, it made clear to everyone that Luo Hua had indeed secured his privilege. It's not scarcity we fear, but inequality. Earlier, no one had spoken up because they assumed Luo Hua would fail, meaning they'd have to increase the workload later. But now things were different. Luo Hua had demonstrated the extraordinary effectiveness of his skill right before their eyes, making it hard for them to accept. Now that he'd secured the privilege of skipping lectures, they couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. There's gotta be some trickery involved. Exactly. How could it have both control and charge effects? He must have cheated. I agree. He used a skill combo to achieve that result. How can that count as a win? The students protested, naively believing they'd uncovered a flaw. Deep down, they didn't believe in Luo Hua, convinced he didn't deserve it. Put. Bunch of shameless jerks. Before Luo Hua could respond, Pang Xian was the first to object. He slammed his fist on the table, stood up, and launched into a tirade. Surveying the room, he met their defiant stares with equal bluntness. Let's be honest, you just can't stand seeing others succeed. If you think Brother Hua can't cut it, why don't you step up yourselves? Too scared to try, yet here you are whining and complaining. Pang Xian's sharp retorts left Luo Hua utterly stunned. He never imagined that a seemingly shy, timid little chubby guy could be so fiercely confrontational. His indiscriminate attacks left everyone thoroughly humiliated. Though he avoided profanity, his "if you think you can do better, step up," shut them all up completely. One by one, they scowled, unable to utter a single word in response. Apart from Xia Yingyao, the highest-ranking class monitor, Su Qi, wasn't in the classroom. What chance did they have against a teacher who was nearly level 45? Even if Su Qi had been present, hearing that retort would likely have made him back down if he could. After all, when faced with the choice between pride and survival, they knew which was more important. But while they might back down, their mouths refused to admit defeat. After a brief moment of deliberation, someone finally spoke up. "What? Just because I think Luo Hua isn't up to it, does that mean I have to step in? If eggs aren't tasty, does that mean I have to lay them myself?" Exactly. Are we not even allowed to question whether he cheated? I told you there was foul play. Look at Luo Hua, he's not saying a word. He must be guilty. The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Luo Hua. His silence only reinforced their suspicions. This sight made the chubby kid feel a wave of anxiety. He wanted to defend Luo Hua, but his words felt weak and feeble. After all, he had only just met Luo Hua and didn't know him very well. Everything he knew about Luo Hua came from his uncle, Zhang Fingning's accounts. He had no idea how to counter the current accusations. Just then, Teacher Wang spoke up. "Enough. Stop arguing. I have my own judgment on this matter." His withered face was creased with worry, the few strands of hair at his receding hairline swaying as if caught in a breeze, seemingly lost in thought. Then, he turned his gaze toward Luo Hua. "Luo Hua, would you mind sharing your skill panel for everyone to see?" Teacher Wang asked hesitantly. He knew full well that asking such a question carried an unmistakable hint of distrust. But there was no other way now, otherwise, it would be difficult to calm the collective anger. Of course, he could have flatly refused and simply granted Luo Hua special privileges. But that would have created a one-man show, which wouldn't have been good for either him or Luo Hua. Undoubtedly, this most direct approach was the only way to dispel everyone's doubts. Of course, no problem. Luo Hua nodded and agreed readily. He had anticipated his classmates' true colors all along, so he had prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Without further hesitation, he immediately erased the crucial information regarding necromantic resurrection. Instantly, the skill panel reappeared. As everyone stared at the description, their expressions turned distinctly awkward. Chapter 71, Xia Yingyao's blushing face. The blue interface now seemed as glaring as blood. As they read the skill description, their eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Envy, jealousy, and resentment barely scratched the surface of their emotions. Why the hell? Why must the gap between people be so vast? They longed to take his place, wishing the figure on the stage wasn't Luo Hua, but themselves. Control. Charge. Is this really a warrior skill? And it's only AD rank. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Pinching my thigh doesn't hurt. This can't be real. Ah. Damn it. You pinched me. A blood-curdling scream finally snapped everyone back to reality. They stared fixedly at Luo Hua's skill description. No matter how many times they looked, it still felt utterly unreal. In that instant, their entire worldview felt shattered. How could a D-rank skill possess such effects? Just because the cooldown was slightly longer, it could be treated as a D-rank skill? Well, believe it now? Luo Hua shrugged his shoulders, speaking with casual indifference. He knew full well that unless he shoved the evidence right in their faces, they wouldn't budge. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang said nothing, merely nodding in satisfaction. After all, no matter what, Luo Hua was still his student. The greater his achievements, the more prestige it brought him. Even though he had only become a student today, it made no difference whatsoever. Because it was undeniably achieved under his guidance, using his engraved scrolls. I'm not afraid of what others might say. What? You say I never taught Luo Hua? Then what are these? He's just naturally gifted. Can I be blamed for not teaching him much? Seeing Luo Hua's skills on display, the discordant voices grew noticeably quieter. Still, a few stubborn voices persisted. So what if he has crowd control and mobility? That skill must drain his stamina like crazy. Luo Hua probably has barely any energy left now. Well said. At best, it's just a cheap trick, nothing to write home about. If this were on the battlefield, with skills like that, he'd probably just get counter-killed in the end. The group grew more animated as they debated. Even with Luo Hua's skill effects staring them in the face, they still managed to dismiss it as worthless. Even Teacher Wang's approval couldn't sway their opinions. Bull. You're just stubborn. While others might have been polite, Pang Xian showed them no mercy whatsoever. Whether it was because he'd never gotten along with them or something else, his hostility was off the charts. With your attitude, if you got beaten up out there, every bone in your body would be shattered and that mouth of yours would still be perfectly intact. That single sentence silenced everything else they'd been about to say. They glared at Pang Xian with eyes wide with fury. But such threatening glances didn't faze him in the slightest. If it were their squad leader, Su Chi, he might have shown a shred of caution. But these guys? Not even close. Fatso, what did you say? What's wrong with what we said? The more powerful the skill, the greater the side effects, isn't that common knowledge? Say another word, and see if we don't tear your mouth off. In an instant, several others in the class stood up as well, pointing at Pang Xin. Perhaps lacking a reasonable excuse, even their tone lacked conviction, let alone the courage to curse Pang Xin. Come on then. Rip my mouth off. If you don't, you're a coward. I'd love to see what you've got against a level 30 player like me. Pang Xin didn't hold back, pointing at them defiantly. His palm slammed down hard on the desk, making it creak under the weight. Finally, Teacher Wang seemed unable to bear it any longer. His thick lips moved. You lot. If you don't stop this immediately, you'll all be writing self-criticisms. The words had barely left his mouth when the group instantly ducked their heads. As if hearing some terrifying creature, they reluctantly shut their mouths. Alright, Luo Hua, you may leave as well. Mr. Wang said slowly, waving him off. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, Luo Hua nodded and returned to his seat. He made a mental note of Pang Xin's behavior this time. No sooner had he sat down than a cold voice reached his ears. How did you manage to do that? Startled, Luo Hua turned his head abruptly. Instantly, Xia Yingyao's perpetually icy face reflected in his pupils. Her exquisite features were accentuated by slightly sunken cheeks and dark circles under her eyes, making it impossible to overlook her. It disrupted the tranquil atmosphere, adding a touch of morbid beauty. It was unimaginable what could have left a level 35 awakened one looking so frail. What? How did this happen? Luo Hua paused slightly before blurting out the question. It was a completely instinctive reaction, not even processed by his mind. Before he could answer, Xia Yingyao spoke first. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. After all, these things are personal matters. With that, she turned her face away, gazing out the window with an inexpressible sadness. It seemed, in her view, that it was only natural for awakened ones to keep things to themselves. Sharing one's secrets was the truly abnormal behavior. Hearing her words, Luo Hua paused for a moment. He couldn't understand why creating a skill could be considered private. In his view, aside from innate talents, first-class skills, and S-rank professions, nothing else truly qualified. These were things everyone knew about. How could they be made out to be so mysterious? Honestly, it's no big deal. If you want to know, I can tell you right now. Luo Hua shook his head slowly, speaking plainly. He didn't believe he was the only one familiar with the intricacies of the runes. Surely others knew as well. Still, he had no intention of keeping it to himself. Helping more people was certainly preferable. As his words left his mouth, many ears in the classroom perked up. Even Pang Xin's face betrayed a hint of anxiety, as if he were determined to maintain order and prevent others from overhearing. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yingyao's expression froze momentarily, her beautiful eyes flickering with an unusual gleam. Her gaze locked onto Luo Hua, as if she couldn't quite fathom this newcomer before her. Just as Luo Hua was about to speak, she abruptly reached out and pressed her finger against his lips. The movement was so swift that she herself hadn't fully processed it. After a full second or two of stunned silence, she swiftly withdrew her jade-like hand, a faint blush creeping across her pale cheeks. It was barely noticeable unless one looked closely. I believe you. Xia Yingyao stammered in reply. After school, I'll wait for you at the school gate. The words had barely left her mouth when she realized the potential double meaning, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Witnessing this scene, the crowd thought they were seeing things. Only a handful remained focused on their tasks, secretly opening their phones to compose and send messages. The chubby kid, Pang Xin, kept winking and making faces at Luo Hua, but unfortunately, Luo Hua didn't even notice. At that moment, Luo Hua was equally bewildered, inwardly grumbling. What the heck? Why's she blushing like a bubble bath? He scratched his head, utterly baffled. It's just a skill, right? Is it really that big of a deal? Chapter 72, Elite Class 1 Kai Jisheng. The class period ended quickly. Students stretched lazily, as if waking from a deep sleep. Their glances casually brushed past Luo Hua, carrying a subtle hint of hostility. Luo Hua, I'll be heading out now. Remember that. Xia Yingyao hurriedly stood up, her expression slightly unnatural. When their gazes met, she deliberately looked away. Her icy expression seemed tinged with a faint blush. Alright, we'll talk about it then. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Though he didn't understand why she was making such a big secret out of it. But since Xia Yingyao had said so, she must have her reasons. At worst, it would just take a bit more time to get there. It wouldn't affect him either way. After making their arrangement, Xia Yingyao practically bolted out of the classroom. Even when she accidentally stubbed her toe, she didn't pause to rub it. She hopped along, limping away. This. Luo Hua watched Xia Yingyao's retreating figure, his lips twitching slightly. He never would have imagined that a girl who appeared so aloof on the surface could have such a side to her. Heh, our Hua Go really is one of a kind. The next second, Pang Xin's chubby face appeared right beside him. He let out a series of unrestrained chuckles. Though he didn't say much, it was clear he wasn't up to anything good. Luo Hua furrowed his brow slightly, looking at him in confusion. What's up? Laughing like that learned something useful in class, he asked instinctively. In his view, Pang Xian must have learned the method for creating self-made skills in class, just like himself. Otherwise, why would he be grinning like a child? Ha! Pang Xian's expression fell instantly, and he waved his hands repeatedly. His face twisted into a pained expression, as if he'd heard something utterly distressing. Learning without thinking is meaningless. Thinking without learning is dangerous. The wisdom of the ancient sages, distilled in his mind, boiled down to one simple principle. No thinking, no learning, pure bliss. His motto was simple: knowledge flows in one ear and out the other. If I remember a single thing, I'll eat my hat. Learning? Learning my ass. Heh, I tried my best, but this knowledge just won't stick in my head. Pang Xian scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Not a trace of guilt about failing to absorb anything. He seemed perfectly at ease with it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he slapped his forehead. Oh right. It's getting late. I still need to take you to the villa district. Pang Xian hurriedly urged. If he hadn't just remembered, he probably would have forgotten about it entirely. Fortunately, he caught it in time, otherwise, he'd be in for another lecture. Let's go then. Luo Hua nodded and stood up. Being new to the area, he relied on Pang Xian to guide him around. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a tall, slender figure stood waiting, her face radiating an aura that kept others at arm's length. Xia Yingyao's willow brows were slightly furrowed, a hint of worry etched on her face. Whether it was worry or something else, it never seemed to lift. Paired with her slightly gaunt features, she exuded a heartrending vulnerability that left countless passers-by mesmerized. TSK. Isn't that Xia Yingyao one of the 4 campus beauties? Who's she waiting for? Correction, she's a former beauty queen now. Looking like that, she's dropped out of the top 4. So who's she waiting for? It can't be that guy from the elite sophomore class, right? I'd say it's possible. With all the buzz already swirling, how could it be fake? Look! There he is. At this, everyone turned their heads to look. At the end of the path, a man with delicate, almost feminine features was slowly approaching. Dressed in a suit and tie, he looked less like a battle-hardened awakened and more like a businessman. His face was clearly gloomy, yet he still forced a smile, trying to appear perfectly natural. Yao Yao, have you been waiting long? Kai Jisheng forced out the words in a hushed voice. Even a passerby could detect the unusual undertone in his words. But none of them could quite put their finger on what it was. Kai Jisheng, we're not that close. Please use my full name. Xia Yingyao narrowed her beautiful eyes, a flicker of disgust crossing them. Clearly displeased by Kai Jisheng's presumption, her expression was thick with disdain. The coldness in her tone was unmistakable, clear for all to hear. Instantly, murmurs rippled through the crowd, accompanied by pointed whispers and gestures. This reaction only fueled Kai Jisheng's rage. He stormed forward, nearly pressing against Xia Yingyao, his voice cold. We have a betrothal agreement. Don't you dare forget it. His tone was icy, thick with menace. Hearing this, Xia Yingyao's delicate brows furrowed deeply, her eyes brimming with even greater disdain. Kai Jisheng, you truly disgust me. I refuse to acknowledge that marriage contract you forced upon me when I was vulnerable. Her voice was angry, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Then, she laughed carelessly, her tone tinged with mockery. Wasn't the marriage contract signed by the Xia family? Why don't you go marry them instead? The words barely left her lips before the crowd, who had been watching the spectacle with glee, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some who were still eating even sprayed food onto the back of the head of the person in front of them. The scene descended into chaos, yet nothing could dampen their glee at the spectacle. This is hilarious. Thought he was a war wolf, but turns out he's a laughingstock. Haha, if this were on a phone, he'd probably ask, are you there? Wow, who knew marrying a goddess could be done this way? Learned something new today. Dude, chill. Your family isn't as loaded as the Kai family. The words were perfectly timed to land squarely in Kai Jisheng's ears. He was furious, his face dark as a dirty rag. His eyes grew cold as he fixed his gaze on Xia Yingyao. His throat moved, words on the verge of escaping. Xia Yingyao, making this public benefits neither of us. No matter how unwilling you are, this marriage is set in stone. And that guy, what's his name, Luo Hua? Don't think I don't know everything. Kai Jisheng's eyes burned with icy hatred, as if he wanted to devour Xia Yingyao alive. His teeth clenched in rage when Luo Hua's name was mentioned. He couldn't fathom what he lacked compared to that man. How could a newcomer like him win Xia Yingyao's favor? Kai Jisheng, what do you think you're doing? Xia Yingyao snapped. This has nothing to do with Luo Hua. Don't you dare. Even she didn't notice the fleeting panic that flashed in her eyes as she spoke. She only knew one thing, Luo Hua must not be dragged into this. Just then, a voice sounded nearby. Oh? Yingyao, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Xia Yingyao turned her head with a hint of hope. But upon recognizing the figure as none other than Luo Hua, a flicker of unease returned to her eyes. Chapter 73, I Can Help You. At the entrance of Yenzhou University, all eyes were fixed on a single figure, while the chubby kid trailing behind was completely ignored. What? This is the place you chose? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Xia Yingyao with a puzzled expression. They had agreed to meet at the campus entrance, but no one had mentioned doing it in front of so many people. This sudden appearance felt rather unnerving. If he'd known, he wouldn't have joined the commotion earlier, he would have just walked right past. Sorry, Luo Hua, I didn't expect. You're the one who ING calls Luo Hua, right? Just as Xia Yingyao was about to apologize, Kai Jisheng abruptly cut her off. His face twisted in anger as he stepped between them. His aggressive demeanor made it seem like he was here to arrest someone. But most present had heard the backstory and weren't fooled by appearances. They all made room, eager to watch the show unfold. Meanwhile, Luo Hua remained unaware of the truth. Seeing someone give him the cold shoulder right off the bat, he certainly wasn't going to indulge them. Since Jiang Fengming had already spread the word about his exploits, there seemed little point in hiding them now. But what Luo Hua hadn't anticipated was that someone else had beaten him to the punch. Pang Xian glanced at him, instantly understood, and nodded. He then stepped forward. As the crowd froze in shock, he extended a finger and flipped Kai Jisheng the bird. Don Linliang. You damn sissy, always stirring up trouble. You think I need to tell you what my grandfather's name is? Can't you go ask your own dad? Is there nobody left in your family? Pang Xian's mouth fired off like a string of firecrackers, unleashing a barrage of insults. The crowd stood frozen, momentarily convinced they'd misheard. Could someone actually be cursing out an elite class student right at the school gate? Was he crazy? But then they remembered Luo Hua and the others were likely elite class students too, just like Xia Yingyao. Their confusion quickly dissolved. Let them rant, they were just spectators, secretly hoping the tirade would get even more vicious. Yet while the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, Kai Jisheng, the target of the tirade, wore a far less cheerful expression. His body trembled, his chest heaved violently, and his knuckles turned white from clenching his fists. He looked like he was enduring a raging inferno of fury. You fat bastard. Where did you crawl out from? Kai Jisheng's face darkened as his gaze locked onto Pang Xian. As for Luo Hua, he had already been cast aside from his mind. All he wanted now was to thoroughly probe this fat bastard's background, laying the groundwork for future revenge. A gentleman doesn't hold a grudge overnight. Kai Jisheng didn't consider himself a gentleman, so he wasn't just seeking revenge, he intended to make sure it was thoroughly remembered. Little did he know, Pang Xian was utterly impervious to persuasion. Kai Jisheng's line of questioning didn't play into his hands at all. Sigh. That silly kid must have cut his brain off at birth. I just told you to ask your dad when you get home, and now you're asking me here? People will think we're something else. Pang Xian sighed in exasperation, looking like he was frustrated with someone who just wouldn't get it. His blunt rebuke of Kai Jisheng drew roars of laughter from the crowd. Some among them, who already harbored grudges against these spoiled brats, laughed even harder. The shrill laughter pierced Kai Jisheng's ears like maddened whispers. Each note felt like a stinging slap across his face. Stop laughing. All of you, stop laughing. Do you want to die? Kai Jisheng waved his arms wildly, trying to stop them with his gestures. Knowing it was futile, yet choosing to do so anyway, he looked even more ridiculous. Unfortunately, the crowd wasn't afraid of him at all. Rage boiling within him, he could only redirect his fury toward Luo Hua and the others once more. If he couldn't stop the laughter, he'd stop its source. You too. Get up on the stage with me. Dare you? Kai Jisheng's voice was icy cold as his trembling finger pointed at them. His face, already flushed crimson, made it clear his rage had reached its peak. You're out of your mind. If we just go up because you tell us to, wouldn't that make us look like fools? Pang Xian shot him a look of contempt, sizing Kai Jisheng up from head to toe. If he didn't know the man's identity, it would be impossible. Coward. What the hell? Kai Jisheng cursed without restraint, nearly making Pang Xian choke. But it lasted only a moment. Remembering the vast disparity in their strength, he quickly regained his composure. The foot he'd raised slowly came back down. Seeing this, the contempt in Kai Jisheng's eyes deepened. He then turned his gaze toward Luo Hua. What about you? You're crazy. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry can challenge me, I'll be busy all day. Luo Hua rolled her eyes at him. So-called elite class students? They were only marginally stronger than their class monitor, Su Qi. A full 34 levels impressive enough to ordinary people. But in Luo Hua's eyes, he was practically no different from a child. In fact, he was even weaker than Xia Yingyao, a girl. Let's go. We're ignoring him. Luo Hua said to Xia Yingyao, his gaze sweeping right past Kai Jisheng. It wasn't that he didn't want to acknowledge him, he genuinely had no time for it. After all, too many flies can be annoying. After walking several steps, he glanced back and saw Xia Yingyao still standing there, which puzzled him. What's wrong? Didn't you say you had more questions? Hearing this, Xia Yingyao nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. She knew that if she left now, she would undoubtedly betray her family. But if she stayed, this chance might slip away forever, perhaps never to return. Just then, Kai Jisheng's irritating voice rang out again. Xia Yingyao, don't blame me for not warning you. We have a betrothal agreement. Think carefully about your Xia family. His words dripped with menace, stirring a wave of irritation within Xia Yingyao. His words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, overcome by a wave of helplessness. But swiftly, that feeling was replaced by a resolute glint in her eyes. Her brows furrowed tightly as she shot Kai Jisheng a cold, piercing glance. You don't need to threaten me. I've said it before. It's the Xia family who agreed to marry you, not me, Xia Yingyao. I'll secure a spot in the university competition and prove to everyone that you, Kai Jisheng, are unworthy. Her blunt words struck like a thunderclap, deafening and startling. Everyone present froze in shock, some even wondering if Xia Yingyao had lost her mind. What did she just say? A spot in the university tournament? That requires beating the top 3 teams in our school. Top 3? I wouldn't dare dream of it. How could a sophomore like her dare? Even if she's in the elite class, it won't make a difference. As a senior, I can only say that even if my head were made of iron, I wouldn't dare crash the campus tournament. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd, each voice mocking Xia Yingyao's audacity. Because they all knew exactly how valuable securing a spot truly was. Competing in a campus battle involving nearly 10,000 students to select the final 15. What did that even mean? But before they could calm down, another voice cut through the air. I don't know what it is, but for your courage alone, I might be able to help you. Luo Hua smiled, his gaze fixed on Xia Yingyao with admiration. In a daze, it seemed as though he sought his own reflection from a year ago in her. Chapter 74, A Slap. Luo Hua's words cut through the night like a shooting star. It struck Xia Yingyao's soul directly, causing her heart to flutter. You're helping me? She murmured, staring blankly at Luo Hua. Once upon a time, bearing the hopes of the Xia family, she had no say whatsoever. Even the so-called cultivation from the family amounted to nothing more than offering meager resources in exchange for my future market value. From beginning to end, Xia Yingyao had been treated as a commodity. No one had ever considered her needs, let alone offered assistance. Sure, but I don't know if I can pull it off. Luo Hua shrugged, replying with a cheerful smile. He knew nothing about the university tournament, so naturally he couldn't make any promises. Yet to Kai Jisheng's ears, it carried a different implication. Ha 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 ha. Promising others something you can't even win yourself talk is cheap. He laughed wildly, his face still dark with malice. He swiftly turned his head towards Xia Yingyao, speaking with utter contempt. See that, Xia Yingyao? Is this the kind of friend you've made? All he can do is brag. His words weren't just for Xia Yingyao's ears, he wanted the crowd watching to hear them too. The contempt in his words was utterly unmasked, intended to humiliate the trio, including Pang Xian. That bastard. Pang Xian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Just as he moved forward, a hand stopped him. Luo Hua shook his head slowly at him, signaling that there was no need for violence. In his view, it was utterly pointless. Showing strength to such people was a waste of time. What? Not going to fight? Kai Jisheng sneered coldly, his face brimming with provocation. You don't even dare to fight me? What right do you have to participate in the campus selection? The longer Luo Hua held back, the more smug Kai Jisheng grew. It clearly proved his strength far surpassed theirs. As for Xia Yingyao, who was one grade above him, he dismissed her entirely. After all, she was a woman he regarded as his own. What right did she have to lay a finger on him? Smack! As these thoughts raced through his mind, a resounding slap landed squarely on his face. The suddenness of it caught even him off guard. Not only him, but even the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Except for Pang Xian, this guy clapped excitedly, his face practically screaming serves him right. If anyone was the most eager, it was undoubtedly him. Who said no one dared to act? Xia Yingyao's lips curled into a cold smile as she shot Kai Jisheng a sidelong glance. That slap had undoubtedly drawn a clear line between them. You! Xia Yingyao! You're asking for it! Kai Jisheng clutched his left cheek, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted furiously. His lower eyelid twitched violently, fists clenched tight, ready to strike at any moment. Just as he raised his hand, he suddenly felt something grip his wrist. He looked down to see Luo Hua's hand, like a golden band, gripping his wrist firmly. Immediately after, a cold voice rang out. I advise you not to make a move. Luo Hua spoke slowly, the smile fading from his face, leaving only a trace of indifference. Without warning, the moment their eyes met, Kai Jisheng instinctively took half a step back. With his wrist seized, he lost his balance and stumbled sideways. Luo Hua glanced briefly at him and casually released his grip. Thud! Kai Jisheng, a level 34 awakened, was so startled he stumbled backward and sat down on the ground. The entire sequence left everyone watching utterly speechless. What the hell? Dude? Where'd your usual arrogance go? Where'd your awakened power go? Only Kai Jisheng himself knew that Luo Hua's strength was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Though he was a bit of a playboy and a womanizer, he still possessed some discernment. Otherwise, someone like him who could easily stir up trouble anywhere would have been beaten to death long ago. How could he still be alive today? He stared blankly in Luo Hua's direction, momentarily frozen in shock. In that brief interval, Luo Hua had already beckoned Xia Yingyao away, leaving him standing there like a clown, surrounded by the entire crowd. His face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. After a long moment, he finally erupted in fury. "What are you staring at? Keep it up and I'll kill every last one of you," Kai Jisheng threatened. Though everyone knew he couldn't possibly follow through, they couldn't help but worry about being remembered and facing retaliation outside school. In an instant, the once crowded school gate emptied out as quickly as birds scattering from a branch. "Luo Hua. And that fat guy. You'll both pay for this." Kai Jisheng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing in them. Unconsciously, a ruthless expression spread across his face. "Xia Yingyao, don't think you can escape my grasp. As long as the Xia family exists, you won't get away." With that, he flicked open his communicator and dialed a specific contact. The setting sun cast its glow as cuckoos echoed through the forest. In the villa district next to Yanzhou University, Luo Hua and the other two gazed at the grand villa before them, each expressing their own thoughts. "Wow, after living in a small cottage for over 20 years, I never imagined I'd get to live in such luxury during college. Seriously, Brother Hua, you really don't notice anything off about this villa? What's the big deal? It's just in a better location and a bit bigger than the others. Why all the fuss? Look at Yingyao, she hasn't said a word." Faced with Luo Hua's astonishment, Pang Xian looked utterly incredulous. He asked repeatedly, but the response remained the same. Hearing that last remark, Pang Xian finally tore his gaze away from the villa and fixed it on Xia Yingyao. Instantly, his mouth twisted into a grimace, his face clouded with frustration. Well, of course she wouldn't say a word. At that moment, Xia Yingyao looked no better, her face frozen in a dazed expression. In this state, it would be strange if she could even speak. Her gaze was fixed entirely on the two large characters above the villa's door. Tianqing. The only two villas at Yanzhou University bearing the character Tian in their names, they also symbolize the status of their occupants. Residing here was an implicit acknowledgement from the academy that one's talent placed them among the very top tier of the current 4 graduating classes. However, even the most exceptional talents weren't guaranteed immediate occupancy. If they didn't meet the academy's established standards, the villas would remain vacant rather than be casually handed over to so-called top students. Beyond that, the villa housed countless precious cultivation facilities, absolute treasures coveted by countless students. And now, she was being told that Tianqing Villa had been assigned to Luo Hua, standing right before her. Tianqing. Did I really see that correctly? Xia Yingyao's face was completely devoid of its usual icy expression, replaced only by a blank stare, like that of an ignorant young girl. The only response came from Pang Xian's repeated confirmation. Whoa. That's right. Uncle definitely gave me this address. He opened the communication panel and double-checked it several times. But no matter how he looked at it, nothing had changed. Luo Hua, however, was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Looks like this villa called Tianqing is quite something, huh? Could it be that teacher Jiang and the others spotted something? That shouldn't be possible. Luo Hua shook his head, unable to think of anything he might have inadvertently revealed. Other than that, it could only be his father, Luo Qingfeng's influence, that had earned the school's special treatment. But that didn't quite add up either. Chapter 75, The Board of Trustees Shock. The mountaintop villa was ablaze with light. At the foot of the mountain, countless so-called geniuses from the academies gazed up at the lights on the mountaintop, their hearts collectively jolted with shock. Who could possibly reside here? A single, identical question arose in the minds of countless people. Inside the Star Villa, Luo Hua and his companions were feasting heartily. Wow! Brother Hua, where did you get this meat? It's so incredibly delicious. Pang Xian took a huge bite, practically swallowing his tongue whole. His mouth dripped with grease, not a trace of civility left. Whether it was an illusion or not, this flavor reminded him of the feasts at home. Even certain level 30+ dungeon bosses paled in comparison, tasting far blander by comparison. Really? Maybe it's because it's been marinated. Luo Hua shook his head, a thoughtful expression flickering across his face. In his view, eating these foods almost daily didn't make them seem particularly delicious. So he couldn't quite understand Pang Xian's exaggerated reaction. Perhaps it was intentional, putting on that act to maximize emotional value. Luo Hua nodded, growing more certain of his guess. In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared much more reserved, chewing slowly and deliberately, forming a stark contrast to Pang Xian. As if sensing Luo Hua's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. She set down her chopsticks and nodded shyly. It really is delicious. I just couldn't help eating too much. A hint of bashfulness lingered on Xia Yingyao's face as she avoided Luo Hua's gaze. This was a stark contrast to how she had been when she first met Luo Hua. Well, if you like it, then eat more. Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly, inwardly marveling at how accommodating these two were. It made him feel awkward to pry further, so he simply went along with their conversation. By the way, Yao, so you said earlier that you don't plan to return to the Xia family? Luo Hua chose his words carefully, observing her expression as he spoke. He feared his words might touch a raw nerve. But soon, Luo Hua realized his worry seemed unnecessary. Xia Yao nodded calmly, showing no intention of evading the question. So have you figured out what to do? Luo Hua frowned, asking slowly. If you don't resolve this, I doubt you'll have the heart to focus on the university tournament. Not quite yet. As she spoke, Xia Yao's gaze drifted involuntarily toward the depths of the villa. As if something here was drawing her in. The room was spotless, as if it were cleaned regularly. But her true thoughts were elsewhere entirely. Luo Hua glanced at her as if sensing this, then stroked his chin, frowning in thought. He seemed to be weighing something, calculating the pros and cons. After a moment, he spoke slowly. If you don't want to go back, you can stay here. There are plenty of rooms anyway. He couldn't figure out why they'd built such a huge villa. Living alone made it feel so empty. It wasn't even as comfortable as his own little cottage, at least that had some warmth. Xia Yao nodded softly, looking at Luo Hua and asking in a quiet voice, then which room will you stay in? Me? Luo Hua paused, taken aback. He'd only just moved in and hadn't even seen all the rooms yet. How could he have decided where he'd stay? He had no clue where he'd be staying. Before he could answer, Xia Yao added, I'll just take the room next to yours. The moment she finished speaking, Pang Xin flashed a teasing look, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. His mouth moved rapidly, but no sound came out, just silent mouthing. Still, the teasing in his eyes didn't escape Luo Hua's notice. If you want one, go pick one out yourself. He rolled his eyes and said to Pang Xin. It wasn't his house anyway, just a small room. He wasn't about to be stingy over it. No need. Hearing this, Pang Xin waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle. He might look a bit simple on the surface, but he wasn't actually stupid. Though Luo Hua said nothing, Xia Yao's glare beside him was sharp enough to slice through stone. I'll pass. I'm just in the way here. Pang Xin wisely backed down, stealing a cautious glance at Xia Yao. Only when he saw her expression soften did he let out a quiet sigh of relief. This stung him deeply, as he'd never been particularly popular with girls growing up. Seeing Pang Xin decline, Luo Hua made no attempt to insist. After all, as Jiang Fengming's nephew, he certainly wouldn't be short of a place to stay. It would have been rather awkward otherwise. So, regarding the university competition, is there anything I can do to help? Luo Hua looked at Xia Yao, asking with a hint of confusion. After all, he was still relatively new here and wasn't particularly familiar with these events. Asking him to run dungeons? That was simple, just mindlessly push through. But if it meant researching all sorts of messy details beforehand? He had zero interest in that. The university tournament is jointly organized by major universities nationwide, usually held about a month after freshmen start school. Except for top-tier institutions like Capital University, each school only gets 3 spots. Yenzhou University is no exception. To secure one of these spots, we need to form a 5-person team within the next 2 weeks and pass through multiple rounds of selection. At this point, Xia Yao seemed to recall something, her tone faltering. Her expression shifted, a hint of worry creeping onto her face. Her gaze toward Luo Hua held a hint of dimness. I know the school holds your talent in high regard, but talent alone doesn't fully represent strength, at least not yet. Xia Yao bit her lip, a deep sense of reluctance evident in her expression. Luo Hua didn't offer further explanation upon hearing this, merely stroking his chin in thought. He understood that without demonstrating his true capabilities, words alone would be insufficient to persuade them. For now, maintaining silence was the wiser course of action. That's precisely why I'm so desperate to learn self-created skills. Only skills that truly align with one's nature can minimize the gap created by level and innate talent. Xia Yao spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Hua. As if the person before her wasn't a freshman, but a living treasure trove. And indeed, Luo Hua's self-created skill alone was something not just any senior could achieve. Not to mention, the entire process from first encountering it to mastering its application took less than 10 minutes. Such a feat would be terrifyingly impressive, whether at Yenzhou University or any top-tier institution. It was only because Teacher Wang had deliberately concealed his astonishment that the others had been misled. Meanwhile, within the boardroom, solemn expressions hung heavy. On one hand, it was due to the recent dungeon rescue incident. On the other hand, it was because of Luo Hua. Everyone looked at Teacher Wang in the center of the room, their expressions complex. Only Guijuanjia, Jiang Fengming, and a few other school leaders seemed to have seen through everything long ago. Teacher Wang, do you know the consequences of lying? The stern words from the leader sent a sudden shiver through Teacher Wang's body. Yet he steeled himself and answered through gritted teeth. It's absolutely true. Aside from attending the lecture, the entire process took Luo Hua less than 6 minutes. And although his skill is only D grade, it has at least B+ effectiveness. Chapter 76, Retaliation. Inside the conference room. Everyone listened to Teacher Wang's words, finding them utterly absurd. How could a mere student's self-created D-rank skill possibly rival AB+ rank? Without a second thought, they dismissed it as utterly impossible. Even if the skill fit perfectly and maximized both talent and profession to the utmost, it still couldn't be done. No matter how powerful or extraordinary it was, could it possibly surpass a AA grade skill? The strongest self-created skill talent recorded at Yenzhou University, also a D-rank scroll, had only achieved a C-rank effect through perfect synergy. Now, right off the bat, Teacher Wang was spouting such counterintuitive nonsense it was genuinely hard for them to swallow. Principal, I told you Jiang Fengming and his crew were unreliable. Exactly. Now they're actually trying to pull one over on Teacher Wang with this nonsensical lie. Today they gave Tianqing Villa to that Luo Hua, and tomorrow they'll probably find a way to hand over the academy too? I think they have ulterior motives. Exactly. Otherwise, it's hard to justify why an investigative student would receive such preferential treatment. Wherever you go, factional strife never truly disappears. Even within the university, a place every awakened soul dreams of and yearns for, it was no exception. Teacher Wang's words were so exaggerated they sounded deliberately fabricated. Yet to the ears of the few listening, it sounded like a precious gem, filling them with such delight they immediately leaped up to accuse. To them, it was like catching Jiang Fengming red-handed, and they were itching to tear him apart. Seeing their skepticism, Teacher Wang was the first to lose his temper. Everyone. Do you really think I'd lie to you? It has at least 2 seconds of stun control, allows for movement, and deals an additional 100% physical damage on top of that. Is calling it B+ grade really that unreasonable? Teacher Wang looked anxious, desperate to spill every detail. This was his conservative estimate, since Luo Hua's stats panel showed a 2-second stun duration. But based on the students' descriptions, he had actually been controlled for over 4 seconds and hadn't even noticed. Unfortunately, his empty words felt feeble and unconvincing. Yet facing him were only the mocking expressions of the crowd. Even the principal himself wore a look of skepticism. He knew full well that what he was saying sounded like a fairy tale. But it was all true. As a teacher, he had to set aside other factors and remain objective. No sooner had he finished speaking than another voice cut in with sarcasm. Mr. Wang, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Did you even draft this beforehand? Off the top of your head? Do you even believe what you're saying? This is hilarious. At least 2 seconds of control? Teacher Wang must be close to level 45 by now. Being controlled for that long? It's hard to say there wasn't some acting involved. That's true. It's hard to believe Teacher Wang just based on his words alone. The group spoke with a sarcastic edge, showing no intention of sparing Teacher Wang any dignity. A faint, mocking smile lingered at the corners of their mouths, as if they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. At that moment, Guo Juinjia, usually quiet and reserved, spoke up. It might sound a bit far-fetched, but I believe this is nothing at all for Luo Hua. He stood stiffly, his face solemn. Despite the absurdity of the claim, his expression conveyed nothing but earnestness. 8-armed Vajra, we acknowledge your formidable strength, but this isn't your personal courtroom. Your desire to shield Luo Hua stems solely from respect for his father, Luo Qingfeng. Don't think we're unaware. As the 8th-ranked general among Luo Qingfeng's 8 great generals, the 8-armed Vajra certainly leaves little doubt about his motives. Sarcastic sneers spread across the crowd's faces. Even Guo Juinjia, who was at least level 60, was indiscriminately targeted by their attacks. It must be understood that once an awakened one crosses the threshold of the second transformation, their physical capabilities undergo a complete and utter transformation. Ordinary awakened ones were no different from commoners in their eyes. Yet even someone of Guo Juinjia's exalted status failed to instill fear in them. In fact, their verbal barbs were laced with personal digs. Perhaps in their eyes, Luo Hua truly was nothing more than a well-connected insider. And one with exceptionally powerful connections at that. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Jiang Fengming snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeve as if brushing off some filth. He then swept his gaze across the assembled crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips. Some people think that by labeling someone a connection-based individual, they can obscure that person's true excellence. Some people think that by exaggerating their descriptions, they can dismiss others' innate talent for self-developed skills. I won't name names, figure it out for yourselves. With that, Jiang Fengming crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and wore a faint, ambiguous smile. His sharp-tongued demeanor suggested Pang Xian was likely his protege. His words immediately caused someone to lose their footing. Whether driven by righteous indignation or struck at a raw nerve, someone slammed their fist on the table and pointed at him, shouting, Jiang Fengming, you're being utterly disrespectful. What insinuations are you making here? Slandering us in front of the principal? The man was panting heavily, as if a pent-up rage had finally burst forth. His boldness in confronting Jiang Fengming immediately drew cheers from the others. Good. Well done. Stand tall, don't lose face. The looks they shot at Jiang Fengming were thick with contempt. They seemed to be waiting for him to solidify his reputation as a troublemaker, so they could kick him and Luo Hua along with him out of Yenzhou University. But in provoking Jiang Fengming, they'd finally met their match. Setting aside other matters, his sharp tongue backed by Guijuanjia was as unyielding as steel. He wasn't about to indulge this crowd, mimicking an affected manner. Oh my! Now you know how to bark? When you were cursing us earlier, why didn't you hold back? Now that you're being cursed at, you're all acting like someone kicked you at home? His words hit the nail on the head, instantly silencing the group. Some onlookers couldn't hold back, choking on their own spit. After a long coughing fit, they finally caught their breath. Good grief, a proper school leadership meeting had been turned into a street brawl. She launched into a tirade targeting their families and ancestral lineages. The sharp exchange left the other teachers stunned. With that single sentence, she left the others speechless. All eyes in the room were fixed on them, their stares making their scalps tingle. This was a textbook case of double standards, and they'd been caught red-handed. With no dignity left, they managed a feeble retort. How could it be the same? How could it not be the same? We're all born of our fathers and raised by our parents. We're all teachers. Why should I have to give in to you? Before he could finish, Jiang Fengming had already anticipated their response. The moment he opened his mouth, his words were cut off again. The others fell silent, their eyes burning with resentment as they glared at him. But Jiang Fengming couldn't care less. In school, there were plenty who disliked him white well on a few disapproving glances. Little did they know, realizing they couldn't touch Jiang Fengming, they turned their attention back to Luo Hua. Since no one objects, Luo Hua will continue residing at Tianqing Villa. All in favor? Any objections? Chapter 77, Principal, the Seven-Faced Feathered Demon. When Jiang Fengming finished speaking, the few who had been clamoring loudly chose to remain silent. Despite arguing for quite some time and making all the noise they could muster. Yet the school leaders remained unusually silent, offering no stance even now. This effectively signaled tacit approval of the arrangement. Persisting any further would only trap him in a dilemma. Though this thought crossed his mind, he refused to concede an inch verbally. Don't forget, living in Tianqing Villa means facing at least 3 challenges every month. If you fail then, don't blame me for not warning you. Among the group, a man bearing a passing resemblance to Kai Jisheng spoke slowly. The ruthless glint in the corner of his eye made many feel uneasy the moment they saw it. Kai Jingyuan's voice was cold as he fixed Jiang Fengming with a warning stare. Unlike his nephew Kai Jisheng, he knew exactly who stood behind Luo Hua. He was also aware that the incident that evening involved Pang Xin, including Jiang Fengming standing behind him. Compared to him, Kai Jisheng was nothing but a pure, reckless fool, squandering his family's resources recklessly just because he had some family background. Whether it was draining family resources for Xia Yingyao's sake. Though it was a forced marriage, the resources spent were gone forever, impossible to reclaim. In his eyes, such behavior was utterly foolish, yet he could do nothing about it. After all, Kai Jisheng was the youngest legitimate son. While his eldest brother's son bore the weight of family expectations, the youngest son was spoiled rotten by his grandfather. This spoiled nature was a bad habit cultivated by the old clan head, his own father. Whether it was to secure the Tianqing Villa or to prick Kai Jisheng's pride, he had everything meticulously planned in his mind. Brother, since you won't cherish your own reputation, let me help trim it down for you. Kai Jingyuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Fengming. He intended to use both Luo Hua and his opponent to clean house. Jiang Fengming remained unaware of his true intentions, only feeling deeply unsettled by the intensity in his gaze. His years of instinct instantly told him Kai Jingyuan intended to use him. But exactly what that was, he had no clue. This sense of losing control made him feel a bit restless. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. 3 challenges? Not to brag, but others might manage 3 challenges a month. But Luo Hua. Jiang Fengming couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes swept around the room, deliberately leaving the rest unsaid. Only when he noticed impatience creeping onto others' faces did he slowly continue. After Luo Hua takes on a few more challenges, I doubt anyone will be foolish enough to try anymore. His blunt words caused the crowd to fall silent. The principal's white eyebrows arched slightly, his silver pupils shifting left and right as he pondered. None of those present were fools, they understood exactly what Jiang Fengming meant. The question was whether they chose to believe it or not. The principal, maintaining neutrality, detected an unusual undertone in the remark. For Jiang Fengming, head of admissions, to be so confident about accepting multiple challenges implied he possessed the absolute strength to back it up. His subsequent remark that no one would be so reckless spoke volumes. He nodded, raising his palm slightly. An invisible force rippled through the air, sending feathers drifting down. Except for Guijuanjia, the room, which had been slightly noisy, instantly fell silent. I am aware of this matter. What are your thoughts on the sudden appearance of the dungeon rift? Baiyu's lips parted slightly as he surveyed the group. His silver eyes flickered, taking in each person's expression. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, even Jiang Fengming, who had been defiant moments before, was no exception. Yet one remained untouched by their collective deference. Wei Juanjia's body radiated a faint golden glow, repelling all feathers. His eyes were deep and profound, the black irises seemingly veiled by a thin layer of golden sand. As the white light relentlessly assailed him, the golden hue within his eyes grew ever brighter. An immense, inexplicable pressure descended, squeezing the air from everyone's lungs until they could scarcely breathe. The teachers, all barely above level 40, were the first to buckle. With a sudden jolt, they threw themselves onto the tables. They gritted their teeth, bodies trembling as if enduring immense pressure. Wei Juanjia, however, remained composed, though his pupils had turned entirely golden. Suddenly, he spoke. "Senior brother, there's no need to test me. I am indeed no match for you." The moment the words left his lips, everyone felt a sudden lightness wash over them, as if the mountain pressing down on their heads had vanished. Their gazes toward Principal Baiyu were filled with terror. For they knew, as did many other academies outside, that the president of Yenzhou University was not human. He was a demon beast from the dungeons, somehow imbued with human intelligence. Time had eroded the memory of its true form for many, who knew him only as Baiyu, the seven-faced feathered fiend. "Ha ha ha! My junior brother is too modest. Your 8-armed Vajra skill is certainly no less than mine." Baiyu laughed heartily, his demeanor no longer carrying the intimidating aura of moments before. Yet despite witnessing this display, no one dared to truly joke with him. Only Guo Juanjia dared to speak back to him. "Senior brother, you merely wish for me to scout the dungeon first, to gauge whether it's safe for me to enter. I appreciate your concern. But even if there is danger, I must go in once more. Only by venturing deeper can I rescue the students." Wei Juanjia's expression remained impassive, yet his gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Facing the unknown dungeon, he showed not the slightest sign of retreat. Sigh. Baiyu sighed softly, shaking his head slowly. "This is only a level 40 instance. It's not worth the risk for you to go in. If something happens, the entire Yenzhou University will suffer. We all know the dungeon's rules. Even though you're level 60, once inside, you can only function at level 40 stats. Plus, any talents fused into traits become completely unusable. Even if you were the 8-armed Vajra, you couldn't withstand being roasted over fire." Hearing Baiyu's words, the others shook their heads in unison. They wanted to help, but the thought of their lack of training meant they'd only be a liability inside. If only there were a group perfectly suited for this dungeon, we wouldn't have to make these unnecessary sacrifices. Baiyu sighed softly, a trace of worry flickering across his youthful face. Yet despite that face of unreal beauty, no one's expression stirred. For they all understood this was merely one facet of the seven-faced feathered demon principle. What perfect fit! Jiang Fengming murmured under his breath, listening to Baiyu's words. Just as he withdrew his gaze from the other's face, he suddenly seemed to think of something, his expression freezing. "Candidate? Who said there's no candidate?" Jiang Fengming clapped his hands sharply, instantly capturing everyone's attention. But soon, he fell silent again, though a hint of excitement lingered in his expression. Chapter 78, The Commission Request. At that very moment, Tianqing Villa. Luo Hua listened to Xia Yingyao's words, nodding occasionally. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. "But the problem now is, where do we find 5 people?" Luo Hua stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You, plus me, that only makes 2. Though he was confident he could dominate the competition single-handedly. But rules are rules. Without 5 participants, entry was impossible. Brother Hua, me. The chubby kid Pang Xian raised his hand impatiently at the mention. His face flushed slightly, betraying his excitement. However, after a brief glance, Luo Hua withdrew his gaze. Seeing himself ignored, Pang Xian could only lower his head in resignation, pouting slightly. Just then, the communicator in his hand suddenly flashed. "Ha!" Pang Xian swiped through the interface and said to Luo Hua, "Brother Hua, you guys go ahead. My uncle seems to need me." With that, he rose and dashed toward the kitchen. In the living room, the two continued their conversation. "Gathering 5 people is indeed quite difficult," Xia Yingyao murmured softly, her lips pressed together. Unlike Luo Hua, she was well aware of the situation within the academy, including how to participate in the internal selection process at Yenzhou University. She also understood how incredibly difficult it was to find suitable teammates. First and foremost was the other person's strength, followed by their character, which was equally crucial. But often, for awakened individuals like them who lacked sufficient strength, it was difficult to have both. Those they got along with were usually fairly average in strength. Those of higher rank, however, looked down on them. Reality is this cruel, they have no choice but to accept it. Is that how it is? Maybe I'll just grab a few random ones and see if I can handle them. Luo Hua stroked his chin, deep in thought. Earlier, he'd encountered Chen Shoujuan from Jiangcheng University. Both his rank and talent were impressive. While his combat instincts might not match those of the Jiangcheng Enforcement Squad, his repertoire of tactics was undoubtedly far more extensive. Moreover, the students from Yenzhou University were certainly no less talented than Chen Shoujuan. Without revealing the magic hand, winning the match would be incredibly difficult. Of course, there was another possibility. Even with the magic hand in play, victory was far from guaranteed. Luo Hua's fingers twitched slightly as he tapped his thigh lightly, lost in thought. Seeing him seemingly at a loss, Xia Yingyao couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She lowered her head slightly, staring blankly at the floor, lost in her own thoughts. Fine. Let's do it this way, bring in Xiao Pang and find a few others willing to team up. Luo Hua snapped his fingers decisively. In his view, since finding teammates was such a hassle, he might as well see if he could push through the school selection on his own. For now, that's the only option. Xia Yingyao nodded, a hint of resignation in her tone. Given the current situation, Luo Hua was clearly the strongest here, and the decision rested entirely with him. If even Luo Hua couldn't manage it, she was completely helpless. All they could do now was wait for instructions. There was no other way. Perhaps even Xia Yingyao herself hadn't realized how indecisive she had become. Just then, Pang Xian walked in, his face twisted with worry. What's wrong? Luo Hua immediately noticed Pang Xian's unusual demeanor. He looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to do it, only a ghost wouldn't notice. At the question, Pang Xian pursed his lips and sighed deeply. I have no idea what my uncle was thinking, asking us if we could run a dungeon. His face was twisted in frustration, his expression utterly helpless. He looked like he was facing some kind of hardship. It's just a dungeon run. Why the gloomy face? Luo Hua couldn't understand. To him, opening a dungeon meant conquering it. Depending on the difficulty, the resources inside varied. Even if he didn't use them himself, he could sell the mining rights to secure ample funds, at the very least, a 50-50 split. Of course, this so-called half was merely an estimated value. The actual value of what was mined would undoubtedly far exceed the estimate. It's clearly a surefire win, so why does it feel so painful? Let me interject. Xia Yingyao slowly raised her hand and asked cautiously. She glanced at Pang Xian, then shot a look at Luo Hua before voicing her thoughts. Could it be that this dungeon has some special feature? In her estimation, if it were just an ordinary instance, such precautions wouldn't be necessary. Take those well-established experienced dungeons, if not for the entry restrictions, most players would be glued to them daily. But clearly, Pang Xian didn't seem to feel that way. It was highly likely that this was a brand new instance. Currently, such instances weren't particularly common, and there happened to be one near Yenzhou University. You wouldn't be talking about. She clapped her hands together, as if struck by an incredible realization. Pointing at him, she exclaimed in sudden realization. Exactly, that one. Pang Xian grimaced. The mere thought of the mission he'd been assigned sent a wave of headache washing over him. This wasn't about entering a dungeon, it was pure suicide. The two bantered back and forth, leaving Luo Hua, who had just arrived at Yenzhou University, utterly bewildered. He was completely in the dark, utterly clueless about what they were discussing. Noticing Luo Hua's confusion, Xia Yingyao patiently began to explain. Just over a week ago, a new portal appeared near our Yenzhou University. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, since the green fluctuations indicated it was probably just a level 20 dungeon. But we quickly realized we were wrong. Some nearby awakened who entered never came back out. Even some of our school's more reckless students who went in disappeared without a trace. But back then, they'd snuck in secretly, so no one knew. It wasn't until 2 days ago, when the instance stabilized at level 40, that the situation could no longer be concealed, finally alerting the university administration. Xia Yingyao spoke softly and gently, a world away from her earlier icy demeanor. Pang Xian, hearing her speak so much for the first time, was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Luo Hua for a moment before suddenly flashing a mischievous grin, as if he'd grasped something. So, Teacher Jiang wants us to check out this dungeon? Luo Hua tapped his chin thoughtfully, pondering the idea for a moment. Unlike Pang Xian, who was daydreaming, he carefully weighed the pros and cons. Undoubtedly, this wasn't exactly a favorable proposition for him. First, he wasn't short on gold coins. Second, taking action would inevitably expose his identity. No matter how he looked at it, it was a losing proposition. Most crucially, the dungeon was rife with unknowns, and he couldn't guarantee a smooth escape every time. As he pondered, Pang Xian seemed to sense his hesitation and quickly interjected. Oh, and my uncle mentioned that if this goes through, he could get you at least one B-grade imprint scroll. As the words fell, distinct expressions flickered across Luo Hua and Xia Yingyao's faces. Chapter 79, Kai Jisheng's Move. You mean a B-grade imprint scroll? Luo Hua's eyes lit up as he repeated the words. He even thought he'd misheard. How could such good fortune keep falling into his lap? Little did he know, this had long been part of Jiang Fengming's carefully planned investigation, tailored precisely to his interests. In contrast, Xia Yingyao didn't seem quite so composed. If not for the awkwardness, she would have reached up to clean her ears and listen again. Why was today filled with such bizarre occurrences? Mr. Wang giving away a D-grade imprint scroll for free was one thing, but what was this situation? A B-grade imprint scroll just given away like that? Does he really think these are roadside cabbages, $1 a head? If possible, he might as well get himself a B-grade one too. What he didn't know was that such coincidences just didn't happen. Since Luo Hua was so highly regarded by Yenzhou University and assigned to Tianqing Villa, it was impossible for him to be placed in Class 2 alone. There was only one explanation: Jiang Fengming and teacher Wang shared some connection. When benefits are at stake, one naturally looks out for their own first. Anything else would be hard to justify. But to outsiders, Luo Hua was just a newcomer with insufficient strength. Therefore, Xia Yingyao couldn't understand it, and she couldn't fathom what they were after. She could only conclude that the school's faculty seemed utterly absurd. Hiring an awakened to handle a B-grade imprint scroll and rescue trap students might be reasonable. But the problem now was that the person they'd asked was Luo Hua, who was the same age as her. Yet the next moment, she froze again. If teacher Jiang truly said that, then I agree. Luo Hua nodded, accepting without hesitation. And from the sound of it, it didn't seem like a problem at all, not even a challenge. Really? Pang Xin exclaimed, overjoyed. He jumped up in excitement, making the ground tremble beneath him as if an earthquake were about to strike. But there was no need for concern. After all, as one of the flagship buildings of Yenzhou University, Tianqing Villa wouldn't be destroyed by ordinary disasters that would be unworthy of its status. As the only person completely unaware of the situation, Xia Yingyao found it all rather peculiar. The exchange between the two men, coupled with Pang Xin's behavior, left her puzzled. Aren't you worried at all? That's a level 40 dungeon. Xia Yingyao pressed her slightly pale lips together, choosing her words carefully. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Luo Hua's, searching for clues. Well, so what? Luo Hua paused, instinctively countering. He'd completely forgotten that Xia Yingyao knew nothing about him. Subconsciously, he assumed that if Pang Xin knew, she should know too. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? It's just a level 40 dungeon, right? Luo Hua tilted his head, slightly confused. He'd run dungeons of this level more than once. Frankly, they were only slightly tougher than regular ones. To say he was afraid? Not in the slightest. Xia Yingyao pressed her lips together and whispered softly. Aren't you afraid you might not make it back? Why should I be afraid? Fear won't help us go any further on this path. But I'm afraid you won't come back. The moment Xia Yingyao finished speaking, everyone froze, including herself. Realizing the double meaning in her words, her face flushed crimson like an apple. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet here she was, blushing bright red. My mom's calling me home for dinner. Pang Xin, relishing the drama, tossed out the line and bolted away in a flash. Whether he feared being beaten if he ran too slowly or did it on purpose, he vanished at the gate under Luo Hua's stunned gaze. That speed hardly that of a 200-pound man, but clearly that of an agile rabbit. Once Pang Xin was gone, an awkward silence settled over the villa. For Luo Hua, who only knew how to run dungeons, this situation was completely beyond his grasp. He scratched his head, his mouth slightly agape. Just as he was about to say something, he realized he had no idea what to say and could only helplessly close his mouth again. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence, while Xia Yingyao stood nearby, her face flushed with embarrassment. A faint blush tinged her face, already slightly pale from illness, making her look pitifully delicate. After a long moment, she finally spoke softly. Actually, it's not what you think. Xia Yingyao murmured weakly, her words barely audible. Her words felt somewhat feeble, and she seemed to be digging herself into a deeper hole. Fortunately, Luo Hua hadn't read too much into it from the start, so there was nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that chubby guy? Serves him right to gain 3 pounds. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. They'd only just met, and he wasn't so arrogant as to assume anyone would like him at first sight. He was well aware of his own limitations in that regard. Oh, right. Didn't you want to know about creating your own skills? Luo Hua clapped his hands. I almost forgot the most important thing. At the mention of self-created skills, Xia Yingyao's eyes lit up instantly. While such skills relied heavily on personal insight. But if one could systematize and review them, the success rate would undoubtedly increase significantly. At his words, she swiftly pulled out paper and pen, adopting the posture of a diligent student. Her transformation was so swift it momentarily stunned Luo Hua. But he quickly regained his composure and shared everything he knew. That night, the open space before the villa was illuminated. Some spent the night in deep conversation with family, while others were consumed by rage. In a study at the Kai residence. What did you say? Luo Hua moved into Tianqing Villa. And Xia Yingyao still hasn't come out? Kai Jisheng swept his arm across the desk in a sweeping motion, clearing it like a master. Clatter and crash. A wave of falling objects echoed as countless precious ornaments met their doom. Each piece was worth several gold coins equivalent to tens of thousands in the old days. But at that moment, he couldn't care less. His fiancée, whom he'd finally secured through family connections, had run off with someone else in the blink of an eye. He hadn't even touched her, let alone held her, and now she was gone. Regardless of whether Xia Yingyao and Luo Hua had done anything inside the Tianqing Villa, the mere fact that a man and a woman were alone together in one room was enough to raise suspicion. If word got out, how would others view him? Everyone would be waiting to see him humiliated. Fine. Xia Yingyao, if you show no mercy, don't blame me for showing none. I'll see just who matters more, the Xia family or Luo Hua. Kai Jisheng gritted his teeth, seething with hatred as if he wanted to tear her limb from limb. If he could, he wouldn't even spare Luo Hua, but there was absolutely no way. Ever since that slap this afternoon, he'd already ordered an investigation into her background. Unfortunately, Luo Hua's relatives were all gone. The only person he had any connection with, Han Xiu, was still at Capital University. Though not a top-tier student, she was highly favored by her professors. This left him utterly perplexed. That he couldn't uncover any useful information on Luo Hua was one thing. But how could an utterly ordinary girl yield not a shred of useful intelligence? Just you wait. I'm dying to see what kind of merit you, Luo Hua, possess to deserve living in Tianqing Villa. Kai Jisheng narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with venom. Chapter 80, Su Qi's Malicious Targeting. The next day, at the entrance of Yenzhou University. Brother Hua, over here. The chubby Pang Xian waved his hands, winking and nodding frantically at Luo Hua. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like they were plotting some mischief. Only Xia Yingyao understood this was clearly teasing her. The problem was, she couldn't show it otherwise, it would be like confessing without being asked. Why are you waiting for us here? Luo Hua asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He didn't consider for a moment that there might be anything wrong with him bringing Xia Yingyao to school together. Instead, he thought Pang Xian was the odd one out. Why skip morning class to hang around the school gate? Huh? Didn't my uncle tell you guys? Pang Xian's face darkened, as if he could feel a flock of crows flying overhead. His mouth twitched, as if he'd stumbled upon something utterly ridiculous. That gluttonous good-for-nothing. Pang Xian clenched his fingers in frustration. He immediately turned to Luo Hua and the others, his face breaking into a smile once more. His smile was as bright as a sunflower, completely different from his earlier grumbling. My uncle talked to the school. We can skip class today and go straight to the dungeon. Is college really this free? Luo Hua asked. Back in high school, he'd been so used to never being late for a single class. Now in college, suddenly being told they didn't have to attend classes felt somewhat unsettling. It's not that easy. A lot of professors are pretty rigid. If the school hadn't intervened, today's classes would have been a real hassle. We probably wouldn't have gotten the approval. Pang Xian grimaced, shrugging helplessly. He wasn't sure whether to feel happy or sad. The good news was that he didn't have to attend class today and could head straight to the dungeon. The bad news was that even the school found this dungeon tricky to handle. If it weren't for the fact that level 40 players were scarce among the higher-ups in the education system, this task probably wouldn't have been passed down to us. He felt deeply wronged. Just whose uncle would be so reckless as to send his nephew off to certain death? Brother Hua, you can't let me die in this dungeon. Pang Xian's chubby face scrunched up into a worried frown, his words dripping with sheer desperation to survive. Relax, it's just a level 40 dungeon. It won't be that bad. Luo Hua shook his head, speaking plainly without exaggeration. In his view, a level 40 king tier magic hand was already a bug-like existence. No matter how bizarre a dungeon might be, it was fundamentally impossible to break through its inherent limitations. Just a level 40 dungeon? That's some bold talk. Suddenly, a voice dripping with contempt rang out from the side. He looked over to see class monitor Su Qi and his sidekick Ma Defu. Their eyes were dark and menacing, flashing with dangerous intent. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to still be bitter about failing to get the upper hand when they picked a fight yesterday. As they spoke, they deliberately raised their voices, as if afraid others wouldn't hear them. Sure enough, the moment they finished speaking, they immediately drew the attention of others. That's hilarious. A level 40 dungeon is nothing? Who do they think they are? Even the seniors in the elite third-year class wouldn't dare talk like that. They're seriously out of their minds. Probably just greenhorns. Newbies love to brag. Wait, that guy and Xia Yingyao. Could they be the ones from yesterday? It didn't take long for people to recognize Luo Hua and his group. As one of the former campus beauties, Xia Yingyao was always the center of attention wherever she went, making it hard not to notice her. Immediately, some people wore meaningful smiles. Others sneered at her with utter disdain. I thought the school beauty was some pure, virtuous maiden. Turns out she's just at anyone can have. Exactly. Just yesterday we heard she was that Kai Jisheng's fiancé, and today she's out with another man. TSK, I say it's just that Kai Jisheng isn't man enough. Unfiltered filth spilled freely from their lips. The group crossed their arms, shook their heads, and proceeded to dissect Xia Yingyao with their judgmental remarks. Without knowing the full story, they'd already begun spouting their personal opinions. A chorus of voices could turn black into white. The malicious remarks sent Xia Yingyao's delicate frame trembling slightly. She clenched her teeth, yet found no strength to refute them. Any explanation now would only sound like an excuse. Pay them no mind. At that moment, Luo Hua's gentle voice drifted softly. Like a guiding light in the darkness, it showed her the way forward. Xia Yingyao lifted her head, met his gaze, and nodded softly. At that moment, a figure in the distance watched the scene unfold, nearly bursting with rage. Xia Yingyao. Luo Hua. You'll both die. Kai Jisheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with undisguised murderous intent. He had thought that by steering public opinion in his favor, he would emerge victorious. Yet, in the end, he was the one who suffered. Watching Xia Yingyao's eyes practically glisten with desire, he felt a sudden flash of inspiration. If conditions permitted, he could practically set up a ranch up there. You want to go to the Scorched Land dungeon, huh? Then I'll make sure you never come back alive. Kai Jisheng spat out the words, devoid of any mercy. If he couldn't have it, he'd destroy it. He was the legitimate son of the Kai family. Though not the eldest, his status was still exalted. Xia Yingyao was merely a discarded pawn from the fallen Xia family, used for a political marriage utterly unworthy of his lingering affection. Compared to a woman, his pride mattered far more. Even if she was once one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, as radiant as a lotus blossom emerging from water, it was insufficient to shake the bargaining chips in his hands. He understood the truth of the matter. Xia Yingyao was unique, but women like her were countless. Once he secured his position, he could choose any he desired. Given that, why limit himself to one option? Now that Xia Yingyao had brought shame upon him, she could only be sent on her way. With this thought in mind, he had already activated his communicator. Meanwhile, Luo Hua remained completely unaware of his actions. He strode ahead, moving in the opposite direction of the students heading to class. Xia Yingyao, however, adopted an obedient demeanor, trailing closely behind him step by step, her usual aloofness nowhere to be seen. Everyone stared in disbelief, momentarily convinced they were seeing things. Only Pang Xian snorted derisively twice before matching their pace, as if mocking their unaccustomed surprise. Luo Hua. Trying to skip class on your second day? Think living in Tianqing Villa means no one can touch you? Su Qi suddenly bellowed, likely spotting Luo Hua and the others slipping away. The volume was clearly deliberate. Instantly, every pair of ears perked up, absorbing the information in a flash. Second day of class. Tianqing Villa. 2 seemingly unrelated phrases, yet when juxtaposed, they felt strangely jarring. Those with a keen sense of information already sensed something unusual. Although academy regulations prohibited the use of awakened skills for duels outside designated areas. But dungeons, it seemed, didn't quite fall under that category. A level 40 instance. Some exchanged subtle glances, their lips curling into enigmatic smiles. Chapter 81, Scorched Earth Territory. Near Yanzhou University. The pitch-black dungeon gates seemed poised to devour everything. So this is the Scorched Land? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, scanning the area up and down. The aura emanating from the portal was unmistakably that of a level 40 instance. It didn't differ much from other dungeons he'd entered before. Yet there was an underlying sense of instability, as if something dangerous lurked beneath the surface. Luo Hua, something feels off. Xia Yingyao frowned, whispering her warning. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. The moment she neared the instance, an inexplicable chill gripped her heart. They were clearly in Yen state, under the influence of the Yen demon forbidden ground. The entire surrounding area should have been scorching hot. Yet here, she sensed an inexplicable chill. Having spent far more time in Yanzhou than Luo Hua, she was more attuned to subtle shifts. In an instant, she sensed something was amiss. Ha? What's wrong? Pang Xian scratched his head in confusion. Broad-shouldered and stout, he was a big, easygoing fellow. He didn't notice anything unusual at all. On the contrary, he found it perfectly natural. The Scorched Earth territory being a bit dangerous, isn't that normal? If it were safe, those tightwads at the school wouldn't be willing to part with a single penny. Pang Xian muttered resentfully, dragging Zhang Fengming into his complaint as well. If there wasn't some risk involved, they wouldn't have been assigned this task in the first place and wouldn't have been given permission to skip class. True. Opportunity often comes with risk. Luo Hua nodded, saying little else. Over the years, he'd grown accustomed to this way of life. He wouldn't take on a dungeon that had already been fully explored and offered no challenge whatsoever. What he craved were these brand new, untouched dungeons, the ones that came with high risks and high rewards. On one hand, it allowed him to accumulate some seed capital. On the other hand, it allowed him to continuously enhance his Shadow Lord talent. Let's go. Into the dungeon. Luo Hua wasted no words, stepping directly into the dungeon. For him, retreating was not his style. Where there was a first time, there would be countless more endlessly. If he had fled from danger every time it arose, he would never have made it this far. Xia Yingyao and Pang Xian exchanged a glance, then hesitated no longer. They followed closely behind, vanishing into the portal. Before long, several more shadowy figures appeared at the instant's entrance. So it's true, Luo Hua has come to the Scorched Land. Boss, should we? One of them spoke, mimicking the motion of slitting a throat. Murder and robbery were strictly forbidden within Yanzhou University. But far from Yanzhou University, especially within an unknown dungeon, who would know? Besides, there'd be no evidence, and they'd have a clear conscience. Even if something happened, they could just deny everything. No rush. We don't need to act yet. The leader narrowed his eyes, his gaze carrying a ruthlessness that far surpassed Kai Jisheng's. In comparison, he radiated far greater menace and aggression. Lu Qingping touched the scar on his face, revealing a cruel smile. So the Lu family finally remembers me? Truly, I'm summoned when needed and dismissed when unwanted. He murmured softly, his words devoid of any trace of respect. As a member of the Lu family, he wouldn't have accepted this assignment if not for the tempting reward. The scorched earth territory, an undeveloped dungeon, held far too many unknown variables. Even as a senior student with a high level of 42, he couldn't guarantee success. But hey, Luo Hua was dead anyway. Might as well score a sweet deal. Lu Qingping sneered coldly, stepping into the instance. No sooner had he departed than another figure swiftly followed. He cast a lingering glance at the dungeon's entrance before vanishing into its depths. The crowd of people coming and going was at least 10% larger than usual. Without careful observation, it was hard to notice, and among this extra 10%, the vast majority were students from Yenzhou University. The scorched land stretched before them, a desolate wasteland where not a blade of grass grew. 3 figures appeared one after another, stepping onto the barren land. Luo Hua's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly crouched down, scooping up a handful of charred soil from the ground. He crushed it lightly in his palm, feeling its hardness. Looks like a random teleportation trigger. He rose slowly, scanning his surroundings. Years of dungeon experience had ingrained in him the habit of assessing his surroundings immediately. According to the school's records, numerous people had definitely entered the dungeon recently. But strangely, not a single soul was visible anywhere they had appeared. Not even footprints or signs of activity littered the ground. The wasteland stretched open and empty, offering no possible hiding spots. This wasn't a class change dungeon where each player had their own separate instance. Otherwise, Pang Xian and Xia Yingyao wouldn't have appeared beside me. The only remaining explanation was that they had been randomly teleported. Brother Hua, you can tell that? Pang Xian leaned in, his chubby face brimming with curiosity. Experience. Luo Hua didn't elaborate, merely shooting Pang Xian a dismissive glance. He turned to glance behind them, confirming no other disturbances before relaxing slightly. Such vigilance and practiced skill couldn't help but pique Xia Yingyao's curiosity. She didn't believe such experience could be learned overnight. Unless, of course, Luo Hua frequently ran dungeons. Moreover, even someone who frequently teamed up with others wouldn't possess such heightened vigilance. Could he really be a D-tier talent? But if he were only D-tier, how could he manage this? Xia Yingyao pressed her lips together lightly, her beautiful willow brows furrowing slightly. Recalling the self-created skills from before, at least a D-tier talent was required to pull that off. This only strengthened her conviction that Luo Hua was concealing his true abilities. If Luo Hua knew what she was thinking, he'd probably just roll his eyes. Although he had now elevated Shadow Lord to S rank, back then, it had been nothing more than F rank. The difference was that back then, no one wanted to team up with him, he had no choice. Now, he was simply accustomed to it and preferred not to run dungeons with others, nothing more. Just like now, stepping into a new environment. The top priority was to familiarize himself with his surroundings. He would never entrust matters of life and death to others lightly. Let's go. Maybe we could use a little helper. Luo Hua beckoned, and a jungle tiger the size of a kitten instantly appeared before him. After glancing around in confusion, it turned and leapt into Luo Hua's arms. Meow. The sapphire blue jungle tiger opened its mouth, letting out a low growl. To the uninitiated, it might have been mistaken for a mutated tabby cat. Wow. So cute. Let me hold it. Xia Yingyao's eyes practically sparkled as she reached out her arms toward the jungle tiger. But what met Xia Yingyao instead was a look of utter disdain. Thud. I called you out here to work, not to play cute. Luo Hua gave the jungle tiger a sharp smack on the head without mercy, then tossed it to the ground. Chapter 82, Dungeon Anomaly, Lu Qingping. In the scorched land, 3 figures walked along the path. A small blue cat trotted ahead, sniffing the air with every step. It kept glancing around nervously. Its face bore a grim expression. Well, have you found anything off? At the question, Jungle Tiger halted abruptly, turning to gesture wildly at Luo Hua. Its tiny paws fluttered, tugging at Xia Yingyao's girlish heart. She couldn't resist the urge to reach out, grab it, and give it a good squeeze. Only Luo Hua, listening to Jungle Tiger's voice, frowned deeply. Due to his innate talent, he could clearly understand what the tiger was trying to convey. You mean there's a fresh scent of blood in the air? Luo Hua repeated softly, mimicking the tiger's sniff by twitching his own nose. Sure enough, there was a faint, peculiar scent. Had Jungle Tiger not pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed at all. It wasn't that he lacked vigilance, it was simply that without careful discernment, the scent held nothing amiss. Damn it! Luo Hua scanned his surroundings, his brow deeply furrowed. In his line of sight, there were no taller structures whatsoever, nor any dense forests. As far as the eye could see lay nothing but scorched territory. The presence of blood meant someone had already fallen victim. Though this had been anticipated, the fresh scent suggested someone was in danger right now, didn't it? Brother Hua, what's wrong? Seeing this, Pang Xian immediately dropped his usual carefree demeanor and asked in a subdued voice. He dared not speak loudly, afraid of disrupting Luo Hua's train of thought. Simultaneously, he silently activated his communicator, attempting to contact the outside world. He prepared to relay the situation in real time, knowing that was the fastest way to secure rescue. However, he soon discovered that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. The communicator powered on, all functions appearing normal including his own attribute panel. Yet the communication function alone had lost signal, as if blocked by something. Refusing to give up, he pulled out his phone and checked it, only to find the same result. Oh no, Brother Hua! The communicator's signal's gone. Pang Xian's face paled as he wiped sweat from his forehead. His mind went blank as he reported the situation to Luo Hua. Got it. Hearing this, Luo Hua merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need to make a big deal out of it. His eyes darted around, ever vigilant of his surroundings. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a situation, nor would it be the last. In certain special instances, uncontrollable factors occasionally surfaced, signal loss being one such example. In this instance, it wasn't just the signal vanishing. If Pang Xian had looked closely, he would have noticed that the exit button had vanished along with it. But he didn't know, nor did he care. In such instances, there was usually only one option: push through. Clearly, those who entered earlier were either dead or trapped. Xiaohe, track where that scent is coming from. Luo Hua commanded coldly, yet he remained vigilant, never letting his guard down. At his command, the jungle tiger immediately ceased hiding. Roar! With a sudden roar, its form rapidly swelled to over 10 times its original size. When they looked again, it had transformed into a majestic, fearsome tiger. Black mist swirled around its body, while blue patterns shimmered and flowed. It shot Luo Hua a withering glance, as if protesting being treated like a dog and given a canine name. Then, without a moment's delay, head slightly lowered, it sniffed the ground vigorously, occasionally lifting its head to sniff the air. Wow! This tiger is way too cool. Pang Xian, who had seemed indifferent until then, lit up the moment he saw the jungle tiger. If only he possessed the means, he'd have snatched one as his mount. Unfortunately, jungle tigers usually weren't this color. Moreover, it would likely struggle to bear his weight. Xia Yingyao, however, felt her initial excitement wane considerably after witnessing the kitten transform into a fearsome tiger. The jungle tiger paid them no mind whatsoever, diligently sniffing the air with utmost focus. Suddenly, its movements halted. Instinctively, it turned its head to glance at Luo Hua. In the instant their eyes met, the man and the tiger seemed to instantly understand each other's meaning. Found it! Luo Hua's heart sank as he nodded firmly. In the next instant, the jungle tiger shot forward at lightning speed. The sudden turn of events caught Pang Xian and Xia Yingyao completely off guard. By the time they reacted, Luo Hua and the jungle tiger had already sprinted a considerable distance ahead, leaving no time for them to catch up. Hey! Brother Hua, wait for me! Pang Xian's face flushed with urgency as he hurriedly chased after them, his heavy feet pounding the ground. From afar, he resembled a round, wobbling meatball rolling down the hill. The two chased after them relentlessly, fearing that even a moment's delay would let Luo Hua disappear from sight. And at that moment, it was no wonder Luo Hua couldn't keep up. You said the blood scent is getting stronger? Roar! As they raced through the jungle, Luo Hua kept communicating with the tiger. His expression darkened as they pressed forward. This doesn't bode well. Could they be performing some kind of ritual? Luo Hua narrowed his eyes, as if seeing something ominous through the spatial distance. Having tackled countless dungeons before, he never treated dungeon creatures as mere NPCs. He knew all too well that beyond mere beasts and monsters, there existed highly intelligent creatures. He suspected they were now draining the blood of these trapped awakened ones. To put it bluntly, as long as they weren't dead, it was none of Luo Hua's business. But if he continued to ignore them, once the ritual was complete, things would become. And that was precisely what Luo Hua dreaded most. The Scorched Land, it seems far more complex than I imagined. Luo Hua clenched his jaw, eyes fixed ahead, his stride unbroken. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Qingping and his companion were desperately fending off the demon beast's assault. Beads of sweat as large as beans drenched his hair. Clad in full warrior gear, he swung his greatsword in a sweeping strike against the charging demonic beasts. Behind him, his mage companion was in a state of utter panic. Not only did he have to watch his front, but he also had to be wary of beasts circling around from the sides. The energy in his staff barely finished gathering before it was fired out, leaving him not even half a second to think. Unnoticed, his lips had turned pale, the consequence of severe physical exhaustion. Boss! I can't hold on much longer. The mage's voice trembled with near tears, his vision blurring with moisture. Fear gripped him, yet his movements showed no hesitation. He swiftly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the sleeve of his pale purple robes. He raised his hand again, unleashing another fireball that slammed into the charging demon beast. Can't hold on. Even if I can't hold on, I must hold on. We have no way out. Lu Qingping clenched his teeth, the veins in his jaw bulging visibly. The greatsword in his hand swung relentlessly, offering him no chance to rest. For if he paused, the beasts would surge forward in waves, engulfing him in an instant. Just as his focus wavered, a sharp claw sliced past his arm. Splash! 3 bloody gashes appeared, blood gushing out rapidly. Gripped by sudden fury, Lu Qingping, lifting his massive sword, he swung it directly at the attacking demon beast. In an instant, the wolf demon was cleaved in two. Huff, huff. Lu Qingping gasped for breath, his entire body drained of strength after that single strike. He knew his stamina was nearing its limit. If he kept attacking like this, it wouldn't take a minute before he met his end here. Come on! He roared fiercely, unleashing a slash of sword light. Chapter 83, Lu Qingping battles the wolf demon. Within the scorched earth domain, demonic beasts seemed to pour forth endlessly. Though there were only a dozen or so wolf demons, they seemed impossible to eliminate. Lu Qingping's eyes bulged with fury as he swung his weapon wildly, hacking and slashing at the front. His greatsword nearly smoked from the relentless swinging, its edge chipped and dulled. Whirlwind blade! Lu Qingping roared, sweeping his sword forward. The skill's cooldown had just ended, and he immediately chained it together. A sweeping arc of energy instantly repelled the charging wolf demon, hurling it backward. That single strike bought him a moment's respite. Huff, huff! Lu Qingping gasped for breath, feeling his body nearing its limit. But he didn't retreat. Gripping his greatsword tightly with both hands, he readied his defensive stance once more. Boss, you run! The mage behind him wiped away a tear, forcing back his reluctance as he shouted. As if, in uttering those words, he had already foreseen his own fate. Even in the face of death, fear could not extinguish the awakening within him. No one knew the immense courage required to utter such a seemingly light-hearted phrase. Bull! Say another word and I'll slice you in two. Lu Qingping barked coldly, his head never turning back. His ferocity was directed solely at the wolf demon ahead. He was rational, knowing that blaming his companions now would serve no purpose. The real culprits were the wolf demons before them. Unless they were dealt with, there was no chance of survival. Fireball! The mage knew the situation was hopeless, yet his gaze hardened slightly. His staff swung, hurling a fireball toward the pack. Though the effect was minimal, it did hold the werewolves back for a moment. Awah! Amidst the flames, the alpha wolf burst forward. Its savage, blood-stained jaws snapped open, lunging viciously at Lu Qingping's arm. With a sharp crack, the warrior's armored sleeve was instantly torn through. Ah! Lu Qingping cried out in pain, but more so in rage. His right arm whipped out, flinging the alpha wolf violently to the ground. He raised his greatsword high and brought it down in a powerful downward strike against the wolf demon. Splatter! Blood spattered everywhere, splashing across his armor. Even his face, twisted with savage fury, bore its mark. With that single blow, he finally ended the alpha wolf's life, but he himself was now utterly embroiled in a desperate struggle. His wounded right arm severely hampered his combat effectiveness. Yet wielding his greatsword with one hand proved impossible. He had no choice but to switch to a one-handed longsword. Without his favored weapon, he gradually found himself unable to withstand the attacking pack of wolves. Wang Zhao, run! Lu Qingping bellowed, then swung his sword in a sweeping strike. The wolf demon charging at the forefront let out a pained howl and stumbled backward. But this respite was fleeting. The relentless onslaught closed in swiftly. In mere moments, Lu Qingping found himself completely surrounded. Boss! Wang Zhao instinctively stepped forward, completely oblivious to the peril before him. At his movement, the pack of wolves immediately fixed him with murderous stares. Their cold, beastly eyes seemed poised to devour his very soul. Yet instead of retreating, his stride only grew more resolute. His suspended step transformed into a heavy stomp. Are you an idiot? Lu Qingping roared, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his eyes. It wasn't human cruelty, but the aura of killing intent honed through years of dungeon runs. As he saw the wolf pack breaking away from him, preparing to pounce on Wang Zhao, a thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Sweep the 1,000 armies! His eyes flashed like lightning as his front foot abruptly thrust forward. With a fierce sweeping motion, a circular blade aura ignited within a 3-meter radius, radiating outward from Lu Qingping at its center. Awah! The wolf pack erupted in agonized howls. Those closest were swept away in a single strike. 7 or 8 wolf demons flew through the air simultaneously, creating a truly spectacular scene. Alas, it remained an area of effect warrior skill. Both in damage output and stamina consumption, it fell far short of a single target skill. Though the wolf demons were cleared away, Lu Qingping's stamina instantly plummeted to 0. Pant, pant. His long sword plunged into the ground as he gasped for breath in ragged heaves. His lips turned pale, and beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down his forehead. He looked as though he'd just been pulled from underwater. Flame wall. The mage didn't hesitate, promptly casting the spell. Instantly, a transparent wall of flames materialized, blocking the only path between the wolf demon and Lu Qingping. You idiot! Lu Qingping muttered under his breath, too exhausted to say more. His tone carried a hint of frustration at someone failing to live up to expectations. Perhaps in his view, if Wang Zhao had escaped in time, one of them might have survived. But now, that was clearly impossible. At that moment, he didn't know whether to feel relieved or bitterly sorrowful. Looking at the wolf demon on the other side, he felt inexplicably pitiful. The Luo family had done nothing for him, treating him merely as a tool all along. Even within Yenzhou University, any benefits had to be handed over to the Luo family's direct descendants first. Yet he had to constantly repay this family, which treated him like a worn-out shoe, with the glory of the clan. He didn't know why, even now. Gazing at the wolf demon across from him, its eyes fixed on him like a predator, his life nearing its end, his vision grew hazy. Right. Why should I risk my life for such a family? Lu Qingping stared blankly at the wolf demon as one hideous face after another flashed before his eyes. In the past, the Luo family's direct descendants at Yenzhou University had casually bullied and exploited him. Summoned at will, dismissed without a second thought. To obtain cultivation resources, he had to venture into dungeons alone, fighting desperately to earn credits. In the end, he'd likely still be stripped of his spoils by the Luo family. It could be said that if not for the Luo family, he wouldn't be stuck at level 42 now. At the very least, with his talent, reaching level 44 should have been within his grasp. Today, he was destined to fall here. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes. He felt no anger, only a bitter laugh, as if mocking his own delusions. Gradually, the wolf pack closed in once more, but he was powerless to resist. Boss! Wang Zhao's anxious voice rang out from behind him. Yet he seemed resigned to his fate, closing his eyes with a grimace. In this unfamiliar instance, everyone had been randomly teleported here. He no longer harbored any hope that anyone would dare come to his rescue. And even if by some miracle they did reunite, the sight of the wolf demon horde would likely terrify them beyond reason. Lu Qingping thought this as he calmly spread his arms wide, meeting the wolf demon charging toward him head-on. For him, this might be the last moment of true acceptance in his life. Having come to terms with much, he felt no fear for the impending death. Time flowed slowly, passing bit by bit, each second feeling like an eternity. 1 second. 2 seconds. Yet death lingered, and no pain touched his body. It was then that he seemed to hear a voice, one that felt incredibly familiar. Soul-seizing slash. As he frantically opened his eyes, a horrifying sight met his gaze. The pack of wolves before him froze in unison, their eyes filled with terror. Frost shock. A cold wind swept past, sending a shiver down his spine. Looking closer, he saw a thick layer of ice crystals had already formed on the wolf demon's body. Chapter 84, Coming to the Rescue. With just 2 skills, all the wolf demons were instantly immobilized. It might seem like the effects overlapped, but Lu Qingping didn't see it that way. If it were an ordinary person, that would be one thing. He couldn't believe someone capable of controlling the wolf demon with one skill would waste another just to add another layer of control. Sure enough, the moment this thought crossed his mind, the ice sculpture radiating cold air ahead suddenly cracked with a sharp snap. That crisp sound seemed to flip a switch. One after another, cracks began to appear across the ice sculpture. It can't be. Lu Qingping's lips trembled as he spoke, his voice tinged with disbelief. Before his eyes, white cracks spread rapidly, densely packed, threatening to shatter the ice sculpture at any moment. As he squinted one eye, scrutinizing it cautiously. Clang! Suddenly, the sapphire blue statue shattered. Ice crystals sparkled as they scattered into the air, swiftly dissolving into mist. As the ice shards drifted away, the remaining chunks shattered and crashed to the ground. Along with them came the corpse of the wolf demon, still encased within the ice. Impossible! Lu Qingping's heart trembled. He had considered countless possibilities, yet never imagined a slow skill could be used as an attack. If Luo Hua knew what was going through his mind, he would have only one response. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, it was that most people simply didn't think that way. This wasn't a virtual game world at all, it was reality after the game had descended. Since it wasn't fiction, the effect of freezing was far more than mere immobilization. Once a certain threshold was reached, it could inflict direct damage upon the target itself, reaping its life. However, there was one crucial prerequisite. The attack itself must inflict damage exceeding the target's own capacity. For others, this is difficult to achieve within the same level range, but for Luo Hua, it's hardly a problem. Hey, have you seen anyone else around here? Before Lu Qingping could fully recover, Luo Hua's voice reached his ears. He looked up in a daze, his gaze locking with Luo Hua's. Luo Hua! It's you! Lu Qingping's mind and spirit trembled, everything feeling unreal. He even thought he had already died, seeing this as a hallucination before his final breath. He had already abandoned all resistance, accepting death with resignation. Yet fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on him. Not only had he survived, but it was Luo Hua who had saved him, a twist that felt almost ironic. His original mission to enter the dungeon had been a direct order from the Luo family to hunt Luo Hua down. Not only had he failed, but he now owed Luo Hua a debt of gratitude. You recognize me? Luo Hua was taken aback by the question. He had only just arrived at Yenzhou University, yet it seemed quite a few people knew him already. Even random encounters in the dungeon could call out his name. But he didn't dwell on it, for such matters were irrelevant at this moment. Whether they recognized him or not was secondary, the urgent task was to uncover the mastermind behind it all. He quickly refocused his attention and fixed his gaze on Lu Qingping. Have you seen anyone else around here? Luo Hua stared into the other man's eyes and repeated the question. The only response was Lu Qingping's helpless shake of the head. Is that so? Looks like I'll have to keep searching on my own. Luo Hua felt a pang of disappointment at the answer, but there was nothing else he could do. Fortunately, the recent wave of wolf demons had provided ample experience, allowing the jungle tiger to leap to level 14. With the level increase, their travel speed had also improved considerably. Wait, Luo Hua. Just as Luo Hua turned to leave, Lu Qingping called out to him abruptly. Luo Hua turned back, puzzled. He saw Lu Qingping standing straight, one hand placed over his heart, bowing slightly. Thank you so much for saving us, Lu Qingping said, and the mage Wang Zhao behind him also bowed in unison. It was no grand gesture, yet it conveyed their heartfelt gratitude. You may not realize it, but this has left us feeling somewhat ashamed. As he spoke, Lu Qingping fixed his gaze directly on Luo Hua, seemingly brewing something. Meanwhile, Wang Zhao kept scratching his head, looking rather flustered. Others might be unaware of the situation, but he understood it perfectly well. Just as Luo Hua's expression shifted from mild surprise to puzzlement, Lu Qingping spoke. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Lu Qingping of the Lu family from Jiangcheng. The moment the words left his mouth, Luo Hua's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyebrows arched slightly as he clenched one fist. His stance suggested that if the other man uttered a single wrong word, he'd unleash a punch. Whether it would be a physical strike or an instantaneous burst of fire was anyone's guess. At that moment, whether Lu Qingping lived or died would be entirely up to fate. He didn't believe the Lu family knew nothing about his conflict with Lu Chenfeng and his son. Given that Lu Qingping had now openly invoked the Lu family's name, it was clear the news had already reached those individuals' ears. Given the current situation, the other party was clearly an enemy, not a friend. Wait. Lu Qingping waved his hands frantically, fearing Luo Hua might strike at the slightest provocation. Seeing the defensive stance he was taking, a chill ran down his spine. The scene of him instantly slaying the wolf demon was still vivid in his mind. He dreaded the thought of being mistaken for a wild monster and wiped out in an instant. Though he'd faced death without fear moments ago, that was then. Now that he'd managed to survive, he certainly didn't want to lose his life for no reason, especially not under such unjust circumstances. Only when he saw Luo Hua showed no immediate intent to attack did he relax inwardly, speaking slowly. I am indeed a member of the Lu family, that much is true. But that was before. After everything he'd endured, Lu Qingping had long since given up on the Lu family. The final assault by the wolf demons was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back, severing his last shred of attachment to them. Facing life and death, one gains clarity on many things. Now, he only wished to live as his true self. As for the Lu family, he had no desire to be their puppet again, allowing them to continue exploiting him. You may not understand, but none of that matters. Seeing Luo Hua relax slightly yet remain guarded, Lu Qingping pressed on. He didn't elaborate further, knowing that such irrelevant pleasantries were unnecessary. After a quick mental scan, he distilled the key points. The Lu family has already noticed your actions. I believe they'll send someone over again very soon. I'm the first, but I won't be the last. As he spoke, he glanced at Luo Hua and saw no trace of surprise, only an expression of utter certainty. He knew then that despite her apparent indifference, Luo Hua had already anticipated the consequences. Moreover, his strength had grown to a point where he could disregard them entirely. Even the wolf demon that had proven difficult for him at level 42 to hold back had been dispatched in a single encounter, a clear indication of his newfound power. Seeing Luo Hua's emotionless expression, Lu Qingping hesitated before adding. Based on my guess, there must be something on you that caught their attention. Otherwise, Lu Chenfeng and his son alone wouldn't be enough to warrant them taking action personally. Lu Qingping tapped his chin lightly as he voiced his conjecture. By the end of his sentence, he even sighed with a sense of shared sorrow. It was unclear whether the sigh was born of pity for others or regret for his own worthlessness. The Lu family? I see. Just then, Luo Hua spoke up. Chapter 85, Bullying the Little Chubby. He had anticipated the Lu family's move. Hearing it confirmed by Lu Qingping merely surprised him. He didn't know what the other party had gone through to make them so decisively sell out the Lu family. But none of that concerned him. Since the Lu family had made their move, he would certainly respond. Whatever hand the Lu family dared to raise, he would chop it off, leaving them no room to maneuver. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. With that, Luo Hua turned and walked away. In comparison, finding the hidden hand within the copy was now the more urgent matter. Luo Hua. Mid-stride, Luo Hua suddenly heard a voice calling out. His expression turned puzzled as he glanced back. There stood Lu Qingping, fully armed, a greatsword thrust before him, shouting at him. Luo Hua, I owe you my life. The distance was too great for him to hear clearly. Still, he could make out the gist of what Lu Qingping was shouting. He didn't dwell on it. Why dwell on something done casually? Besides, he wasn't the type to demand repayment for favors. Boss, it seems like he can't hear us. Wang Zhao pursed his lips and cautiously remarked. He seemed afraid that speaking too loudly might upset someone and get him into trouble. Shut up. I know. Lu Qingping snapped irritably, shooting him a withering glance. Realizing Luo Hua hadn't taken it to heart, he sighed helplessly. The rapid changes in the world made him feel as if he'd stepped into another era. After this incident, he had grown much more open-minded. Some people, merely because of their titles, could bully him at will, treating him like a mere tool. Others, even after rescuing him from the jaws of death, showed him no gratitude. As if it were nothing more than a trivial favor done on a whim. As his thoughts swirled, heavy panting echoed nearby. Huff! Huff! He turned to see a small, plump figure panting heavily. Beside it stood a graceful, ice queen-like girl. Her cheeks were flushed, her chest heaving with each breath, as if she'd just endured a long, arduous journey. She seemed quite out of breath, a rare sight indeed for an awakened being. Seeing this, Lu Qingping froze for a moment. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity toward the girl before him, yet he couldn't quite place her name. Xia Yingyao. Before he could recall her identity, Wang Zhao behind him called out her name first. Hearing that, he finally snapped back to reality. TSK. How could you forget that? Lu Qingping slapped his forehead, a look of realization dawning on his face. Realizing what had happened, he immediately turned his gaze toward the meatball. It was none other than Pang Xin. She looked exactly like Zhang Fengming from the admissions office. Of course, that was only in terms of physique. As for that face? He dared not let his imagination run wild, much less speak carelessly. Pang Sanjin, you're late. Lu Qingping remarked flatly. No comparison, no hurt feelings. He didn't know where Pang Xin and the others had come from, but he was acutely aware of Luo Hua's terrifying capabilities. After such an intense trek, he still looked perfectly unruffled, not even breaking a sweat. And he'd casually unleashed 2 skills, wiping out the wolf demons in one fell swoop. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, merely hearing others recount it would have drawn only a dismissive chuckle. Now, as Luo Hua raced relentlessly toward the next destination, Xia Yingyao and the others traveling with him finally arrived, dragging their feet. What? Brother Hua's already gone? Pang Xin looked utterly disillusioned, his face etched with anguish. It felt like lead weights were strapped to his body, making even the slightest movement require immense effort. He might as well have flopped onto the ground with a thud, sending dirt flying everywhere. The foul stench of scorched earth invaded his nostrils, searing his brain. Yet he seemed oblivious, not even bothering to cover his nose. He remained utterly still. His belly rose and fell like a small hill with each breath. In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared far more graceful. With a flick of her arm, a recliner materialized before her, and she smoothly settled into it. Damn it! You're cheating! Who brings a recliner on a raid run? Pang Xin turned his head in annoyance, glaring at Xia Yingyao's chair with pure envy. For some reason, he felt like he'd made a miscalculation. Instinctively, he felt he should have brought a chair too, otherwise, he'd be missing out big time. Hearing Pang Xin's outburst, Lu Qingping's lips twitched slightly, unsure how to respond. Wait. How did you know we were here to find Brother Hua? Just as he was still pondering what to say. Suddenly, he heard Pang Xin's belated exclamation. His face was plastered with wariness, as if to say, whatever you're up to, I'm not telling you. Lu Qingping rolled his eyes, tempted to kick Pang Xin twice. Give it a rest. With the way you look right now, you'd just accept it if I stabbed you twice. He rolled his eyes and snapped irritably. Luo Hua had done him a favor, and he had no grudge against Pang Xin and the others. There was simply no reason to resort to violence. Still, while he had no intention of doing anything, a few words were necessary. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao merely nodded faintly in agreement. In truth, she had already thoroughly investigated Lu Qingping and the others upon her arrival, which was why she felt so at ease. It wasn't so much that she felt at ease as it was that she knew resistance wouldn't accomplish much. Since the other party showed no ill intent, she saw no need for excessive vigilance. Just a little extra caution would suffice. If you're looking for Luo Hua, you've probably already missed him. Lu Qingping said, instinctively glancing in the direction Luo Hua had departed. Though the figure had long vanished, he seemed to see it still. He sighed deeply, filled with emotion. Hey! Brother, if you keep sighing like that, you'll stir up a tornado in the scorched earth territory. Pang Xin, sprawled on the ground, never stopped shooting his mouth off. Hearing those sighs, he couldn't resist adding a couple more jabs. Damn it, you fat bastard. Serves you right to gain 3 pounds. His train of thought abruptly interrupted. Lu Qingping unleashed a torrent of curses at Pang Xin. It felt like being lost in a dream, gazing upon magnificent landscapes, only to have a but suddenly appear before you and let out a fart. That was exactly how he felt inside. Out of nowhere, it stung like hell. He wanted to hang Pang Xin from a tree and whip him like a spinning top. Ha! Thanks. Brother Hua praised me too. You. In the end, his attack was too weak. Lu Qingping's words couldn't even stir a ripple in Pang Xin's heart. Instead, he rolled over, adjusted into a comfortable position, and replied lazily. Ha! This time, Wang Zhao couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. But when he caught Lu Qingping's murderous glare sweeping his way, he instantly snapped back into a stern expression, as if nothing had happened. Fine. Lu Qingping waved his hand in resignation, then swept his arm in front of him. We'll wait with you then. Instantly, 2 chairs materialized before them, one for each man. After waiting for a while with no movement, Pang Xian turned around in confusion and glanced over with the corner of his eye. He shouldn't have looked. The sight made him feel sick to his stomach. Holy? You guys brought them? And I'm the only one without one? Pang Xian shouted in frustration, but no one paid him any mind. Left alone, he could only stew in his own anger. Soon, he began muttering under his breath again. Oomph. Just wait. Next dungeon run, I'll bring something you never saw coming. Chapter 86, The Wolf Demon's Lair. Luo Hua remained completely unaware of the farce unfolding in the Scorched Land. He hadn't expected Pang Xian to join forces with Lu Qingping and the others without any conflict. Just as he'd never imagined they'd be following behind him. Accustomed to going it alone, he instinctively wanted to shake off anyone following behind. Especially now, with the urgent task of finding a breakthrough point in the dungeon looming. In such circumstances, there was simply no time to spare for others. Waiting wasn't necessarily safe. Only by conquering the dungeon could everyone be saved. Are we close yet? Luo Hua's heart sank and he steeled himself. Ahead, the imposing Black Forest Tiger led the way with unwavering determination. Thanks to necromantic resurrection, it seemed to know no fatigue. It charged relentlessly, showing not the slightest sign of wanting to rest. If others knew that a leader-level demon beast was being treated like a dog, they'd likely be stunned speechless. However, uncovering information about Luo Hua and his summoned beast remained beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. At least for now, no one would find it strange. Luo Hua advanced swiftly, eyes scanning every direction, ears alert to every sound, fully immersed in a state of vigilance. Transformed into a human-shaped radar, he remained constantly vigilant, alert to any movement around him. Should anything suspicious arise, he was ready to strike back at a moment's notice. Along the way, he encountered numerous wolf packs. The jungle tiger gained substantial experience from these encounters, leaping up to level 24. The rapid leveling, however, was not good news for him. The density of demonic beasts far exceeded his initial estimates. They haven't followed us? Luo Hua turned to confirm, gradually slowing his pace. The jungle tiger tilted its head in puzzlement as he did so. It knew full well that the girl and the chubby boy behind couldn't possibly keep up with their pace. So why the need to double-check? Just as it was puzzled, Luo Hua spoke again. In that case, there's no need to waste any more time. He raised his right hand, slowly spreading his palm forward. Instantly, hair stirred without wind, and garments fluttered in the gust. A deep azure light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Raging army. A detached voice echoed through the air. The next moment, a stone statue erupted from the ground beneath his feet, rising over 8 meters tall. Crack, crackle. Stone fragments shattered, revealing its true form. A level 40 silver armor guard, one of Luo Hua's most capable lieutenants. Given the ox demon's enormous size, there was always the risk of exposure. Therefore, Luo Hua decided to entrust the task of traveling to the silver armor guard. Xiao Hei, keep leading the way. He commanded the jungle tiger with a deep gaze. He himself needed to conserve energy first, preparing to face any imminent danger that might arise. The silver armored guard, standing over 8 meters tall, pushed swift travel to its limits. With a single stride, it covered 5 or 6 meters. Roar! The jungle tiger let out 2 discontented growls. As if condemning Luo Hua for hitching a ride without bringing it along. However, it did not forget its current task. Its snout, shrouded in black mist, twitched twice before abruptly halting. Its head whipped around, fixing its gaze on a specific direction. Its eyes narrowed into vertical slits, radiating a dangerous aura. Roar! With a thunderous roar, its limbs abruptly pivoted, charging toward the right. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow at the sight. Perched on the silver armored guard's shoulder, he gazed into the distance, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Amidst the scorched wasteland, everything looked the same, utterly indistinguishable. Everywhere the eye could see was a barren wasteland. Yet the jungle tiger's behavior suggested it had already pinpointed its destination. This struck Luo Hua as slightly surprising. He scrutinized the direction it was heading, yet still couldn't discern anything amiss. Follow it. He tapped the silver armored guard's helmet, urging him onward. Receiving the command, the silver armored guard didn't hesitate for a moment, striding forward to keep pace. In its mind, loyalty seemed to be the only command that existed. Thump! 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 Each step echoed like the beating of war drums. The dull thuds echoed, making hearts pound and heads buzz. The earth trembled slightly beneath each heavy footfall. In a place shrouded in darkness, a figure cloaked in robes slowly lifted its foot. A pair of beastly eyes gazed at the sole of the foot, revealing a look of confusion. In the darkness, the pupils dilated into round circles, gathering as much light as possible. Did you feel that? The ground seems to be trembling? It turned its head to look at its companion beside it. Like its companion, it too was wrapped in a tattered animal skin cloak. One on the left, one on the right, they stood guard on either side of the stone door. It's normal. You'll get used to it soon enough. The ground trembling? It's just those awakened ones making their final struggles. The battle's aftermath is a bit intense, so the ground shaking is only natural. In contrast, the other wolf-headed, human-bodied demon beast appeared far more composed. Its face remained largely expressionless throughout, its gaze fixed intently on the depths of the passageway, as if guarding against something entering the gate behind them. Ha? Is that so? The new wolf demon showed a hint of doubt, not quite convinced. When it placed its paw back on the ground, the tremor it had felt earlier was completely gone. It felt as though everything that had just happened was nothing more than a figment of its imagination. Ha? It really vanished. Was it an illusion? The new wolf demon scratched its head, confusion reappearing on its face. Just as it was about to ask, it noticed the veteran werewolf remained unmoved, staring intently ahead. Disappointed, it shelved its curiosity and mimicked the patrol routine. Time passed slowly, and the tremors did not return. This should have been a relief, yet it felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, a sense of foreboding crept over it. Why hasn't the new prey been brought in yet? Could something have gone wrong? I heard the awakened out there are cunning creatures. What if something went wrong? Just as he spoke, his ears twitched. As if hearing a sound, it peered into the depths of the passageway. The old wolf demon on the other side, however, wore a seasoned, nonchalant expression, utterly unconcerned. Tap tap tap. Heavy footsteps echoed, growing louder as they drew nearer. Echoing through the empty cave passage, they slowly drew nearer. That sound doesn't seem quite right, he murmured hesitantly. In its memory, aside from those few deep within behind the stone door, no one else should be capable of such heavy footsteps. Given their wolf demon agility, even those clad in light armor couldn't produce such a sound. No! It's the sound of an awakened one. The elder wolf demon reacted first, turning to strike the massive door behind them. But unexpectedly, a fireball flew faster than it could react. It screeched through the air, hurtling straight toward him. If it didn't dodge, it would be struck by the blast if not killed outright, then crippled for life. With no other choice, it abandoned its attempt to call for help and darted to the side. Boom! The fireball suddenly exploded mid-air, its searing heat nearly igniting its fur. Fortunately, it wasn't too close, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Before it could recover from the shock, a mocking male voice rang out. Finally, I've got you. Chapter 87, Breaking Through the Door. The detached voice echoed through the cavern. The suddenness of it made both wolf demons jump in fright. But upon seeing who had arrived, they instantly relaxed. They had feared a group of awakened ones had gathered to attack, their hearts already in their throats. But when the flames dispersed, they found only one figure. Instantly, their arrogance returned. Gah! Human, you dare come here! The new wolf demon gnashed its teeth, flexing its muscles. His hind legs shifted, and he strode step by step toward Luo Hua. A grin spread across its mouth, revealing fresh blood and flesh between its teeth, clear evidence it had recently fed. As for what it had eaten, that was obvious enough. Cut the chatter. Finish this fight swiftly. Watch out for any dirty tricks this human might pull. The elder wolf demon warned, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Hua. It watched his every move, ready to intervene if trouble arose. However, its worries proved unnecessary. Of course, it wasn't that Luo Hua lacked other means, but rather that his opponents simply couldn't defend against them. At this moment, there was only one factor to consider. The thunderous explosion of the fireball earlier, had it disturbed the demonic beast behind the door? If not, it would save a great deal of trouble. Without knowing whether there were hostages present, taking them down one by one was far more prudent than charging in all at once. Under normal circumstances, he would have simply bulldozed his way through without a second thought. Oh whoa! How dare you lose focus at a time like this? The new wolf demon closed in, baring its fangs and claws. Spotting Luo Hua lost in thought, seemingly ignoring it, the creature let out a furious howl. Its arm whipped backward violently, then thrust forward with renewed momentum. A cold gleam flashed from its claws, seemingly aiming to dazzle Luo Hua's eyes. Yet before it could close in, Luo Hua suddenly planted his feet firmly, one hand snapping back. Out of nowhere, a wave of heat washed over him. At that very moment, Luo Hua's fist slammed out, striking toward its face. With over 2 meters separating them, the wolf demon didn't think twice. Instinctively, it dismissed the idea that a warrior class could possibly strike it without a weapon. But the next second, it realized its mistake and how colossally wrong it had been. Through the haze, crimson flames suddenly erupted, swiftly filling its vision. Blazing Fist. It only had time to hear Luo Hua shout the name of the technique. Before it could react, intense flames engulfed it in an instant. Oh whoa! The new wolf demon let out a piercing howl as its form rapidly swelled. It tried to escape the flames' embrace through this means. Alas, it soon realized all was in vain. Not only did its body grow larger, but so did the scale of the flames. No matter what it did, escape was impossible. The scorching effects continued to swirl around its body. Arg! The intense burning pain made it roll on the ground. This sight sent a chill down the old wolf demon's spine, making his teeth chatter. Before the fight had even begun, retreat was already on his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the stone door. In its mind, it seemed that striking some mechanism on the stone door would allow the beasts within to hear the message. Yet dreams are sweet, reality is cruel. The instant he turned, Luo Hua's attack followed hot on his heels. Javelin throw. The plain skill name sent an inexplicable chill down its spine. In its frantic flight, it glanced back in terror. In its line of sight, a spear was hurtling toward it with lightning speed. The next second. Thud. A faint thud echoed as the spear tip pierced through its chest. From its back, it pierced straight through to the heart. Though not human, its heart was located in roughly the same place in its werewolf form. The single strike swiftly sapped its vitality, draining its entire health bar. The old wolf demon felt a crushing weight settle over its entire body, as if shackled by heavy chains. It tried to take another step forward, but found itself utterly unable to move. Human. Awakened one. The old wolf demon reached out a paw, attempting to touch the stone door. With that movement, it completely lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. But the spear was pulled free, and Luo Hua strode over the old wolf demon's corpse in a few strides. Gazing at the tightly sealed stone door, his expression darkened. Intelligent demon beasts, this doesn't bode well. I only hope they're not demonic beasts. Luo Hua muttered to himself as he reached up to grasp the stone door. After attempting to push it gently twice, he found it wouldn't budge an inch. Looks like there's a mechanism. He glanced around the surrounding walls. Finding no obvious markings, he decisively withdrew his gaze. He was here to rescue someone. He couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Every moment delayed meant another moment of risk. Using a hammer to break through should be more efficient. Luo Hua's eyes flickered as he compared the door's thickness against the crack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a massive two-handed hammer settled firmly in his grasp. Gilded 1,000-pound hammer LV.40. Quality, B. Restrictions, Constitution 400, Strength 400. Attributes, Constitution plus 200, Strength plus 300, Agility 20. 1,000-ton smash, attacks deal 20% armor penetration. He weighed it lightly in his hands, then released one grip and swung it through the air twice. Not as heavy as I imagined, but it shouldn't be a problem. A level 42-handed hammer is sufficient. Luo Hua said with a relaxed expression, feeling no strain at all wielding a weapon of the same level. If any shield warrior saw this outside, they'd probably want to crawl into a hole. But it was understandable, given he was an S-rank mage warrior class, bolstered by his first-class skill, Guardian Spirit. Even with all his stats poured into strength, he could still protect himself. Forget shield warriors, even berserkers wouldn't possess stats as absurdly high as his. It was only natural that others couldn't match him. The last skill book. I should have kept it. Luo Hua muttered as he retrieved it from his backpack. Giant hammer smash. Quality, A. Restriction, two-handed hammer. Effect, slams the target, dealing 700% damage. Hit rate is affected by movement speed, strength, and target speed. A skill with explosive damage but pitifully low accuracy. Of course, this applies only to standard shield warriors. For Luo Hua, it might as well have no drawbacks. Regardless, its inherent quality defines its value. Precisely because its quality is so high that selling it would attract too much attention, he's kept it on him all this time. Little did he expect it would ever see actual use. Snap. With a decisive clap of his palm, he learned it. In an instant, not only did he master the giant hammer smash skill, but also its accompanying skill patterns. Luo Hua was slightly startled, but he didn't dwell on it. He snapped back to focus, gripping the gilded hammer tightly as its tip blazed with golden light. As if charging, countless particles continuously gathered. Giant hammer smash. Luo Hua roared fiercely, muscles bulging across his body as he slammed the hammer down on the stone door with all his might. Chapter 88, The Wolf Demon Appears. The scorched land lay in utter silence. Xia Yingyao and her companions sat in chairs, chatting idly. Pang Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, plucking dry weeds and counting them. Suddenly, he tossed the grass root aside and asked curiously. Hey! Where do you think Brother Hua went? How could he just vanish like that? Pang Xian spoke while propping his chin up, his face full of frustration. He hadn't been lagging far behind, so how could he have lost sight of him in such a short time? Fortunately, these were only his inner thoughts, unknown to others. Otherwise, they'd surely give him a withering look and scorn him thoroughly. Fine. Good riddance to you lot. Lu Qingping shrugged and said slowly. Wang Zhao, standing nearby, chimed in with a casual remark. With your level of skill, you'd only slow us down. Luo Hua ditching you guys was definitely because of that. Unlike us. Wang Zhao didn't finish his sentence, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This really annoyed Pang Xian. He wanted to argue back but couldn't think of what to say. The other guy was absolutely right, he knew his own limitations. At level 30, he truly would be a liability in this dungeon. But that was one thing. Still unwilling to concede, he shot back. What can you do about it? Are you stronger than us? Then we won't be holding anyone back. So what if you're stronger? Before Pang Xian could finish his sentence, Wang Zhao cut him off with a single retort. His voice trailed off, growing quieter and quieter until he couldn't bring himself to speak. Even the two senior students tacitly acknowledged that their abilities were holding the group back. How could Pang Xian, a mere level 30 player, possibly argue back? He swallowed hard and decided to keep quiet. At that moment, the usually quiet Xia Yingyao spoke up. Why aren't any of you trying to find a way out? Why are you pinning all your hopes on Luo Hua? Her concise question cut straight to the heart of the matter. Lu Qingping, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He instinctively touched the slightly gruesome scar on his face, a wave of emotion washing over him. Some people need scars to prove their ruthlessness, to demonstrate their power to subdue others. Others need nothing, they simply stand there, and others worship them. He didn't spell it out explicitly, yet Xia Yingyao began to grasp Luo Hua's true power. Even the senior students could only look up to him in awe. Xia Yingyao paused at his words, her icy expression unable to mask the shock within. Only Pang Xian remained his usual carefree self, shaking his head and swaying his body. Luo Hua's strength delighted him, though it came as no surprise. Jiang Fengming had already briefed him beforehand, so no matter what level of power Luo Hua displayed, it wouldn't surprise him too much. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the ground suddenly shook violently. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Pang Xian, seated on the ground, felt the tremor most intensely. Realizing something was amiss, he sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. Only then did the three seated figures rise, a half-beat behind. Without a point of reference, they even wondered if it had all been an illusion. Just then, boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a towering wall of yellow sand suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. Like an explosion, it tore apart everything around it. Even from a great distance, the sheer sound alone sent shivers down their spines. Is it Luo Hua? Lu Qingping stared in disbelief, his intense gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion. His face was etched with utter disbelief. Yet he could think of no other possibility besides Luo Hua unless it was one of the academy's instructors who had intervened. The sheer power unleashed by the explosion surpassed his wildest imagination. Is it a prop card, he wondered, unsure. Upon closer thought, it seemed the most likely explanation. Pang Xian, however, showed no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately dashed forward. It's Brother Hua. Let's hurry over and help. His round body jiggled as he ran, the fleshy rolls on his face bouncing with each step. He didn't even consider whether they could actually help, he just charged forward headlong. Seeing this, the others could only put away their chairs and follow helplessly. Inside the wolf demon's lair, smoke and dust filled the air. Charred earth blanketed the entire area, obscuring their vision. Luo Hua gripped the gilded 1,000-pound hammer, his arm tingling with numbness. The sevenfold power meant the recoil was no joke. Phew! That nearly wrecked the hammer. Thankfully, its grade and quality aren't too shabby. He glanced through the dust. He could vaguely make out a corner of the golden hammer, already showing signs of cracking. It likely wouldn't hold out much longer. If the hammer was in such a state, the stone door was undoubtedly worse for wear. At this moment, what obstacle remained before Luo Hua? His fierce assault shattered the stone door, along with the majority of the passageway behind it. Player slays Wolf Demon Guard, gains experience. Player defeated. A series of game notifications continuously popped up in the corner of his vision. Too bad he hadn't applied the necromantic resurrection effect, otherwise, he could have at least converted some cannon fodder. Intruders! Assemble! Chaotic footsteps mingled with shouts of command, echoing from the depths. Amidst the dust, Luo Hua remained composed, silently donning a full set of gear. Click! The visor on his helmet snapped shut, sealing his face within its protection. Encased entirely in heavy armor, he flicked his weapon in a flourish, pointing it straight ahead. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been fully armed like this. The dust cleared, revealing a swarm of figures deep within the passageway. As the figures came into focus, he recognized them as wolf demons standing upright, their eyes gleaming with savagery. Fangs bared, they fixed their gaze on Luo Hua, saliva dripping from their teeth. Ha! Looks like we've found the lair. Facing the seemingly endless horde of wolf demons, Luo Hua smiled with ease. Far from showing any sign of tension or retreat, he was already poised to strike at any moment. He crouched low, thrusting his hind legs into the ground, leaving a shallow footprint as he planted his feet. Awah! Suddenly, the lead wolf demon let out a piercing howl. In an instant, the narrow passageway filled with wolf demons surging forward, one after another, charging past their leader toward Luo Hua. Their claws seemed to glint with a cold, terrifying light. Their hideous features were far beyond comparison to the ordinary wolf demons encountered outside earlier. But against Luo Hua, they were still no match. Sorry about that. I never said I was just a warrior. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly as he extended a single hand forward. A faint blue flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted. The wolf demons, their minds consumed by greed, failed to notice the sudden shift. Their thick fur provided ample insulation against the chill. Completely oblivious to the anomaly, they continued to advance relentlessly. Through the haze, something resembling droplets of water appeared ahead. No! They seemed to be ice crystals. The wolf demon charging at the forefront tried to halt its advance, but it was too late. Frost swept in from ahead, while its rear companions had already blocked the retreat. Frost impact. With a cold shout, droplets formed on the cave ceiling and began to fall slowly. Chapter 89, A New Summoned Beast, the Bloodthirsty Werewolf. A chill wind swept through, swiftly coating the ground in frost. The wolf demon's speed slowed in that instant, their movements stiff and awkward. In the next instant, azure ice crystals spread, enveloping everything. Icy sculptures materialized before their eyes, some still frozen mid-charge, their expressions savage and terrifying. The sudden spectacle caused the rear wolf demons to stumble backward, collapsing to the ground. Their legs shook violently, filling the air with a pungent stench of urine. Before they could recover from their shock, the true assault of the frost impact arrived. Icy spikes, carrying a bitter chill, slammed viciously into the statues. Crack! 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 In a single exchange, the frozen wolf demon shattered into pieces. The frigid air surged out as the ice sculptures shattered. The already chilly passageway grew even colder. Player slays wolf demon guard. Player defeated. Just as the wolf demons assumed Luo Hua had exhausted his skills and entered a cooldown period. Little did they know, he had already silently raised his arm once more. This movement sent the wolf demons into a panic, their souls nearly leaving their bodies as they scrambled backward, tails tucked between their legs. This guy isn't a warrior? Finally, one of the wolf demons cried out in utter disbelief. The scene of him effortlessly slaying their comrade was still vivid in its mind. That was precisely why it was so terrified, wishing it had extra legs to flee faster. The human awakened before them was clearly dressed as a warrior, yet he casually unleashed mage skills. A mage who could wear warrior-grade blood gear was just too damn sneaky. Of course, if they knew that Luo Hua wasn't just skilled in mage abilities, but possessed warrior skills that were equally formidable. Who knows what chaos would erupt within their minds? Would they stampede like 1,000 horses, then drench those two wolf demons who summoned them in a torrent of curses? Since I didn't get to use it last time, you lot can test the waters. As he spoke, Luo Hua's raised right hand suddenly clenched in midair. Earthy yellow energy gathered, swirling like sand and gravel. The wolf demons witnessed this scene, their hearts inexplicably racing. Grasp of dust and sand. At Luo Hua's command, the ground trembled violently. In the next instant, an arm formed entirely of grit and sand shot out from the cave wall. As the palm trembled, clumps of earth fell in a steady stream. Sensing imminent danger, the wolf demons trembled in terror, their fangs chattering uncontrollably. Awah! The more alert ones bolted for their lives. The slower ones remained oblivious to the impending doom. They watched helplessly as the sandy palm slowly closed. Luo Hua's eyes grew icy as he clenched his fist with a sudden, fierce grip. Thud! A dull thud echoed, like a door slamming shut. Over a dozen wolf demons were crushed within his grasp, unable to move. This sight made the quicker-witted wolf demons tremble violently, their limbs shaking so hard they seemed ready to collapse to the ground at any moment. Snap! Wah! The sharp crack echoed with the demon wolves' agonized howls, growing increasingly dense. When they reached a certain breaking point, everything abruptly halted, and the howling ceased abruptly. Put! A stream of blood spurted forth. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, blood flowed unceasingly, spilling forth without pause. Crack! With a final muffled thud, crimson smeared the walls of the entire passageway. The viscous red, mixed with grit, slowly trickled down the cave walls. In the corner, several wolf demons that hadn't managed to flee were now frozen in shock. Their bodies were drenched in their comrades' blood, as if they'd just been pulled from a vat of red paint. Only their beastly eyes, filled with terror, stared blankly. 10 minutes cooldown. That's enough. Suddenly, Luo Hua murmured to himself, head bowed. He lifted his head slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. A surge of murderous intent pierced the wolf demons' minds, causing them to tremble in unison. Soul-capturing slash. The cry echoed as Luo Hua vanished from the spot. Then came a thud. As if something heavy had fallen from a modest height, followed by the sight of something rolling across the ground. Summoning successful. Werewolf guard quality enhanced. The next instant, the lifeless werewolf corpse began to disintegrate rapidly. A wolf's paw, shrouded in black mist, emerged from the ground and swiftly dragged the corpse into the shadows. Snap! Crack! The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously from within. Fortunately, the wolf demon had already perished, so no agonized howls emerged. Only the crisp sound of feeding remained, grating on the ears until they itched, nearly raising goosebumps. To Luo Hua, however, this seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. He felt not a hint of chill, only a sense of routine. Suddenly, the eating sounds ceased abruptly. The next second. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and a wolf-like creature darted out from the shadows. Compared to the wolf demon guards before, its ears were much longer and slimmer, and its muscular contours were far more pronounced. Shrouded in black mist, it resembled a wolf warrior poised for battle at any moment. Bloodthirsty werewolf. Level 38. Quality leader. Health 12000 12,000. Stamina 1200. Strength 900. Defense 300. Agility 130. Skills bloodlust, pain suppression, triple claw strike. Oh, it actually retained its original level. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of surprise. Even he hadn't anticipated that his first complete use of soul-devouring slash would yield such an unexpected bonus. Not only had the werewolf guard evolved into a bloodthirsty werewolf of leader tier strength, but it had also inherited its original level. Moreover, its attributes were slightly superior to those of the original wolf demon. However, compared to the silver armor guard of a higher quality tier, it still fell somewhat short. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze and close the bloodthirsty werewolf's information panel, suddenly, his eyes flickered. His gaze landed on the description of one particular skill, and a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. "Huh? What's this?" Luo Hua murmured in surprise. Bloodlust greed. Wasteland werewolves possess an extreme greed for wolf bloodlines. By hunting and killing large numbers of hostile wolf clans, they can purify a specific bloodline. Quality B+. Effect: each complete wolf bloodline consumed slightly increases the probability of advancement. I actually stumbled upon a treasure. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, his voice brimming with excitement. He hadn't expected his new summoned beast to deliver such a pleasant surprise. Compared to this innate talent, the previous benefits seemed rather ordinary. After all, encountering a summoned beast like this was rarer than winning the lottery. The magic hand was an exception, as its uniqueness meant it couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Beyond that, Luo Hua had yet to encounter any other summoned beast with evolutionary potential. Perhaps this is a good start. Luo Hua clenched his fist slightly, feeling his resolve reignite. He couldn't wait to sweep through the entire dungeon, purify his bloodline, and see what the evolved bloodthirsty werewolf could become. Let's go! We're clearing this dungeon now. Chapter 90, The Wolf Demon Priest. Deep within the wolf demon's lair, bones littered the ground, piled high like white mountains. As far as the eye could see, everything was a dark crimson, like dried bloodstains. At the innermost chamber, an altar towered high. Chains and shackles bound the dying awakened ones, holding them fast. Anyone familiar with them would recognize them instantly. These trapped awakened ones were precisely those who had gone missing in recent days. By now, they barely clung to life, hanging on by a thread. It was unclear whether this was due to their remarkable willpower or the deliberate intent of the wolf demon priest. The only certainty was that if this continued, they would soon perish entirely. For rusted iron pipes were driven through each of their chests. A trickle of blood flowed from each wound, dripping slowly onto the ground. Following the patterns etched into the floor, the blood gathered toward the center of the altar. Upon the high platform, a werewolf clad in feathered robes and adorned like a priest brandished a scepter in its hand. Muttering incantations, its words indistinct. With each movement, the patterns at the altar's center flicker to life. Steady and measured, like the rhythm of breathing. Beneath the altar, for towering, burly werewolves stood guard. Clad in heavy armor, their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they scanned the surroundings relentlessly. Wasteland Wolf Demon Guard. Level 40. Quality Lord. Health 18000 18,000. Stamina 1800. Strength 900. Defense 900. Agility 160. For demon lords of this caliber would be considered boss-level foes in any other level 40 dungeon. Yet here, they must dutifully serve as guards. What a sight to behold. Ahead, countless wolf demons knelt in submission. At least 100 could be seen stretching as far as the eye could see. Heads bowed, murmuring devoutly, their prayers unknown. It seemed as though they were performing some ancient and mysterious ritual. Something's wrong. The high priest is in trouble. A sudden cry of panic echoed through the vast cavern. A wolf demon burst in, trembling with fear, shouting at the wolf demon priest atop the high platform. Yet, all that met it was the cold gaze of the wolf demon priest. "Interrupting the ritual, you shall be punished." The words had barely left his mouth when the wolf demon felt a flash before his eyes. When it tried to open its eyes again, it found its body growing lighter and lighter until it could no longer feel its own existence. Thud! A wolf demon corpse lay sprawled on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The wolf demon guard held a spherical object in its paw, casually tossing it aside before slowly returning to its original position. From start to finish, the other wolf demons never lifted their heads. To them, it seemed like the most ordinary thing in the world. The death of a comrade stirred not a ripple within them, scarcely even warranting a glance. "Great Wolf King, hear our call and descend upon this world. Let those ignorant creatures witness your mighty power." The wolf demon priest continued chanting without turning his head. Arms raised high, he offered prayers with profound devotion. Suddenly, the altar erupted in brilliant light, its intricate patterns flickering with increased intensity. Immediately, the awakened ones upon the altar began convulsing violently. Within moments, several were already foaming at the mouth. If this continued, it was certain that within a minute, deaths would begin to occur. Hearing the commotion, the wolf demons below finally lifted their heads. Gazing up at the towering altar, their eyes burned with frenzied excitement, as if the agonized screams of the human awakened ones brought them pleasure. Just as their excitement peaked. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated in the ears of the wolf demons. The stone door, just closed moments ago, was kicked open once more. The wolf demons turned with vicious expressions, only to see a single human figure. Well-proportioned and handsome, it could only be Luo Hua. This time, he didn't even need his golden hammer of 1,000 pounds. He broke through with sheer brute strength alone. Of course, the door wasn't as sturdy as the one outside, which also helped. Finally found the lair. Luo Hua's lips curled into a smile. His gaze swept across the chamber, settling on the central altar. As the altar rose steadily upward, his expression darkened. At first, he wasn't certain, as the darkness below made it impossible to see clearly. It wasn't until the screams and cries for help from humans reached his ears that he realized. Good. 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 Luo Hua let out a cold laugh, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At that very moment, the wolf demon guard's attack struck. The cold, gleaming claws lunged straight for his face. A single strike would split his skull open in seconds. Lord level, huh? Big eyes, it's your time to shine. Luo Hua had no time for hesitation now. While he could single-handedly slaughter his way through the wolf demons, it would take time. But now, time was not on their side. Every extra second meant another awakened might die. They could be citizens from nearby towns or students from Yenzhou University. Regardless of their status, they couldn't be left at the mercy of the wolf demons, let alone sacrificed as offerings. Oh whoa! The wolf demon guard let out a howl, its eyes flashing with excitement. It seemed to already envision its claws tearing through Luo Hua's skull, ending his life right here. Yet the human before them remained utterly still. It was unclear whether he had given up resistance or was frozen in terror. But in the next instant, clang! The clash of steel echoed, halting the wolf demon guard's movement abruptly. His vertical pupils trembled violently, as if witnessing something terrifying. Then, a shadow surged forth. From the initial brightness, it was now completely shrouded in shadow. A bull demon, half kneeling on the ground, blocked its entire field of vision. The entire cave ceiling groaned under the strain, swaying precariously as if ready to collapse at any moment. Gulp! The wolf demon guard felt his throat go dry, swallowing hard with difficulty. As he looked up, he saw a colossal hand, as vast as the sky itself, descending toward him. Boom! The demonic ox ghost's palm struck down, causing the earth to tremble violently. Everything in its vicinity was obliterated, including the dozen or so wolf demons standing too close for comfort. When it raised its right hand, everything was reduced to dust. Only the wolf demon guard remained, lying motionless on the ground as if half dead. Its armor lay shattered, and from the fractures, trickles of blood seeped out. Big eyes, don't waste time. Standing atop the ox demon's shoulders, Luo Hua's gaze sharpened. He crossed the spatial distance, his gaze fixed squarely on the wolf demon priest atop the altar opposite. Surrounding it, the group of awakened ones could cease breathing at any moment. Human! Do not presume to disrupt the arrival of His Majesty the Wolf King. The wolf demon priest's eyes glowed eerily as he stared at Luo Hua without a trace of fear. As for the evil-eyed ox demon, whose massive form was being trampled underfoot, it was completely ignored. As fellow sovereign-level beings, it understood all too well that the human before them posed the greatest threat. Chapter 91, The Ox Demon Strikes, Shattering All. Facing the wolf demon priest's threat, Luo Hua merely smiled indifferently. Just in case, to avoid being recognized, he slipped back into his previous set of shadow-clad gear. Though it felt like putting a blindfold on a bell to steal it, those with keen eyes could still roughly discern his identity. But deceiving even a few was better than none. If others didn't even consider that possibility, it was pure profit. Can't be bothered with your nonsense, little lapdog. Luo Hua scoffed, waving his hand at the evil-eyed ox demon. In an instant, a golden light flashed in the ox demon's eyes. Hum. The hum echoed like a distant valley's reverberation. Out of nowhere, the underground wolf demons all felt a sudden jolt to their very souls. It felt as though something terrifying was about to unfold. We are both sovereign-level beings. How dare you willingly serve as a human's lackey? The wolf demon priest roared in fury, his eyes blazing with savagery. His staff raised high, his gaze intensely aggressive, fixed upon the evil-eyed ox demon. What it didn't know was that the ox demon's sovereign-level potential had been granted by Luo Hua. Moreover, it was no longer a dungeon creature, but a summoned being under the influence of the Shadow Sovereign. The true evil-eyed ox fiend had long been defeated countless times by awakened warriors in an ordinary dungeon. Moo! The demon-eyed ox demon bellowed, its roar seeming to express utter contempt for the wolf demon priest. The golden glow in its eyes intensified, gradually shifting toward a dark gold hue. It was not a magic hand, it possessed no uniqueness. It understood more clearly, and grasped the importance of rebirth. Across the altar, energy gathered at the tip of the wolf demon priest's staff. Words aside, the speed in his hands showed no sign of hesitation. Clearly, everything that had transpired earlier was merely a tactic to lull and delay the ox demon. Yet, in all its calculations, the wolf demon priest failed to anticipate that the ox demon was no ordinary wild beast. In its understanding, obedience to orders surpassed all else. Wind of wolf's fong. The wolf demon priest roared, his shrill voice piercing the ears. A demonic wind suddenly coalesced, forming the shape of a wolf's head with a gaping, blood-red maw. Howling, it lunged toward Luo Hua. Its target was clear, directly attacking the evil-eyed ox demon. Another sovereign-level being offered no chance of victory whatsoever. If it could take down Luo Hua, it would save a great deal of trouble. Destruction's gaze activated. As a small prompt flashed, the demon-eyed ox fiend's entire pair of eyes transformed into a dark golden hue. It unleashed its full power from the very start, holding nothing back. The ox demon acted thus, and Luo Hua did the same. For he understood better than anyone that the wolf demon priest opposite him would stop at nothing to protect the altar. Whether it meant sacrificing his own life or that of the awakened one. The wolf demon priest would never abandon the human being sacrificed. He had witnessed this scenario more than once, so he understood it all too well. The danger lay in this: the more concern he showed for the trapped awakened, the more reckless the wolf demon priest would become. This was a psychological battle between them. Whoever backed down first would lose. Boom! Both attacks collided in an instant. Facing the full force of the Eye of Ruin, the wolf head formed from the gale managed only a momentary block. Once shattered, the force surged unstoppably toward the altar. If it struck, the massive altar would undoubtedly lose a chunk. As for the awakened standing atop it, surviving would be nothing short of a miracle. Stop! Have you lost your mind? The wolf demon priest's eyes bulged as he roared at the top of his lungs. As the attack drew ever closer, Luo Hua showed no sign of pulling back. At this moment, panic gripped its heart, rising to the back of its throat. It could never have imagined that, despite being fellow humans, this awakened one before him could be so ruthless. Even at the cost of endangering its own kind, it was determined to destroy the altar. Suddenly, the bitter taste of miscalculation filled him with a sense of injustice. Its face contorted in fury as it swung its staff with all its might. Wolf King's blessing. In an instant, a majestic giant wolf materialized. It let out a mighty howl to the heavens, then instantly transformed into a massive energy shield, enveloping the entire platform. So thick it obscured the outside world, the shield instilled an overwhelming sense of security with just a glance. Little did it know, however, that the moment it raised the shield. Across the way, Luo Hua, cloaked in darkness, let a faint smirk curve beneath his mask. It was the smirk of a schemer who had succeeded, a sneer of contempt. When people panic, mistakes happen, and the same goes for beasts. The wolf demon priest was safe, and the 3 wolf demon guards standing close by were also shielded. But the little wolf demons who had been praying moments ago were now in trouble. Unaware of the impending danger, they looked up innocently. A dark golden beam of light pierced through space, striking the massive energy shield directly. Instantly, a blinding light erupted. Golden light mingled with the shield's azure glow, instantly blossoming to envelop the entire area. Even the bloodstains and brown patches on the ground were fully illuminated, while the bleached bones gleamed like white jade. The wolf demon's vision was likewise engulfed. Closer and closer, everything turned pure white. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the white light, a thunderous explosion erupted. A powerful shockwave followed. The formidable energy lashed down like a colossal whip, violently striking the ground. Boom! 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 Immediately after, successive explosions erupted from below. The wolf demons were swallowed by the white light before they could even utter a cry of agony. Not even the wolf demon guard lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, was spared. The entire wolf demon lair was engulfed in the blinding light. When the light finally faded, only utter devastation remained on the ground. Red and white mingled into an indistinct blur, save for a deep pit in the earth and a gaping hole in the ceiling through which the sky was visible. Humans! The furious roar of the wolf demon priest echoed from ahead. Luo Hua merely sneered at the sight. The fallen were wolf demons, none of his concern. The more he appeared indifferent to the awakened, the less likely the wolf demon priest would uncover his true purpose. What? Got a problem with that? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, determined to provoke the wolf demon to the brink of fury. In that very instant, a sharp clang echoed as the protective shield held by the Wolf King's blessing shattered violently. The wolf demon priest's ferocious visage was etched into his vision. The wolf's innate, unforgiving nature was etched deeply upon his face, his vertical pupils dark and terrifying. Bloodline berserk. The wolf demon priest roared. The tip of his staff pointed down at the 3 wolf demon guards below. In an instant, the wolf demon guards swelled as if injected with hormones. Already standing at a formidable 3 meters tall, they surged to a staggering 5 meters in height. Muscles bulged across their bodies, or stood on end like steel needles, and their pupils turned blood red. Awah! The wolf demon guard let out a long, agonized howl, unable to bear the strain. Their frenzied savagery was unleashed completely in that instant. Its aura surged upward, faintly approaching the level of a sovereign. Gazing at Luo Hua perched on the ox demon's shoulder, the blood-red eyes flickered with a hint of greed and savagery. In the next instant, one of the wolf demon guards leapt forward, charging toward Luo Hua. Chapter 92, Silver Armor Guard vs. Wolf Demon Guard. Facing the charging, frenzied wolf demon guard, Luo Hua's eyes flickered. He gave it a fleeting glance before swiftly withdrawing his gaze, not even bothering to spare it a second thought. With a flicker of his intent, his palm rose lightly. The next instant, the silver armor guard abruptly materialized. Kneeling on the ox demon's shoulder, its entire body was barely larger than a human head. Silver armor guard activates skill, fortified body, defense significantly enhanced. No communication was needed. The moment it materialized, the silver armor guard activated its skill, boosting its defense while narrowing the power gap with the wolf demon guard. Having accomplished this, it planted its feet firmly and leapt downward. Plunging upward from below, it hurtled toward the ground, aiming straight for the wolf demon attacking Luo Hua. Not a hint of hesitation, nor any fear of the height. Simultaneously, one hand darted to its waist, gripping the sword hilt. The greatsword slid from its sheath, its cold gleam exposed. Beneath the silver armored guard's helmet, eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light, radiating a fierce glare. Silver armor guard activates skill, sky-splitting slash. Awwa! The bloodthirsty wolf demon guard, eyes red with fury, refused to be outdone. Consumed by savagery, it showed no intention of evading the blade. Flailing its claws, it unleashed a barrage of claw strikes toward the silver armor guard above. Dense and intricate, like a web, they enveloped the entire small area. It waited for the silver armored guard to descend, falling right into its attack. Clang! In the next instant, a flash of sword light erupted. The silver armored guard, having activated its skill, accelerated sharply, plummeting straight downward. Vaguely, it seemed as though it was stepping on the air, using the force to increase its descent speed. By all logic, this should be impossible. But if it was a skill, that was another matter entirely. With each step downward, as its foot bent, a layer of air formed a wall at its toes. Whoosh! The silver armored guard slashed a blade of light, meeting the claw's glow head-on. In an instant, the two waves of attack collided. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted, igniting flames mid-air. Rolling thick smoke rose, suspended in the air. The shockwave from the explosion, though not as powerful as those unleashed by the ox demons and wolf demon priests, was still formidable. The entire cave shook violently twice. From the ceiling above, chunks of earth crumbled from the edges of the sinkhole, falling with a soft rustle. Before long, a light shower of dust began to drift through the air. Human, your soldiers are nothing special after all. The wolf demon priest glared at Luo Hua with a sinister gaze, his words dripping with venom. It seemed as though winning this round of confrontation had already given him complete dominance over Luo Hua. The ferocious wolf's face was filled with mockery and contempt. Whoosh! Before the words had even finished, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Through the swirling smoke, something heavy seemed to be falling. Perched high above, it couldn't discern the details from above. Dust completely obscured its vision. Yet the wolf demon guards below saw it all with crystal clarity. Above their heads, a heavy object shrouded in thick mist hurtled straight toward them. As it continued its descent, the dust rapidly dispersed. The silver armored guard's resolute form suddenly materialized. Wielding a silver greatsword, he swung it toward the wolf demon guard. Clang! In panic, the wolf demon could only hastily raise its claw to block. A sharp clang echoed as sparks flew. A savage grin twisted the wolf demon guard's mouth into a cruel smile. But in the next instant, the expression on its face froze abruptly. The smug look on its face was instantly replaced by terror, as if it wanted to flee. Snap! Simultaneously, something shattered. 6 sharp claw spikes flew wildly in all directions. The wolf demon guard's greatsword, which it had been holding aloft with both hands, broke through its defensive line in that instant and came crashing down toward its body. Splatter! The sound of blade meeting flesh echoed as blood instantly stained its entire chest. Its fur clung thickly, tinged with a faint crimson hue. With a single strike, the silver armored guard had crippled half of the wolf demon's combat ability. He drew his blade back and swung it around, unleashing another flurry of slashes at the wolf demon guard. Silver armor guard activates skill, triple slash. Silver armor guard activates skill, heavy strike. All were basic warrior skills requiring little specialized training. Even for human awakened ones, these were merely level-up bonus skills, nothing particularly special. Yet precisely because of this simplicity, the silver armor guard executed them with flawless fluidity. Skill transitions flow seamlessly, and they even employ educational skills to cancel their attack recovery animations. This alone puts them leagues ahead of these wolf demon rogues. The speed was so blindingly fast that the other 2 guards couldn't even rush to assist in time. Even the wolf demon priest failed to react. Thud! With a dull thud, the wolf demon fell straight to the ground. The sudden turn of events made the wolf demon priest's pupils contract in shock. It never imagined a battle between 2 overlords could conclude so swiftly. It felt as though neither side had even finished warming up before the battle had already reached its conclusion. But the thought that 2 guards still stood by its side brought some comfort. If one couldn't defeat it alone, couldn't 2 working together take it down? Without needing its command, the 2 wolf demon guards charged at the silver-armored guards. Their faces bore a murderous glint, their techniques savage and ruthless. Kill! Kill them! The wolf demon priest bellowed. In that moment, he forgot that the demonic-eyed ox demon before him was in existence just like himself. His entire focus was fixed on the silver-armored guards. As if defeating it alone would secure the initial victory in this battle. Such an order was undoubtedly a cruel demand on the guards. Alas, their minds had long been consumed by savagery, leaving only obedience in their heads. Merciless attacks rained down relentlessly upon the silver-armored guard. Clanging and clattering, the blows sent its health plummeting. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile finally appeared on the wolf demon priest's face. His thin lips curled slightly, wrinkles spreading across his face. Just as it began to revel in its triumph, Luo Hua's detached voice echoed once more. You lose. Hearing this, shock surged through its heart. It had been so engrossed in observing the battle below that it had forgotten about Luo Hua and the ox demon. As it frantically looked up, it met a pair of eyes that seemed to look down on everything. Spanning dozens of meters, those eyes burned into its mind, and fear crept up its cheeks alongside its gaze. In the haze of its consciousness, it seemed to hear a cold snort. Soul-capturing slash. As Luo Hua's voice faded, his form vanished. When he reappeared, he had already traversed space, teleporting from the ox demon's shoulder onto the altar. His gaze sharpened as he swung his sword at the wolf demon priest. Clang! In the blink of an eye. The moment his attack descended, a protective barrier abruptly flared around the wolf demon priest. Simultaneously, the jade token at the wolf demon priest's waist shattered into pieces. It's a life-saving artifact. Luo Hua's heart sank as he instantly grasped the situation. The wolf demon priest shook his head, teetering on the brink of regaining consciousness. Oomph. Don't think a life-saving artifact can protect you. Luo Hua snorted coldly, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick. Instantly, the wolf demon, still not fully conscious, was swept away. It arced through the air, crashing toward the ox demon. Chapter 93, Beating the Wolf Demon Priest. Moo! A sudden bellow echoed from within the cave. A pair of massive paws slammed down fiercely toward the wolf demon priest. With immense force and momentum, every movement stirred howling winds. Fanged gale. The wolf demon priest's heart trembled in terror as he cried out urgently. Having just recovered from the shock, he witnessed a scene that sent a chill down his spine. As a priest, not a warrior, his frail frame stood no chance against such a blow. Instinctively, it unleashed a skill. Sharp gale winds, as razor-edged as canine teeth, split into over a dozen streams, piercing straight toward the evil-eyed ox demon's palm. The moment the skill was unleashed, the wolf demon priest gasped in shock. It realized that, somehow, a protective shield had materialized around its body. Without hesitation, it reached for its waist. Sure enough, the spot was now empty. The jade token that had hung there had vanished. The sensation of weightlessness coursing through its body sent panic surging through it. For now, it finally realized it was no longer standing on the altar. So then, who had made it fly? There was only one possibility. The wolf demon priest struggled to turn its head mid-air and saw the familiar dark figure standing on the altar. Hey! Old dog, I told you you'd lose. Luo Hua smiled indifferently as he commanded the bloodthirsty werewolves to lower the group of awakened individuals. Agile figures darted back and forth across the altar. Clang! 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 One after another, the shackles were severed by the werewolf's blade. The movements were clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. By comparison, the jungle tiger assisting them looked decidedly amateurish. Ah! Humans! The wolf demon priest roared in fury, his hideous face twisted with murderous intent. Unfortunately, suspended in midair, it had no leverage to counterattack. It could only watch helplessly as Luo Hua and the others rescued the awakened ones one by one. Now, a different peril confronted it. Boom! The evil-eyed ox demon's palm slammed down, striking the gale wind with brutal force. A continuous series of explosions echoed, billowing smoke rising from the ox demon's palm. The immense blast recoil instantly tore apart its right hand. Its body staggered violently, nearly losing its footing. With a thud, it slammed into the cliff face, knocking a chunk right out of the cave ceiling. Moo! One moment of inattention cost it dearly. The evil-eyed ox demon roared furiously, the savagery on its massive face growing even more intense. He flipped his palms, gripping 2 sharp axes in his hands. He raised his wrists and swung them straight toward the wolf demon priest. Stop! Stop this at once! The wolf demon priest's heart raced with terror, but suspended mid-air, he was utterly helpless. He could only watch in terror as the massive axes descended. The small toy axe in the evil-eyed ox demon's hands appeared to it as a colossal weapon from the heavens. Clang! The axe blade struck, instantly shattering the protective shield around its body. Such a fierce blow sent shivers down the wolf demon priest's spine. Even covered in thick fur, a chill ran down its spine. Its tail drooped low between its legs, no different from any frightened wolf cub. Seizing the moment after landing the blow, the evil-eyed ox fiend pressed its advantage. Before the force of the previous swing had fully dissipated, a new one was already unleashed. Raising its left arm high, it brought the axe crashing down. The massive axe hurtled like a meteor from the heavens, unstoppable in its momentum. The blade flashed with a cold gleam, striking straight toward the wolf demon priest. Weakness spell. Defensive aura. There was no time for hesitation now. Every skill it could cast was unleashed without hesitation. First, it cast weakness on the evil-eyed ox demon, then activated a defensive skill for itself. Still feeling uncertain, it unleashed another skill. Double wind squeeze. Instantly, two fierce winds coiled together. They intertwined, howling as they closed in to strangle the evil-eyed ox demon. The assault was ferocious, threatening to tear everything completely apart. Yet compared to the ox demon's earlier cataclysmic gaze, it still fell slightly short. But now, the battle had reached a fever pitch, with both sides' primary skills still on cooldown. What was being contested now was the attrition between minor abilities. This was one of the wolf demon priest's deadliest moves, aimed squarely at tearing the ox demon apart. As the skill unleashed, its visage twisted into a savage grimace, its gaze brimming with predatory intensity. In its eyes, it seemed to already witness the scene of the ox demon's demise. Yet dreams are sweet, reality is cruel. The relentless barrage of skills ignited a flicker of hope, a chance to fight back. Alas, the very next second, its delusions were brutally crushed by the ox demon. Slammed back to the ground, it was dragged across the surface several times. Clang! The sharp axe swung out, tracing an arc before it. In the next instant, the axe's glow surged forth, tracing a long semicircle that nearly enveloped half the cave. The focal point of its attack was precisely the wolf demon priest's twin wind strangle. Boom! The clash between the two attacks lasted but an instant, crushed effortlessly by the axe's glow. With devastating force, it swept away both fierce winds completely. The axe beam pierced through the twin winds and, with undiminished momentum, surged once more toward the wolf demon priest. No! It only had time to let out a howl before the attack slammed heavily into its body. Along with the faint glow of its defensive aura, it crashed downward. The entire wolf was hurled like a cannonball, crashing instantly into the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as dust billowed from the earth. The scorched earth particles lingering in the air refused to dissipate. Luo Hua paid little attention to the battle between the two sovereign-level beings. He knew better than anyone else the true strength of the ox demon. As long as it didn't encounter a high-attack, high-speed sovereign, it remained essentially invincible. The wolf demon priest's defeat was entirely within his expectations. At this moment, far more important matters awaited him. Young lady, you're awake? He sat cross-legged on the ground, and a young woman in his arms slowly opened her eyes. Her pristine priestess robes lay torn and tattered, revealing much more than intended. Through the gaps, one could faintly discern her full bosom. Her face was beautiful. If only the dust could be wiped away, she would surely be even more stunning. Who are you? Through blurred vision, Muwancho could only make out a face concealed by a mask. Neither the features nor the true identity could be discerned. No! She remembered straying into the scorched land territory, being overpowered by the local wolf demons, and being captured. And the other awakened ones, they'd all been hung up to bleed dry. Then that meant... Am I dead? Is this heaven, or hell? Muwancho murmured, her words slurred and incoherent. Her gaze toward Luo Hua was clouded with confusion. Hey, hey, hey! In our dragon nation, there's only the underworld. Ugh, my bad. If you're not dead, get up and get to work. Luo Hua gave her a couple of shakes, forcing the girl, who was about to drift back to sleep, to wake up again. With that jolt, Muwancho finally snapped back to reality. She was still trapped in the dungeon cave, the scene unchanged. Someone must have come to rescue her. Still, lying across the other person's lap felt a bit awkward. Thank you for saving my life, senior. After struggling to sit up, Muwancho said somewhat sheepishly. She shifted her gaze awkwardly toward the cave ceiling. The top? Where was the top? Why was there a gaping hole? And why could she see a blood-red sky through it? Wait. What the hell is that? Chapter 94, Priest Muwancho. What is that? Muwancho's pupils trembled violently as he murmured unconsciously. Her body, still recovering from injuries, was already weak. The shock sent her reeling, and she stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Her chest jolted violently twice with the movement. Oh, that? Just my summoned beast. No need to make such a fuss. Luo Hua glanced over, catching Muwancho's gaze and instantly understanding what she meant. Having grown accustomed to it, he blurted out the words instinctively. To him, a demon-eyed ox demon was nothing special besides its size. Its power wasn't anything to write home about. Yet, when his words reached Muwancho's ears, they painted an entirely different picture. Unconsciously, her heart was already churning like a stormy sea. Her lashes fluttered slightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. Hey! If you keep stalling, these people will be dead soon. Luo Hua, seeing her still in a daze, urged her immediately. Though he possessed the ability and the necessary potions to save them, he didn't want to do it. After all, they wouldn't die immediately. He could leave it to the priest before him. Saving lives was a favor, not an obligation. Besides, if he saved them, who would cover the cost of the potions used? He could easily rescue them from the wolf demon priest's grasp, but he saw no need to incur further expenses for their aftermath. Going the extra mile to see them through? That wasn't his style. Luo Hua was merely an awakened one, scraping together everything he possessed through daily toil. He wasn't running a charity, so why should he cover everything? Besides, even charity workers weren't necessarily that kind-hearted. Luo Hua looked at Mu Wanqiu, tilting his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed 4 vials of potion. Clang! Though Mu Wanqiu was physically weak, her instincts as an awakened remained sharp. Spotting the 4 small bottles flying toward her, she caught them with lightning-fast reflexes. As the bottles landed in her hands, they clinked softly, emitting a crisp sound. These are Intermediate Stamina Potion. Intermediate Health Potion. Mu Wanqiu stared at the potions in her hands, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming in surprise. Though she possessed these potions herself, she usually treasured them and only used them sparingly for crucial dungeons. Intermediate potions were perfect for restoring the health of awakened ones between levels 30 and 50. Unless you were a tank, a single health potion could quickly restore your health to full. Each potion typically cost over 10 silver coins, equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Stamina potions were even more staggering, costing a whopping 20 silver coins. One gulp could cost hundreds of coins, a drain ordinary awakened could never afford. This is way too much. Mu Wanqiu stared at the 4 potions in her hand, hesitating as she spoke. 1 health potion and 3 stamina potions worth 70 silver coins. Holding them, she felt almost as if they were burning her hands. What surprised her even more was that the precious stamina potions outnumbered the health potions. Though their names sounded similar, their effects were vastly different. The health potion restored vitality, pulling the health bar back to a safe level. The latter, however, primarily affected the awakened themselves. In this game-turned reality world, neither mages, warriors, nor any other class possessed a mana bar. Casting skills requires expending stamina to activate them. Once stamina is depleted, even movement becomes difficult, leaving one vulnerable and defenseless. This is precisely why stamina potions are so precious. Is that a lot? Just 4 potions? Luo Hua asked in confusion. He truly had no real grasp of the value. After all, selling mining rights to any dungeon could fetch dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. It was precisely because he rarely sold these frequently used potions that he wasn't familiar with their market value. All he knew was that his backpack was piled high with them now, and it would be difficult to use them all up anytime soon. He casually handed over a few bottles, never expecting such an over-the-top reaction. They're actually that valuable? Good thing I didn't waste them on those people. Luo Hua nodded, silently congratulating himself on saving a hefty sum. As for what he gave to Mu Wanqiu, that was a different matter entirely. She couldn't be lumped in with this bunch of greenhorns. A priest had his value. Trading a few bottles of potions for a free laborer, what a sweet deal. With that thought, he hurriedly urged Mu Wanqiu again. If you dawdle any longer, everyone will be dead. Ha? Oh, okay. Hearing this, Mu Wanqiu nodded blankly at first. Then, snapping out of it, she gulped down the potions in quick succession. Unlike some awakened individuals who might have sulked or thrown a tantrum, after downing 2 bottles of potion, Mu Wanqiu could feel her physical condition rapidly recovering. Yet she still felt somewhat weak, her lips slightly pale. This was because the altar contained heart's blood, which could not be restored by potions alone, only through gradual recuperation. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more efficient for the wolf demon priest to simply feed them stamina potions while drawing their blood? Clearly, that was impossible and would violate the standards for sacrificial offerings. Healing spell. As soon as she regained some composure, Mu Wanqiu immediately began healing the other's injuries. Without hesitation, her movements were swift and precise. Though her mind was still hazy, unable to distinguish east from west, she remained focused on the task at hand. Yeah, having a healer really pays off. Luo Hua nodded, watching as everyone's health bars slowly climbed back up. As for their depleted stamina? That certainly wasn't his problem. If someone wanted to stay alive but was too stingy to spare even a drop of their own potions, then they might as well just die. It must be said, Mu Wanqiu did possess some discernment. When casting healing spells, she prioritized the other priests, maximizing efficiency. However, compared to her, those awakened ones clearly had weaker mental resilience. Ugh. I'm dead. Is the Academy's rescue team here? I actually survived. Wah? As everyone regained consciousness, the altar grew chaotic with noise. For a moment, some of the more emotionally fragile awakened ones wept openly. Some were overcome by the lingering terror of having narrowly escaped death. Only a handful joined the effort to restore everyone's condition, which was truly embarrassing. After all, most were still students within the academy, having experienced little beyond their academic lives. Their combat readiness was notably lacking. Wait. What is that monster? Good heavens. Is heaven truly intent on destroying us? It's over. This is the end. Sovereign tear. Aha, sovereign tear. Somewhat mad with terror, clutching their heads as they stared at the evil-eyed ox fiend. Eyes wide with disbelief, they clung to the hope it was all an illusion. Everyone, don't answer. It's the senior's summoned beast. Mu Wanqiu hurriedly explained, fearing misunderstandings or reckless actions. She pushed up her newly fitted gold-rimmed glasses and apologized sheepishly to Luo Hua. Chapter 95, Order to Retreat, the Dull-Witted Awakened Ones. Senior? This man before them a senior from Yenzhou University? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, though upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After returning for the new semester, Mu Wanqiu was now a junior. The only ones who could be called seniors were those in their fourth year. Of course, it was also possible he was an alumnus. However, seeing that Luo Hua didn't deny it, they subconsciously accepted this assumption. Luo Hua remained unaware of their thoughts and saw no need to explain. Since others had misunderstood, it suited his purposes perfectly. Let them continue in their delusion. Luo Hua remained silent, his gaze fixed on the demon-eyed ox fiend. The wolf demon priest had been knocked down earlier, yet showed no signs of action, now a rather unusual state of affairs. He recalled that the opponent was also a sovereign-level being. Even if not adept at close combat, it shouldn't have been a one-hit kill. Below, the wolf demon guards, deprived of their leader, were thrown into disarray. Before long, they were subdued by the silver-armored guards. Though it took some effort, the outcome was still acceptable. Hurry up and leave once you've recovered. Don't linger here. Luo Hua didn't glance back at the others behind him, his voice deep and commanding. His gaze remained fixed, scanning the land below. For some inexplicable reason, despite it being merely a wolf demon priest, an ominous foreboding gripped him, causing his brow to twitch. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqiu said nothing more. She gave a slight nod, tilted her head back, and downed a bottle of stamina potion before continuing to cast other recovery skills. The moment cooldowns ended, she immediately cast them again, without a moment's hesitation. The frantic pace left her drenched in sweat, too busy to wipe it away, wishing she could work twice as fast. The other awakened, however, seemed utterly unconcerned, taking it all in stride. Though they didn't know Luo Hua's identity or which senior class he belonged to. But upon seeing the sovereign tier evil-eyed ox fiend, they felt an overwhelming sense of security, completely unconcerned. They moved at a leisurely pace, dragging their feet. One by one, they remained utterly oblivious that they were still trapped within the dungeon. You guys, hurry up and recover your stamina. Mu Wanqiu watched the group of seasoned veterans, nearly in tears from frustration. As a healer with no combat ability, she could only fret helplessly. Her healing skills had limitations, they could only restore health points, not stamina. Otherwise, wouldn't two priests be able to exploit this bug indefinitely? That was precisely why she was so frantic, staring at the group whose health bars were full yet whose bodies were lifeless and sluggish. At that moment, they were no different from a washed-up fish, utterly lifeless. Had even one of those wolf demon guards survived, they could have charged in and slaughtered them without mercy, utterly defenseless. What are you all standing around for? Luo Hua's sharp command cut through the air. The suddenness of it made her jump. Mu Wanqiu could clearly sense the chill and displeasure in Luo Hua's tone. For some reason, she felt a pang of alarm, fearing she might leave a bad impression. No. I've already restored them. If they're restored, then get out of here. If others want to die, is that any of your concern? Before Mu Wanqiu could finish her sentence, Luo Hua cut her off ruthlessly. His tone even carried a hint of command, leaving no room for argument. Yes. At those words, Mu Wanqiu's muscles tensed as she snapped to attention. Whether compelled by Luo Hua's authority or the demands of the support academy. After casting a halo around herself with her priest's staff, she hurried down the stairs with a clatter. She moved without pause, as if fearing that even the slightest delay might invite misfortune. No one paid it much mind, some even sneered in disdain. They dismissed it as Luo Hua's excuse for not wanting to bring them along, choosing to remain silent and unspoken about it without exception. Escaping with a priest like Mu Wanqiu? Nothing compared to the safety of following Luo Hua, that mysterious master. A whoa! A sudden wolf howl echoed from the depths of the cave. Out of nowhere, a chill swept over the group, sending an unexpected shiver down their spines. What was that sound? Someone couldn't help but ask aloud. It was the familiar howl of a wolf, yet for some reason, it carried an eerie, unsettling quality. A single howl was enough to fill them with dread. Mu Wanqiu, who had been charging downwards, hesitated at that moment. Her footsteps faltered, and she seemed to want to retreat. Glancing back, she saw Luo Hua wearing his mask. Without saying more, she could only grit her teeth. Senior wouldn't lie to me. He has no reason to deceive a lowly level 40 priest like me. Mu Wanqiu repeated this mantra to herself over and over. Nodding firmly, she plunged forward without hesitation. On the altar, Luo Hua watched the figure on the stairs and silently nodded. He quickly shifted his attention away, withdrawing his gaze to look toward the spot where the wolf demon priest had been struck down. The howling echoing from that direction proved the creature was not yet dead. Its absence thus far clearly meant it was still brewing something. It wouldn't emerge until everything was perfectly prepared, continuing to lurk within the deep pit. But who was Luo Hua? He wouldn't give the enemy a moment to breathe. Strike while the iron is hot. With strength still left, he would deliver a crushing blow. Big Eyes, move. At Luo Hua's command, the evil-eyed ox demon raised its battle axe high. The axe swung down in a sweeping arc, unleashing raw, brutal force. Boom! As the blow crashed down, a powerful shockwave instantly swept across the surroundings. A fierce whirlwind whipped up swirling dust everywhere. Standing on the staircase, Mu Wanqiu felt an overwhelming force surge toward her, nearly causing her to lose her footing and tumble down. Though at her current level, she wouldn't fall to her death. But having just cast a healing spell, she was still somewhat weakened, making the outcome uncertain. After a moment, the gale subsided. Mu Wanqiu finally lowered her arms, which had been shielding her chest, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. In that instant, everything before her had gone dark, as if a demon god had descended. A single strike from a sovereign tier being was far beyond what a lowly priest like her could withstand. Despite the lingering fear, she didn't forget the urgent task at hand. Run! Senior said we must run now. Mu Wanqiu didn't linger for a single moment. Once she regained her senses, she grabbed the hem of her priestly robe and scrambled down the stairs, her footsteps echoing with urgency. She feared that even a half-step delay might expose her to another shockwave like the one she'd just endured. Damned humans! Before the smoke had even cleared, the voice of the wolf demon priest echoed. The next instant, something burst from the dust and soared through the air. None other than the wolf demon priest itself. Only now, the color of its eyes seemed off. Blood red, radiating a murderous intent. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow at the sight, instantly readying himself for battle. Behind him, however, the others remained as clueless as ever, acting as if nothing was amiss, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Dare to interrupt my king's descent and slaughter my desolate wilderness wolf demon clan? I shall make you know the consequences. The wolf demon priest's gaze darkened, fixing intently on the group atop the altar, utterly ignoring the demonic ox demon lurking behind them. His voice was icy cold, radiating a terrifying aura. Chapter 96, The Wolf Demon Priest's Final Desperation. Mu Wanqiu looked up in terror at the wolf demon priest's words. Fortunately, the demon's attention was entirely focused upward, completely oblivious to her presence. But seeing Luo Hua step forward first, her heart leapt to her throat. Senior didn't say a word, he must be trying to let me escape first. Mu Wanqiu silently nodded to herself, realizing this possibility. With her abilities, she couldn't offer any meaningful help here, she'd only be a liability. Given that, it was better to withdraw early and avoid hindering her senior's performance. She analyzed the situation internally, remaining remarkably composed and level-headed. She didn't let Luo Hua's perilous situation cloud her judgment or make her act rashly. After making up her mind, she turned and left decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Barely a short distance away, she sensed a terrifying aura closing in from behind. With my blood and the legacy of the wasteland wolf demons, I humbly summon our king. As the words fell, the wolf demon priest's aura visibly began to decay at a rapid pace. Luo Hua stared intently at the figure before her, her brows furrowing deeply. That old dog, trying to make a free lunch here? Luo Hua cursed under his breath, inwardly marveling at the creature's cunning. His entire retinue lay dead beneath his feet, and not a single one of his 4 guards remained. Now, with only himself remaining, he surely couldn't escape this deadly predicament. Yet in this very predicament, the wolf demon priest was preparing to sacrifice everything himself and his kin. What else could this be but a dead-end bargain? But soon, Luo Hua realized he was wrong, and spectacularly so. Unlike any sacrifice he had witnessed before, the moment the wolf demon priest sealed the pact, an invisible, immense power suddenly surged through its body. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, a transparent blue figure identical to itself was stripped from its body. Not only that, but from the cavern's empty pits which should have been barren. Floating and surging toward the altar. Their eyes were vacant, moving purely on instinct. The eerie spectacle terrified several timid awakened ones, who instantly collapsed to the ground. In all their lives, they'd never witnessed anything like this. Not wetting themselves was practically a miracle. What are those things? Could it be souls? No. It must be. How could it be? Is it preparing to sacrifice its soul too? Their lips trembled as they exchanged unconscious whispers. They weren't sure if they were answering others' questions or merely talking to themselves. They only knew that with this eerie spectacle unfolding before them, nothing good could possibly come of it. This is a soul? Why does it feel different from when I created my own skill? They seem to lack consciousness. Luo Hua murmured, his brow deeply furrowed. His gaze swept over the crowd behind him, a look of gravity settling in his eyes. At this critical moment, there were still so many people in the way. If they really started fighting, collateral damage was inevitable. Hey! If you don't get out of here now, don't come crying to me when you're dead. Luo Hua snapped coldly, his face brimming with impatience toward them. He couldn't understand why they were acting this way, even compared to encountering random parties in dungeons before. Hearing this, the crowd finally snapped to attention. Those with better physical fitness immediately took off running, completely disregarding the others. In a life or death situation, you don't need to be the fastest runner, just faster than the others. You! Don't forget to take me with you. Brother! Brother! I'm so scared. You promised to protect me. You ungrateful wretches. I've always treated you to the finest food and drink. The shouts and curses from behind merged into a cacophony, but those fleeing acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. They ran for their lives, pounding down the stairs. Some even stumbled, tumbling down the stairs with a clatter. Along the way, they collided with others like bowling pins, knocking over anyone in their path. Those knocked down had no time to curse. As long as they could scramble to their feet, they'd scramble back up and keep running. Chaos erupted in an instant. It was impossible to tell who bumped into whom, or which couple had grabbed the wrong hand. All mattered was grabbing whatever was in reach and running. Whether they grabbed the right person or not was purely a matter of luck. There was no time to check. Upon the altar, the cold, ominous aura grew increasingly dense. A gust of icy wind swept through, prompting Luo Hua to pull his black cloak tighter around himself. With his current level 40 physical constitution, such a chill breeze wouldn't have bothered him. This chill, however, seeped deep into his very soul, utterly unstoppable. Just as he couldn't stop the soul essence from merging into the altar, he couldn't resist the assault of this icy wind. Gradually, as the wolf demon clan merged into the altar, the bloodlight upon it grew increasingly ferocious. Malevolent energy surged, as if a mist of blood drifted above. Mid-air, the wolf demon priest was drained of his last breath. His soul form rose, while his withered body slowly plummeted toward the ground. Vaguely, it seemed as though the translucent blue soul form glanced in Luo Hua's direction. Its hollow eyes seemed to hold a profound hatred. And so, it passed Luo Hua by, merging into the altar. Hum. An ancient hum resonated, deep and enduring. Everything within the cavern seemed to freeze in place. Whether it was the awakened ones who had been weeping or those who had been fleeing, they all froze. Some tumbled down the stairs, crashing to the ground and nearly losing half their lives before slowly regaining consciousness. Only Luo Hua turned his head, his expression grave, eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze fixed intently on the center of the altar, never wavering. Having tackled this dungeon countless times, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, summoning creatures through the soul. Partly out of curiosity, partly out of a desire to see. What kind of being could possibly be worth such a sacrifice from the wolf demon priest? Even if it meant sacrificing the souls of their entire clan, they would summon it from another world. Hum. As his thoughts lingered, the altar hummed once more. Though nothing was present, a melodious chime echoed through the air. Wake up, all of you. If you don't leave now, you'll lose your chance. Luo Hua barked coldly, even going so far as to infuse the command with an effect akin to a battle cry skill. The thunderous sound jolted every soul present. The awakened ones, snapping back to their senses, hurriedly resumed their flight, daring not to linger for even a moment. At first, they might have been unaware, but now, having experienced the altar's terror firsthand, they were utterly terrified. Even the few awakened on the altar, their legs already trembling, cared not for anything else. They would crawl, roll, or even tumble down to the bottom. Heaven knew what fate awaited them if they lingered here any longer. Luo Hua's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the center of the altar. The patterns there glowed brightly, flickering with a dark red light, as if something was about to break through the ground. Snap! A sharp claw abruptly appeared, instantly tearing through the air as it lunged toward Luo Hua. Chapter 97, The Wasteland Wolf King's Olive Branch. In the wolf demon's lair, a gaping hole in the ceiling offered a view of the blood-red sky above. Clang! A sudden clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in a shower. Half a sword flew through the air, its cut smooth as a mirror, as if severed by some sudden force. What blinding speed! Luo Hua's eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated. Before him stood a werewolf over 3 meters tall. Though not as tall as the wolf demon guards, its oppressive presence far surpassed theirs. Unlike the wolf demons he had encountered before, this creature bore a striking resemblance to the bloodthirsty werewolves he had summoned. At least in muscle definition and posture, they were identical. Beneath its fur, the exposed muscles flowed in natural, streamlined curves, not a hint of bulkiness, as if sculpted solely for combat. Most strikingly, its pupils were a vivid azure blue, devoid of any hint of bloodlust. It was well known that all wolf demons conveyed an immediate, greedy impression at first glance. This indirectly suggested that the werewolf before him would be no easy foe. A rational wolf demon, this is going to be tricky. Luo Hua's heart sank slightly as he crouched low, his body poised for action at a moment's notice. Wasteland Wolf King. Level, 40. Quality King Grade. Health 300k 300k. Strength 8000. Magic Power 3000. Defense 1000. Agility 1000. Ancestral Wilderness Wolf Innate Ability. Quality A. Passive produces 1 Wasteland Wolf Demon Priest every 10 days. Active summon 5 Wasteland Wolf Demon Guards and 10 ordinary Wasteland Wolf Demons. This talent? No wonder. Luo Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as everything suddenly clicked into place. No wonder the wolf demon priest was willing to make such a sacrifice, even offering up his entire clan just to summon the Wolf King. Now it all made perfect sense. As long as the Wolf King remained, the wilderness wolf demon clan would endure, endlessly multiplying. But the enemy wouldn't have gone to such lengths without some gain to be had. But why summon him to this abandoned, scorched earth domain? Could there be a deeper scheme at play? Luo Hua couldn't fathom it and chose not to dwell on it further. The attributes of the Wasteland Wolf King before him demanded his utmost caution. 300,000 HP? That's at least 4 times more than the magic hand. Luo Hua clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable pressure. The situation before him had completely surpassed his expectations. Not only that, but every single one of its stats significantly outclassed the magic hand. But it made sense. If its stats were too mediocre, it wouldn't be fitting for a king-level boss. Had his own strength not been equally formidable, barely blocking the sneak attack, the situation might have turned dire. Even with the protective spirit locked onto the silver armor guard, its 20,000 HP wouldn't withstand multiple hits from an 8,000 strength attack. This realization sent a chill down Luo Hua's spine. The more he reflected, the more chills ran down his spine. That feeling of brushing past death was truly no pleasant experience. Human, is it you who slaughtered my people? The Wasteland Wolf King spoke slowly, his tone laced with indifference. As if the deaths of the wolf demon priests held little significance in stirring its hatred. The wolf's head tilted slightly, its gaze fixed on Luo Hua. A breeze swept through, rippling its brown fur in waves, radiating an aura of authority without a trace of anger. That's right. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, his voice unwavering and direct. His body shifted slightly, his gaze fixed on the fleeing figures below, constantly monitoring their movements. He could only buy time, striving to secure a sliver of hope for them. If time truly ran out, he would have no choice but to resort to extreme measures. At that point, whether they lived or died would be uncertain. Strangely, upon hearing Luo Hua's words, the Wasteland Wolf King showed not a trace of anger. Instead, it bared its canine teeth even more prominently, seeming quite intrigued by him. Then, it spoke slowly. Interesting. Care to become my slave? Agree, and you may continue living in your world. Hearing this, Luo Hua narrowed his eyes. His scrutinizing gaze lingered over the Wasteland Wolf King, as if trying to see through him completely. Not angered by his gaze, the Wolf King instead revealed its full power. This unusual behavior sent Luo Hua's already heavy heart plummeting to its lowest point. Anxiety instantly consumed him, and he could scarcely believe the information he'd heard. If the other's words held any truth, it would spell disaster of the gravest order. To ensure he hadn't misheard, Luo Hua asked again in a steady voice. You mean, as your slave, and then continue living in our world? Exactly. What do you think? It's all upside for you. Luo Hua's inquiry seemed to stir the Desert Wolf King's desire to nurture talent. Without hesitation, the other repeated the offer. His words brimmed with temptation, showing no fear that Luo Hua might flee. Previously, the wolf demon priest had guarded the instance, but now things were different. As long as it remained, the others trapped within the instance would never have a chance to escape. Unless, of course, it was slain right here. But was that even possible? The Wasteland Wolf King was supremely confident unless outsiders were willing to pay a heavy price. They must send in a level 60-second awakening user, risking the unknown dangers. Otherwise, it's an unsolvable problem. Well, I'll give you 3 more seconds to consider. The Wasteland Wolf King folded his arms, speaking with casual ease. As for the fleeing awakened below, he merely gave them a dismissive glance before turning his attention elsewhere. After all, no matter how they fled, they couldn't escape his grasp. Withdrawing its gaze, it raised a claw toward Luo Hua. Rest assured, make your choice freely. These people below won't be able to leak any information. The Wasteland Wolf King's lips curved into a confident smile as he spoke. His words carried an intangible allure anyone with even a shred of wavering resolve would likely have already agreed. Those below who hadn't fled far enough heard the words and looked up in terror. They feared that with a single nod from Luo Hua, he would agree. For them, that would mean certain death. Facing a boss of unknown rank was bad enough, but they also had to contend with this masked figure and a monarch-level monster. What could they possibly fight with? Sacrificing their lives would be pointless, they wouldn't even scratch the surface of the enemy's defenses. Luo Hua remained oblivious to their thoughts, merely shaking his head. He had already confirmed one thing: there was no point in wasting any more time. He had bought them time, but if they couldn't appreciate it, there was nothing more he could do. He raised a single finger and waved it at the Wasteland Wolf King. No. I think Mr. Wolf King might not be aware. Oh? Hearing Luo Hua's words, the Desert Wolf King hooked his jaw with his paw, clearly intrigued. It had shown Luo Hua nothing but patience. It had no intention of attacking him outright until he received a clear refusal. Long before you descended upon our world, we had long since abandoned the concept of slaves. With that, Luo Hua's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 98, King vs. King. Human, are you mocking me? Hearing Luo Hua's words, the Wasteland Wolf King's gaze darkened. Gone was the earlier gentleness. His wolf face now bore a savage, ferocious expression. His jaws parted, bearing a row of sharp canine teeth. So what if I am? Facing the Wolf King's threat, Luo Hua showed no fear, only utter disdain. His earlier pretense of cooperation had merely been a ploy to extract more information. Now that it was no longer necessary, there was no need for excessive politeness. No matter how formidable the opponent, it couldn't escape the confines of the dungeon. It was just a wolf. Could it really turn the world upside down? Fine. Very well. Is this your trump card? The Wasteland Wolf King laughed bitterly in rage. He raised his head slightly, fixing his gaze on the evil-eyed ox demon's eyes as he spoke. Though it looked somewhat out of place, not even as big as one of the ox demon's eyes. No one dared underestimate it, not even Luo Hua. Its king-tier strength was undeniable, compelling him to treat it with utmost caution. What do you think? Luo Hua's lips curled slightly before he bellowed at the evil-eyed ox demon, big eyes. Get them all out of here. The moment the words left his mouth, the evil-eyed ox demon sprang into action. Before the Wasteland Wolf King could react, its gaze still tinged with confusion, the demonic-eyed ox demon lunged toward the awakened ones. Its massive paw descended like a shadow, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. The sudden attack sent them tumbling backward in terror, too stunned to resist. Their minds went blank. They couldn't fathom why Luo Hua would suddenly turn on them at this critical moment. Before they could process it, the ox demon's massive paws tore into the earth like excavators, digging 3 feet deep. The very ground beneath the awakened one's feet was torn up along with it. The ground shook violently, sending the already terrified group scrambling to huddle together. Only in this embrace did they find a semblance of security. Little did they know, the evil-eyed ox demon had no intention of attacking them at all. Otherwise, their flimsy defenses would have merely saved a bit of space when they were buried. Under their horrified gaze, the scorched earth beneath their feet rapidly rose. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the overhead sinkhole, revealing the scorched world beyond. Yet even now, it showed no sign of stopping. The next moment, a sudden gale swept in, gathering speed with each passing instant. Terrified, they realized they were being hurled upward along with the very ground beneath their feet. The howling wind stung their cheeks. Within the cave, Luo Hua withdrew his gaze and addressed the Wasteland Wolf King with a calm tone. It's certainly not my main reliance, but it does help me handle many matters. Alright. Now that the nuisance is gone, it's time to show some real skill. With that, he snapped his fingers. With a click, a pair of white eyes abruptly rose from the ground. The dust settled, revealing a gentleman dressed in a tailcoat and top hat. But the next second, the moment he opened his mouth, that sense of elegance shattered instantly. Good evening, boss. What kind of free labor do you need me for this time? Let me see? A king-class little wolf pup? The magician feigned ignorance, scanning the altar before finally fixing his gaze on the Wasteland Wolf King. But that puppy nickname made the Wolf King's eyes bulge, ready to tear him apart at any moment. As a king-level boss, such blatant contempt was unbearable. Had the other not been a fellow king tier whose capabilities remained unknown, it would have attacked long ago. How else could it have tolerated the magician's unchecked slander? Put. So you were fighting a losing battle all along. I thought I was working for free. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered coming. The magician's hand muttered dejectedly, head drooping listlessly. Yet its eyes darted about mischievously, its thoughts hidden behind a sly glint. So that's why you dared refuse me so bluntly. But if you think he alone can stop me, you're being far too naive. I'll show you all that even among kings, there are still differences. A savage glint flashed in the Desert Wolf King's eyes as he shot a sidelong glance at Luo Hua. He even looked down on the magic hand. With a flick of his arm, the claws shot out, their sharp tips glinting coldly. Hey, hey, hey! What's this yellow-skinned dog saying? Am I weak? Before the fight even began, Magic Hand already started yelling. Pointing his finger right at the Desert Wolf King's nose, he snapped back in a foul mood. While not exactly spewing profanities, it wasn't much better directly calling the mighty Wolf King a worthless yellow-skinned mutt, not even worthy of being called a demon beast. The moment the words left his mouth, the Desert Wolf King's eyes narrowed sharply. A sliver of murderous intent flashed through his blue pupils. At the same moment, Luo Hua and Magic Hand both sensed something and turned their heads, their expressions darkening in an instant. Swish! In the next instant, a cold gleam streaked toward them. Magic Hand executed an elegant sidestep, dodging to the side. Luo Hua, however, somersaulted backward and leapt, plummeting straight toward the edge of the altar without a moment's hesitation. Just then, the evil-eyed ox demon reached out its hand and caught him. It swiftly withdrew its hand, creating distance from the altar, leaving the opponent no chance whatsoever. Cunning human! The moment Luo Hua vanished, the Wasteland Wolf King materialized in his former position. His eyes darted rapidly, scanning the magician and Luo Hua, muttering a curse under his breath. Once I deal with this troublesome fellow, I'll properly slaughter you. Is that so? I doubt you have the strength for it. Though Luo Hua lacked the final confidence, his words showed no retreat. He would never surrender. To the Wasteland Wolf King, a human traitor would be utterly useless. With that settled, he had nothing left to fear. Oh whoa! The Wasteland Wolf King let out a furious howl and lunged at the magician's hand. Moving like lightning, the distance between them closed rapidly. However, the magician's movements were hardly slower. The moment the opponent drew near, he had already prepared his countermeasure. For playing cards shot out, blocking the Desert Wolf King's path. As the attack closed in, the Wolf King's pupils contracted sharply. Despite his absolute confidence in his own strength, he chose not to confront it head-on. His body halted abruptly, twisting mid-stride as if attempting to sidestep the cards. But just then, an infuriatingly smug voice rang out. Card spirit, bomb! Instantly, the playing card mid-flight flashed crimson and swelled. Before the Wasteland Wolf King could react, it exploded violently. Boom! The flames engulfed him in an instant. The searing flames nearly ignited the surrounding air. Had anyone from the Jiangcheng Enforcement Team's Beijing branch been present, they would likely have been stunned speechless. The same skill unleashed here now boasted over 3 times the destructive power they had witnessed before. Rolling thick smoke accompanied the blaze. Oh whoa! Damn flies! The Wasteland Wolf King swept his paw, sending a gust of wind that instantly dispersed the smoke. His gaze fixed on the magician's hand, the killing intent in his eyes grew ever more intense. Chapter 99, Mu Wanqiu's Resolve. Swirls of smoke rose from the Wasteland Wolf King's body, remnants of the flames he had just unleashed. With a sudden flick of his body, like a dog shaking off fur, he swiftly cast aside all the filthy debris. Useless junk. The Wasteland Wolf King clenched his fist, his aura surging. A sudden glow erupted from the ground, the summoning array sharing the same origin as the altar. In the next instant, the light blazed brightly, and over a dozen figures shot up from the ground. This was the Wasteland Wolf King's innate skill, Ancestral Wasteland Wolf. Damn, this is completely off the script. What boss uses summoning when they're at full health? Luo Hua cursed under his breath, summoning the silver armor guard and the bloodthirsty werewolf once more. As for the jungle tiger, he simply ignored it. At this level of combat, its presence would be nothing but a suicide mission. The Wasteland Wolf King and the magician hand were better off not engaging. If they actually fought, a single shockwave could likely obliterate it in an instant. Oh whoa! A sudden howl erupted from the mouth of the new wolf demon priest. Immediately, the remaining wolf demons joined in, lifting their heads in unison to howl. The sound pierced the silence, echoing endlessly through the vast depths of the cavern. Far away, in the scorched lands, the awakened beings who had just been rescued far away felt their hearts sink with dread. Those who ran fast were mostly fine, though their legs felt weak. But those who had run slower were likely trembling all over. To be tossed by a demon Idox demon like that and still be alive was nothing short of a miracle. Where's the priest? Where the hell did the damn priest go? Is anyone out there? I think my ribs are broken. Why can't healing potions just restore health instead of healing injuries? The ground echoed with cries of agony as a dozen awakened wept in pain. Stranded in this dungeon with no one to help and no way out, despair was the only word to describe their state of mind. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in their line of sight. A prominent chest first caught their attention, followed by the figure's white priest's robe. Though tattered and torn, the style left no doubt. Hey, you! The priestess! Save us! Late Autumn, hurry! Cast healing! My chest feels like it's crushing me. Junior, save me first. I'll definitely give you half of whatever loot we get in the dungeon. The group lying on the ground lit up with excitement the moment they saw Mu Wanqiu. Especially since she was a fellow Yanzhou University student, everyone recognized her. Earlier, they'd been too busy fleeing to notice anything, let alone realize that Mu Wanqiu was among the priests. But now it was different. Though their injuries were severe, none were life-threatening. Still, that feeling of helplessness calling out to heaven and earth, yet finding no answer had inevitably bred despair. The moment they saw Mu Wanqiu, hope flickered back to life in their eyes. Only then did they take the time to properly examine this priestess. Alright. Hold on. Mu Wanqiu nodded, her small hand tightening around the staff in her grasp. Earlier, when she emerged from the passageway and saw a vast expanse of scorched earth streaking across the sky, she knew it was Luo Hua's handiwork. Both the direction and the giant palm visible at the tunnel's entrance pointed to that colossal monster. With her level 40 strength, she could clearly discern that the scorched earth was littered with awakened beings. Combined with the werewolf that had appeared last, she instantly pieced together what was happening. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the scene. Hearing the cries for help, Mu Wanqiu rushed forward in a few strides, raising her staff high, ready to cast a healing spell to save them. Just then, she suddenly heard a murmur of discontent. It's all that masked man's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Exactly. Couldn't he have delayed things just a little longer? My ribs, my leg bones all ruined by that bastard. The group of awakened ones continued to speak disparagingly about Luo Hua. They didn't notice at all that Mu Wanqiu's expression was growing colder and colder. Hey, Junior, why haven't you cast healing yet? The others looked up in confusion, only to see her holding her priest's staff motionless. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pain any longer and asked Mu Wanqiu. Yet the only response they received was her cold snort. Sorry. People like you should find someone else. Without pausing, she turned and walked away resolutely, paying no heed to the wails behind her. No matter how they cursed or pleaded, she never once looked back. Meanwhile, Xia Yingyao and the others suddenly perked up, lifting their heads toward the direction of the large pit. The wolf howls had been particularly piercing, clear enough to hear distinctly even from their distance. Did you hear that? Xia Yingyao frowned, asking in a low voice. Yes. Clearly not something an ordinary wolf demon could manage. Indeed. Looks like that's where the boss is. But it's probably pretty powerful. Lu Qingping and Wang Zhao nodded in agreement, sharing their assessments. At the same time, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Given their current strength, rushing in would be nothing short of suicide. We're not actually going in there, are we? Pang Xin asked timidly. Among the four present, his strength was the weakest. His level 30 stats were so weak compared to the others that he barely had the ability to protect himself. No. We absolutely won't go. Xia Yingyao shook her head slowly. She lifted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the deep pit, filled with worry. Despite this, she remained composed. If we go over there, we'll only slow him down and hinder his performance. So, we just need to keep our distance and ensure we can regroup with Luo Hua as soon as he emerges. Hearing this, Lu Qingping and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, as she said, the combined strength of their group might not even match Luo Hua alone. Though they weren't entirely certain of Luo Hua's true strength, they held this belief with unwavering conviction. Someone's coming? Suddenly, Mage Wang Zhao frowned and looked toward the direction of the large pit. There, a slightly plump figure was running toward them. Taking small, quick steps, the figure didn't run particularly fast. Particularly striking was the voluptuous sway that accompanied each stride. Whoa! Lu Qingping and his two companions all sucked in their breath in unison. Even Pang Xin, who seemed to live only to eat, couldn't help but tremble, his eyes widening in shock. But soon, a chill swept over them. Turning their heads, they met Xia Yingyao's gaze, a look that treated them like trash. Ahem, well, we were just curious how a priest could survive alone in a dungeon. Yeah. Seriously, this dungeon is so white. Ugh. This dungeon is so dangerous. What's with that look? I was just starving and thought a giant white steamed bun was walking toward me. As soon as Pang Xin finished speaking, even Wang Zhao shot him a skeptical look. But upon seeing the sincerity bordering on foolishness in his eyes, the doubt vanished instantly. Good grief, seeing such a stunning beauty and still thinking about food, he must be starving. He exchanged a glance with Lu Qingping, silently giving Pang Xin a thumbs up. Yingyao. What are you doing here? You came to the dungeon too? Just then, the sweet voice of the white-robed priestess suddenly rang out. Chapter 100, Xia Yingyao's sense of crisis. Late autumn? Hearing the voice, Xia Yingyao responded uncertainly. Though it was an old acquaintance, she hesitated to confirm it, especially within the confines of this dungeon. It's me. Mu Wanqiu smiled sweetly, reaching out to grasp Xia Yingyao's hands and giving them a gentle shake. Though her face was smudged with scorched earth and bloodstains, her playful demeanor remained unchecked. Feeling the warmth of her friend's touch, Xia Yingyao studied her up and down once more. Her mouth opened slightly, hesitation in her voice as she spoke. But you. Don't even mention it. The teachers at the support academy are so strict. I snuck out here. They even said, don't team up with outsiders unless you have to. They're just after our free healing. Mu Wanqiu pouted, grumbling discontentedly. If it weren't for Xia Yingyao being so familiar with her, she'd never have blurted all this out so casually. Hearing this, not only Xia Yingyao but even Pang Xin and the others nodded in agreement. Honestly, if it were me, I'd want a healer in my party too. Don't even get me started. The wounds run deep. Life potions can heal them, but if a bone's broken? That's real pain. That always makes me laugh. Yesterday, that idiot in our class went crazy and got his leg kicked off by Brother Hua. Oh? Then the treatment costs must be. You know what? The three grown men exchanged knowing grins, winking and chuckling to themselves. If it were any other topic, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when it came to Luo Hua, they had plenty to discuss and even thought he'd handled it perfectly. Their peculiar behavior drew a frown from Mu Wanqiu, who pulled away with obvious distaste. She hid behind Xia Yingyao, refusing to engage with them. It's fine. They're not bad people. You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't let Senior Lu's rough looks fool you, or Senior Wang's plain appearance, or Pang Xin's chubby build. They're all genuinely good people. Xia Yingyao waved her hand dismissively as she addressed Mu Wanqiu. Now that the other party was stranded in the dungeon, banding together was inevitable. Hearing her words, Mu Wanqiu nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Though she was a year ahead of Xia Yingyao, she was still somewhat less adept at social interactions. Turning to look, she saw only three disoriented figures, seemingly muttering something under their breath. A bit off. Ugly. Looks like a meatball. The three crouched on the ground in unison, drawing circles. Above them, dark clouds seemed to gather, lingering stubbornly in the sky. Xia Yingyao's lips twitched slightly as she averted her gaze. For some reason, she felt introducing Mu Wanqiu to them had been a profoundly wrong decision. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Mu Wanqiu snapped out of her thoughts and asked the others. Everyone else was fleeing outward, yet they were doing the exact opposite. A friend of ours went inside earlier. We wanted to check on the situation. Xia Yingyao paused briefly before answering truthfully. However, she chose to withhold part of the truth, especially regarding Luo Hua. It wasn't that she didn't trust Mu Wanqiu, but she felt the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Your friend? Mu Wanqiu paused at the mention. She slowly raised a finger to her lips, tilting her head as she pondered for a moment. But no matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't recall anyone entering the building excluding Xia Yingyao and her group, of course. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. But she shook her head almost immediately, dismissing the thought as unlikely. After all, among Xia Yingyao's group before her, the strongest was Lu Qingping. But no matter how she looked at it, his strength didn't seem particularly high. Anyone capable of teaming up with that senior couldn't possibly be so ordinary. Lu Qingping remained utterly oblivious to Mu Wanqiu's thoughts. If he knew he'd been silently criticized again, he'd probably take another blow to his ego. I haven't seen it yet, but it should be out soon. Mu Wanqiu said, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain. As if something occurred to her, she seemed quite certain of her thoughts. Earlier, a senior was inside and rescued us all. I think your friend must be in there. Senior? The moment the words left her mouth, the group instinctively exchanged glances. Instantly, they read the same meaning in each other's eyes. Seeing Xia Yingyao and the others look worried, Mu Wanqiu added reassuringly. Don't worry, that senior is really capable. I don't know what he looks like, but as long as he's here, we're safe for now. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a rosy red. Even she hadn't noticed this change. She only felt a faint warmth spreading across her cheeks. Instinctively, she attributed it to the scorching heat of the scorched earth territory. Xia Yingyao observed this and couldn't help but feel a sense of danger rising within her, a feeling she herself hadn't even recognized. Yet, deep within her subconscious, a persistent warning echoed, she must never reveal Luo Hua's information. Is that so? Since Senior has stepped in, I imagine he'll be safe. Then we can just wait for him here. What do you think? Xia Yingyao turned to look at Pang Xian and the others. According to the original plan, they had never intended to venture further, so this suggestion seemed perfectly reasonable to them. But why did it feel so off when she actually said it? Brother Lu, why does this feel kinda off? Yeah, boss. Everything seems normal, but it just feels off. What's going on? Pang Xian and the others huddled together, voicing their perplexity. Lu Qingping frowned, equally perplexed. Running his fingers over his chin, the slight prickling sensation on his skin helped him gather his thoughts. I think Yingyao might be trying to protect his identity. Right. That's it. Lu Qingping clapped his hands and answered decisively. But when he looked up, he caught both of them shooting him contemptuous glances. It wasn't condescension, but rather an intellectual superiority that seemed to mock his naivety. No? If that's not hiding his identity, then what else could it be? Suddenly, Lu Qingping lost his temper. His answer was perfectly sound. What did those looks mean? Just then, Pang Xian suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Brother Lu. Who'd have thought you could actually speak like a normal person? He even shook his head, feigning the air of an elder. Before Lu Qingping could react, another hand landed on his other shoulder. Turning his head, he saw his younger brother Wang Zhao mimicking Pang Xian's manner. Boss, if you hadn't said anything, we'd have thought you never spoke at all. The two of them, one on each side, were playing off each other like a double act. Only then did Lu Qingping realize he'd been mocked again. He was about to explode, but then it hit him they were right. To some extent, it felt like undoing one's pants to fart. Out of respect for Luo Hua, he didn't dwell on it further, unable to find a reasonable explanation in the moment. Just then, Xia Yingyao's cool voice cut through the air. What are you two whispering about over there? The moment the words left her lips, the three young men snapped to attention in unison, stiffly turning their heads. They were terrified their whispered conspiracy had been overheard, fearing the consequences would be bitter. Chapter 101, Lu Qingping's Embarrassment, the Wolf Demon's Brawl. Hearing Xia Yingyao inquiry, Pang Xian and the others inexplicably cringed in unison. Though her words were ordinary, to their ears they sounded like threats. No. We weren't saying anything. Lu Qingping waved his hands frantically, putting on an innocent act. This left Mu Wanqiu, who had heard rumors about him, looking utterly perplexed. She had heard that this senior student had a rather prickly personality and rarely got close to anyone. Apart from one subordinate, hardly anyone was willing to run dungeons with him. Especially among the support class students, some particularly notable cases had been widely discussed, which is why she remembered it so clearly. Today's encounter completely overturned those old rumors. This senior didn't seem as terrible as others described. He got along quite well with juniors and seniors alike, showing not a shred of seniority. This is strange. Why am I encountering so many odd things today? Mu Wanqiu scratched her head, utterly perplexed. Before she could find an answer, Xia Yingyao clapped her hands decisively, settling the matter. Alright, since that's the case, we'll rest right here. With that, she pulled out her own folding chair, ready to offer it to Mu Wanqiu. But someone else beat her to it, as if afraid she might take offense. No need, no need. Sis, just use mine. Lu Qingping hurriedly grabbed his own chair and shoved it behind her. Before she could react, he'd already dashed off, pulled out another small chair, and settled down leisurely. The whole sequence left Pang Xian utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at Lu Qingping, then at the chair he'd left behind. For a split second, it felt like his brain had frozen. Wait. Pang Xian pressed his temples, struggling to recall. His gaze darted back and forth between Lu Qingping and the chair. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he let out a startled cry. Holy! You've got a ing chair too? In that moment, Pang Xian seemed to grasp something. He touched his nose to make sure it wasn't red before letting out a sigh of relief. Bro, that's not fair. I asked you for a chair earlier, why didn't you give me one? Pang Xian looked at Lu Qingping with wide, innocent eyes, his expression full of hurt. His pitiful expression felt slightly out of place. Seeing this, Lu Qingping remained calm. He looked at Pang Xian earnestly and said, Sanjin, it's not that I didn't want to give you one. I'm broke too. It's just an ordinary chair, it couldn't handle your weight like that. And honestly, I only have two this time. Lu Qingping's words were filled with helplessness, each syllable dripping with bitterness. Facing their questioning gazes, he chose not to elaborate further. The truth was plain, nearly all his previous wealth had been handed over to the Lu family's main branch. He truly had little disposable income left. Most of his money went toward gear purchases to ensure his safety in dungeons. As for daily necessities, he scrimped wherever possible, emphasizing frugality above all. Listening to his words, Pang Xian glanced back at the two chairs. Just as Lu Qingping had said, they were ordinary chairs, a testament to frugality taken to the extreme. Hey! If I weren't trying to lose weight, I'd be sitting in your chair right now. Pang Xian didn't dwell on it, instead putting on a show of displeasure. Truthfully, he didn't take it too seriously. His act was more to ease Lu Qingping's awkwardness. With that, he patted his pants and sat down on the ground. No one expected such a seemingly ordinary event to draw out such a small thing. Mu Wanqiu pouted, her voice as quiet as a mouse, her big eyes darting back and forth. Xia Yingyao, however, seemed completely absorbed in her own world, paying no attention to their affairs. With no commotion, she was happy to relax, seizing every moment to rest. While silence hung heavy here, Luo Hua's side was already embroiled in fierce combat. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions echoed throughout the entire cave. With the awakened beings no longer hindering him, Luo Hua fought with complete abandon. Clang! With a swift swing of his sword, he instantly ended the life of a wolf demon. Suddenly, a cold gleam flared beside him. The wolf demon guard raised its claws, sweeping them viciously toward his head. The blow carried tremendous force. If struck, he would likely lose half his life, if not his entire being. Facing the danger at his side, Luo Hua merely gave it a casual glance before continuing to parry the attack before him. In the blink of an eye, just as the great sword was about to descend, a massive black blade shot out from nowhere. Clang! The dull clang echoed, making ears tingle. The silver-armored guard's blue aura flared brightly as he gripped his greatsword tightly. After blocking the wolf demon guard's attack, he swept his blade in a horizontal strike, returning it to its owner. Boom! Faced with the heavy blow, the wolf demon guard was sent flying backward. Unable to even momentarily hinder the advance, it was utterly defeated. Amidst the battle, a flash of darkness swept overhead. The evil-eyed ox demon swung its massive paw, striking toward the wolf demon priest. Wolf King's blessing! A new priest, a new cooldown. As the ox demon's attack closed in, it unleashed its most potent defensive technique without hesitation. Leaving the ox demon no chance, he struck without retreat. Boom! The attack struck, slamming directly into the shield. The powerful recoil made the evil-eyed ox demon's palm tremble slightly. In a battle between equals, this was the first time it had ever been so thoroughly outmatched. Moo! Its savage nature ignited instantly, unleashing a thunderous bovine bellow toward the heavens. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from its palm as it struck the shield once more. The force was immense, making the air seem to crackle with explosions. With every inch of its advance, the color of the ox demon's palm grew darker and darker. By the time it struck, it had turned as red-hot as a piece of iron. Boom! 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 3 consecutive strikes. With each strike, the sturdy shield shook violently. Yet even after the assault ended, it failed to breach the Wolf King's protection spell. Moo! Seeing that none of the repeated attacks had succeeded, the evil-eyed ox demon grew utterly enraged. A bellowing roar erupted as steam shot from its nostrils like pillars. The next instant, the axe materialized and swung fiercely at the shield. This time, it held nothing back. The sharp axe blade struck just once, and the Wolf King's protection spell began to violently tremble. Watching this unfold, the wolf demon priest felt his mouth go dry. Turning to look at Luo Hua's side, he saw that 2 of the 5 guards had been taken down, and some ordinary wolf demons had also suffered casualties. Yet, they still hadn't managed to capture Luo Hua. In fact, he seemed to have barely expended any energy at all. At a glance, Luo Hua seemed to be merely catching his breath. How is this possible? The wolf demon priest's small head was filled with confusion. He clearly remembered that awakened ones from the outside world were supposed to be weak. Why was it the opposite here? It wasn't just him, even the wasteland wolf king atop the altar shared the same thoughts. A fierce glint burned in the wolf king's eyes, his desire to charge out and finish off Luo Hua right then and there nearly overwhelming him. Hey! Getting distracted during battle isn't a good habit, you know. The smug voice startled the wolf king. The instant it turned its head, 5 playing cards flew straight toward its face. Card Spirit, Flush. Chapter 102, The Joker Assistant returns. Just as the wasteland wolf king turned his head, a flurry of cards slammed into his face. Caught off guard, it couldn't dodge in time. Thud. 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 1756. 2533. Each strike landed with greater force than the last. Like bone-piercing nails, they struck directly into its bones, making it wince in pain. Its health bar plummeted at an alarming rate. While not fatal, the damage was far from trivial. Awah! The Wolf King suddenly roared, this time truly enraged. A cold gleam flashed in its eyes as it swiftly closed in on the magician. Just as it closed in, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat. A wind blade swelled in the air, charging straight ahead. Whoa! That yellow-skinned dog talks a big game. The magician feigned surprise at the sight. Then, with a swift twist of his black umbrella, it abruptly opened with a thud, its canopy facing the wind blade. Thud! The attack struck the black umbrella with a heavy thud. A soft thud echoed, followed by utter stillness. It was as though the attack had been nothing more than a common, ordinary gust of wind. Well, what do you say, yellow-skinned dog? Got any more tricks up your sleeve? Bring 'em on. You damn fly, I'll see how long you can keep buzzing around. The magic hand's taunting words ignited the wasteland wolf king's fury once more. Already seething with rage, the killing intent in its heart toward the magician's hand had reached its peak. As fellow kings, failing to land a hit after multiple consecutive attacks was a serious blow to its pride. This wasn't merely about failure, it was a matter of its own authority. You will pay a terrible price. The desert wolf king's eyes narrowed as his form surged forward, lunging at the magician. Its speed left only a blurred afterimage, closing the distance in an instant. Faced with this sudden assault, the magician stood frozen, offering no resistance whatsoever. Without a moment to think, the desert wolf king slammed him to the ground, claws raised high. Clang! The sharp claws extended, a chill suddenly emanating from them. Attack after attack rained down upon the magician's hand. Scratch after scratch appeared, shredding the tailcoat to tatters in an instant. Stop scratching! Stop scratching! Stop it now! If you keep scratching, you'll ruin my stand prop. Stop now! Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! The magician's wails echoed incessantly, tinged with a faintly insolent tone amidst the chaos. Hearing the voice, the desert wolf king's movements abruptly froze. His hand paused, and his gaze cleared momentarily. Only then did it realize the creature pinned beneath it wasn't the annoying bastard at all, just a decoy. Meanwhile, the magician's hand stood nearby, a smirk playing on its lips as if mocking him. Damn you! As a wolf, its wits were no match for the magician's hand. In just a few exchanges, it had been completely outmaneuvered. At that moment, it felt less like a wolf and more like a complete fool. Boom! Just as its eyes flashed with fury, ready to tear the magician's hand to shreds. Boom! The remaining stand props suddenly exploded. The powerful blast instantly hurled it backward, leaving no room for reaction. If not for its thick hide and massive 300,000 HP, it would have lost half its life right then and there. Oops. Forgot to tell you. Even though the stand can't move, it can still explode. If it doesn't absorb the maximum damage within this set time, it'll blow up. Haha, sorry about that. Magic Hand offered an apology, but the smirk on his face betrayed his words. That infuriating smirk sent a wave of emotion through the desert wolf king's heart. Seizing the moment while the magician was gloating, he abruptly flipped upright and swiftly extended a hand. His palm opened wide, reaching out through the air. Rage suppression. The wolf king's voice was cold and sharp, his gaze intensifying. The moment the words left his mouth, the magician's hand felt his entire body suddenly stiffen, completely immobilized. Gotcha! Damn fly! The wasteland wolf king let out a savage grin, bearing a row of sharp fangs. After pinning the magician hand down with one hand, he instantly charged forward with lightning speed. His claws slashed straight for the magician's chest, his face radiating the certainty of victory. He was certain that if he landed this strike, the magician would have no chance to fight back. As the attack drew closer, the triumphant expression on the desert wolf king's face grew more pronounced. The fury's suppression hadn't yet ended, leaving the magic hand no chance to dodge. Just then, a detached voice rang out. Mirror world! The words had barely left the speaker's lips when a mirror abruptly materialized. Before the Wolf King could react, a colorful figure darted out from within. Clenching its fist, it swiftly slammed it into the Wolf King's face. Boom! The single blow sent the Wolf King flying backward. Immediately afterward, the suppression effect on the magician's hand was lifted, restoring its freedom of movement. Hey, hey, hey! Why did you call me out here? Our health is already low enough as it is. Splitting up like this just gives it a chance to hit each of us. The clown assistant crossed his arms, grumbling irritably. Even as he spoke, he kept a watchful eye on the Desert Wolf King's movements, guarding against a sudden ambush. Hearing this, the magician merely brushed the dirt off his sleeve without responding. Ugh! Talking to you, you silent blockhead, is just no fun at all. Where's the boss? Let me see where he's gone. The clown's assistant placed a hand above his eyes, searching mischievously. Only when his gaze fell downward did he feign surprise. Whether genuine or feigned ignorance remained unclear. Woof! The Wasteland Wolf King shook his head, feeling a bit dazed. The clown assistant's earlier blow had been delivered without holding back, landing squarely on its face and stunning it completely. A howl escaped him, and he could feel the pain radiating across half his face. His consciousness still hazy, he heard that smug voice already. Ha ha ha! This yellow-skinned old dog is surprisingly tough to kill. The garishly dressed clown's assistant stood with hands on hips, mocking him without restraint. Meanwhile, the magician's hand wasted no words. He removed his top hat and tapped it lightly with his cane. Hat trick, Raging Rabbit. As the words fell, a streak of snow white burst forth from the hat. Upon touching the air, it rapidly expanded, growing as large as a water buffalo in an instant. To everyone's surprise, it was an adorably clumsy giant rabbit. Beneath its fur, however, the contours of its muscles were distinctly visible. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs. In an instant, its previously adorable appearance was utterly shattered. Squeak! The frenzied rabbit let out a shrill cry, its gaze instantly locking onto the Wasteland Wolf King. Its stubby legs scurried forward, charging at the Wolf King like a raging little truck. Before the Wasteland Wolf King could steady itself, a tremendous force slammed into its midsection. Whoa! That hit was something else. The clown assistant pretended to cover his eyes, looking as though he couldn't bear to watch. In the next instant, the Wolf King was hurled high into the air, crashing into the altar wall. Chapter 103, The Fall of the Silver Armored Guard. Dust rained down as the Wolf King struggled to his feet. Before he could steady himself, the berserker rabbit charged forward. Its speed was blinding, a white blur that gave the Wasteland Wolf King no chance to catch its breath. Strike while the iron is hot. As the threat closed in, the Wolf King suddenly lifted its gaze. A flash of coldness flickered in its eyes, but more prominent was the thirst for blood. Its sharp, pointed jaws parted slightly. Hey! Don't push your luck. The words barely left its mouth before a claw lashed out at the frenzied rabbit. Splatter! A cold gleam flashed as several streams of blood suddenly spurted forth. Warm blood splattered across the face of the Wasteland Wolf King, deepening its bloodthirsty intent. Instinctively, it extended its barbed tongue and gave it a light lick. Ahead, the rampaging rabbit that had been charging toward it exploded with a thunderous boom. Being summoned entities to begin with, they couldn't withstand attacks exceeding their critical threshold. What else have you got? Bring it on! The Wasteland Wolf King spoke with a cold sneer, his gaze condescending. The moment the words left his mouth, he noticed the clown assistant had vanished. His pupils contracted sharply, a sudden tightness gripping his heart. That single attack had made him realize the true horror of this creature. Unlike the magician's hand, who only cast spells from afar and immediately retreated upon being approached. But this clown assistant hadn't displayed any ranged attack capabilities from start to finish. And that attack, it could still feel a dull ache on its cheek. Gak gak gak. I'm right here. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang in his ears. The Desert Wolf King's heart jolted, and instinct drove it to lash out with a claw. Whoosh! The claw struck empty air. The hollow sensation of hitting nothing left it deeply unsettled. Realizing it had been tricked, it tried to pull back to defend itself, but it was already too late. Having expended all its strength in that strike, the powerful momentum prevented it from instantly retracting its paw. At that very moment, the Desert Wolf King suddenly felt a sharp pain in its rear. The clown's assistant delivered a swift kick, the slightly pointed shoe landing a heavy blow on its rear. Thud! 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 The immense force sent him flying backward. Its body bounced off the altar, bouncing back and forth like a rubber ball. Woohoo! Curveball! The clown's assistant raised both hands high, mimicking a goal celebration. It was unclear whether he was praising his own flawless performance or mocking the Wasteland Wolf King for falling for the trick. The magician remained silent, relentlessly unleashing his skills. Magic, flaming rose. Whoosh! As the words fell, without warning, a cluster of flames erupted beneath the Desert Wolf King. It bloomed like a rose, breathtakingly beautiful. Each petal was a tendril of burning flame, blazing fiercely. Unlike the final red rose in a true magic trick, the flaming rose was a genuine damage skill. The blazing inferno completely engulfed the wasteland Wolf King. No matter how it struggled or thrashed about, the flames remained tightly wrapped around it. A wretched howl erupted from within the flames, its mind already clouded by agony. Even its howl was forgotten. Rage. A sudden, low command echoed, and the flames erupted violently. Revealed was the wasteland Wolf King, shrouded in a faint crimson glow. Having activated the berserk skill, it felt power surge through its entire body, even scattering the flames with its aura. Despite its seemingly high health and apparent advantage, after a fierce battle, it had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the Magician's Hand and the Joker's assistant. A single King-tier opponent against two King-tier adversaries was no easy feat. And these were conjoined twins that their coordination was seamless, each compensating for the other's weaknesses. Facing two opponents like this was nothing but a beating waiting to happen. Rather than being slowly worn down to death, a swift resolution was preferable. Hesitation meant defeat. The Wasteland Wolf King decisively activated his berserk mode. This time, it was all or nothing, no room for error. Oh no! We're done for. The clown assistant spread his hands, looking utterly resigned. The Magician's Hand lowered his head slightly, lost in thought, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. Oh whoa! The Wasteland Wolf King let out a sudden, thunderous roar, instantly stunning the clown assistant standing closest to him. With a swift, powerful hand, he grabbed the assistant's face and slammed him to the ground. A cruel smile spread across his lips. Seeing this, the Magician's Hand flicked a deck of cards forward without hesitation. Clink, clink, clink. The enhanced Wolf King didn't even need to look. His claw slashed diagonally, sending a flash of cold light shooting forth. In an instant, 5 cards were cleaved clean in two. The angle was so precise it ended the attack perfectly. Having done all this, it plunged its claw into the clown assistant's shoulder without hesitation. Thud. No blood flowed, but thick black mist poured out. Beneath the altar, Luo Hua lifted his head as if sensing something. How could this be? He murmured under his breath. Just as his attention wavered, a massive sword suddenly swung toward him. Sensing danger, Luo Hua scrambled to defend himself, raising his sword to block. Boom! It was too late. The moment he raised his hand, the blow struck his body. Fortunately, he was protected by thick armor and the guardian spirit's blessing. Otherwise, that single blow could have wiped out half his health. Even so, he was sent flying by the sword's force, crashing down into the distance. Thud! He slammed hard onto the ground. The searing pain in his back made him wince and grimace. Oh whoa! Having landed the blow, the wolf demon guard let out 2 excited howls. Swinging its greatsword, it charged relentlessly toward Luo Hua. Luo Hua now felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He had no time to mount a proper defense, unable even to execute the most basic guard. He could only grip his long sword tightly, searching for any opening the enemy might expose at any moment. Just then, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Roar! The deep, resonant sound split the air across the battlefield. At the sound, the charging wolf demon guard abruptly halted. Bloodshot eyes turned crimson as they fixed on the source of the sound. The greatsword in their hands rose high, swinging straight toward the direction of the roar. Silver Armor Guard activates skill, battle cry. Silver Armor Guard activates skill, fortified physique. Defense increased by 50% for 1 minute. Receiving the notification, Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, he saw that the attacks from the remaining 3 wolf demon guards were all directed at it. The same was true for the ordinary wolf demons. Recall. Luo Hua's pupils contracted as he barked the command repeatedly. Yet, the only response came from the cold prompt of the massively multiplayer game. Summoned creature is taunting, recall cooldown cannot be initiated. With that message, Luo Hua's heart sank to the bottom. He braced his arms, forcing himself to sit upright, even attempting to stand. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as the attack descended. Raging army. Luo Hua's eyes widened in fury, murderous intent surging within them. On the altar, the clown assistant who had just been clawed was wailing in pain. But at that moment, he suddenly froze. His gaze grew icy, even more profoundly still than the magician's own. Chapter 104, Possession. Countless attacks rained down, causing the 8-meter-tall silver-armored guard's body to pause. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, and a torrent of black mist surged from its body. In an instant, the entire cavern was shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring all clear vision. Having taken down a major foe, the wolf demons reveled in their triumph. They failed to notice that Luo Hua's face had turned dark and ominous. From being despised by all a year ago, to later discovering the Shadow Lord's talent, and up until now, the silver-armored guard had been almost the only one who had stood by him throughout his journey. It could be said that without its protection, Luo Hua would never have reached this point. Though it now struggled to keep pace with the dungeon boss's difficulty, its status remained unshaken. Luo Hua had anticipated this day, but never imagined it would come so swiftly. Kill! Kill them all! He did not roar loudly, his tone was eerily calm. Yet inexplicably, even the wolf demon priest nearby felt a chill run through them. Without hesitation, it unleashed an attack directly at Luo Hua. As the attack closed in, certain of success, a smug grin spread across the wolf demon priest's face. But strangely, neither the evil-eyed ox demon, the bloodthirsty werewolf, nor the jungle tiger showed any intention of intervening to block the skill. This abnormal behavior made the wolf demon priest's heart pound wildly. Possess! Luo Hua's voice was icy cold, filled with boundless killing intent. As the words fell, a blue light flickered in his eyes, much like the summoned creatures of necromancers. This was another minor skill of his, protective spirit, allowing the summoned entity to possess him and grant him its abilities and skills. At that moment, atop the altar, the clown assistant radiated a bright glow. The sudden change caused the wasteland wolf king to grow wary. A quick glance out of the corner of his eye revealed that the magician's hand in the distance showed no such strange phenomenon. Instead, he raised his hand, preparing to unleash his next ability. Whatever tricks you're playing, don't think you'll slip away from me. The wasteland wolf king roared, claws extended as it lunged toward the clown's assistant. But just then, he suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath him, his claws grasping only empty air. The clown's assistant before him gradually became ethereal, enveloped entirely in a blue glow. Impossible. The desert wolf king had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle and found it hard to believe. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupted from beneath the altar, piercing straight through the clouds. For some reason, it sent a chill down his spine. The desert wolf king's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to the edge of the altar and peered down. The moment it recognized that familiar figure, it couldn't help but shudder. He's just an ordinary human. How could he possess such power? Even he didn't realize his entire body trembled as he uttered those words. At that very moment, the figure below seemed to sense something and lifted its head, locking eyes with the wolf. Those deep blue eyes, like frost crystallized, sent an inexplicable chill through him. For some inexplicable reason, even though this human before it had shed its armor and revealed its true form. Yet inexplicably, a faint pang of unease stirred within. Shadow. Level, 40. HP 59, 639,600 Blessing Spirit plus 20,000. Summoned Beasts, Magic Hand LV.41, Evil-Eyed Ox Demon LV.40, Bloodthirsty Werewolf LV.40, Jungle Tiger LV.23. Constitution 6459. Strength 12669. Magic Power 6669. Defense 1179. Agility 1149. Gulp. The Wasteland Wolf King couldn't help but swallow hard, a chill running down his spine. Though lacking sweat glands, he wasn't drenched in perspiration. Yet his primal instincts made him feel distinctly uneasy. What's going on? The stats aren't that different, so why this strange feeling? The Wolf King instinctively touched his chest, feeling his heart pounding violently. That parched, dry feeling in his throat was undeniably real. Before he could recover from his shock, the magician's hand beside him launched an attack. Card Spirit, 13 Dragon. This time, the magician held nothing back. His opening move was a lethal technique never before unleashed. 13 cards spread densely, completely sealing off the Desert Wolf King's movement, all converging to strangle it. Fine threads even connected them, weaving a miniature net. Clang! 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 Sensing the impending danger, the Wasteland Wolf King swiftly withdrew its gaze. It delivered a series of slashes, striking the magician's attacks. The clanging sounds echoed continuously, yet failed to shatter the net formed by the playing cards. It continued to advance relentlessly, enveloping the wolf. Seeing no way to evade, he crossed his arms in front of him, preparing to endure the incoming assault. Boom! The moment the card net made contact, an explosion erupted. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the altar. Below the altar, Luo Hua watched the dark smoke above before withdrawing his gaze. Before him, a countdown displayed. Spirit binding duration, 0 hours 3 minutes 52 seconds. Huff! Huff! Luo Hua gasped for breath, each exhalation expelling thick plumes of white vapor. Despite being in the scorched wasteland where the climate was scorching hot, he felt only bone-chilling cold. Hey, hey, hey! Boss, hurry up and finish this fight. My body can't hold out much longer. The clown assistant's urgent pleas echoed relentlessly in his mind. The only response was Luo Hua's muffled groan. Though his power had surged rapidly, the sensation of this new force within him was unbearably uncomfortable. Huff! Luo Hua exhaled a cloud of murky breath, each exhalation carrying a hint of frost into the air. With a single step, the ground sank 3 inches beneath his foot. Attack! Quickly block him! The wolf demon priest trembled violently, shivering as he barked the order. At the command, the remaining wolf demons immediately wilted. Yet, the command of their superior could not be disobeyed. Legs trembling, they raised their blades and swung at Luo Hua. Clown, use your skill, Luo Hua said coldly. As the words fell, a crimson glow erupted from his hands. Simultaneously, a flood of skill information surged into his mind. As the wolf demons closed in, Luo Hua's eyes snapped open. His expression held a hint of madness, his lips stretched into a wide grin. His pupils reflected the savage faces of the werewolves, while he was consumed by nothing but endless killing intent. Party time! It's here! Luo Hua grinned widely, flipping his hands as several pitch-black bombs suddenly appeared. He flung them forward, hurling them onto the path the werewolves were advancing along. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions seemed to delight Luo Hua. The remaining bombs flicked back and forth in his hands like juggling balls. One after another, he hurled them forward, the explosions ringing out in rapid succession. Each blast carried over 10,000 points of damage, claiming at least one wolf demon per explosion. Within mere seconds, 3 wolf demon guards lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Only the wolf demon priest remained, its eyes bulging as it glared at him. Its entire body trembled uncontrollably. Behind it, a massive palm slammed into its back. Boom! The single blow sent the wolf demon priest crashing to the ground. Its bones felt as if they'd been shattered, leaving it utterly powerless. Just as it braced itself with both hands, attempting to sit up, it suddenly felt a heavy weight press down on its back. Did I give you permission to rise? Luo Hua's voice was icy cold as he planted his foot firmly on the wolf demon priest's back, towering over it. Chapter 105, Strike Out, Intercept the Wilderness Wolf King. The wolf demon priest turned its head in terror, meeting Luo Hua's piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate its very soul. Terror welled up from its heart, and its entire body shook uncontrollably. Spare me. At this moment, it cared for nothing else, not even the Wolf King above. It was merely a newly summoned wolf demon. What concept of loyalty did it possess? The oppressive presence of the Wolf King above felt weaker than that of the human before it. Yet, the response it received was not from Luo Hua, only a pair of icy eyes. Huff! A blast of icy air erupted, sending shivers down the wolf demon priest's spine. Before it could speak again, a sharp pain pierced its back, and sensation vanished from its lower body. Snap! The sound of shattering bones shattered the wolf demon priest's will to survive. It knew full well that Luo Hua had never intended to spare it. Moreover, with its cervical vertebrae shattered, without a shaman, it would never have the chance to be reborn. At least among the wilderness wolf demon clans, there were no shamans, no priests. In the ruthless world of the wolf clan, where the weak perish and the strong survive, its fate was sealed. Even before death arrived, its eyes had already turned ashen. Thud! Luo Hua's sword struck down, severing its lifeline. Time was scarce. He had no leisure to torment the wolf demon priest. After finishing this, he raised his head once more, gazing upward. With a swift movement, he stepped on the arm of the evil-eyed ox demon and climbed upward. On the altar, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the face of the wasteland wolf king. His eyes scanned the area, following Luo Hua's movements. The ox demon's arm slowly rose, gradually leveling itself parallel to the high platform. Luo Hua used this momentum to steadily draw nearer. In an instant, he was about to reach the altar. No! He mustn't get any closer. The wasteland wolf king's pupils contracted sharply as alarm surged through him. He raised his head to gaze at the cavernous pit in the cave's ceiling, the blood-red sky reflected in his eyes. He glanced back at Luo Hua in the magician's hand, crouching slightly as muscles bulged in his thighs. Even through his thick fur, the detail was clear. Stop it! As he ran, a chill seeped from Luo Hua's body. Seeing the wasteland wolf king's movements, he barked the order in a deep voice. At the command, Magic Hand hesitated not a moment, snapping his fingers. In the next instant, 9 mirror images materialized. Hovering silently in the air, they perfectly reflected the desert wolf king's raised gaze, a look of panic tinged with confusion. Without pausing to think, the wolf king leapt forward. As for the 9 mirrors facing him, he ignored them completely, charging straight through them, his claws lashing out. Judging by its posture, it intended to cleave all the mirrors in one strike and escape through this side. The end of its escape route lay at the edge of the sinkhole. If it could seize that opening, it could turn the tables and escape, wearing down Luo Hua's fusion time. In its eyes, Luo Hua's current state didn't look like it could last much longer. Ha ha ha! You think this will stop me? The wasteland wolf king roared with maniacal laughter, a savage gleam in his eyes. Just then, the mirrors suddenly flickered. The wolf king stared in horror as his own reflection vanished from the mirror's surface. In its place stood the magician, dressed in a tailcoat and top hat. In the next instant, they both passed through the mirror's barrier as if walking through mist, entering the cave. Facing the fierce claw-like beams, he merely extended an arm. Card Spirit, 7 consecutive pairs. Instantly, cards fluttered across the sky. Each pair of cards linked together, transparent threads weaving between them. The wasteland wolf king's pupils contracted sharply, his hackles rising. This scene was not unfamiliar to him, bearing a striking resemblance to the previous 13 dragon sequence. But this time, the attack's reach was vastly greater. 9 magicians launched their attacks simultaneously, their skills interlocking to form a vast net that descended upon him. Like a fisherman casting a net, the web spread out toward the wasteland wolf king. Wolf King Cannon. Hanging mid-air, the wilderness wolf king had no leverage to counter. Knowing evasion was impossible, the enraged beast opened its maw and unleashed a torrential blast. Instantly, a white light blazed through the air, crashing into the magic hand mirror images above. It must be noted that the mirrors possessed only attack potential. Their health was so low they could be shattered with a single touch. If this strike landed cleanly, it could wipe out all the mirrors in an instant. Suddenly, the Desert Wolf King felt a tight grip around its ankle, as if something had seized hold. A wave of panic washed over him. He remembered Luo Hua was still below. There was no way he could have caught up so quickly. But wasn't the magic hand a mage? How dare it come up to grab him like this? The attack had already left his mouth. The Wasteland Wolf King could not possibly look down. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw the magician standing not far away. So then, who was it that had seized its ankle? As his thoughts raced and he strained to comprehend, the figure had already exerted force. A sudden yank threw its body off balance. In that instant, the Wolf King cannon in its mouth veered off course, blasting toward the sky. The distant awakened ones merely sensed a streak of light slicing across the sky. The terrifying aura flickered and vanished, returning to stillness. Inside the cave, the weightless Wasteland Wolf King found its attack had completely dissipated. Only then did he notice that what had seized his ankle was none other than the magic hand mirror image. And that mirror was positioned directly behind where he had leaped from. In other words, the opponent had leaped alongside him, only preventing him from executing his move at the crucial moment. By the time the Desert Wolf King grasped the truth, it was already too late. Boom! 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 Attacks rained down in succession, striking solidly against its back. Energy-formed threads lashed at its body, instantly tearing its flesh open. Had it fought with full force, it wouldn't have found itself in such dire straits. But in its panic to flee, it had no time to fight back, leaving itself wide open. Though Luo Hua was merely an awakened one, for some inexplicable reason, the Wasteland Wolf King felt a deep, soul-shaking dread. Having withstood several attacks, the Wolf King had completely lost the strength to ascend. With a thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, the remaining 9 mirror images finally landed steadily upon the altar. In that very instant, the Wasteland Wolf King, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly flipped himself upright. Gale strike! A cold snarl echoed, and before the sound faded, his form vanished. In the blur, only a brown figure could be seen darting swiftly through the air. Except for the magician's hand, who seemed to sense danger and swiftly retreated, none of the other mirror images reacted in time. In a flash of cold steel, they were all cleaved clean in two. As the illusions froze rigid, a shattering sensation like broken glass rippled through them before they dissolved completely, leaving nothing behind. A warrior like the Wolf King was far less visually spectacular than a mage's skills, whether in terms of area of effect or damage output. Yet in a warrior's clash, every strike is lethal. A single misstep could leave one crippled. This held true for awakened beings, and the mirror image before him was no exception. In an instant, all 10 mirror images were wiped out. The Wasteland Wolf King's face twisted in fury, his breathing noticeably labored. Clearly, this move had taken a significant toll. It glanced toward the sinkhole, then swiftly scanned its surroundings. Suddenly, its pupils contracted. Unbeknownst to it, a slightly gaunt figure now stood at the edge of the altar. Chapter 106, The Giant Hammer Strikes, Sealing Victory. Human, we have no quarrel. As Luo Hua closed in, the Wasteland Wolf King growled a warning. Yet, as he spoke these words, his voice lacked conviction. Luo Hua remained silent, his eyes glowing with a deep blue light. With each step forward, shards of ice fell from his body. Huff! Huff! Heavy breaths poured from his nostrils and mouth, as loud as a bull's roar. His long sword was gripped tightly in his hand, its tip dragging along the ground. No grudge, no enmity. Luo Hua murmured the word slowly, his tone wavering between doubt and mockery. He and the Wasteland Wolf King had no grudge or enmity. That was impossible. Not to mention that the moment they met, the Wolf King had demanded he betray humanity, threatening to take his life if he refused. Had the silver-armored guard not unleashed his battle cry skill moments ago, absorbing the damage and sacrificing his life to protect him, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't have been killed by the wolf demon after being knocked to the ground. For this reason alone, he could not easily forgive the Wasteland Wolf King. At the very least, the silver-armored guard's sacrifice must not be in vain. Gale slash. Without another word. The moment the distance closed, Luo Hua unleashed his skill. In an instant, a sweeping arc of wind howled forth, carrying an intangible chill. Though it was an ordinary warrior skill, it posed a tremendous threat to the Wasteland Wolf King. His fur bristled, and his beastly pupils contracted to pinpricks. Gale strike. His claws struck at thin air, unleashing 3 fiery gusts. Though also wind elemental energy, it carried a faint sense of decline. Across from it, Luo Hua's gale rapidly intensified, instantly engulfing half the altar. Even the magic hand, fearing collateral damage, retreated to the side well in advance. Boom! The fierce wind and the swift wind collided. In an instant, the wind energy swept wildly, rampaging chaotically outward, sending sand and stones flying. Scratches appeared out of nowhere on the walls and the ground of the altar. It was impossible to discern what had flown past, yet the scorched earth was now dotted with pits and craters. As one of the instigators, the Wasteland Wolf King now glared with eyes bulging from their sockets. He pressed his hands forward, struggling to brace himself, as if attempting a final act of resistance through this gesture. But soon, he realized his thoughts were far too naive. Whoosh, whoosh. The howling wind whipped its fur into a wild, shimmering mass, revealing the contours of its body beneath. The attack unleashed by the Wasteland Wolf King lasted less than half a moment before being utterly shattered by Luo Hua's gale. After all this, the wind did not cease. It continued to howl, rapidly advancing toward the Wolf King. Wolf King's blessing. With no escape possible, it gritted its teeth and activated its final trump card. Though a priest's skill, as the Wolf King, he possessed some mastery of it. Moreover, compared to the Wolf Demon priests, the skill it unleashed was more condensed, and its defense appeared far more solid. Viewed from afar, it perfectly sealed a 2-meter radius around him, with no significant energy leakage. Its color was also far deeper than before, instantly revealing its extraordinary potency. Come on! The Wasteland Wolf King roared, a hint of madness in his eyes. It refused to believe that this single skill could possibly breach its shield. As the whirlwind closed in, the Wasteland Wolf King's eyes suddenly widened. For within its vision, a tiny crack had appeared on the surface of the blessing spell. Boom! In the next instant, a pale blue light enveloped it. A massive explosion echoed throughout the cave, shaking the scorched earth ceiling until it crumbled down in a shower of debris. Having landed the first blow, Luo Hua showed no sign of letting up. His gaze remained calm and composed as he moved through the smoke. He refused to believe that a single whirlwind slash could defeat a king-tier boss commanding 300,000 lives. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, then narrowed slightly. Trying to escape? A cold snort escaped his lips as his entire body shot upward. The long sword in his hand vanished, replaced by a massive hammer. The golden hammer of 1,000 pounds, the very hammer he'd used to smash the door, leaving a crack in its surface. Mighty hammer strike! Luo Hua roared, his muscles bulging. Visibly, veins bulged across his forehead and even his neck. The ice shards clinging to his skin a moment ago had now completely evaporated. A misty haze enveloped the space around him. Luo Hua's skin flushed crimson, his arms now thicker than his thighs had been moments before. He had no time for anything else now, his eyes fixed intently on a spot within the mist, filled with icy coldness. The giant hammer swung upward, and his entire body plunged toward that point. Riding the momentum of gravity, his speed reached an extreme. At that moment, the Wasteland Wolf King was tiptoeing cautiously, feeling his way outward while his vision remained blurred. Suddenly, it sensed a terrifying aura erupting overhead. No need to guess, it was undoubtedly Luo Hua again. As it pondered how to evade, the aura rapidly closed in. And that speed was nothing short of extreme. Before its mind could process it, the attack was already upon it. Amidst the swirling dust on the altar, a hammer had burst through, entering its field of vision, seemingly still glowing with fire. Its vision, which had been filled with swirling yellow sand, now contained only the hammer's silhouette. The entire sequence unfolded in less than half a second. By the time it saw the hammer, it was already too late. Boom! The hammer struck down. In an instant, the dust was swept away by the powerful shockwave. Centered on them, it drew a wide circle, rapidly expanding outward in all directions. A torrent of metal shards sprayed in all directions with the blast. It was none other than the level 40 equipment, the gilded 1,000-ton hammer. Even it couldn't withstand the recoil of the attack. Boom! The immense force knocked the evil-eyed ox demon off balance, slamming it hard against the cave wall. Its heavy body smashed a gaping hole directly into the entire wall. Even the fellow king-tier magician, though he'd already backed away, had to cross his arms to desperately brace against the shockwave. But it lasted less than a second before being swept away by the gale. With a thunderous crash, the altar wall bore the imprint of the impact. The colossal hammer, wielding over 12,000 points of force, dealt nearly 90,000 points of damage with this single strike. This was further amplified by the Shadow Lord's dual mastery of shadow and physical arts, where physical attacks carried an additional 80% magic damage. Coupled with the enhancement of magic martial power, the dual attacks always equaled the higher of the two. The single blow instantly stripped the Wasteland Wolf King of 1/3 of its health. Combined with the previous damage, it nearly wiped out the beast's remaining health. A whoa! A sudden, mournful howl echoed as the Wolf King collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Life-threatening injuries and devastating blows left it powerless to resist. Huff! Luo Hua exhaled a cloud of stale breath, his muscles trembling violently. The spirit-binding countdown in his vision had plummeted from over 3 minutes to just over 10 seconds. Human, spare me. I can recommend you to the royal family. I am their vanguard. Kill me, and you'll face endless retribution. Of course, if you spare me, we can forget the past. The Wasteland Wolf King trembled, pleading incessantly for Luo Hua's mercy. It would resort to any means necessary to secure a sliver of survival. Yet the only response it received was Luo Hua's contemptuous gaze. Royal blood? So what? Chapter 107, The Fall of the Wolf King, a Generous Reward. The royal family mentioned by the Wasteland Wolf King. Upon hearing this title alone, Luo Hua could already make a rough guess. Among the royal family, there must be an imperial-level boss presiding. As for their exact level and strength, that remained unknown. Yet he felt no fear, on the contrary, he dismissed the notion entirely. It would take time for the message to be relayed back, and he wasn't about to sit idly by waiting for his doom. During this interval, Luo Hua was confident his own strength would reach new heights. By then, even if an Imperial tier boss did descend, he might just be able to take it on. Hearing his reply, the Wasteland Wolf King suddenly sneered with disdain. Oomph. Ignorant brat, how could you possibly comprehend the true terror of the Imperial clan? Who knows where it found the audacity? A prisoner in chains, yet it dared to spout such nonsense. Since it dared to mock him, Luo Hua saw no need for courtesy. To him, the Desert Wolf King's death was inevitable, only a matter of when. The only reason he kept it alive was to see if any more information could be extracted. Now that it was proving so uncooperative, there was no reason to keep it alive. Besides, the spirit binding time was nearly up. Soul-devouring slash. As the words fell, the eyes that had begun to dim once more blazed with a brilliant blue light. A soul-shaking dread emanated from the depths of his being, piercing straight through the Wasteland Wolf King's eyes and striking his very core. Target under awe effect, duration 5.93 seconds. Over 5 seconds of control, even longer than the intimidation effect previously cast by Teacher Wang. The wolf tribe was inherently prone to rage and emotional instability, their mental state already fragile. Compounded by their current weakened state and lack of relevant eye techniques. Even a king-tier boss, under Luo Hua's soul-capturing slash, was no different from a novice. With the attack launched at close range, no evasive maneuvers were needed. A single strike severed the life of the Wilderness Wolf King. Defeated the king-tier Wilderness Wolf King. Gained experience. Player Dark Knight has reached level 41, gaining 50 free attribute points. Player Dark Knight has reached level 43. Congratulations on obtaining Royal Wolf Fawn Longsword, see Great Imprint Scroll, a Great Wolf King's Blessing, Wasteland Wolf King Bloodline. Cleared Scorched Land Territory LV.40, obtained 1 year of dungeon mining rights. A barrage of rewards crashed down upon Luo Hua. Utterly exhausted, he could scarcely process them. Level up auras flashed one after another, yet they couldn't heal the physical wounds inflicted by the spirit bond. Pop. Like a bubble bursting. The clown assistant was violently flung outward, hurtling toward the distance. Luo Hua, restored to his original attributes, stumbled backward as his legs gave way, his head spinning. Just as the back of his head was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a pair of arms clad in white gloves reached out and caught him securely. None other than the stern-faced magician's hand. Whoa! 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 I almost got myself killed. You ran off to catch the boss. Who the hell are we supposed to be, one entity or not? What the hell was that about? The completely exhausted clown assistant watched the scene unfold, then threw himself onto the ground, kicking and screaming. Like a child denied candy, he wouldn't stop fussing. Seeing this, the magician didn't say a word. He simply snapped his fingers calmly. Instantly, the clown assistant, who had been wailing loudly moments before, couldn't utter a single sound. Furious, he slammed his fists on the ground, voicing his grievances. I'm fine. Luo Hua steadied the magician's hand as he slowly rose to his feet, shaking his dazed head. The throbbing pain in his temples made him feel quite miserable. But upon seeing the dungeon reward, he felt a bit better. A royal grade wolf fawn longsword. I actually saw a royal grade equipment piece. Luo Hua could hardly believe his eyes. He should have been overjoyed, yet his face showed little sign of happiness. His body was utterly drained, his lips pale as paper. Even forcing a smile felt like an effort. King grade equipment stood above even a grade gear. Unlike skills and certain items, ordinary equipment reached its peak at a grade. Beyond that, they were categorized by boss tiers, such as King grade or Emperor grade. Only by possessing King grade equipment does one gain the basic qualification to confront a King grade boss. If one could assemble a full set, even a solo physical confrontation would not be impossible. Of course, Luo Hua was an exception. He had defeated the Wilderness Wolf King without any King tier gear beforehand. Now, with gear in hand, facing a boss of the Wolf King's caliber next time will offer a greater chance of victory. Wolf Fawn Longsword LV.40. Quality King tier. Attributes: Constitution plus 1000, Strength plus 2000, Agility plus 500. Blood Guardian excess healing effects convert into a life shield, max 20%. Blood Mark gain 1% lifesteal effect and an additional 1% maximum health shield. Gain 1 layer of Blood Seal per attack, up to 20 layers. Resets if no target is attacked within 30 seconds. Another lifesteal effect, plus a maximum 40% health shield. Luo Hua read the description and nodded with satisfaction. The Wolf Fawn Longsword paired with the bloodthirsty strike of the Mage Warrior. 30% lifesteal plus a 90% health shield. In a group battle, tossing a skill into a horde of beasts to stack up the shield first, what kind of effect would that have? As for whether the Blood Seal effect would break, that wasn't a major concern. As long as he remained in combat, it could sustain indefinitely. This thought suddenly gave Luo Hua insight into his next skill. He immediately shifted his gaze away from the Desert Wolf King's ultimate defensive technique. Wolf King's Blessing, that wasn't what he was seeking. Rather, it was the one following it. A C-grade imprint scroll. Luo Hua's heart began to pound wildly. It wasn't because it seemed too good to be true he was genuinely tempted. Having tasted the sweetness of a D-grade imprint scroll, he found it hard to forget. Soul-seizing slash, merely a D-grade skill, had enabled comprehensive development. If he could get his hands on a C-grade one, wouldn't that take him to an entirely new level? Add to that the task from Jiang Fengming, which would yield another B-grade scroll. 2 scrolls. This time, he was determined to craft a mage skill. Even if the damage isn't high, the duration must be sufficiently long. Only then could he maintain the uninterrupted effect of his blood seal. Once I return, I must seek out Teacher Wang for guidance. Luo Hua clenched his fists, his resolve set in stone. Before attending university, he thought skipping school was great. Now that he was at Yenzhou University, he realized some things were hard to come by outside. No need to pore over reference materials or rack my brain. Simply consulting his teacher about skill-related questions saved him a tremendous amount of unnecessary time. He rolled up the scroll and turned his attention to the final special item. Bloodline of the Wilderness Wolf King? Luo Hua murmured, suddenly recalling something. Just then, a surge of dark shadows erupted from the ground, violently snatching at everything around them. Anything red or white, any lifeless object carrying even a trace of scent was swiftly enveloped. Chapter 108, Chaotic Wolf Shadows, Bloodthirsty Werewolves. Hearing the commotion, Luo Hua turned his head in confusion. Gently pushing away the magic hand supporting him, he set down the bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf King in his grasp. Before his eyes, black threads surged forth, relentlessly plundering the surroundings. Such bizarre behavior made Luo Hua frown deeply. He wasn't afraid of a sudden attack, for the threads before him were jet black with hints of blue. Clearly, they shared the same origin as his necromantic resurrection. Yet he had never witnessed a situation quite like this before. If the bloodthirsty werewolf's entrance had been bizarre enough, this pool of substance was utterly unprecedented. As he pondered, a figure slowly rose from the black liquid. Black slime dripped continuously, like oil. Apart from a faint resemblance to the original Wolf King in its facial features, there was no other similarity. Even its eyes were a solid crimson, indistinguishable between iris and pupil. What is this? Luo Hua furrowed his brow deeply, glancing at the magic hand and then at the bloodthirsty werewolf. Yet neither they, nor the colossal demon Idox demon, appeared in this form. All of them, aside from their original bodies, were shrouded in black mist. Unlike this newly summoned beast before him, no mist, only black viscous fluid. Summoning successful. Wasteland Wolf King has gained an unknown enhancement. An enhancement? Luo Hua felt uncertain. The Wasteland Wolf King's current state hardly resembled an enhancement. If its abilities didn't decrease, that alone would be a blessing. Skeptical, he glanced at its stats and his eyes widened instantly. It wasn't that the Wolf King's stats were impressive, but rather that they were downright bizarre. Chaotic Wolf Shadow Unique. Level, 40. Quality, King Grade. HP, 300k 300k. Strength 8000. Magic Power 3000. Defense 1000. Agility 1000. Chaos Simulation Trait. Quality Chaos. Simulation, when battling canine opponents of equal or higher rank, automatically mimics their form and gains access to up to 3 random skills. Upon successfully defeating and consuming the opponent, gains a random directional evolution or retains 1 skill. This. Luo Hua's pupils contracted as he re-examined the text uncertainly. The attributes remained intact, yet all original skills vanished. In their place was a brand new skill. A skill of unknown quality, labeled as chaotic. He couldn't discern its strength at all. Moreover, it came with several glaring drawbacks. It could only gain evolution qualifications by battling canine creatures of equal or higher quality. But the problem was, it didn't even have a single skill of its own. Could it really win relying solely on the 3 copied ones? Luo Hua remained skeptical about this. On the other hand, as long as the Chaos Wolf Shadow existed, one could only choose between summoning or devouring. If Luo Hua chose to use necromantic resurrection on the Chaos Wolf Shadow's spoils, it could not be devoured. Yet what truly caught his attention was its potential for infinite evolution. Though minuscule and likely a painstakingly long process, it was undeniably true. If it could slay enough high-tier canine beasts, the Chaos Wolf Shadow might acquire an infinite number of skills. Perhaps the physical toll would be too great to sustain infinite releases. But as long as it could counter opponents with specialized skills, that alone would suffice. This is nothing short of a versatile master. In short, it meant abandoning a short-term powerhouse to cultivate an all-around prodigy instead. Upon realizing this, Luo Hua, who understood well that quality, not quantity, was paramount in warfare, suddenly saw the light. Ah! If only the Berserker army were still here. Luo Hua gazed toward a certain spot on the field and sighed softly. That stern figure, whose loyalty was etched into his very bones, was no longer present. His word commanded the silver-armored guards, who would obey even if he ordered them to fetch watermelons in the dead of winter. Alas, this was destined to remain nothing more than a distant hope. Luo Hua rubbed his slightly sore nose and brushed the dust off his clothes as if nothing had happened. But why would something like the Chaos Wolf Shadow even exist? His brow furrowed deeply, utterly perplexed. While the wolf shadow held promise for the future, its very existence seemed illogical. Hearing his words, the clown assistant lying nearby instinctively shrank his neck. He rolled over, turning his back to them and feigning death. Luo Hua rubbed his chin, shaking his head in puzzlement. Deciding it wasn't worth dwelling on, he beckoned to the bloodthirsty werewolf and tossed the bloodline of the wilderness wolf king in his hand. In the previous battle, the entire wolf demon clan had been wiped out by Nyogu's single skill, leaving insufficient numbers to purify the bloodline. But now, with the wolf king's bloodline in hand, that gap was filled. "Oh whoa!" The bloodthirsty wolf king let out a howl, its eyes gleaming with excitement. As a leader-level creature, it had coveted the wolf king's bloodline intensely from the start, never once taking its eyes off it. The moment Luo Hua tossed it forward, it pounced instantly, catching it securely in its paws and cradling it with utmost care, wagging its tail like a domesticated dog. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as though the bloodthirsty wolf had given birth to a new cub. Only Luo Hua knew better. What cub? Nothing compared to the allure of that bloodline. After all, this was the very foundation of the other's evolution. Bloodlines were the legacy upon which every clan depended for survival. As for the bloodthirsty werewolf, which evolved by devouring bloodlines, Luo Hua was curious just how far it could grow. Along the way, both his level and his summoned beasts and skills had all seen significant improvement. Yet, the loss of that loyal silver-armored guardian still weighed heavily on Luo Hua's heart. This made Luo Hua place particular importance on the abilities of his summoned creatures, especially those with growth potential. Gulp, gulp. Unaware of his thoughts, the bloodthirsty werewolf simply gulped down the contents of the bottle in one swift motion. Its throat rolled as it greedily swallowed. Though it was such a small bottle impossible for even a single drop to spill from its massive jaws, it still extended its tongue to lick the rim clean. After swallowing the entire bottle of Wolf King blood, it showed no sign of change. Just as Luo Hua was puzzled, the bloodthirsty werewolf suddenly raised its head and let out a howl. Woof! The howl echoed for a long time. With that cry, the bloodthirsty werewolf's body began to shake violently. His arms twitched, muscles bulging. Its entire form began to shrink abnormally. What had been a full 3 meters tall now shrank to just 2.5 meters in an instant. Fortunately, 2 meters 50 seemed to be its limit, and it ceased shrinking. Then, its fangs sharpened to an extreme point, as if they could easily pierce through steel plates. Bloodthirsty werewolf. Level 40. Quality Lord. Health 17000 17,000. Stamina 1700. Strength 1300. Defense 500. Agility 180. Bloodlust and Greed innate skill. Beyond a host of minor skills, Bloodlust and Greed has also ascended to a talent skill. This signifies a full-fledged entry into the ranks of lords. Moreover, a small line of description now appears above it. Wasteland Wolf King Bloodline LV.1 Summon 5 Wasteland Wolf Demons possessing 10% HP and 50% strength to battle, no resource cost. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow. The innate skill lost by the Chaos Wolf Shadow unexpectedly reappeared in the bloodthirsty werewolf. Though merely a downgraded version, this LV.1 designation was truly thought-provoking. Chapter 109, Return and Reactions. Examining the bloodthirsty werewolf's bloodline skill, Luo Hua scrutinized it closely. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had surmised. By devouring enough bloodlines, the bloodline skill could evolve once more. Then, it wouldn't be a low-tier version anymore, it would be a genuine wasteland wolf demon. Not bad. Looks like I'll need to get the werewolves more bloodlines from other wolf clans in the future. Luo Hua tapped his chin lightly, murmuring to himself. Watching his summoned beast grow stronger filled him with genuine delight. After all, the might of his summoned beasts was a reflection of his own power. Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon. Would you like to hide your nickname or real name? Hide. Luo Hua shook his head, deciding to keep a low profile this time. This was a momentous occasion, and drawing unnecessary attention was unwise. He could always reveal himself once he had a clearer grasp of the situation in Yen State. A dungeon where countless awakened had perished, one that even spawned a king-tier monster. Now he had cleared it solo. If word got out, certain powerful families would likely extend their reach. Being in the open while others lurked in the shadows was not advantageous for him. After some thought, he resolved to quietly reap the rewards for now. Congratulations to XX for clearing Scorched Land Territory LV.40. Participants receive Dungeon Crystals 2000. Scorched Land will close shortly. All players will be teleported out within 10 seconds or must exit manually. Inside the instance at that moment, countless desperate, fleeing awakened beings, upon hearing this announcement, wept uncontrollably as if granted a pardon. They frantically opened their interface panels, searched for the exit button, and upon seeing the highlighted icon, broke down in tears. That was the exit symbol, one they knew all too well. Who needed to wait for the instant's teleportation? One by one, they clicked it with desperate urgency. As if lingering a moment longer would unleash uncontrollable chaos. Swish! 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 White flashes erupted one after another, and the instance and trance erupted into chaos. The clamor was like a bustling market. This scene startled some awakened wandering nearby. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly relayed the information upward. Those who had lost contact inside the instance were suddenly teleported out simultaneously. There was only one explanation: the instance had been cleared. News spread rapidly. Whether it was the Yin Province Awakened Association or the higher-ups at Yin Province University, none could hide their shock. Which team possessed such formidable strength? Speculation erupted instantly. Only Jiang Fengming wore an expression that said, "I knew it." He nudged Gui Juanjia with his elbow and whispered, "See? I told you so." His face was plastered with smug satisfaction, practically begging for praise. However, Gui Juanjia merely gave him a fleeting glance, nodded once, and then withdrew his gaze. From start to finish, he hadn't uttered another word. This infuriated Jiang Fengming, who scowled in displeasure. The little exchange between the two of them, how could others not have noticed? Yet most remained clueless, unable to fathom their exchange. Except for a few individuals, such as the headmaster and the seven-faced feathered demon, Bai Yu. He gave them a deep look, then flicked his slender arm, sending the exquisite box flying. In a flash before their eyes, before anyone could even get a clear look, Gui Juanjia had already reached out and firmly seized it in his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Fengming's face instantly broke into a chrysanthemum-like smile as he hurriedly took the box from Gui Juanjia's grasp. His fleshy, weathered face nearly split in two with laughter. "Thank you, Principal Bai." Jiang Fengming repeated his gratitude. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he tucked the box into his backpack. He gave no one else a chance to peek inside, let alone get a second look. His mysterious demeanor instantly piqued everyone else's curiosity. They wanted to ask questions, but realizing they didn't get along well with him usually, they could only reluctantly keep quiet. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, the survivors who had just emerged from the scorched wasteland. Some laughed wildly, others wept openly, while a few silently dialed their loved ones to recount their ordeal inside the instance. Others searched their phones only to discover their girlfriend had publicly announced her relationship with someone else. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether this was a real battlefield or a circus. It wasn't until Pang Xin and his group appeared that the scene was disrupted. They knew the high priest Mu Wanqiu all too well. He had escaped alongside them. Especially those few awakened who had slandered Luo Hua and received no aid. Now, clutching broken legs or ribs, their eyes burned with venomous hatred. Of course, it wasn't Mu Wanqiu who captured their attention, but the others. There sat Lu Qingping and his group, looking perfectly at ease, having been teleported out along with their chairs. Except for Pang Xin, they all looked perfectly at ease, not at all like they'd just returned from a dungeon run. They looked more like they were on vacation. "We're back?" Noticing the change in surroundings, Pang Xin abruptly sat up. Scanning his surroundings, he exclaimed with delight. Just as he reached for his communicator to report back to Jiang Fengming, he discovered the other party had already sent him a reply. In short, it was just 4 words. "Well done." This made Pang Xin, who had been slacking off the entire time, feel a bit embarrassed. He awkwardly scratched his head. Thankfully, no one else had seen him, otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. Whoosh! Another teleportation beam flared. Luo Hua, having shed his disguise, appeared before everyone's eyes. The others merely glanced at the latecomer before turning their attention elsewhere. Their sole focus now was capturing the masked figure. Whether through recruitment or quietly eliminating him. Those of value must be firmly secured in their grasp, otherwise, they would become unstable factors. Yet seeing Luo Hua's deathly pale face and trembling body, it was impossible to reconcile this figure with the confident, composed masked man from the dungeon. In comparison, he resembled the survivors who had managed to escape. Without a second thought, they dismissed Luo Hua from consideration. Even if he were acting, he couldn't pull it off that convincingly. Yet the truth was, Luo Hua wasn't acting at all. This was purely the aftermath of his body being pushed beyond its limits. Luo Hua. Brother Hua. Brother Luo. Seeing him appear, Pang Xin and the others instantly lit up. Unlike the others who were completely in the dark, they seemed to have access to first-hand intelligence. Though not entirely certain, they felt deep down that this must be it. Seeing his cheeks so pale, the group immediately gathered around him with concern. Xia Yingyao even stepped ahead of Lu Qingping, the strongest among them, rushing to stand before Luo Hua. She had wanted to throw herself into his arms, but her maidenly reserve held her back. Hesitantly, she reached out and gently touched Luo Hua's face, her eyes filled with heartache. Behind them, several people snickered teasingly. Pang Xin even nudged Wang Zhao, winking and making faces. This scene filled Mu Wanqiu with deep emotion, envious of the bond between them. Seeing him return alive filled everyone with genuine joy. Only she stood apart, like an outsider, a short distance away. Suddenly, Mu Wanqiu turned her head, her delicate brows furrowing as she stared intently toward the dungeon entrance. But no matter how long she waited, the mysterious figure in black never appeared. Chapter 110, The Silent Struggle Between Women. Outside the instance, several people exchanged pleasantries. "Brother Hua, you're something else." Pang Xin patted Luo Hua's arm lightly, slowly extending a thumbs up. The teenager's chubby face wore a genuine, heartfelt smile. With his broad-minded and robust physique, his thoughts were practically written all over his face. Luo Hua merely nodded slightly in response, saying nothing more. Those around them found it odd but didn't read too much into it. At most, they shared the relief of having survived, for such greetings were commonplace here. Luo Hua must be exhausted. Shall we head back? Xia Yingyao furrowed her delicate brows and asked softly. Her gaze lingered on Luo Hua as she sought the group's consent. This blatant favoritism made Lu Qingping and the others feel like they were superfluous. In truth, they were indeed superfluous. All right then. Lu Qingping shrugged helplessly in response. He immediately turned to Mu Wanqiu and called out to her. Hey! You there, the priestess. I remember you don't have a teammate. Hurry up, it's dangerous outside Yanzhou University. Lu Qingping had spent years navigating the rough and tumble outside. They knew these things all too well. Especially lone awakened individuals, it didn't matter if they belonged to Yanzhou University or not. If it was just a simple robbery followed by letting them go, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just a small price to pay for peace of mind. But a girl as beautiful as Mu Wanqiu, with mountains between her breasts? For certain scoundrels, she was absolutely worth taking the risk. Especially since she's just a defenseless priest. At the same time, one couldn't help but admire her audacity for daring to venture alone into the scorched lands. Hearing Lu Qingping and the others call out to her, Mu Wanqiu's expression darkened as she pulled her gaze away from the dungeon entrance. She bit her lower lip lightly, lost in thought. Finally, she let out a soft sigh and followed Luo Hua and the others. As the group of 6 departed, the many greedy gazes that had been fixed on them withdrew. To others, Luo Hua's group carried a heavy burden: 4 deadweights, 3 low-level awakened and 1 injured member. Such a group should be easy prey. Not to mention the 2 beauties, who were undoubtedly coveted by countless others. Yet upon seeing Lu Qingping and Wang Zhao, they reluctantly backed down. These 2 fully recovered seniors could easily stall long enough for the others to send out a distress signal. Such a reckless gamble was simply not an option for them. Little did they know that the strongest presence in the field was actually the injured man. As the others withdrew their gaze, Luo Hua's narrowed eyes relaxed. His hand, which had already lifted slightly in preparation to summon the Chaos Wolf Shadow to eliminate them, lowered its guard at that very moment. The greedy crowd remained utterly oblivious, having once again narrowly escaped death. As the group walked along the path, only Mu Wanqiu kept glancing back every few steps, her gaze fixed on the entrance to the instance, hoping to catch sight of that figure. Yet, it was all destined to remain a fantasy. She had no idea that the shadow who had saved her was none other than Luo Hua, walking ahead of her. As they walked farther and farther away, the instance vanished completely from her sight. Only then did she turn her gaze back, disappointment evident. Head bowed, she followed Luo Hua and the others step by step, silent. Who knew what was going through her mind? This girl. Luo Hua had also noticed her unusual behavior and could roughly guess at Mu Wanqiu's thoughts. But he had no intention of trying to console her. Should he reveal his true identity to Mu Wanqiu? That was absolutely out of the question. Or perhaps offer comfort? That seemed even less practical after all, they weren't close. After much deliberation, Luo Hua abandoned any notion of playing the helpful hero. After all, he'd managed just fine all these years without it. One more time wouldn't make a difference. Xia Yingyao, standing nearby, kept casting deliberate yet casual glances her way. She noticed every trace of disorientation in the other's expression. But in the end, she held back, gritted her teeth, and remained silent. She couldn't risk exposing Luo Hua's identity. Doing so might invite resentment. More importantly, Mu Wanqiu's sudden appearance had inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within her. Even if she was a close friend, especially one still ranked on the campus beauty list, she absolutely couldn't speak up. Be selfish. Be selfish. Xia Yingyao, you're doing the right thing. Xia Yingyao repeatedly admonished herself inwardly, afraid she might give in to her compassionate nature. She even found herself an excuse. She convinced herself that Mu Wanqiu merely wanted to thank Luo Hua in person but couldn't find him. With this thought, she felt much better about her decision. Their contrasting reactions sent Pang Xin and the others into a cold sweat. Without a word, the 3 of them silently distanced themselves. Following Lu Qingping and the others, they exchanged wide-eyed glances and subtle signals. As outsiders, how could they not grasp Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu's thoughts? But since Luo Hua, the person involved, hadn't said anything, they could only keep their mouths shut. Damn, brother Lu, the pressure from Yingyao is... Pang Xin muttered under his breath, not even finishing his sentence. Even as he spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on Xia Yingyao, terrified she might overhear. Shut up. Trying to get me killed, are you? Lu Qingping frantically shot him a warning glance. One hand swiftly and discreetly smacked Pang Xin several times, preventing him from continuing the conversation. Despite being a level 40 awakened, he still chose to back down when facing Xia Yingyao. He knew full well he wasn't even a match for Luo Hua. As for why the 2 were connected, that remained a mystery. Blah blah blah. What are you 2 talking about? A cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Xia Yingyao, who was supporting Luo Hua, whipped her head around and shot them a threatening glare. Seeing this, Lu Qingping's heart sank. He saluted Xia Yingyao with utmost sincerity. Reporting to Yingyao, San Jin was talking trash about you. Ha! Ha! Holy! Upon hearing this, Pang Xin froze for a moment, as if Lu Qingping had addressed him directly. Once he caught on, shock washed over him, and even a curse slipped out. How the hell did Lu Qingping pull this off so smoothly, turning around and selling him out in an instant? Out of nowhere, Pang Xin felt a chill run down his spine. He stiffly turned his head. The moment his gaze met Xia Yingyao's narrowed eyes, his pupils instantly contracted, and sweat began pouring down his face. Oh no! Oh no! Alright, Yingyao, stop teasing Xiao Pang. You'll scare him. Luo Hua opened her pale lips, speaking weakly. He hadn't read into it at all, simply assuming Xia Yingyao was teasing Pang Xin. She waved her hand dismissively, rescuing the diligent little chubby from the awkward situation. Hearing this, Xia Yingyao instantly beamed like a flower, as if nothing had happened moments before. It was clearly an act, meant solely to scare him. Only Pang Xin knew deep down that this wasn't an act at all. Right now, all he wanted was to grab Luo Hua's leg and have a good cry. Brother Hua, you're such a good guy. I'm tearing up. Pang Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief as if he'd been rescued from the jaws of death. He glanced at Lu Qing, only to find the man looking around left and right as if nothing had happened. As if he hadn't been the one to report them just moments ago. Damn it! That bastard Lu Qingping, I'm seriously impressed. Pang Xin cursed under his breath, but Lu Qingping remained as unfazed as ever. As he looked ahead once more, the outline of Yenzhou University slowly came into view. Chapter 111, Jiang Xinyue, Star Array Master. Upon entering Yenzhou University, everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Taking advantage of the approved holiday still in effect, Xia Yingyao helped Luo Hua back to the Tianqing villa. Wang Zhao followed Lu Qingping to settle accounts with the Lu family. As for the chubby Pang Xin, he had urgent business to attend to. Not particularly fatigued, he hurried straight toward the admissions office. Only Mu Wanqiu remained, standing alone with her head bowed, her expression heavy with disappointment. Her mind drifted in a haze throughout the journey, and she barely made it back to the support department. Wanqiu, what's wrong? It wasn't until someone called her name that she snapped back to reality. Turning her head, she saw her roommate had appeared beside her at some point. Her beautiful face was filled with concern. Jiang Xinyue extended her slender fingers, gently shaking Mu Wanqiu's arm. Only after confirming she wasn't lost in thought did she slowly exhale in relief. You scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you. She patted her chest, which was beginning to fill out, still slightly shaken. They say birds of a feather flock together. As Mu Wanqiu's roommate, Jiang Xinyue had once been a strong contender on the campus beauty rankings. Unfortunately, due to certain shortcomings, she was eventually voted out. Back then, it had infuriated her beyond measure. She couldn't fathom why someone would constantly verbally attack her weaknesses, but now that they were both juniors, she had long since let it go. Hearing her words, Mu Wanqiu let out a faint sigh. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Xinyue's face, forcing a faint smile. She recounted every detail of their encounter in the dungeon. Only when she mentioned Luo Hua's other identity did a flicker of light sparkle in her eyes. Beside her, Jiang Xinyue listened quietly. The more she heard, the more astonished she became. Her slightly arched eyebrows had not relaxed since the latter half of the story. Clearly, what she was hearing now was far beyond her comprehension. Only when Mu Wanqiu paused did she finally voice her first question. What? You actually went there and fell into that instance? Jiang Xinyue grabbed Mu Wanqiu's arm, examining it thoroughly inside and out. Only after confirming all injuries were fully healed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Her expression immediately darkened with anger as she said sternly. No! My half-baked astrology skills are completely unreliable. And that true destined partner nonsense? It's all just talk. How could you possibly believe it? Though she seemed angry, it was more frustration at his stubbornness. How could anyone actually travel so far just because of a single phrase, only to put themselves in danger? Just thinking about it made her feel utterly irrational. At least she herself would never do something so utterly irrational, putting herself in harm's way. But I really did meet him. Mu Wanqiu answered dumbly. Her large eyes fluttered, filled with utter bewilderment. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyue's breath caught in her throat, nearly cutting off her air. She desperately wanted to refute it, but there seemed to be no flaw in her words. If she had truly rescued him from the brink of disaster as Mu Wanqiu claimed, granting him a second chance at life, then, in the other person's eyes, she truly wouldn't be any different from a true soulmate. Yet despite this, Jiang Xinyue still chose to defend herself. She simply couldn't bear to watch her roommate fall for such a deception so easily. At the very least, she didn't know what kind of person he truly was. Immediately, Jiang Xinyue gripped Mu Wanqiu's shoulders tightly. Looking straight into her eyes, she said with utmost solemnity. Listen, what you feel is gratitude. You don't even know the person's name or what they look like, how could you possibly like them? She was certain Mu Wanqiu had fallen into the same trap. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent her from sinking deeper into it. Really? Mu Wanqiu asked doubtfully, though she wasn't entirely sure herself. Hearing this, she suddenly felt there might be some truth to it. Zhang Xinyue nodded like a chick pecking at grain, affirming Mu Wanqiu's thoughts. This could work. Her face lit up with sudden delight as her mind raced. Fearing Mu Wanqiu might doubt her, she seized the moment and pulled out a star chart. Look. See for yourself. If predictions are really that accurate, then I'll make one myself. With that, she activated her skill. Her fingers fluttered like a butterfly through flowers, swiftly gliding across the astrological chart and touching the elemental symbols associated with it. As wondrous characters lit up one after another, everything took on a dreamlike quality. The next moment, a panel popped up before her. The instant she read the description, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Without hesitation, she shared the information with Mu Wanqiu. Hey! See that? It even says I'll meet my dream guy in the competition in a couple weeks. The fact that I'm a special profession star array master, I bet everyone in the academy knows about it, except for the freshmen. Zhang Xinyue declared triumphantly, her nose practically in the air. Precisely because of the uniqueness of the star array master profession, she hadn't participated in the campus tournament for 2 consecutive years. It wasn't that star array masters were exceptionally powerful and treated like treasures by the academy. On the contrary, it was because star array masters had such lengthy skill wind-ups, often requiring substantial time to set up. On a stage where a single misstep could decide victory or defeat, no one was willing to team up with her. Even if she tried to convince a few freshmen to form a team with her, the teachers would desperately try to stop them. The reasons for their objections were blunt and direct, fearing she might lead the freshmen to their doom. What stronger evidence could there be than this? Mu Wanqiu, who had been wavering, came to believe Zhang Xinyue's explanation after seeing her prediction. She felt she might have overthought things, letting unnecessary emotions cloud her judgment. Just then, the dorm door was suddenly pounded upon. Thump! 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 The knocking was urgent and impatient, as if directed at someone they disliked intensely. Zhang Xinyue frowned deeply and called out irritably. Who is it? Her tone was unfriendly, as if she might lash out at any moment. The person outside paused upon hearing the shout. The next moment, a sharp, biting female voice drifted inside. Zhang Xinyue, the teacher sent me to inform you. If you don't participate in this year's campus competition, you won't get your credits. You'd better be prepared to pack up your star array master career and get out of here. Not a shred of politeness lingered in her words. What was meant as a notification came out sounding like a threat, delivered with an air of arrogance and condescension. With that, the sound of high heels clicked away, leaving Zhang Xinyue no chance to retort. But at that moment, Zhang Xinyue's mind was elsewhere entirely. Instead, her lips twitched slightly as she looked awkwardly at Mu Wanqiu across from her. For a moment, an eerie silence hung in the air. Seeing the other person sink back into confusion, Zhang Xinyue felt too drained to even complain. Why did things have to go wrong at this critical moment? Usually, shouldn't the teacher be worried about her going around causing trouble? Why had she suddenly changed her tune this year, making graduation contingent on participation? Zhang Xinyue glanced at the skill prediction, then shot a look at Mu Wanqiu, her voice dripping with uncertainty. It probably won't be accurate. Chapter 112, By Yu's Stance. As day turned to night and the stars shifted in the sky, unnoticed, a new day had dawned. The news of the Scorched Earth Territory's conquest had fermented overnight, taking on a rather delicate tone. Apart from Gui Juanjia and the other leaders, almost no one knew the truth. Lu Qingping and Wang Zhao, who should have remained uninvolved, were summoned for a cup of tea. Especially after learning Lu Qingping's identity, Zhang Fengming paid him particular attention. Others might be unaware, but as the one who personally recruited him, Zhang Fengming couldn't possibly be ignorant of the feud between Luo Hua and the Lu family. Only after Lu Qingping repeatedly assured him and denounced the Lu family's crimes did he manage to extricate himself from the situation. Still, he couldn't escape becoming a focal point of scrutiny. As for the others, Zhang Fengming naturally had his reasons for excluding them. Pang Xin, of course, needed no explanation. As his own nephew, how could he not understand the man's character? To put it bluntly, he knew every trick up that man's sleeve. As for Xia Yingyao, how could this kid move so fast? They're even living together already. Zhang Fengming patted his belly, somewhat perplexed. Wasn't she supposed to be as cold as ice? How could he have won her over so quickly? Little did he know, Luo Hua hadn't been scheming at all. He only kept her around because she had nowhere else to stay, nothing like Zhang Fengming's scheming mind. In the principal's office, Zhang Fengming sat right next to Gui Juanjia. He preferred the wooden presence of Gui Juanjia over facing the imposing seven-faced feathered demon, whose authority commanded respect without a word. In the spacious room, only the three of them were present. Luo Hua's accomplishments far outshine even those of brother Luo back in the day. Bai Yu's lips parted slightly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Hearing this, Gui Juanjia merely gave a faint nod. He offered no further comment, as if it were merely a matter of course. He had heard about the 40-level dungeon raid back in Jiangcheng. Back then, however, Luo Hua had taken down a Lord tier boss. Compared to the current King tier boss, it was a full 2 tiers below in quality. Yet the gap in power between them was far from something mere numbers could bridge. As one of the few players at Jiangcheng University to break through level 60, Wu Juanjia knew the sheer terror of it. He had faced them alone before, and the sheer pressure they exerted could even crush one's will to fight. That was long ago, though. Now, he felt no fear. The problem was that Luo Hua had achieved this level while only at level 40. Though he hid it well, uncovering the truth was a simple matter for Wu Juanjia. Oh, right. Did you deliver the reward you promised him earlier? Baiyu withdrew his gaze from Wu Juanjia and turned to Zhang Fengming, who stood nearby looking as honest as could be. Outside, Zhang Fengming was always the sly type. Here, he was as docile as a well-behaved child, not daring to utter a single unnecessary word. Of course. Zhang Fengming nodded frantically. As if he feared that even a moment's delay would earn him punishment like being sent to scrub the stables. Only after seeing Bai Yun's expression soften slightly did he add another sentence. But since yesterday, Luo Hua has been sleeping non-stop and still hasn't woken up. Even though I've given everything to our little brat, if we have to wait for Luo Hua to accept it. Zhang Fengming didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was abundantly clear. He was essentially telling Baiyu that the items had been delivered, but the recipient hadn't had time to accept them yet. Delivered is fine. Baiyu didn't say much, merely nodding slowly. Promises made must be fulfilled promptly, otherwise, it becomes their own responsibility. Clearly, he didn't want such a minor oversight to jeopardize their future relationship. As long as it was sent, even if it got lost, they could always compensate with another one. But if they had nothing to offer, they risked facing criticism later. Delaying delivery until demanded would only undermine their credibility. Oh, and regarding the campus tournament, keep an eye on that. If anyone dares to abuse their authority, you'll handle the Karalova spots however you see fit. Baiyu spoke slowly to Zhang Fengming. He knew full well that getting his junior brother Gui to do anything was practically impossible. If it came to fighting or tackling dungeons, he'd never hesitate. But if tasked with managing internal affairs? The entire system would likely collapse within 3 days. Therefore, tasks requiring mental effort were best left to his partner, Zhang Fengming. Meanwhile, at Tianqing Villa, Luo Hua, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings warily. Upon recognizing his new home, he instantly relaxed. After arriving at school, his head felt heavy and foggy. For the latter part of the journey, Xia Yingyao had supported him, and he'd relied on instinct to keep moving. Ha! Whose clothes are these? Luo Hua glanced at the neat clothes on his body, then turned to look at the wardrobe. He was still so fastidious about cleanliness that he'd unconsciously changed clothes before sleeping, otherwise, why would he have no memory of it at all? Lost in thought, the door suddenly creaked open. A tall figure squeezed through the half-open crack, carrying a basin of water. Then, she turned back and carefully closed the door. She dared not make a sound, as if afraid of disturbing someone. But Luo Hua just stood there, staring silently with an odd expression. It wasn't until the other person finished closing the door and lifted the basin from the floor that their eyes finally met. Yikes! The moment she saw Luo Hua, Xia Yingyao was startled. Her hand trembled, and the basin slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor. Noticing this, Luo Hua's eyes narrowed sharply as he extended a single hand forward. Just as the basin was about to hit the floor, a cluster of sand materialized out of thin air, catching it securely. It was none other than an unconventional application of the sand grasp skill. After performing this feat, he suddenly felt his nearly depleted spiritual energy get violently drained. Cough, cough, cough. With that cough, the sand vanished into thin air. The basin fell, tilting toward the bed as clear water splashed across the floor. The side effects of spirit binding skills are this severe. Luo Hua thought to himself, coughing incessantly. Fortunately, he hadn't fully activated the skill, otherwise, the outcome might have been far worse. The current situation was this: his body and physical strength were nearly intact, but the exhaustion emanating from his soul showed not the slightest sign of improvement. Especially after waking from his nap, all the pent-up soreness erupted at that very moment. Are you okay? At that moment, Xia Yingyao paid no heed to the water on the floor and hurried straight to Luo Hua's bedside. Just as she took a few steps forward, she suddenly felt her feet slip. Her eagerness to check on Luo Hua left her no time to react. Her center of gravity shifted, sending her tumbling forward. Chapter 113, Registration begins, Individual Competition. A dull thud echoed through the room. Luo Hua felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy blow, his entire body jerking backward uncontrollably. Already weakened by illness, this sudden blow left him too exhausted to even complain. Lying on the bed, his ears buzzed, and he was completely unaware of his surroundings. Through the haze, he sensed something pressing against him, though the sensation through the sheets was indistinct. He opened his eyes groggily, and the first thing he saw was a shy, delicate face. I. Xia Yingyao stammered, her words coming out slurred. Staring at Luo Hua mere inches away, she was momentarily at a loss for words. His warm breath brushed against her face, leaving her feeling utterly drained of strength. Even so, her rational mind forced her to stand up, telling her she shouldn't have done that. Xia Yingyao scrambled to her feet, hastily adjusting her clothes. Her gaze flickered toward the wet patch on the floor, tinged with a hint of resentment. The water seemed utterly innocent, incapable of causing any harm. How could it be caught in the crossfire? Xia Yingyao felt her cheeks flush hot. She tentatively touched them with her delicate hand, her expression shifting uncomfortably. They were rosy, like ripe apples tempting one to take a bite. At that moment, she dared not meet Luo Hua's eyes. Oh, right. Pang Xin said the reward from headquarters has been secured and is just waiting to be handed over to you. Xia Yingyao found a topic to distract herself, speaking absent-mindedly. Hearing this, Luo Hua paused, a momentary flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He propped his head up, pondering for a moment before processing the information. Clearly, he hadn't fully recovered from the earlier collision. Just set it aside for now, Luo Hua replied. In his current state, even if he received the reward, he wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Forget the B-grade imprint scroll, he didn't even have the energy to use the C-grade scrolls he already possessed. The mental exhaustion made his head feel like it was about to split open. To make matters worse, he'd been hit again, instantly making him feel even worse. Why hadn't he noticed before how clumsy Xia Yingyao seemed? Pulling his thoughts back, Luo Hua asked softly. Oh, about school. The school has already taken care of your leave of absence, and the teacher approved it. Before Luo Hua could finish, Xia Yingyao had already guessed what he was going to say. She took over the conversation and replied. Hearing this, Luo Hua nodded. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he furrowed his brow and looked out the window. Outside, the blazing sun cast golden hues upon the leaves. It was midday, and cicadas chirped incessantly, celebrating their final revelry of late summer. He had taken leave, but shouldn't class be in session now? Then you. Luo Hua felt it was a bit redundant, but he chose to ask anyway. Because no matter how she looked at it, the other person didn't seem seriously injured. The moment the words left her lips, the flush that had begun to fade from Xia Yingyao's cheeks rose again at a visible pace. Her eyes darted away, unconsciously shifting toward the window. Yet the corners of her eyes kept darting back to Luo Hua. I took leave too. Xia Yingyao said. But she didn't specify what kind of leave it was. When she looked at Luo Hua, her expression was slightly unnatural, her eyes filled with a subtle emotion. I see. I never imagined taking leave from university could be so straightforward. Luo Hua rubbed his chin and nodded. Come to think of it, it made sense. Just like when they went to the scorched land before, they didn't even need to ask their professors directly for leave. All it took was a notification from above, and Pang Xin would drag them straight into the instance. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Luo Hua didn't dwell on it further, simply accepting it all as natural. Neither spoke, and a brief silence fell over the room. Oh, right, registration for the campus tournament is about to start. But our team. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Xia Yingyao suddenly brought it up. Her voice trailed off hesitantly at the end. Even disregarding their uneven skill levels, they currently only had 3 members, Pang Xin included. They were still 2 members short of the tournament requirement. Is that so? So we still need to find more people to join our team. Luo Hua stroked his chin thoughtfully. His brow furrowed slightly, lost in thought. Normally, this kind of task should be handled by Xia Yingyao or Pang Xin. He was just a freshman who had just enrolled. Where would he even know anyone? Asking him to recruit people for the team was nothing short of putting him in an impossible position. The problem was, Xia Yingyao and Pang Xin didn't know anyone either, and their abilities were weak. Most people would likely choose to ignore them upon seeing their levels. Unless, of course, they were the type who planned to bow out after the first round anyway, just wanting to experience the atmosphere of the campus tournament. Where on earth am I supposed to find 2 people? Luo Hua rubbed his chin with his index finger, mentally reviewing everyone he'd encountered over the past few days. He tried to find suitable candidates among them. Seeing Luo Hua like this, Xia Yingyao couldn't help but sigh deeply. Everything had seemed so promising before, but sadly, the plan had already fallen apart before it even began. If it really can't be helped, Luo Hua, just enter the individual competition. You don't have to make such a sacrifice for us. Xia Yingyao said helplessly. Luo Hua's strength was undeniable. She didn't want the team competition to hold things back. Huh? There's an individual competition too? Luo Hua, who had been deep in thought, froze upon hearing Xia Yingyao's words. His brain froze for a moment. Yeah, didn't you know? Xia Yingyao tilted her head in question. Do you think I should know? Luo Hua's mouth twitched slightly, overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. He had only been enrolled at Yenzhou University for a few days. Even the campus tournament and the intercollegiate competition were things he had only heard about. No one had ever mentioned the individual competition at all, so how could he possibly know about it? Oh right. That makes sense. Xia Yingyao slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing. It was clear she had only just realized it at that moment. Instantly, Xia Yingyao scratched her earlobe awkwardly, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. One assumed the other wasn't participating in the individual competition, while the other had no idea such a competition even existed. Only now did the truth become clear. Then, should I sign you up? Xia Yingyao asked timidly, her head slightly bowed. Her cautious demeanor amused Luo Hua. But since the decision had been made, it was hard to change it now. If she were to participate, it would have to be as part of a team. Does it conflict with the team competition? Luo Hua inquired softly. Hearing this, Xia Yingyao slowly shook her head. The campus tournament won't conflict with anything. After all, it's talent selection within the school, and the academy prefers to see well-rounded individuals. Since it was an internal competition, Yanzhou University wouldn't be stingy with rewards. If one person could sweep all the awards, it would prove they possessed sufficient talent and were worthy of the academy's cultivation. The academy would be overjoyed. Why would they impose restrictions? Chapter 114, Registration Matters, the Lu family's moves. Upon hearing Xia Yingyao's explanation, Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Indeed, the school had no reason to hinder students' development. The next generation that grows up is the very foundation upon which the school relies for its survival. Should I handle your registration? No need. It'll be easier to have Xiao Peng handle this sort of thing. Luo Hua waved his hand, declining Xia Yingyao's offer. As Jiang Fengming's own nephew, there was no one more suitable for the task. He could handle the individual competition on his own, but the team event remained a persistent problem. I wonder if Lu Qingping and the others have formed their team yet, Luo Hua mused. But soon, he encountered a new problem. He wasn't particularly close with Lu Qingping and the others, and they hadn't exchanged contact information upon returning. Luo Hua immediately turned to look at Xia Yingyao. She shook her head as well, clearly lacking Lu Qingping's contact information too. Luo Hua didn't find this surprising. Such situations weren't uncommon. Forget it, I'll just ask Xiao Peng. Saying this, he opened the panel and located Peng Xian's contact. After a brief busy tone, the call connected instantly. Brother Hua, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for nearly a day and night. I thought you might never wake up. How's it going? Was it so nice having a beauty in your arms that you didn't want to wake up? The moment he opened it, Peng Xian's chubby face popped up. He rattled off a string of nonsense. All the while, he kept winking and nodding at Luo Hua. Luo Hua was utterly exasperated. What nonsense was this about being so captivated by a beauty in his arms that he couldn't bear to wake up? He and Xia Yingyao were just ordinary friends, nothing nearly as absurd as what Peng Xian was implying. Still, Luo Hua didn't dwell on it, dismissing it as Peng Xian's usual banter and paying it no mind. But the communicator was on speaker, and it seemed Xia Yingyao had heard everything. Luo Hua instinctively glanced in her direction, only to find she had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, movement caught the corner of his eye. He distinctly sensed a figure had materialized beside him. Turning his head, Luo Hua saw none other than Xia Yingyao. Her eyes narrowed as she stared intently at the communicator screen. His weakened psychic energy had prevented him from noticing Xia Yingyao's approach in time. But that wasn't much of a problem. Unfortunately, Peng Xian on the other end was about to be in for a rough time. Yingyao, it's been a while. Ahem, it's really hot today. How could I be sweating? Ahaha, why are you all staring at me like that? I must have been possessed just now, no idea what I was saying. Peng Xian's knack for telling blatant lies was truly unmatched. When he lied, he was utterly unflappable, spouting whatever came to mind. But when he met Xia Yingyao murderous glare, he couldn't help but shrink back. Beads of sweat were clearly visible on his forehead. Oh, right, I've already collected the rewards from upstairs. When you have a moment, I'll bring them over to you. Peng Xian's eyes darted around frantically, desperate to change the subject. If looks could kill, he'd have died at least 10 times over. No need. Just leave them with you for now. Luo Hua waved his hand dismissively. He was willing but unable to act. Even if he got his hands on the rewards, he could only stare at them helplessly, unable to do anything. Better to leave it with Peng Xian for now. Out of sight, out of mind, no need to waste mental energy. Fine. Peng Xian shrugged helplessly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, what did you need me for, Brother Hua? Earlier, he'd been so caught up in bickering that he'd nearly forgotten the important matter. Only after seeing Xia Yingyao expression soften slightly did Peng Xian breathe a sigh of relief. No kidding, he'd been genuinely scared. After Luo Hua finished explaining the registration details, Peng Xian pounded his chest with solemn assurance. These are all minor issues, Brother Hua. I'll handle them for you. But you'll have to find your own teammates. I don't have Lu Qingping's contact info either. For all we know, they might have already signed up. Peng Xian felt genuinely bad about it. He felt like a complete deadweight on the team, unable to contribute in the slightest. Fine. Then just keep an eye out for me. There's still a few days left to sign up anyway. If it really doesn't work out, we'll see if we can recruit someone to fill the spot after the freshmen arrive. Luo Hua nodded and replied. Fortunately, the academy had extended the registration period specifically to reduce the workload. This allowed established teams with solid members to register separately from the freshmen. For the academy, the freshmen's participation was all about laying the groundwork for next year's competitions. Therefore, a freshman tournament would be held before the main competition. Luo Hua, unaware of this, only thought to recruit 2 freshmen to fill out his roster. Regardless of their teammates' skill level, they were certainly no match for him. Meanwhile, Luo Hua and the others were still discussing the campus tournament arrangements. Meanwhile, the fallout from the Scorched Land dungeon incident continued to escalate. Especially the Luo family members, whose sensitivity to this matter far exceeded everyone else's. You mean there's an awakened individual within the dungeon who appears to be a shadow? A chill emanated from the other end of the communicator, causing the Luo family member at Yenzhou University to immediately bow his head in fear. Shivering violently, he dared not even breathe. All this was merely hearsay, its credibility still to be verified. But now, he had no choice but to press on. Yes. I heard others say they saw giant ox demons inside the dungeon. I recall people in Zhengcheng reporting sightings too. At the time, I dismissed it as exaggeration. I think the shadow must have some connection to Luo Hua. Otherwise, why would it appear so soon after Luo Hua entered? Lu Zishi buried his head, sweat pouring down his face. His mind raced, piecing together every detail he could recall. Whether true or false, he'd speak first and let the clan verify it later. Still, one couldn't help but admire his reasoning. Though slightly off, his overall guess wasn't too far off the mark. Had he dared to speculate further saying Luo Hua and Shadow were one and the same, he would have hit the nail on the head. Yet Lu Chentian remained skeptical of his claims. Heard? What about Lu Qingping? Didn't you say he entered the instance? Yes, but he defected after leaving the instance. I don't know what happened. Lu Zishi dared not lift his head, spouting lies through clenched teeth. Didn't know? How could he not know? The clan had already skimmed resources from Lu Qingping, and now he was squeezing out every last drop. By the time it reached the other party, there was hardly anything left. Frankly, Lu Qingping's defection was only a matter of time. He'd anticipated it long ago. He just hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, and at this critical juncture. Oomph. Who would have thought our Lu family had been harboring such an ungrateful dog all this time? Zishi, I order you to execute that traitor immediately. Furthermore, thoroughly investigate everything concerning Luo Hua and the Shadow faction. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty slip through. With that, the call was abruptly terminated without waiting for Lu Zishi's response. Perhaps in their eyes, once an order was issued, those below were obligated to execute it immediately. Lu Qingping, Shadow, and Luo Hua. You'll all pay for this. Lu Zishi slowly raised his head, revealing a grim expression. Chapter 115, Curse-type Skills. Several days had passed in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, the annual freshman enrollment period had arrived once more. After several days of rest, Luo Hua had mostly recovered. It was time to return to the classroom and continue learning about skills from teacher Wang. Walking along the path, watching the endless stream of new students, Luo Hua felt a wave of emotion. Had it not been for Lu Hai's meddling back then, he too would have been among them. Amidst the uncertainty in their eyes, a hint of curious exploration lingered. It was a yearning for the wonderful university life ahead, and also a first attempt at leaving his hometown far behind. For them, it was beautiful and utterly carefree. However, given Luo Hua's academic aptitude back then, he likely wouldn't have even gotten into Yenzhou University, let alone the more prestigious capital university. It could only be said that everything had its pros and cons. Without experiencing the low points, how could one truly appreciate the preciousness of the view from the summit? Unfortunately, Luo Hua wasn't here to experience university life. He remained steadfastly focused on his purpose for coming to Yenzhou University. The level 60 dungeon, the Flaming Demon's Forbidden Ground, was a place he absolutely had to enter. After surviving the Scorched Earth Territory dungeon, he no longer carried himself with arrogance. Instead, he had grown more reserved and cautious. Even a level 40 King tier boss proved such a challenge. What kind of bosses awaited him in the Yanma Forbidden Grounds? He had no clue. Could there be Emperor tier foes? Or even something beyond that? It was all uncertain. What's wrong? Xia Yingyao seemed to sense Luo Hua's unease and asked softly. That caring, sisterly demeanor, if the elite class 2 students saw it, they'd probably be so shocked their jaws would drop. Usually, they only saw her cold and aloof, unwilling to engage with anyone. Yet with Luo Hua, she dropped even the most basic airs. Comparisons kill people, goods get tossed. Hearing Xia Yingyao's words, Luo Hua shook his head. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he forced a smile. Compared to a few days ago, his complexion had improved considerably. Only his lips remained slightly pale, but otherwise, he looked perfectly normal. Nothing much. I was just thinking about what skills I should create first after getting the engraving scroll. Luo Hua chuckled, keeping his true thoughts to himself. After all, matters involving a king tier boss were no small affair. Though he hadn't been interrogated about it, he'd picked up a bit from online discussions. I don't know about that. If it were me, I'd definitely go for something ice-related. Xia Yingyao had no relevant experience whatsoever. When asked, she looked completely lost. Her previous failure had already wasted a D-grade imprint scroll and left her soul severely wounded. Even now, the memory sent a chill down her spine. Yet despite this, Xia Yingyao's desire to try again remained undimmed. After all, once you succeeded even once, subsequent attempts would become much smoother. Given the opportunity and sufficient funds, she could even attempt C rank and B rank imprints. Ice type? Luo Hua slowly shook his head. That probably isn't what I'm looking for. He had initially considered it, but after much deliberation, he felt it wasn't quite suitable. While ice magic possessed slowing effects, it likely couldn't stack with the blood mark of the king-grade wolf fawn longsword. With that realization, Luo Hua quickly abandoned the idea. Besides, he already possessed frost impact. Acquiring another would result in overlapping effects. Clearly, pursuing that path would be a waste of resources. Actually, I already asked Teacher Wang about the issue you mentioned. Suddenly, Xia Yingyao turned to look at Luo Hua and said. The moment the words left her lips, both of their movements froze for a brief instant. What did you ask? The nonsensical question caught Luo Hua off guard. He scratched his head, somewhat confused. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to know the types of sustainable damage. Xia Yingyao pursed her lips, choosing her words carefully. Hearing this, Luo Hua froze. He had no recollection of discussing this topic. How could she remember it so clearly? Xia Yingyao quickly offered an explanation. Actually, you've mentioned it more than once these past few days. I heard you every time. I figured you probably needed to know about this, so I took the liberty of asking Teacher Wang first. Hearing Xia Yingyao's words, Luo Hua finally understood. He recalled mentioning it a few times, but only in passing, never giving it much thought. He hadn't expected her to take it to heart and go out of her way to inquire about it. This way, it saved some trouble. Seeing Luo Hua nod without reproach, Xia Yingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wang explained it to me this way: if the game manifests in reality, conventional methods won't work for inflicting sustained damage. For instance, the frostbite or burns we encounter in regular gameplay won't be very useful. Because in reality, wounds scar over, and improved physical conditioning allows resistance to heat and cold. So to inflict sustained damage, you need extremely high spell power. But there are exceptions, certain debuffs that can only be cleansed by priest skills. As she spoke, Xia Yingyao tilted her chin slightly upward. Her nose was perked up, practically begging for praise. Unfortunately for her, Luo Hua hadn't noticed at all, his entire focus absorbed by her previous words. As she had stated, this was indeed how things worked in reality. High damage output was something he could achieve, but doing so would be putting the cart before the horse. His original plan was to rely on sustained damage to infinitely renew his passive. If a single skill instantly killed the minions, what would be left to deal with the boss? If the boss had too much resistance to sustained damage, wouldn't that skill be wasted? Luo Hua nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his own conjecture. He turned his head slightly, looking at Xia Yingyao, his expression clearly waiting for her to continue. Seeing this, Xia Yingyao could only give him an exasperated glare, silently thinking he was hopelessly clueless. Then, her lips parted slightly as she continued. There's a broad category that includes this type of skill. We generally refer to them as curse-type skills. Unlike the common battle or support categories, curse skills can be used by any class. However, the specific curse skills available to each class vary. For example, a warrior's battle spirit decay, an archer's armor-piercing arrow, and a mage's slow all belong to the curse system. Naturally, the classes with the most curses are undoubtedly the priest and the beastmaster shaman. Hearing this, Luo Hua finally grasped the general concept. Yet, even now, the knowledge he craved most still hadn't been revealed. Just as confusion clouded his mind, he met Xia Yingyao's pleading gaze, begging for praise. Luo Hua's mouth twitched at the sight, unsure what to say. Yingyao, thank you for your explanation. You explained it very well. Could you please finish what you were saying first? Unaccustomed to giving compliments, he awkwardly rattled off whatever words came to mind. Though it felt rather perfunctory, Xia Yingyao found it quite satisfying. She hummed twice, then began to speak slowly. Chapter 116, The Venomous Lineage, Hidden Intent to Kill. So according to you, only curse-based skills can inflict stable, sustained damage? Luo Hua habitually rubbed his chin, frowning. After hearing Xia Yingyao's explanation, he had a rough idea in his mind. Put simply, most curse-type skills function by diminishing the opponent's combat effectiveness. Only a small fraction had abandoned the traditional path, developing some underhanded techniques. Beyond common effects like petrification and paralysis, they had further refined the art of poison damage. For others, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. The poison damage path, however, took the opposite approach. In short, if you can't finish me off instantly, prepare to be kite. They steadily chip away at their opponent's condition and health, silently wearing them down until they collapse. Its most legendary feat? A level 45 Awakened 1 exhausting a top-tier level 59 first transition Awakened 1 to the point of collapse. Thus, the poison damage style gained its notoriety. But the fame it earned was infamous, as foul as the stench of a battlefield. But battles between awakened ones are about determining victory or defeat, even without a battlefield. Victory alone was enough. Who cared about distinctions of rank or prestige? These words became gospel for the poison damage faction, chanted day and night. Sadly, being a faction founded on self-invented skills, it lacked staying power and soon faded into obscurity. Only their deeds endure through the ages. Poison wounds? I hadn't considered that before. Luo Hua tapped his chin, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Reflecting on the 7 major schools of elemental mages: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, along with their derivative branches. Yet strangely, there was no poison school. Had Xia Yingyao not researched it just now, Luo Hua wouldn't have even considered this niche category. Of course, niche referred to its historical legacy, not its lethality. Poison-type beasts occasionally appeared in dungeons. It was precisely because so few awakened ones possessed this ability that it was instinctively overlooked. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Luo Hua clapped his hands, marveling at the revelation. Today's conversation had suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, reading had its benefits. It made one stronger. He had only been at Yenzhou University for a few days, yet his previously held worldview was being overturned time and again. Yingyao, I have no idea how your mind works. It's absolutely brilliant. If you hadn't gone out of your way to research the history of the poison wound lineage, I'd never have known this seemingly minor department was so formidable. Having learned from his previous experience, Luo Hua now praised her with effortless ease. His words flowed naturally, pouring from the heart. Compared to his previous awkward attempts, it was night and day. The barrage of compliments left Xia Yingyao blushing and looking away in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her bashful expression captivated passers-by. Several freshmen who had just arrived for registration stared so intently they lost track of where they were walking. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as they all collided with the bulletin board beside them. Holy crap, when did this thing pop up? Whoa! Yenzhou University is something else. Even the bulletin boards attack people. My bad this time, but next time I'll strike first. They spouted such adolescent nonsense, with one even treating the bulletin board as an adversary. Their eyes blazed with fighting spirit, perfectly embodying the image of passionate youths. Too bad they'd all misplaced their fierce moves. They'd rather believe the bulletin board moved than admit they'd stumbled. Such a scene naturally drew quite a crowd. Particularly from a nearby spot, a pair of eyes burned with fierce intensity. Kai Jisheng clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. The fact that the dungeon hadn't eliminated the two of them already felt like a humiliating defeat. Now, seeing Xia Yingyao acting like a little woman in front of Luo Hua, he was so furious his back teeth nearly shattered. Hidden in the corner of the campus, it wasn't the leaves overhead that blocked his view, but a green glow. Damn it! That damn traitor, Xia Yingyao! Words could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. His narrowed eyes blazed with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to charge forward and tear them to shreds. Just as his murderous intent surged, he suddenly caught Luo Hua's gaze sweeping in his direction. Startled, he quickly hid himself. His heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping from his chest. Kai Jisheng clutched his chest, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had just convinced himself that his earlier senses couldn't have been wrong. How could that be? He's just a specially recruited freshman. Kai Jisheng's eyes widened, darting around the room with a vacant stare. He wasn't really looking at anything, his mind was frantically recalling every tiny detail from before. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he were truly that strong, he would have been placed directly in Class 1. How could he still be in Class 2? He muttered to himself, trying to convince himself. But that piercing gaze from earlier couldn't have been mistaken. Clearly, he had pinpointed his location precisely through his emotional fluctuations. Such power was far beyond what a mere level 30-something awakened could possess. At the very least, he was level 40, and even that was an understatement. He had heard elders in his family say that only awakened who had been baptized in blood could cultivate such an instinct for killing intent. No! I've been spotted. Kai Jisheng declared with absolute certainty. Hesitation meant defeat. He had to find another way in immediately. Oomph. It's time to close in on the Xia family too. Once you step outside Yenzhou University and onto our Kai family's turf, you'll be as good as caught, no matter how powerful you are. A sinister smile curled Kai Jisheng's lips, his eyes gleaming with depravity. He refused to believe Xia Yingyao could truly ignore the Xia family. Then, with the help of Class 2's monitor, Su Qi, the two of them would just need to give her a little taste of their power. Xia Yingyao would have no choice but to crawl obediently into bed with him. Daring to humiliate him like this, she'd get a taste of his methods soon enough. Afterwards, he'd toss her onto the streets of perdition, making her regret her current decision. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kai Jisheng's eyes narrowed imperceptibly into slits. With that thought, he turned and left the scene without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Xia Yingyao had also noticed Luo Hua's unusual behavior. What's wrong? She asked softly, turning to look in the direction Luo Hua was staring. Yet no matter how intently she looked, she couldn't discern anything unusual. Nothing much, just a fly. Luo Hua smiled, dismissing it with casual indifference. Yet, deep inside, his heart sank slightly, and his expression grew a touch more serious. Having spent years navigating dungeons, he trusted his instincts implicitly. Though he hadn't seen anyone, that gaze intent on killing him felt undeniably real. Still, since he didn't know who the person was, there was no need to say more. Otherwise, it would only serve to unnecessarily worry others. He could only act as if nothing had happened, continuing the conversation with Xia Yingyao about the topic they'd been discussing earlier. Walking side by side, the handsome man and beautiful woman were the envy of all who saw them. Chapter 117, Reward Secured, Glimmering Fragments. Not far from the academic building, Luo Hua and the others walked while discussing the specifics of cursed skills. Head on, they bumped into a massive potbelly. "Hey, Brother Hua, you two out for a stroll together?" Pang Xin asked curiously, glancing around. Such a conspicuous spot near the academic building was hardly a romantic rendezvous location. Why had they ended up here? He only dared make such jokes in front of Luo Hua. Otherwise, if Xia Yingyao caught him alone, he'd be in for a world of trouble. "Fatso, what are you talking about? We're not here for a stroll." Xia Yingyao glared at him fiercely, scolding him in displeasure. But the faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth had already given her away. As she spoke, her eyes casually glanced at Luo Hua. Seeing that he wasn't angry, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet his utterly indifferent demeanor left her feeling rather despondent. For a moment, her feelings became rather complicated. "Ha? If you weren't here for a walk, then what were you doing? But class is already over. I'm in a hurry to get back." Pang Xin scratched his head in confusion, his round face filled with bewilderment. Hearing this, Luo Hua finally noticed the time. "I didn't realize we'd been delayed so long. Class has already ended." Luo Hua sighed softly, shaking his head with a smile. Indeed, all good things come to an end. They'd only chatted briefly about skills, yet the entire morning had slipped by in a flash. "Oh, I almost forgot something important," Pang Xin said, pulling a brocade box from his backpack and thrusting it into Luo Hua's hands. Before Luo Hua could ask, he explained. "This is the reward from the academy. I'm not sure what's inside. But based on my guess, it's definitely not just a B-grade engraving scroll. There should be other things inside too." Though Pang Xion's words seemed to raise expectations. If it turned out to contain only the scroll, it would be utterly embarrassing and make others think it was worthless. But since he dared to say it, he must be quite certain. Otherwise, the question remained, who would take the fall for it? Pang Xin? He certainly didn't have the guts. If his uncle Jiang Fengming were to take the fall, he'd undoubtedly be in for a severe beating. Clearly, he'd been instructed beforehand to speak with such certainty. "Is that so? Now you've got me curious," Luo Hua said, opening it right in front of the two of them. There was no one around to see anyway. As the brocade box slowly opened, two items lay exposed within. One was precisely the B-grade imprint scroll he had been longing for. On the other side lay 10 irregular objects, each emitting a faint, eerie glow. "Ha? What's this?" Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, picking one up and holding it in his hand. The rest he promptly stowed away in his backpack. "Brother Hua, what are these things?" Pang Xin stared wide-eyed, curiosity burning in his gaze. The information displayed clearly showed it was just an item. Why give away 10 of them at once? It seemed rather useless. Xia Yingyao also felt a bit puzzled, not quite understanding. Her eyes fluttered, not fixed on the beads but on Luo Hua's face. She couldn't help but feel a wave of unease. While this item was indeed uncommon, it shouldn't be that rare. Precisely because of this, she wondered why Luo Hua's face was filled with such a warm smile. "Luo Hua, do you really like this glimmering shard?" Xia Yingyao asked curiously. "But this thing doesn't seem to have any practical use, does it?" She knew a bit about it, just as the records described. Glimmering fragment. Quality, B. Glow, stores 97 layers of faint light, which diminishes over time. Beyond storing faint light, it possesses no practical function. Even its B-grade quality feels like a sham. Its purpose is utterly unclear. Simply put, it's a rip-off. It might pass as a gift for children, but using it as a reward feels downright tacky. In fact, Xia Yingyao even suspects the school administration is lining their own pockets. Using things others don't want to do them a favor. This time, Xia Yingyao was so furious she laughed. Just as she turned to glare fiercely at Pang Xin, ready to unleash a tirade, Luo Hua finally spoke up. 10 shards of glimmer? Yenzhou University sure knows how to make a grand gesture. Luo Hua was overjoyed. Even without thinking, he knew exactly who this reward was connected to. Back in Jiangchang, when he had slain the dual-pupil demon general, Wei Juanjia had given him a glimmering pearl as a token of their meeting. Throughout the entire process, the orb had never passed through anyone else's hands. Even if others had speculated, they couldn't have been entirely accurate. Now, since Yenzhou University dared to offer this as a reward, they had clearly sought his opinion beforehand. "Please convey my thanks to Professor Gua. I truly appreciate the gift. Luo Hua smiled faintly before turning to Pang Xin. It wasn't about how good or expensive the item was, but rather that it was useful right now. The words of gratitude left both of them utterly speechless. It was clearly not a particularly important item. Was gratitude really necessary? Could it be sarcasm? Pang Xin scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Only when he saw the sincerity in Luo Hua's expression did he slowly exhale, choosing to say no more and think no further. After all, so many things were about to happen every day. The world held countless things he didn't understand, waiting for him. He simply didn't have time to dwell on it. As long as Luo Hua wasn't upset, everything was fine. If he accidentally angered him and everyone ended up parting on bad terms, his plan to latch onto someone powerful would be completely ruined. Alright, I'll mention it to Teacher Guo when I get a chance. Pang Xin nodded and replied. Hearing this, Luo Hua nodded in return. Now that we've got the items, we should start looking for suitable teammates. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Yingyao's communicator suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. The relentless stream of messages irritated her to no end, forcing her to open the interface. The moment she saw the message, her pupils suddenly contracted. Sorry. I need to step away for a moment. Something's come up at home. Xia Yingyao's face was clouded with worry, her delicate brows furrowed deeply, her anxiety clearly visible. Apologetically, she addressed Luo Hua before turning to leave. Hearing this, Luo Hua paused abruptly. After a moment's thought, he called out to her. Wait. I'll go with you. For some reason, Luo Hua couldn't shake the feeling that something about the entire situation seemed off. Deep down, it seemed connected to the cryptic glances he'd been receiving. For safety's sake, it would be wiser to accompany Xia Yingyao. Chapter 118, Creating a New Skill Again. Yanzhou City, Xuanhua Domain. The vast main city was divided into 4 districts: northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Xuanhua Domain, the district furthest from Yanzhou University, was precisely the city's western sector. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire city. Outside, sweltering heat and swirling sand filled the air. While conditions inside weren't quite as extreme, they weren't much better. Walking the streets, non-locals would likely be drenched in sweat by now. But for high-level awakened ones, it wasn't much of a problem. How about it? Not bad driving, huh? Pang Xin gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his voice brimming with pride. After all, his family wasn't exactly short on money, so owning a sedan was no big deal. Yet his attempt to show off his driving skills went completely unnoticed. All that self-praise, no one to cheer him on. Xia Yingyao was filled with anxiety, her slender hands clenched tightly, palms sweating slightly without her noticing. Her face was furrowed with worry, her eyes constantly darting out the window. At that moment, she likely had only one thought: to make the car go faster. But this was clearly just a wishful thought of hers, something almost impossible to achieve. Beside her, Luo Hua also ignored Pang Xin. His eyes were closed, giving the appearance of resting. Yet no one noticed the extraordinary feat he was performing. Clutched tightly in his hand was a glowing scroll. Had Xia Yingyao glanced at it just once more, she would have gasped in astonishment. For that faint glow signaled the scroll's activation. It was well known that anyone, even prodigies from the most prestigious clans, would approach the use of a transfer scroll with utmost caution and unwavering focus. The slightest misstep could affect the skill's success rate, potentially endangering one's entire soul. Indeed, some would even seek out secluded locations. Whether it be a family's secret sanctuary or the wilderness. In short, the fewer disturbances, the better. Who else would be like Luo Hua, stubbornly enduring the road's jolts to create skills right there on the spot? Not only was this unheard of at Yanzhou University, but it was equally unprecedented across Yanzhou City or even the entire Dragon Nation. But Luo Hua knew none of this. He was a pure autodidact. His first attempt at creating a skill happened in the noisy classroom. Instinctively, he assumed that such things could be done whenever inspiration struck. No one had ever told him otherwise, nor had anyone guided him. Luo Hua relied solely on his own experience to navigate this path. After all, that's how he'd managed during the year he spent soloing dungeons. Rather than asking endless questions like the colt crossing the river, only to remain ignorant of the water's depth. Better to wade through the river himself and discover what truly made it frightening. Under normal circumstances, Luo Hua would never have taken such a reckless risk. But just now, an idea about merging poison damage skills with his talents had suddenly flashed through his mind. To prevent this sudden inspiration from fading, he immediately put it to the test. The scroll in his hand glowed with a faint light, transforming into specks of starlight that burrowed into his brow. The abrupt transformation instantly snapped them out of their personal worlds. Pang Xin, in particular, was beyond mere shock. Gripping the steering wheel, he glanced at the rearview mirror before turning his head in terror. Within 5 seconds, he turned his head 4 times, convinced he must be seeing things. Were it not for the heightened senses of an awakened being, his constant glances back could have easily led to an accident. And just like that, he'd launched into his self-taught skill with startling directness. If this had been an ordinary person, Pang Xin would have at least cursed them as a reckless fool. If they wanted to die, they shouldn't do it by crashing into his car. Had they considered how his beloved vehicle would feel? But when it came to Luo Hua, things were different. Even when she did things that defied common sense, he would only nod in approval. What's that called? My brother Hua's style has always been this wild. What? You're too scared? That just proves you're weak. It doesn't mean anything else. Just because I'm ordinary, does that mean others should halt their progress to wait for me? Despite knowing each other for only a few days, Pang Xian's trust in Luo Hua had already reached an all-time high. Just because others can't do something doesn't mean brother Hua can't. If he dares to attempt it, he must be at least 90% certain of success. As for why there's still that 1% missing? Because that 1% is called humility. Of course, these were merely Pang Xian's personal thoughts. Luo Hua remained unaware. In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared far more troubled. Her mind, which had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Xia family, was now completely distracted by Luo Hua's actions. Her hands, glistening with sweat, hesitated to touch him, reaching out and then pulling back. She feared the road's jolts might affect Luo Hua and wanted to steady him. Yet she also feared her sudden movement might startle him, so the hand that had already reached out quickly retracted. Seeing Luo Hua's expression, her forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat. It felt as though she, not Luo Hua, was the one facing danger. Her mind went almost completely blank. She had intended to ask Pang Xian to pull over to the side of the road, but seeing the look on Luo Hua's face, she forgot all about it. Luo Hua, you absolutely mustn't get hurt. Xia Yingyao murmured softly. From childhood to now, you're the only one who's ever cared about my feelings. Her voice was barely audible, afraid to speak too loudly lest she disturb Luo Hua. Pang Xian, who usually loved gossip more than anything, wasn't listening intently now. His eyes were fixed entirely on the road ahead. His eyes scanned every direction, his ears tuned to every sound, and he didn't miss a single glimpse in the rearview mirror. He drove with extreme caution, wary of any elderly man or woman suddenly darting out from the roadside. Even someone as clumsy and dim-witted as he usually was understood the gravity of losing control now. He couldn't afford any mishaps. Otherwise, if it involved the soul level, he would truly be finished. Luo Hua remained utterly oblivious to their startled reactions. Had he still possessed consciousness to hear the commotion outside, he would have casually waved them off, signaling there was nothing to fear. Entering the mental space of his self-created skill once more, he experienced a distinct sensation. Unlike last time, he now felt completely at home. Unless subjected to a massive shock that forcibly pulled his consciousness out, severing the connection was virtually impossible. If they couldn't even interrupt the process of creating his skill, how could they possibly inflict severe damage on his soul? Within his mind, tens of thousands of skill characters floated. Their multicolored lights flickered and dimmed, pulsing like breaths. From afar, Luo Hua appeared as if immersed amidst a sea of stars. Reaching out to touch them, he felt as though he could pluck the stars from the sky. Chapter 119, Poison Damage Skill, Rear End Collision. So this is the poison damage skill? Interesting. Luo Hua casually waved his arm, and countless skills flashed before his eyes. Unlike the urgency of his last attempt, now that he was familiar with the process, he handled it with ease. The skills scrolled by like selecting items on an electronic display. A flick of his wrist sent countless skill boxes flashing before his eyes. The difference was that the skill space had an auto-filtering function. Even as he dismissed the skills before him, the subsequent ones that appeared swiftly filtered out the unwanted ones. What remained were all skills related to the poison damage playstyle. Every skill Xia Yingyao had mentioned earlier was here. So my skill library is actually pretty extensive after all. Luo Hua stroked his chin, murmuring with interest. He hadn't realized it before, but upon recalling Xia Yingyao's words, it all clicked into place. Since the poison damage style was a niche discipline, related skills were practically impossible to find. Yet before him now lay at least dozens of such abilities clearly exceeding the norm. Clearly, only a sufficiently large skill repository could hold such a vast amount of information. And this was without even counting the high-level skills. The sheer number of skills he possessed spoke volumes. Still, I need to speed things up a bit. Otherwise, if they see this, they'll worry. Luo Hua nodded, deciding not to waste any more time. Though he still meticulously studied every useful piece of information before making his selections, just as he had last time. But the current situation was different. There simply wasn't much time left for him. Even disregarding other factors, he believed it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes to reach the Xia residence. By then, his own situation might delay their progress, and he would truly become a liability. Little did he know, outside at that very moment, Xia Yingyao and Pang Xian had long since been on pins and needles, fearing the worst might happen to him. Fortunately, Luo Hua didn't dawdle. He consciously sped up the process. Within the skill space in his mind, Luo Hua's hand shot out. In an instant, countless skills exploded. They weren't truly shattering, but rather magnified several times over and arranged in orderly patterns. Dozens of sets of comparisons appeared before his eyes, instantly becoming crystal clear. Similarities and differences immediately stood out. Found it! Luo Hua's expression brightened as he meticulously extracted them. The essence remains unchanged. Though differences like petrification and poison damage seemed vast, their underlying mechanisms shared many similarities. It was only in later stages that the poison damage branch clearly evolved toward greater lethality. Luo Hua's fingers tapped lightly, and one by one, symbols materialized before his eyes. Almost instantly, the rudimentary form of the poison damage stream took shape. But that alone would never be enough. The very essence of a self-created skill lies in its fusion with innate abilities, achieving the utmost synergy. Of course, Luo Hua had already planned this skill carefully. Since it's an area of effect damage skill, a group wipe type, it absolutely needs to be paired with necromantic resurrection. Unlike last time, soul-devouring slash also incorporated the effects of pupil arts. Ultimately, while it offered stronger control, the power of necromantic resurrection would inevitably be somewhat diminished. Fortunately, soul-devouring slash is a single-target skill and won't be significantly affected. However, the poison damage skill he was now creating clearly couldn't continue this approach. Area of effect skills, when spread across multiple targets, inevitably deal significantly reduced damage. If we continue merging innate skills into two separate ones, the skill's effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly diminished. Poison damage, necromantic resurrection. Drawing on his prior experience, he effortlessly extracted the runes for necromantic resurrection. Luo Hua manipulated both hands, connecting the patterns of the two skills together. Instantly, a brilliant light flared, the sign of successful fusion. Seeing this, Luo Hua did not relax his efforts. Creating the skill pattern was merely the first step. His prior experience warned him that the patterns still needed to pass a skill level assessment before they could be imprinted as a complete skill. A flash of light illuminated the skill patterns. In an instant, the light burst forth brilliantly. It must succeed on the first try. Luo Hua clenched his fists tightly, silently praying. The imprint scroll in his hands was merely C-grade, incapable of creating skills beyond that tier. That's why he'd held back from the very start. If the grade rose later, he'd have to expend more effort to readjust it. The current state of the skill's patterns was precisely what he desired most. Any further changes might compromise its original essence. Pattern construction complete. Grade, C. After confirmation, please imprint using psychic energy. The familiar voice sounded like heavenly music. It instantly lifted Luo Hua's spirits, washing over him with a wave of exhilaration. As the voice faded, Luo Hua's fingers began moving at lightning speed outside. This scene left Xia Yingyao and the others speechless. If the exceptionally long 6 minutes in the classroom had left them deeply shaken, then this time, they could only stare at Luo Hua with expressions that seemed to question the very fabric of reality. If memory served, the entire process had likely taken less than 3 minutes. Pang Xian might not have realized it, but Xia Yingyao certainly couldn't have missed it. She sat close enough to see everything without even turning her head. Therefore, the information from the engraving scroll in Luo Hua's hands had long been etched into her memory. A C-grade engraving scroll enabling skill creation in under 3 minutes, what did that even mean? Not only had she never seen one, she'd never even heard of such a thing. And look at the current environment. Luo Hua sat there in the car and single-handedly completed the skill creation. Though the final imprinting step remained, to Xia Yingyao and the others, the skill was undeniably successful. The swiftly sketched patterns alone revealed Luo Hua's mastery over it. Others might have a success rate of nearly 80% with their crooked attempts, but for someone like Luo Hua, calling it a 100% success wouldn't be an exaggeration. Swish! 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 A faint glow followed the movement of his fingertips. With each stroke, the ethereal patterns before him glowed brighter. As Luo Hua's movements grew faster and the patterns more intricate, the light became dazzlingly bright. A dreamlike green glow seeped through the white light, accompanied by an eerie aura spreading outward. Just as completion seemed imminent, Pang Xian's foot shifted, pressing down on the accelerator. His eyes locked on the object before him, pupils contracting sharply. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the entire vehicle as if struck by a heavy blow. Pang Xian's plump face slammed hard against the steering wheel. Even with an awakened one's exceptional physical constitution, the force nearly knocked the wind out of him. Suddenly, alarm shot through him. Just as he turned to check on Luo Hua, the moment his head turned, a sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over him. Unbeknownst to them, another pickup truck had collided with the side of their vehicle, sending Pang Xian and the others, along with the car itself, sliding several meters sideways. But it wasn't over yet. Crash! 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 A series of collisions echoed, sending pedestrians scattering in panic. Just as they assumed it was a chain reaction rear-end collision. No one noticed that every single vehicle had collided with pinpoint accuracy into the car carrying Luo Hua and his group. The sedan crumpled like it was made of paper, severely deformed. Thick smoke billowed from the wreckage, obscuring the scene inside. Chapter 120, Roadblockers, cleaved with a single strike. On the road to the Xia family estate in the Xuanhua domain, the incessant wail of vehicle alarms echoed endlessly. Several vehicles had rear-ended one another in succession, their front ends caved in. Strangely, the drivers all seemed unharmed. After exchanging glances, they opened their doors. As if jolted by some force, they stumbled toward safer ground. They patted their chests nervously, feeling a sense of relief as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, the slightly narrowed eyes fixed on Luo Hua's vehicle betrayed them completely. They relished the sense of observing the scene of the crime. At the epicenter of the accident, flames flickered and thick black smoke billowed upward. Without rescue teams, the situation looked hopeless. Those trapped inside were surely doomed. Just as the onlookers' worries deepened, a muffled thud echoed through the air. Boom! The car door shook violently twice. The flickering flames, caught in the shockwave, suddenly trembled violently twice. At that sound, the drivers who had been remarkably composed until then froze mid-motion. Two of them, who had been rolling cigarettes, dropped them to the ground as their hands shook. It can't be. Finally, someone voiced the thought, though the words carried little certainty. For some reason, their hearts began to race, an ominous feeling washing over them. Just as they clung to a sliver of hope, several muffled thuds echoed through the air. Bang! Bang! Compared to the previous one, these were louder and clearer. With these two booms, the car door was violently kicked open. Almost simultaneously, a figure darted out. The speed was so incredible that almost no one could make out what had happened. All they saw was a blur before their eyes. When vision returned, a pale-faced young woman lay sprawled on the roadside. Immediately after, they saw that figure reappear beside the car door. It was none other than Luo Hua. His face was as still as water, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His arm shot up, adopting a poised stance. No way! Is he actually going to smash the car door open? Am I still half asleep? Why isn't he using a weapon? Or does he have brass knuckles on his hands that I didn't notice? Probably not, but he can't be thinking of anything better. Someone should go help him. Though the onlookers mocked Luo Hua for his reckless bravado, some still urged those beside them to step in and assist. Just as they were filled with disbelief, convinced Luo Hua was wasting his efforts, his fist came crashing down. Boom! A sudden, deafening explosion echoed. It sounded like someone had set off firecrackers by the roadside, the roar reverberating endlessly. Those standing close felt as if their ears were about to burst. With that single blast, the car door warped and buckled, its internal lock snapped clean off. The sheer force of it made everyone swallow hard. Earlier, they hadn't believed Luo Hua could do it. Now that he had, they doubted their own eyes. Just as they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, a terrified scream pierced the air. Wait! If he keeps hitting like that, won't the driver inside get beaten to death? The words had barely left their lips when they instantly captured everyone's attention. His concern wasn't unfounded, but none of them knew who was sitting inside the car. Their ignorance didn't extend to Luo Hua. Over the past few days, Luo Hua had gained some initial understanding of this chubby kid. Though his combat prowess was nothing special, his defense was notoriously thick. To put it simply, it was at least twice that of an ordinary warrior. Otherwise, all that extra padding would have been a waste. Just as the man voiced his concern, Luo Hua had already grabbed Pang Xian's shoulder with one swift step. Pulling him out by the seatbelt, he yanked him free. He was heavy, but under Luo Hua's baseline strength of over 5,000 pounds, he felt as light as a feather. Ow! 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 Pang Xian's wails echoed instantly. It wasn't from impact or falling, it was the sheer force of Luo Hua's grip that had him writhing in agony. Seeing him so lively, it was clear he hadn't been completely knocked out earlier. The sheer force of the impact had simply overwhelmed his brain. Compounded by his large frame, getting out of the mangled vehicle had become a challenge in itself. Now that Luo Hua had rescued him, he was back to his usual carefree self. Witnessing this scene, several drivers sitting by the roadside instantly raised their eyebrows. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other's meaning. Move! Suddenly, 6 figures burst from the crowd. Weapons gripped tightly in their hands, all melee weapons except for one archer. Clearly, in their line of work, mages with conspicuous magical projectiles were the first to be eliminated. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. The onlookers only saw a blur before the figures streaked toward Luo Hua. The archer flipped onto the roof in a crouching position and fired an arrow at Luo Hua. From above, he sealed off all possible escape routes. The remaining 5 formed a 1-3-1 formation, each charging toward one of Luo Hua's 3 companions. Among them, Luo Hua deemed the greatest threat was naturally the primary target. A bunch of level 35s daring to start something here? You're asking for death. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold. The arrows hurtling straight toward him seemed to slow to a crawl in his eyes, as if someone had pressed the slow motion button. His gaze flickered, and he swiftly assessed their movements. If they were only targeting him, that would be one thing. But attacking the unconscious Xia Yingyao as well? That truly crossed his line. His newly mastered skill was complete, but it was utterly useless against these men. With a flick of his arm, he deflected the arrows aimed directly at him. Raising his other hand, he clenched his fist tightly, as if grasping something within his palm. Frost impact. Luo Hua growled, flinging his arm forward with lightning speed. In an instant, ice crystals danced through the air. The surrounding heat grew noticeably colder with his movement. A sudden chill swept through the air, engulfing the others. What is this? Witnessing this scene, a hint of terror finally flickered in their eyes. Eyelashes, hair, even the stubble at the corners of their mouths were instantly coated with a layer of frost. The question had barely left their lips when they felt their movements grow sluggish. Those with some knowledge immediately recognized it as an ice-based skill, but shouldn't that be something only mages could use? Before he could voice his thoughts, he felt the heat within his body rapidly draining away. Frost swiftly encased his entire body. Whether it was an illusion or not, vitality seemed to fade alongside the cold, and the fear of death instantly gripped his heart. Please. The words caught in his throat. Only his body remained, still reaching forward. Too late. You should have known the moment you attacked me. Luo Hua's voice was icy cold. He swiftly turned his head, locking eyes with the archer on the roof. Chapter 121, Farewell, Wu Yun. The instant their gazes locked, the archer felt every hair on his body stand on end. Terror gripped his heart, causing uncontrollable tremors, while his mind went completely blank. In the blink of an eye, his entire team had been wiped out. His legs buckled, yet instinct still drove him to flee outward. Yet, the archer had barely tumbled off the cart and hadn't taken 2 steps when... Thud! A sharp pain shot through his back, sending him crashing forward uncontrollably. He landed face first, crashing hard onto the ground. The pain sent a wave of numbness through his entire back. Before he could process what had happened, he braced himself to get up. But the moment he moved, a tremendous force slammed into him, pinning him back down with a heavy stomp. Speak! Who sent you here? Luo Hua's voice was icy cold as he demanded in a deep tone. He stared down at the archer from above, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. This time, these men had crossed his line. This was intolerable. I don't know. The archer trembled like a leaf, his voice quivering. He who hunts geese all day eventually gets his eye pecked out. He never imagined Luo Hua would be this powerful, and no one had warned them. As for who the employer was? He had no clue either. They were only responsible for accepting the mission. The liaison and the task executor were different people. And now that the task executor was dead, how could he possibly know who the employer was? Forget the employer, he couldn't even track down the contact person. Seems you're of no use to us anymore. Luo Hua's eyes narrowed coldly. He shifted his weight slightly, preparing to step down. Stop. Luo Hua, stop. Hearing the voice, Luo Hua's brows furrowed. He turned his head, looking toward the crowd. Amidst the throng, a middle-aged man with faintly graying temples pushed his way toward them. His square face, nearly textbook perfect, was etched with wrinkles, clearly not someone who had coasted through life without effort. Hearing the commotion, the crowd politely parted to make way for the middle-aged man. No way. That law enforcement uniform wasn't something to be trifled with. Chief Wu? What brings you here? Luo Hua looked at the middle-aged man panting before him and asked curiously. But he didn't let his guard down because of it, allowing the person at his feet to escape. The middle-aged man was none other than Wu Yun, chief of the North River branch of the Jiangcheng enforcement team. The distance between Jiangcheng and Yenzhou City was no small matter. With the risk of demonic beasts lurking in the wilderness, travel could only be made via teleportation arrays. The cost involved was no small matter. Phew! Good thing I made it. Wu Yun panted heavily, his mouth parched and dry, unable even to swallow. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally spoke slowly. Transferred over. Now all 4 districts of Yenzhou City fall under my jurisdiction. Wu Yun struggled to speak, looking nothing like an awakened individual. Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly as he pulled a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it over. Grasping the bottle, Wu Yun downed it in one gulp, burping loudly. Phew! I'm alive. He exhaled deeply, then immediately snapped back to reality. Right. I almost forgot to mention the important matter. You absolutely cannot kill this man. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of trouble later. Better leave him to me. I'll take him back for questioning. That way, you won't have to run around later, wasting your own time. Luo Hua nodded slightly at Wu Yun's words. It was true as he said. Killing the archer would certainly ease his mind. But gathering evidence afterward would likely prove quite troublesome. After all, passers-by aren't saints, why would they go out of their way to testify on his behalf? Alright. I'll take your advice. With that, Luo Hua turned to check on Xia Yingyao's condition. Wu Yun immediately subdued the archer and handcuffed him. He pulled out his phone to contact the enforcement team from the Xuanhua district branch, instructing them to come clean up the scene. Perhaps it was the new broom sweeping clean, but everyone feared bad luck and acted swiftly. In less than a minute, they arrived at the scene. Even the use of precious teleportation scrolls was deemed necessary. As the archer was escorted into the vehicle, Xia Yingyao slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? She clutched her head, feeling a sharp ache. Confused, she scanned her surroundings. Wrecked vehicles littered the road, and onlookers pointed and whispered at them. She clearly remembered heading to the Xia residence, then Luo Hua using the imprint scroll in the car. Then, a tremendous force had struck her, her head hitting the car, and she had lost consciousness. Right. That must be it. As Xia Yingyao pieced her memories back together, a glimmer of clarity finally appeared in her eyes. Looking around again, she realized she'd been in a car accident. There was no time for further thought. Xia Yingyao braced herself and sat up from Luo Hua's embrace. Though she was reluctant to leave that warm embrace. The current situation facing the Xia family was far from optimistic. Now was simply not the time for romantic entanglements. Where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. Just then, Wu Yun approached. Glancing at Pang Xian's wrecked vehicle, he suddenly spoke up. The enforcement team happened to arrive just then, so they took an extra vehicle. This saved him from running back and forth, nearly killing himself in the process. Sure, thank you, Director Wu. Luo Hua didn't hesitate for a moment. After all, it was a free ride, why refuse? Now that Pang Xian's car was totaled, finding another one would only be time-consuming and troublesome. In the end, he'd probably have to call a taxi anyway, what a hassle. Better to let Wu Yun give him a ride, it would save a lot of trouble. Can we go? After speaking, Luo Hua looked at Xia Yingyao. Seeing that she had tried several times but still couldn't get up, and her calf was swollen. Wait, don't get up yet. A grave expression crossed Luo Hua's face as his gaze fixed intently on Xia Yingyao's calf. His expression darkened. Xia Yingyao had been about to try standing again, but before she could move, he immediately pressed her back down. Drawing on his past experience, he instantly recognized that Xia Yingyao calf bone had fractured. The impact from that fall must have been exceptionally severe. Don't try. It's broken. Luo Hua said in a low voice, his face darkening to a frightening degree. Even with a priest present, as long as too much time hadn't passed, it could be easily repaired. But this injury was real. The killing intent that had been suppressed surged back once more. No matter what, those who sought to kill him and his companions would not be spared. Let's go, Director Wu. I'll need your help once more. Luo Hua addressed Wu Yun with a hint of apology, then turned his gaze toward Xia Yingyao. The numbness had now faded, and the excruciating pain from her fractured bones made cold sweat bead on her forehead. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and endured the agony with great difficulty. Chapter 122, Arrival at the Xia Residence. Seeing Xia Yingyao's agonized expression, Luo Hua couldn't bear it either. Contact your pastor friend and head to your family home. I'll cover all expenses. Without another word, he scooped Xia Yingyao up in his arms. Seeing this, Wu Yun understood the situation perfectly. Without a word, he immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Even Pang Xian, usually the most talkative, remained silent, saying nothing. This assassination attempt had forced him to reassess his understanding of the outside world. They pushed past the noisy crowd, ignoring the pointing and whispering, and got straight into the Law Enforcement Bureau vehicle. The chief of the Enforcement Bureau driving himself, what a display of authority. Yet at that moment, not a single one of them gave the matter a second thought. Not even Wu Yun seemed to care. In the world of awakened ones, strength reigns supreme. In his eyes, Luo Hua's power far surpassed his own, and he was only around 20 years old. Serving as a chauffeur for such a prodigy held no shame whatsoever. Moreover, he was well aware that Luo Hua's standing within the organization was even higher than his own. It seemed, however, that Luo Hua himself remained completely unaware of this fact. At that moment, Luo Hua watched Xia Yingyao endure the pain, unsure how to help. It's okay. Once the priest arrives, he'll treat you immediately. As a friend, the only healing potions he carried were stamina and health potions. They were completely useless for setting broken bones. These highly practical potions had long been used up during past dungeon runs, one bottle after another, until none remained. As for whether they were precious or not, that wasn't something he considered. For a lone wolf like him, potions were always most valuable when used on himself. Looks like I'll have to start farming dungeons myself from now on, see if I can get my hands on some more regeneration potions. Luo Hua nodded, his mind already set on a plan. Regeneration potions weren't normally found in regular dungeons. Only after conquering a dungeon and obtaining mining rights could one acquire them. However, as his summoned creatures grew stronger, he rarely needed to fight in person anymore. This naturally reduced his need for regeneration potions. Once he acquired the mining rights, he'd simply bundle them up and sell them off. But now it seemed wiser to keep some of these valuable items for herself. Had any remained earlier, Xia Yingyao wouldn't now be enduring this agony while waiting for the priest's arrival. It'll be okay. Here, drink some life potion first. Luo Hua watched Xia Yingyao's trembling lips, pulled out a bottle of potion, and held it to her mouth. Supporting her, he fed it into her mouth. Though it wouldn't heal her, it could at least keep her health bar consistently full. Only then could the pain be somewhat alleviated, preventing it from becoming unbearable. Who'd have thought you'd be this loaded? Wu Yun, driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and uttered a baffling remark. But Luo Hua, upon seeing the health potion in his hand, waved it off nonchalantly. Only potions that get used are truly valuable. He replied indifferently, his gaze fixed on Xia Yingyao. The care she'd shown him over the past few days had significantly altered his perception of this girl. Now that she was injured, he was simply returning the favor, nothing more. Wu Yun was also quite perceptive and refrained from further teasing. Youngsters might enjoy stirring things up, but as a seasoned veteran in his 50s, he could see right through it. If they were truly a couple, why would they deliberately keep their distance? Not only Luo Hua, but Xia Yingyao herself felt the same way. That look of wanting to snuggle into each other's arms yet being utterly bashful, it wasn't how a couple should act. At a time like this, in so much pain, what the hell was there to be shy about? Luo Hua, late autumn, said she wants to use the teleportation scroll and asked you. Xia Yingyao murmured, her lips pale. At the mention of the teleportation scroll, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Such items weren't cheap, though not quite 10,000 copper coins, they were close. The problem was, Xia Yingyao had run away from home earlier and had almost no money on her. She couldn't afford any expenses. She dared not ask Luo Hua directly, terrified of how he might look at her afterward. Then she added quickly. Could you lend me a gold coin? I'll repay you however you want later. By the time she spoke, her voice had dropped to a near whisper. If not for Luo Hua's keen hearing, he likely wouldn't have caught a word. No need for all that trouble. He waved his hand dismissively before continuing, just have her get ready to go. I'll reimburse her later. I told you before, all expenses are on me. Luo Hua met Xia Yingyao's gaze directly as he spoke slowly. Once words were spoken, there was no taking them back. Besides, a single teleportation scroll was hardly a significant matter to him. His backpack held at least 100, if not more. With the teleportation skill, Transcendence Mark, at his disposal, teleportation scrolls had become almost useless. Still, he'd held onto it, thinking it might come in handy someday. And now, here it was, finally serving its purpose, a small measure of usefulness at last. All in all, it wasn't a loss. To Luo Hua, it was an ordinary remark, but to Xia Yingyao's ears, it sounded exceptionally domineering. But this kind of dominance was exactly what she craved. Unlike the empty platitudes spoken for appearances, once spoken, it must be fulfilled. For a moment, she seemed to forget the pain, her heart pounding wildly like a frightened deer. Thank you, Luo Hua. Xia Yingyao's voice was low, faint as a mosquito's buzz. A faint blush spread across her pale face. But no one present noticed, nor did anyone pay attention. Wu Yun was focused on driving and had no time to spare. Glancing at the navigation on his phone, he murmured softly. Everyone, we're almost at the Xia residence. His voice snapped Xia Yingyao back to reality. Her gaze swept past the space between the driver and passenger seats, pierced through the windshield, and fixed straight ahead. Familiar yet unfamiliar architecture reappeared in her mind. In an instant, her earlier smile faded, reverting to the icy demeanor she'd worn when first meeting Luo Hua. She couldn't recall how long it had been since she'd last returned to this family devoid of warmth. Even though she was in Yenzhou, having been admitted to the nearby Yenzhou University, she hadn't returned home even once. Even family notifications or reports were handled directly through her phone. The Xia family. The two words sprang from Xia Yingyao's lips. They carried not a shred of emotion, merely a faint echo of distant memory. A sudden, instinctive loathing flashed in her eyes. Chapter 123, The Fallen Xia Family. Within the Xia family compound, in the Xuanhua domain of Yenzhou City, the family elders knelt before a man, groveling and begging for mercy. Young Master Kai, we beg you to show mercy. If our Xia family fails to win this bid, we will truly go bankrupt. The middle-aged man at the head of the group kept banging his head on the ground. Even as blood streamed from his forehead, he remained utterly oblivious. Though clearly an awakened being over level 50, he felt not the slightest inclination to resist the younger generation seated before him. Unless, of course, he wanted to declare war on the Kai family. But was that even possible? Naturally, it was unrealistic, something he dared not even entertain. The Kai family's vast wealth and influence were far beyond what their small Xia family could ever hope to match. A mere gust of wind from above could send their fragile tree swaying precariously. Not to mention, even within Yenzhou University, the Kai family held a certain standing. As the head of the household, Xia Jinkuan could not possibly lead his entire clan into the flames. Even knowing that a project vital to the Xia family's lifeline was now in the other party's hands, he still dared not make a move. For standing behind them was an equally formidable 55th level elder. If they were to clash, victory was far from assured. That elder surpassed him in both skill and innate talent. A direct confrontation might have a chance of taking down Kai Jisheng, but it would surely drag the entire Xia family down with them. If blame must be placed, blame Xia Yingyao for not knowing her place. Kai Jisheng sneered, rising slowly to his feet. Seeing his movements, the Xia family members immediately bowed their heads even lower. They could only hope he wouldn't fly into a rage, or blame the entire Xia family for Xia Yingyao's actions. Young Master Kai, we have no idea what our little sister did to offend you. She actually left our Xia family long ago and is no longer one of us. We hope you won't hold it against us. Before Xia Jinkuan could speak, his eldest son had already distanced himself from the matter. Though the others remained silent, the slight lifting of their heads revealed they shared the same sentiment. Xia Yingyao might possess striking beauty, but to them, she was merely a tool for an arranged marriage. From childhood onward, she had never been favored. And that hadn't changed. When Kai Jisheng showed interest in Xia Yingyao, they had desperately tried to bring them together, hoping to use her to climb the social ladder. Now that Xia Yingyao had made a mistake, they wanted to sell her off and sever all ties with her. But clearly, such reasoning held no sway over Kai Jisheng whatsoever. Shut up. Did I ask you to speak? He delivered a swift kick, sending Xia Yingsheng flying backward. Thud. He slammed hard into the wall. While such an attack wouldn't kill him, it certainly wasn't pleasant. Xia Yingsheng tumbled down from the wall, writhing in agony as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Breathing heavily, he seemed unlikely to recover for at least half an hour. Despite witnessing their own clan brother being humiliated, not a single member of the Xia family dared to step forward to help. Instead, they kept their heads down, terrified that they might be the next target. Even his own father, Xia Jinkuan, merely clenched his fists before quickly releasing them. It was as if the one being beaten wasn't his own son, but some random child plucked from the street. Though his movements were subtle, Kai Jisheng caught the gesture instantly. What? Got a problem with that? Kai Jisheng raised an eyebrow, sneering. He shot Xia Jinkuan a sideways glance, his face brimming with contempt. But he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't actually slap the man. If he did that, the entire nature of the incident would change. At the very least, he couldn't do that. No matter how arrogant Kai Jisheng was, no matter how much he looked down on the Xia family, he would never rashly lay a hand on them. If Xia Jinkuan flew into a rage and lashed out, then he wouldn't even have time to cry. To put it bluntly, it all boiled down to one thing. Fear of death. No one was immune to the fear of death, and Kai Jisheng was no exception. At least for now, nothing could make him disregard life and death. Leaving the other party a glimmer of hope was the only way to avoid a desperate last-ditch attack. Not at all, not at all. Facing the towering Kai Jisheng, Xia Jinkuan could only repeatedly apologize. As for his pitiful son, he was completely ignored. Let him writhe in agony far away as long as he knew he wouldn't die, that was all that mattered. Hearing this, Kai Jisheng's lips curled into a sneer. Oomph. I knew you wouldn't dare. Yes, yes, yes. Xia Jinkuan could only nod in agreement, his face plastered with sycophantic flattery. The title of head of the household felt like nothing but a joke at that moment. Where's Xia Yingyao? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Kai Jisheng's face was twisted with displeasure as he shot Xia Jinkuan a contemptuous glance and demanded coldly. His purpose in coming was to make Xia Yingyao recognize her place. Daring to go behind his back and get involved with Luo Hua, who had just arrived at Yenzhou University, he would make her realize her mistake. Without proper punishment, how could he maintain his standing in the eyes of others? Did he look like someone anyone could just ride roughshod over? As for the outcome, whether Xia Yingyao lived to see another day, that depended entirely on his mood at the time. Facing Kai Jisheng's interrogation, Xia Jinkuan tremblingly pulled out his phone. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the panel communication directly. Xia Yingyao had blocked him long ago, leaving only the phone as a means of contact. After dialing the number, all he heard was a busy signal. That damn! How dare she not answer my call? Xia Jinkuan's face darkened as curses spilled from his mouth. It was merely a temporary inability to connect regardless of the reason, yet he lashed out immediately. His expression shifted instantly, shifting to one of obsequiousness. He looked at Kai Jisheng and replied respectfully. Young Master Kai, they didn't pick up. Not answering? Oomph. Kai Jisheng snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing to slits. Who knows what was going through his mind, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Having given ample time, yet still showing such ingratitude, he wouldn't be blamed for resorting to harsh measures. At that moment, he seemed utterly unaware of what Xia Yingyao was enduring on the other end. In his eyes, any refusal to comply was tantamount to defiance. Since Xia Yingyao won't stand up for your Xia family, don't blame me either. Kai Jisheng spoke as he slowly pulled out his phone, preparing to send a message to the other party. Just then, a cold shout echoed in from the entrance. Kai Jisheng! Stop right there! As the voice faded, 3 figures slowly walked in. One of them carried a woman in his arms. That woman was none other than Xia Yingyao, the one with the injured leg. Already seething with rage, Kai Jisheng could barely contain himself at this sight. His eyes were bloodshot, and the flush on his face couldn't hide the greenish hue on his forehead. Xia Yingyao! You're all asking for trouble. Chapter 124, The Final Disappointment. Asking for death? Hearing Kai Jisheng's words, Luo Hua couldn't help but chuckle. Who here could possibly kill her? The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground? Or the old man who had been standing motionless all along? As long as he unleashed his magic hand or chaos wolf shadow, who could possibly stand against him? Not to mention, the guardian spirit was now bound to the chaos wolf shadow, granting it a whopping 300,000 HP. Even using just the new skill alone would be enough to make them question their very existence. Necrotic Mist LV.1. Quality C+. Effect, releases a poison mist lasting 10 minutes within a 10 by 10 range ahead, dealing poison damage equal to 5% of your spell power. Necromantic Resurgence Link Effect. Units killed within the fog will invariably transform into a necromancer that persists for 30 minutes, gaining a 30% damage bonus. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, poison damage ignores defense and can only be mitigated by poison resistance. The poison damage persists for 10 minutes, dealing over 200 damage per minute. It takes less than 20 seconds for large groups of awakened below level 40 to be instantly wiped out. But Luo Hua had no time to dwell on such minor details. It was designed to deal with demonic beasts in the first place. Why should he care about others' opinions? More importantly, this was an upgradable skill. Its exact upper limit remained to be explored. Moreover, the next upgrade requirement didn't seem particularly difficult. Lower tier effect, release area expanded to 20 by 20. Upgrade condition, kill 100 units with Necrotic Mist 0-100. Such a practical skill, just slap it on any Xia family member and chain it with blood seal effects. It would be a breeze to beat that little old man so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. With just you lot? A bunch of weaklings. Luo Hua sneered, not giving them a second thought. His confidence stemmed from his strength and he possessed that strength. This remark was nothing short of a direct provocation to the Xia family and Kai Jisheng's group. This was the last straw. The Xia family disciples, who had just endured the humiliation, found an outlet for their pent-up fury at that moment. They leapt to their feet, pointing at Luo Hua and his group as they hurled curses. What kind of trash are you? Daring to point fingers here? Exactly. Get that Xia Yingyao down immediately. Don't ruin our Xia family. That's shameless, daring to consort with some outsider. She's brought shame upon our family. Shame upon our family. The group beat their chests and stamped their feet, standing on the moral high ground to condemn Xia Yingyao, completely oblivious that their own behavior was the truly laughable spectacle. Some even remained in the awkward position of half-kneeling. The cacophony of curses made Wu Yun so uncomfortable he scratched his nose. Having just taken office, he was dressed in casual attire and was mistaken for a passerby. Are all the families in Yenzhou like this? Wu Yun cautiously leaned closer, whispering in Pang Xian's ear in a barely audible voice, as if he feared speaking too loudly might cause trouble if overheard. Hearing this, Pang Xian immediately frowned in displeasure, shooting him a disapproving glare. What did he mean, all families in Yenzhou were like this? Even as the head of the enforcement bureau, he shouldn't be making such slanderous remarks. What's going on? Shouldn't you know better than anyone? No. Don't talk nonsense. Our Pang family isn't like that. Without a moment's hesitation, Pang Xian flatly denied it. Why should the entire Yenzhou city take the blame for the Xia family's problems? If that were the case, Pang Xian would be the first to object. Accusations and condemnations rang out incessantly as the Xia family members pointed fingers at them. A torrent of vile insults poured forth, utterly disregarding their feelings. It seemed as though their curses were perfectly justified. Even if it meant pushing Xia Yingyao into a pit of fire, they would do it. The cold, heartless words pierced her heart with sorrow. Xia Yingyao gave a bitter smile and struggled to get out of Luo Hua's embrace. Standing on one foot, every movement tugged at the injury in her leg. Her face drained pale with pain, her body swaying precariously as if she might collapse at any moment. Even so, a glimmer of defiance still burned in her eyes. Unlike the vulnerability she had shown in Luo Hua's arms, the gaze she now directed at Kai Jisheng was filled with scorn. If you think you can make me submit through this version of the Xia family, then I can only say you're mistaken. Xia Yingyao's words were sharp, dripping with contempt for Kai Jisheng. Such despicable tactics only deepened her contempt for him. Moreover, the Xia family's current behavior left her utterly disheartened. Shut up. Xia Yingyao. Who gave you permission to speak here? If it weren't for you offending young Master Kai, would we have to suffer like this? The Xia family raised you all these years, and this is how you repay us? You're nothing but a waste of space. The entire Xia family brood reacted like rats with their tails stepped on. In that moment, all pretense shattered completely. They lashed out wildly, utterly devoid of any semblance of humanity. Raised me? I have no idea how you can even say that. Xia Yingyao gave a bitter laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm. Though she had been the clan chieftain's daughter since childhood, yet she had never received resources for leveling up, nor items to improve dungeon survival rates. Even items Xia Yingxing discarded never reached her. They'd simply toss it outside, or it would be snapped up by the other children of the main lineage. Even collateral relatives held higher priority than her. Xia Yingyao continued in a steady voice. In other words, the resources I received from the Xia family were all repaid shortly after I started my freshman year. Her voice was quiet, yet it felt like a heavy slap across everyone's faces. To others, her words might have sounded exaggerated, yet no one present dared to refute her. Because they all knew Xia Yingyao wasn't lying. She scanned the Xia family members, her gaze finally settling on the pathetic-looking Xia Yingsheng. Is this the future successor you've nurtured? Her voice was quiet, yet it rang out like a thunderclap. Heads turned, faces flushing with embarrassment. Shut up. You unlucky star. What business do you have speaking here? Xia Jinkuan's face twisted with fury as he barked at Xia Yingyao. His expression bore no resemblance to that of a father. It was the savage glare of a wolf ready to devour its prey. The venom in his eyes sent a chill through Xia Yingyao's heart. She had hoped that at this moment, he might offer even a slight defense for her. Instead, she was met with this expression. In that moment, Xia Yingyao lost all hope in the Xia family. Before, when she had no one to rely on outside the family, she had to keep others at arm's length to ensure her own safety. Now, with Luo Hua by her side, she could confidently tell these people. Exactly. This is your Xia family's business. Why should an outsider like me get involved? Xia Yingyao gave a self-mocking smile, leaned on Luo Hua's arm, and turned to leave. Her sarcastic words pierced the ears of the Xia family members like steel needles. Xia Jinkuan trembled with rage, the glow of his skill already surging in his hands, poised to unleash at any moment. Just then, Kai Jisheng suddenly sneered. Hold on. Did I give you permission to leave? His voice was low, yet brimming with audacious arrogance. Chapter 125, Mu Wanqiu's Suspicion. Kai Jisheng's arrogant demeanor suggested he had already counted Luo Hua and the others out. Hearing this, Luo Hua and the others paused slightly. Only Wu Yunshu, being new to the situation, was unaware of the grudge between them and Kai Jisheng. Seeing them pause, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He glanced back, then fell into a brief silence. Did I say you could leave? Kai Jisheng's voice was deep and heavy, his gaze fixed on the four of them, filled with hostility. He strode forward, stepping before them. Hearing this, Luo Hua's expression darkened slightly as he discreetly scooped Xia Yingyao into his arms. If a fight truly broke out, he had to get her to safety first. Otherwise, she'd only slow him down and put him at a disadvantage. Such blatant behavior made Xia Yingyao's cheeks flush instantly. Though her expression held a hint of bashfulness, her heart was filled with sweetness. In her eyes, it was concern for her safety that made him disregard the stares of others and pick her up again. Little did she know, Luo Hua simply found her in the way. This scene made Kai Jisheng so furious his face turned green. Just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly called out from outside the door. Yingyao, are you in there? A figure clad in snow-white priestly robes burst into his line of sight. Before he could get a good look, the figure had already stepped through the doorway. As she ran, the swaying movement of her chest caught his attention, leaving him staring wide-eyed. Her figure was so stunning it took his breath away. Not only him, but the other young men of the Xia family were equally captivated. They say heaven is fair, for every door it opens, it closes another. But why should this one before him have both doors open? Not only did she possess a voluptuous figure, but she also had an adorable, childlike face. She had the entire group of young men, full of vigor and passion, utterly spellbound. No! It's Mu Wanqiu. Finally, someone snapped out of it. Pointing at the young pastor, they screamed excitedly. Their expression was as if they'd stumbled upon some rare treasure, utterly unable to contain their excitement. Mu Wanqiu? Isn't she the second-ranked beauty on campus? Wait. It really is her. Isn't she the star of the support department? How did we run into her? Ignoring the murmurs around her, Mu Wanqiu rushed in, frantically searching for Xia Yingyao's seat. At first glance, she instinctively ignored the person in Luo Hua's arms. But after scanning the room once more, she pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up and stared intently, still unsure. Yingyao? Mu Wanqiu called out tentatively, momentarily convinced she was mistaken. How could Xia Yingyao, who usually kept everyone at arm's length, be so naturally nestled in a man's embrace? Later, she heard that Luo Hua was merely a freshman who had just arrived at Yenzhou University. Yet, Xia Yingyao seemed to have teamed up with Luo Hua and his group. If it wasn't her before her eyes, then who else could it be? Wanqiu. Xia Yingyao nodded awkwardly, wishing she could bury her face deeper into Luo Hua's chest. At first, she felt a bit embarrassed. But the moment she realized Mu Wanqiu would be her formidable rival, that shyness vanished instantly. Like a mother protecting her calf, she shielded Luo Hua, her gaze fixed warily on the other woman. The sudden shift in attitude struck Mu Wanqiu as odd. But being the simple-minded girl she was, she didn't think much of it. After all, she had come solely to treat her friend. Everything else seemed irrelevant to her. Before she could ponder further, Luo Hua had already gently laid Xia Yingyao down. Only by letting her sit on the ground could the treatment be properly administered. Holding her like this wouldn't work. His careful movements drew a series of amused smiles from Mu Wanqiu. As she crouched down to treat Xia Yingyao and tease her a bit. Suddenly, she looked up and met Luo Hua's gaze. For some reason, Mu Wanqiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It felt as though it wasn't Xia Yingyao in his arms at that moment, but herself. That masked face had, unnoticed, begun to overlap with his own. Is this an illusion? Mu Wanqiu shook her head, immediately dismissing the thought. Despite the striking resemblance, she simply couldn't believe it was possible. The other person was merely a sophomore who had just enrolled. How could it be that senior? She quickly dismissed the thought and hurried to tend to Xia Yingyao's injuries. Phew! I almost got recognized. Seeing this, Luo Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had to be said, a woman's intuition could be truly terrifying at times. He was certain that look in Mu Wanqiu's eyes just now was pure suspicion. But for some reason, it had vanished just as suddenly. Just then, that irritating voice sounded again. "I've changed my mind." Kai Jisheng shouted with a lecherous grin, his hands rubbing vigorously. His expression and movements resembled an oversized fly, radiating sleaziness from start to finish. Suddenly, he pointed a finger directly at Mu Wanqiu. "Let him be my girlfriend, and I might consider turning a blind eye and letting you off the hook." Kai Jisheng spoke as if he were being merciful. He lifted his nose in disdain, glancing at the others before locking eyes with Mu Wanqiu's adorably clueless expression. In that instant, he even imagined what their child might be named. His entire body trembled with excitement, though he remained utterly unaware. Xia Yingyao has brought shame upon the Kai family. By both reason and emotion, she must face some punishment. But if someone comes forward to take her place, I might consider letting her off the hook. Throughout his speech, he never once looked them in the eye. He merely felt that offering them a choice was an act of charity. And as recipients of this charity, they ought to be grateful. Yet for Luo Hua and the others, it was nothing but self-delusion. Apart from Xia Yingyao, who had severed ties with the Xia family and lost their protection, who among those present truly feared the Kai family? Even Wu Yun, though lacking in strength, had the backing of the Enforcement Bureau. As long as he hadn't committed any offenses within the organization, daring to lay a finger on him would lead to serious consequences. Wu Yun reasoned that if he himself felt no fear, Luo Hua certainly had no reason to be afraid either. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the guy was someone even the top brass had to watch. How could he possibly lack backing? Little did he know that Luo Hua had always believed only one thing mattered, the strength of his own fists. "Finished?" Luo Hua raised his eyes slightly, his voice cold. The words cut through the air, and Kai Jisheng suddenly felt a chill wash over him. He shivered involuntarily, his body trembling. Seeing this, the old man behind him lost his composure. His eyes widened, flashing with a sharp intensity. He suddenly lunged forward, blocking Kai Jisheng's path. With a sweep of his arm, an energy shield enveloped both of them. "Young upstart, this is going too far." The old man snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A surging aura erupted from him, pressing outward with his movement. It seemed he intended to intimidate Luo Hua through words and aura alone. However, while this tactic might work against others, but when it came to subduing Luo Hua, it clearly fell short. "Excessive? You know the term junior?" Luo Hua's expression remained equally stern as his gaze swept over Kai Jisheng, the implication clear. Kai Jisheng, an awakened being in his 30s, was no less a junior in his eyes. To use that as leverage, one must first possess sufficient strength. Chapter 126, Testing the Waters, Taking Action. Luo Hua and the old man both tacitly chose not to strike first. The clash of auras was also a contest of strength. Clearly, Luo Hua's earlier movements had alerted the opponent to something amiss. To activate a skill's faint effect without any visible preparatory movement was beyond the capability of a low-level awakened. The old man's restraint stemmed not from doubt in his own strength. Rather, he sensed something peculiar about Luo Hua. Acting rashly now risked falling into a trap, which would be a loss rather than a gain. If Kai Jisheng were to be caught in the crossfire, it would be difficult to explain to the Kai family. Luo Hua, too, had his own reservations. With so many people present, initiating a fight would risk exposing his identity. Whether he could prevail was still uncertain. In any case, more troublesome matters were bound to come knocking. For someone accustomed to peace and quiet, this was nothing short of a nightmare. But without deploying the magic hand and Chaos Wolf Shadow, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. As the two men's aura intensified, the crowd began to sense something was amiss. At first, it seemed they were merely standing there, glaring at each other as if trying to stare the other down. But as time dragged on, sand and stones began whipping through the air around them. Suddenly, a bitter cold wind swept through, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. The inexplicable disturbance caused them to exchange bewildered glances. 10 parts unease, mixed with 12 parts unease. They harbored doubts, yet dismissed them as unlikely, merely coincidental, at most. Even Mu Wanqiu, who was treating Xia Yingyao's calf, couldn't help but lift her head, looking around in confusion. Her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized the surroundings. Suddenly, the aura dissipated, and everything fell silent once more. The floating leaves fell in unison, as if a fierce wind had abruptly ceased. "You must be Luo Hua," the young master spoke of. "You're quite impressive." The old man narrowed his eyes, his words carrying a hint of implication. That earlier exchange had failed to reveal the depth of Luo Hua's strength. Continuing this exchange was now entirely unnecessary. Though he believed Luo Hua's power couldn't surpass his own, he was equally certain of one thing. If it came to blows, should Luo Hua choose to attack Kai Jisheng, he would be powerless to stop him. In any case, the Kai family's punishment would be severe. In short, as long as Luo Hua recognized Kai Jisheng's importance, he had no chance of winning. If he truly intended to strike, doing so here was absolutely impossible. Moreover, he could never entrust Kai Jisheng's safety into the hands of the Xia family. Luo Hua naturally saw through the other's thoughts, but unfortunately, that was precisely his own plan. Leaving a thief alive only invites trouble down the road. I'm perfectly fine, old man. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, mocking the other man despite the murderous glare. Though he couldn't strike back physically, he wouldn't lose a single verbal exchange. Since the other had already complimented him, he might as well run with it, stirring up trouble whenever possible. They were enemies anyway, why bother with politeness? The Xia family members exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom where Luo Hua found such audacity. How dare he confront an awakened being over 50 levels above him right to their face? Wasn't he afraid they'd snap and kill him? Even Mu Wanqiu couldn't help but give him a skeptical look. The bone-setting technique was nearing its end, and she had already divided her attention to observe Luo Hua. For some reason, his peculiar behavior felt strangely familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. She hadn't connected him to the figure in the cave, as their speech and professions were entirely different. That senior was clearly a summoner, while he was a warrior. Yet for some reason, the aura Luo Hua exuded felt strangely familiar. Is it really just an illusion? Mu Wanqiu murmured softly. Her voice was so soft it was barely audible without close attention. Yet Xia Yingyao, standing closest, heard it with crystal clarity. Her heart tightened instantly, a sudden sense of danger welling up. Though she felt terribly guilty toward her friend, she interrupted her musings. Wanqiu, what's wrong? Xia Yingyao asked softly, a hint of anxiety visible on her face. This wasn't an act on Xia Yingyao's part, she genuinely felt anxious. Because if Mu Wanqiu discovered the truth, given her own looks, she seemed to fall just a tad short compared to the other girl. It would be difficult to compete with her then. And nothing. Mu Wanqiu hastily shook her head, a flicker of panic appearing in her eyes. Noticing her subtle reaction, Xia Yingyao felt a sudden pang of alarm. Lost in thought, her mind was consumed solely by Luo Hua. The trivial matters of the Xia family had long been cast aside. Since the Xia family didn't care about her life or death, there was no point dwelling on how to repay them, it would only make her seem desperate. Oomph. Sharp-tongued. The old man snorted coldly, his murderous intent nearly tangible. But for safety's sake, he still chose not to act. This left Kai Jisheng beside him in a panic, but upon realizing the elder might have reservations, he immediately fell silent. Yet the greed in his eyes toward Mu Wanqiu grew ever more evident. Keep your eyes in check, or I can help you do it. Luo Hua retorted bluntly, though his words were directed not at the old man, but at Kai Jisheng. He understood precisely where the root of the problem lay. Only by instilling fear in Kai Jisheng could the issue be resolved at its core. The cold stare made Kai Jisheng shudder. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, utterly baffled. Damn it, he's just a freshman. Why does his strength feel far more complex than it appears? Paralyzed by fear of Luo Hua, he remained utterly silent. He could only watch helplessly as they gradually retreated toward the main gate, unable to make a move. Though the distance grew, the tension between them only thickened. Be careful. I have this feeling that old man isn't up to any good. Wu Yun whispered the warning with absolute certainty. Drawing on his years of experience in the enforcement squad, he could almost read the information hidden in the other man's eyes. It was clear their eyes held only one word, kill. And as they retreated, that intent only grew more pronounced. Mei Chem, I know. Luo Hua nodded indifferently, glancing at the others with the corner of his eye. He needed to ensure everyone could leave unscathed. He himself retreated the slowest, deliberately preventing the Xia family members from closing in. He also kept a watchful eye on the old man, guarding against any sudden attack that might catch him off guard. As the group retreated further, stepping into the safe zone beyond the Xia family compound, Luo Hua had one foot already on the threshold. Just one more step, and he would be outside the gate. Yet he did not relax his guard. Instead, his vigilance sharpened. I've never really tried fighting without relying on summoned creatures at all. Luo Hua smiled faintly, gripping the wolf fawn longsword in his hand. At that very moment, the old man barked a command. Attack! The moment the words left his lips, the Xia family disciples charged forward like madmen, heedless of their own lives. Chapter 127, The Necrotic Mist Reveals Its Might. Attack? You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? Luo Hua sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of Xia family disciples before him. Switch the interface to sparring mode, just don't kill anyone outright. The Xia family disciples hadn't thought that far ahead, naively believing Luo Hua was truly an easy target. Even though the elder and Kai Jisheng hadn't taken him down earlier, it was to give them a chance to prove themselves. It must be said, sometimes letting your imagination run wild can be a truly terrifying thing. The very Luo Hua the elder feared was being imagined by them in such a light. One by one, they rushed forward frantically, eager to seize the opportunity. Except for Mu Wanqiu, who remained unaware of the truth and felt her heart clench in anxiety, everyone else appeared remarkably composed. They looked utterly certain of victory, showing no fear of any unexpected turn of events. Aren't you going to help him? Mu Wanqiu adjusted her glasses, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Her gaze swept over the scene, her small head filled with utter bewilderment. But seeing no reaction from the others, she simply gave up on caring. She was just a lowly priestess. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't possibly lend a hand. In an instant, that bold conjecture surfaced in her mind once more. Could it be, really him? She knew it was impossible, yet Luo Hua's calm composure still stirred her doubts. The thought barely formed before she swiftly dismissed it. As if to prove her point, Luo Hua suddenly raised his hand. Deathly venom mist. Unlike the previous azure blue, a blinding green light flashed from the depths of his eyes. In an instant, a vast cloud of poisonous mist surged toward the Xia family disciples before him. Within moments, it enveloped the vast majority of those closest. Unfortunately, the mist was only at level 1, its range too limited to subdue everyone. Seeing the sudden appearance of the mist, the crowd gasped in shock. Their pupils contracted sharply as they stared wide-eyed in alertness, some even adopting defensive stances. But they soon realized all defenses were utterly useless. The moment the poisonous mist touched them, it shattered their defenses and seeped into their bodies. Instantly, horrifying damage numbers began to flash. With the wolf-fawn longsword in hand, even without any other equipment, his strength reached a terrifying 7670. What did that mean? A typical level 40 awakened being barely exceeds 7000 HP in their normal state. In other words, Luo Hua could effortlessly end the life of a level 40 awakened one without even using a skill. Now, with 7670 strength channeled into the necrotic mist, it dealt an average of 383 damage per second. This sight sent a chill through everyone present. What is that thing? Such massive sustained damage was something they had never encountered before. If pressed to recall where they'd seen it before, it would undoubtedly be from dungeon runs. No. To be precise, it was when they were being slaughtered by bosses. And this damage showed no signs of stopping. Compared to the boss, Luo Hua was far more terrifying. In just a few breaths, several players of slightly lower levels had their health depleted to critical levels. In an instant, fear gripped their hearts. At this moment, there was no room for concern over the unfounded family honor or Kai Jisheng's orders. Terror shattered their mental defenses, and they collapsed to their knees, sobbing uncontrollably. No! Save me! I don't want to die. Please, I beg you. I'm still young, I have so much life left. Luo Hua, you can't kill me. If you do, the Xia family will pursue you to the bitter end. Threats and pleas poured forth incessantly. Xia Jinkuan's face turned ashen with rage, and he wanted to step forward and teach them a lesson. But the moment his foot stepped forward, he hesitated and pulled it back. Better to be cowardly, better to be cowardly. The world may be vast, but nothing matters more than one's own life. As for the safety of the Xia family's young members, he was powerless to help. At this rate, within 2 seconds, a large number would perish. If there were a priest present, the current predicament might be alleviated. But unfortunately, among the 50-odd members of the Xia family, not a single one possessed the qualifications to be a priest. In other words, he had no means to save them at all. The only possibility was to defeat Luo Hua before the poison took effect and killed the Xia family members. The idea was grand, but reality was harsh. Just because others were foolish didn't mean Xia Jinkuan was stupid. Though lacking in backbone, he was smooth and polished in his dealings. When it came to risk avoidance, he always knew exactly where to draw the line. Clearly, he too had noticed Luo Hua's unusual nature earlier. However, fearing he might embarrass the elder and incur his resentment later, he chose to remain silent. Even sacrificing a few Xia family members was a price he was willing to pay. Under their despairing gazes, their health bars slowly drained. Before long, it was completely depleted. As their health bars emptied, they collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Yet upon closer inspection, one could still discern a minuscule sliver lingering atop their heads. It was so minuscule that it left them paralyzed, burdened by various debuffs. They weren't dead, but they were close. If the Xia family left them lying there on the battlefield, the lingering effects of the battle could very well claim their lives. Quick! Pull them back! Those with sharper eyes had already caught the hint. His heart sank instantly, and he shouted loudly. At his command, the others snapped into action, hastily dragging all those incapacitated from the fray to safety. At the same time, the looks they shot at Luo Hua were filled with apprehension. A single move had sent a large number of them crashing down. If they actually fought, did they stand a chance? In that moment, retreat began to cross their minds. Charge! Charge, all of you! Kai Jisheng roared furiously. He lunged forward, kicking a retreating Xia disciple hard to the ground. Such a blatant trampling of the opponent's dignity only made the disciple clench his fists tightly. Then, as if afraid of something, he immediately loosened them, fearful of being discovered. Attack! Whoever takes down Luo Hua gets a mid-grade experience potion as a reward. At these words, every ear among the Xia clan members twitched. Experience potions: drink 1, gain experience instantly. For those in their 20s not yet reaching level 30, a single bottle could easily grant them a level up. Experience potions were categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Even a level 40 awakened would be tempted by the highest grade. Gaining experience without needing to run dungeons? That's practically risk-free. Unfortunately, once you hit level 40, experience potions become useless. At that point, you still can't escape the fate of running dungeons. But for the less gifted members within the Xia family, the existence of experience potions is nothing short of a blessing. Where there's a will, there's a way. The moment the experience potions were mentioned, some people went wild. After all, with so many people taking on one target, perhaps the reward would fall into their hands. In an instant, the crowd descended into a frenzy. None noticed the cold, meaningful smile curling Kai Jisheng's lips behind them. Clearly, he was scheming up some nefarious plan. Chapter 128, Slaying Kai Jisheng. People risk their lives for wealth, birds risk theirs for food. For the resource-starved Xia family disciples, experience potions were a deadly temptation. Even knowing they stood no chance, a sliver of hope lingered. Naively believing they would be the ones favored by fate. They believed that by swarming the target, they would surely seize an opportunity. Watching the crowd before him, possessed as if by a demon, Luo Hua raised an eyebrow. His gaze settled on Kai Jisheng, who stood at the very back with a cold smile, and the composed-looking elder. In that instant, he understood. You think you can use these fools to wear down my skills? Luo Hua sneered with disdain, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though he feared none of them, he was no mere plaything for others' amusement. If they wanted to see him fail, they'd soon discover who the real laughingstock was. Soul-seizing slash. As Luo Hua uttered the low command, the Xia family disciples closest to him trembled in unison. A chill spread from their souls, shooting straight to the crown of their heads. Fear instantly filled their eyes. Such a familiar feeling. Feeling Luo Hua's oppressive aura, Mu Wanqiu murmured softly. Luo Hua had used it before, though only to approach the altar. Mu Wanqiu had been unconscious at the time, so it was only natural she hadn't witnessed it. Yet that aura gave her an overwhelming sense of familiarity. She couldn't quite pinpoint where exactly it felt familiar. Another illusion, she murmured softly. Before her words had fully faded, she saw that Luo Hua had already vanished. She hadn't even noticed when he'd vanished. Yet strangely, the Xia family members before her still maintained their forward momentum. Only their expressions betrayed horror. Confusion and terror were written all over their faces. What's going on? Mu Wanqiu lifted her gaze to see Luo Hua standing deep within the hall, his sword already pressed against Kai Jisheng's throat. The wolf-tooth blade flashed with a sharp, icy glint. Kai Jisheng's legs were shaking violently now, a far cry from his earlier smug demeanor. Don't do it. He murmured cautiously, his lips trembling. Under Luo Hua's control, the soul-seizing slash deliberately avoided its most terrifying effect. The purpose was to make Kai Jisheng truly feel fear. You brat! How dare you! The old man's eyes bulged with rage. Just as he moved to intervene, Luo Hua shot him a cold, piercing glance. Instantly, his stride halted abruptly. He was no naive fool, nor an ignorant child oblivious to the situation. Luo Hua's blade was pressed against Kai Jisheng's throat. Now there was no room for error. Young man, don't be rash. We can talk this out. The old man deliberately slowed his speech, afraid of alarming Luo Hua. If the sword trembled, there might be no room for discussion. As for whether Luo Hua could kill Kai Jisheng with a single strike, he dared not even gamble on that possibility. That's right. Luo Hua, you absolutely mustn't act rashly. We're classmates. You won't be able to explain this to Yanzhou University. Kai Jisheng raised both hands high, speaking with utmost caution. His gaze never left the tip of the sword. Accountability? Why should I be accountable? Luo Hua spoke as he pulled a stone from his backpack. The moment the stone appeared, a series of images flashed rapidly across its surface. Kai Jisheng couldn't see them, but the elderly man nearby watched clearly. A recording stone. How did you get a recording stone? The old man paled, his lips trembling and his beard quivering uncontrollably. The image stone was a dungeon artifact, capable of recording with clarity surpassing even a smartphone's video function. Most crucially, the footage within an image stone cannot be edited. They could only be saved or deleted. In a certain sense, its credibility as evidence far surpassed that of any other medium. When did you record this? The old man's face darkened as his mind began racing with calculations. If Luo Hua harbored murderous intent toward Kai Jisheng, possessing the recording stone meant there was virtually no chance of redemption. Only by seizing it or destroying it would there be the slightest chance. Why should I tell you? Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Luo Hua's lips curled into a sneer. Having fought his way through countless dungeons alone, he was far from naive. With a flick of his wrist, he tucked the shadow stone away. While the old man was still stunned, a sword slash had already sliced across Kai Jisheng's throat. Blood seeped slowly from the smooth, mirror-like wound. Then Luo Hua merely gave his wolf-tooth sword a light shake, flinging the bloodstains away. You! Kai Jisheng touched his neck in disbelief. The pain radiating from the wound was rapidly fading. Not only that, he could even feel his entire body rapidly losing sensation. With the sparring mode deactivated, Luo Hua could easily slit Kai Jisheng's throat and end his life. I don't like the feeling of being targeted by a thief. Luo Hua said coldly, giving him a light push with his arm. With a thud, Kai Jisheng fell straight forward, not struggling at all. The old man watched the scene unfold before him, his eyes filled with a vacant stare. Intense disbelief crept across his wrinkled, tree bark-like cheeks. He couldn't believe Luo Hua would actually strike. Didn't she know that Kai Jisheng had the entire Kai family backing him? Not just him, Pang Xian and the others were stunned too. Brother Hua, did he act too impulsively? Luo Hua actually did that for me. Xia Yingyao bit her lip and murmured softly. The notion of hierarchy, superiors above, inferiors below, had long been ingrained in her mind, both within and outside the family. Just as she despised Kai Jisheng yet dared not voice her discontent, she held back too much. Luo Hua's sword strike was both the death warrant ending the enemy's life and the remedy severing the shackles binding her fate. Has Luo Hua always been like this? Mu Wanqiu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. As an awakened one, and having just emerged from the scorched land, her tolerance had grown considerably. Her current mindset was far beyond that of an ordinary young priestess. Yet even so, witnessing Luo Hua so casually extinguish a light stirred an unavoidable pang of reluctance within her. No! Wu Yun shook his head. Hearing this, Mu Wanqiu's tense heart finally relaxed a little. She worried that if her friend kept associating with someone like this, she might be corrupted. Mu Wanqiu patted her heaving chest, feeling slightly relieved. But the next moment, Wu Yun's voice rang out again. Compared to a while back, Luo Hua has really reined himself in. Wu Yun smiled bitterly. While others might be clueless, he certainly wasn't oblivious. Luo Hua had barely left when the shadow appeared in Yin province. Moreover, after checking the teleportation array's travel logs, he found no other suspicious figures. Shadow's identity was becoming increasingly obvious. However, Wu Yun chose not to share this with the others. He believed certain individuals must already be aware, and their silence thus far surely held deeper reasons. Restrained, quite a bit. Hearing this, Mu Wanqiu's eyelid twitched as she looked toward the center of the arena. At that moment, Luo Hua and the old man had already locked eyes in a standoff. Chapter 129, Battling the Elder, Wu Yun's Conjecture. The old man was now trembling with rage. The rage within him was impossible to contain, his hair and beard quivering with fury. You brat! You're courting death! His fury had nearly solidified into tangible form, and he longed to execute Luo Hua on the spot. After all, Kai Jisheng was dead, and he couldn't escape responsibility. Moreover, Luo Hua possessed the recording stone. That would give him another reason to suffer. All these factors combined essentially sealed his fate. Since that was the case, he might as well take someone down with him before dying. Seal it off. The old man's eyes flashed with ferocity as he thrust his hand forward. The instant skill activated, enveloping Luo Hua. Overwhelming restraining force surged from all directions, binding him tightly at the center. Seeing this, Luo Hua merely sneered in disdain. Is this the extent of your power? Not much to write home about. As the words left his lips, the invisible force was shattered in the next instant. The old man's face drained of color in shock. After all, it was a control-type skill. Yet it couldn't even hold him for a single second. In fact, he had only just finished casting it, not even having time to follow up with an attack skill. In that brief moment, it had already lost its effect. For a moment, he found it almost impossible to accept. How dare you! The old man roared, lunging fiercely toward Luo Hua. Unlike other awakened ones, he wielded a pair of mother and child swords. One blade was long, the other short, a perfect blend of offense and defense. Unfortunately, in terms of skills, they were difficult to coordinate effectively. Gaining one advantage often meant sacrificing another. But against Luo Hua, there was only loss, no gain. The mother and child swords unleashed a barrage of vicious, unpredictable attacks. Luo Hua merely gave them a casual glance before striking out with his long sword. Instantly, the thrust aimed at him was deflected by a single strike. The old man's center of gravity wobbled as well. What? A rare flicker of panic crossed the old man's face. His eyes narrowed sharply as he braced his sword against the ground. Using the blade's flexibility, he leapt sideways, instantly regaining his balance. In the blink of an eye, he had turned the tables on his predicament. Experience truly trumps youth. This move of the old man's was something those young upstarts couldn't hope to match. Who knows how many years of combat experience it takes to cultivate such lightning-fast reflexes. Mandarin duck stab. The moment he regained his footing, the old man let out a low shout. He left himself no time to catch his breath, nor did he give Luo Hua any opening to strike. The seamless transition between techniques drew even Luo Hua's silent admiration. Yet, through his discerning eyes, numerous flaws remained evident. Sweeping thousand armies. Facing the twin blade's edge, Luo Hua swept his sword out. You wish to attack? Then I shall counter with area damage. Let's see how you break through this defense. Instantly, a circular energy field erupted around him, surging outward in all directions. Luo Hua wasn't particularly proficient with this warrior skill. For now, he couldn't wield it with the same ease as Frost Shock. Naturally, he couldn't direct the attack in a single direction either, wasting the majority of its damage. However, bolstered by Luo Hua's extraordinary strength, it proved sufficient. Boom! The residual shockwaves of the circular energy collided with the old man's Mandarin duck stabs. Instantly, a powerful shockwave surged outward from the center of the two combatants. The violent winds whipped through the Xia family compound, causing the trees and plants to rustle and sway wildly. The old man couldn't withstand the force either, staggering backward until he slammed into the wall. Thud! Ultimately, his advanced age and weakened physique proved his undoing. The blow to his back sent a mouthful of old blood spurting forth. He couldn't withstand it at all. Old man, weren't you boasting so loudly just now? Why so deflated now? Luo Hua sneered, unleashing a barrage of verbal attacks without restraint. When others had already humiliated him to his face, there was no need for polite words. Kai Jisheng was merely the first, but certainly not the last. If possible, this old man who aided and abetted the tyrant would not be spared either. Luo Hua's fingers twitched slightly before clenching into a fist. Instantly, flames engulfed his entire fist. The crackling sparks sent a chill through the old man's heart. Even the Xia family disciples, who had just recovered from their stunned state, instinctively took half a step back upon seeing the flames. Whether it was the lingering aftereffects of the shock or a genuine realization of Luo Hua's terrifying power, all they knew was that Luo Hua, at this moment, was absolutely not someone to be trifled with. Even Xia Jinquan's hand twitched involuntarily at the sight of the flames. How is this possible? He's just a student. He instinctively glanced toward Xia Yingyao. He couldn't possibly be unaware of Luo Hua's situation. He had already investigated when Kai Jisheng took his anger out on the Xia family. Upon learning Luo Hua was merely a newly transferred sophomore, he felt even more contempt. Little did he expect that the freshman he looked down upon would prove to be such a formidable opponent. The flames burning on his fists alone were enough to send a chill down his spine. After all, he was an awakened being over level 40. For awakened ones, every 10 levels represented a significant barrier. A level 40-something awakened one was simply a dimension-lowering blow for a sophomore. But now, he couldn't tell who was crushing whom. It wasn't just him, even Pang Xian and the others were gaping in shock. No way. Brother Hua's already level 40? Nobody told me. No clue. Luo Hua never mentioned it, so I never asked. Huh? None of you knew? I thought you guys were pretty close with Luo Hua. Among them, Mu Wanqiu was the most incredulous. As a third-year student, she knew exactly what level 40 meant. Even among her fellow juniors, at least 95% hadn't reached that level. And here was Luo Hua, merely a sophomore freshman, already at a level they could only dream of. Of course, if she knew Luo Hua wasn't just at level 40 but had now reached level 43, who knows what kind of scene that would create. Throughout the entire gathering, only Wu Yun nodded occasionally. His expression showed no surprise, only a sense of inevitability. I knew it. There's no way he's only in his 20s. Something's definitely off. Wu Yun stroked his chin in agreement. That hold just passed the first transformation test thing? Clearly a cover-up. In his view, Luo Hua's previous strength had already far surpassed that of a first awakening user. Not only did he not need to rely on class change, but he could also breeze through dungeons with ease. In all of Jiangchang, it seemed only one person whose true nature remained unknown could achieve such feats. That person was Shadow. No one dared to confirm whether Shadow had ever undergone a class change, because no one had ever witnessed it. If Wu Yun had previously only speculated, he was now utterly certain. Even if Luo Hua deliberately avoided using relevant skills, he believed there was no room for error. But isn't Luo Hua only an F-rank talent? What's really going on here? All the pieces had fallen into place, yet one question remained, waiting for him to resolve. Had he known about Luo Hua's self-created skills, perhaps he wouldn't be puzzled now? Instantly, Wu Yun's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Luo Hua. His eyes seemed intent on seeing right through him. On the field, Luo Hua's gaze sharpened slightly as a chill swept toward the old man. Chapter 130, Crisis, Wei Juanjia arrives. Xia family compound. Icy spikes whistled through the air, hurtling toward the old man. Faced with the fierce onslaught, the madness in the old man's eyes became visibly palpable. Though Luo Hua harbored doubts and remained guarded, he could not fathom the old man's intentions. If I can't live, then no one else will either. The old man's words carried a hint of madness. The gaze he fixed upon Luo Hua grew increasingly savage. This abnormal behavior made Luo Hua feel deeply uneasy. He remained silent, staring intently at the old man, ignoring his other actions. As the frost closed in, the old man's expression grew increasingly dark. Unconsciously, Luo Hua seemed to notice something. His eyes flickered, darting toward one of the Xia family's young members. This peculiar display instantly made Luo Hua's brows furrow. Something's off. Though he sensed something deeply abnormal, he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. The next moment, the attack closed in. The old man abruptly whipped his head around and barked a command. Charge! The words barely left his lips before the opponent charged forward at breakneck speed. He charged toward the Xia family disciples nearby without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, they had broken through the range of the frost shockwave. What? Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected there to be such a way to counter the skill. Simultaneously, his expression darkened. His gaze followed the old man's, locking onto the target disciple. Charge skill Luo Hua couldn't possibly be unaware of it. It was one of the few charge abilities available to warriors in the early stages of their class progression. And that distance was precisely the maximum range of charge. What is he doing? Luo Hua's expression darkened, yet his feet showed no sign of slowing. The moment the old man broke free of the range, Luo Hua had already begun to pursue. Kid! Too late! The old man whipped his head around, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. At that very instant, the Xia family disciple was sent flying in an instant, his eyes filled with terror. Crack! Bones shattered. He slammed into the courtyard wall, his fate unknown. No one moved to help him up. All stood frozen, their eyes vacant, unsure what to do next. Luo Hua, too preoccupied to pay attention, fixed his gaze intently on the old man. That ruthless expression instantly put Luo Hua on guard. The next moment, after knocking over that Xia family member, the old man rushed out without pause. His direction? Straight toward where Xia Yingyao and the others stood. You old scoundrel! How dare you! Luo Hua barked coldly, his hand shooting forward. Yellow sand spread from his palm, instantly coalescing into a colossal hand. Quickly, block Luo Hua! A sudden shout rang out. Hearing the voice, Luo Hua's heart sank abruptly. For the command had not come from the old man before him. That left only one other possibility. Luo Hua's gaze swept across the scene, only to see Xia Jinquan lowering his arm with a cold smile still lingering on his face. His expression suggested Xia Yingyao was a complete stranger to him, utterly indifferent to her fate. Not only that, but even the incident where Xia family members had been knocked flying moments ago seemed to have never occurred. Upon hearing Xia Jinquan's command, the Xia family members immediately turned their bodies. They paid no heed to the old man's actions, instead renewing their assault on Luo Hua. Knowing they stood no chance, they persisted in their attack instead of focusing on protecting Xia Yingyao. This laughable spectacle sent a chill through Luo Hua's heart. The Xia family before him was utterly rotten to the core, beyond redemption. In that case, don't blame me. Luo Hua murmured, his eyes shifting to a deep azure. As he lifted his head, one hand was already raised level with his chest. If he truly waited until Pang Xin and the others fell into the enemy's hands, he would be forced into a passive position. At the very least, Luo Hua wasn't as callous as Xia Jinquan, indifferent to their fate. For those genuinely seeking change, he was still willing to lend a hand. Facing the level 53 elder, he had only two options. One was the omnipotent magician's hand, the other a new summoned beast, the Chaos Wolf Shadow. But whichever choice he made, he risked exposure. Yet at this moment, both Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao instinctively turned their hopeful gazes toward him. In this moment, Luo Hua seemed to be their only hope. Hesitation meant defeat, and time was running out. The closer he drew, the more intense the madness in the old man's eyes became. It seemed as though Luo Hua's hatred was being channeled entirely into his attack on Xia Yingyao and the others. His palms transformed into claws, reaching out to grab them. Witnessing this, the light in Luo Hua's eyes grew brighter. In an instant, his pupils were entirely replaced by a deep azure blue. Hoo! His lips parted slightly, and a wisp of mist drifted slowly from his mouth. His palm slowly opened, black mist surging within his hand. A palpable agitation rippled through the nearest Xia family disciples. For some inexplicable reason, as it approached, they felt an inexplicable wave of irritation wash over them. The black mist was about to burst forth from his grasp. At that very moment, a golden light suddenly flared. Boom! In an instant, the old man was struck as if by lightning. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, his entire body seemed struck by some force, sending him crashing straight to the ground. A large crater was gouged into the stone floor. Dust billowed up, and the old man lay within it, gasping for air. He clung to life by a thread, looking as if he might pass away at any moment. Who could it be? Who could possibly take down a 50-something-year-old elder with a single palm strike? As the crowd stood in bewilderment, a golden figure slowly drifted down from the sky. Behind it, a four-armed arhat sat in deep meditation, eyes closed, radiating solemn majesty. The arrival was none other than Guijuinjia, the eight-armed Vidra of Yanzhou University. Not too late, I suppose. He remarked indifferently as the illusory forms behind him faded away. His gaze never once lingered on the old man. To him, swatting the man away seemed no different than swatting a fly. As soon as he landed, he addressed Luo Hua within the Xia family compound. As for the others, they were selectively ignored. Whoa! Uncle Gua, you scared the life out of me. Pang Xian shrieked dramatically, his exaggerated expression rivaling Jiang Fengming's. Hearing this, Guijuinjia merely gave a faint nod in response. Perhaps because he was familiar with the temperaments of the uncle and nephew, he didn't take it to heart. Luo Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Guijuinjia's arrival. The black mist in his hand had vanished the moment Guijuinjia appeared. Thank you, Teacher Gua. Luo Hua bowed his hands in gratitude. Had he not arrived in time, Luo Hua's abilities would have been exposed. Hearing Luo Hua's address, combined with Guijuinjia's current state, Xia Jinquan instantly made the connection. His eyes darted, and he promptly threw himself to the ground. Xia Jinkuan of the Xia family, paying respects to Senior Gua. When it came to shifting allegiances with the wind, he was an absolute master. The head of the Xia family? The Kai family? All were instantly cast aside. Climbing onto the Kai family's coattails was nothing compared to the tangible benefits of aligning with Gui Juanjia. If he could secure the others' patronage, the entire Xia family would rise to prominence. Seeing his demeanor, Luo Hua felt a wave of disgust wash over him. If it weren't for his meddling, they wouldn't have encountered so many troubles today. Just then, a cold laugh echoed through the air. Clan Chief Xia, as shameless as ever. Xia Yingyao sneered, though her expression held more self-mockery than anything else. Chapter 131, The Evil Potion. Xia Yingyao's scornful words pierced Xia Jinkuan's ears like steel needles. In his eyes, Xia Yingyao was nothing more than a discarded pawn of the Xia family. If she could be used to curry favor with any other clan, that would at least serve her purpose. But now, the only one they had secured, Kai Jisheng, had died within their Xia family. This matter would inevitably implicate them. Just when he thought they were completely doomed, Wei Juanjia's appearance stirred his thoughts. Just as he was plotting to build a connection, Xia Yingyao made an ill-timed appearance. Her sarcastic remarks would not only embarrass him, they would also shatter the image she had cultivated in Gui Juanjia's mind. Shut up! Who gave you permission to speak here? Xia Jinkuan snapped, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. At that moment, he still believed himself to be the same high and mighty clan chief he once was. Little did he know that the moment he issued that command to silence her, Xia Yingyao had already given up on him completely. How could Xia Yingyao acknowledge the authority of a man who, at any moment, would seek to destroy his own daughter? As a father, he had failed in his fundamental duty. As clan chieftain, he had reduced the entire Xia family to spineless cowards. A cowardly soldier breeds a cowardly army. This was the true portrait of Xia Jinkuan and the Xia clan. It seems here, Clan Chief Xia, you are the one least qualified to speak. Xia Yingyao stepped forward, her voice cold as ice. The Xia family's actions had utterly disillusioned her. It seemed there was nothing left here worth her lingering attachment. With nothing left to lose, she felt no fear. Xia Yingyao's defiance undoubtedly stung Xia Jinkuan's pride. The pawn he'd once controlled at will was now slipping from his grasp. How could he possibly tolerate this? You. His finger had barely pointed when it met Luo Hua's icy stare. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Hua had already left the Xia family compound and approached Xia Yingyao and the others. His furious gaze locked with hers. Instantly, the words on Xia Jinkuan's lips were forced back down his throat. Even if he were utterly foolish, he could still discern the gravity of the situation. His outburst at Xia Yingyao stemmed from his naive belief that the Xia family was her foundation. But facing Luo Hua, he dared not utter a single word. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Luo Hua merely gave him a dismissive glance before withdrawing her gaze. Though it was their first meeting, she had already seen through his cowardly nature. In comparison, he was far more intrigued by Gui Juanjia's arrival. Teacher Gua, you sought me out? Luo Hua asked slowly, a hint of puzzlement on his face. Normally, no higher education institution would interfere with external family factions. The fact that they had come directly to him clearly signaled that this was no ordinary matter. Moreover, the fact that they could bypass Yanzhou University entirely and meddle in the affairs of Yanzhou City's aristocratic families spoke volumes. MHM. Wei Juanjia nodded slightly, his arm sweeping gently. With his gesture, a golden energy shield enveloped the group. Instantly, the outside clamor was completely shut out. Witnessing the energy shield's function, Luo Hua and the others couldn't help but feel astonished. Clearly, this was a soundproof barrier designed for confidential discussions. However, Luo Hua couldn't help but speculate upon seeing Gui Juanjia show no hesitation in revealing this to Pang Xian and the others. The only thing that seemed to connect them all was the car accident on the way here. But hadn't the culprit already been dealt with? Thinking this, Luo Hua's gaze instinctively drifted deeper into the Xia family compound. There, Kai Jisheng, who had attempted to kill him on multiple occasions, lay utterly still. As if sensing Luo Hua's thoughts, Wei Juanjia finally spoke up. I know you're puzzled, but I imagine Luo Hua is no stranger to this. With that, he pulled a vial from his robe. The test tube-like container held a flowing black liquid. A single glance felt like an evil aura swirled within, ready to escape at any moment. What is this? I have no recollection whatsoever, yet I can't quite place it. Luo Hua stared at the black potion, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Though he was absolutely certain he'd never seen it before, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered. Wait. This thing? Just then, Wu Yun's voice rang out. He strode past Pang Xian and the others, approaching Gui Juanjia. Senior, may I take a look? Although he was also acquainted with Zhang Fengming, he had only met Gui Juanjia a few times, so proper courtesy was still in order. Calling a second stage awakened one senior wasn't something to be ashamed of. Hearing this, Gui Juanjia silently nodded and handed it over to Wu Yun. Presumably, for someone like him, a former enforcer with extensive experience, this shouldn't pose any difficulty. He examined the potion repeatedly, yet still couldn't discern its nature. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly asked again. Senior, where did you get this? Wu Yun asked, seemingly unwilling to let it go, as if he wouldn't rest until he got an answer tonight. Fortunately, it wasn't an entirely secret matter. Wei Juanjia showed no intention of withholding information, directly recounting the circumstances to Wu Yun and the others. So, you mean you found it at the site of Luo Hua's car accident? And it was hidden on one of the assassins? Wu Yun pressed his chin, his brows knitting into a deep frown. Even without pondering why Wei Juanjia had been following Luo Hua and the others, the details surrounding the assassins alone were enough to give him a headache. Though his memory of the incident was relatively vivid, certain pieces still didn't quite fit. Wait, did you just say you felt familiar with it too, senior? Suddenly, Wu Yun slapped his forehead. Something seemed to flash through his mind, prompting him to urgently ask. Though Wei Juanjia didn't understand what it meant, he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the answer he wanted, Wu Yun immediately turned his gaze back to Pang Xin and the others. What about you guys, little chubby? At his words, Xia Yingyao and the other two shook their heads blankly. Clearly, they had not the slightest recollection of the black potion before them. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Wu Yun not only showed no disappointment but clapped his hands excitedly. His unusual reaction left everyone utterly baffled. Just then, Wu Yun exclaimed excitedly. I remember now. If all three of us were present when we last encountered this substance, there's only one place it could be. The moment the words left his mouth, Luo Hua's face lit up with sudden understanding. Memories from several days prior surged back to him. Even Wei Juanjia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You mean? Exactly. The North Jiangcheng South Branch of the Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Bureau. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression darkened, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Not only him, but Luo Hua's face also grew solemn. The two exchanged a solemn glance before speaking in unison. The Twin-Eyed Demon General. Chapter 132, Speculation, the Lu Family. The moment the name Twin-Pupil Demon General was uttered, even Wei Juanjia's expression darkened. Such an evil entity. His eyes narrowed slightly, his face darkening to a terrifying degree. Though he hadn't witnessed Li Xiankai drinking the potion himself, he had heard the entire account. A level 50 sovereign tier demonic creature was an utterly dangerous existence. While far beyond his own capabilities, it was deadly to ordinary people. If it wasn't eradicated completely, it would remain a constant menace. Just like today, if Luo Hua had shown even a moment's hesitation, the entire street's populace would have suffered. You can't guard against thieves forever. The slightest lapse in vigilance could plunge one into an abyss of no return. The safety of Yenzhou City's people could not be compromised. Don't make me find out who it is. Wei Juanjia clenched his fist violently, unleashing a terrifying aura. His eyes narrowed, resembling the wrathful gaze of a golden deity. His gaze swept over the old man before him, the fury in his eyes impossible to conceal. Noticing his gaze, Luo Hua paused briefly in thought. He glanced at Wu Yun, an acquaintance from Jiangcheng, then slowly shook his head. Teacher Gua, I don't think this is Kai Jisheng's doing. Luo Hua spoke slowly, his words tinged with uncertainty as he dared not claim absolute certainty. But judging from Kai Jisheng's earlier behavior, he didn't seem the least bit surprised that they had made it to the Xia family alive. In other words, he likely knew nothing about it. Luo Hua then shared his thoughts with the others. The speaker spoke without intent, but the listeners heard with purpose. Wu Yun had also been deeply troubled by this matter last time. Although the investigation into the South City precinct and the capture of the Twin-Eyed Demon General had earned him a promotion and transfer to Yenzhou City. However, the failure to expose the mastermind behind it all remained a thorn in his side. The thought would haunt him late into the night, robbing him of sleep. As an officer of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he had allowed these destabilizing elements to persist within Jiangcheng. Therefore, upon hearing Luo Hua's words, Wu Yun instantly made a connection. Could it be the Lu family of Jiangcheng? He speculated, careful not to state it as fact. After all, matters concerning demonic entities demanded utmost caution in speech and action. Falsely accusing an entire family would inevitably invite retribution. Fearing others might misinterpret his meaning, he elaborated further. From what I understand, during our investigation of the South City precinct, we uncovered extensive covert dealings between them and the Lu family of Jiangcheng. Whether it was facilitating transactions or aiding them in covert bidding. Wu Yun didn't spell out every detail, but those present weren't fools, they understood his meaning well enough. Clearly, if the South City precinct was compromised, the Lu family would be the prime suspects. The question was, what kind of influence did the Lu family possess to extend their reach so far? After all, this was Yenzhou City, a considerable distance from Jiangcheng. If it truly was the Lu family, what could possibly justify such elaborate scheming? They'd even risk exposure. Could it be merely to eliminate Luo Hua? Wu Yun couldn't fathom it, and no one had an answer for him. Only by uncovering the mastermind behind it all could the truth be revealed. The Lu family? It's possible. Unlike him, Wei Juanjia nodded decisively after a moment's thought. Crossing his arms over his chest, he spoke coldly. Perhaps due to their differing levels of power, his approach to handling matters didn't require such caution or fear. The Luo family? Luo Hua rubbed his chin, recalling their recent behavior. It seemed that ever since the deaths of the Luo family father and son, everything had taken a strange turn. For some inexplicable reason, he kept facing targeted attacks with no apparent source. This couldn't help but give Luo Hua a slight headache. Though he wasn't afraid of trouble and didn't fear others' petty tricks. But too many flies could still be a nuisance. The constant stream of minor incidents was starting to wear on his nerves. If it's truly as Director Wu said, then this matter might be more serious than it seems. Luo Hua's brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing cold. The mention of the sinister potion inevitably brought an unpleasant look to his face. The Luo family has been deeply entrenched in Jiangqing for years. They've likely cultivated considerable influence behind the scenes. The South City Enforcement Bureau might be one of their factions, but it certainly isn't the only one. Luo Hua ventured a bold conjecture, analyzing the connections at play. While others remained uncertain, he was certain the Luo family had ample motive to target him. Moreover, this matter was directly connected to Luo Hai and his group, though the specifics remained unknown. The only concern now was how to uproot the Luo family and their entire network. He wasn't Wu Yun, nor was he part of the enforcement squad. He didn't need to consider all the procedural formalities when taking action. Once he secured the evidence, he would immediately return to Jiangcheng. What the law enforcement team couldn't accomplish, he would handle personally. Whether it was the Magic Hand or the Chaos Wolf Shadow, any operatives available would be deployed without reservation. But while he might think that way, he still had to maintain appearances. Director Wu, I'll leave the investigation of this matter to your enforcement bureau. Luo Hua said politely, a smile playing on his lips. No one could have guessed the thoughts churning within him at that moment. Probably no one present could have imagined that Luo Hua had already resolved to uproot the Luo family entirely. If you want to destroy me, then let's see whose methods are more ruthless. Luo Hua thought silently, his fist clenching slightly. Unaware of his true intentions, Wu Yun merely nodded in agreement. He had no idea that the entire Jiangcheng would soon undergo a major reshuffle. Nor did he realize the devastating impact that would befall innocent bystanders when the hidden truths were finally exposed. All he knew was that hesitation and decisive action only invited chaos. If the forces of the monsters were allowed to grow unchecked between Jiangcheng and Yenzhou City, then death would be the only outcome awaiting everyone. Very well. I'll take my leave now. Should you uncover anything else, be sure to inform me immediately. Wu Yun furrowed his brow, a weighty expression on his face. The circulation of an evil potion capable of conjuring dual-pupiled demon generals would deal a devastating blow to the entire awakened world. No wonder he looked so troubled. Any responsible enforcer would find it hard to smile in this situation. With a rough conclusion in mind, Wei Juinjia waved his hand, deactivating the energy shield. Instantly, the chaotic wails of the Xia family echoed through the air. Are you preparing to deal with the Xia family? Wu Yun had already departed, so Wei Juinjia turned directly to look at Luo Hua and the others. A single casual remark could seal the fate of an entire family. Though the Xia family's influence wasn't vast, they weren't so insignificant as to be manipulated at will. Yet against Wei Juinjia, they clearly weren't much of a threat. By now, the old man was barely clinging to life. The remaining members of the Xia family were likely powerless even against Luo Hua, let alone facing Wei Juinjia, a second transition cultivator. With just a single word, the awakened members of the Xia family trembled like leaves in the wind. Chapter 133, Xia Yingyao's Choice, Sudden Twist. Facing Luo Hua, their eyes held nothing but boundless terror. Their earlier arrogance now turned to utter disarray. They never imagined that one day, they would be judged by Luo Hua, the very man they had targeted. Nor had they imagined this day would come so swiftly. Terror consumed their minds, driving them to bury their heads low, desperate to remain unseen. Xia Jinkuan was drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked through. As the head of the Xia clan, if it came to making an example of someone, he would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed. To say he wasn't afraid would be an outright lie. Yingyao, you handle this, Luo Hua turned to Xia Yingyao. After all, this was their family affair. It wasn't quite right for an outsider like him to make the decision. If Xia Yingyao were a stranger to him and not present here, it would be one thing. As for the outcome, since Luo Hua had entrusted it to her, he would not interfere further. Even if Xia Yingyao chose to spare the Xia family, he wouldn't utter another word or lift a finger. However, if she showed mercy and a saintly heart, then Luo Hua would have no choice but to set aside his own compassion. From that point on, they would sever ties completely and go their separate ways. To avoid being dragged into any future troubles. This wasn't just an opportunity for Xia Yingyao to strike back at the Xia family, it was also a test for her. Luo Hua was clear-headed about it. If the Xia family wanted to drive them to their deaths, why should he forgive them? If they deemed human life worth less than grass, then they must accept being treated in kind. Otherwise, how could these arrogant scions of prominent families ever learn to value life? Upon hearing Luo Hua's plan, Xia Jinkuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Hope flared anew in his narrowed eyes. Yingyao. Quick! Quickly have Luo Hua release us all. Xia Jinkuan was already impatient, his tone tinged with reproach. Perhaps in his eyes, Xia Yingya was still that naive girl, a puppet he could mold and manipulate at will. A puppet whose every action depended on his commands. Not only him, but all the Xia family members present wore expressions of excitement. Hurry! Xia Yingya, get your priest friend to restore my condition. What are you standing there for? Are you putting on airs with your uncle? We raised you with such hardship and sacrifice, don't you think about repaying us at all? In an instant, their ugly true colors were revealed. Who knows where they found the nerve to spout such brazen lies here? Some even tried to bypass Xia Yingya altogether, demanding Mu Wanqiu restore their status. Everything unfolded with such natural ease. As if being healed by her were some immense favor bestowed upon them. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who should be the one begging for help, or who should be the one giving orders. The incessant chatter was enough to make one's ears ring with irritation. Enough! Suddenly, Xia Yingya snapped coldly. Her gaze swept over the assembled Xia family members, her eyes brimming with icy coldness. At her command, the once noisy courtyard of the Xia residence fell instantly silent. Those who had just begun to move froze in place. Clearly, no one believed she was capable of such abrupt action. After a brief silence, someone finally snapped out of it. Hands on hips, one arm thrust forward, she adopted the posture of a shrewish woman berating someone in the street. Enough? What do you mean, enough? We've raised you all these years, and now you're getting impatient over such a trifling matter? Exactly. I tell you what. This traitorous thing has no good intentions whatsoever. Oh my. I say, she's hooked up with some outsider and abandoned our Xia family. In an instant, a torrent of filthy insults erupted. They didn't even consider the cost of spreading rumors, it was all instinctive. Accustomed to bullying others and scolding Xia Yingya daily. Now, these accusations flowed effortlessly from their lips, requiring no thought whatsoever. Naturally, they didn't even need to consider the situation. They had no clear understanding of who was truly at a disadvantage. They still believed that mere words alone could make Xia Yingya submit completely. Little did they realize that with every word they spoke, they were eroding her last shred of goodwill toward the Xia family. While she never held much affection for them to begin with, she hadn't intended to witness the downfall of an entire family. But now, things were different. Xia Yingya shook her head in disappointment, a hint of self-mockery flickering across her face. Her lips parted as she spoke slowly. I considered sparing you. I even considered letting Luo Hua grant you a swift end. But now, I've changed my mind. As Xia Yingya spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The moment her words fell, every member of the Xia family trembled involuntarily. An inexplicable chill crept over them. Xia Yingya, you can't repay kindness with betrayal. After all, our Xia family raised you for so many years. Exactly. If you have grievances, take them up with Xia Jinkuan. I refuse to believe you'd dare harm the Xia family. You traitorous creature, karma will catch up with you sooner or later. Desperate to avoid retaliation, they pulled out all the stops. Some played the sympathy card, others tried to shift the blame, and some even lied through their teeth, cursing Xia Yingya. One by one, their ugly, vile faces came into sharp focus. In that instant, all pretenses were brutally torn away, and the crowd shed their masks. Even Xia Jinkuan himself threw caution to the wind, pushing shamelessness to its absolute limit. Yingya, all you've done, wasn't it just for the position of clan chief? Look, I'll step down right now and hand over the position to you. With that, he turned his head to look at his eldest son, Xia Yingsheng. Xia Yingsheng froze upon hearing the words. Even he hadn't anticipated the blame would land on him. Earlier, he'd been beaten for interrupting Kai Jisheng's speech, that much he could accept. But why did every misfortune seem to land on his shoulders? But he quickly snapped out of it. If he didn't make his position clear now, the trouble would truly be immense. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. Right. You should be the next clan chief. I'm better suited to just being a free agent. As he spoke, Xia Yingsheng lowered his stance as much as possible. He was terrified of provoking Xia Yingyao's displeasure, lest she execute him on the spot. Now he wasn't just suspecting, he truly believed it. The very next moment, Xia Yingya proved his conjecture correct with cold, hard facts. A cold laugh escaped her lips as she spoke. Don't you all think you're so great? Don't you think you're so high and mighty? Xia Yingya spoke slowly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd in the courtyard. Her icy gaze sent a chill through their hearts. Mark my words, with Kai Jisheng dead, the Kai family's vengeance will come swiftly. And once your privileges are stripped away, let's see how you handle it. At these words, the Xia family members collectively gasped in shock. The sheer helplessness of watching death approach, powerless to resist, was truly spine-chilling. At that moment, they even felt that a swift blow might be more merciful. At least it would spare them the agony of prolonged torment. You madman! Xia Yingsheng's teeth chattered as he pointed at Xia Yingya and shouted. Fear spread through her heart, and the trembling in her arms became utterly uncontrollable. Hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Xia Jinkuan's eyes as he abruptly looked up. In that instant, a sudden change occurred. Die! With a thunderous roar, he charged straight at Xia Yingyao. Chapter 134, Facing Xia Jinkuan, a battle without suspense. Xia Jinkuan's sudden outburst caught everyone completely off guard. Neither the Xia family members led by Xia Yingxing nor Pang Xian and the others had anticipated it. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, yet Xia Jinkuan showed none of the compassion one would expect. Gui Juinjia's body erupted in golden light as he clearly reacted, one hand shooting upward at lightning speed. Judging by the look of it, it should be a suppression-type skill. However, at such close range, every action seemed rushed. Xia Yingyao forced herself to ignore the pallor on her face, crossing her arms defensively. Unfortunately, every movement now seemed painfully slow. Perhaps the attack would arrive before her defensive skill could fully activate. At only level 35, blocking Xia Jinkuan's furious strike would be a daunting challenge. Xia Yingyao's pupils flicked slightly as her gaze shifted, instinctively turning toward Luo Hua. Vaguely, one could discern the despair and lingering attachment in her eyes. Perhaps only now did she truly understand. What she truly cared about was not the Xia family that had repeatedly wounded her deeply, but Luo Hua, whom she had only recently met. Only he cared about her feelings. Yet, when her gaze fell, she could find no trace of Luo Hua anywhere. In that instant, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. But in the very next second, a cold command rang out before her. Soul-seizing slash. The words carried an endless chill. Merely hearing the sound sent a chill down one's spine. In the sweltering heat, one couldn't help but shiver unexpectedly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hua's soul-seizing slash had long since completed its cooldown. From the moment he sensed Xia Jinkuan's unusual behavior, he had remained vigilant. Sure enough, cornered and desperate, Xia Jinkuan ultimately chose to take a desperate gamble. This was a move Luo Hua had anticipated all along, one that couldn't escape his keen eyes. As Luo Hua moved, the golden light radiating from Gui Juinjia began to fade. Before Xia Jinkuan could achieve his goal, Gui Juinjia nodded with considerable satisfaction. His eyes brimmed with admiration for Luo Hua. However, Luo Hua remained unaware of this, for his attention had been fixed on Xia Jinkuan from the very beginning. Even if he had known, he likely wouldn't have cared. Years of solitary cultivation had taught him that talent was the foundation. If the person was dead, no amount of empty fame would matter. Perhaps it wasn't entirely correct, but at this moment, Luo Hua felt certain it couldn't be wrong. Just as Xia Yingyao's life if Xia Jinkuan were to take it away due to a single careless mistake, Luo Hua would surely spend countless days and nights unable to let it go. The soul-seizing slash descended, the long sword meeting Xia Jinkuan's fist. The skill was not yet mastered, its intimidating effect failed to work on a target that did not look directly into his eyes. Perhaps it was a flaw in the skill itself, or perhaps it was because Luo Hua hadn't mastered it yet. Boom! In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. The soul-capturing slash met Xia Jinkuan's furious strike head-on. The force of the blast sent Xia Yingyao reeling, her body swaying dangerously before she stumbled backward. Fortunately, Luo Hua had blocked the killing blow, sparing her from disaster. Even so, the feeling of having walked the line between life and death left her deeply unsettled. Sitting on the ground, Xia Yingyao gazed at Luo Hua's retreating figure and felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was a feeling the Xia family could never give her. Unconsciously, Xia Yingyao felt her eyes grow moist, blurring her vision. Startled, she quickly wiped her eyes, pretending nothing had happened. On the other side, Xia Jinkuan's expression was far from pleasant. His strike, delivered with every ounce of strength, had been blocked with such effortless ease. It wasn't just a mockery of his strength, it had also dashed his last chance to snatch survival from the jaws of death. Either way, the outcome was now sealed. A failed ambush meant there would be no second chance. Luo Hua, I admit defeat this time. If you're willing to spare me. No! Xia Jinkuan's words were cut short by Luo Hua's ruthless interruption. Opportunities had been granted more than once or twice, yet the other party had consistently failed to cherish them, clinging to the hope of luck. Now, with one misstep leading to total defeat, he finally wanted to take back his move. Too bad the world doesn't work that way. And Luo Hua wouldn't play by the others' rules. Once a choice was made, one must bear its consequences. You! Xia Jinkuan pointed an accusing finger, his words catching in his throat. He wanted to curse, but the situation left him no room for recklessness. He could only clench his fists silently, searching for a new opportunity. Sorry, I don't have time to waste on you. Luo Hua's eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly lunged forward. He gave Xia Jinkuan no time to react, nor would he grant him another chance. His first strike aimed straight for the vital point. You have some nerve, kid. Xia Jinkuan's pupils contracted as he barked coldly. Though he feared Luo Hua's strength, in a fair fight, he might not be afraid. As long as Gui Juinjia, standing nearby, didn't intervene, the outcome was far from certain. But clearly, he was overestimating himself. Regardless of how many skills Luo Hua still had up his sleeve, his terrifying stats alone, notably his 300,000 health points, were beyond comparison for ordinary opponents. Even if Luo Hua stood perfectly still, he could still hack at Xia Jinkuan until his arms went numb. Death Hammer! Xia Jinkuan flipped his weapon in his hands and swung it violently. Who would have thought that a man so cunning he had no moral boundaries would be a warrior wielding twin hammers? Most opponents on the battlefield would likely mistake him for an honest soul, lowering their guard. But to Luo Hua, it seemed downright laughable. Hammer or no hammer, it wouldn't escape his keen eyes, and it wasn't worthy of his attention anyway. As the attack came, Luo Hua simply extended one hand forward and thrust it out forcefully. Wolf King's Blessing. In an instant, a wolf's head flickered into view. In its place, a spherical shield of power solidified, shielding him completely. Clang! Xia Jinkuan's two hammer blows struck the shield, yet failed to budge it an inch. In a battle between equals, even with skills deployed, the shield remained utterly impenetrable. Not only that, but after unleashing such a powerful defensive skill, Luo Hua showed not even a hint of exhaustion. His effortless composure sent a chill down Xia Jinkuan's spine. Before he could make his next move, he saw Luo Hua clutching a spear in his hand. The icy spear tip pointed directly at him. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Xia Jinkuan's mind. An ominous foreboding spread from his gut, instantly consuming his entire brain. Javelin throw. The words barely left his lips when a sharp whistling sound filled the air. A spear shot out from the energy shield at such speed he couldn't react. In the blink of an eye, the attack arrived. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain right in the center of his chest. As if struck by a tremendous force, the spear hurled him backward through the air. Straight toward the wall. Boom! The sudden explosion left the Xia family disciples staring in stunned silence. Staring at the figure hanging on the wall, their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Chapter 135, The Decline of the Xia Clan. The spear embedded itself in the wall, leaving a deep imprint. Dense cracks spread outward in all directions. Hanging from the spear shaft, Xia Jinkuan hung motionless. Only the occasional twitch of his body proved he was still alive. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for the Xia family members to grasp what had transpired. They only sensed Xia Jinkuan suddenly erupting into combat with Luo Hua. But before they could react, everything before their eyes suddenly blurred. By the time they regained their senses, he was already hanging on the wall with a thunderous crash, his fate unknown. Even someone as formidable as the clan chief couldn't stand against him for a single exchange. Everyone gained a new understanding of Luo Hua's strength. But at this moment, it seemed any words spoken were already too late. Luo Hua's spear thrust was not merely a display of power, but a warning to them all. Will you come willingly? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Luo Hua's cold gaze swept over them, devoid of any pity. After several encounters, he had come to understand their nature. Given the slightest chance, they would flip like fence-sitters. With such people, even a shred of mercy was a sin. Though his words were cold, they felt warm in Xia Yingyao's ears. Her heart began to beat faster, inexplicably. In stark contrast, the Xia family members' expressions were utterly mortified. Each looked as if they'd swallowed a fly, their discomfort written plainly on their faces. Everyone. If we flee together, Luo Hua might not be able to catch us all. A voice rang out from the crowd, its words brimming with excitement, as if the speaker had found newfound confidence. At these words, the others' eyes lit up in unison. Though the idea sounded absurd, no one dismissed it as a bad plan. On the contrary, they even thought the one who said it was a genius. If they could escape, the Xia family's prosperity would be assured. But that was one thing. When the moment of action truly arrived, they were only concerned with scrambling to flee for their own lives. Brotherly bonds and the family's future were cast aside in that moment. Only self-preservation mattered. That was the absolute truth. Trying to escape? Luo Hua sneered coldly. If these men escaped right before his eyes, what face would he have left? He raised his arm lightly, and a chill wind swept through the air. All the Xia family disciples realized in horror that a layer of ice had formed on their bodies, slowing their movements. Realizing something was terribly wrong, their pupils suddenly contracted. Before they could react, a sudden sharp pain shot through them, sending their bodies flying backward. Thud! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as figures were flung back like broken sacks. Within moments, the courtyard echoed only with cries of pain. Not a single person managed to escape. Those who dared to challenge Luo Hua's power based on their own perceptions all failed. Without the means to strip them of their ranks, Luo Hua could only beat them all down to the point of near death, rendering them incapable of resistance. His actions were decisive, showing not a shred of mercy. Even Guijuinjia, a second-stage awakener, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, silently nodding in approval. Whether it was recognition of his strength, admiration for his decisiveness, or a mix of both, remained unclear. Before long, the battlefield was left with only a group of wounded, barely clinging to life. Let's go. Leave them to their fate. Xia Yingyao spoke slowly, fully aware of what this meant. Once they left this place, the Xia family's old enemies would tear them apart in an instant. In fact, they wouldn't even need to wait for the Kai family's retaliation. Watching the once glorious Xia family now rapidly decline, an indescribable sorrow filled her heart. Yet not a trace of pity flickered in her eyes. Heaven's justice is vast and inescapable. Every decision the Xia family made led to their downfall today. It was all predictable. What innocence! It was merely a fleeting sigh of regret born of shared lineage. But Xia Yingyao quickly composed herself. Head held high, she strode purposefully toward the door. This step was not merely leaving the cage that had once confined her, but also drawing a clear line between herself and her former weakness. Xia Yingyao had no idea what the future held for her, but in this moment, she knew she was a proud peacock. Before long, only the Xia family members, struggling to save themselves, remained behind. Him. It's all his fault. He ruined our Xia family. If only we'd known Xia Yingyao could cozy up to Guo Juanjia and his crew, why did we have to deliberately target her? It's all Xia Jinkuan's fault. That devil. We're finished. Completely finished. The Kai family won't let us off. The Xia family members, trembling violently, pointed at Xia Jinkuan's portrait on the wall. They blamed him for everything. Their gaze shifted downward to Kai Jishang, lying in a pool of blood, and the elderly man beside him. They felt their legs go weak beneath them, as if the sky itself were collapsing. Even at the height of the Xia family's glory, they were no match for the Kai family. How much less so now, with Xia Jinkuan's fate unknown. In that moment, it felt as though a fierce wind had swept through, and the Xia family's sky had grown dark without anyone noticing. A thick, oppressive darkness hung overhead, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. It's over. Completely over. Some collapsed to the ground, their eyes hollow and vacant. After all, they were flowers raised in a greenhouse, utterly incapable of adapting to the harsh reality before them. Even if they dragged their gravely wounded bodies away, they could have found a place to hide their identities. Yet here, they never once considered it, merely waiting silently for death to come. Snap! Thunder flashed, its light slicing through the darkness. The white light illuminated half the faces of the Xia family members, each ashen and lifeless. Xia Jinkuan, leaning against the wall, had a spear lodged in his body. His head drooped lifelessly, barely breathing. Him. It's all his fault. Kill him. The Xia family members' eyes bulged with fury as they frantically pointed at Xia Jinkuan. Regardless of their current state, the moment those words fell, nearly all of them surged forward. Their eyes burned with near madness. They tore the spear from his body and swung their weapons wildly at Xia Jinkuan. In the darkness before the storm, the surging shadows in the courtyard sent a chill down the spine. Blood stained their garments and splattered across their cheeks, revealing faces twisted with savage fury. The patriarch of a once great clan, a figure of some standing within the Xuanhua domain. And so, under the watchful gaze of those monstrous faces, he reluctantly drew his final breath. Pitifully, even in his final moments, he still believed his actions were for the good of the Xia family. Not far away, Xia Yingsheng curled up in a corner, wishing he could fold himself into a ball. In his vacant, fading gaze, the ugliness of the crowd was reflected. They tore at each other, fighting only for the Xia family's last scraps of wealth, utterly unconcerned whether they could carry it away. Finally, the flames of greed engulfed him. His lifeless gaze watched as his body was dragged to the center of the courtyard. He stared blankly at the sky as lightning flashed through the clouds and the drizzle began to intensify. Splash! Raindrops pelted his face, yet he felt no pain, his entire body numb. Until his vision blurred completely, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 136, The team is formed. The Xia family's downfall occurred overnight. Rumors swirled both inside and outside Yenzhou University, with all sorts of unreliable gossip spreading like wildfire. Some even went so far as to speculate that Guo Juanjia was directly involved. Guo Juanjia, however, paid it no mind. After all, his strength spoke for itself. If anyone truly disliked him, they could just say so to his face. But he suspected that even if he gave them the chance, they might not dare to speak up. In contrast, Luo Hua and his companions enjoyed a much quieter existence. The four of them walked along the paths of Yenzhou University, each lost in their own thoughts. Beyond some harmless gossip, everyone else remained dormant. Perhaps they were waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps they were brewing something. Whichever it was, there was no room for carelessness. The Xia family. I doubt they'll exist after today. What are your plans? Luo Hua turned his head slightly, looking at Xia Yingyao as he spoke. He tried to discern any trace of emotion on her face, but it was clearly wishful thinking. The pain the Xia family had inflicted upon Xia Yingyao over the years had left her utterly disillusioned with them. Rather than feeling the collapse of her own family, she viewed it as an outsider watching the decline of an unrelated clan. Once she had crossed that threshold, nothing else held any real significance. I don't know. Xia Yingyao shook her head slowly, her thoughts tangled with complexity. Plans never keep pace with change. Just days ago, she'd been plotting how to break free from the Xia family's shackles and escape Kai Jisheng's control. In the span of mere days, everything had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. She remembered clearly that she and Luo Hua had teamed up precisely for this purpose. Now, the Xia family was gone, and Kai Jisheng was dead and buried. The campus tournament seemed to lose its initial fervor with the conclusion of these events. Are we still entering the tournament? As she pondered this, Luo Hua spoke first. Truthfully, from the very beginning, his intention had been to help Xia Yingyao. But upon hearing about the engraved scroll later, it seemed to solidify his original purpose. He understood the confusion in Xia Yingyao's heart, but he couldn't avoid it. Luo Hua wouldn't abandon an opportunity to become stronger for the sake of one person. This was merely an inquiry. Should Xia Yingyao withdraw, he would simply seek another suitable candidate. The campus tournament. Xia Yingyao murmured, her eyes clouded with even deeper uncertainty. She understood how seriously Luo Hua took the campus tournament, but all she could think about now was whether her own strength was sufficient. With nothing holding her back now, participating or not made little difference. Therefore, she was contemplating whether to relinquish her spot. Only by integrating stronger awakened individuals into Luo Hua's team could they compete for a higher ranking. Just as she pondered this, Mu Wanqiu suddenly poked her head over. The campus tournament? Are there any spots left? My roommate and I both want to join. No way. Before Mu Wanqiu could finish her questions, Xia Yingyao's sharp rebuke cut her off. She didn't give anyone else time to react, completely flustering Luo Hua. Her brows furrowed slightly as her gaze shifted strangely between the two of them. Weren't they supposed to be best friends? Why did the atmosphere feel so awkward? Mu Wanqiu's large eyes stared straight at Xia Yingyao, as if trying to read something from her face. But Xia Yingyao avoided her gaze, refusing to give her a chance to ask. The bizarre scene left Luo Hua utterly baffled. He had to re-evaluate the team composition to avoid any mistakes. Given his confidence in his own abilities, who joined the team was of little consequence to him. But now, the team wasn't just him. With Xia Yingyao and Pang Xin present, he had to consider their opinions to some extent. Ability wasn't the main concern, it was more about maintaining harmony within the team. At present, Xia Yingyao seemed to be the most difficult to accommodate. As for the exact reason, it didn't seem like she intended to explain. In that case, let's ask Xiao Pang. As his gaze swept over Pang Xin, the latter wore an expression that screamed, "Please don't ask." His troubled expression made his chubby face scrunch up into a tight knot. When Luo Hua's gaze landed on him, he could only speak with utter resignation. I'll follow your lead. Others might not know, but Pang Xin understood perfectly well. Inside, his mind was already screaming in fury. This wasn't a team at all. It was practically a battlefield. As the only one who understood Xia Yingyao's hidden meaning, he felt like ending it all. Sandwiched between the three of them, he felt like he was being crushed like a meat bun. Wanting to cry but having no tears was probably the perfect phrase to describe his predicament. Yingyao, do you think something's wrong? Luo Hua frowned as he asked, though it wasn't out of self-interest. He didn't care who joined the team, but having a healer would certainly be better. If Xia Yingyao and the others got injured in battle, at least someone could tend to them. By any measure, it was a worthwhile investment. He had seen Mu Wanqiu in the Scorched Land dungeon and knew her healing abilities were quite competent. More importantly, her on-the-spot combat skills were undoubtedly far superior to other priests. While other priests were still cowering in fear, she had already assessed the situation and followed his orders to escape the werewolf lair. These actions had profoundly altered Luo Hua's impression of her. It was safe to say that having Mu Wanqiu join the team was pure luck for both Xia Yingyao and Pang Xin. It should have been a cause for universal celebration, yet Xia Yingyao seemed somewhat reluctant. This struck Luo Hua as odd, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Xia Yingyao, what's your problem? You're definitely up to something. Mu Wanqiu crossed her arms, her tone brimming with displeasure. She pushed her glasses up with one hand, as if trying to see right through her. Nothing. Absolutely nothing's wrong. Xia Yingyao flatly denied. There was no way she could admit to something like this. But no matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't even come up with a flimsy excuse. Seeing this, the look of suspicion in Mu Wanqiu's eyes deepened. Without waiting for a response, she immediately added her own suggestion. I see your team is missing a healer. Just bring me and my roommate along. Besides, while we might not be the strongest, at least we're higher level than you. Most importantly, we support players know our place. We won't push ourselves beyond our limits and hold the rest of the team back. Mu Wanqiu hadn't thought deeply about it, she just wanted to find a suitable team to save her poor roommate. After witnessing Luo Hua's formidable strength, she thought that if she could join them, she might even secure a better ranking. Listening to her pitch, Luo Hua nodded in agreement. This was exactly the kind of teammate he needed. She could handle support duties and, if things went south, bail out first to eliminate any worries for him. Perfect. He immediately turned to look at Xia Yingyao. She reluctantly pursed her lips and nodded sullenly. Then it's settled. Little fatty. Got it. Leave the sign up to me. Chapter 137, Monster Intelligence, the glowing jade pendants passed. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On the team roster, a squad that drew everyone's envy suddenly appeared. Apart from 2 unknown men, it included 3 potential campus beauties. Both on and off campus, this team became the hottest topic of discussion. Mu Wanqiu, whose beauty and figure were equally striking, had long held the second spot on the rankings. Then there was Xia Yingyao, the icy beauty who had recently been dethroned. And finally, Jiang Xinyue, who had once shone briefly but faded due to glaring weaknesses, earning the resentment of those with grudges. The campus beauty rankings changed every year, and those who made the list were naturally no slouches. After all, being on the same team as even one of them would be the envy of countless others. But what on earth qualifies this captain named Luo Hua to have 3 beauties join his team? No one knew the reason. They could only stare in bewilderment. At this moment, though, Luo Hua couldn't care less about such matters. What others envied, he regarded as mere trivialities. At this moment, nothing could be more important than the evil potion. Director Wu, are you saying the source of the potion has been confirmed in Zhangchang? Luo Hua frowned as he stared at the communicator screen. For matters of such gravity, it was safer to avoid using mobile phones for communication. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yun's voice came through the line. Just as we suspected, this is definitely connected to the Lu family, but we still lack direct evidence. As he spoke, Wu Yun couldn't help but rub his temples. His eyes were ringed with dark circles, and he spoke with obvious frustration. It seemed the other party had been working tirelessly on this case over the past few days. Although numerous incidents pointed directly at the Lu family, no concrete evidence could be found. If only we could just punch them like Teacher Gua did. Wu Yun suddenly let out a sigh, sounding like he was complaining. In truth, it was a perfect reflection of his inner thoughts. To say he wasn't envious would be an outright lie. As a law enforcement officer, he couldn't jump to conclusions about anything. Even if the finger pointed at the Lu family, he still had to entertain the possibility of false accusations and couldn't pin the blame on them outright. But outsiders like Luo Hua and his crew? They had no such reservations. If they simply didn't like someone, they'd slap them across the face without a second thought. Such actions, so at odds with the law enforcement team's principles, how could he not envy them? Don't worry, Director Wu. Once we find the evidence, you can slap someone too. Luo Hua quipped, then paused, perhaps feeling his words lacked rigor. After a moment's hesitation, he added slowly. Of course, that's assuming you have the strength to back it up. The words had barely left his mouth when Wu Yun's smile instantly faded. He shot Luo Hua a withering glare, sulking in silence. As the bureau chief, having such low combat prowess was indeed a bit hard to justify. Enough with the nonsense. You know what else you discovered? Wu Yun waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning serious once more. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, fixing Luo Hua with a deep, penetrating gaze. It felt as though his gaze could pierce through the communicator and land directly upon her. Luo Hua knew this was impossible, yet the other man's gaze seemed to hold something unsaid. And it seemed profoundly connected to this matter. I don't know. Luo Hua shook his head, seeing no need to speculate further. In situations like this, pursuing such guesswork would only waste everyone's time. Upon hearing this, Wu Yun nodded, refraining from adding anything else. His lips parted slightly as he spoke slowly. Remember that jade pendant you just got back not long ago? You mean this one? Luo Hua reached into his robe and pulled out the glowing jade pendant. He couldn't fathom how this entire affair could possibly be connected to the small jade pendant. As if sensing his confusion, Wu Yun immediately offered further explanation. We intercepted a message from Li Xiankai containing an order to seize the jade pendant. Unfortunately, we couldn't trace who sent it. The lead we just got has already gone cold. Wu Yun spoke with a hint of regret in his voice. If they could have captured the source of the message, it would have saved them a great deal of trouble. Luo Hua's grip tightened slightly at the words. As a memento left by his father, could it possibly hold other special significance? Soon, Wu Yun provided him with the relevant explanation. As far as I know, this item was brought out from the Holy Light Ruins. The Holy Light Ruins? Yes. It's a dungeon even more dangerous than the Inferno Demon's forbidden grounds. Even a powerhouse like Teacher Gua could only watch helplessly once he entered. Fortunately, before his passing, Mr. Luo Qingfeng, despite his severe injuries, managed to clear the dungeon. Hearing his father's story for the first time, Luo Hua felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Though the words were sparse and the language plain, he could sense the desperation that had been present. He finally understood why his father was revered as the guardian of Jiangcheng. Though time had long since eroded people's original reverence, that chapter of history could never be erased. Luo Hua refused to judge his father's decisions based on the injustices he himself had faced. Human nature could not withstand such trials. Everything was merely an inevitable progression. But, this glowing jade pendant doesn't seem particularly special. Luo Hua hesitated, fingering the jade pendant. Whether in textual descriptions or outward appearance, it showed little difference from an ordinary jade pendant. Experience boosting gear was rare, but not entirely unheard of. It just hadn't reached the point of being commonplace yet. If one were to force a difference, it would be the unactivated second attribute and the restriction that it couldn't be placed in a backpack. Hearing this, Wu Yun shared his perspective. I think the reason we can't see anything special about it is probably because we're awakened ones. Those monsters might possess information unknown to us, including details about the glowing jade pendant. Another strong possibility is that they haven't gathered all the other items yet. That's why they haven't touched you. They don't want to alert the others prematurely. It must be said that as the head of the enforcement squad, Wu Yun's thinking was far more comprehensive than Luo Hua's. From a simple piece of information to the glowing jade pendant, he had drawn out the entire chain of reasoning. Though Luo Hua couldn't be certain, he found Wu Yun's reasoning compelling. Unfortunately, we don't even have a shred of solid evidence. In the end, they circled back to the most fundamental issue. Without evidence, the enforcement team could only stand still. Evidence? Why do we need evidence? Luo Hua suddenly flashed a mischievous grin and glanced at the date. With 2 days left until the campus tournament, there should still be time. The Lu family wants to arrest me? Then I'll just go there myself. Problem solved. Hearing this, Wu Yun's expression turned thoughtful. Then, as if suddenly grasping something, his eyebrow shot up. Chapter 138, Provocation at the Door. Jiangcheng, Lu Family Manor. Lu Chentian sat high in the seat of honor, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. His eyes remained tightly shut, and not a word was spoken, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Below him, every member of the Lu household kept their heads bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. Did Lu Zishi really say that? His calm tone caused everyone to freeze. Instinctively, all eyes turned to the figure at the far end of the room. Under the weight of so many gazes, sweat began to pour down the young Lu family member's face. Beads of sweat as large as beans slid down his forehead, pooling together. Drip, drip, they fell to the floor, and he dared not raise a hand to wipe them away. Yes, yes. Luo Hua has returned to Jiangcheng. Though the news was undeniably true, his voice trembled with uncertainty as he spoke. He feared any slip-up might land him in trouble. In recent years, he had grown acutely aware that the clan chief's state was becoming increasingly unsettling. The slightest displeasure would set him off. Of course, if it were merely a matter of his temper becoming more volatile, the rest of the Lu family would surely turn against him. How could Lu Chentian possibly remain in his lofty position, wielding authority and doing as he pleased? Alongside this shift in temperament, Lu Chentian's power had also been steadily rising. Though he never saw Lu Chentian enter any dungeons, his levels seemed to be constantly rising. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but that oppressive aura definitely wouldn't deceive his own senses. The thought of his own possible fate made his voice falter the instant he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Chentian's eyes flicked open slightly, sweeping the room with a cold, indifferent gaze. In an instant, that terrifying aura radiated out invisibly. Instantly, everyone buried their heads even lower, terrified of meeting his gaze. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Luo Hua's sudden return to Jiangcheng means he's definitely up to something. Lu Chentian paused mid-sentence, his gaze shifting towards several middle-aged men seated near the front. Each bore faint streaks of gray at the temples, appearing considerably older than Lu Chentian. In truth, they were Lu Chentian's younger brothers, though lacking sufficient strength to achieve the metamorphosis. Keep a low profile lately. Those law enforcement guys are cracking down hard. If anyone drags us all down, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he spoke. As his words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Suddenly, at that very moment. Bang! The door burst open violently, flooding the darkness with a beam of light. Everyone squinted against the sudden glare, straining to see what lay beyond. Then, frantic voices erupted in rapid succession. Bad news, Chief. Luo Hua has attacked our door. The messenger rushed in, frantically reporting the news. Upon meeting the cold stares of those present, he froze abruptly. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Through his terrified eyes, a sudden flash of darkness streaked toward his face. Thud. A dull thud echoed as something seemed to explode. In an instant, the floor and walls were splattered with red and white. If you can't handle such a minor task, what use are you? Lu Chentian snorted coldly as he rose slowly. The sound of his chair scraping across the floor sent a chill through the room, silencing everyone. Not a single breath dared escape their lips. I'll see for myself what kind of person Luo Hua is that has you all so terrified. As he spoke, a dark mist suddenly rose from the floor, enveloping him. The mist came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. When it finally dissipated, Lu Chentian was nowhere to be seen. A long moment passed. Only after confirming Lu Chentian was no longer present did someone exhale a heavy sigh of relief. The tension in the room gradually began to ease. Even so, the sight of that fragment by the doorway still sent a shiver down their spines. Though none had actually experienced death, they could feel its proximity. The group exchanged glances, their faces heavy with sorrow. Had they faltered even slightly moments ago, that person might have been their fate. Chief, has he already taken that step? It shouldn't, it can't be possible. He didn't even attend the job change ceremony. But that oppressive aura emanating from him, it's clearly beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. The Lu family members discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. When their gazes met the demon beast's head atop a head seat, they flinched back in fear. Though it was merely a lifeless object, they dared not meet its gaze. As if one more glance might cause them to be swallowed whole. Outside the Lu family gates at that moment, a sea of people formed a towering wall, with Luo Hua seated atop it. He dangled his legs casually, radiating an air of unruly arrogance. Unlike before, he now fully embraced his haughty demeanor. What? No one from the Luo family? If there's no one worthy of a fight, then I'll leave and come back tomorrow. His demeanor showed not the slightest hint of restraint. His utter contempt for the Luo family was written all over his face. Passers-by pointed and whispered, their murmurs filling the air. As for Luo Hua, they knew him all too well. After all, this was the very same person who had been labeled a worthless good-for-nothing in Jiangqing just a year ago. How could he have transformed so completely in merely a dozen days? From a down-and-out kid to a formidable awakened one. Could it be that this so-called Yenzhou University was truly that extraordinary? And judging by the current situation, it seemed quite a few of the Luo family's young masters were nearing level 30. The bystanders' levels weren't high enough to gauge, so everything had to be judged by the damage dealt. While not entirely precise, it shouldn't be wildly off either. Luo Hua, you wait. Daring to provoke our Luo family? You must be tired of living. We've already sent someone to report this. Someone will be here to deal with you shortly. Don't think getting into Yenzhou University gives you free rein. People like you? Our Luo family has plenty of those too. Seeing they couldn't beat Luo Hua, the Luo family awakened before him refused to back down verbally. Ignoring their kin's cries of defeat, they continued to taunt Luo Hua. As if the pride they'd lost could be reclaimed through their words. They believed that if they could stall just a little longer until reinforcements from the Luo family arrived, they would no longer have to fear. Little did they know, this was precisely what Luo Hua had been waiting for. The Luo family waited, and so did he, both waiting for stronger reinforcements to arrive. This was precisely why he had remained outside the Luo family's gates, refusing to step inside. Right now, he was merely stirring up trouble. Had he gone inside, the situation might have unfolded differently. He paid no heed to the pointing and whispering of those around him. Hey! You guys are really making me lose. Luo Hua's words trailed off abruptly. His gaze sharpened, piercing into the depths beyond the Luo family's gate. As if seeing through the door and walls to what lay beyond, his sword-like brows furrowed deeply. Such a familiar aura. He slowly narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Though the sensation flickered and vanished, he was utterly certain his senses hadn't deceived him. Chapter 139. The new chief of the South City Enforcement Division waits in silence. Jiangqing Enforcement Team, South City Branch. Following the Luo Hua incident, a thorough investigation had been launched into every single person. The monster incident was of grave significance. As the bureau chief, Li Xiankai had consumed the evil potion, and the law enforcement officers under him naturally could not escape suspicion. Those who should be dismissed were dismissed, those who should be investigated were investigated. Now, Yi Tianyu stared at the case files, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. The mountains of paperwork before him made his head feel like it was about to explode, his processing capacity plummeting. When one person rises, everyone around them benefits. Wu Yun had been promoted and transferred from the North River Precinct to become the new chief of the South City Precinct. However, he missed out on the other perks of the promotion and instead inherited a mountain of wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice, leaving him overwhelmed and exhausted. Even now, there were still so many unresolved cases before him. He had ascended, yes, but only in the physical sense, and it felt like it wouldn't last long. Captain Yi, Captain Yi. Damn it. Chief Yi. The clamorous voices came from outside. Yi Tianyu, who had been reviewing case files, jumped at the sudden outburst. His hand trembled, and the train of thought in his mind vanished instantly. Ugh. Just when I was getting somewhere. He sighed deeply, helplessly setting the documents aside. He looked up in confusion, his gaze meeting that of his teammate who had come to find him. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Back in the day, all they had to do was go out on a mission and write a report when they got back. Why make things so complicated? What? You're here to tease me too? Yi Tianyu gave a faint smile and shook his head wryly. Being the chief of the South City Precinct was no easy job. It had already left him too exhausted to even complain. The burly man outside scratched his head at the sight of Ye's disheveled state, grinning broadly. His simple, honest expression made him look like a big gorilla. Of course not. Chang Lei waved his hands, protesting repeatedly. Fearing he might further upset Yi Tianyu, he hurriedly explained. I came here because of Luo Hua. Did you hear? That kid's back from Yenzhou University, and he's gone and picked a fight with the Luo family. Chang Lei spoke in a deep, resonant voice, yet his enunciation was unusually clear. He rapidly relayed the information he'd overheard outside earlier that day. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he'd verified the information multiple times, ensuring the events were genuine before coming to report. Yi Tianyu merely rolled his eyes at this, saying nothing more. This peculiar reaction left the burly man thoroughly bewildered. He rubbed his palm over the thick stubble on his chin, his face filled with confusion. What? Aren't you even curious? Chang Lei asked, puzzled. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his question sounded unfair. He promptly gave himself a couple of light slaps on the mouth, so gentle they might as well have been massages. In truth, it was merely a token gesture. He quickly added, that kid Luo Hua's already causing trouble at their doorstep. If we don't bring him back, things might get out of hand. The moment he finished, he caught Yi Tianyu staring at him with helpless resignation. The look on his face made it seem like he genuinely thought Yi Tianyu was a gorilla. Sure, he had thick body hair and a beard that covered half his face, but that was just a resemblance. Put. Wrong. He was human, not a gorilla. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Chunlei finally looked at him with clear eyes and uttered the soul-searching question. Why are you staring at me? Hearing this, Yi Tianyu's lips twitched slightly. His mouth opened several times, but in the end, it only turned into a sigh. Since things are going to blow up, let's just wait for them to blow up. Isn't that perfect? Yi Tianyu offered a strained smile, not even bothering to explain. But as he said, the goal was precisely to keep escalating the situation. He might lack the experience of a bureau chief, but he possessed the resolve of a team member. When the old director, Wu Yun, called from above, he simply listened and followed orders. No need for full disclosure, he understood the implication perfectly well. The waters in Jiangchang were still far too calm, no waves had yet begun to stir. What he needed was precisely someone like Luo Hua to break the deadlock. Otherwise, even if numerous cases pointed to the Lu family, without concrete evidence, they couldn't be thoroughly investigated. All he could do now was wait. Are we just going to keep waiting? Chang Lei stepped forward, reaching out to check the temperature on Yi Tianyu's forehead. After confirming no abnormalities, shock spread across his face. Strange. He doesn't have a fever. Why is he starting to talk nonsense? The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Tianyu slapped his hand away. The blow was no light tap, not the slightest mercy shown. The pain made even this burly man wince and grimace. After several attempts, he finally met the other man's condescending gaze. The timing isn't right yet. We just need to keep waiting. Oh, and remember to contact headquarters immediately. It'd be best to request backup from the Xin division. With that, Yi Tianyu buried his head back into the case files. He completely ignored Chang Lei's clownish antics. It was as if Luo Hua's situation held not a shred of interest for him. This peculiar behavior left Chun Lei utterly baffled, his head itching as if something was about to sprout from it. Weird. If he doesn't care, why report it to HQ? Chun Lei shook his head as he walked out of the office, muttering under his breath. Still, he didn't let it distract him from his mission. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng South District, outside the Lu residence. The place people usually avoided was now bustling with activity. Onlookers chattered incessantly, their voices as lively as haggling at a wet market. Until a figure stepped out from the Lu family's gate and the chatter abruptly halted. An inexplicable aura of authority instantly washed over them, pressing down so heavily it took their breath away. It felt as though a knife hung suspended over their hearts. Confusion and terror mingled, their eyes filled with utter helplessness. A single casual glance was enough to crush any thought of resistance. The sheer magnitude of this person's power was beyond imagination. Lu Chentian? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, murmuring to himself. He was no stranger to the current head of the Lu family. After all, as a resident of Jiangchang, he had some familiarity with him. Yet strangely, the impression he gave now felt markedly different from before. Though his memories had grown hazy, making it hard to recall someone's exact appearance. But one's aura, that first, instinctive impression, was always precise. As the head of a clan, he lacked the confident composure that once flowed through his every gesture. Instead, there was a sinister, ruthless edge to him, almost like a sewer rat afraid of the light. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes, watching Lu Chentian approach step by step. Unbidden, his eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. What's going on? Luo Hua's frown deepened, his heart pounding violently. Suddenly, a chill gripped his heart. It wasn't fear, but a primal instinct warning of danger. Luo Hua? I never expected that instead of me seeking you out, you'd come knocking on my door first. Lu Chentian remarked suggestively, his eyes darkening. A peculiar smile spread across his lips. Chapter 140, Lu Chentian makes his move. The crowd watching was utterly baffled by their exchange. A man once labeled a good-for-nothing had transformed overnight, rising from obscurity to prominence. But no matter what, he couldn't possibly have direct enmity with the head of a clan. To them, Lu Chentian's meaning couldn't be clearer. Clearly, the two had already crossed paths before today. Yet Luo Hua had once been an insignificant figure. What possible merit could he have to provoke the Lu family patriarch? They couldn't fathom it, nor could they make sense of it. Since that was the case, they simply stopped trying to figure it out. What? I actually came looking for you, and now you're upset? Luo Hua scoffed, shrugging casually. He stood there with an air of defiance, as if to say, here I am. What are you going to do about it? And that was precisely the case. Luo Hua had his own internal scale, his own measure of judgment. As for the Lu family disciples, he hadn't harmed a single one at most, he tied them up. He didn't believe Lu Chentian could do anything to him in broad daylight, with everyone watching. If it came to blows, even with a vast disparity in strength, he knew he wouldn't be killed. Yes, he was gambling, betting he could walk away unscathed. Is that so? Then let me see what kind of strength you possess, daring to cause trouble at our Lu family. As the words left his mouth, a flash of black darted through Lu Chentian's eyes. For a split second, it seemed as though his entire iris had turned pitch black. Unless one looked closely, it would be entirely imperceptible. Yet this seemingly concealed moment was clearly captured by Luo Hua. From start to finish, Luo Hua's attention had been fixed on his opponent. There was no way he could have missed it. Instantly, he confirmed something in his mind. The matter of the evil potion was undoubtedly connected to the Lu family. After confirming his earlier suspicions, not a trace of joy appeared on Luo Hua's face. Instead, his expression darkened and he leapt to the side. At that very moment, a sinister gust of wind whistled past his back. Whoosh! Something flashed past. The next instant, his clothing ripped apart with a tearing sound. Numerous bloody gashes now crisscrossed his body. And this was only because he had dodged just in time. Had he been even a fraction slower, who knows how many more wounds would have marred his body? What a swift wind! Luo Hua landed steadily on the ground, glanced down at his injuries, and murmured. He withdrew his gaze immediately after that single glance. Lu Chintian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Luo Hua dared not spare any more energy for anything else. What? Couldn't handle a single move? Lu Chintian's mocking voice echoed, but Luo Hua paid it no heed. His gaze remained sharp, constantly guarding against another possible attack. At that moment, the shock within Luo Hua's heart was beyond words. He's a second transformation awakener? When did this happen? While becoming a second stage awakened, one didn't require reporting to anyone. The transformation ceremony was conducted at the Awakened Association. There was no reason such a significant event would go unnoticed. In a resource-scarce region like Zhangchang, the emergence of even one additional powerful awakened would be widely publicized. Yet if Lu Chenfeng wasn't a second-stage awakened one, how could his current skills be explained? Rumor has it that only those who reach the second awakening can wield skills freely, unhindered by numerous restrictions. That just now the Dark Wind technique was clearly not something an ordinary awakened could wield. What's going on? Luo Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. Across from him, Lu Chintian's lips curled into a silent sneer. The smile on his face held an inexplicable eeriness. Grip of dust. Luo Hua showed no intention of wasting words with his opponent, raising one hand slightly. In an instant, yellow sand swirled through the air. In less than a breath, a colossal hand formed from sand and gravel lunged toward Lu Chintian. The spectacular sight drew gasps from the onlookers. The wind and sand whipped their clothes, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Yet, as the seemingly formidable attack neared Lu Chintian, it seemed to be possessed. As the palm continued to close, its movement grew increasingly sluggish. At this rate of deceleration, it would come to a complete halt in less than 2 seconds. Oomph! A cold snort echoed. Suddenly, the yellow sand scattered in all directions. The colossal hand of the sand grip dissolved in an instant, becoming nothing but a swirling storm of sand. What exploded now seemed to be more than just this illusory palm. Even Luo Hua was sent reeling backward by the skill's backlash. So powerful. Luo Hua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face growing increasingly excited. With the Chaos Wolf Shadow's 300,000 HP as his safety net, this blow wouldn't even break a bone. It wasn't that he enjoyed pain, but rather that this was all part of his plan. The real worry is if you're not strong enough, then you'll have to put on a show. Luo Hua let a faint smile touch his lips as he thought to himself. As his smile spread, Lu Chintian's face darkened. The more displeased his opponent looked, the more pleased Luo Hua felt. It was precisely this unpredictable behavior that made Lu Chintian wary, driving him to seek a swift resolution. When people grow impatient, they often fail to consider the finer details. Luo Hua believed his opponent was no exception. Since you're asking for it, don't hold back. Lu Chintian growled coldly, his hand shooting out like lightning. In an instant, a chilling wind surged as a claw formed from iron filings shot toward Luo Hua through the air. Vaguely, it seemed to carry an aura of malevolence. A malevolent wind seemed to sweep through the air without warning. Some people instinctively hugged their arms, shivering involuntarily. Damn it, autumn just started. Why is winter wind blowing already? Achoo! Looks like my immunity's down. How did I catch a cold already? Hey! Are you guys crazy? We're awakened ones, we don't catch colds that easily. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Luo Hua heard it all but remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on the massive metal claw, his expression solemn. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the attack closed in, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Block it for me. Luo Hua gripped his long sword, adopting a defensive stance. No one present knew his abilities, only finding everything seemingly logical. His current state appeared to be a final desperate struggle, though it seemed unlikely to succeed. Especially after seeing the expression on Luo Hua's face, their convictions only deepened. That strained, gritted teeth expression didn't seem fake. For only Luo Hua knew how incredibly difficult it was to block with sheer brute force. He was on the verge of collapse, that much was undeniable. Yet Lu Chintian, standing opposite him, moved with the ease of a man strolling through a garden. It seemed as though the skill Luo Hua was struggling to defend against was nothing more than a casual, offhand move. The stark contrast between their states made their respective strengths immediately apparent. In an unnoticed spot along the blade's length, a small nick that had always been there. The crack spread, growing larger and larger. Snap! Snap! The crisp cracking sound made everyone's ears perk up. The brief stalemate seemed to have reached its conclusion at that very moment. Everyone was engrossed in the spectacle, none noticing the faint smile playing on Luo Hua's lips. Chapter 141, Luo Hua captured? Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the broken sword flew through the air. Its tip spun, tracing an arc through the air. The gleaming silver light captured everyone's gaze. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed. A massive metal claw slammed straight into Luo Hua. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground nearby. The force was immense, cracking the concrete pavement beneath him. Spectators watched with grimaces, unable to bear the sight. The fact that he could smash a hole through concrete highlighted both Luo Hua's formidable physical strength and Lu Qintian's ferocious attack. Cough cough. The dust swirling from the impact settled, revealing a battered figure. Luo Hua lay in the center, curled on his side, coughing incessantly. Judging by his appearance, this blow had clearly inflicted serious injury. With such meager strength, you dare to make a scene at the Lu family's doorstep? Lu Qintian strode forward, towering over Luo Hua. He shot him a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with contempt. He crouched down, reaching out as if to search Luo Hua's body. Just then, Luo Hua's broken voice rang out. I know what you're looking for. But I've hidden it somewhere you'll never find. The words barely left his lips before Lu Qintian's movement froze. His outstretched hand clenched into a fist and his eyes narrowed slightly. The twitching of his lower eyelid alone revealed he was teetering on the edge of fury. You dare play games with me? Lu Qintian rose slowly, towering over Luo Hua as he spoke. He abruptly flung his hand away with a cold snort. He raised his arm slightly and beckoned behind him. Someone! Carry him inside. With that, he turned and strode into the Lu residence without a moment's delay. The gathered crowd pointed and whispered, some even mocking Luo Hua for his reckless overreach. They thought he'd just picked up a few tricks and now dared to challenge the Lu family whether he was a fool or just plain stubborn. Who knew? Not a single soul noticed the faint smile playing at the corners of Luo Hua's lips as he was carried away, seemingly half dead. Before long, news of Luo Hua's failed provocation ending in his capture spread like wildfire. Whether it was the teachers of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School or those who had been humiliated before, like Yang Yufeng and Gao Tianwen, all of them couldn't help but reveal expressions of pure satisfaction. The depression that had weighed on them for over 10 days seemed to vanish in that instant. How could they bear witness to a lowly F-grade failure, perpetually trampled upon, suddenly becoming the object of fierce competition among prestigious universities? Envy had already twisted their features beyond recognition, yet they no longer cared. As long as Luo Hua suffered a setback, it was welcome news to them. Yet they remained utterly oblivious to why this minor incident, a provocation by a noble house that had been rebuffed, had spread so rapidly. It all seemed so natural. But when things unfolded with excessive ease, it demanded deeper scrutiny. South City Precinct. Chang Lei hurried through the crowd. His destination was clear, straight to the chief's office. Bang! He had barely knocked once when the office door swung wide open. His gaze followed the door, landing on the figure inside. Instantly, he froze. There stood Yi Tianyu, fully armed, staff gripped in hand. Captain, what's going on? Chang Lei instinctively used the old title, that familiar feeling of fighting side by side surging back. Yet the only response came in Yi Tianyu's familiar commanding tone. What are you standing around for? Notify the entire bureau to prepare for battle. Also, did you report to headquarters and contact the Xian Group personnel? Did you do that? Yi Tianyu's soul-searching questions came one after another. Yet to Chang Lei, hearing this brought not the slightest displeasure, but rather an overwhelming surge of excitement. Done. All done. I'll go notify Xiao Rou and the others right now. He nodded frantically, confirming nothing had been overlooked. Though he still hadn't mentioned the matter he intended to report, this time he surprisingly didn't bring it up again. Whether it was a sudden epiphany or some other reason, Chang Lei was utterly certain that Yi Tianyu's next move would definitely involve Luo Hua. Instantly, the alarm blared throughout the South City precinct. Everyone instantly geared up and converged on the square in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Though they didn't know what they were being called to do, they were well aware that today would bring a mission of utmost importance. Their nerves were stretched taut, awaiting only the call to assemble. Formation Masters, prepare. Yi Tianyu's gaze was piercing as he raised one hand. Target. The Lu family. Unlike the previously sluggish South City precinct, this fresh contingent demonstrated exceptional execution. The moment his words fell, the formation beneath their feet ignited. Unlike Zhang Xinyua's star array mages, as the name suggests, specialized in mastering various formations, true support-type mages. Especially for an organization like the Enforcement Bureau, constantly on the move, deploying more array mages was essential. Otherwise, the consumption of scrolls for group teleportation like this would be a major issue. as the light intensified, enveloping them all. In the next instant, the entire law enforcement bureau team vanished from their original location. Elsewhere, at the Luo residence in the southern part of the city, a considerable amount of time had passed since Luo Hua's disturbance. The commotion had died down, and the Lu family's gates had returned to their usual quiet. Only 2 bruised and battered Lu family members remained, guarding the gate while applying warm eggs to their faces. They couldn't afford the exorbitant medical fees, and they were too stingy to buy potions to restore their health. They gritted their teeth, enduring the pain as their skin hissed and crackled. Whoosh! A sudden flash of white light startled them both. Immediately after, a dense crowd appeared, at least 50 or 60 people. Fully geared up, they looked ready to raid a dungeon. Holy! One of them couldn't hold back a curse, clearly shaken to the core. His hand trembled, and the hard-boiled egg clattered to the ground. When he finally focused his eyes, he realized they were from the Enforcement Bureau. That scared the hell out of me. I thought some trouble was knocking on my door again. Haha, I'd have thought the same thing. The two exchanged jokes, not taking it seriously. After the incident with Luo Hua, they were all a bit traumatized. Seriously, who wouldn't have lingering trauma after getting beaten up for no reason while working as a doorman? And given their own mediocre skills, they felt even more insecure. If they were truly powerful, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. But seeing the visitors were from the Enforcement Bureau, they instantly felt more at ease. At least the Enforcement Bureau followed the rules and wouldn't act without cause. Sir, what exactly are you doing here? Smack! Smack! Before the two could finish speaking, 2 silky smooth slaps landed. They didn't even have time to react before the blows left them dazed. They hadn't said anything wrong, nor had they done anything wrong. Why was it always them who got hurt? Just as resentment welled up inside them, a cold voice barked out. We received a report. You're illegally detaining the orphan of the Jiangcheng Guardian. Chapter 142, Open Plot, Searching the Lu Family. A report? How could anyone have reported us? Jiangcheng's reverence for Luo Qingfeng had long been eroded to nothing. Why would anyone care about the trivial matters between Luo Hua and the Lu family? On one side stood the remnants of former glory, on the other, the current pinnacle of Jiangcheng's power of force no one dared provoke. When it came to the situation, ordinary people could still tell the difference. Few would risk offending the Lu family, now at the height of their power, for Luo Hua's sake. But for the Enforcement Bureau, everything else was irrelevant. Luo Hua's detention was what mattered. All they needed was a reason to search the Lu family's premises. You claim you left no evidence behind? Well then, we'll just have to enter your Lu residence and investigate thoroughly. Hold on. You can't go in. Despite the stinging pain in their cheeks, the 2 guards dutifully stepped forward to block the way. As if this wasn't about their jobs, it was about their heads. If they let the enforcement team into the Lu residence, they'd be finished. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered and outmatched. Yi Tianyu swept past them, swinging his massive hand with a thunderous crash. Boom! Without any coordination, the gate was smashed open by sheer force. The entire process took less than a second. The deafening roar of the shattered gate instantly drew the Lu family's attention. Scions from all directions rushed over, their abilities varying wildly, attempting to intercept the enforcement squad. Unfortunately, facing enforcers with a minimum level of 45, they were destined to take a beating. Thud! 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 Clubs wrapped in cotton cloth came crashing down upon the Lu family members. It seemed as though all the pent-up resentment from the past dozen days was being unleashed upon them. The agony of knowing the perpetrators were right before their eyes, yet being powerless to prove it, had tormented them for far too long. In this moment, every blow truly carried its weight. Let's see you gloat now. Let's see you gloat. Damn it. It's all your fault I've been stuck working overtime every day. Damn it, you like to provoke us, huh? The Law Enforcement Bureau members showed not a shred of personal grudge. Each displayed their own charm, mingling freely with the Lu family's young men. It was simply that their deep affection for them made it hard to keep up. Don't forget why we're here. Remember, we're here to find Luo Hua. We absolutely do not suspect the Lu family of colluding with monsters. Yi Tianyu declared in a clear voice, showing no hint of evasion. Yet to the others, his words sounded suspiciously like a backhanded compliment. The enforcers exchanged knowing glances and immediately fanned out. The absence of the Lu family's main combat strength actually provided them with considerable convenience. Stop. Stop right now. You law enforcement officers are nothing but bandits. We're going to report you. Quick. Notify the clan chief and the elders immediately. The Lu family members, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently condemned Yi Tianyu and his group's actions. Yet when it came to seeking reinforcements, they all hesitated simultaneously. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, they simply dared not. A search was all it would take, at least it wouldn't kill them. Some even considered leading them straight to the detention site. But with everyone watching, no one wanted to be the first to step forward. Doing so would only confirm their guilt, leaving them truly unable to defend themselves. At the same time, they were filled with frustration. Damn it, those people outside always call Luo Hua good for nothing. Why are they being so helpful today? I'm baffled too. The enforcement squad seems overly zealous today. Could it be that the other clans are teaming up to take us down? Speculation ran rampant in an instant. The detained crowd whispered among themselves, conspiracy theories flying thick and fast. Yet, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they remained utterly unaware that the mastermind behind it all was none other than Luo Hua. Unfortunately, since Yi Tianyu hadn't mentioned it, no one could possibly know. Nearby, the Lu family's steward wore a grim expression. He could only silently plead for the enforcement team's search to conclude as swiftly as possible. Stop searching. Please, stop searching. Don't touch that cabinet. How could someone that big possibly fit inside? Steward Chi stomped his feet in frustration, complaining all the way. This thorough ransacking hardly resembled a search for a person, it was clearly a hunt for something else. But he couldn't say anything, lacking direct evidence. Besides, they had indeed captured Luo Hua, that much was undeniable. Yet if the search continued, who knew what unsavory things might surface? After much deliberation, Steward Chi gritted his teeth, as if making a difficult decision. Stop searching. I'll take you to Luo Hua. He thought to himself, at worst, he'd take the fall himself. Admitting it decisively might even earn him a reduced sentence. That would be far preferable to having the Lu family's hidden secrets exposed in him, the steward, held accountable. With that thought, he called out generously. But the next moment, Yi Tianyu suddenly sneered coldly. First you say there's nothing, now you claim you'll lead us there? Who are you trying to fool? No need to guess. We know you're trying to lure us into a trap. Guys, ignore this jerk. Keep searching. The words had barely left his mouth when Steward Chi froze in shock. Even the Lu family members being held captive looked dumbfounded. Aren't you the ones looking for someone? Why, when we actually bring them to you, do you suddenly refuse them? A blatant ploy. A blatant ploy. In an instant, the truth dawned on them. This is trespassing. I'm going to report you to the authorities. The South City Enforcement Squad is abusing their authority for personal gain. I'm reporting you. Luo Hua is in the woodshed. Search the woodshed now. Once you find him, get the hell out of here. Several Lu family members writhed frantically. One who fancied himself clever blurted out Luo Hua's location outright. That person was convinced that once Luo Hua was found, the enforcement squad would have no reason to stay any longer. Once the others withdrew, they planned to find an opportunity to report the matter higher up. But they had been shielded too well by the Lu family. Even as the words fell, Steward Chi knew trouble was brewing. As a man well past 60, he had long seen that Yi Tianyu and his group had come with ill intent. Unless he witnessed them conducting a search firsthand, he would never reveal their location. Sure enough, in the next instant, she saw the faint, triumphant smile curling at the corner of Yi Tianyu's lips, a smirk of scheming triumph that instantly sent chills down his spine. Raising one hand high, Yi Tianyu declared in a clear voice. Brothers! Did you hear that? They said Luo Hua is in the woodshed. Though the enforcement squad didn't grasp his meaning, they complied with the shout. The uneven responses echoed through the courtyards. Hearing the commotion, Yi Tianyu felt a surge of satisfaction. His eyebrows lifted slightly as he shot a defiant glance at Steward Chi before continuing. There must be a trap. Everyone, don't go near it. The moment the words left his mouth, the enforcement squad members all raised their eyebrows in unison, their expressions turning into meaningful grins. The Lu family members, however, were utterly dumbfounded. The one who had shouted out Luo Hua's location was so enraged he began thrashing wildly, trying to break free from his restraints. What? Are you all out of your minds? I told you Luo Hua is in the woodshed. Hurry up and go find him. I'll take you there myself. He nearly roared the words, but all he received in return was Yi Tianyu's cold, mocking laugh. Very well. You put on quite the act. You truly are wicked. Guards. First, administer a full memory restoration spell. Let him think things through properly. With that, several enforcers advanced with savage grins. Knuckles cracked audibly as they delivered a hearty welcome. Chapter 143, Communication with Han Shiyu. Lu Family Manor, a dimly lit room. Seated at the head of the room, Lu Chentian lifted his gaze slightly. Why is it so noisy outside? Displeasure flashed across his face. Everyone flinched, their hearts pounding. Master Lu, I'll go check immediately. Someone immediately stood up. As he spoke, he kept his head bowed low, fearing blame might fall upon him. His hair was drenched with sweat and his entire back was soaked through. Go. Lu Chentian said indifferently, his gaze never once meeting that of his fellow clan brother. But this outcome suited the man perfectly. Upon receiving permission, visible excitement instantly spread across his face. He turned and walked away without a hint of lingering. His pace was hurried, as if he feared being called back if he slowed even half a step. Watching him disappear into the distance, the others closed the door behind him, their eyes filled with nothing but envy. Yet they dared only to convey it through their eyes, not daring to show it openly. Meanwhile, within the Lu family compound, One by one, clues were delivered to Yi Tianyu's hands, all revealing secret dealings between various Lu family members and others. Among them were documents implicating the former South City precinct. Naturally, the most incriminating evidence pertained to the former chief, Li Xiankai. Tisk. Yi Tianyu shook his head in disbelief, looking at the Lu family members before him with pity. They probably never imagined that Yi Tianyu and his team would storm in so directly to search for evidence. The records they had kept, intending to use as leverage to control others, now became powerful evidence against them. For a moment, the faces of the Lu family disciples turned ashen. What baffled them most was why, even at this critical juncture, their uncles and elders remained so remarkably composed. Refusing to show themselves, did they really intend to stand by and watch them get arrested? Little did they know, those elders were suffering in silence. What a life for the elders of a prestigious family living worse than dogs. Day in and day out, they were summoned to endless meetings, crammed into that stifling little room. After enduring this for so long, they felt like they were going mad. Well? Yi Tianyu asked in a low voice. To him, these matters were mere trifles, mere diversions to make the Bureau's cases easier to wrap up. Truthfully, it wasn't what he truly desired. Evidence was important, certainly it could at least shake the Lu family's foundations and deal them a severe blow. But compared to the malevolent potion, it had to be set aside for now. At this moment, nothing could be more troublesome than the lurking demonic entity. If this thing were allowed to remain hidden, the entire city of Zhengcheng would face an unprecedented crisis. Faced with his inquiry, the squad leaders all shook their heads helplessly. Every possible location within and around the Lu residence had been thoroughly searched. Apart from that small section, nothing should have been overlooked. This naturally included the woodshed where Luo Hua was staying. There's one place we haven't searched yet, someone suddenly said, though their expression was grim. The Lu family ancestral hall. Hearing this, Yi Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful look crossing his face. If all went according to plan, based on the other party's account, any missing members of the Lu family should be there. Including Lu Chintian, the head of the Lu family, there should be no exceptions. A group gathering together clearly didn't bode well. But the problem was, Lu Chintian's strength was unfathomable. With just their numbers, they might not stand a chance against him. Has the Xian group arrived yet? Yi Tianyu's voice dropped slightly as he asked in a low whisper. This operation was of critical importance. They absolutely needed the Xian group's assistance to infiltrate the ancestral hall and uncover the truth. Otherwise, he had absolutely no confidence in success. Reporting to the director, the Xian group operatives have arrived in Zhengcheng and are en route. The law enforcement officer below responded, his voice tinged with excitement. Having only recently taken their posts, they were now getting to see the legendary Xian group. How could they not be thrilled? After all, this was the very organization they had all aspired to join during their days at the Specialized Academy for Law Enforcement Officers. Every single one of them was legendary. Even the top genius at their academy wouldn't be qualified to polish their shoes if they joined. For law enforcers like them, passing the post-graduation assessment meant starting as interns. The Xian group was different. They selected only the top 3 from layers of rigorous screening. The rest were eliminated. Even coming in fourth, even losing by a single move, that is failure. There are no draws and no consideration for class counters. A loss is a loss, with no excuses allowed. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, they recruit no more than 3 individuals annually, sending them to a secret base for training. Only those who pass the trials and achieve second stage awakening may become members of the Xian group. 2 conditions, both indispensable. It can be said that any member of the Xian group released into the field is a walking weapon. Throughout the history of the Dragon Nation Xian group, since its founding, the vast Zhengcheng region has produced only one Luo Qingfeng. One can imagine just how fierce the competition is. Director Yi, is the situation really that serious? Why has the Xian group been deployed? After a brief surge of excitement, their minds cleared instantly. A quick glance revealed the flaw in the situation. They knew full well the Xian group's formidable strength, and precisely because of that, they felt even more uneasy. If the Xian group was deployed, the enemy couldn't be a pushover either. And that threat was likely lurking within the Lu family itself. At this thought, everyone's hair stood on end. They stiffly craned their necks, scanning their surroundings. Don't worry too much for now. Just keep searching, Yi Tianyu said, forcing a strained smile. Though lacking confidence, he remained convinced the enemy wouldn't dare act so brazenly. After all, they were part of the Enforcement Bureau, under the authority of higher-ups. Moreover, this operation had been properly reported in advance. If the other side dared to act rashly and something happened to them, then evidence would become irrelevant. Though the report merely mentioned suspected demonic presence, it had prompted the Xian group to mobilize clear evidence of how seriously the higher-ups took this matter. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyu and his team were still busy searching. Meanwhile, in the Lu family's woodshed, the magic-suppressing cuffs lay discarded as Luo Hua sat casually atop the stove. The restraints designed to limit his abilities held no sway over his summoned beasts, making them surprisingly easy to break. Perhaps this was the unique aspect of an S-class talent. At that moment, Luo Hua gazed at the adorable girl on his communicator, a faint smile playing on his lips. By the way, Shiyu, is my uncle still in Zhongcheng? Luo Hua spoke, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Who knew what was going through his mind at that moment? Hearing his question, Han Shiyu answered immediately. Yes. He keeps saying he wants you to visit him when you have time. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she puffed out her cheeks in a pout, clenching her tiny pink fists. He refuses to move to the capital city. If he did, I could see brother Luo Hua whenever I wanted. But he says he can't bear to part with those 6 little bugs. It's infuriating. I'll secretly get rid of those stinking bugs sooner or later. Chapter 144, The Blinded Enforcers. Listening to Han Shiyu's words, Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly. It was rare for someone to care about him, so he could only agree. Alright. I'll visit my uncle when I have time. I actually have something I want to ask him. As for what that matter was, Luo Hua had no intention of elaborating. Just then, Han Shiyu's defiant voice rang out again. I've been grinding like crazy lately. I'm already level 26 now. Damn it. Nobody told me that level 23 is just the average for freshmen. Han Shiyu's grumbling gave Luo Hua a headache. It wasn't that others hadn't told her, she simply hadn't bothered to learn, which was why she lacked even basic knowledge. It had to be said, Beijing University had shielded her far too well. After all, it was a top-tier institution. How could they possibly admit someone who just coasted through? At Han Shiyu's level, she definitely dragged down the entire class's average. He couldn't fathom what Beijing University was thinking. It was one thing that Luo Hua hadn't attended university before, so he had no idea what Han Shiyu's 23rd level status meant back then. But now that he saw it, it was pathetic. Even at Yenzhou University, she wouldn't have made it into the elite program. Who knows what kind of connections Han Shiyu has? How did he manage to coast through his sophomore year at Capital University without any issues? If someone claimed there was no foul play involved, Luo Hua would be the first to refuse to believe it. And you secretly leveled up to 40. You had me worried sick. Han Shiyu waved her fists in mock anger, as if ready to punch him. Only Luo Hua knew that even if she were right in front of him now, she wouldn't actually hit him. At most, it was just for show, more like a little sister playfully teasing her big brother. This thought warmed Luo Hua's heart. Then, as if something occurred to him, his brow suddenly furrowed. How did you know I'm level 40? It wasn't that he was upset with Han Shiyu, far from it. He simply hadn't told anyone else about it, so it shouldn't have spread so quickly. Yet now, not only did Han Shiyu, a student at Capital University, know, but she seemed utterly certain of it. To this, Han Shiyu merely tilted her head in confusion and replied directly. My advisor told me. Your advisor? Yep. Though you probably haven't met him. Seems like he and my old man were classmates back in the day. Faced with the inquiry, Han Shiyu could be said to know but not speak. But she spilled every little detail she knew. Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Hua instantly understood the situation. Since Han Shiyu's father and her advisor were old acquaintances, it wasn't impossible for him to have arranged for her to coast through Beijing University. Even with her considerable talent, if she chose to coast, no one would lift a finger to stop her. This explained why, just over 10 days ago, Han Shiyu was only at level 23 yet still gloated about it. Tap tap tap. Outside the door, the clatter of footsteps grew louder as they approached. Luo Hua hurriedly cut off the communication and slowly raised his head. Bang! The barn door was kicked open with a violent thud. Several Lu family members and members of the enforcement squad came into view. For a moment, everyone stared at each other in silence. See that? That's the Luo Hua you've been looking for. Grab him and get the hell out of the Lu family compound. The middle-aged man leading them was seething with rage. He pointed at Luo Hua across the room and shouted. Rage surged within him, leaving no room for hesitation. If he allowed the enforcement squad to continue their search, the entire Lu family would be ruined. Just moments ago, Lu Chentang had emerged from the room beside the ancestral hall. As he rounded the corner, he hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze swept across the scene, meeting only utter devastation. The scene resembled a place just ransacked by bandits, with scarcely a spot left untouched. Fortunately, his own strength was no slouch, granting him the authority to speak his mind. After weighing the situation, he concluded that the lesser of two evils was the better choice. Under his persistent obstruction and firm stance, the enforcement squad had no choice but to temporarily comply with his stance and take Luo Hua away. Thus, the current scene unfolded. A dozen or so people stared at each other blankly. Yi Tianyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Luo Hua as if asking, now that we're here, should we take him? Yet the only response he received was a dismissive roll of Luo Hua's eyes. As if questioning whether Yi Tianyu was an idiot. Inviting trouble is easy, but getting rid of it is hard. After finally sneaking in, how could they just leave? If they couldn't take down the Lu family this time, the Lu family would surely be on high alert in the future, making things much harder then. Reading the look in her eyes, Yi Tianyu's brow suddenly furrowed. In an instant, a flash of anger crossed his face. Smack! A fierce slap landed. A resounding slap sent Lu Chentang reeling, his eyes momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at Yi Tianyu, unable to recover for a long while. At that moment, Lu Chentang's mind was a complete blur. He couldn't fathom what had just happened. The person had already been brought in, and the magic suppressing cuffs had been unlocked. So why had he slapped him? Just as he was utterly perplexed, Yi Tianyu's voice finally rang out. What Luo Hua? Where did this Luo Hua come from? How dare you lie through your teeth? As soon as he spoke, he felt a sharp pain on his right cheek. Another slap, delivered with brutal force, struck his face. This statement left him utterly bewildered. Wasn't Luo Hua sitting right there on the stove? Are you all blind, or is my eyesight failing me? Before he could react, the door slammed shut behind him. This old dog isn't being honest. He actually dares to waste everyone's time. Guards! Beat him soundly. Yi Tianyu's command snapped the enforcers out of their daze. Just moments ago, they too had thought they were seeing things. But upon seeing the chief's enigmatic smile, they instantly understood what was happening. In that instant, everyone reached a unanimous consensus. Luo Hua? What Luo Hua? Our eyesight might be poor, but we're not easily fooled. Fists flew, landing mercilessly on Lu Chentang, beating him until he howled in pain. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the other Lu family members watching. If the enforcement squad could pretend to be blind, how could they possibly miss this? This clearly signaled their intent to target the Lu family. But now, they dared not utter a sound, terrified that those batons might come crashing down on them next. They weren't stupid, they knew better than to court trouble like that again. I've figured it out. You must have hidden Luo Hua in the ancestral hall. Yi Tianyu shouted loudly, immediately winning the support of the crowd of enforcers. That was the only place left unsearched. It must hold some hidden secret. Finding it would surely leave a glorious mark in the annals of law enforcement. In an instant, everyone grew excited. No! You can't go. Lu Chentang, despite his body covered in wounds, forced himself to speak. His concern was genuine, but it wasn't directed at Yi Tianyu and the others. Rather, he feared being dragged into trouble himself, his eyes filled with terror. Hearing this, Yi Tianyu's gaze darkened slightly, a hint of coldness flashing through. He stared straight at Lu Chentang and countered. Do you think we'd be enforcers if we feared death? Chapter 145, Lu Chentian appears. The Lu family procession made their way toward the ancestral hall. Yi Tianyu led the way, his brow furrowed the entire time. As they drew nearer, rounding the corner, his heart began to pound more fiercely. What's going on? Yi Tianyu pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the palpitation-inducing aura. At one point, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. But judging by everyone else's reactions, he wasn't the only one feeling it. You guys too. Director Yi, something feels off. Yi Tianyu hesitated before asking, and someone immediately chimed in. Just as he had suspected, the others had also sensed something unusual. If this was happening before they even approached, something terrifying must be lurking inside the ancestral hall. Seems my instincts were right. Yi Tianyu declared, glancing at the Lu family members being held captive beside him. The moment his gaze met Lu Chentang's, the other still bore that same vacant stare. His eyes were completely unfocused, as if he had lost all will to live. His demeanor only reinforced Yi Tianyu's suspicions. Clearly, what they sought was most likely inside. Yet that unsettling aura still made him hesitate. Search! After a moment of deliberation and weighing his options, he finally gave the order. Instantly, the law enforcement officers below streamed out in single file. Though they too felt uncertain, their leader was right there. Panic wasn't something they could afford. They simply cleared their minds and followed orders. Yi Tianyu, however, had far more to consider. He needed to coordinate with the Xiangru personnel as quickly as possible while simultaneously monitoring the condition of his own team members. He had to prevent any accidents that could lead to casualties. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Accompanied by the deafening noise, several figures were sent flying backward. Yi Tianyu stared intently and was instantly struck with alarm. Who else could be flying past him now but his own enforcement team members? The fastest among them clutched a massive shield, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Clearly, the impact had shattered their defenses, and the shockwave alone had shattered the bones in his hands. Damn it! Yi Tianyu cursed under his breath, his gaze shifting. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the shattered doorway. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a hint of age about him. Yet his hair and beard were an unnatural, almost unnervingly jet black. A ruthless expression was etched across his face, unmasked and unapologetic. A low voice echoed, and the figure's eyes suddenly flickered. Following the direction of the corridor, his gaze settled on Yi Tianyu. His hands clasped behind his back conveyed calm composure, while the slight curve of his lips betrayed utter contempt for them. Jiancheng Enforcement Bureau? Good. Very good indeed. Lu Chentian suddenly smiled, then his gaze shifted. His gaze swept past the crowd, settling on Lu Chentang standing behind them. Facing this kinsman, Lu Chentian showed not a shred of sympathy. Instead, his gaze grew sharp and ruthless. I've said it before, if you drag everyone down with you. Before Lu Chentian could finish his sentence, his right hand shot up. Before anyone could react, a flash of black light streaked through the air. Yi Tianyu felt the wind whip the hair at his ear, causing his pupils to suddenly contract. Before he could fully process what was happening, a dull, explosive crack echoed behind him. As if struck by a sudden realization, he turned around in disbelief. Behind him, there was no trace of Lu Chentang. All that remained was a charred, severed torso. With a single strike, a level 40 plus awakened one had been effortlessly eliminated. What's more, the attacker hadn't even activated any skills, and no health bar had appeared either. With just a simple wave of the hand, a man was gone. Had they not been clad in the leather uniforms of the enforcement squad, they likely would have met the same fate. This guy is at least a second transformation powerhouse. Yi Tianyu murmured under his breath, feeling an inexplicable pressure. This was far from good news for them. Combined, all the enforcers probably didn't match half of his strength. Just then, the man's voice rang out. Enforcement squad? This isn't where you should be. Lu Chentian said with a grin, his voice low and hoarse. It seemed different from when he was outside earlier. Oomph. Lu Chentian, I now possess substantial evidence of your Lu family's criminal activities. If you cooperate, perhaps your sentence could be reduced. But if you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Yi Tianyu might not have much confidence, but he didn't back down an inch. Since the die was cast, there was no turning back. The search of the Lu residence had already begun, so it must be carried through to the end. Otherwise, the newly formed law enforcement team of the South City branch would earn a reputation for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. That would have no positive impact on future cooperation between officials and citizens. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. This search operation must be pursued to its bitter end. No matter how powerful the Lu family patriarch might be, his reach couldn't possibly extend to the heavens. Yet Yi Tianyu had still underestimated Lu Chentian's ruthlessness. The moment his words fell, a palpable aura of danger washed over him. His pupils contracted sharply as he crossed his arms in front of him. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly he had no time to react. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist bones, as if his chest had been struck by a hammer. Boom! The explosive sound echoed as Yi Tianyu was instantly slammed into the wall at the corner. Feet in the air, head down, his entire body flipped upside down. His back slammed hard against the wall, the pain overwhelming him until he lost all sensation. He only knew a metallic taste filled his throat as a sudden gush of old blood spurted forth. As a water mage, surviving a single strike was already a mercy from his opponent. Even so, Yi Tianyu would never grant his opponent the slightest acknowledgement. A demon's smile was always unsettling, and Lu Chentian's was no exception. A man who secretly formed factions, developed black industries, and might even collude with demons, how could he possibly feel gratitude for such vain kindness? Gritting his teeth fiercely, he slowly rose from the ground. The gaze he directed at Lu Chentian held nothing but contempt and scorn. Is this the power you've gained? Seems rather unimpressive, doesn't it? Yi Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his words dripping with scorn. Stubbornness might cost him his life, but he didn't regret his decision at this moment. His words struck a nerve, causing Lu Chentian's eyes to narrow dangerously. It wasn't merely contempt for his strength, it also contained a crucial piece of information. Oh? So it seems your enforcement squad has uncovered the truth. Lu Chentian's eyebrows arched slightly as he spoke slowly. His gaze grew more frenzied as his feet shifted, vanishing from the spot in an instant. In Yi Tianyu's eyes filled with despair, the fist grew larger and larger. Chapter 146, Battle against Lu Chentian. The shadow of the fist reflected in his pupils grew larger and larger. As it drew ever closer, a glimmer of utter despair finally flickered in his eyes. His broken arm was too weak to raise in defense, leaving him helpless as the attack descended. As if accepting his fate, Yi Tianyu slowly closed his eyes. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed, the gale whipping his hair into disarray. The death he had imagined did not come. Yi Tianyu opened his eyes in shock. Before him, an arm stretched out horizontally, blocking the attack. It firmly caught Lu Chentian's attack, sparing him from certain peril. Yi Tianyu's gaze followed the slender arm. When he recognized the figure, his pupils contracted sharply. Luo Hua. Words failed him, unable to describe his current state of mind. His eyes held nothing but utter disbelief. For a moment, he even thought he was seeing things, or that he had arrived in hell. How could a mere student undergo such a transformation in just over a fortnight? After all, even he himself had less than a 10% chance of withstanding Lu Chentian's punch. Yet Luo Hua had managed it. It hadn't been easy, his teeth were clenched, clearly using every ounce of strength in his body. Even so, it was enough to leave him utterly stunned. Luo Hua. I never imagined you were hiding your strength so deeply. The voice wasn't Yi Tianyu's, but it echoed his own inner question. Lu Chentian spoke in a measured tone, narrowing his eyes as he re-examined Luo Hua. Though he called it scrutiny, the murderous intent in his eyes never wavered, nor did the coldness at the corners of his mouth fade. It was unclear whether this stemmed from anger at being toyed with earlier, or the fear that Luo Hua's growth might pose a threat to the Lu family. Either reason was sufficient justification for Lu Chuntian to ensure Luo Hua did not survive. As the standoff persisted, Lu Chuntian tightened his grip. For a moment, the overwhelming force nearly overwhelmed Luo Hua, forcing him back step by step. Go! Luo Hua barked through gritted teeth, struggling desperately. Without needing to be explicitly ordered, every member of the enforcement squad retreated toward the exit in unison, Yi Tianyu included. Before leaving, they glanced back toward the ancestral hall. Seeing the Lu family elders standing at the doorway, their fists clenched slightly. The situation had changed, leaving them no time to linger. Even if they wanted to go in and arrest them all, they were powerless to do so. At this moment, they dared not be careless or hesitate. Every second of delay risked holding back Luo Hua. As enforcers, discipline was paramount. Within mere seconds, every law enforcement officer had completely evacuated the Lu family ancestral hall grounds. It was only then that Luo Hua's slightly narrowed gaze turned fierce. You're not a second-stage awakener. Luo Hua barked coldly, suddenly tightening his grip. Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted, colliding with the black aura emanating from Lu Chuntian. Boom! The collision of energies sent shockwaves rippling out, instantly hurling both men backward. Ultimately, superior strength held the advantage. Mid-air, Lu Chuntian regained control of his body first. Gathering strength from his waist and abdomen, he forcibly twisted his body, altering his landing posture. Both men traced arcs through the air before crashing to the ground. In that instant, Lu Chuntian was the first to plant his feet firmly and thrust forward with all his might. Crack! The floorboards beneath his feet couldn't bear his weight, cracking instantly. The next instant, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Luo Hua had only just touched down. The energy shockwave pinned him to the ground, leaving him unable to move as he crashed heavily. After rolling twice across the ground, he finally regained control of his body, flipping into a crouching position. Before he could assess the situation, Luo Hua felt a flash before his eyes. Thud! A numbing sensation spread across the left side of his face. The next instant, he was sent flying backward again, completely out of control. It turned out that Lu Qinfeng's attack had arrived without him noticing. He's a warrior too? Though knocked flying by a single punch, Luo Hua's mind remained sharp. His gaze swept downward, locking with Lu Qintian's cold, menacing eyes. His thoughts raced, analyzing the opponent's attack patterns. When he had been captured by the Lu family earlier, the opponent had clearly displayed numerous ranged skills characteristic of a mage. Yet now, he was charging in for a direct assault. Clearly, he must not fear close-range pressure, otherwise he wouldn't take such a risk. Little did he know, it was simply because Luo Hua was unfamiliar with Second Awakening users that he couldn't discern their attack patterns. After the Second Awakening, their physical attributes undergo a transformation. The distinctions between mages and warriors became less pronounced, with only signature skills serving as reliable markers. Similarly, when warriors used mage-type skills, they still suffered significant suppression effects. Of course, this didn't mean Lu Chuntian was already a Second Awakening. He was merely very close, but the path to that stage remained a long and arduous journey. To borrow a phrase often joked about by others, he was nearing godhood, yet growing ever more distant from humanity. The threshold for the Second Awakening may be near, or it may be far. No one knows how long the journey ahead truly is. And precisely because of this, some take desperate risks, losing themselves in the pursuit of power. What do you think of this power? Lu Chuntian watched Luo Hua fly backward, his eyes narrowing into a sinister grin. The shadow in his eyes seemed to follow him everywhere. Even when he laughed heartily, he still resembled a beast, devoid of much reason. Spit! Luo Hua spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. This time it wasn't feigned, it was genuinely forced out by the blow. With his current strength, facing an awakened one nearing the second transformation was simply too unrealistic. Is that all? I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. Luo Hua's lips curled into a sneer as he spoke mockingly. It wasn't that he was bragging, but this kind of power gained through external means held not the slightest bit of interest for him. If his guess was correct, Lu Qintian's current strength was likely due to that mysterious, sinister potion. His current savage temperament was likely the drug's backlash, slowly eroding his sanity. The moment he deemed the craving for power greater than anything else would likely be the moment of his downfall. Then, another demonic creature would take his place. Luo Hua had no interest whatsoever in anything gained by sacrificing one's true self. Is that so? I'll see just how long you can keep up that tough talk. Lu Qintian sneered coldly, extending a claw forward. Hum. Accompanied by a humming sound, that familiar metal claw once again lunged toward Luo Hua. However, having learned from past mistakes, Luo Hua remained extremely cautious this time. You like using your claws, don't you? Then I'll give it a try too. Grip of dust. Luo Hua roared, unleashing a massive hand formed from yellow sand that lunged toward Lu Qintian. Gold clashed with earth, black collided with yellow, the two forces collided in an instant. Chapter 147, Reusing Spirit Attachment. Boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions reverberated through the air. The Lu family's high-ranking members all instinctively covered their ears. On one side stood the patriarch of the Lu family, the current head of the household. On the other side stood a mere upstart a year ago. He was nothing but a good-for-nothing who couldn't even qualify for university entrance exams. Yet now, the battle between these two left them no chance to intervene. The mere aftershocks of the battle made their clothes flutter wildly and their hair fly wildly. Sand and stones swirled through the air. Decorative potted plants were stripped nearly bare, with only a few leaves remaining. Larger, wind-prone specimens nearly got uprooted entirely. "Is this really the same Luo Hua?" someone murmured in disbelief. But no one answered. Regardless of the reason, they refused to believe what they were witnessing. After all, a situation like this one would typically escalate to a life or death struggle. Especially among them were those who remembered Luo Hua's true identity. The son of Luo Qingfeng, the former guardian of Jiangcheng. And the Lu family was the very clan that owed Luo Qingfeng the deepest gratitude. Yet their current actions ran completely counter to that original debt. Having chosen this path of no return, they might as well see it through to the bitter end. Perhaps some harbored thoughts of resistance. But no matter what, Lu Chentian, no matter how unpredictable he may be, remains a member of the Lu family. As for Luo Hua, he was, in essence, a stranger to them. As long as they forget about Luo Qingfeng, they could walk away with a clear conscience. "Luo Hua, give it up. You'll never be Luo Qingfeng." Lu Chentian roared with laughter, his face contorted by wrinkles into an even more hideous expression. His words rang like mockery, yet they were more like a declaration of war, a declaration against the former Luo Qingfeng. But Luo Qingfeng was long gone, so he could only vent his fury upon Luo Hua. Boom! The two massive claws collided. In the blink of an eye, the dust grip crumbled to dust. It was never a battle between equals, and ordinary mage's skill couldn't hold out for even a moment. Yellow sand erupted into the sky, completely obscuring most of the view. The entire open space before the shrine was almost completely engulfed. Is that so? Suddenly, a defiant retort burst forth from the swirling sand. Amidst the dust, a faint blue glow seemed to flicker. Spirit attachment. Accompanied by this nearly inaudible sound, the entire expanse of sand and gravel erupted violently. In an instant, it slammed into the walls and sky. At the center, not a speck of sand remained. All that remained was a voice radiating coldness. Huff. Luo Hua exhaled slowly, and the air around him seemed to grow colder. The blue glow in his eyes had not faded since earlier. But in the next instant, an eerie red light flashed within his eyes. Unlike his previous composure, this version of Luo Hua seemed far more volatile. His brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow between them. The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. That expression bore no resemblance to the smile of a sunny youth. Instead, it resembled a wolf guarding its prey. Spirit attachment duration, 0 hours, 5 minutes, 23 seconds. The duration of the spirit attachment was significantly longer than what had been experienced in the Wolf Demon's cave earlier. Perhaps it was because he had chosen the Chaos Wolf Shadow, sacrificing numerous skills in exchange for more powerful attributes and a longer spirit possession duration. Of course, it could also be due to his level increase. Whether that was the case, Luo Hua did not know. His choice of Chaos Wolf Shadow was a deliberate decision. After all, the skills of the magic hand were far too distinctive. Using the magician's hand would inevitably draw recognition. But with Chaos Wolf Shadow, he wouldn't have to worry about that. What kind of power is this? Lu Chentian narrowed his eyes, a hint of greed flickering in their depths. This explosive surge in power made him yearn to claim it as his own. His obsession with power bordered on the pathological. The power to kill you. The blue light in Luo Hua's eyes seemed to solidify, pulsing with excitement. His icy face bore nothing but contempt for Lu Chentian. The wolf-toothed longsword pointed slightly, its tip aimed at Lu Chentian's location. Arrogant. Lu Chentian's cold shout echoed, and in the next instant, he vanished from his original position. Luo Hua, too, showed no hesitation. The time for spirit possession was limited, there was no room for idle chatter. He swung his sword backward and charged forward with fierce momentum. Clang! 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 On the battlefield, two figures moved with extreme speed. Another sharp draw of steel echoed as their attacks collided relentlessly. Sparks flew intermittently, yet the combatants' movements remained utterly invisible. Even the Lu family's high-ranking members, their eyes straining to the point of blurriness, could discern nothing. One bore the chaotic wolf's aura, bolstered by 300,000 hit points, while the other approached the threshold of a second transformation. To them, health points were practically meaningless. Not to mention that each successful strike only inflicted a fraction of damage. The sheer length of their health bars alone ensured the stalemate would drag on indefinitely. Clang! Another collision. The clashing blades sent sparks of crimson and gold flying. Luo Hua and Lu Chentian, each wielding a sword, engaged in a clash of raw power. The blades ground together, grinding with a grinding sound. You'll never defeat me. If I'm not mistaken, you won't be able to keep this up for long. Oomph. Killing you is enough. Lu Chentian spouted empty boasts, hoping to break Luo Hua's resolve with words. Little did he know, Luo Hua was utterly immune to such tactics at this moment. After channeling the chaotic wolf spirit, his mind was consumed solely by battle. Even the routine release of necrotic mist before combat was completely forgotten. Skills, techniques, all were forgotten. Even his retort to Lu Chentian came only after he'd struggled to regain a shred of rationality. Oomph. Luo Hua let out a sudden, cold laugh, then abruptly increased the force in his grip. This unexpected surge of power caught Lu Chentian completely off guard. What he had thought would be an evenly matched battle turned out to be a hidden ace up his sleeve. Suddenly blocked, Lu Chentian left himself wide open. Battles between masters unfolded in an instant, and such a close-range opening presented Luo Hua with an immense opportunity. Rarely, a look of panic flashed across Lu Chentian's face. After all, he had always been the one standing high above, seemingly in control of others at will. It had been ages since he'd shown such panic during a fight. For a moment, he was thrown off balance. Whoosh! 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 Luo Hua, however, showed no regard for martial ethics. Strike while the iron was hot in the blink of an eye, he unleashed at least 10 sword strikes. The razor-sharp blades sliced him open, tearing his flesh to shreds. You're a dead man, boy! Lu Chentian roared through gritted teeth, suppressing the agony in his chest. The moment Luo Hua withdrew his sword, Lu Chentian unleashed a fierce palm strike. Chapter 148, A Risky Move. Wolf King's Blessing. As if acting on pure instinct, Luo Hua made no visible movement as the skill activated. The deep, resonant voice sounded nothing like his own. This scene made Lu Chentian's eyes bulge with fury. Already frustrated by Luo Hua's strength and abilities making the fight deadlocked. Now, just as his ambush was about to succeed, this unexpected turn of events occurred. Yet, clearly, Luo Hua's gaze wasn't fixed on his own palm at that moment. The situation was so bizarre that no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom what was happening. By the time he tried to withdraw his palm, it was already too late. His palm struck out, slamming hard against the shield held up by the Wolf King's protection spell. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Lu Chentian was sent flying backward. The shield's recoil caught him off guard, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. How could such a well-executed attack be deflected in such an odd manner, only to be countered in return? Luo Hua lowered his gaze, clearly puzzled as well. Before he could ponder further, his combat instincts urged him to act swiftly. His long sword swung, thrusting fiercely toward Lu Chentian on the ground. Seeing the blade's tip hurtling straight for his face, Lu Chentian felt his soul leave his body. Though he craved power and possessed little rationality, that didn't mean he felt no fear of death. This strike might not take his life. If it struck a vital spot, it could still render him incapable of fighting. Then, he would be at the mercy of his attacker. Clearly, this was not an outcome he desired. In desperation, he could only roll aside. Clang! 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 The sound of the wolf-toothed sword striking the ground sent his heart racing. Each strike felt as though it landed right beside his ear, relentlessly testing his nerves. Fortunately, he rolled fast enough to quickly escape Luo Hua's range of attack. He rolled away abruptly, anger clearly visible on his face. This is too much. Lu Chentian roared, swinging his sword with sudden ferocity. In an instant, the entire world seemed to dim. A sword beam, carrying an aura of malevolence, flashed forth with overwhelming might, striking straight toward Luo Hua. Crack! The Wolf King's protection spell held out for less than 2 seconds under the strike. It crumbled under the corrosive force of the malevolent aura. The two forces dissolved into each other until they vanished completely. Let's see what else you've got. Lu Chentian's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he thrust his sword forward. Luo Hua, naturally unwilling to be outdone, engaged him in another round of close combat. Blades clashed, ringing out in a steady din. Sparks flew intermittently, while the battle's aftershocks sent several high-ranking officials trembling in fear. Whoosh! Crack! A sweeping sword chi instantly shattered the cement on the wall. Dust flew everywhere, causing the middle-aged man closest to the scene to shudder violently. His gaze shifted, turning his head stiffly. Staring at the deep gash, his legs nearly buckled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. That attack had whizzed past his ear, even slicing off a strand of hair. His eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Had it been even slightly off course, his head might not have survived. The thought sent a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the arena. Soul-capturing slash. The voice was hoarse, sounding unlike Luo Hua's. Without time to think, everyone whose eyes met his felt their bodies tremble simultaneously. As if witnessing something terrifying, bodies already trembling violently began to shake uncontrollably. Amidst the chaos, only one person remained largely unaffected. Just as Lu Chentian also entered a state of shock, losing control of his body. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. Black mist completely engulfed his pupils. As his eyes turned black, the bewilderment on Lu Chentian's face vanished instantly. At that very moment, a sudden disturbance rippled behind him. Luo Hua leapt across the gap, materializing behind him in an instant. The wolf-toothed sword arced upward, then slashed downward at an angle. Had that strike landed cleanly, it would have dealt a devastating blow to his combat capabilities. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chentian spun around, sweeping his slender sword horizontally. Sweeping 1,000 armies. A wide area skill mastered by nearly every warrior. With a fierce sweep of his blade, his body twisted in unison. As the skill swept through, the slender blade followed suit. Clang! Blades clashed, sending a numbing vibration through the air. However, everyone was still in a state of shock, their actions largely instinctive and unconscious. You're still too green to match me. Ah! Lu Chintian's maniacal laugh abruptly turned into a blood-curdling scream. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Hua had already stomped down hard on his foot. The agony shot straight to his brain, forcing a scream from his lips. In the chaos, Luo Hua's fighting style had completely let loose, becoming utterly ruthless. Dust sand. The moment he heard the name, Lu Chintian's alertness shot through the roof. Simultaneously, a wave of confusion washed over him. That hand gesture? That skill? Hadn't he just used it moments ago? How could it be ready again so soon? Could it be, he's trying to pull a fast one on me? Lu Chintian thought to himself, though he was already certain of his suspicion. In his view, Luo Hua had absolutely no chance of using it again. And indeed, that was the case. But it made no practical difference. With a flick of Luo Hua's wrist, grains of yellow sand flew out, curdling straight toward Lu Chintian's face. At such close range, Lu Chintian had little room to react. He never imagined Luo Hua would pull such a move. This wasn't an awakened warrior's battle at all, it was nothing more than children fighting. Lu Chintian seethed with rage, but the sand had already settled into his eyes too late even to blink. Ah! A sudden roar erupted from his throat as he let out a furious scream to the heavens. His body recoiled repeatedly, swiftly widening the distance between them. Damn it! How could you possibly wield abilities beyond your skills? Lu Chintian wildly swung his slender sword, his words dripping with disbelief. Clearly, Luo Hua's move had completely caught him off guard. It was far beyond what an awakened of this level should be capable of. Though he himself possessed such abilities, he had only barely grasped them as he neared his second transformation. In any case, it was far beyond what a half-baked practitioner like Luo Hua could possibly match. As his thoughts raced, Luo Hua's attack already closed in. Though his vision was obscured, he could feel the chill in the air. Thud! Yet the instant he raised his sword to block, a sudden, searing pain erupted in his midsection. The sound of the blade piercing flesh froze him in place. Chapter 149, The Xian Group Arrives. The sudden attack caught Lu Chintian completely off guard. He couldn't fathom how the strike, clearly coming from above, had managed to pierce diagonally into his side. Boom! Feeling the pain, he simultaneously pinpointed Luo Hua's location. Lu Chintian lashed out violently, unleashing such immense energy it blew a corner of the courtyard apart. Hearing the sound, he realized his attack had likely missed its mark. He snapped his head around, regaining his sight from temporary blindness. Squinting, he barely made out Luo Hua's position. But unbeknownst to him, the distance between them had already widened considerably. Standing not far away, one hand pressed against his forehead, he could vaguely make out the look of struggle on the other's face. Everyone, get out of here! Lu Chintian barked at the Lu family members, issuing the order to retreat. With so many gathered here, his abilities were undeniably constrained. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd exchanged glances. Their eyes shifted away from Lu Chintian and landed squarely on Luo Hua. After a moment's hesitation, they immediately took off running. Each feared that lagging behind would earn them a trip to meet their parents. Each of them wished they had a few more legs to run faster. Before long, only two figures remained in the courtyard, and Lu Chintian's eyes regained their sight. Gazing at Luo Hua, who was giving him a headache, he slowly cracked his neck twice, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Luo Hua, you shouldn't have come looking for death. As Lu Chintian spoke, his eyes had completely turned black. Veins bulged on his cheeks, faintly tinged with black. It seemed as though something was flowing within his veins. As his words fell, Luo Hua seemed to find his focus, the struggle fading instantly from his eyes. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the ground caved in beneath his feet. A whirlwind swept through, and Luo Hua vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood before Lu Chintian, his face twisted with savage, murderous intent. Clang! Two long swords clashed together, and a maniacal grin spread across Lu Chintian's face. His unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Unlike Luo Hua, his composure remained remarkably intact. Each transition between his moves flowed with greater fluidity. Within mere moments, they had exchanged over a dozen fierce blows. The weeds in the courtyard were completely stripped bare by the sword's aura. Even fragments of stone tiles flew through the air, only to be struck by the sword's energy in the next instant and shattered once more. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions reverberated throughout the entire area. Many residents from the southern part of the city were drawn to the unusual commotion. The bolder souls, unafraid of the Lu family, sought out vantage points as close as possible to watch the spectacle. Being in the heart of the bustling city, without the seclusion of estates or villas, naturally drew plenty of prying eyes. But at this moment, the Lu family was struggling to save themselves. They had no time to worry about others. Everyone stay put! Yi Tianyu roared, forcing the Lu family members out. At that moment, the Lu family's high-ranking members were all stunned. They had only just emerged from the ancestral hall. How had they been apprehended so swiftly? And by the looks of things, they were headed straight for the police station. They had thought they'd escaped one death trap only to stumble into another. That feeling of falling from one hell into another left them all choking with frustration. The worst part was that Lu Chentian had no idea about their situation. By the time the battle ended and he turned back, he'd likely be stunned. No matter how frustrated they were, Yi Tianyu paid them no mind whatsoever. Compared to this, he was far more concerned about Luo Hua's situation. He kept glancing back toward the Lu family shrine, a hint of worry flickering across his face. That malevolent aura was growing stronger by the moment. Having witnessed the incident with Li Xiankai, he knew exactly what it signified. It was virtually identical to that aura. If forced to compare, Lu Chentian's aura was clearly more formidable than that of the dual-pupil demon general. Such overwhelming power could no longer be explained by mere numerical values. It seemed to be approaching the threshold of the second transformation, perhaps even crossing it entirely. Yi Tianyu's heart sank, and he silently cursed his own inability to help. He gritted his teeth, not because his arms and shins were shattered, but out of sheer frustration at his own powerlessness. He was, after all, the chief of the enforcement division, yet all he could do was handle this cleanup work. Damn it! Who could possibly help Luo Hua now? Yi Tianyu cursed under his breath, yet he was utterly helpless. Even if the entire police force swarmed him, they probably couldn't take down Lu Chentian. On the contrary, it would only lead to more casualties, something he, as chief, could not allow. Just as he was consumed by self-reproach, he suddenly felt a broad, calloused hand pat his shoulder. He looked up to see a rugged, burly man in his 30s. Yet Yi Tianyu had no recollection of the man's face whatsoever. Clearly, he wasn't from the local law enforcement bureau. Snapping out of his reverie, Yi Tianyu immediately stiffened, his expression turning stern. "Comrade, this area is dangerous. Please leave immediately." As he spoke, Yi Tianyu made a gesture to usher the man away, his meaning as clear as day. Yet the man seemed to neither hear his words nor see his gesture. Instead, the man gently patted his shoulder and walked straight inside, leaving only a light-hearted remark behind. "You law enforcement bureau folks are doing a fine job. Someone actually managed to hold him off." The young man continued speaking as he walked, never once looking back. His body brushed past the crowd of enforcers, drawing stares from all around. Scars crisscrossed his entire body, clearly visible and varying in depth. The most striking was the wound stretching from his temple to the base of his ear, resembling the segmented body of a centipede. A single glance was enough to make it unforgettable. As he continued walking, his form began to expand, and in an instant, he had grown to over 2.5 meters tall. "Stop him!" Just as Yi Tianyu reacted, reaching out to signal the enforcers to stop him. His movement abruptly halted. The opponent unleashed his entire aura, a wisp of white smoke slowly escaping from his mouth. Boom! An explosive crack echoed through the air. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, the young man had vanished without a trace. Second transformation. Yi Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply as he murmured. He immediately realized the man's identity. He was likely from the mysterious Xian group. Ancestral Hall Courtyard. After several consecutive exchanges, Luo Hua could clearly feel his stamina beginning to wane. As his strength faded, clarity slowly returned to his eyes. This battle against a superior opponent was proving to be quite taxing for him. Why are such monstrous creatures in Jiancheng? Veins bulged on Luo Hua's neck, and his forehead was already covered in a fine sheen of sweat. As he watched the spirit binding time tick down to its final moments, his heart sank to the bottom. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Thud! Just as he froze in shock, a sudden sharp pain shot through his abdomen. A tremendous force struck him, sending him flying backward with a single palm strike. Crash! The wooden door of the dim room shattered as he crashed through it. As he crashed through, a flicker of panic flickered across Lu Chentian's already deranged expression. Damn it! Lu Chentian cursed under his breath, about to charge inside. Suddenly, he felt a broad, calloused hand clamp down on his shoulder. Lu Chentian's pupils contracted. He turned his head to look, but an unfamiliar male voice had already spoken. "Where do you think you're going, you filthy vermin?" Chapter 150, Druid, the Four-Eyed Demon King. Lu Chentian spun around in terror. Before his eyes stood a brown bear over 3 meters tall. No! To be precise, it was a man with the form of a giant bear. The broad, thick palms were the defining difference between man and beast. Druid! Lu Chentian, well-traveled and knowledgeable, instantly recognized the other's profession: a druid, the most versatile and balanced class among summoners. But clearly, the opponents seemed to have misplaced their talents. He had transformed directly into a bear man with overwhelming combat prowess. A second-class awakened warrior combined with one of the most combat-oriented classes. Multiple factors converged. Lu Chentian instantly assessed the situation. Victory was utterly beyond his reach. But that didn't mean he'd just sit back and wait for death. Die! With a cold shout, he swung his sword backward. As the blade, trailing a sharp sword aura, was about to strike, the opponent suddenly extended a palm. Hum! Amidst the humming sound, Lu Chentian's full-force strike was effortlessly parried by the bear man. After deflecting the attack, the bear man grinned, revealing a row of sharp fangs. Indeed, demonic energy. Tu Jingshan's beastly pupils narrowed slightly as he declared in a deep voice, "Then you cannot be spared." Without a moment's hesitation, a massive palm rose, slamming down toward Lu Chentian. The attack was deceptively simple, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet Lu Chentian, who knew the druid's terrifying power all too well, showed no sign of letting his guard down. On the contrary, alarm bells rang loudly within him, and he instantly donned his most formidable armor. Transitioning directly from his initial offensive gear to heavy armor revealed just how seriously he took Tu Jingshan. Hum! Another hum followed, as a black shield coiled around him, enveloping his entire form. The energy barrier, as dark as ink, obscured any view of what lay within. Its sheer appearance alone was enough to convey the shield's terrifying defensive capabilities, clearly not something an ordinary person could break through. But unfortunately for him, he had encountered a druid from the Xian group. An ordinary person? Could anyone who made it into the Xian group possibly be ordinary? Perhaps Tu Jingshan wasn't the strongest in his class, but outside this circle, he was pure, unadulterated killing machine. Boom! The strike landed, simple and unadorned. Yet the thunderous explosion that followed was deafening. Spectators watching from high ground in the distance mistook it for thunder from a clear sky, instinctively covering their ears. Upon realizing it was merely an ordinary attack, their jaws dropped wide enough to easily fit an egg inside. The next second, the skill's aftershock hit. Clang! Some buildings constructed with substandard materials began swaying precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. Terrified residents scrambled to escape, nearly filling the stairwells to bursting. Fortunately, it all happened quickly and subsided just as fast. Though it turned out to be a false alarm, no one dared stay any longer. Speak! Where did you get that demonic creature? Tu Jingshan glared down at Lu Chentian, who lay sprawled on the floor. Unlike the others, impatience was already visible on his face. Judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem inclined to waste any more words. If he didn't get the answer he wanted in the next second, he would strike decisively. A demon? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chentian murmured, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. His body twisted as he stared skyward, laughter still echoing from his mouth. The shrill sound made Tu Jingshan frown. Just then, Lu Chentian spoke again. The darkness faded from his eyes, replaced by a look of reminiscence. That was a force capable of shattering Luo Qingfeng's spear. How could it be a monster? That was power. My breakthrough opportunity. The more he spoke, the more Lu Chentian's words grew passionate. Visibly, madness was spreading across his face. It seemed as though if Luo Qingfeng were standing right there, Lu Chentian would charge forward without hesitation and tear him to shreds. However, Tu Jingshan was merely an outsider, unaware of the underlying circumstances. Yet from his tone, Tu Jingshan clearly sensed something was terribly wrong with Lu Chentian. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down, leaving Lu Chentian no chance to struggle. But at that moment, Lu Chentian unexpectedly burst into laughter. The sound made Tu Jingshan frown, yet his hand didn't pause for a second, striding straight toward Lu Chentian's chest. Just as his palm neared, Lu Chentian suddenly spat out a set of dentures. The gesture resembled the final tactic employed by certain assassin organizations. The specially designed dentures contained poison. Once seized, they would be crushed. But Tu Jingshan had never intended to spare any survivors. Was Lu Chentian's action perhaps unnecessary? The answer came swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chentian's aura surged violently, and his entire form began to transform rapidly. As his attack descended, a pair of claws simultaneously reached out toward him. Boom! A sudden explosion sent the unprepared Tu Jingshan flying backward. Mid-air, his body curled into a ball. Thud! He slammed onto the ground. Spinning rapidly, he hurtled toward Lu Chentian once more. At that moment, Lu Chentian, now transformed into a monstrous form, suddenly somersaulted away, slapping out with both hands. Boom! As their attacks collided once more, shockwaves swept out in all directions. The already shattered courtyard was further devastated as bricks and tiles flew everywhere. Both combatants were sent reeling backward by the residual force. Only then did Lu Chentian's complete form become visible. He stood like a monstrous creature at least 3.5 meters tall, his appearance strikingly similar to the dual-eyed demon general from before. The difference lay in its eyes. It possessed 2 pairs, making 4 in total. His body was devoid of unsightly fur, and his frame was far more imposing than the previous demon generals. Its muscular contours were sharply defined, embodying a more aesthetically pleasing sense of raw power. Is this the power of the second transformation? Lu Chentian examined his own palms from both sides, a hint of fascination flickering in his pupils. The rapid surge in power left him momentarily disoriented. If Yi Tianyu or director Liang Wendao of the Jiangcheng Bureau had witnessed this, they would have been utterly stunned. Compared to before, the monster Lu Chentian had become now retained his sanity. Not only that, but his once erratic temperament had grown remarkably stable. Four-eyed Demon King. Level 60. Quality King Grade. Health 2,000,002 million. Strength 50,000. Defense 2,000,000. Agility 4,000. These terrifying stats put Luo Hua's Chaos Wolf Shadow in a completely different league. Its outrageously high health bar and defense are enough to crush the spirits of all first awakened beings. To put it bluntly, even if it stood there letting others attack, breaking through its defenses would be nearly impossible. Its devastating attacks would reduce even the Wolf Shadow to a few swipes. This is the difference between first stage and second stage awakening between a king tier and a king tier. Yet, facing such an opponent, Tu Zhengxian showed not a trace of nervousness. Oh? So you've obtained pure demon blood. But it's only from the pupil demon clan. Breaking through to king tier at level 60 is indeed quite rare. He casually clapped his fists together as he spoke. Then, as if noticing something, he glanced toward the dimly lit room with surprise before quickly averting his gaze. Battle intent surged in his eyes as he fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Chentian. Chapter 151, The Eerie Skull, the Middle-Aged Man in Jiangcheng. Tu Zhengxian and Lu Chentian stood facing each other, their fists clenched and ready. One was a druid transformed into a bear man, the other a monster corrupted by demonic blood. Neither resembled a human being. Their towering forms, over 3 meters tall, were partially obscured by the courtyard wall, yet still visible to the crowd watching from above. If you weren't demonic, I might have gone easy on you. Don't come complaining later that I bullied the weak. Tu Zhengxian flexed his muscles casually. He might have held back for anyone but a mortal enemy. Unfortunately, demons fell into that category. He could only give it his all. He aimed to kill without mercy, leaving no survivors. What utter arrogance! I too have undergone the second transformation and possess the power of a king class. You? And you dare act so insolently before me? Lu Chentian sniffed arrogantly, his voice tinged with pride. His vastly increased strength filled him with confidence in his current abilities. Second transformation awakened? What battle druid? All of them were utterly insignificant in his eyes. If it ever came down to a fight, who would win or lose was far from certain. Oomph. I'll show you that even second transitioners have their limits. Tu Zhengxian sighed deeply, lamenting Lu Chentian's ignorance. His feet shifted, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. It was unimaginable that such a massive frame could move with such blinding speed. Stunned, Lu Chentian scrambled to block the attack. A new round of combat erupted instantly. Boom! 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 The clash between the two colossal beings contained not a single flash of skill effects. It was a collision of raw, unadorned power, every punch landing with brutal impact. The dull thuds of blows landing on flesh echoed intermittently, like the pounding of war drums. The shockwaves from the battle rippled out in concentric circles, nearly obliterating the entire courtyard. The courtyard walls, battered by their clash, began caving in, pockmarked with dents and teetering on the brink of collapse. In the dimly lit room, Luo Hua slowly moved his hands, his entire body feeling as if his bones were cracking. Though not seriously injured, the aftereffects of spirit possession left him temporarily immobilized. Compared to last time, however, he was far better off. At least, he no longer endured that soul-shredding agony. Perhaps the benefits of the spirit possession had automatically faded during his unconsciousness. What is this? Luo Hua forced himself to sit up slightly, his gaze darting around the room in confusion. His eyes fell upon a long table. Along both sides of the table, a dozen chairs were neatly arranged. Everything was orderly, as if no one had been here at all. Luo Hua's gaze shifted slightly, lingering until it reached the far end of the room. At the head of the long table, a gruesome head hung suspended. 8 eyes, 6 horns, fangs protruding outward. A single glance was enough to feel the malevolent aura emanating from it. To the uninitiated, it might appear as a trophy of the Lu family, hence its display. But Luo Hua saw it differently. His keen intuition immediately told him this thing was connected to a demonic creature. What on earth is this? Luo Hua's eyebrows arched slightly as he slowly rose, leaning on his wolf-tooth sword. Suppressing the intense unease within him, he cautiously edged toward it step by step. Knowing full well the danger, knowing there might be no chance to fight back, he still moved toward it. As if, in his eyes, life and death were nothing more than this. With this thought, his steps, once weak from physical exhaustion, suddenly grew firm. 1 step. 2 steps. Luo Hua hesitated not a moment. The roar outside continued unabated, the lingering force of battle sweeping across the land. Yet strangely, not a single sound penetrated the dimly lit hut. That shattered doorway seemed to sever everything, shielding this corner of the world. As he drew nearer, the severed head hanging from the ceiling seemed to twitch twice. Luo Hua sensed something, instantly raising his sword as wariness intensified in his eyes. He was certain that what he had just witnessed could not possibly be an illusion. Even if he was showing signs of exhaustion now, his gaze a bit unfocused, he wasn't so exhausted as to conjure such an absurd fantasy. At that very moment, a cold voice abruptly echoed down from above. "Lu Chentian, you fool! Why did you bring the glowing jade pendant here?" The words were laced with reproach. Simultaneously, it jolted Luo Hua, whose mind had been foggy, back to clarity. His body jerked upright, finally realizing the magnitude of his oversight. He had recklessly drawn so close to this unknown head, disregarding the danger. But Luo Hua quickly regained his senses. Instinctively, he clutched the jade pendant at his chest, his guard rising. Because just now, the other party hadn't detected his presence, they had sensed the jade pendant. Simply put, the luminous jade pendant had awakened its slumber. Moreover, judging by its words, it seemed deeply displeased with such an act. It believed that directly collecting the glow jade pendant would disrupt some plan. As Luo Hua remained silent, the other party seemed to have noticed something. 8 eyes opened simultaneously, like a giant spider without segments. The eyes were pitch black, revealing nothing within. Yet Luo Hua could distinctly sense all 8 eyes fixed upon him. An inexplicable sensation washed over him, like ants crawling all over his body, causing extreme discomfort. "No! You're not a member of the Lu family." Before Luo Hua could speak, the monster's head spoke first. Its gaze swept over him, almost as if it could see right through him. This sensation sent a chill down Luo Hua's spine. He couldn't recall the last time he'd felt this way since his Shadow Lord skill had evolved. In other words, the opponent's strength far exceeded his comprehension. The next instant, the voice sounded again. "The bloodline of Luo Qingfeng." The words had barely left its lips when a terrifying aura swept through the room. The temperature within the room plummeted to freezing. Those few words seemed to flip a switch, unleashing a torrent of malevolence. It surged toward Luo Hua, as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Feeling that terrifying aura, Luo Hua could only grit his teeth and struggle to resist. Yet the force seemed to solidify, crushing him until he could barely breathe. Even Lu Chentian and Tu Zhangshan, locked in a frenzied battle in the courtyard, paused their movements. The indiscriminate pressure nearly forced them to their knees. In that instant, not only the southern district of Jiangcheng, a sudden, inexplicable palpitation seized every awakened individual, regardless of their current activity. They all thought it was an illusion, exchanging bewildered glances. Within a residential complex, a middle-aged man playing with a small mantis suddenly stiffened. His gentle demeanor vanished instantly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the Lu family's direction. "I wondered where you'd gone. After all this time, you've finally shown your hand." A mysterious smile spread across the man's face. With a flick of his wrist, the little mantis flew into his hand. Not only that, but within the somewhat cramped room, it seemed as though some other living creature had vanished along with it. The next second, even the middle-aged man himself vanished without a trace. Chapter 152, Crisis: The mysterious middle-aged man arrives. The terrifying aura lingered for a long while before slowly dissipating. At that moment, Luo Hua leaned heavily on his long sword, struggling to stay upright. An ordinary person would have been crushed to the ground long ago. But who was Luo Hua? He was no ordinary man. It was likely his profound, unfathomable mental strength that allowed him to withstand such overwhelming pressure and remain steadfast. What kind of monster is this? No. It should be called a demonic creature. Luo Hua muttered under his breath, re-examining the enormous head looming overhead. The sensation he'd felt earlier was undeniable, that aura was unmistakably demonic. No matter how well disguised, the essence of something could not be easily altered. The fact that it hadn't attacked directly meant some constraint must exist. Otherwise, how could he still be standing here unscathed? Luo Hua pondered inwardly, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Forget it. I don't need to know your identity anyway," he declared, leaning on his wolf-tooth longsword as he stepped toward the colossal head. As he drew nearer, Luo Hua gradually made out the creature's features from the darkness. Its hair, as sharp as steel needles, seemed capable of slicing through ordinary skin with ease. This eerie sensation was one he'd only felt before when facing the dual-eyed demon general. Even Lu Chentian, who had consumed demon blood, hadn't experienced such a visceral sensation. To be precise, Lu Chentian had never grown any excess hair to begin with, and Luo Hua was equally unaware of his current state. Without Lu Chentian's appearance to distract him, Luo Hua instinctively recalled Li Xiankai's inhuman, ghostly form. His body covered in steel needle-like hair sent a chill down one's spine. It was an exact replica of the eerie head before him. The difference lay in the fact that this skull possessed 8 eyes and 6 horns, while Li Xiankai had only 2 eyes. Even so, its attributes were still those of a full-fledged sovereign-level dual-pupil demon general. At this thought, a heavy shadow passed over Luo Hua's eyes. If a dual-pupil demon general was already sovereign tier, then just how formidable must the creature before them have been? It was highly probable that the potion the enemy had consumed was produced by this very monster. Luo Hua attempted to access its data, but all he received was a row of question marks. Quality? Not only were its level and quality unclear, but even its name remained shrouded in mystery. In that moment, he acutely realized his talent was not omnipotent. Precisely because of this, Luo Hua could intuitively grasp the opponent's overwhelming power far beyond what ordinary awakened could ever hope to match. A single vial of potion could create a sovereign-level being capable of seizing the original host's consciousness. What level of power did the entity itself possess? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a black beam carrying an aura of destruction locked onto him. Witnessing this, Luo Hua's heart sank in alarm. He had assumed the opponent possessed no means of attack, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. Moreover, this attack method possessed such destructive power that it was absolutely beyond his current ability to withstand. Soul-capturing slash. With no room to dodge, Luo Hua unleashed the skill without hesitation. With a thud, a heavy wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him, making his head feel like it was about to burst. This was the aftereffect of the vast disparity in their pupils' power, levels, and mental strength. Still, compared to certain death, it was a far lighter price to pay. Given two choices, he took the lesser evil. Knowing escape was impossible, he gambled on a sliver of hope despite the risk of backlash. Boom! A dense black light shot out violently. It was hard to fathom that what radiated outward like corrosive light was actually black. The attack from the eerie head crossed space in an instant. The next second, it could strike Luo Hua at any moment. Just then, amidst the overwhelming dizziness, a fleeting clarity returned to his eyes. Oomph! Luo Hua grunted in pain, yet his mind remained sharp. Before the chaos could fully overwhelm his mind, he activated Blink. Simultaneously, the opponent's attack arrived in that very instant. Fortunately, Luo Hua had vanished from his original position just in time, and the black light slammed directly into the ground behind him. Boom! The sudden, bone-chilling explosion echoed through the air. A thick plume of smoke suddenly rose from the Lu family's position. The enemy seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, launching the attack without regard for the consequences. A single strike obliterated nearly half of the dimly lit room. A sliver of light now pierced through the roof. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating a corner of the darkness. By the light, one could see Luo Hua, who was now hiding beneath the massive skull. By sheer coincidence, it was precisely within the opponent's blind spot. "Where'd you run off to, little mouse?" The eerie head called out, its mouth never needing to open. It seemed that for it, communication required only consciousness, no need for speech at all. Luo Hua had no time to ponder this. Gripping his wolf-toothed sword tightly, his gaze sharpened. With a sudden thrust, he aimed for what he believed to be a weak spot, stabbing diagonally upward. Yet, the frustrating outcome repeated itself. Clang! The wolf-toothed sword of royal grade failed to penetrate even a fraction of an inch. Instead, barely an inch in, he felt a powerful resistance. It repelled him, preventing any further penetration. This. Luo Hua's pupils contracted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Though he had anticipated resistance, he never imagined the opponent's defenses would be this formidable. What Luo Hua didn't know was that if he had seen Lu Qintian's attributes, he wouldn't have been so astonished by the bizarre head before him. By comparison, it was merely a minor phenomenon. If Lu Qintian was this formidable, the colossal head that served as the source of his power was beyond description. "Found you, little mouse." The triumphant voice echoed, causing Luo Hua's body to stiffen abruptly. The next instant, an invisible force bound him, violently yanking him upward from below. The immense force threatened to crush him, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Amidst Luo Hua's relentless struggles, his body slowly drifted upward, arriving at the very center of the skull. 8 eyes stared intently at him, sending a chill down his spine. "Luo Qingfang's bloodline, you should never have come here to die." A tone that seemed like mockery slowly echoed out. Hearing this, Luo Hua not only showed no fear but sneered in disdain. "Is that so? So you were once defeated by my old man?" The words were nothing short of a provocation to the demonic creature. Though he knew he was facing death, Luo Hua showed no fear whatsoever. "You're asking for death." His words struck a nerve. Instantly, energy gathered within the massive head, black mist surging forth. Ready to strike, poised to deliver Luo Hua's final blow at any moment. "Is this where you stop?" Luo Hua took a deep breath, a hint of reluctance on his face. He had only just joined Yanzhou University, and hadn't even explored the Yanhua Forbidden Zone yet. Never did he imagine that his own arrogance and hatred for the demonic creatures would cost him his life here. Just as the attack was about to strike, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out beside him. Boom! Dust swirled as if something had crashed through the ceiling. In an instant, everything within the dim room was bathed in sunlight. Luo Hua glanced sideways and saw a figure slowly rising from the haze. Dressed in a middle-aged man's double-breasted shirt, he looked just like the uncle next door. Who'd have thought an 8-eyed demon lord was hiding here? Perfect timing, my bugs are hungry. Chapter 153, Han Qian, the six-headed spirit turtle. The voice sounded incredibly familiar to Luo Hua. He wanted to turn and see the speaker's face, but he couldn't move at all. He could only feel his breathing grow labored, as if he might cease breathing at any moment. The 8-eyed demon emperor, even just hearing the name, Luo Hua knew this being was no ordinary foe. No wonder he'd been utterly powerless against the demon's remnant body. It all made sense now. Uncle, could you please stop talking? Luo Hua struggled to speak, his voice faint yet audible to the other. His voice was hoarse, utterly unrecognizable from its original timbre. Hearing this, Han Qian was startled. No wonder the eight-eyed demon emperor had been hiding so well. How could he suddenly be exposed? It turned out someone had struck right at his lair. Even setting aside the fact that the opponent was a naturally violent demonic being, Han Qian had to admit that even he himself couldn't have endured such treatment. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the young man before him. While his strength was barely passable, his head was truly made of iron. If his own two juniors dared to imitate this youth, he'd smack them silly until their heads were covered in bumps. Attack! 100 slashing mantis. At the command, the white mantis perched upon his shoulder leapt forward. With a swift flap of its wings, it flew straight toward Luo Hua. Its entire form rapidly grew larger as it closed in. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire small room. Its massive body, standing a full 30 feet tall, resembled a miniature colossus. Even the two giants outside the courtyard stood only at a third of its height. The 100 slashing mantis appeared and immediately executed a handblade strike, targeting the space between Luo Hua and the eight-eyed demon emperor. Its speed left no time for reaction. Clang! The sound echoed like a blade drawn from its sheath as the mantis's blade slammed into the ground. Just as Luo Hua thought the attack had missed, something astonishing happened. Before his stunned eyes, the intangible force seemed to solidify into substance. Transparent threads snapped one after another before his eyes, and the restraining force binding his body rapidly dissipated. Thud! Caught completely off guard, Luo Hua crashed flat on his backside. Though his butt was sore from the fall, he felt no resentment, only utter astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled back, afraid of interfering with the battle between the giant mantis and the eight-eyed demon emperor. Damn it! You despicable humans! The eight-eyed demon emperor roared furiously, his eyes glowing with dark golden vertical pupils. In that instant, Luo Hua finally saw the true nature of the creature's eyes. From the very beginning, both it and the dual-pupil demon general had presented themselves as nothing but pitch black. Who would have thought that a mere giant mantis could force it to reveal its true colors? Just how powerful is this giant mantis? Luo Hua tilted his head back, gazing up at the colossal form. Even if the silver armor guard were still here, it would likely be a full head shorter than this creature. Only the evil-eyed ox demon could truly overwhelm it, but only in terms of sheer size. In terms of actual power, it was still far from sufficient. Don't worry, kid. Holy? Mid-thought, a hand calloused from years of labor landed on his shoulder. He'd been offering reassurance just moments before, but whatever he saw next made him lose his composure and let out a curse. The sound caught Luo Hua's attention. Turning back in confusion, he found half a face that looked incredibly familiar. It wasn't that the person only had half a face. It was that the person, sensing Luo Hua's gaze, had hurriedly turned away, leaving only half a face visible. Ha! Uncle, why do you look so familiar? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing the other person's obvious attempt to deny something, he teased. Ha? Really? Han Qian laughed awkwardly, stubbornly refusing to let Luo Hua see his full face. Little did he know that the more he acted this way, the more certain Luo Hua became of his suspicions. Truthfully, he didn't even need to see. Luo Hua already had his answer. 8-armed Vajra. 7-faced feathered demon. With each word spoken, Han Qian's eyelid twitched. He couldn't fathom how Luo Hua could be so utterly certain. If this was merely hearsay, why bring it up now? If Luo Hua were a stranger, he would have killed him to silence him if his other side were exposed. Yet Luo Hua's words carried such unwavering confidence and composure. This couldn't help but make him start to wonder what else he knew. Just then, Luo Hua's lips parted slowly, and he said teasingly, "There are still 6 insects." The words barely left his lips before a hand clamped over his mouth. Han Qian's face flushed crimson, yet he maintained a stern expression as he corrected him. 6 spirit turtles. Clearly, he seemed quite particular about this designation. This particular trait hadn't been observed in Guizhou and Jia. It seemed to be unique to him alone. But uncle, you don't even keep turtles. Luo Hua spread his hands in utter bewilderment. If Han Qian's family had even one turtle, any kind, even a softshell. The problem was, there simply wasn't one. You can't just keep a beetle and insist it's a turtle. Luo Hua sighed in exasperation, never expecting Han Qian to be so particular about it. This left him even more baffled. As for his speculation, Han Qian didn't even bother to explain. Instead, he shot him a dismissive glance and snorted. Ignorant! Thank goodness my Shiyu isn't as foolish as you. After Han Qian delivered that mild rebuke to Luo Hua, a gentle expression finally appeared on her face when she mentioned her daughter. Luo Hua could only sigh in resignation. With no one to explain, he could only stew in his own frustration. Turning his gaze toward the sky, the 8-eyed demon emperor and the 100 slashing mantis were already locked in fierce combat. As if determined not to be outdone, the demon emperor fully manifested his entire form. Beneath his massive head, the body covered in steel needle hair carried a hint of phantom-like quality as he lashed out with a claw toward the 100 slashing mantis. For battles like theirs, it seemed that pure, unadulterated force held the greatest power. Boom! 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 In less than 10 seconds, they had clashed over 100 times. The clash between the two monstrous beasts left Luo Hua dizzy and disoriented, unable to keep up with the blinding speed. All he could see were powerful energy ripples, one after another. They spread relentlessly outward in all directions. Yet at a certain point, they abruptly vanished, as if blocked by something. The Jade Cicada's primary abilities are barrier creation and defense. Seeming to sense his confusion, Han Xian spoke slowly to explain. Hearing this, Luo Hua couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Before departure, he had inquired of Guizhu and Jia about the abilities of the other members besides himself, the 8-armed Vajra. He learned about the 6-headed spirit turtle, the ability of this uncle. Such insects there were a full 6 of them. Yet now, with only 2 insects unleashed, they had already seized complete control of the situation, a testament to their formidable power. Chapter 154, An Imperial-level battle, the fall of the 8-eyed demon emperor. Today, Zhangcheng was unusually unsettled. Beneath the clear blue sky, continuous booming sounds echoed like rolling thunder. A vast expanse of the sky was shrouded in dark, swirling mist. Even from a great distance, one could sense the malevolent aura emanating from within. Is this the terror of an emperor-level being? Luo Hua gazed upward, murmuring sincerely. It was his first time witnessing combat of this caliber, and for a moment, he was utterly transfixed. It was a yearning for power that drew him in, leaving him utterly captivated. The powerful energy ripples collided with the barrier, causing it to hum like an ancient bell. If any of it were to escape, the entire city of Jiangcheng inside and out would surely be devastated. Every single district, without exception, would be razed to the ground in an instant. Luo Hua harbored not a shred of doubt about this. He had witnessed the terror of the king tier, though he had yet to see the emperor tier. But battles at the emperor level, which stood above them, were something Luo Hua could not afford to take lightly. Though Uncle Han Xian was by his side this time, sparing him such worries, there was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter such a threat in the future. The most fundamental solution was to rapidly enhance his strength, granting himself the power to protect himself. Uncle, was my father ever as powerful as you are now? Luo Hua asked without turning his head, his gaze fixed on the battle unfolding in the sky. His calm voice seemed to stir unpleasant memories within Han Xian. After a momentary pause, Han Xian forced a smile and shook his head helplessly. He too turned his gaze toward the horizon, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Among us few, our strengths varied greatly. It wasn't about being ranked by number. But one thing is undeniable: Qingfeng's strength is absolutely the greatest among us. After that, the atmosphere fell silent. It was unclear whether everyone was deep in thought or simply at a loss for words. As if sensing Luo Hua's surprise, Han Xian pursed his lips, carefully choosing his words before speaking. The incident back then was far more dangerous than what people have been passing around by word of mouth. Didn't you attend Yanzhou University? Within the Yanma Forbidden Grounds, there should be answers left behind by Qingfeng. He stopped short, choosing his words carefully. Luo Hua didn't press for more details. He understood that if it hadn't been spoken, it was surely for his own good. Han Xian's intervention signaled a battle between those above the second transformation stage at the emperor level. Given his current strength, he was clearly not qualified to get involved in the entire affair. It was better to follow the other party's lead and continue with the previous plan. Beginning with Yanzhou University, he would seek out the truth of the matter. He withdrew his gaze and turned his eyes back to the sky. By now, the battle between the 100-slaying mantis and the 8-eyed demon emperor was nearing its end. Without the support of his true body, the demon emperor suffered significant disadvantages in close combat. Before long, after his illusory form was shattered, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Without needing the other insects to intervene, the 100-slaying mantis alone could easily suppress him. The longer the fight dragged on, the more humiliated the 8-eyed demon emperor felt. After all, he was an emperor-level demonic being who had lain dormant within Jiang City for so long. According to the original plan, he should have steadily developed and expanded the demonic forces. Yet, barely revived and before anything could be established, he was captured. The frustration was beyond words. Who could possibly feel good about such a situation? The 8-eyed demon emperor certainly couldn't bear it. Ah! Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. He roared violently, his entire head swelling rapidly. He looked as though he'd been suddenly inflated, his features completely distorted. Energy surged through him, threatening to burst at any moment. 100-slaying mantis, unleash the heavenly net. Amidst Luo Hua's stunned gaze, Han Xian shouted loudly. His words flowed naturally, without a trace of embarrassment. Han Xian, seemingly aware of his gaze, shot him a disdainful glare. What are you staring at? This is how summoner battles go. To him, it seemed perfectly normal. Shouting commands at summoned creatures during battle was perfectly acceptable. Luo Hua remained silent. Though his method of commanding summons differed, he tacitly agreed with her assessment. Swish! 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 The words had barely left his mouth when, in the blink of an eye, the 100 slashing mantis unleashed over 100 blade energies in rapid succession. The dense, swarming blade lights nearly covered the entire barrier, forming an impenetrable wall. From afar, it resembled a white curtain unfurling across the sky. Only those with keen eyes could discern that it was merely a vast net woven from blade light. Its speed was truly worthy of the 100 slaying mantis's name. So powerful. Witnessing an emperor tier skill for the first time completely surpassed Luo Hua's imagination. He couldn't help but utter his admiration. Had it not been for the protective barrier, this strike alone could have obliterated a third of the southern district. The 100 slaying mantis's vast net closed in, enveloping the 8-eyed demon emperor. Witnessing this, the demon emperor's 4 pairs of eyes nearly bulged from shock. Within the blackness, faint crimson bloodshot veins seemed visible. No! A mournful cry erupted from its throat before it was swallowed by an endless torrent of blade light. Its entire body exploded at that very moment. The explosive energy instantly swept out in all directions. The transparent barrier rattled and clattered under the impact, yet the 100 slashing mantis within remained utterly still. Even as the energy assaulted it relentlessly, it remained unshaken. Ah! It's a pity I'm just a summoner, only capable of support roles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this difficult. Han Xian sighed helplessly at that moment. But to Luo Hua's ears, it sounded like something else entirely. It felt like Han Xian was just bragging, but there was no proof. What kind of person says they're just playing support? Boom! The second shockwave from the explosion surged forward once more. A thunderous blast slammed down toward the ground. Under the immense force, the tiles that had been barely hanging on began to fall in a shower. Even Luo Hua was forced to bend under the pressure of the attack. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to hold his ground. Seeing this, Han Xian's eyes flickered. With a sweep of his arm, in the blink of an eye, the raging energy that had been bearing down vanished completely. Not only here, but even those farther away were not spared. On a high rise near the Lu residence, energy raged. Like the crack of a whip, the outer walls shattered in an instant. The sudden change sent the awakened individuals working inside into a panic, their screams piercing the air as they feared monsters had attacked the city. Once they regained their composure and gazed at the energy vortex in the sky, their jaws dropped in utter astonishment. Under everyone's gaze, a smoke-belching shell plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Boom! It landed squarely within the Lu family compound. Yi Tianyu and the others were thoroughly startled, cautiously examining the scene. Chapter 155, The Curtain Falls, a New Jewel. That's the monster from the sky just now. Yi Tianyu hesitated, poking it with the tip of his staff. The enormous head emitted waves of scorched aroma, accompanied by an aura of malevolence. The head alone towered significantly above his entire body. Tap, tap, tap. As they stood frozen in shock, a giant bear over 3 meters tall slowly emerged. It had to bend low to squeeze through the 2-meter-tall doorway. In its broad, thick paw, it carried a humanoid monster vaguely recognizable as the silhouette of Lu Chentian. Sir! Yi Tianyu and the others snapped to attention, standing rigidly straight. The reverence flickering in their eyes defied description. To defeat a monster like Lu Chentian and summon reinforcements to eliminate another demonic creature. Indeed, the Xian group truly harbored hidden talents. Had they not requested backup beforehand, the entire city of Zhengcheng might have been doomed? That would have been a truly colossal blunder. Suddenly, a hint of confusion flickered in Yi Tianyu's eyes. If the Xian group's commander had already appeared, why was Luo Hua still nowhere to be seen? Could something have gone wrong? Yi Tianyu clenched his fists, a flash of self-reproach flickering in his eyes. In his view, no matter how powerful Luo Hua was far surpassing his own abilities, there was no need for her to take such a risk. Now, she had sacrificed her life. This was not only a tremendous loss for Jiangcheng, but for the entire Dragon Nation. To be able to stand against Lu Chentian, who was nearly at the second transformation stage, at just the age of a sophomore, what kind of potential would it take to achieve that? All those past remarks calling him a good-for-nothing now seemed utterly laughable. Sigh. Yi Tianyu sighed deeply, his heart heavy with sorrow. Just then, a voice called out from deep within the courtyard. Brother Yi, haven't you left yet? Luo Hua waved enthusiastically as he greeted them. He seemed fine, save for a slightly pale complexion. You're still alive? Yi Tianyu blurted out almost instinctively. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize their insensitivity. He quickly shut his mouth, his face flushing with embarrassment. Luo Hua rolled her eyes, unsure how to respond. After all, he had covered their retreat. Why couldn't they wish him well? Before he could respond, Han Xian had already caught up from behind, playfully slapping his shoulder. This only made Luo Hua feel even more awkward, leaving him speechless for a moment. Just as Han Xian was about to speak, a sudden announcement left him dumbfounded too. Sir! This is a crime scene. All non-essential personnel must leave immediately. Yi Tianyu's expression was stern as his gaze shifted away from Luo Hua. This was a critical operation to eliminate the Lu family and the demonic forces. There could be no mistakes. Moreover, with a superior from the Xian group present, there could be no room for negligence. Even though the man appeared familiar with Luo Hua, protocol was protocol. Otherwise, it would be difficult to account for it to higher-ups. Ha! Seeing Han Xian equally stunned, Luo Hua couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Though they were technically uncle and nephew, mockery was mockery. He'd started the banter, so this was just a boomerang coming right back at him. Fortunately, Yi Tianyu and the others weren't the only ones present. The person involved was right there too. This scene, why does it feel so familiar? Tu Zhengshan murmured softly, his expression oddly twisted. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and approached Han Xian with utmost respect. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Tu Zhengshan, now restored to human form, expressed his gratitude. He had already changed into a full set of professional gear, avoiding any embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions. As a second transformation awakened being, he understood all too well the terrifying power of Han Xian. Though the entire process had been swift, even faster than when he had defeated the four-eyed Demon King. But a Demon King and a Demon Emperor? They weren't even in the same league. The fact that he could effortlessly annihilate a Demon Emperor without giving it a chance to unleash its skills only highlighted his overwhelming power. Tu Zhengshan understood this well. Without the assistance of this elder before him, defeating the Demon King might have been manageable, but facing the Demon Emperor would have been nothing short of a death sentence. Moreover, it was precisely the Demon Emperor's death that caused Lu Qintian's demon-possessed mind to falter. It was precisely within that fleeting window that he delivered the decisive, fatal blow. Otherwise, who knew how long the battle would have dragged on? In short, it all boiled down to one thing. Without Han Xian, they would all have perished here today. Tu Zhengshan's display had also sent a chill down the spines of Yi Tianyu and the entire group. What? The second-tier supervisor of the Xian division actually addressed that man as senior? For an enforcement squad composed almost entirely of newcomers, this was undoubtedly a massive shock. One by one, they were sweating buckets. Almost everyone wore a crestfallen expression, staring at Yi Tianyu with utter embarrassment. Their expressions seemed to say, "Boss, you brought this on yourself. You figure it out." Seeing this, Yi Tianyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and offer a respectful apology. "Senior, I was unaware of your status earlier. My apologies for any offense caused. Please forgive me." As he spoke, he silently prayed. He hoped the elder wouldn't hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, Han Xian wasn't the petty type. Hearing this, he merely waved it off indifferently. Though he'd been teased back by Luo Hua and felt somewhat outmaneuvered, he wasn't the sort to dwell on such trifles. Enough, enough. Cut the formalities. I'm taking the item the eight-eyed Demon Emperor dropped. Any objections? Han Xian swept his gaze around the group. His face was filled with amiability, his tone genuinely inquiring, showing not a trace of bullying. Seeing such an approachable elder, Yi Tianyu and the others were secretly startled, waving their hands repeatedly. No objections. No objections. These are rightfully your spoils of war, senior. We from the Xian group just need the demon corpses to report back. Before they could speak, Tu Zhengshan had already interjected. As the highest-ranking member present, it was only natural for him to speak on behalf of the group. Very well. That settles it. Han Xian nodded in satisfaction, then swept his arm through the air. In an instant, a jewel shot out from within the eight-eyed Demon Emperor's head. The jewel floated in midair, then landed directly in Han Xian's hand. Here. My dear nephew, this is yours. Seeing the familiar scene and the familiar orb, Luo Hua raised an eyebrow. However, this orb seemed slightly different from the previous one. Since it was a gift from his own uncle, there was no need for politeness. Too many words would only create distance. Luo Hua took it with one hand and began examining the information with curiosity. The more he looked, the more exasperated he became. The attributes were significantly stronger than before, and there were new changes. But the name, why did it feel like it wasn't finished? Great Dark Light Treasure Pearl? Chapter 156, The Great Dark Light Orb, Reward. Luo Hua held the orb in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. From the glimmering pearl to the great eternal light pearl. Yet the name itself carried an oddly unreliable ring to it. He couldn't quite put his finger on why. Great Obscure Light Orb. Quality A. Usage restriction, second transformation. Glow absorbs shadow light and glow items to empower itself. Orbs can devour one another. Active effect, inflicts damage equal to 20,000 times the number of shadow light layers. Shadow light layers, 100. That damage output made Luo Hua's eyes light up with envy. Unfortunately, it could only be used after reaching the second transformation. At present, Luo Hua had no concrete grasp of the power level required for the second transformation. Had he witnessed the living four-eyed Demon King, perhaps he might have grasped its scale. Neither more nor less, it was precisely the health pool of a level 60 king tier monster. In other words, a single great shadowlight orb could annihilate a king-level demon. But then again, it was dropped by a demon emperor. If it were completely useless, that would be hard to justify. His gaze drifted downward to a long line of small annotations. 1 eternal light equals 100 microlights. Note, the Great Shadowlight Orb does not consume stacks but has a 20-minute cooldown. It imposes an additional cooldown on the same target, rendering all Shadowlight Orb effects ineffective for 1 hour. A quick glance was enough for Luo Hua to grasp the gist. The exchange ratio for microlight, simply put, meant that absorbing a microlight orb would yield an exact equivalent boost. The difference now was the ability to absorb shadowlight, meaning damage growth would only accelerate. The only regret was that it couldn't be used right now. It felt like holding a precious treasure yet having no idea how to use it, utterly frustrating. Just as he was fretting, Tu Zhengxian, who had been standing dumbly by, seemed to think of something, clapped his hands sharply, and turned toward the four-eyed demon king, the form Lu Tian had taken. By now, the opponent had fallen completely silent, holding only research value. Watching Tu Zhengxian's actions, even Yi Tianyu and the others were utterly baffled. They exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with inquiry. Put. Just then, a sudden sound echoed. Blood splattered, drenching several nearby enforcers. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Tu Zhengxian pinched a bead between his fingers. He strode forward and presented it to Luo Hua. For me? Still examining the bead, Luo Hua looked up at the unexpected object before him. He looked up in confusion, meeting Tu Zhengxian's bear-like face. Yes. If you hadn't held him off, they would have been in serious trouble. Tu Zhengxian's gaze was sincere as he nodded. It was less a compliment and more a statement of fact. Hearing this, Luo Hua dropped the formality and took the jewel directly. The moment he saw the data, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. So it really is like this? Before his eyes, the description of the jewel mirrored that of the glimmering jewel and the great shadowy jewel. It was practically a direct copy-paste. The only difference was that the orb's damage amplification was only 200x, and it could only absorb faint light matter. Its base damage was merely 10 times greater than the Glimmer Orb's 2000 damage. Great Glimmer Orb? What a half-assed name. Luo Hua felt too drained to even complain. The orb in his hand, while effective, was frankly underwhelming. However, Luo Hua wasn't saying he'd gained nothing. In fact, he had obtained a piece of information. It seemed that demons or perhaps only this race would specifically drop this type of orb. Moreover, these orbs possessed a unique synthesis path. But what exactly was the purpose of such synthesis? Luo Hua was utterly baffled. If he possessed the strength to defeat the Demon Emperor and obtain the Great Eternal Light Orb, why would he feel happy just because the orb could instantly kill a demon lord? Don't look at me, I don't know either. Seeming to sense his gaze, Han Qian immediately waved his hands. He'd only given it to Luo Hua because he felt it was useless to him, yet too valuable to discard. Besides, if his precious daughter found out, she'd surely be delighted. With that thought, Han Qian cleared his throat and added with feigned profundity. All I know is that this pupil demon clan and your glow jade pendant were both brought out from the Holy Light ruins. The words had barely left his mouth when Han Qian himself froze in surprise. It all seemed logical enough, yet how had he failed to connect these simple dots before? But then again, originating from the same dungeon didn't necessarily mean anything. Yet when these words reached Luo Hua's ears, they instantly caught his attention. The Holy Light ruins again? He murmured softly, his face clouding over with recollection. This familiar dungeon, he'd heard about it before. Yet what lay within? The library of Yenzhou University held no records of it. When he inquired with Gui Juanjia, the other remained tight-lipped. The only response he received was a few terse words. You're too weak. Without any evasion, he delivered a blunt critique. Though this stunned Luo Hua somewhat, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Indeed, whether it was his current level or the innate talent he relied on for survival, both were far from reaching the heights they should have attained. He needed to keep improving. The Holy Light ruins? Got it. Luo Hua nodded lightly and spoke slowly. Seeing this, Han Qian paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Aren't you going to ask about the Holy Light ruins? Would you tell me? No. Hearing this, Luo Hua rolled her eyes. Though he'd expected it, he nearly laughed in exasperation. You won't tell? Then why the hell did you even ask? Luo Hua snapped back, sounding anything but respectful toward a second stage awakened. This exchange left Yi Tianyu and the others green with envy. Indeed, having someone powerful backing you made all the difference. Oh, right. Thank you both immensely for assisting in slaying the demonic beast. Once I return, I'll personally submit your names for rewards. Just then, Tu Zhengxian suddenly spoke up. His tone was sincere as he looked directly at Luo Hua and the other. Reward? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't thought much about it at the time, purely acting on impulse after being ambushed by the assassin. Their original plan had been to wipe out the Lu family to stop their evil deeds. He hadn't expected the Lu family to actually be colluding with the demonic forces. It was more of a fortunate coincidence. Thus, Luo Hua hadn't even considered the matter of a reward. But since the other party brought it up, why be polite? He'd put in the effort, so he'd take it without a second thought. The Enforcement Bureau could decide the amount later. At this thought, Luo Hua's eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together, he turned to Han Qian. Uncle, what about your side? Get lost. Don't even think about it. All he received in response was a cold, icy rejection. Han Qian waved him off dismissively, showing none of his earlier generosity. Just as Luo Hua was puzzled by the sudden shift in the other man's attitude, Han Qian quickly provided the answer. With a broad smile, he addressed Tu Zhengxin. My reward, I'll have you give it to Han Shi from Capital University. What followed was Han Qian's incessant chatter. He even listed a whole row of items, prioritizing resources based on importance. Such professional bargaining left Luo Hua utterly speechless. Silently, he gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 157, The Return Journey and Friction Within the Squad. Luo Hua found nothing unusual about Han Qian's behavior. In the presence of this doting father, anything seemed perfectly normal. Are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? Han Qian asked before the teleportation array. Hearing this, Luo Hua rolled her eyes and retorted irritably. Uncle, could you please stop shoving me toward the teleportation array while you're saying that? He truly didn't know how to respond, feeling utterly speechless inside. His words invited him to stay, yet his actions spoke otherwise, as if he couldn't wait for Han Qian to leave. Haha, my dear nephew, what nonsense! Han Qian feigned reproach, though his movements never ceased. If Luo Hua actually believed his nonsense, that would be truly bizarre. Still, he had no intention of lingering. He had returned to Jiangqing solely for this one matter. Now that it was settled, there was no reason to linger. He understood why the other party was in such a hurry. Enough! If you want to go to Capital University, just go. There's no need to rush me out. Luo Hua rolled her eyes, instantly piercing through Han Qian's pretense. He knew exactly what little schemes the other man was cooking up. It seemed Han Qian had previously stayed close to Jiangqing because of the monster incident. But now, like Luo Hua, he'd resolved his lingering concerns and naturally didn't want to linger any longer. After all, for Han Qian, what could be more important than seeing Han Shiyu? Ha! Since you put it that way, I shan't stand on ceremony any longer. Having been exposed, there was no point in pretending anymore. Scratching his head, he let out a hearty laugh, seemingly to mask his inner awkwardness. Before Luo Hua could respond, he plunged into the teleportation array, eagerly handing over the silver coins. Whoosh! The teleportation array flared, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. His movements were utterly decisive, causing Luo Hua's lips to twitch slightly. So why bother pretending like that just now? Luo Hua shook his head and stepped into the teleportation array himself. As for the dungeon mining matter, he'd figure out how to handle it after the campus tournament was over. After all, they held the mining rights to the Snow Bear Cave for half a year, plenty of time to wait. Luo Hua! Luo Hua! Wait up! Not far away, the towering Tu Zhengxin called out urgently. He charged forward like a raging bear, showing none of the frailty typically associated with druids. Of course, that might also be because he belonged to the combat class. What is it, brother Tu? Luo Hua turned his head, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The afterglow of sunset. Yanzhou City, Yanzhou University. The setting sun stretched the students' shadows long and thin. News of the Lu family's annihilation spread far faster than previous reports. After class, students buzzed with eager discussion. Though the Lu family of Jiangqing might not even compare to a minor family like the Xia clan in Yanzhou City, the revelation that Lu Chentian, the family patriarch, had colluded with demonic creatures sparked considerable attention. Are you serious? That Lu Chentian is actually a second transformation cultivator? No way. Word is that when Luo Hua fought him, he was barely close to a second tier awakened, still miles off. That's beside the point. The real shocker is that Luo Hua could actually fight a level 60 awakened? Could it be someone with the same name? I suspect it might be a namesake, but the facts compel me to believe it. Exactly. He's the son of Jiangqing's Luo Qingfeng. Teacher Jiang mentioned it to others before too, it can't be wrong. Some faces wore mournful expressions, their hearts feeling sour as if they'd eaten a lemon. What freshman? This is clearly a big shot daddy. Facing off against a level 60 awakened? That's not like beating up some low-level noobs. Holy crap? What if he enters the campus tournament? That'd be insane. What I meant to say is, he's already participating and he's teamed up with the top 3 former campus beauties. What? He's already entered? Wait, you said he's teamed up with 3 campus beauties? Damn it! That bastard! Why not me? Some pounded their fists and beat their chests, others hung their heads and sighed. The mere thought of potentially facing Luo Hua in the campus tournament made their vision go dark. Suddenly, the campus tournament didn't seem so important anymore. Might as well spend the time reading more books. Relax, I checked it out, Luo Hua only brought 4 deadweights. Plus, I heard that kind of power boosting stuff has massive side effects. He won't be able to use it anytime soon. Right. I heard that at least 5 teams have a real shot at winning within the school. They analyzed the situation with unwavering confidence, as if they were the ones holding the cards against Luo Hua. But clearly, given their own abilities, achieving that goal would be a bit of a stretch. Just as their imaginations ran wild. Luo Hua had already set off on his return journey. In his hand, he held an identification card and a great engraving scroll. It wasn't a reward he'd earned, but something Tu Zhangshan had slipped him privately. As for why, Luo Hua couldn't be bothered to ask. With this engraving scroll, plus the one in his backpack, he now possessed 2 great scrolls. For the time being, he wouldn't have to worry much about skill issues. All he needed to do was focus solely on the campus tournament and secure his spot in the university competition. But this thing. Luo Hua held the credential, turning it over and over in his hands, fascinated by its novelty. Yes, it was merely novelty, nothing more. Xian Group intern? In plain terms, it was a pass to access the Bureau of Law Enforcement. Within permitted limits, it allowed him to mobilize law enforcement bureau personnel. But the thing was, whether it was the Jiangcheng or Yenzhou city enforcement teams, Luo Hua already knew a few people. He rarely caused trouble anyway. What use was this thing to him? Luo Hua couldn't figure it out, so he shrugged helplessly and stowed it away in his backpack. Brother Hua! Over here! Just as he pondered, Pang Xian waved his arms from afar, beckoning him over. Luo Hua looked in the direction of the call and saw that Pang Xian wasn't alone. What puzzled him was that while Xia Yingyao coming to wait was understandable, why were the other 2 teammates here too? Mu Wanqiu? Jiang Xinyue? Luo Hua murmured in confusion, unable to fathom the 2 seniors' behavior. Moreover, their current expressions seemed rather peculiar. While Jiang Xinyue looked utterly flustered, struggling to find her words. Mu Wanqiu had her face turned away, looking as though she and Xia Yingyao had completely fallen out. Typically, in such situations, both parties would be on edge, teetering on the brink of an explosion. Yet Xia Yingyao's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Mu Wanqiu's gaze as if she'd done something wrong. What's going on with you two? Luo Hua stepped forward, frowned as she looked at the 2, and asked in confusion. She seemed to be searching their faces for some clue. Turning to Pang Xian, he too shook his head awkwardly. He clearly knew the truth but dared not speak, afraid of offending someone. Just then, Mu Wanqiu finally spoke up. Luo Hua. Was that you in the dungeon? She pushed her glasses up, pouted her lips, and demanded angrily. Chapter 158 Identity Revealed. Mu Wanqiu wants to move in. Ha? What are you talking about? Hearing Mu Wanqiu's accusation, Luo Hua laughed it off. He thought to himself, I clearly didn't give anything away, so how did I slip up? Then he thought it might be Mu Wanqiu trying to trick him. At this point, all he needed to do was deny it. With that thought, Luo Hua silently nodded, convinced he could bluff his way through this time. Because, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about his senior's gaze. It was like that look a neighborly young wife might give, as if she wanted to devour him whole. But the next second, Mu Wanqiu spoke, shattering his thoughts. Stop pretending. Word of what you did in Jiangcheng has already reached Yenzhou University. Mu Wanqiu said with a hint of reproach, the twilight glow reflecting off her glasses, casting a hazy glow. The words left Luo Hua stunned. Why didn't the Lu family build their walls higher? Hearing Mu Wanqiu's words, Luo Hua instantly grasped a certain possibility. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. It was unlikely that the Jiangcheng enforcement team or Yi Tianyu had leaked the information. As for Tu Zhangshan, there was no need to mention him. People within the system rarely did such things. Upon careful reflection, the only suspects were those stationed atop the high rise. How could their eyesight be that sharp? Calculating the time, several hours had passed since the Lu family incident, and the sun was already setting. It was only natural for the news to reach Yenzhou University by now. No one else knows, right? Luo Hua still clung to a sliver of hope as he tentatively asked. He knew the odds were slim, but what if he got lucky? Unfortunately, it was nothing more than wishful thinking on Luo Hua's part. What do you think? If others didn't know, do you really believe Xia Yingyao and that fat bastard would tell me? Clearly, Mu Wanqiu was genuinely furious this time. Xia Yingyao, who had once been quite close to her, now addressed her only by her full name. What she didn't know was that Xia Yingyao was actually harboring ulterior motives. Mu Wanqiu still naively believed all this was just Luo Hua's secrecy. Ha ha ha, is that so? Luo Hua shrugged and laughed, surprised that the truth had come out so quickly. Now, there was no other option but resignation. He never imagined that after a year of concealment, his identity would be exposed so suddenly. Keeping it hidden seemed increasingly impossible. Fine, Luo Hua admitted frankly. I was just afraid of the hassle. Since it was out in the open anyway, he might as well just come clean. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Mu Wanqiu pouting in displeasure. I don't care. You have to make it up to me. She planted her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Her expression was just like a doll straight out of an anime. Luo Hua knew she was putting on an act, but he didn't mind it. What he dreaded most were people who held grudges and refused to let go. He detested such individuals. But clearly, Mu Wanqiu wasn't that type. She might have a bit of a temper, but she was far from being overbearing. After all, they were teammates. Calming a teammate's anger was certainly necessary. Fine. What do you want? Luo Hua felt both amused and exasperated, curious to see what she would come up with. Just then, Mu Wanqiu let out a smug little snort, her lips curling slightly. Her large eyes beneath the frames darted about, seeming to hatch some mischievous plan. Her hair swayed with her movements. I don't care. I want to live in the Tianqing villa too, Mu Wanqiu declared, tilting her head back with a touch of pride. Her tone carried a clear threat, refuse, and she'd throw a tantrum. It sounded as if this demand were some kind of earth-shattering compensation for her. Fine. No way. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Luo Hua, who had just agreed, instantly shot Xia Yingyao a look that could kill. To him, it was just a minor thing, there were so many empty rooms anyway. Why was she reacting so strongly? Catching his gaze, Xia Yingyao instantly lowered her head in embarrassment. Unseen by Luo Hua, beneath her long hair, a faint blush slowly spread across her cheeks. No! Xia Yingyao, you're wrong! Mu Wanqiu suddenly shouted, her voice rising. Her expression was as if she'd uncovered some shocking secret. The louder her voice grew, the lower Xia Yingyao buried her head, utterly unable to face anyone. This peculiar behavior left Luo Hua utterly baffled. It probably isn't. Luo Hua seemed to think of something, then immediately shook his head. She's just being concerned about a friend. I shouldn't read too much into it. Having scrolled through countless videos, he understood the dynamics all too well. If you overthink things and then someone says, we're just friends, wouldn't that blow your mind? With that thought, Luo Hua nodded in agreement, silently sighing at how close he'd come to falling for it. Alright, stop overthinking it. Maybe Yingyao just felt like the house wasn't hers, so she answered instinctively. Luo Hua waved his hand dismissively, offering his explanation. The more he thought about it, the more plausible this explanation seemed. Besides, there didn't seem to be any more reasonable explanation. Is that so? Mu Wanqiu tilted her head, furrowing her delicate brows in thought for a moment. Her adorably clueless expression bore no resemblance to what one would expect from a senior student. This left Jiang Xinyue, who had been observing the whole scene, unable to resist covering her forehead with her hand, looking utterly flabbergasted. Having witnessed the entire scene, she found it utterly absurd, almost as if she'd been watching a soap opera. You two are both like this. Jiang Xinyue silently gave a thumbs up and said softly. For her, it felt like the best possible reaction. Really? I think Luo Hua is amazing too. The only response came from Mu Wanqiu's innocent words. Her eyes sparkled like little stars. Then, she quietly added to Jiang Xinyue. Xiaoyu, you're so spot on. As she spoke, the pure innocence of her words was written all over her face. Jiang Xinyue merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, unsure how to respond. If the prophecy proved accurate, then what would happen to her next? The more she thought about it, the more her scalp prickled with dread. No. Even if a star array master can foretell the future, they can't possibly divine their own fate. Jiang Xinyue silently nodded, finding this reasoning quite plausible. At that moment, while everyone else was lost in their own fantasies, only Pang Xian's wounded world came to pass. Why do I feel like I'm the odd one out? Pang Xian scratched his head blankly, frozen in place. Seeing Luo Hua completely detached from the situation, he felt a surge of frustration, like watching someone fail to live up to their potential. Without thinking, the words slipped out. Bro Hua, why are you hogging the toilet without taking a dump? Damn it! Little fatso, if you say something disgusting like that again, I'll throw you out. Unaware of the context, Luo Hua could only sense the peculiar undertones in Pang Xian's words. He knew the guy had a crude way with words, but never imagined it could be this crude. Chapter 159, Mu Wanqiu's Other Side. Night fell, and the villa district was ablaze with lights. On the mountaintop, Tianqing Villa. Whoa! Am I dreaming? The room echoed with Mu Wanqiu's excited exclamations. In truth, the interior decor of Tianqing Villa wasn't much different from the others outside. It was merely a symbol of status and power, serving little practical purpose beyond attracting envy. Yet even so, it couldn't dampen Mu Wanqiu's enthusiasm. To her, it represented far more than that, it represented Luo Hua. I'm afraid I've embarrassed you. Jiang Xinyue covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she addressed Luo Hua. For some reason, she felt a helplessness akin to dealing with a troublesome child. Mu Wanqiu seemed completely oblivious, so the task of scratching her own itch fell solely to her. As a senior in her third year, she acted like a child, showing not a shred of maturity. Not at all. I was just like that back in the day. Luo Hua said, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Seeing Mu Wanqiu's expression reminded him of his younger self. But after that incident over a decade ago, all that had faded far from his memory. Though Uncle Han Xian had provided generous support over the years, he was ultimately only Han Shiyu's father. There was a fundamental difference. What left Luo Hua most speechless was that if not for today's events, he'd never have known Han Xian was a hidden powerhouse. He wondered how long this secret would have remained hidden. Was it fear of him discovering the truth, or simply a desire to live a life of complacent ease? Ha! Were you like this before too? Jiang Xinyue covered her mouth, slightly surprised. But then again, it made sense. After all, for an awakened one, where they lived was just an external thing. Someone like Luo Hua undoubtedly poured all his resources into cultivation, naturally having minimal demands on his living environment. So it wasn't surprising he'd be taken aback by the villa. Who knew you were such a cultivation maniac? Jiang Xinyue exclaimed sincerely, secretly admiring Luo Hua. Little did she know, their conversations had long drifted apart. But it was precisely her misunderstanding that ended up hitting the mark. A cultivation maniac? Well, it's true. If I'd slacked off even a little back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. The so-called S-class talent, it sounded so effortless. But in reality, it was earned through nearly a year of constantly brushing past death. Anyone who'd been in a dungeon knew monsters didn't hold back. The slightest lapse meant plummeting into the abyss. Even entire teams and mercenary guilds struggled through such battles. And he? He was a lone wolf back then, with no one to watch his back. He had no choice but to kill monsters relentlessly, gaining experience. Repeating this cycle until he grew numb, step by step, he climbed upward. It could be said that today's ease and comfort were earned through past life-risking struggles. Looking back on those days, there was little to say beyond a sense of awe. Seeing him like this, Jiang Xinyue pursed her lips, unsure how to speak. That's just how people are when heavy topics arise, the atmosphere inevitably falls silent. Luo Hua. Luo Hua. Where do you live? I want to be your neighbor. Just then, Mu Wanqiu's cheerful voice rang out. Like a little swallow, she flew straight toward Luo Hua. Just as she was about to land in his arms, a palm suddenly pressed against her forehead, stopping her in her tracks. Easy there, don't bump into me. Luo Hua sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected this senior to act like a child. Had she collided with him just now, Mu Wanqiu would have definitely experienced the sensation of hitting a steel plate. With his current physical condition, even ordinary awakened individuals would struggle to break through his defenses. Such an impact would undoubtedly leave her bloodied and bruised. Though it appeared he was protecting himself, he was actually shielding Mu Wanqiu. Suddenly, Luo Hua raised his arm slightly, pointing upstairs. Just then, a stunning figure appeared at the staircase. Steam rose from her body, wrapped only in a bath towel, her long, straight legs exposed to the air. Her hands clutched a towel, vigorously rubbing her dripping hair. Her cheeks were flushed, whether from the steam or embarrassment, it was unclear. This sight left Luo Hua momentarily transfixed. For the person before him was none other than Xia Yingyao. Usually such a shy girl, why had she suddenly changed her ways today, dressing so boldly? Little did she know, it was all because of Mu Wanqiu's arrival, making her feel threatened. Luo Hua, go take a bath and get some sleep early. I've already run the water for you. Xia Yingyao, drawing on some unexpected boldness, spoke with a hint of suggestiveness. Though they were staying in separate rooms, the words carried an undeniably suggestive undertone. Alright, thanks. Luo Hua didn't read into it at all, simply nodding her thanks. This instantly sent Mu Wanqiu into a rage. By now, even with her slow reaction time, she realized what was truly off about Xia Yingyao. She immediately raised her hand in protest, shouting, "No way! You can't compete with me! Luo Hua can only bathe with me!" The words hung in the air, freezing all three present in their tracks. Luo Hua was utterly baffled, wondering what on earth was going through her mind. Where had she heard Xia Yingyao say she wanted to bathe with him? And what on earth was this silly girl babbling about now? Only Jiang Xinyue, as her roommate, rushed forward and covered Mu Wanqiu's mouth, fearing she might blurt out another outrageous remark. At that moment, she felt nothing but a massive headache. This love-struck brain of hers, I'm seriously fed up. Jiang Xinyue now deeply regretted that momentary lapse of judgment when she'd agreed to cast a fortune for Mu Wanqiu. Even if she begged me again, I'd never use the star chart. Dealing with such a hopeless romantic was truly her own doing. Fortunately, Luo Hua wasn't exactly a villain, or Mu Wanqiu would be in real trouble. All she could do was watch helplessly, unable to lift a finger to help. Luo Hua had clearly wiped out the Lu family, yet she still believed he wasn't a villain. That was because the Lu family had colluded with the demonic tribes, a crime deserving of no mercy. When unsure how to judge someone, she defaulted to thinking from the human race's perspective, and from that angle, Luo Hua certainly didn't qualify as evil. Xinyue, I'll be counting on you to look after Wanqiu, Luo Hua said, then walked upstairs under Mu Wanqiu's tearful gaze. Her strange behavior left him utterly baffled. Yesterday she was a mature senior, so how did she turn into an ignorant fool today? But he didn't dwell on it. Today, the Demon King and Demon Emperor had appeared one after another, bringing a flood of information that was already giving him a headache. At this moment, all he wanted was a hot bath and a good rest. Everything else was the last thing on his mind. Chapter 160, Prelude to the Campus Tournament. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the campus tournament was about to begin. The Yenzhou University arena was buzzing with excitement. All eyes were fixed on the 1,000+ individuals gathered at the center. These were the students participating in the tournament, not only juniors and seniors, but also freshmen competing in their own exclusive events. At that moment, Luo Hua and the others stood out like a sore thumb amidst the crowd. Apart from Pang Xin, the team was comprised entirely of handsome men and beautiful women. It was impossible not to draw attention. Brother Hua, I keep getting weird vibes from their stares. Pang Xin whispered, his eyes darting warily around the arena. But inside the arena, there was nowhere to hide. Moreover, though his voice seemed low, many could still hear it. Ignore them. Just focus on what we're doing. Luo Hua glanced at him and said casually. In truth, as he said, scanning opponents before a match was perfectly normal behavior. Besides, with Luo Hua's current fame, it was nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. Just because he didn't seek trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. Kid, you're Luo Hua, right? A bald man with a scarred face slowly approached, towering a full head taller than Luo Hua. His face radiated menace, even more ferocious than Lu Qingping's had been. That's me. So what? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone was already provoking him before the match even began. And judging by the guy's look, he clearly meant trouble. Could you hold back a bit? Senior, I need to save face too. The bald man whispered, glancing warily around. He was afraid his voice might be too loud and attract unwanted attention. Sure. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Upon receiving Luo Hua's response, the bald guy was instantly overcome with excitement. He grinned broadly as he led his crew away. The comical scene left Luo Hua and the others with twitching mouth corners, momentarily speechless. Fortunately, this was merely a minor interlude. Inside the venue, the giant screen scrolled through the automatically assigned matchups. For preliminary rounds of this scale, conducting individual draws would consume considerable time. Handing it over to the machine proved far more efficient. As the images paused one by one, Luo Hua finally saw his own matchup. Ring 79, Match 3. Luo Hua withdrew his gaze and scanned the arena's stages. In such a vast space, pinpointing his exact location would take considerable effort. Let's go, Luo Hua. We should rest for a bit first. Mu Wanqiu casually slipped her arm around Luo Hua's shoulder, a gesture that caught him completely off guard. Even Xia Yingyao froze for a moment. She too wanted to link arms, but her reserved nature held her back. Unable to let go of her inhibitions, she could only stare helplessly. Thunderbirds fly fastest in the sky, but the worst are the glasses on the ground. Xia Yingyao stomped her foot in frustration, seething silently. Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena. So that's Luo Hua? Seems he's not as formidable as the rumors make him out to be. Kai Zhixian picked at his fingernails, speaking with disdain. The arrogance in his eyes stemmed from his confidence in his own abilities. Yes, young Master Kai, I'm 100% certain it's Luo Hua. Beside him, Lu Zixi eyes burned with venomous hatred. He stared at Luo Hua's retreating figure, seething with a desire to tear him limb from limb. The Lu family's downfall had also dealt a severe blow to his standing. Though he had managed to muddle through by claiming ignorance and not being part of the Lu family, he had become a target everyone wanted to attack. Of course, if that were all, he wouldn't be in such a state. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and a hint of madness flickered in his gaze. Luo Hua? I'd wager he's barely 50th level strength at most. He might just barely hold his own against those third-year juniors. Kai Zhixian spoke, a cold smile curling his lips. Then, his head turned slightly, his greedy gaze fixed on Lu Zixi. He licked his thin lips and extended a slender finger, beckoning him with a subtle motion. At the gesture, Lu Zixi's entire body shook violently, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. But reality forced him to grit his teeth and approach, tears glistening faintly at the corners of his eyes. If Lu Qingping were to witness this sight, he would surely shout with delight. All the oppression he'd endured over the years would likely be released in that very moment. Smack! Watch your attitude. Don't forget who pulled you out of the enforcement squad. As Lu Zixi hesitated to step forward, a slap met him. A sharp crack echoed as a pale, rosy handprint slowly emerged on his cheek. A faint trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing the force of the blow. Despite the blow, he still had to lick his wounds and step forward, offering his face. But instead of another slap, a slender finger traced its path across his cheek. Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of truly hitting you. That earlier blow was merely a small punishment. Kai Zhixian spoke, gently hooking his chin and tilting his head back into place. At that moment, Lu Zixi's eyes held nothing but terror and hatred for Luo Hua. He allowed Kai Zhixian's hands to roam freely over his body, daring not to resist in the slightest. All the humiliation he endured, he blamed solely on Luo Hua. Meanwhile, Luo Hua faced his own form of harassment. A cute little hand kept reaching for his abs, tinged with a hint of mischief. Stop touching me. Luo Hua swatted the hand away and shot Mu Wanqiu a disapproving glare. But this senior seemed utterly devoid of any sense of shame, persistently reaching out. Got hit? No big deal. Just take a break for now and continue later. This scene nearly made Xia Yingyao explode with rage. She was the one who had met Luo Hua first, yet Mu Wanqiu had managed to get ahead of her. If she didn't act now, in another couple of days, that girl might just succeed in getting ahead of her. The thought sent a wave of urgency coursing through Xia Yingyao. Without a second thought, disregarding the stares of everyone in the venue, she wrapped her arm around Luo Hua's other side. She shot Mu Wanqiu a defiant glare. Caught in the middle, Luo Hua froze at this sudden turn of events. Wait, what? What the hell is going on here? He had saved Mu Wanqiu in the scorched earth territory, so it made sense that she was clinging to him. But what the hell was Xia Yingyao playing at now? Why were both of them clinging to his arm? Had they both been possessed? Luo Hua shot a pleading glance at Pang Xian, only to have the man abruptly turn his head away, pretending not to notice. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, he genuinely dared not. Pang Xian inwardly wept bitter tears, thinking to himself that brother Hua truly didn't know how good he had it. But Luo Hua remained oblivious, so he turned his gaze toward Jiang Xinyue. She looked just as flustered, utterly clueless about whom to help. How bizarre. Does Luo Hua possess such magnetic charm? At that moment, only one question occupied her mind, making her feel like her brain was about to overheat. Just then, a sharp, cutting voice rang out from nearby. Well, isn't this Jiang Xinyue? Looking for male models here? Chapter 161, the competition begins. Hearing the voice, Jiang Xinyue whipped her head around. Her eyebrows shot up as she glared at the person before her. It's you! Oomph. This is something the instructor required everyone to participate in. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Xiaoman said with a deliberately sarcastic tone. What should have been a perfectly normal request now sounded suspiciously like she was trying to cover something up. But Jiang Xinyue wasn't stupid. She immediately understood what was going on. No wonder it had been the other party who came to notify her that day. Looking back now, Jiang Xinyue would never have believed it if Yang Xiaoman hadn't interfered. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Seeing everyone staring, Yang Xiaoman found unexpected courage. She shot Luo Hua and the others a fierce glare and sneered contemptuously. Her mocking remark didn't provoke Luo Hua and the others, but it made Jiang Xinyue laugh in anger. Others might let it slide, but she wasn't about to be polite. She immediately pointed right at the other girl's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses. Ugly people are always the most troublesome. With a face full of pockmarks, you still have the nerve to call yourself a beauty? Are you blessed with beauty or kindness? You spend all day here nagging and complaining like a gossipy old woman. Have some dignity. Stop acting like you're the only one around, snapping at everyone you see. Jiang Xinyue's barrage of insults left Yang Xiaoman speechless. She stammered and stuttered, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Even Yang Xiaoman probably never imagined that the usually gentle Jiang Xinyue could be so fierce at times. The bully who always picked on the weak was suddenly rendered speechless by the tirade. Though she couldn't win the argument, it didn't stop her from making threats. You'll regret this. Don't let me face you in the preliminaries. Yang Xiaoman spat venomously, as if she'd already defeated Luo Hua and the others. This remark not only failed to unsettle Jiang Xinyue but nearly made her laugh out loud. A quiet chuckle was the best mockery. Not only did she laugh, but even the surrounding teams silently gave her a thumbs up, secretly admiring Yang Xiaoman's audacity. Blind to the truth, Yang Xiaoman could only slink away under everyone's gaze. So, are all of you support-type players this out of touch with reality? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he asked. He wanted to shrug his shoulders as he usually did, but he was held tightly from both sides, unable to move. His current state of mind defied description, and he couldn't fathom what the two girls were thinking. He glanced at them, but their eyes weren't on him at all. They were locked in a staring contest. With no response forthcoming and his arms trapped, he had no idea what they were up to. Only Jiang Xinyue shook her head and replied. Support classes aren't all like this, but when most of them are in a girls' clique, you know. She didn't finish her sentence, but the exasperated look on her face said it all. That people from the same department could behave like this showed just how many eccentric behaviors could emerge within it. At the very least, not knowing Luo Hua and still coming to provoke him was probably the mildest offense. That's true. Luo Hua nodded in agreement, then tried again to pull her hand free. Even with the intention of not hurting them, he couldn't get it out in one go. This is weird. They must be possessed. Luo Hua muttered under his breath, feeling utterly helpless. These words reached Pang Xian's ears, and it felt like her worldview was crumbling. It was truly a case of comparing yourself to others only to feel utterly crushed. Did she really need to be so subtly boastful? For someone like him, who'd never once been confessed to by a girl his entire life, this was nothing short of psychological trauma. Why was Luo Hua so sought after, yet so dim-witted? It wasn't just him, it echoed the collective thoughts of all the guys nearby. It was the sound of hearts breaking. The girl they'd all been dreaming of was practically being handed to them on a silver platter, yet she still found them lacking. It made them all feel a wave of frustration, wishing they could step up themselves, but their own hard-to-change conditions were just too lacking. Not being handsome was one thing, but lacking substance was another. Fortunately, Jiang Xinyue hadn't gotten involved, offering them a final shred of comfort. Little did they know that while Jiang Xinyue disliked Luo Hua, she also held no interest in them. Round 3 on stage 79 is about to begin. All contestants, prepare yourselves. As the announcement echoed, many eyes turned toward the arena. Most had heard rumors about Luo Hua and were eager to see the true strength of this legendary sophomore. To hold his own against the Lu family patriarch, who was nearing the second transformation, without being outmatched even if aided by external forces, was proof enough of his extraordinary talent. Is that Luo Hua? Doesn't look like he's got any special powers. I don't think he's anything special. Give me a power-up item and I could do the same. You? Maybe if it were one of those seniors ranked in the top 20 on the combat power list, but you? Forget it. What's that supposed to mean? Can't I do it? He lives in Star Villa. I'll ask you, which alley do you call home? Unbeknownst to Luo Hua, supporters had begun gathering around him in the crowd. But a closer look revealed the truth. The vast majority were actually sophomores. Their support for Luo Hua stemmed from seeing him as the embodiment of the entire sophomore class. Or rather, he was their spokesperson. Luo Hua himself, however, felt little about it. After all, he'd lived this way for years. The identity of the shadow had always commanded considerable admiration. Pushing past the crowd, Luo Hua and his group took their places on the stage. On the other side stood a team ready for battle. Shield warrior, fire mage, archer, assassin, and most crucially, a priest, a truly well-rounded composition. This team, composed of senior students, now looked utterly grim. How could they possibly win? Losing a point right at the start meant they'd have nothing left to fight for later. In this end to 128 elimination tournament, losing 2 points meant they could essentially kiss their chances goodbye. Facing Luo Hua, that colossus, in the very first match? What hope was there? We're all around level 39, right? Well then, let the werewolf entertain you. Luo Hua stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since his cover was already blown and the Lu family, who'd been eyeing him greedily, had been taken care of, there was no point in hiding anymore. Might as well let the useless bloodthirsty werewolf get some practice and gain some combat experience. As for the ox demon? Forget it. Not only would the opponent be instantly killed, but the arena itself couldn't hold them, at least not with the current setup of small battle platforms. Oh whoa! As Luo Hua finished his move, a 2-meter-tall werewolf suddenly burst forth from his shadow. Bloodthirsty werewolf. Level 40. Quality Lord. HP 170017,000. Strength 1,300. The moment they saw the stats, several seniors froze in unison. Not only them, but even Xia Yingyao and the others were equally stunned. For apart from Mu Wanqiu, this was their first glimpse of Luo Hua's summoned beast. Begin, everyone. Hold nothing back. Chapter 162, The Bloodthirsty Werewolf Show, Star Array Master's Skill Unveiled. Luo Hua's command fell, and the opponents across from him froze in place. Hold nothing back? Was this even human speech? As if they could possibly defeat him by giving it their all. Look at what you've summoned, you fool. What a load of crap. Damn it. Let's go all out. The shield warrior gritted his teeth and thrust his shield forward. Seeing his move, his teammates didn't hesitate either. The priest swung his staff, instantly casting a protective shield over him. Though nowhere near as potent as Luo Hua's Wolf King's Blessing, it had the advantage of a short cooldown. Against a mere lord-level bloodthirsty werewolf, it offered some measure of defense. Not only that, the mage and archer weren't slow either. Their weapons were already raised, aimed at Luo Hua in the rear. In their eyes, eliminating Luo Hua would cause his summons to disintegrate on their own, leaving the remaining few opponents insignificant. The assassin moved even faster, having already cloaked himself the instant before the shield warrior struck. No one knew where he had slipped to, waiting only for the perfect moment. Unfortunately for him, his stealth ability was rendered useless under Luo Hua's Monarch's eye. Watching the assassin slowly creep along the edge of the arena made him want to laugh. Still, one had to admit the enemy's execution was flawless, their coordination impeccable. The shield warrior single-handedly held off the bloodthirsty werewolf, creating space for the rear to unleash their attacks. In contrast, Luo Hua's side resembled a disorganized rabble. They were all hastily assembled, and every one of them lacked major tournament experience. When the heat was on, they didn't even know what they were supposed to be doing. What are you standing around for? This time I'll only deploy one summoned beast. If it loses, I'll have to fight myself. Luo Hua snapped at the dazed group. Though he was confident in securing victory this round, he couldn't let Pang Xian and the others keep slacking off indefinitely. That approach offered them zero growth potential. It would only waste nearly half a month for no reason. Ha? Only one? Mu Wanqiu, who knew Luo Hua's capabilities, froze upon hearing this. The implication was crystal clear: if they didn't perform well, defeat was the only outcome awaiting them. Unconsciously, Xia Yingyao and the others also showed signs of worry. Only the opposing team was filled with excitement, their cheeks flushed with anticipation. What? Luo Hua said he's only sending out one. This is perfect. We were worried he had other tricks up his sleeve, but now that he dares to summon only one, he's clearly giving us an opening. They exchanged whispers, seemingly already counting Luo Hua out. Even the teachers and students watching the match felt he was overconfident. This Luo Hua is so confident he's bound to screw up soon. If he crashes and burns later, let's see how he covers his tracks. The question is, will he shamelessly summon another or suffer the embarrassment of losing a round? The crowd analyzed the situation, narrowing it down to two possibilities. However, both leaned toward the bloodthirsty werewolf's reaction after losing. Little did they know, the bloodthirsty werewolf was far from what he appeared to be. Moreover, only half of what Luo Hua said was true. He had said he would take them on himself, but he never claimed his strength was weaker than the bloodthirsty werewolf's. Taking down all 5 opponents would be a breeze for him. It could be said that this battle had never been a fair contest from the very start. But this had Pang Xin and the others on edge. Whoosh! Arrows sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward them. Reinforce the earthen wall. With a thunderous shout, Pang Xin slammed his palm onto the ground. In an instant, a solid wall of yellow earth shot up from the ground. The rapidly approaching arrow was instantly halted. A sharp clang echoed as only a fist-sized dent remained. Though they'd known each other for nearly half a month, this was the first time Luo Hua had ever seen Pang Xin use a skill. Ice Blade Chi. At that moment, Xia Yingyao also moved. Her long sword whirled, unleashing a blazing sword beam. Carrying an endless chill, it sliced straight toward the enemy's rear ranks. This was a skill Xia Yingyao had created after seeking guidance from Luo Hua. Though only a lowly D rank, its effectiveness far surpassed ordinary C rank skills, and its energy consumption was significantly lower. Exploding Fireball. The enemy fire mage's reflexes were equally swift. The mage, already poised and ready, countered the icy sword chi the instant it appeared. Leveraging their level advantage, they unleashed a C-rank exploding fireball, a spell commonplace among the masses. Boom! In an instant, ice and fire collided. A thunderous explosion echoed as mist billowed upward. In that instant, the entire arena was shrouded in a haze. The shield warrior was still desperately holding off the bloodthirsty werewolf, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Luo Hua, you've lost. At that very moment, a figure leapt forward, a dagger streaking straight toward Luo Hua's nape. This wasn't an attempt to take Luo Hua's life, but a standard attack, a one-hit kill combined with the stunning effect of a backstab. Under the dual constraints of the arena rules and the communication bracelets, fights generally remained within sparring mode, and unexpected incidents were rarely a concern. Facing the attack, Luo Hua remained unhurried. He knew such an attack posed absolutely no threat to him whatsoever. What he wanted to see more was how his teammates would perform. Just then, a sudden, sharp cry rang out. Star Sequence, Shimu. Jiang Xinyue held her palms out in a virtual embrace, directing them toward the direction the assassin had appeared. In an instant, a strange phenomenon surged forth. Before the assassin stood a phantom seed. Before he could react, the seed coat split open with a crack, and a sliver of tender green emerged. In the blink of an eye, the tender green shot upward, transforming into a vine that coiled toward him, ready to strangle him. No! The assassin's heart lurched with alarm. He immediately tried to flee, but the vine's speed far exceeded his expectations. Before his thoughts could fully form, the vine had already coiled around his thigh. Swish! Swish! As a team seasoned by years of combat, their actions were decisive. The moment the vine seized him, he swung his blade without hesitation, striking at the green tendrils binding his leg. He even resorted to using double strike to sever it, determined not to let himself be trapped and jeopardize the entire team. What a cool-headed approach! Luo Hua couldn't help but silently praise. Learning never ends. Those who reach such heights today must possess admirable qualities. It was just a pity that the opponent's strength was insufficient, a fatal flaw. Whoa! Sensing the assassin had broken free, the bloodthirsty werewolf immediately retreated to defend. As a summoned beast, it understood Luo Hua had no immediate intention to act. Now was its moment to shine. Bloodthirsty werewolf uses pain suppression. With a whoosh, a dark shadow flashed past. Along with the sound, the assassin vanished. When they came back into view, the assassin lay pinned to the ground by the bloodthirsty werewolf, taking relentless claw strikes to his body. For the fragile assassin, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 163, First Victory. In the blink of an eye, a shield erupted from the assassin's body. Immediately after, his entire body was teleported off the stage. Even after materializing in the spectator seats, he remained dazed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Whoa! On the stage, the bloodthirsty werewolf, having lost its target, sniffed the air twice with a sharp snort. His gaze shifted slightly, and his vertical pupils locked onto the assassin outside the arena. The intensely aggressive gaze sent a shiver down his spine, finally reminding him how he'd been sent flying off the stage. Perhaps realizing what was expected of him, the bloodthirsty werewolf instantly withdrew his gaze and fixed it on the others. This is bad. A lord-level opponent is completely beyond our capabilities. The archer gritted his teeth, his face grim as he spoke. In the blink of an eye, one of their own had been sent flying out of the arena. This only exacerbated their already unfavorable situation. Facing the bloodthirsty werewolf's renewed assault, they quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Their defeat came like a mountain collapsing. With almost no effort required, the werewolf completed its one-sided slaughter. Arg! A sudden triple strike shattered the shield warrior's defenses in an instant. Before the priest's healing could catch up, the shield warlock was struck down in one blow, triggering his shield and teleporting him away. Without their front line, the remaining mage, priest, and archer posed no threat. With its superior movement speed, it swiftly dispatched them one by one. From start to finish, Pang Xin and his team barely used more than 2 skills. They truly embodied the phrase, winning effortlessly to the fullest. Stage 79, third match victory goes to Team Luo Hua. The referee's announcement declared Luo Hua's victory. Teams on nearby stages couldn't help but turn their heads in astonishment. From start to finish, the entire battle lasted less than a minute. Was it that their opponents were too weak or that Luo Hua was too strong? Their true strength remained untested. What a thoroughly satisfying battle. Pang Xin wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke slowly. It wasn't from exhaustion, it was the cold sweat from being startled by his own quick thinking just now. Cut it out. You're just slacking off. Xia Yingyao shot him a withering glance, delivering the blow without mercy. She knew herself well enough to recognize who had been putting in the real effort throughout the entire battle. And they? They were firmly in the category of those coasting along. As soon as she turned around, she was so furious she nearly jumped up and down. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Wanqiu had already slipped her arm through Luo Hua's again. Her movements were natural, her eyes narrowed seductively, completely disregarding Luo Hua's feelings. Blas's girls are the worst. Xia Yingyao screamed inwardly, her usual icy composure completely shattered. Fuming, she stormed forward and grabbed Luo Hua's other arm. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, she linked arms with him, even shooting a defiant glare at Mu Wanqiu. Little did she know, the other party wasn't buying it at all, her attention fixed solely on Luo Hua from start to finish. This left Xia Yingyao seething with frustration. It felt like punching cotton, utterly futile. Everything had its proper order, how could Mu Wanqiu be so shameless? They were letting loose, but they hadn't given a thought to anyone else's feelings. A group of seniors, still virgins in their 3rd and 4th years, could only stand there silently, tears welling in their eyes. But a few reacted impulsively, blocking Luo Hua and the others on their way to the stands. Hey, kid! I'd advise you not to be so flighty. Yang Mumu, a senior. He stood right in front of Luo Hua, flipping his side-swept bangs and striking what he thought was a cool pose. His words only added to Luo Hua's growing frustration. The situation was already awkward enough without someone stirring things up. But just because he didn't know how to speak up didn't mean Xia Yingyao and the others would stay silent. Mind your own business. Single people have so much to worry about. Exactly. Who do you think you are, old man? We're having fun, what business is it of yours? Their words pierced Yang Mumu like a sharp blade. His tender heart suffered blow after blow. Single dog. Old man. Yang Mumu's lips trembled, his eyes vacant. The words echoed relentlessly in his mind, each repetition delivering another crushing blow to his heart. He wasn't old, just a bit scruffy. Or, as he put it, melancholic. Seeing his eyes lose focus, Luo Hua felt deep sympathy. At that moment, he too was troubled, frozen in place. Who knew if Xia Yingyao and the others were telling the truth? What if they were just playing a joke on him? That would be a real mess. Luo Hua silently mourned for Yang Mumu, then let Xia Yingyao and the others pull him away. Only the dazed figure remained, standing like a wooden stump. Only after Luo Hua and the others had completely passed by and settled into their seats did he finally snap back to reality. His thin eyebrows shot upward as he pointed angrily. Luo Hua! I challenge you! Yang Mumu shouted fiercely, his finger trembling with rage. Soon, he realized he was standing alone. Only passing classmates stared at him with pitying looks, which nearly made his lungs explode with rage. This spectacle amused Luo Hua and his friends watching from the back bleachers. That guy's such a fool. Yeah, right. And he actually dared to challenge my Luo Hua. What do you mean, my Luo Hua? Mu Wanqiu, don't be shameless. The two were ready to come to blows at the drop of a hat. The reason? Mu Wanqiu's boundary-less remark instantly set Xia Yingyao off. This left the classmates nearby green with envy, their mouths tasting bitter and sour. When would such good fortune ever come their way? Or could someone kindly tell them what brand of pillow to buy to dream such dreams? On the stage, teams vied for glory. A dazzling array of magical skills erupted in a riot of color. Warriors and assassins charged headlong, carving out the battlefield, while others engaged in brutal, bone-crunching duels. Flashes of light danced through the air, healing spells cast by priests, some accompanied by shimmering buff auras. Scene after scene unfolded, offering the crowd a visual feast. Of course, some were purely here for the laughs. They barely dealt any damage, but nearly sent their teammates packing. Roars, battle cries, and commands mingled with the occasional exasperated shouts. The arena was filled with a roar of voices, yet it couldn't dampen the participants' enthusiasm. The battles raged fiercely, with occasional casualties from unexpected injuries when protective measures failed to activate. Fortunately, injuries sustained on the stage during the campus tournament were covered by free medical treatment, sparing them a significant financial burden. Before long, the first round of battles concluded. Among the combatants, emotions ran high, a mix of joy and disappointment. Those who narrowly secured 1 point beamed with satisfaction. Those who suffered defeat in their first match wore long faces. Regardless of their mood, all eyes were fixed on the large screen. Above, the names scrolled, matching them with opponents for the next round, page after page. Until Luo Hua appeared, causing an uproar throughout the venue. Luo Hua studied his opponent's profile picture, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The opponent looked familiar, yet she couldn't place where she'd seen them before. Yang Mumu. Chapter 164, Pang Xian's Ace in the Hole, the Diamond Phantom. Match 2 on stage 35 is about to begin. All contestants, please enter the arena promptly. As the announcement faded, Luo Hua and the others leapt onto the stage one after another. Suddenly, that scruffy guy with the side-swept bangs caught everyone's attention. Oh. So it's that uncle. No wonder he looked familiar. Yeah, that photo must have been taken when he was younger. Xia Yingyao and her companion remarked, their words dripping with sarcasm. They were completely oblivious to the fact that the man's face had turned as dark as charcoal. After all, it was this very image that had charmed countless young beauties. Yet today, he was repeatedly called uncle. Enemies meeting only intensified their mutual hatred. Of course, whether his resentment was directed at Mu Wanqiu and her friends or Luo Hua remained unclear. Senior Mu, keep your voice down. The guy across from us seems to be fuming. Pang Xian, seeing the situation, hurriedly whispered. He felt it unnecessary to cause Luo Hua more trouble, offering a well-meaning warning. Little did he expect the other party had exceptionally keen hearing. Almost instantly, a look of fury flashed across her face, her cheeks flushing crimson all the way to her ears. Not from embarrassment, but pure fury. You fat bastard. Just you wait. Yang Mumu roared, glaring fiercely at Pang Xian. He was poised to strike the moment the referee's whistle blew. His teammates nearby were also on high alert, ready to provide cover at a moment's notice. To them, it didn't matter who they fought. Since Luo Hua couldn't be taken down easily, they'd first clip his wings and isolate him. Then, when he was fighting alone, how could they possibly fail to take him down? But their plan was ultimately a bit too idealistic. From start to finish, Luo Hua hadn't given them a second thought. Though they were all seniors, averaging around level 42, their skill was essentially on par with the Wolf Demon Cavern. If there were a few special classes among them, it might be a different story. But with every one of them being mediocre in talent, there really wasn't much to worry about. In contrast, he gained a fresh perspective on Pang Xian's sharp tongue. Without resorting to profanity, his mastery of sarcastic undertones was undeniably skillful. Whether it was intentional or not, though, remained unclear. In any case, judging by how visibly shaken he was by Yang Mumu's roar, it certainly didn't seem like an act. He probably hadn't anticipated the other party would redirect their hatred toward him. This is weird. Pang Xian scratched his head, utterly baffled. Just then, the referee's voice cut through the air. Battle! Begin! Boom! As the command fell, an explosive roar erupted from across the field. Yang Mumu's feet kicked up smoke as he launched forward in a burst of speed. The distance of over 10 meters was covered in an instant. Before Pang Xian could react, a spear thrust forward, its impact preceding its arrival. Piercing cloud thrust. A furious shout followed, accompanied by Yang Mumu's ferocious expression. Pang Xian, who had remained on the sidelines throughout, had never witnessed such overwhelming force. He never imagined he would be the primary target. A level 43 versus a level 30, it was essentially a crushing defeat with no suspense. Caught off guard, he could barely react. With hands pressed together, Pang Xian suddenly roared. Ha! The thunderous roar reverberated through the arena. Many combatants in the arena turned their heads at the sound. Suddenly, a colossal statue materialized on platform 35. Formless yet tangible, it existed purely as an ethereal presence, a bald giant clutching his belly in laughter. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Gui Juinjia's spectral form. The difference was that the 8-armed golden warrior radiated authority, its eyes wide with fury. The one behind Pang Xian, however, was laughing heartily, radiating warmth and friendliness. No golden light surrounded it, only the earthy brown of earth elemental energy. Luo Hua observed this, his expression tinged with surprise. He raised an eyebrow slightly, immediately holding back the action he had been about to take. He too wished to witness the true power of this talent Pang Xian had kept hidden all along. Just then, the smiling Vajra gently struck out with a palm. The motion was neither swift nor slow, giving the impression it could be dodged at any moment. Yet Yang Mumu, caught in the center, felt a surge of dread. He could distinctly sense that no matter what he did, he couldn't break free from the attack. Though the strike's range seemed limited, any attempt to dodge sideways made his movements abnormally sluggish. Seeing no way to evade, he gritted his teeth and thrust his spear directly at the opponent's massive hand. Boom! The collision instantly unleashed a violent whirlwind. At the eye of the storm, energy raged. Both Pang Xian and Yang Mumu gritted their teeth, struggling to hold their ground. The fierce wind whipped their clothes, making them flap loudly, and it was difficult to keep their eyes open. Only Luo Hua's eyes glowed blue as he stared silently at the storm's center. Boom! Another deafening explosion sent two figures flying backward. Young Mumu's teammates reacted with lightning speed. The moment he was hurled away, before he even hit the ground, they caught him. Pang Xin, however, crashed with a thud onto the floor below the stage. His sheer weight shattered the wooden floorboards. It wasn't that Luo Hua didn't catch him, it was simply unnecessary. By now, Pang Xin had completely exhausted all his strength. All he needed was a good rest. As for that height? It was utterly impossible to kill him by dropping him from there. Given that, Luo Hua saw no point in wasting his energy. Ha 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 ha. One down. Young Mumu pushed his teammate's hand away and staggered to his feet. He laughed heartily, as if he had just defeated not a level 30 sophomore junior but a worthy opponent. From the stands, the gathered faculty and students watched his performance, their expressions turning peculiar. Admittedly, Pang Xion's displayed strength far exceeded his actual level. But let's not forget he was also the lowest level member of the Luo Hua team. Hold your celebrations, I still have teammates. Luo Hua scratched his nose, gesturing toward Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao. Since victory was inevitable anyway, why not let the opponents send both of them out? That would spare him their constant annoyance. Damn it! How dare he look down on us? Hearing Luo Hua's words, young Mumu's heart burned with anger. The words stung no matter how he heard them. He strongly suspected Luo Hua was mocking him, yet he had no proof. His weapon whirled through the air, tracing a flourish. Abandoning Mu Wanqiu and the others entirely, he charged straight at Luo Hua. Shatter heart thrust. The cry echoed as the spear seemed to split into a dozen phantom images. Its razor-sharp edge pierced forward, threatening to tear through space itself. Any ordinary awakened would have lost their nerve the instant they saw this attack. But Luo Hua was different. Having endured an entire year like this, what scene hadn't he witnessed? Ha 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 ha. Luo Hua, you wouldn't be scared, would you? Where's your summoned creature? Yang Mumu roared with maniacal laughter, closing the 10-step distance in an instant. Even before his attack landed, he acted as if he had already seized control over Luo Hua, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Perhaps in his eyes, Luo Hua's failure to summon the bloodthirsty werewolf was proof that he had been intimidated. Ha! Luo Hua shook his head with a smile, then extended one hand forward. Amidst the puzzled stares of the crowd, his lips parted slightly. I don't need it to deal with you just yet. Chapter 165, Securing the Group Stage, Preparing for the Solo Division. As soon as Luo Hua spoke, a massive sand-colored hand surged forth. Though it didn't quite block out the sky, it still covered most of the arena. No! Yang Mumu cried out in alarm, trying to withdraw his spear, but it was already too late. The wax-yellow spear thrust straight toward Luo Hua's sand grip. Thud! The spear tip effortlessly pierced through the surface sand. Then, the entire man sank into the sand along with the spear. He tried to pull back, but it was like trying to pull a mud cow out of the sea. There was simply no way to retreat. The others watched in shock. The archer swiftly flung a rope, snapping it precisely around Yang Mumu's waist. He pulled with all his might, trying to yank him out. Soon, he discovered a terrifying truth. Despite the immense force applied, young Mumu didn't budge an inch. Not only did he fail to pull young Mumu out, but the rope only sank deeper into the ground. Branches and leaves. Seeing this, the wood mage in the squad felt a sinking sensation in his heart. With a low shout, countless seeds took root and sprouted, breaking through the soil. They aimed to immobilize the shifting sands through this method. Yet, they had overlooked one crucial detail. Luo Hua's dust grip had never been described as a binding skill that was merely one of its inherent minor effects. Its true effect was to deliver massive damage with overwhelming grip strength. Just as they pondered how to rescue Yan Mumu, Luo Hua's attack arrived. Boom! With a tight grip, he snatched them like weeds by the field's edge. He yanked upward violently, gripping several figures tightly. No! I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. What the hell kind of monster is this? Damn it, give us some air. Trapped within its palm, they struggled frantically. Screams of pain erupted as they made their final desperate pleas for help. But unfortunately, it was competition time. Protective gear was in place, and the referees weren't concerned about their safety. Yan Mumu, the only one separated from them, was the first to sink into the yellow sand. In other words, no one was coming to rescue them. Whoosh! 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 Flashes of light pierced through the cracks in the sand's grip. In the blink of an eye, under Luo Hua's assault, the area was completely empty. Outside the arena, young Mumu and the other four gasped for breath. Though they knew the arena rules prevented death, the sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death still left them trembling with fear. Damn it, if anyone tells me Luo Hua is just a sophomore again, I'll lose it. Exactly. He's supposed to be a summoner, yet he one-shot us with a single skill? How does that make sense? You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Some guy even told me that kid was a warrior. The spectator stands erupted into near chaos. The most heated debate centered on Luo Hua's class. What class could possibly wield summoner, warrior, and mage skills all at once? Just as they suspected, Luo Hua didn't actually belong to 3 classes. The summoning skills were innate to the Shadow Lord class. The warrior and mage skills, however, were entirely due to the mage warrior class. Could he possibly be classless? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Without a class, you can't change professions. Those who haven't undergone their first class change are capped at level 40. You're right. Though they couldn't see Luo Hua's level, some teachers had already shared his stats, so they weren't completely clueless. As for who? Who else could it be but Jiang Fengming, standing at the highest point of the spectator stands, grinning triumphantly? Of course, with his mere 45 level advantage, he couldn't possibly see through Luo Hua. But what could he do? He knew a lot of talented people. Your nephew seems to be dead. Aren't you going to check on him? Hui Juanjia remarked beside him, his words dripping with sarcasm. Yet paired with his expressionless face, it didn't seem like an act. Hearing this, Jiang Fengming merely rolled her eyes indifferently. He watched as Hui Juanjia raised an eyebrow slightly and retorted. He's your student, after all. Why aren't you concerned, yet you ask me? Hui Juanjia's face remained utterly unreadable. He shot Jiang Fengming a sidelong glance before parting his thick lips. He won't die. And I've already said it, he's not suited for the 8-armed Vajrapath. His tone was flat, as if stating a simple fact. As if Pang Xian's dazzling display moments ago had never caught his eye at all. I've taught him everything I needed to. My elder brother told me long ago, learning the form is inferior to grasping the spirit. Wu Juanjia's words were sharp yet unerringly precise. Jiang Fengming, untrained in such matters, naturally had no idea what he meant and could only pat his belly in confusion. The two watched silently, their eyes fixed on the battle below. Before long, the second round of battles concluded. Luo Hua and his group began the third round as planned. Once again, it was a one-sided slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Watching the spectacle, Jiang Fengming began to feel drowsy, yet Hui Juanjia remained as alert as ever. His arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Hua. His bronze-colored skin shimmered faintly, even in the dimly lit area where sunlight barely reached. His technique is weak, mostly self-taught, but his lethality is undeniable. That's likely because he's been soloing dungeons for years, honing his skills through relentless practice. Hui Juanjia nodded, showing genuine appreciation for Luo Hua. His shortcomings, however, were equally glaring. I really don't know what's up with that 6th brother. His words sounded like reproach, yet also like he was already used to it. Jiang Fengming listened, feeling utterly baffled once more. He understood the earlier part, but whenever it came to anyone connected to Luo Qingfeng, he was completely lost. So far, he'd only learned about Hui Juanjia and Principal Baiyu. As for the rest, he hadn't learned a single thing about them. Still, he didn't let it get him down. After all, even if he knew these things, it wouldn't bring him any advantage. The only certainty was that the core team Luo Qingfeng had left behind was far more formidable than anyone could have imagined. What else could he do but envy? Ah, yes. He could pin his hopes on his nephew, Chenglong. If Pang Xian could keep pace with Luo Hua, perhaps he might become Hui Juanjia's true successor. Who knows? Before he knew it, the third round of battles had concluded, and the list of the top 128 contenders had been revealed. As for Pang Xian, whom Jiang Fengming had pinned his hopes on, was scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. Hee brother Hua, now that the top 128 are out, the solo group auditions are tomorrow and the day after. He said, flipping through his notes to confirm he hadn't misremembered. The solo division was where individual prowess truly shone. For the powerful awakened individuals of Luo Hua, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to showcase their abilities. Word is, the academy must have lost its mind this year. They've actually increased the prize for first place. Pang Xian said, a look of envy flashing in his eyes. The solo division was a clash of masters. Slackers like him could only watch helplessly. Who knows where the ultimate prize will end up? Chapter 166, A Brotherly Discussion. The next day, at the arena. The vast arena was thick with tension. The conflicts in the singles group preliminaries were far more intense than in the group stage. Everyone was settling old scores and venting grievances. Whether it stemmed from past grievances or grudges forged during yesterday's group matches, today was the day for payback. Of course, that was assuming they could draw their rivals. With so many competitors, it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Holy crap! This atmosphere feels off. Pang Xian shouted, scanning the area frantically. The entire arena felt like a powder keg ready to explode. It felt less like a gathering of affectionate classmates and more like a meeting of bitter enemies. Yeah, you're right. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. As a transfer student entering his sophomore year, he had little understanding of past campus tournaments. But his first impression upon seeing it was like mercenary guilds scrambling to claim ownership of a dungeon before a raid. The difference was that here, with teachers keeping watch, no one dared to resort to violence. Outside, though, things were far more straightforward. Their motto was simple, do whatever they pleased. Excuse me, you're trying to take my stuff? Well then, I'll just have to slaughter your entire family. Luo Hua had no idea what kind of lives these people would lead once they stepped outside. If they only bared their fangs within the confines of their cage, they would ultimately be utterly useless. The outside world wasn't like these domesticated cats. Luo Hua, you must be careful. Mu Wanqiu whispered softly, a hint of worry visible beneath her gold-rimmed glasses. It wasn't that she doubted Luo Hua's abilities, but in this situation, having a backup plan was the safest approach. After all, the arena rules weren't foolproof. Some might resort to dirty tricks. At a time like this, even the slightest oversight could lead to lifelong regret. Right. You really should be careful. Xia Yingyao nodded firmly, her eyes brimming with concern. Unlike Mu Wanqiu, she felt completely at ease letting Luo Hua proceed directly. While both of you make valid points, but... Luo Hua rolled her eyes as she spoke. Her gaze drifted downward to her hands, one on each side, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Could you please let go of my hands? This is really exhausting. No way. No way. The words had barely left her mouth when two immediate, firm refusals echoed back. Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu glared at each other, neither willing to yield an inch. Once close friends, neither was willing to yield on this matter. Then, perhaps realizing her approach was indeed a bit inappropriate, Xia Yingyao pursed her lips, then chose to speak first. You let Mu Wanqiu let go first, and I'll let go. Compared to Mu Wanqiu, who was completely love-struck, she was the more rational one. But she refused to let the other gain the upper hand, so her instinctive avoidance led her to make this move that felt somewhat shameful. Unexpectedly, Mu Wanqiu hadn't noticed a thing. She stuck out her little tongue at Xia Yingyao across the distance, her eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. Nodding her head triumphantly, she declared with the air of a victor. No way. I won't. This response made Xia Yingyao, who had been on the verge of backing down, laugh in exasperation. Without further hesitation, she tightened her embrace. She even shot Mu Wanqiu a slightly defiant glare, her eyes brimming with refusal. You too. I'm seriously speechless. Luo Hua felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He wanted to cover his forehead with his hands, but realized he couldn't spare either one. Many habitual gestures had been severely curtailed since meeting these two. Things like touching his chin, scratching his head, or supporting his forehead, he'd given them all up. It wasn't self-discipline, it was forced restraint. Why drag me into your beef? I'm just innocent. Mind your own business. Exactly. None of your business. Luo Hua's words immediately drew intense displeasure from both of them. Somehow, they found common ground on this point and fired back in unison. Fine. Hearing their responses, Luo Hua could only shrug helplessly. Since they didn't want to listen, he couldn't be bothered to say more. Just then, the referee's voice finally rang out. Round 5 of match 134 is about to begin. Contestants, please enter the arena promptly. As the announcement fell, Luo Hua's gaze lifted slightly. After waiting so long, this announcement had finally come. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched his hand free as the two stood frozen in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed straight for the ring. His actions left the crowd both amused and exasperated. Even someone as formidable as Luo Hua had his fears. Pang Xian silently wiped away a bead of sweat, relieved that Brother Hua had finally escaped this battlefield, at least for now. Now, all that was left was to set off fireworks in celebration. But what made them weep was this: why did such good fortune never come their way? Truly, the dry get drier, the flooded get flooded. They could only watch with envy, never destined to partake in the joy. You're Luo Hua? As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he realized his opponent had already been there for some time. It wasn't that they were faster than Luo Hua, they'd been waiting there for over 10 seconds. However, Luo Hua had been held down by the two women and couldn't break free immediately. Only after the referee's gavel fell did they release their restraining arms, granting Luo Hua a chance to flee. He's my brother. Yes. Now freed, Luo Hua cared little for the opponent's attitude. Instead, he was consumed solely by a desperate longing for freedom. He couldn't bear to stay down there another moment. That feeling was truly unbearable for any human. Of course, if others knew his thoughts, they might just beat him to death. Don't try to cozy up to me. I just want to see what the legendary Luo Hua is really made of. The buzzcut man snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt for Luo Hua. He was a senior student, yet people kept saying he wasn't as good as Luo Hua. And now, in the very first match of the day, he had to face him. He was eager to see just how good this legendary figure truly was. Empty fame. Nothing but empty fame. Luo Hua nodded humbly in response, then glanced around the area. He glanced back toward Mu Wanqiu and the others, deliberately lowering his voice. Bro. Let's make a deal. We'll make this match last longer. I promise. I won't use any minor skills. Luo Hua spoke in a conciliatory tone. When he met the urgent gazes of the two women, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body. All he could think about now was how to prolong their time on the stage. He wanted to avoid stepping off the platform too soon, if at all possible. Unfortunately, what he thought was a reasonable request sounded entirely different to others. Instead, it sounded like a provocation. The senior student across from him twitched his eyelids, teetering on the brink of rage. His eyes locked onto Luo Hua, the lines around his mouth twitching as he clearly struggled to suppress his rage. He was waiting for the referee's signal to unleash his most ferocious attack. Match. Begin. Luo Hua, who thought they'd settle things amicably, hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before the referee's command rang out. Before he could react, his opponent was already fully armed. Cloaked in mage gear, staff raised high. Die, Luo Hua. Chapter 167, The Sorrow of Victory. A thunderous shout erupted from across the arena. Luo Hua looked up toward the sky in confusion. Above the arena, fiery clouds swirled. Crimson clouds brewed, threatening to collapse at any moment. Fiery Star Nebula. The senior bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. That fury seemed almost tangible, as if his sole purpose was to crush Luo Hua beneath his attack. He was supremely confident this was his trump card. Though not his own creation, the Blazing Star Nebula was a genuine B+ grade skill. In fact, during team battles, it could hold its own against most A grade skills. Unfortunately, using it on a single target felt like a waste, as its stamina drain was absolutely enormous. Moreover, it would severely handicap him in subsequent battles. Damn it! Didn't we agree to take it slow? Seeing the enemy's formation, Luo Hua's mouth dropped open in shock. Hadn't they just agreed on a plan? What's the meaning of unleashing a big move right off the bat? Even rivals with deep-seated grudges on the neighboring stage wouldn't start with a big move like this. It's too easy for the opponent to dodge. In most cases, they'd wait until both sides were exhausted before resorting to their final moves. He doubted anyone would be foolish enough to do this. Just throwing out one skill and leaving success to chance? If it gets dodged, they just give up. So it really comes down to one skill deciding the outcome? Ah, forget it. Luo Hua sighed helplessly. He was completely unaware that it was his own words moments ago that had triggered this turn of events. The reason the opponent unleashed their ultimate move right off the bat was purely because they'd lost their cool. Fortunately, Luo Hua had no intention of breaking martial ethics this time. Since the opponent wanted to settle the match with a big move, he wasn't about to disappoint them. Otherwise, if he dodged with soul-snatching slash, someone would be losing sleep tonight. Fire type? Then I'll counter with ice. Luo Hua shook his head, raising one hand high. Unlike his previous attacks, this one wasn't aimed at his opponent but shot straight into the clouds above. Above the fiery nebula, flames seemed to churn endlessly, flickering with a dark crimson glow. Like a ferocious beast, it seemed poised to pounce toward Luo Hua. Within the nebula, a massive fireball coalesced. In an instant, it broke free from the nebula's layers of confinement and crashed straight downwards. Judging by its size, the fireball's radius easily exceeded 3 meters. Its speed was blindingly fast, leaving little room for reaction. Of course, this was relative to awakened ones without displacement skills. Facing Luo Hua, however, even setting aside his escape methods, his reaction speed alone was sufficient to evade it within that time frame. However, Luo Hua chose not to do so. The instant his arm shot up, a chill seemed to sweep across the stage. Not only did the senior student shudder involuntarily, but even the referee felt a chill run through his body. What the hell? Teachers who served as referees at Yenzhou University, an institution filled with prodigies, naturally possessed formidable strength. At the very least, they were all around level 50 or higher. Yet even so, they still felt a chill in the face of Luo Hua's icy wind. The next moment, tiny ice crystals swept through the air. The fiery nebula suspended midair seemed to encounter something terrifying, showing signs of collapse. Fortunately, the attack had already been fully formed. The nebula's damage did not affect the fireball. Beneath the frigid wind, a dense layer of water vapor condensed between the nebulae. The massive fireball pierced through it, hurtling swiftly toward Luo Hua. In the split second before it struck, countless ice spikes materialized one after another. Unlike the previous massive icicles, these smaller ones only appeared diminutive at first glance. Upon closer inspection, however, they were far more numerous. They were not hollow and insubstantial like before. Under Luo Hua's command, they darted toward the fireball like tiny birds forged from ice. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed. Where ice met fire, dazzling sparks ignited. The entire arena was shrouded in mist. Fortunately, neither the combatants nor the referee were low-level awakened. This light mist was insufficient to severely impair their vision. Without activating the Sovereign's Eye ability, Luo Hua could still vaguely make out his opponent's silhouette. Yet he did not rush to attack. He had no desire to send his opponent down so quickly, only to return to that place plagued by some unknown curse. What? How could you possibly be unharmed? At that moment, the senior's startled exclamation echoed from across the battlefield. Clearly, he never imagined. His prideful strike had failed to inflict any real damage on Luo Hua. On the contrary, judging by his demeanor, he clearly still had plenty of reserves left. The senior was utterly perplexed. What baffled him even more was that Luo Hua hadn't seized the moment to deliver a follow-up strike. This was clearly his most vulnerable moment. A single lunge would have been enough to kick him off the field. Yet Luo Hua, still holding back, seemed to disdain such an act. Luo Hua, I underestimated you. And not just your strength. The senior sighed deeply, feeling a twinge of shame for his earlier actions. He had come here intending to settle the score with Luo Hua, to avenge his humiliation. Yet Luo Hua's demeanor made it clear he'd been misunderstood. Alongside his shame, he felt even more self-reproach. Referee. I concede. The sudden declaration startled Luo Hua, who had been waiting for his opponent to recover. Wait, dude. I was waiting for you to recover so we could keep fighting. How could you just concede like that? Luo Hua extended both hands, utterly bewildered. He hadn't even been pressuring the other guy. Why would he just quit out of nowhere? But to the other person, this gesture appeared as if he were trying to hold him back. Luo Hua. I've been judging you by my own petty standards. The senior made a stopping gesture, signaling Luo Hua not to try to keep him. Without needing any prompting, he leapt straight off the stage. A single charged attack, failing to gauge the depth of Luo Hua's strength, had already proven his defeat. Luo Hua's refusal to press his advantage made his defeat all the more willingly accepted. His entire exit flowed like water, showing not a shred of reluctance to leave the stage. It seemed as though losing this match wasn't a disgrace at all, but rather an honor beyond compare. What the hell just happened? Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly, his hand instinctively reaching up to scratch his head. But upon realizing his hands were no longer bound, he reluctantly lowered them. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he turned to step off the stage, he noticed Xia Yingyao and the others had been waiting below for quite some time. Ugh. I guess I'll just cry. Luo Hua's lips twitched slightly, unable to describe his current state of mind. Chapter 168, Kai Jixian. The arena buzzed with the roar of the crowd. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The 2-day solo group preliminary rounds finally drew to a close today. During this period, strange events unfolded one after another. Originally, Luo Hua had planned to use every moment on the stage to wear down his opponents, dragging things out as much as possible. According to his plan, there should have been no unexpected complications whatsoever. But after the first match, his opponents seemed possessed by some strange force. The solo group rules stipulated that each participant must fight 10 times. Afterward, the top 128 participants would advance to the next round based on their win points. But strangely, after the first match, it seemed as if everyone suddenly knew his true strength. The seniors who had been the loudest in their boasts all chose to surrender decisively when they faced him. Cowering before the fight, no matter which university it happened, it would be the talk of the campus for ages. Yet they surrendered with astonishing speed, as if utterly unconcerned. They didn't even give Luo Hua a chance to act, though he hadn't planned to fight anyway. Even stranger, their surrender didn't provoke any jeers from the crowd. Instead, it seemed as though everyone thought they had done exactly the right thing. This is weird. Luo Hua tried to scratch his head, only to find both hands immobilized. Beside him, Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu glared at each other, completely ignoring him. Great. So he'd become part of these two women's little game? Exhausted. Just ended already. Tomorrow's another group stage match. Any thoughts you'd like to share, Brother Hua? Pang Xian chimed in from the sidelines, relishing the drama. At first, he might have felt a bit awkward, who enjoys being the third wheel all the time? But now, he'd grown completely accustomed to it. As long as he ignored Xia Yingyao and the others and focused solely on talking with Luo Hua, everything felt natural. The most crucial part? Tagging along with Brother Hua meant real food. For him, that was an absolute temptation. He hadn't known before, but he'd always heard Jiang Fengming say that Luo Hua was incredibly skilled and powerful. But he'd never heard that he was also so rich. This little sidekick was living the high life. Pang Xian completely ignored the stares from passers-by. They just didn't understand. If they knew the perks, they'd probably be fighting over the chance to be in his shoes. Thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? Luo Hua tried to spread his hands in a shrug, but it turned into a helpless shrug instead. Pang Xian wanted to laugh but dared not. He knew exactly what Pang Xian was thinking, and rolled his eyes in response. Fine, laugh if you want. I really don't have any thoughts anyway. 2 days, 10 battles, I only fought in 1. You want me to share my thoughts? Thoughts my ass. Luo Hua felt frustrated too. He couldn't muster a shred of joy over others surrendering. Right now, his only thought was how to shake off the two women in front of him. Seriously, how are you two ever going to find boyfriends if you keep this up? Luo Hua looked at them, posing what he considered a soul-searching question. But the next second, he was disappointed again. Find what? If we can't find one, we'll just find you. Oomph. Trying to get away with it after getting what you want? To Luo Hua, their words sounded like nothing more than dismissive platitudes. He could only roll his eyes helplessly, pretending not to hear a word. Brother Hua. You really don't know how good you have it. Bull. Want some? Pang Xin said earnestly, but his words were met with Luo Hua's sharp retort. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. He didn't buy their nonsense. Two women competing over one man? It sounded implausible to him. He'd rather believe he'd become a pawn in their game than accept that. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Jiang Xinyue caught Luo Hua's gaze and immediately made a zipping mouth gesture. It was as if she were guarding a secret, though everyone knew there was no secret to guard. Because everything was perfectly normal, including the truth in Xia Yingyao's words. It was just that some things seemed so absurd they lost their authenticity, making them appear fake. So unreal that Luo Hua would rather believe they were lying. Forget it. Not a single one of them is reliable. Luo Hua rolled her eyes and ignored them completely. The moon rose in the east and set in the west. Before she knew it, another night had passed. Luo Hua, sporting two dark circles under her eyes, led the team into the arena. She thought it was bad enough that the two of them were just standing there with their arms crossed. In the dead of night, Mu Wanqiu came knocking again, claiming she was too scared to sleep. Luo Hua had intended to send her away, but for some reason, Xia Yingyao had fallen victim to the same spell. If not for Jiang Xinyue stepping in later to drag both of them away, Luo Hua couldn't bear to imagine what the entire night would have been like. Ugh! Luo Hua sucked in a sharp breath, unable even to rub her forehead. With two pendants hanging from his wrist, his movements were restricted. Just as he was fretting, a halo suddenly descended upon him. A mental aura. Restoring your mental state. He. Mu Wanqiu lifted her little face, speaking with evident pride. Of course, if she'd let go, Luo Hua would have been even happier. Thanks a lot. Luo Hua felt utterly drained. Did these two have no other tricks up their sleeves? Holding hands all day long wasn't exactly a viable solution. No way. We absolutely must find time to talk properly today. Luo Hua silently resolved within himself. If things kept going like this, he'd be the first to crack. Lately, he felt like he was trapped in a 19-year-old body with the soul of a man in his 40s. Hey! Isn't this Luo Hua? Just as he was lost in his worries, a strangely affected voice suddenly rang out beside him. Luo Hua turned his head to see a man with effeminate features approaching him, fingers curled like a delicate orchid. Every movement radiated an effeminate air. Luo Hua frowned slightly, then searched his memory for a moment. He was sure he had no recollection of this person. Why was the other acting so familiar right off the bat? Behind him followed another man. His hair hung wildly about his face, and through the strands, a pair of bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Luo Hua. This is strange. Luo Hua's frown deepened. He genuinely had no recollection of either of them. With such distinctive features, there was no reason he shouldn't remember them. My name is Kai Zhixian. Surely you've heard of a certain name. The effeminate man covered his mouth and chuckled softly, displaying not a shred of masculine demeanor. The gesture was utterly natural, yet distinctly affected, clearly not something picked up overnight. Kai Zhixian? I see. Luo Hua raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the situation. During his previous visit to the Xia family, he had taken a life, that of Kai Jisheng. Hearing the two names and noticing their somewhat similar appearances, Luo Hua instantly understood. So, are you here to seek revenge? Chapter 169, The Game of Revenge. Revenge? Hearing Luo Hua's words, Kai Jisheng suddenly burst out laughing. His expression was as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. He chuckled like a hen clucking. Luo Hua frowned deeply but restrained himself from striking out in the arena, where all eyes were upon them. I think you've misunderstood. That bully Kai Jisheng, who only dares to act tough when backed by others, isn't even worth my time. Kai Jishian's words were blunt, showing no trace of sympathy for the death of a fellow clan member. On the contrary, his tone seemed to radiate disgust toward Kai Jisheng. Whether it stemmed from past oppression or unfair treatment within the clan, his hatred for Kai Jisheng was nearly palpable. Seeing this, Luo Hua and his four companions silently distanced themselves, unwilling to get too close to such a man. Only the figure behind him never once averted his gaze from Luo Hua. That inexplicable hatred left Luo Hua utterly bewildered. He couldn't recall ever crossing such a person. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the feeling of not understanding the cause and effect left him rather unsettled. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way, Luo Hua said slowly. He had no desire whatsoever to engage with such people. Moreover, his gut instinct told him these two were definitely not good people. Perhaps this was what reputation meant. In any case, from what he'd heard through word of mouth among his classmates, the Kai family's reputation at Yenzhou University had never been particularly good. Hold on. Kai Jishian suddenly called out just as Luo Hua turned his head. Under Luo Hua's puzzled gaze, he spoke in a low, husky voice. His thin lips parted slightly, a smile he considered charming curving his mouth. Holding his hand palm down, his fingers gently traced his cheek as he spoke slowly. Are you looking for a boyfriend? Hearing this, Luo Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyelids twitching violently. Her lips twitched slightly as she growled in a low voice. You'd better hope I don't run into you in the ring. Luo Hua enunciated each word deliberately, his voice almost gritted through clenched teeth. Vaguely, one could see the veins on his forehead gradually bulging. Hardened. His fists were hard. Others might not notice, but Xia Yingyao felt it most keenly. In the past, Luo Hua had always given her a gentle, reserved impression. But today, Kai Jixian was clearly provoking his orientation, something no normal man could tolerate. And he'd done it right in front of both Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu, uttering such words. The provocative intent was unmistakable. The girls might not grasp it, but Pang Xian felt it acutely, seething with indignation. Oh, come on. If you don't need it, you don't need it. Why get so mad at me? Kai Jixian pouted, adopting a look of profound grievance. The look in Luo Hua's eyes turned murderous. It wasn't about being rational or not sometimes, one reason is enough to punch someone. High up in the stands. Two figures stood side by side, one stocky, one rotund. Hey! That guy actually dared to provoke Luo Hua. I bet it was Kai Jingyuan's idea. Jiang Fengming clapped his hands, looking as if he had seen through everything. Clearly, he'd long suspected Kai Jixian's motives. Let them fight. The only response came from Gui Juinjia's cold voice. No further words seemed necessary. Your word is enough. Let them fight. Jiang Fengming patted his belly, his face beaming with satisfaction. He too wanted to see what form the so-called revenge, meticulously plotted by the Kai family, would take. He had no interest in meddling in other families' factional disputes. But daring to provoke Luo Hua in this manner? This Kai Jixian fellow was in for a world of trouble. Watching the figures in the arena, a meaningful smile played across Jiang Fengming's lips. Oh? Wait. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in surprise. After observing intently for a moment, he seemed to confirm something. That's from the Lu family? Besides Lu Qingping, who broke away from the Lu family, someone actually dared to smuggle a Lu family member out? Jiang Fengming rubbed his stomach twice, a thoughtful look in his eyes. However, the displeasure on his face was impossible to conceal. After all, this was a major disturbance involving the demon clan. No one could remain uninvolved. Let's watch for now. Just then, Gui Juinjia, who had remained silent, spoke up. Hearing this, Jiang Fengming could only nod in agreement. Yeah, let's just watch for now. After all, his power was too weak to intervene in a battle between students. Since Gui Juinjia, a second-stage awakener, had spoken, compliance was the only option. On the field, Luo Hua and Kai Jixian stood facing each other. For the first time, Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu felt a sense of helplessness. It was that feeling of watching enemies face off, yet as bystanders, they felt forced into the fray. On the large screen. 128 teams, 64 screen sections, scrolling simultaneously. Those who sensed something amiss with Luo Hua's group now stared intently at the screens. The usual championship favorites? They weren't paying them any mind. There they are. There they are. Luo Hua is on the defending side. Kai Jixian's team hasn't appeared yet, which means they're on the challenger side. This might be tricky after all, there are 64 teams on the challenger side too. Whispers rippled through the spectator stands and preparation areas. The commotion surrounding Luo Hua and Kai Jixian had now drawn a flood of attention. Teams that had once been rivals now had no interest in watching them. After all, the team's strengths were largely comparable. They had a good grasp of each other's capabilities, and upsets were rare. But Luo Hua's team was different. Though they brought along 4 deadweights, their true strength remained an enigma. Meanwhile, Kai Jisheng watched with growing irritation. They too were eager to see, would Luo Hua pull off an underdog upset, thrashing the senior? Or would Kai Jixian dominate the dark horse favorite, showcasing senior authority? Stop. Stop. Who is it? Dead eyes, show me. Holy. It really is Kai Jixian. Amidst a collective gasp, the others followed suit, their eyes fixed on the matchup list above. In an instant, a roar of astonishment erupted throughout the entire arena. Whoa! Many clenched their fists, rising to their feet in excitement. Among them were fans won over by Luo Hua's solo streak of victories. Others genuinely wanted to witness the clash between the two teams, feeling as if they'd hit the jackpot. The arena erupted in a roar, the cheers like a tidal wave. Whoa! That look in my junior's eyes is giving me the creeps. Kai Jixian curled his fingers into a delicate gesture, feigning terror. His exaggerated act was enough to make anyone want to throw up their dinner. In response, Luo Hua narrowed his eyes slightly. He cracked his joints, bones popping loudly. Pointing a finger, he coldly declared. You're dead. Chapter 170, The Evil-Eyed Ox Demon makes its appearance. Pang Xian and the others harbored no doubt about Luo Hua's words. His stern expression made it clear he was genuinely enraged. To advise someone to be magnanimous? May lightning strike them down. Pang Xian would never do such a thing. If it happened to him, his reaction would be even more extreme than Luo Hua's. Oh my. A little joke, and you're already fuming? Kai Jixian covered his lips with a mocking smile. Unfortunately, the taunting words fell on Luo Hua's ears, who had already steeled his resolve, leaving no room for unnecessary emotion. At that moment, only one conviction burned within him: to shut this two-faced bastard up. A joke? I'll make you the joke in a moment. Though perhaps it would take a little while longer. To give the preliminary contestants more room to perform, the arena's fighting platforms were drastically reduced from over 100 to just 4. The extra space was consolidated, making each arena much more spacious. This also allowed for more fluid team coordination. Ring 4. The third round is about to begin. Please. Before the announcer could finish, both teams of 10 had already appeared on the stage. On Luo Hua's side, one face remained composed while the others looked somewhat flustered. In contrast, Kai Jixian's side wore expressions of blatant mockery except for the man whose face remained consumed by hatred. What? Already losing your cool? A trace of contempt flickered across Kai Jixian's effeminate face. Anyone witnessing that expression could tell all the earlier provocations had been deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, a staff inlaid with precious gems instantly appeared in his hand. The others, as if receiving a command, armed themselves fully. Mu Wanqiu and the others were no slower. Their priestly robes instantly enveloped them as they raised their respective weapons. Zhang Xinyue swept her arm, and starlight enveloped her, transforming into a pair of tapered training pants adorned with scattered blue cloud patterns. Both sides stood ready for battle, their eyes blazing with combat intent. Have you thought about how you'll die? Luo Hua's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised one hand. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, a massive shadow abruptly materialized on the ground. It occupied nearly a third of the 400-square-foot arena. What is that? The commotion here was impossible to ignore. Almost every pair of eyes was drawn to it in that instant. Some freshmen pointed directly at the dark shadow, their fingers trembling slightly. Is it about to begin? This is my first time witnessing his ability. Zhang Fengming patted his belly, watching below with keen interest. After listening for so long and gathering information, he'd almost begun to doubt the rumors were true. Finally, today he would witness the real thing. How could he not be excited? MHM. Gui Juanjia, who was slightly closer to him, merely gave a slight nod without saying much. But his eyes, like two torches, were fixed intently on the stage. Moo! A sudden bellow erupted. Like the toll of a great bell, it echoed long within the arena. The next instant, a figure shot upward from the ground. A massive shadow instantly blocked everyone's view. Holy! Holy! Isn't that the one from the scorched land? I thought it was just Jiang Cheng bragging. Turns out I'm the one who's been fooling myself. It's him. He's the one who broke my bone. I want compensation. The world is always uneven. While some gazed at the colossal figure in awe, others, already forgetting gratitude, were plotting to scam their way to compensation. For the audience just encountering the evil-eyed ox demon, the shock was undeniably immense. Both visually and emotionally, they were profoundly shaken. Hey, hey, hey! Someone tell me this is a joke. How could Luo Hua possibly be a summoner? What the hell? Is this still that weakling summoner? Put. No way. Can this damn summoner actually summon a sovereign tier creature? Thanks, Luo Hua. Now I have a boss to fight after clearing the dungeon. Thank goodness it wasn't me facing him. Kai Jixian's gonna suffer big time. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Kai Jixian wasn't faring much better. Staring at the figure towering nearly to the arena's ceiling, he silently swallowed hard. Heaven only knew what was raging inside him right now. But the taunts had been hurled, the feud ignited, there was no turning back now. Luo Hua, calm down. I was just joking earlier. A strained smile appeared on Kai Jixian's effeminate face. He tried to use this tactic to avoid his own miserable fate. Too bad Luo Hua had already made up his mind. What joke? Thinking you're so clever, playing both sides, huh? If he doesn't get that thing out today, he'll be the one left holding the bag. Moo! The ox demon suddenly bellowed. Looming overhead, it surveyed the ground below, radiating a brutal aura. With a flick of its arms, two massive axes gripped its hands. Humans might hesitate, but not the ox demon. Hum! The axe blades sliced through the air, sweeping directly toward Kai Jixian and the others. Defend! Defend, I tell you! Kai Jixian screamed, his voice trembling like a duck's. His eyes were filled with terror, driven solely by the desperate will to survive. Mountain-moving shield. A sudden, thunderous shout erupted as his team leapt to their feet. Their gazes were resolute and powerful as they charged headlong into the unstoppable axe blades. In his eyes, nothing could possibly break their resolve. In an instant, the massive shield in his hands, towering as tall as a man, suddenly swelled. A colossal mountain-like shadow surged straight toward the evil-eyed ox demon's attack. Boom! The deafening explosion sent a ringing through everyone's ears, the pain forcing them to shut their eyes. Even the nearby battle platforms, protected by shields, felt the ripple effects. Contestants in the midst of duels turned in shock. On platform 3, thick smoke billowed into the air. A figure crashed down from midair, flipping midair to land on his feet. Staggering back several steps with a clatter, they barely managed to halt their retreat. Put! The shield warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. Despite his full defensive effort, that single strike had still wiped out a quarter of his health. Brother Jifeng, how are you? Kai Jixian covered his mouth, gasping in alarm. Without even noticing whether they were still in combat, she rushed forward again, about to wipe the blood from his armor. Get lost. Come any closer. Uncle Air's here, I'll cut you down too. But all that met him was a sharp rebuke. Kai Jifeng's eyes grew cold as he glanced backward. That murderous glare instantly froze Kai Jixian in his tracks, silencing him like a cricket in winter. Kai Jifeng felt equally frustrated. As a level 50 awakened one, his strength alone would place him among the top 20 in solo play. Yet here he was, assigned to tag along with Kai Jixian, a complete waste of space. Who would have thought he'd provoke Luo Hua right off the bat? It seemed his journey would end at the top 128. The thought made his blood boil. If only he'd been assigned to a normal team, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But Luo Hua wasn't listening to his complaints. He had only one goal now. Blocked it? Then let's see how many times you can block it. Luo Hua's lips curled upward as his fingers made a downward sweeping gesture. The evil-eyed ox demon seemed to sense something and moved as well. Chapter 171, The Long-Planned Upheaval. No! Kai Jifeng cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with terror. Though he'd anticipated this, experiencing it firsthand still sent a cold sweat running down his back. Didn't Luo Hua's summoned beast have any skill cooldowns? What he didn't know was that this wasn't a skill at all, it was merely the demon-eyed ox demon's basic attack. However, empowered by the weapon, its strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Without even needing the damage from the Eye of Ruin, it could effortlessly shatter his defenses. This time, he completely lost his composure. Boom! Amidst the stunned gazes of teachers and students, the ox demon's axe slammed violently into the ground. In an instant, the paving stones shattered into countless fragments. A deep pit gouged into the earth, the axe blade embedded squarely within the gaping hole. What terrifying power! Kai Jifeng glanced back, still feeling a chill run down his spine. Though the evil-eyed ox demon was large and seemed clumsy in its movements, that was only relative. Its attack range was enormous, a single basic strike covered an area equivalent to an enemy's skill effect zone. Not only him, but even Kai Jixian's legs were trembling at that moment. Even from a safe distance, fear was etched across his face. And the most crucial point was why it was called relatively speaking. Because the ox demon's speed far surpassed his own. A single swing of its axe could easily outpace his escape. Such a scene was enough to send shivers down his spine. Luo Hua, are you out of your mind? Kai Jifeng couldn't hold back and erupted in a torrent of curses. At this moment, he didn't care about appearances or what others thought. He simply launched into a tirade like a street-screaming harpy. Though the attack hadn't landed on him or breached his defenses, it had shattered his composure. Damn it! After grinding through that dungeon to level up, I thought I'd relax with a tournament match. But instead, I got dragged into some clan feud and ended up as their enforcer. But now, who was the enforcer and who was the punching bag? He couldn't tell anymore. All he knew was he felt utterly miserable. Why the hell do I have to fight another boss after leaving the dungeon? And seriously, isn't this boss's stats a bit over the top? Damn it! Who the hell put a sovereign tier boss in the tournament ring? Kai Jifeng cursed loudly, his usual composure in front of his juniors completely gone. Honestly, who could keep their cool in this situation? But Luo Hua couldn't care less about what he was saying. All his attention was focused on Kai Jixian. What boss? What boss? Luo Hua rolled his eyes and replied indifferently. So what if it's a monarch-level boss? If I can't defeat it, can I still subdue it? His remark, which sounded like pure arrogance, instantly made everyone's breath catch. They nearly choked on their breath, gasping for air. But upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. If you can't defeat it, what right do you have to subdue it? At this realization, everyone sucked in a collective gasp. Whether student or teacher, they all grasped a terrifying truth. If a single summoned beast was already absurdly powerful, what kind of strength must Luo Hua possess? They dared not even imagine it further. What are you talking about? I couldn't care less. Right now, I just want to get rid of this disgusting creature. Luo Hua's finger flickered as he pointed at Kai Jixian. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a dangerous gleam. If he had uttered those words earlier, others might have dismissed them as a joke. But now, with the evil-eyed ox demon commanding the scene, no one doubted the truth behind his words. No. No. Before Kai Jixian could finish his protest, a howling gale swept through the air. The ox demon's massive axe swung viciously toward him. As the sharp edge grew larger and larger in his eyes, terror finally spread across his face, his soul nearly leaving his body. Guardian of the water element. Knowing evasion was impossible, Kai Jixian abruptly raised his staff. In an instant, columns of water shot skyward. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a rippling protective barrier. Boom! The massive axe descended, striking the water shield directly. In a single blow, it was completely cleaved apart. It offered not even a moment's delay before the attack struck Kai Jixian. Ah! His agonized cry echoed across the stage. Everyone turned to look, too late to mount a counterattack. The monstrous, towering form of the evil-eyed ox demon was like a game-breaking bug. Standing high above, its axe swung with casual ease, striking any target at will. The others had no time to offer support. Damn it! Good for nothing but causing trouble. Kai Jifeng cursed under his breath, utterly helpless. At that moment, he wished he could beat the crap out of Kai Jixian to vent his frustration. Moo! The ox demon's voice echoed from above. The giant axe lifted, revealing Kai Jixian below, his fate unknown. Whether the protective mechanism had failed or the trigger threshold hadn't been reached. Even the referee felt a sudden tightening in his chest. But upon seeing his fingers twitch slightly, they slowly exhaled in relief. While casualties were an unavoidable risk in school tournaments. But if such an incident actually occurred, he would be the laughingstock of his fellow teachers for a long time. It wouldn't just reflect poorly on his failure to protect the students, it would also expose his own inadequacy. In the stands, many teachers and students abruptly stood up, tiptoeing to get a clearer view. Just as they were filled with doubt, wondering whether Kai Jixian was dead or alive. Suddenly, movement stirred on the field. From Kai Jixian's team, a man who had been hiding in the rear swiftly stepped forward and helped him up. Just as they marveled at the depth of their teammates' loyalty, the man smiled imperceptibly. Beneath his disheveled hair, a meaningful smile played on his lips. Hey! Luzishi, what are you doing? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and drag Kai Jixian back. His teammates urged him on, their eyes filled with anxiety. Even as they spoke, their eyes remained fixed on the sky above, fearing another attack from the demon might strike again. Ha! Suddenly, Luzishi let out a chilling laugh. The sound was low and raspy, like an old wooden door creaking. Two teammates, including Kai Jifeng, froze the moment they heard the laughter. An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose within them. What the hell are you doing? Kai Jifeng's face twisted in fury as he bellowed. Sensing something was terribly wrong, he charged forward toward the two figures. His massive shield whipped out, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. The sudden turn of events left the teachers and students present momentarily stunned. They couldn't even grasp what had happened, only sensing that something felt off. Even in the spectator seats, Zhang Fengming sprang to his feet. I knew it. Not a single one of these people is clean. Chapter 172, Kai Jixian's demonic transformation. Hold your horses. Watch first. Compared to Zhang Fengming, Wei Juanjia appeared far more composed. His lack of reaction suggested he had anticipated everything unfolding before him. Though his face remained utterly expressionless, his eyes darted back and forth across the audience. It seemed as though he was guarding against something. Gradually, his expression grew somber, until his attention was fully fixed on Luzishi. Ha ha ha. Luzishi suddenly burst into laughter in the center of the stage. He abruptly pulled out a pill-like object and shoved it directly into Kai Jixian's mouth. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Kai Jifeng had no time to react. By the time he completed this move, Kai Jifeng had only covered half the distance. On the other side, Luo Hua frowned deeply. He had no idea what the hell the other side was up to. Not only that, he didn't even know Luzishi's true identity. He was merely a sophomore freshman who rarely interacted with others on campus. Forget Luzishi, even Kai Jifeng, who hadn't fully revealed his name, he didn't know was from the Kai family. Seeing the other party like this, he only vaguely sensed something was off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Strange. That man seems to harbor some grudge against me. Luo Hua furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Just then, Kai Jixian's eyes snapped open. Terror flashed through his dark eyes. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared blankly at the ceiling, both hands clenched tightly around his own throat. No! No! His voice was low and hoarse, faint tremors still audible in his tone. Just as everyone was puzzled, a surge of black energy suddenly erupted. In the next instant, it enveloped him completely. What is this? Luo Hua's pupils contracted slightly as he exclaimed in uncertain shock. This aura, he knew it all too well. Could it be the Lu family? A possibility suddenly dawned on him, and he immediately turned his gaze toward Luzishi. Sure enough, at that very moment, the other man abruptly shifted from his initial look of hatred, suddenly revealing a cruel smile. Luo Hua. Surprised, huh? This is the gift I prepared for you. Luzishi sneered savagely, his murderous gaze nearly devouring Luo Hua. At this moment, even if Luo Hua were the most obtuse person alive, he couldn't fail to grasp which faction this unknown Luzishi belonged to. Are you from the Lu family? He demanded in a low voice. He knew it felt like stating the obvious, but some things simply had to be confirmed. Otherwise, the thought of an unknown faction lurking in the shadows would be unsettling. That's correct. Luzishi's eyes burned with hatred, his resentment toward Luo Hua nearly tangible. If not for Luo Hua, he would still be the high and mighty young master of the Lu family. Even if not among the most privileged, he'd still be living comfortably. But because of Luo Hua, the Lu family had fallen into ruin, forcing him to submit to others. Every time he thought of this, a sharp pain stabbed somewhere deep inside him. Didn't you say I colluded with the demon race? Lu Zishi slowly rose to his feet, surveying the room. As the words left his lips, the reactions of those present were all caught in his gaze. He paid them no mind whatsoever. A sneer crossed his face as he continued speaking. I'll show you all what the demon race truly is. This overwhelming power will captivate you. The moment the words left his mouth, the teachers present instantly grew frantic. Not only them, but even Jiang Fengming was equally alarmed. He was so anxious he began scratching his head and pulling at his beard, yet his power was insufficient to intervene. Old Gua, what are you standing there for? We can't let the students see this. Everyone craves power, what if they go down the wrong path? Faced with his pleas, Wei Juanjia remained unmoved. He merely gave him a faint glance before speaking slowly. I know. But I want them to understand that so-called power will devour their reason. If they still insist on becoming puppets of power, I'll be happy to send them on their way when the time comes. No one questioned his decision, such was the confidence born of overwhelming power. Wei Juanjia had indeed made his plans long ago, just as he had stated. After all, once they left Yenzhou University, if they were fortunate enough to reach the front lines, they would encounter the demonic tribes sooner or later. In that case, it was better to let them see it sooner and understand its dangers. Better than having everyone blinded by superficial benefits, overlooking its core evil. Jiang Fengming was overcome with anger. But seeing Wei Juanjia's resolute stance, he knew further arguments would be futile. Forget it. I hope you're right. With that, he simply gave up caring. After all, he was destined to be cannon fodder. Someone else would naturally deal with this nuisance. Just then, the referee bellowed suddenly. How dare you! Conspiring with the demonic race. And infiltrating our Yenzhou University. As he spoke, a streak of light shot across the field. The referee charged forward with blinding speed, aiming straight for Lu Zishi. As the attack closed in, Lu Zishi showed no sign of evading. A faint smile touched the referee's lips. He assumed Lu Zishi was so terrified by his attack that he'd lost all will to fight back. But soon, he realized a massive flaw in his own strategy. In his haste to strike Lu Zishi, he had completely overlooked Kai Jixian lying motionless on the ground. Now, his opponent lay utterly still, his hand clamped around the referee's throat, his expression lifeless. Thick black mist poured from Kai Jixian's body, enveloping him like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, obscuring his features. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion erupted as a pitch-black fist burst forth. With unstoppable force, it slammed toward the referee. Oh no! The referee only had time to utter a startled cry before taking the full force of the blow. The powerful blow struck his chest, instantly sending him flying backward. A 50-plus level awakened being, knocked flying in a single exchange. Though it involved an element of surprise, it was more than enough to demonstrate the sheer terror of his power. Roar! The dual-pupil demon general roared fiercely, locking eyes with the largest evil-eyed ox fiend on the battlefield. The demonic beast awakened within Kai Jixian's body was also over level 40. The eyes of the two Monarch-level monsters locked instantly. Mid-air, the evil-eyed ox demon's gaze blazed like torches, appearing from afar as two enormous lanterns. The savage aura emanating from its body grew increasingly intense, a thrill born of meeting a worthy opponent. Luo Hua. I never expected you to have any backbone, still refusing to surrender at this moment. A sneer spread across Lu Zishi's face, a mocking smile at Luo Hua's overconfidence. For on the stage, the protective barrier would only lift if one side surrendered. And now, Luo Hua's refusal to yield had undoubtedly granted him the chance for revenge. Monarch tier? I'll show you that even among Monarch tier fighters, there are gaps in strength. Lu Zishi snarled, his eyes burning as he fixed them on Luo Hua. In response, Luo Hua returned the compliment. Is that so? There certainly are differences in strength among sovereign-level fighters. Chapter 173, Lu Zishi's demise. Luo Hua didn't finish his sentence. Yet those who heard his words all shared the same unspoken question. Could it be that the demon-eyed ox demon was stronger than that monstrous beast? But beyond that, their eyes burned with excitement. With the arena's protective barrier shielding them, they could witness this battle up close. After all, this was a clash that could only be witnessed once in a lifetime. Two sovereign-level beings? What kind of academy could possibly stage such an exhibition match? Crucially, this wasn't an exhibition match, it was a real, life-or-death battle. I hope the teachers don't show up too soon. I want to keep watching. What the hell are you talking about? If Luo Hua gets killed by that monster, that's a loss for the academy. What loss? He didn't surrender. If he dies, why blame others? Oh? How about this: if Luo Hua surrenders, and the monsters break through, I'll kill you first. How's that? Hang in there, Luo Hua. You have to hold them off. Amidst the clamor, a faint voice of support rang out, jarringly out of place. While the students debated which side was stronger, someone finally saw through the surface and grasped the truth. Hearing this, Luo Hua turned his head slightly, following the sound. On the spectator stands, a quiet girl with braided pigtails and black-rimmed glasses was shouting her lungs out. Her voice was so faint it could be drowned out by the crowd at any moment. Yet Luo Hua instantly recognized her amidst the crowd. A faint smile touched his lips as he made a reassuring gesture. Everyone thought he was overestimating himself, but it was rare to find someone who genuinely supported him. How could he not be moved? What no one knew, however, what they believed to be his strongest combat power was actually only ranked 3rd. He might not be able to handle the 4-eyed demon king, but dealing with a 2-eyed demon general required little effort. Luo Hua. Today, you must die. Lu Zishi's eyes burned with malice as he fixed his gaze on Luo Hua. His expression sent a chill down the spines of his 2 teammates. Instinctively, they kept backing toward the edge of the arena. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively pressed the surrender button on the protective device. Instantly, a white light enveloped them, teleporting both of them away. Nearby, Kai Jifeng's eyes bulged, bloodshot and seething. Pulling his gaze away from where the 2 had vanished, he glared fiercely at Lu Zishi, clenching his jaw in frustration, yet it was all for naught. Luo Hua, this time I lost. Kai Jifeng said, his fists clenched, his gaze never leaving Lu Zishi. Though extremely reluctant, he uttered the words of defeat. He immediately pressed the button, his entire body vanishing as he was transported away. You lot, get out of here too. Luo Hua ordered in a deep voice, gesturing for Pang Xian and the others to retreat. As the words fell, Mu Wanqiu and the others couldn't help but show concern. But what about you? Before she could finish, Zhang Xinyue grabbed her arm. Watching her best friend shake her head, Mu Wanqiu could only sigh and leave first. In an instant, only 3 people remained on the stage, along with the half-dead referee. My apologies, sir. Luo Hua murmured, showing no intention of surrendering outright. Because once the battle ended, the protective barrier would be withdrawn. Before reinforcements arrived, he wouldn't risk it. The bull demon's destructive power wasn't something easily blocked. So, the referee would just have to endure a little discomfort for now. Luo Hua then turned his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Lu Zishi across from him, who still wore a smug expression. You're about to die, and you still don't get it? He shook his head helplessly, inwardly sighing at the other's ignorance. Dealing with demons was like trying to skin a tiger. With only 4 people left in the arena, it was impossible to predict who the dual-pupil demon would target first. Sure enough, the next second. Thud. Before Lu Zishi's disbelieving eyes, the dual-pupil demon general instantly pierced through his body. Despite both being in their 40s, he couldn't withstand even 2 blows from the enemy. While there was an element of surprise involved, executing such a feat required immense offensive power. Lu Zishi's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with regret. He had already prepared himself for certain death, but he never imagined the enemy would target him first. Idiot. You didn't even know the demon race's true nature, yet you dared to deal with them. Luo Hua chuckled coldly, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. Daring to conspire with the demon race? Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to atone for that. Lu Zishi had calculated every possible outcome, yet he never imagined the demon race would look down on aligning with awakened ones. Even if they formed an alliance, it would only be temporary. Once they held no further value, they would be ruthlessly discarded, crushed in the cradle. Clearly, Lu Zishi now found himself in precisely that situation. After his worth was squeezed dry, he was successfully sent to his grave. Why? Lu Zishi asked, still unwilling to accept it. The only response came from the twin-pupil demon general's icy words. You fool! You dared summon me from this place, I'll drag you down with me even in death. Unlike the previous instances with Li Xiankai and Lu Chentian, this time the demon general's consciousness had gained the upper hand. A pure demonic mindset, yet still retaining a semblance of reason. This smooth transition was likely due to the absence of any competing wills vying for dominance. Put. Another sound echoed as the demon general's palm clenched violently. In a moment of haze, something seemed to explode from within Lu Zishi's body. His already meager health vanished instantly, leaving him utterly lifeless. This scene caused some timid students to immediately cover their mouths. Their cheeks puffed out, as if they might vomit at any moment. Next is you. Luo Hua. The dual-pupil demon general swiftly turned his gaze, fixing it directly on Luo Hua. His expression suggested he had already completely written him off. Oh? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the other to remember his name so quickly. But that wasn't the point. The point was, no matter what demon race he belonged to, he had to die now. Big eyes. Kill him. Luo Hua flexed his muscles and barked the order. Hearing this, the evil-eyed ox demon roared fiercely. Moo! Dark golden light swirled within its eyes. In an instant, a hurricane force gale swept through the arena. An invisible energy slowly dispersed, pressing down on everyone until they could barely breathe. What is that? Someone in the crowd gasped. As the words fell, everyone saw the ox demon's eyes flash with an electric glow. Directly below, the twin-pupil demon general trembled violently. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he roared savagely. So it's just an eye technique? As the demon clan of the pupil, how could we possibly lose to you? With a sudden burst of energy, a terrifying aura began to brew within its pitch-black eyes. Head thrown back, it stared straight at the ox demon. It seemed poised for a showdown between 2 sets of dojutsu. However, it failed to notice that far away, Luo Hua's lips suddenly curved into a faint smile. That smile held a hint of something intriguing. Chapter 174, The Cunning Demon General. As if sensing the aura of the dual-pupil demon general, the evil-eyed ox demon abruptly lowered its head, golden light flickering within its eyes. Boom! Without warning, two pillars of light shot forth. Their momentum was overwhelming, scorching the surrounding air until it rippled with transparent heat waves. The attack instantly crossed space, bearing down on the twin-eyed demon general. With the protective barrier of the arena in place, they could unleash their full power without a second thought for the consequences. What? Accidentally shattered the protective barrier? No big deal, that's the school's fault. Inadequate support caused it. Don't think you're the only one who can do that. Facing the assault, the demon general on the ground snarled through gritted teeth. Evil energy swirled in both eyes. In the next instant, they coalesced into a black pillar, hurtling toward the ox demon's assault. A terrifying demonic aura erupted, causing the very air to grow colder. But against the evil-eyed ox demon, it proved insufficient. Boom! Suddenly, the two attacks collided. A terrifying surge of energy swept violently outward. The arena's sturdy protective barrier began to shake violently. Creaking and groaning, it seemed ready to crack open at any moment. Luo Hua stood within the raging tempest, his clothes clinging tightly to his skin. He appeared as fragile and powerless as a floating duckweed in the wind. Yet in truth, he stood as resilient as a pine tree in the harshest winter. No matter how violently the energy raged, it couldn't budge him an inch. Instead, he watched the battle between the two monsters with keen interest. Though he was amused, not everyone shared his perspective. At that moment, everyone had forgotten. There was another person lying unconscious on the ground, tossed about by the energy blast. The scene resembled tumbleweeds drifting across the desert during a cowboy showdown. It was utterly random, with no clue where it might appear next. The poor referee, not a single soul in the arena noticed his presence. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the dual-pupil demon general. Some senior students had already seized the moment to begin analyzing Luo Hua. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated. Though they looked down on Luo Hua, a mere sophomore, they couldn't deny that this battle was actually quite something. Luo Hua has some skill, but it's all thanks to his summoned beasts. True. If he doesn't get enough time to summon them, his entire squad is practically useless in combat. Is that all? He might be able to pull a fast one on Kai Jifeng, but compared to us, he's still far behind. Even among the top 10, there are significant gaps in strength. How much more so for Kai Jifeng, who's just barely cracked the top 20? Too bad that guy just ran off. We didn't even get to test Luo Hua's true strength. In a corner, a group of students dressed in distinctive attire stood discussing Luo Hua below the arena. Their words dripped with disdain. As if, in their eyes, Luo Hua's impressive performance meant nothing. Instead, it only reinforced their belief that he was a weak summoner. Not necessarily. I heard our school once had a summoner too, supposedly quite powerful, with formidable close combat skills as well. A summoner? You wouldn't be talking about that guy named Han something, would you? You're comparing Luo Hua to him? That's laughable. What makes him worthy? Just because his surname is Luo? The remark immediately drew a chorus of laughter. Instantly, their disdain for Luo Hua deepened. In their eyes, the path to becoming a successful summoner was already fraught with obstacles. To replicate such a feat was simply impossible. Admittedly, they held some reverence for Luo Hua's surname, but only in relation to Yenzhou University. It didn't mean they'd automatically accept just anyone. With his skills, does he even deserve to live in the Star Villa? Exactly. The school must be out of their minds. I could accept the guy ahead of me getting it, but they had to give the spot to that punk Luo Hua. As they murmured, a man with an earring stood up, his spiky haircut standing out like a sore thumb. Probably just some well-connected guy. Chen Xiaoyang sneered, then shifted his gaze downward. Watching the battle unfold, he chuckled. Just a level 45 sovereign tier opponent? I can handle that. He even flexed his wrists as he spoke. Unlike others who merely belittled Luo Hua, he dared to make bold claims, asserting he could match her feat. Judging by his relaxed demeanor and familiarity with sovereign tier opponents, this clearly wasn't his first encounter. To make such a claim, he must have something to back it up. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Apart from the top-ranked individual, the strongest among them was undoubtedly Chen Xiaoyang standing before them. As for why the other top contender hadn't appeared, it was because the school had already allocated the spot to that person. For a dungeon enthusiast, all that was needed was a simple notification during the university tournament. With that individual anchoring the solo bracket, Chen Xiaoyang and his team only needed to fight hard for their group stage qualification. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed, causing everyone to look on in shock and confusion. Below the arena, the evil-eyed ox demon launched its second assault. The massive axe swung directly toward the dual-pupil demon general. Unfortunately for it, the enemy's agility was clearly beyond comparison. With a single somersault, the attack was easily evaded. The powerful, heavy blow veered off course without fail, crashing violently into the ground. Dust and debris flew as fragments of concrete and dust swirled through the air. Ha 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 ha. You fool! Do you truly think you're worthy to duel my great demon race? The dual-pupil demon general darted and weaved, still laughing unrestrainedly. His gaze toward the evil-eyed ox demon was filled with utter contempt. No matter how massive or powerful its attacks, what use were they if they couldn't land? The very next second, his gaze shifted to Luo Hua. That seemingly frail human figure instantly captured its attention. It was already a losing battle. If it could take a human genius down with it before dying, that wouldn't be a bad deal at all. As these thoughts swirled within, its visage twisted into an even more hideous grimace. Ha 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 ha. The best way to deal with a summoned beast is naturally. Before the cunning dual-pupil demon could finish its sentence, it lunged suddenly toward Luo Hua. Killing intent surged forth, written plainly across its face. As he charged forward, his pitch-black pupils fixed solely on Luo Hua. As the distance closed rapidly, hearts in the spectator stands couldn't help but leap into their throats. Below the stage, Mu Wanqiu and the others clenched their fists so tightly their palms were drenched in sweat, completely unaware. Worry was etched across their faces. They knew Luo Hua's summoned beast was formidable, but they had no idea how it fared in close combat. As danger closed in, not a trace of panic flitted across Luo Hua's face. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a faint, cold smile. His lips parted slightly as a few words escaped his mouth. Soul-capturing slash. Chapter 175, Kai Jingyuan's Malice. As Luo Hua's words echoed, a storm seemed to erupt across the arena. An inexplicable chill swept over the area, causing the referee lying motionless on the ground to shiver involuntarily. It was a fear born from the soul itself, arriving without the slightest warning. The dual-pupil demon general charging toward Luo Hua had kept his eyes fixed on him the entire time, leaving him no time to react. He collided head-on with the soul-seizing slash's overwhelming force, his entire motion abruptly halting. His forward momentum faltered, and he stumbled forward, crashing to the ground. Thud! Without any attempt to adjust his body, he made intimate contact with the floor. Every spectator in the stands wore expressions of utter shock. From their distance, they felt none of the soul-seizing slash's terrifying force. It felt like one of those internal duels where the opponent deliberately holds back. But this was different. The opponent was a genuine demonic being utterly incapable of showing even the slightest mercy toward an awakened. When they struck, it was always to take a life. How could they possibly collapse like this, leaving themselves wide open? There was only one explanation: Luo Hua must have employed some sort of trick. Otherwise, achieving this outcome would be utterly impossible. But what that method was, they were all in the dark about, completely unaware. Only those who witnessed it in Elite Class 2 knew the truth. Even so, Pang Xian and Xia Yingyao exchanged bewildered glances, utterly incredulous. After all, this was a skill rated at D grade, yet it had managed to control a 45-level sovereign grade demon general. It's the soul-capturing slash. I told you I wasn't lying. You bunch of rigid-minded fools. What kind of teachers are you? Put. From the spectator seats, a figure abruptly rose to his feet. A few strands of hair swept across his forehead, fluttering with his movements. It was none other than the man who had witnessed it firsthand, Teacher Wang. It was he who had directly reported Luo Hua's unusual abilities to the school administration back then. Although Jiang Fengming and the principal accepted his account, many present still believed he was exaggerating. Though it was a minor matter, it was enough to leave a lingering resentment. This was not only a challenge to his integrity but also exposed a flaw within the educational system. His impassioned voice undoubtedly drew the attention of many. Several teachers present hung their heads in shame, all except one. So you're the one who was close with Luo Hua, huh? Kai Jingyuan's eyes burned with malice, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Yet outwardly, he maintained a veneer of mildness. Old Kai, what's wrong with you? His actions drew puzzled looks from the teachers nearby. Following his gaze, they saw only the excited Teacher Wang, leaving them even more perplexed. You're not upset about that youngster from your family, are you? It is a shame, after all, a level 45 awakened one. But thankfully, Kai Jifeng, the one with a great talent, is safe and sound. The teacher beside him said this, patting his shoulder reassuringly. What the other didn't notice was that Kai Jingyuan's eyelid kept twitching throughout the conversation. Deep within his eyes, an imperceptible chill lingered, fixed upon Luo Hua. Yet his expression remained utterly unreadable. After a brief silence, he let out a stiff, forced laugh. Yes. But it's still family. Losing something like that, it's hard to let go. The smile appeared warm and open, yet the venom lurking in the depths of his eyes went unnoticed. Only he knew the truth. Kai Jixian was far more than just a young member of the Kai family. He was actually the illegitimate son of a distant branch of the family, a secret kept hidden from outsiders all along. The crucial thing was, he couldn't show excessive concern. Otherwise, his standing within the Kai family would be threatened. Even now, he could only muster a hint of anger. After all, the murderer, Lu Zishi, was already dead. And this? This led the former Kai Jixian to naively believe his talent had unexpectedly caught the family's eye, earning him special cultivation. Little did he know it was all Kai Jingyuan's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Otherwise, with his indecisive nature, he would have been marginalized by the mainline faction long ago, let alone receive any resources. Even Kai Jingyuan hadn't anticipated that what he thought would be a surefire revenge campaign, easily securing the family's bounty. One oversight cost him his son's life. Luo Hua, and Kai Jingyuan's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the secretly smug teacher Wang. The murderous intent he concealed was so well hidden that no one noticed. Luo Hua in the arena seemed to sense something, lifting his head in confusion toward the spectator seats. But with so many people present, he couldn't possibly pinpoint the source of that malevolence. At that very moment, the evil-eyed ox demon's attack struck. Boom! A fierce axe swing erupted with thunderous force. In an instant, wave after wave of shock rippled outward, rolling through the arena. Even the referee, still in a baby-like slumber, was knocked off the stage and slammed into the edge of the protective barrier. Roar! The heavy blow instantly roused the dual-pupil demon general. Feeling the pain in his back, he let out a fierce roar. That most primal aura of the demonic race swept out in all directions. But it was merely an aura. Neither Luo Hua nor the evil-eyed ox demon posed any real threat. At most, they sensed this aura was slightly more malevolent than before. Still, it fell far short of the aura emitted by either the 8-eyed demon king or the 4-eyed demon king. What is that aura? It's terrifying. Whoa! Just this aura alone from a sovereign-level being is enough to give me a run for my money. Indeed. I can't even begin to imagine how terrifying Luo Hua's strength must be to have subdued it. The crowd was now sharply divided. Those who looked down on Luo Hua still believed his earlier strike was merely a stroke of luck. They couldn't even fathom how the twin-pupil demon general had stumbled and fallen. How could a full-fledged sovereign tier at level 45 stumble while walking? It wasn't like he was debuffed or on his last legs. Meanwhile, the freshmen and sophomores had practically become Luo Hua's devoted little fans. This overwhelming power left them utterly spellbound. They wondered when they themselves might reach such heights. Unconsciously, they had already begun to see Luo Hua as their guiding light. They could only hope to catch up to his pace someday. This scene infuriated class monitor Su Chi to no end. Watching the entire Class 2 defect en masse, he suddenly felt utterly isolated and powerless. Ma Da Fu. Which side the hell are you on? Seeing his former underling now cheering for the enemy nearly made Su Chi choke on his breath. Hearing this, Ma Da Fu immediately fell silent. He shut his mouth and cautiously sat back down. His face flushed with excitement, seemingly having forgotten the broken leg he'd suffered. His eyes were filled with nothing but admiration for Luo Hua. Luo Hua dared to confront the demon clan. Ma Da Fu muttered under his breath, stealing glances at Su Chi's expression. Only after confirming Su Chi hadn't noticed did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! On the stage, the dual-pupil demon general, struck fatally in the vital spot, still attempted to resist. But Luo Hua never had the habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. He made a downward slashing gesture toward the ox demon. In an instant, a sharp axe blade surged forth. Chapter 176, Mu Wanqiu's Ambush, Xia Yingyao's Fury. A beam of light flared from above. Suddenly, the razor-sharp axe beam plunged straight downward. Boom! The attack arrived in an instant, striking the dual-pupil demon general with brutal force. Instantly, energy surged, completely engulfing him in an instant. With his body damaged and no escape possible, the demon general could only endure the full brunt of the attack, struggling desperately to hold on. Roar! Amidst the blinding light, only a piercing, agonized roar could be heard. Gradually, whether it was an illusion or not, the sound grew fainter and fainter, as if it might cease entirely at any moment. Only when the energy finally dissipated did they stare at the empty crater and fully grasp the terrifying truth. Whoa! Did I just hallucinate that? Give me a pinch. I must be dreaming. Smack! Several slaps echoed from different corners of the spectator stands. Some even had teeth flying out. Damn it! Can you guys go easier on the hits? If this keeps up, I'll have to start spending money on those support class girls. A wave of exasperated voices rippled through the crowd. Yet, they finally confirmed a terrifying truth. That demonic creature had been completely obliterated by Luo Hua's attack. As if to validate their suspicions, the protective barrier around the arena slowly began to fade. Which meant Luo Hua truly possessed the strength to take on a sovereign-level foe single-handedly. This realization was 1,000 times more painful than being utterly crushed by a boss. Only the freshmen still clung naively to their illusions at this moment. They believed seniors should possess such prowess. Everything seemed perfectly logical. From start to finish, no one noticed anything amiss. It seemed as though not even a single teacher had come to provide backup. Whether they'd anticipated this all along or were genuinely tied up with urgent matters, no one could say. Luo Hua! Luo Hua! Luo Hua! The freshman audience on the bleachers leapt to their feet in excitement. Once one person started, the rest, no matter how they felt, would join in the clamor if they had even a hint of impulse. In an instant, the roar of cheers surged like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the entire arena. The commotion made some senior students feel a pang of envy. In all their years at Yenzhou University, they had never received such treatment. Every year, someone claimed first place and received the cheers of everyone present. But almost every year, it was a senior. They would represent Yenzhou University in competitions, only to leave campus the following year. In other words, for current students, the chance to experience this was practically non-existent. Hey! Xiaoyang! What do you think? As Chen Xiaoyang stood gazing blankly below, a companion's voice suddenly reached him from nearby. Snapping back to reality, he shrugged indifferently. I'll get mine too. Then, perhaps realizing his reasoning wasn't rigorous enough, he pinched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a moment. He slowly added another sentence. But that's different, it's cheering for victory. The cryptic remark left his companions utterly baffled. After exchanging puzzled glances and finding no answers, they decided not to dwell on it further. Alright, it's our turn to go. Let's go. I just hope we face Luo Hua sooner rather than later. After watching the duel, excitement filled their eyes. Chen Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile at this. Indeed. I imagine it will be quite interesting. As he spoke, his face radiated an indescribable ease, completely unlike his earlier stiff expression and disdainful attitude toward Luo Hua. By now, Luo Hua had already stepped down from the stage. Kai Jixian's death declared his victory in this battle. To be precise, he had already won the moment Kai Jifeng withdrew. But what truly commanded respect was his refusal to stand idly by his decisive elimination of the dual-pupil demon general. Luo Hua! You're amazing! The moment he stepped off the stage, Luo Hua saw Mu Wanqiu charging straight toward him with arms wide open. Seeing this, his expression darkened instantly. He'd been so caught up in the thrill of battle that he'd completely forgotten about this part. Just as he felt the sky was falling and didn't know what to do, Mu Wanqiu, who had been charging forward, unexpectedly halted. She took small steps to reach his side. She didn't immediately wrap her arms around him like she usually did. This unusual behavior made Luo Hua raise an eyebrow, and a question slipped out before he could stop himself. Are you possessed? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his rudeness and quickly covered his mouth. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to mind at all, her head bowed low. Watching from a short distance away, Xiaoyang's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. Such a captivating beauty, possessing both looks and intellect, was a formidable rival. How could she not be wary? Your performance in slaying the demonic tribe today was just as heroic as back in the scorched land. Mu Wanqiu tilted her head slightly, meeting Luo Hua's gaze. Within those clear, spring-like eyes, ripples of light seemed to dance, making Luo Hua feel distinctly uncomfortable. Damn those peach blossom eyes, they look at a dog with such deep affection. Luo Hua cursed silently in his heart, though he dared not voice such unflattering words aloud. Mu Wanqiu's eyes made him want to look away. Yet she wore an expression of hesitation, as if holding back words, making him feel awkward. Even past experiences were being brought up now. Something unusual was definitely afoot. Just as his confusion deepened, Mu Wanqiu suddenly spoke. Jiang Xinyue told me he calculated that. Then I went over and encountered the dungeon. Mu Wanqiu's voice grew fainter as she spoke. Jiang Xinyue's eyebrows twitched visibly, a vague sense of foreboding creeping over him. But really, what was the point of exposing herself like this? Moreover, this plot twist felt strangely familiar. It wasn't just her, others felt the same way too. Among them, Luo Hua, the central figure in the incident, shifted from initial confusion to hesitation. He didn't know whether to interrupt Mu Wanqiu's words or what to do. Then, Mu Wanqiu blurted out without hesitation. So, I like you. What? The sudden outburst left Luo Hua momentarily stunned. Having never experienced a confession before, his first thought was that he must be hallucinating. His second thought was that he might have misheard due to hearing loss. Just as he was furrowing his brow in confusion and about to speak up, suddenly, he felt a softness press against his lips, as if something had touched them. Boom! In that instant, Luo Hua's mind went completely blank. His pupils contracted sharply as he looked around in a fluster. But all he could see before him now was Mu Wanqiu's cheek and those almond-shaped eyes peeking out from beneath her glasses. After a long moment, their lips parted. Luo Hua remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. How had she been caught off guard like that? Mu Wanqiu, meanwhile, blushed as red as a ripe apple, lowering her head in silence. The scene made everyone else feel a pang of envy, wishing it had been them instead. Except for one person, Xia Yingyao. Snap! The iron railing of the safety barrier shattered abruptly, startling Pang Xin. His face flushed crimson, his eyes fixed straight ahead, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He feared that in the next second, he might become that very railing. Chapter 177, Inspiration from a Single Word. After witnessing the demonic tribe's appearance and enduring Mu Wanqiu's public display of affection. At this point in the group stage, no one was paying attention to the match anymore. Shen Xiaoyang's teammates, who had hoped to make a strong impression, could only stand helplessly with their hands on their hips. No matter how dazzling their attacks or how swiftly they dispatched opponents, no eyes lingered on their stage. I'm seriously fed up. Damn it, could it be that we just badmouthed that kid, so now he's getting all the attention? Forget it. Why does winning feel so unsatisfying? What's going on? The group grumbled among themselves, their faces dark with frustration. Shen Xiaoyang, however, wore a faint smile. That single earring glinted brightly. This guy seems genuinely interesting. If only he weren't a summoner, he'd be a lot more fun. Shen Xiaoyang shook his head again. It wasn't that he looked down on summoners, at least not someone like Luo Hua. But the truth was plain for all to see. Throughout history, few had ever truly mastered the path of a summoner. Of course, that one elder was the exception. They didn't believe Luo Hua could reach that level either. First and foremost, the frailty of a summoner's physique presented an insurmountable barrier. No matter how they developed or how formidable their summons became, this remained an undeniable truth. What they did not know, however, was that Luo Hua was not a summoner at all. His true vocation was that of a mage warrior. He simply possessed few skills at present. And if he could avoid taking action himself, why would he bother? As for frail physique? The Chaos Wolf Shadow shares 300,000 HP, gotta check that out? Even the toughest tank in the academy wouldn't have a tenth of his health pool. But Luo Hua remained oblivious to their thoughts. Right now, he felt even more troubled. Though Mu Wanqiu and the others no longer clung to his arms, new problems kept piling up. Sitting on the reserve bench, watching the two of them glaring at each other, he felt like his head was about to explode. If Mu Wanqiu had ambushed him with a kiss, it could be interpreted as affection. But what was Xia Yingyao doing now? That look in her eyes seemed to question him, as if demanding to know why he'd gotten involved with Mu Wanqiu. Luo Hua was utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? So I'm the jerk? His head felt like it was about to explode. For a moment, he didn't know whose side to take. Or rather, whether he should even try to defend himself. But he and Mu Wanqiu had always been innocent. This sudden turn of events left him completely flustered. He glanced around frantically, hoping someone would come to his rescue. Teacher Gua. Where did you guys go? Luo Hua's face twisted with bitterness. How he wished an urgent task would land on his shoulders right now. At the same time, he deeply regretted having stolen the spotlight earlier. Since the teachers were all pretending not to be present, he should have released the dual-pupil demon general immediately instead of trying to stall. The result was that he ended up disposing of it himself. Now, having dealt with the minor trouble, the major trouble was right around the corner. Little did he know that on the high platform, Jiang Fengming was watching him, slowly nodding with an expression of admiration. Hey! He's got both the skills and the looks. No wonder he's popular everywhere he goes. Right, old Gua? I always knew this kid would amount to something. Jiang Fengming said, awkwardly slinging his arm around Gui Juinjia's shoulder. His rotund frame looked utterly insignificant next to the sheer bulk of the other man. When it came to dampening spirits, Gui Juinjia never failed to deliver. You've barely known him a month. The words barely left his lips before Jiang Fengming's face froze. Did the slap in the face have to come so fast? Why bring it up at all when knowing it was enough? Fortunately, they were alone in the space, so it wasn't exactly humiliating. He was used to it anyway. The next second, Gui Juinjia chimed in with a nod of agreement. But Luo Hua really is much more perceptive than Big Brother. Hearing this, Jiang Fengming's face lit up with pride, as if he himself had been acknowledged. As if to say, see. That's the student I specially recruited. In truth, the whole thing had little to do with him. The two were being a bit mischievous, knowing full well how distressed Luo Hua was, yet choosing not to show themselves. Luo Hua looked utterly miserable, sandwiched between them. All Jiang Xinyue could do was clasp her hands together in silent sympathy for him. She knew all too well that once Mu Wanqiu set her mind on someone, there was almost no chance of changing it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed off to the Scorched Land dungeon just because of her offhand remark. As for Pang Xin, it was unclear whether he'd suddenly lost his mind. He suddenly leaned in close and whispered. Brother Hua, you really don't need to worry. It's perfectly normal for powerful individuals to have multiple partners. My great-grandfather did it, and so did one of my aunts within the clan. The moment he finished speaking, he felt Luo Hua's murderous glare. The chill down his spine made him clam up immediately, retreating with a sour expression. Ha? Did I open it wrong? Pang Xin muttered under his breath, still oblivious to his own mistake. At that moment, Luo Hua couldn't care less about such trivialities. He'd be thrilled if there were no such petty rules, if everything could just be handled on the surface. What troubled him now was that he'd never encountered this kind of situation before and didn't know how to handle it. He suspected Mu Wanqiu had mistaken gratitude for affection, but as for Xia Yingyao, he had no clue what was going on. Was it really just for the sake of stirring things up? As for Pang Xin's suggestion? He hadn't even considered it. Ugh. My head hurts. Luo Hua felt like his head was about to explode. If he could, he'd rather go back to the days of running dungeons. That way, he wouldn't have to think so much, he could just focus entirely on the fight. How much better it was to just get along with his summons. Pang Xin had his own response to this. He cautiously glanced at Mu Wanqiu and the others first. Only after confirming they weren't moving did he open his mouth to speak to Luo Hua again. Hey, brother Hua, why are you overthinking this? Most people would be jealous, but here you are fretting. Though he claimed to be persuading him, his tone carried a distinct hint of envy. Even when Luo Hua shot him a glare, he merely puckered his lips in irritation. Life's too short to miss out. Why not give it a shot? Maybe things will cool off after a while, or you'll just get used to it. Hearing this, Luo Hua, who had been frowning, suddenly paused. Her mouth opened, but the words she'd been about to speak vanished back inside. It wasn't that he agreed with Pang Xin, it was more that he found a grain of truth in what he said. Rather than tormenting himself with worry, it was better to adopt a more level-headed approach. Perhaps, as the other had suggested, everything would fade away with time. Who knows? Maybe it was just a momentary lapse of judgment. Once the heat of the moment passed, things would cool down. In short, let nature take its course. Chapter 178, Peeping. The campus tournament was in full swing. After the incident with the dual-pupil demon general, everyone had gained a preliminary understanding of Luo Hua's strength. In the singles matches, some opponents surrendered outright upon seeing him as their opponent. Some more naive ones thought they could simply ambush Luo Hua before he summoned his evil-eyed ox demon. Little did they know that Teacher Wang had already explained it to many yesterday. Damn it, the skill required to control a demon general was only D rank. Meaning its skill cooldown wouldn't last long. At the very least, if the previous contestant hadn't exhausted this skill, the next one certainly wouldn't dare take a gamble. And that's precisely why they'd fallen into a vicious cycle. From the very start, seeing Luo Hua at full strength, they surrendered without a second thought, showing not a shred of hesitation. What? You say surrender invites ridicule? We're merely showing reverence to the warrior who slays demons. Surrender? That sounds awful. As for the onlookers who relished the drama, they merely retorted with a casual, if you think you can do better, go ahead. With that challenge thrown down, even the most stubborn voices began to falter. They dared only talk tough come to blows, they'd be the first to switch sides. So what exactly am I doing here today? Luo Hua stepped down from the arena, his head buzzing. Yesterday's group stage had concluded. After defeating the demon-possessed Kai Zhixian and advancing to the top 64, he fought another match. Now, in both tournaments, he had advanced to the top 32. One match in the morning, one in the afternoon. The school had scheduled it quite reasonably. But what frustrated Luo Hua most was that every single opponent in all three matches had chosen to surrender. After all that effort, he was starting to forget why he'd even come to compete. The problem was, his opponents clearly didn't want to fight, yet he had no choice but to show up, otherwise it would count as a loss. Hey, brother Hua! Why are you fretting over this? Others would kill for your spot. Pang Xin patted his chest, speaking with a hint of exasperation. If he had that kind of skill, with opponents surrendering one after another, he'd be over the moon. Exactly. Luo Hua, you're the best. This is called knowing your limits. Mu Wanqiu waved her little pink fist, pouting as she spoke. Beneath her gold-rimmed glasses, her bright, sparkling eyes overflowed with support for Luo Hua. Exactly. If you make it to the finals in both rankings, you'll be the campus sensation no matter how you slice it. In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared much more reserved. Yet the confidence in her words toward him was no weaker than Mu Wanqiu's. Listening to their words, which sounded like they were coaxing a child, Luo Hua felt his headache intensify. Though Pang Xion's words seemed reasonable enough, putting them into practice felt distinctly uncomfortable. Hearing about it and actually doing it were two entirely different things. At least for now, he was still far from achieving unity of knowledge and action. Hey! Brother Hua, since when did you start overthinking things like this? Seeming to sense Luo Hua's distress, Pang Xian patted his shoulder and said with a smile. As if to say, this wasn't the Luo Hua he knew. Hearing this, Luo Hua rolled his eyes. After glancing at the two women, he didn't bother to see if they'd taken his words to heart. Instead, he snapped irritably. Always with the sarcastic remarks. If it were you, you'd be even more annoyed than me. I'd take it in stride. No sooner had Luo Hua finished speaking than Pang Xian naturally picked up the thread. One sentence, and he was instantly rendered speechless. The two stared each other down, locked in an awkward silence. Luo Hua's gaze seemed to say, I asked you to solve the problem, not create one. Pang Xian, however, wore an earnest expression, clearly implying that if he were in Luo Hua's shoes, he'd be delighted. They continued to stare, neither backing down. Put. Watching the two of them acting like clowns, Mu Wanqiu and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. This only made Luo Hua feel even more awkward. As someone utterly clueless about emotions, he knew how to fight, but when faced with situations like this, he was completely lost. Had he known how to navigate relationships or play the game of climbing the social ladder, he wouldn't have ended up where he was now. You could say it was a case of one gain, one loss. Come on, brother Hua. I told you, why overthink it? Come on. Let's go out for dinner tonight. I know this amazing place. Seeing Luo Hua looking a bit down, Pang Xian jumped right in with a suggestion. As he spoke, you could practically hear him slurp his lips, as if drool was about to drip from his mouth. For such a top-tier foodie, a place he called delicious must be pretty good. Luo Hua, who knew a thing or two about good food, found himself intrigued by the suggestion. After getting everyone's approval, they began preparing to head out. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed, though Luo Hua remained somewhat reserved. The two women's enthusiasm was overwhelming, leaving him feeling a bit overwhelmed. If possible, he'd prefer to be alone. Hey, Luo Hua. What skill are you planning to use with that engraving scroll? Seeming to notice his discomfort, Xia Yingyao kept trying to steer the conversation. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua paused to think for a moment. After a moment, he shook his head, still at a loss. I haven't figured it out yet. Ideally, it should be something that gives me a significant boost. Otherwise, I might as well hold on to it for now. Imprint scrolls were incredibly precious, even clearing a dungeon only yielded one. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, he currently hadn't encountered any skills he particularly desired. Hearing this, Mu Wanqiu pouted her lips and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she tilted her head, looking utterly perplexed. So what exactly is your class? Warrior? Mage? Or summoner? If I can't get specific details, it'll be tough to find what I need. The moment the words left her mouth, the others perked up their ears. Inside the arena, they dared not ask such questions, but outside was a different matter. Had Mu Wanqiu not reminded them, they would have nearly forgotten this matter. The mystery surrounding Luo Hua's exact profession had not only puzzled the Yenzhou University group but also piqued their curiosity immensely. Now that it was brought up, they instantly lit up with interest. Well, I'll tell you when we get back. It's not convenient with so many people around on the road. Luo Hua merely gave a mysterious smile in response. These were merely superficial questions, nothing truly off limits. The real secrets lay in the specifics of his professions, the Mage Warrior and Shadow Lord talents. Those were the things he truly couldn't reveal. As the focus shifted, Luo Hua seamlessly joined their conversation, chatting and laughing along. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, a prying gaze darted out from the concealed spot. There stood an ordinary student, so unremarkable he would blend into any crowd. Watching the direction the others had departed, he silently activated his communicator. No one noticed his actions, nor would anyone care what an ordinary student did. Luo Hua and the others have already left Yenzhou University. A message was promptly drafted and sent. Chapter 179, Stepping into the Trap. After feasting and drinking their fill, the group strolled through the streets. The sky over Yenzhou City always carried a hint of stifling heat. Perhaps influenced by the Yanma Forbidden Zone, even at night, it remained just as it was. Fatso, I never expected you to be useless at everything else, but you sure have a knack for finding food. Feeling the hot breeze blow past, Xia Yingyao praised him generously. Hearing this, Pang Xian's face fell. We were having such a good time today, why did you have to say something like that? Sis. I know my level's low, but couldn't you just not scold me? Truth be told, within the squad, he was undeniably the weakest link. And not just low, a mere level 30. In the school tournament, he was essentially just coasting through every match against any team. But that's beside the point. Why ruin Fan Shang's happiest moment with such a downer? Being weak wasn't his choice. Ha ha, little fatty, look at you now. Luo Hua, on the other hand, was feeling exceptionally pleased. After teasing Pang Xian for so long, he finally got his comeuppance. The group laughed and chatted, completely oblivious to the unusual ground beneath their feet. Just as they stepped over a certain line, a faint glimmer suddenly flickered across the ground. It was incredibly faint, barely noticeable unless one looked closely, just a slender line. Phew! This breeze is refreshing. A cool breeze swept past, and Pang Xian let out a long sigh of relief. In Yen Province, such cool breezes only arrived during winter. Being naturally overweight, he felt it most keenly. Yeah. If only the weather in Yenzhou wasn't always so hot. The others nodded in agreement. They could only hope for more breezes like this. Wait. Suddenly, Luo Hua halted in his tracks. He frowned, scanning his surroundings as a cool breeze brushed against his skin. The abrupt change made him sense something was off. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not a single soul was visible along the entire street. As he spoke, the others also noticed the unusual atmosphere. Thud. Thud. Luo Hua stomped his feet twice more on the ground. Instead of the solid feel of a firm floor, the sound that echoed back was more like stepping on cotton. The abnormal sound made him frown deeply. What's wrong? Mu Wanqiu voiced her concern, yet her hands moved with lightning speed. Within mere moments, they were fully armed, eyes darting warily around them. Their eyes darted rapidly, scanning everything nearby. Stop searching. We've already stepped into someone else's space. Luo Hua's voice was calm as he stated directly. He raised an arm horizontally, shielding the others behind him. In his estimation, whoever possessed the power to create an independent space and lure them in without a trace was undoubtedly formidable. At the very least, it was beyond what he could handle at present. As for Xia Yingyao and the others, they were even less capable. The real fear was that if the opponent chose to strike, they wouldn't stand a chance against even a single blow. Clap! 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 Just as his words fell, a sudden burst of applause erupted. Everyone turned their heads, gazing upward with solemn expressions. Above the street, a figure clad in black robes stood on a rooftop, clapping softly. A full moon hung high behind them, casting the figure deep into shadow. Ha ha ha! The aura of a human genius. No wonder Yanzhou University took notice. Such insight is beyond the reach of ordinary men. His words came slowly and deliberately, without a trace of urgency. In his eyes, Luo Hua and the others were already trapped in a hopeless situation, leaving no need for haste. Hearing this, Luo Hua's pupils contracted sharply, his fists clenching slightly. The other's words clearly contained a wealth of information. Knowing full well that he was from Yanzhou University, the man still dared to act so brazenly clearly, he had no fear left. Taking it a step further, the man's true strength likely far exceeded what met the eye. Most crucially, that opening remark had undeniably revealed the man's true identity. You're not human. How did you even get into Yanzhou City? Luo Hua's face darkened as he barked the question. However, expecting to drive the other party away with just this one sentence was unlikely. Ha! Do you really think I'd betray my kind and cut off our own escape route? Yet, the only response to Luo Hua was a derisive snort. As if having discerned his subtle thoughts, the other spoke again in a drawn-out tone. What? Trying to stall? Waiting for that Gua fellow to come rescue you? At these words, Luo Hua's pupils contracted sharply. Not only did the other know Gua Juanjia, but judging by their tone, they held him in utter contempt. This meant that the figure above was at least a level 60-second awakening user as well. Crucially, this person was aware of Gua Juanjia's close relationship with him, a fact that was deeply intriguing. As Luo Hua's mind churned with thoughts, the figure spoke. The figure's arm shifted slightly, a cold gleam flickering at its fingertip as it pointed directly at Luo Hua. Unfortunately, I doubt they'll get that chance. The words fell, and Luo Hua's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. A cold glint reflected in his eyes, descending from above, bearing down on his face. Instinctively, Luo Hua jerked his head to the side, dodging the attack. Boom! Ah! The moment he dodged, a piercing scream erupted behind him. Hearing the sound, Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat as he whipped his head around. He saw that Pang Xan's thigh had been blown open, leaving a gaping hole, blood pouring out. Recalling the attack just now, though it had been swift, it hadn't been fast enough for him to be unable to dodge. It clearly didn't match the opponent's skill level. In other words, the cloaked figure had intended to observe his reaction, how he would choose between two options. Or perhaps they simply relished witnessing such a forced choice, a sign of psychological perversion. Late autumn. Heal him now. Luo Hua's voice was cold as ice, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his eyes as they locked onto the shadowy figure in black. His fist clenched, his expression eerily calm. You dodged pretty well last time, but what about this time? Even through the shadows, Luo Hua could sense the mocking sneer. The next moment, he saw the black-robed figure raise an arm, slowly aiming it at Mu Wanqiu, who was still casting her healing spell. Seeing this, Luo Hua's expression froze. He lunged toward Mu Wanqiu, arm outstretched, bellowing fiercely. Get out of the way. His words hung in the air as everyone remained frozen, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. In an instant, the attack sliced through the air, closing in on Mu Wanqiu. With no time to spare, Luo Hua could not afford to hesitate. A faint blue light flashed from beneath his eyes. The next moment, the space ahead rippled violently. A whoa! A sudden wolf howl echoed through the air. As Mu Wanqiu froze in shock, a massive shadow loomed before her. Boom! The next instant, an explosion echoed. The powerful residual energy blew her hair wildly. The towering figure before her swayed twice, then slowly rose, bearing immense damage. Chapter 180, The Silver Wolf Clan, Battle of the Chaos Wolf Shadow. Chaotic Wolf Shadow's massive frame took the blow squarely. The damage number floated upward, sending shockwaves through everyone present. 3,283. What appeared to be a casual attack had effortlessly dealt such devastating damage. And this was despite the Chaos Wolf Shadow possessing exceptionally high defense. Had that blow landed on Mu Wanqiu, her frail frame would likely have been reduced to a sliver of health. The mere thought sent a chill down one's spine. What is this? Mu Wanqiu tilted her head back, gazing up at the massive form of the Chaos Wolf Shadow, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Perhaps it stemmed from the incident in the scorched wasteland, within the wolf demon's lair, which had instilled in her an instinctive dread of werewolves. The savage aura radiating from Chaos Wolf Shadow also sent a jolt through her. Vaguely, it seemed as though countless shadowy forms of werewolves were struggling to break free, only to be bound within the Wolf Shadow's shell. Mu Wanqiu instinctively took a step back, turning to Luo Hua helplessly. But just as she turned her head, a figure flashed past. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she found herself colliding into a warm embrace. The sudden turn of events made Mu Wanqiu gasp in alarm. Only when she recognized Luo Hua did she slowly exhale in relief, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Luo Hua had no time for such concerns. Seizing the moment before the cloaked figure could strike again, he swept Mu Wanqiu into his arms and carried her away. As the party's sole healer, she had to be protected first. A whoa! At that moment, a savage aura erupted. Chaos Wolf Shadow let out a sudden roar, its body undergoing a bizarre transformation. Its original 3-meter-tall frame surged to 5 meters. Its fur flowed like silk, draping loosely over its form, while wisps of black mist swirled around it. Luo Hua, who had just pulled Mu Wanqiu to safety, turned back and witnessed the scene. His pupils instantly contracted. It actually triggered the replication effect. Which means, his expression immediately turned grave as he lifted his head to stare at the cloaked figure. With a year's worth of dungeon running experience under his belt, he recognized it instantly. Silver Wolf Clan. Luo Hua's expression darkened as the words were forced out through gritted teeth. The Silver Wolf Clan belonged to the wolf demon race, excelling in group attacks and pursuit. They were an extremely arrogant species. But to overlook their individual hunting prowess simply because of their exceptional group combat abilities would be a grave mistake. Possessing extraordinary agility and the ability to freely shift between human and wolf forms, the only difference from humans was their silver pupils. Yet this subtle difference, barely noticeable when they wore their small sunglasses, proved practically useless. Once blended into a crowd, they become a headache even for the most powerful humans. It's no wonder they managed to infiltrate Yanzhou City despite being demonic beings. With someone shielding it, as long as it remained discreet and avoided daytime activity, the risk of exposure was minimal. At this thought, Luo Hua's heart sank to the depths. Such a premeditated, targeted attack was the most difficult to guard against. Who knew how many human geniuses throughout history had suffered such betrayal? Humph. So you've been hiding such a monster. As Luo Hua's thoughts raced, the voice of the hooded figure above him echoed down. Yin Jia's tone was icy cold, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. But for Luo Hua, who knew escape was impossible, the enemy's gaze held no fear. Still thinking about how to escape? Yin Jia sneered contemptuously, suddenly sweeping his hand toward Luo Hua. In an instant, several cold gleams shot straight toward him. A whoa! Chaotic Wolf Shadow let out a sudden roar. Its form shifted, vanishing from its original spot in an instant. Reappearing, it now stood before Luo Hua, swiping a paw toward Yin Jia. Clang! 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 Several attacks collided midair, producing a metallic clanging sound. The others hadn't even grasped what was happening, let alone had time to react. The next instant, a violent gale swept through, knocking them off balance and sending them reeling. What kind of monster is this? It can actually replicate my skills? At that moment, Yin Jia finally voiced his question. Her voice betrayed a hint of shock. It seemed that in his limited wolf life, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. A creature of unknown origin, neither wolf nor lifeless object. What was even stranger was that the moment it saw him, it could see right through his disguise, instantly recognizing his Silver Wolf Clan identity and replicating it. It could even utilize the skills Yin Jia currently possessed. Despite the vast disparity in strength between Chaos Wolf Shadow and itself. But this mirror-like sensation felt like a humiliation, stirring an uncontrollable urge to kill. Oomph. I refuse to believe you can replicate this. Silver Jia narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist with a sudden force. In the next instant, a silver wolf phantom shot skyward, accompanied by a relentless surge in its aura. Not only that, but Yin Jia had now completely shed its disguise. His werewolf-like form was now fully exposed before everyone's eyes, and it continued to swell. In the blink of an eye, its entire body had surpassed 10 meters in height, and even at this point, it showed no signs of stopping. This was the bloodline skill unique to their Silver Wolf Clan, far surpassing the capabilities of their human form. In this form, combat power reached its peak, but the drawbacks were clear: mobility and rationality suffered a slight decline. Whether it was the pride of the Silver Wolf Clan or not, it seemed to view the replication of its skill as an immense disgrace. Thus, it sought to reclaim its dignity through this very means. A whoa! Yet the next moment brought an even greater shock. Chaotic Wolf Shadow let out a piercing howl to the heavens, and another silver wolf figure materialized. The difference was stark: the other wolf appeared pure white, radiating an air of nobility. Yet the silver wolf phantom summoned by the Chaos Wolf Shadow was a blend of silver and black, faintly interwoven with blue patterns. As the phantom silver wolf materialized, the chaotic wolf's form began to swell. In mere moments, it surpassed the 10-meter mark like Silver Jia, and both continued to expand relentlessly. Unfortunately, among the 3 skills the Wolf Shadow could replicate, this one happened to occupy one of the slots. Watching the Chaos Wolf Shadow's form, Yin Jia's pupils twitched wildly, as if sensing a personal insult. Boom! The next instant, a fist shot out. The disparity in power left Wolf Shadow with no chance to resist. A single strike sent him flying instantly, crashing into the house. The massive, 10-meter-tall creature plowed through the air like a plow tearing through soil. The houses created by Yin Jia to obscure the view were flattened in a massive swath. A whirlwind of dust and gale force winds swept across the area, obscuring visibility. Luo Hua, are you okay? Everyone shielded their faces with their arms while checking on each other's safety. Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao pushed through the sandstorm to reach Luo Hua's side. Two massive wolves were locked in combat in the center of the arena. They couldn't help but look worried for Luo Hua. After all, these were his summoned creatures. I'm fine. I was just thinking about how to get out of this space. Luo Hua looked up at the chaotic wolf fight, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Given his understanding of self-contained spaces, escape seemed unlikely. Chapter 181, A Glimmer of Hope, a Desperate Attempt. Sensing Luo Hua's composure, the previously panicked group began to think clearly. Even Pang Xian, limping on one leg and awaiting reinforcements, furrowed his brow in deep thought. Rather than fixating on the pain radiating from his severed leg, the paramount task was figuring out how to escape this space. Impossible. It's too difficult. Jiang Xinyue, who had remained on the periphery, suddenly spoke up. She slowly shook her head, her face etched with helplessness. Her expression clearly suggested she knew of a possible method, but deemed it utterly impractical due to its low feasibility. On the battlefield, the Chaos Wolf Shadow continued its fight, thick smoke billowing relentlessly. With only 300,000 HP remaining, it simply couldn't hold out much longer. And this was with the enemy fighting half-heartedly. Even so, its health was visibly dwindling. Every second brought the risk of annihilation. No time for thinking. Speak up. Luo Hua's face was cold as ice as he barked the order. This wasn't him lashing out at Jiang Xinyue, but rather extraordinary measures for extraordinary times. Any glimmer of survival, no matter how faint, must be seized, never dismissed outright. Clearly, Jiang Xinyue's approach, discarding options before even attempting them, was utterly unwise in this situation. All right. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyue nodded blankly. She quickly regained her composure and began patiently explaining to the others. Through my profession as a star array master, I've discovered that many spatial skills actually contain vulnerabilities. The larger the space, the higher the probability of flaws appearing, and the greater the chance of breaking through. As she spoke, she glanced around the surroundings briefly before quickly averting her gaze. It seemed she was gauging the approximate size of this space. By observing the height the smoke from the battlefield could reach and the extent of its dispersion, one could make a rough estimation. Especially in a situation like this, where such a vast space is being sustained, the potential for breakthrough becomes even greater. At first, it seemed like the more she analyzed it, the more advantageous it became. Even the onlookers listening in had their eyes light up. Yet, upon second thought, something felt off. Despite all the favorable information being discussed, why did Jiang Xinyue's attitude remain so negative? Moreover, judging by her earlier implication, it seemed utterly impossible to escape from here. Sure enough, the very next second after that thought surfaced, Jiang Xinyue picked up where she left off. But this so-called breakthrough only applies to spatial awakened ones. For those like us, we can basically only wait for outside support, or rely on our own strength to defeat the demonic beast. As she spoke, Jiang Xinyue's eyes gradually dimmed, her words heavy with resignation. Only then did the others grasp the full meaning. As she had stated, none of the three conditions held any possibility of being fulfilled by them. Spatial-type awakened beings? Waiting for rescue? Defeating the Silver Wolf Clan? Any one of those options meant little more than waiting for death. Just as despair began to cloud their eyes, Luo Hua was already rubbing his chin, his brow furrowed in deep thought. What do you think could a self-created B-rank area teleportation skill pull this off? At that moment, he spoke. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone froze. What did he mean by self-created B-rank? Could it be that he was about to attempt it now? Unlike the others, Jiang Xinyue immediately gave her answer. Based on the records I found in the library of Yenzhou University, it's possible. She nodded firmly, her expression unwavering. But her tone remained largely pessimistic. The problem is, to create a B-rank teleportation skill from scratch. Not only must your innate talent meet the required standard, but you must also possess a deep understanding of teleportation skills. And this kind of understanding. Jiang Xinyue didn't finish her sentence, but the implication couldn't be clearer. Relying solely on a B-rank imprint scroll accomplishes nothing. Is that so? How will we know unless we try? Hearing this, Luo Hua merely smiled indifferently. He hadn't told anyone he lacked teleportation skills, how could he possibly not understand them? Yet that casual confidence that slipped through was enough to unsettle anyone. For some reason, Jiang Xinyue, a star array master herself, found herself entertaining a thought she knew was absurd. She actually believed Luo Hua could pull it off. The moment the thought surfaced, she shook her head vigorously, banishing it completely. Because the notion of impossible wasn't merely her subjective opinion, it was an objective reality established through countless experiments by those who came before. And now, Luo Hua was preparing to attempt this impossible feat once more. But before undertaking this endeavor, he had something far more crucial to attend to. Magic Hand. With a slight lift of his hand, he summoned the magic hand. The next instant, a figure materialized before the crowd. At the sight of it, everyone's pupils instantly contracted. The magic hand's attributes were not concealed at all, but rather displayed openly and unapologetically. Without needing to exchange a word, Pang Xin and the others instinctively glanced toward the chaotic wolf shadows. When their gazes returned to the magic hand, they were utterly stunned beyond words. Two king class? In that moment, they finally grasped the true extent of Luo Hua's power. To command 2 king-tier summoned beasts, what kind of power did that require? No wonder Luo Hua always radiated such confidence. With power like that, it was hard not to be. Whether confronting the Xia family or facing the Kai family elder, he had never shown the slightest hint of retreat. So that so-called temporary retreat was merely leaving the other party a way out. No wonder, despite it being a campus tournament highly valued by everyone at Yenzhou University, Luo Hua casually assembled a few people just to make up the numbers. It turned out he never needed teammates at all. His own strength had already reached the pinnacle. Had the Silver Wolf clan not appeared today, they would never have known the true extent of Luo Hua's power. It turned out all they'd seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ugh! That scoundrel boss wants me to work for free again. At this level of combat, my puny frame would shatter at the slightest touch. The next moment, Magic's words shattered their illusions about the king class. Shouldn't a king class be a formidable combatant like the chaotic wolf shadow, radiating overwhelming dominance? How could it be a chatterbox who only knew how to complain? Yet Luo Hua offered no response whatsoever. Even before Magic Hand spoke, Luo Hua had already pulled out a B rank imprint scroll and slowly closed his eyes. Luo Hua didn't even instruct Magic Hand on what to do, for he knew this fellow understood everything. His sole task now was to find a glimmer of hope within this space. Chapter 182, The Magician's Hand's Advice. Is Luo Hua okay? In the shadowy corner of the room, Mu Wanqiu's eyes flickered with concern. Grasping his sleeve, she gently wiped the sweat from Luo Hua's forehead. Xia Yingyao's expression was equally grim. But her concern wasn't for Mu Wanqiu, it was for Luo Hua. She steadied him from behind to prevent him from collapsing, tending to him with care. Oomph. Boss sure is blessed with good fortune with women. But why can't he get his head out of the clouds? Magic Hand pinched his chin with his white gloves, looking thoroughly unimpressed. If not for the blue patterns and black smoke covering its face, it would have been indistinguishable from a real person. Yet, the two women paid no heed to its sarcastic remarks. Their minds were entirely focused on Luo Hua, leaving no room for anything else. I totally agree. Brother Hua is just so stubborn. In contrast, Pang Xian, who was lying flat with a broken leg, chimed in with his own complaints. Hearing this, Magic Hand lit up as if he'd found a kindred spirit, his face brightening with delight as he quickly turned to look. There, huddled in the corner, was a large mass of flesh. Were it not for the glaring stump and the pallid face, Magic Hand would have almost failed to recognize him. Once satisfied it was indeed a person, Magic Hand began scrutinizing him with renewed curiosity. He strode over, reaching out to pinch Pang Xian here and there. Poking here, squeezing there, he paid no heed whatsoever to the wounded man's feelings. His expression was like that of someone encountering a novelty, unable to resist playing with it. But facing a king-class magician's hand, Pang Xian dared not voice any objections. Though it was Luo Hua's summoned creature, the problem was that it possessed its own will. Who could guarantee it wouldn't suddenly snap? In any case, Pang Xian dared not take that gamble after all, his life was at stake. After a short while, just as his impatience began to grow, the magic hand finally spoke. It first glanced at the state of the chaotic wolf shadow, confirming it hadn't worsened, before addressing Pang Xian. Ha! Your approach is truly peculiar, kid. No wonder leveling up is such a struggle for you. I have no idea where you pick this stuff up. While it's powerful, you haven't forged your own path. In the end, it'll only hold you back. The magic hand stroked its chin, then reached out and tapped Pang Xian lightly. It seemed as if he was confirming his own thoughts. Then, he nodded again, looking thoroughly convinced. Hearing this, Pang Xian's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to ask a question, the magician's next words poured cold water over his excitement. Stop. I know what you're going to ask. But you've already stepped onto this path. There's no turning back now. Those words were like a death sentence. Fortunately, there was always a way out. True to its status as the one and only magic hand, it seemed to possess extraordinary insight in this matter. Just as Pang Xian was still wearing a gloomy expression, it slowly added another sentence. That said, the real reason is you haven't mastered the art of integration yet. You could learn from our boss. Master the art of creating your own skills, transform others' techniques into your own, and you'll digest them. The magic hand didn't finish its sentence explicitly, but it had pointed him in the right direction. Upon hearing this, Pang Xian's expression instantly shifted from sorrow to joy. Though still pale, missing a leg, and trapped within this very space, he had already silently resolved to plan his next course of action. Meanwhile, Luo Hua clenched his jaw tightly, beads of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. His brows were deeply furrowed, his expression grim. Within the skill space, Luo Hua's face betrayed his growing anxiety. For a moment, his hands trembled slightly, beyond his control. It wasn't fear, but rather a natural reaction born of the pressing urgency and overwhelming anxiety. Unlike Pang Xin and the others, even within the skill space, he could clearly sense the dwindling health of the Chaos Wolf Shadow. He understood the urgency better than anyone, which only amplified his pressure. Although he possessed 2 B-grade imprint scrolls, he was granted only one chance. Given the Chaos Wolf Shadow's current state, it absolutely wouldn't survive a second attempt. Calm down. Calm down. Luo Hua took deep breaths continuously, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. In fact, compared to before, his movements were 3 times faster. At this moment, he couldn't afford to worry about potential error messages infiltrating the process. All he knew was that he had to find the common thread among the skills as quickly as possible. Even if erroneous skills were mixed in, he could swiftly eliminate them by identifying the mismatched elements. Wasting even a single second was disrespectful to life. Over limit mark. Teleportation skill. Luo Hua's fingers flicked swiftly, summoning his soul teleportation skill. This was the method he frequently used in Jiangcheng shadow to evade pursuit. However, since arriving in Yenzhou City, unfamiliar with the land and people, he had rarely used it. Though it had been some time since he last used it, his familiarity with the skill remained unshaken. As a derivative skill of the Shadow Sovereign, it shared similarities in its runic patterns. Summoning the other teleportation skills, Luo Hua instantly pinpointed the identical locations. Finding it was one thing. Extracting it, then synthesizing and integrating it into the desired skill proved quite challenging. Not to mention, this was his first attempt at creating a B-rank skill. Simply transforming a single target teleportation into a group teleportation was a monumental challenge in itself. Additionally, it must be integrated with innate class abilities to maximize its functionality. This was Luo Hua's conclusion after several attempts. He discovered that his skill possessed distinct differences from the descriptions found in the library archives. Comparing them to Xia Yingyao's Iceblade aura revealed the same pattern. To a large extent, this was likely because he had factored in the actual effectiveness he could achieve. It was precisely this awareness that allowed him to unleash power beyond the inherent limits of his abilities. Calm down. Calm down. Luo Hua took a deep breath before rapidly formulating a plan in his mind. He needed to determine every element of the skill within an extremely short time frame. He had to ensure that once the skill was created, it would be flawless and guarantee his escape. Clearly, he had also considered the inadequacies in Zhang Xinyue's description. Strictly speaking, a mere B-rank teleportation skill wouldn't suffice. Rather, it must span 2 distinct spaces, much like moving between the inside and outside of a dungeon instance. However, most self-contained spaces were undoubtedly less stable than instance spaces, so that wasn't a major concern. Sovereign's Eye, Transcendence Mark, Group Teleportation. Luo Hua murmured, each rune unfolding as he spoke. They hovered silently, awaiting his fusion. And more. Spell Link. Dragon Grasp. Chapter 183, Patterns Formed, Wolf Shadow Strikes. As the skill patterns continued to unravel, Luo Hua finally uncovered their most essential core. Despite fusing at least 5 distinct skills, the patterns were surprisingly streamlined. It even appeared as ordinary as a common C-rank skill. Luo Hua stared at the template before him, his expression momentarily dazed. However, there was no time for him to pause and ponder. Teleportation, Eye Technique, Group Effect, Spell Link, and Dragon Grasp. While the first 3 were essential, the latter 2 options were his own creations, tailored to his class's unique traits. Since he'd already used up a B-grade imprint scroll, why not go all out? He merged it with his Mage Warrior class to create an all-encompassing teleportation skill. This wasn't just a bold experiment, it was also a testament to Luo Hua's unwavering confidence in his abilities. Alright. Let's do this. As Luo Hua's words fell, a flash of light erupted. It was the skill space, inspecting the patterns Luo Hua had constructed. Though not his first time, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. Because he too wanted to see just how far he had progressed. Pattern construction complete. Grade B+. After confirmation, please imprint using psychic energy. What? Luo Hua's expression froze in surprise, caught off guard. Self-created skills differed from ordinary ones, possessing distinctly defined skill boundaries. Typically, situations like B+ or B simply don't occur. If the requirements for a certain grade weren't met, the skill would automatically downgrade by 1 level. If met, it would upgrade by 1 level, up to the maximum capacity of the imprint scroll. In short, it either works or it doesn't. A case like Luo Hua's would typically only exist in historical records, impossible to verify. Yet now, it stood before him in stark reality. This meant he had achieved what ordinary people today could not. He had fully mastered this skill. This is fantastic. Once he processed the realization, Luo Hua's face lit up with joy. At a time like this, even a slight increase in skill level would be immensely helpful. It could even substantially increase their chances of survival. He glanced at the Chaos Wolf Shadow. Its health had already dropped to half. At any moment, they could fall within its killing range. Though he harbored some resentment toward Wolf Shadow over the Silver Armor Guard incident. But in everyday situations, the wolf's loyalty was beyond reproach. Its speed in executing orders surpassed even that of the evil-eyed ox demon. Even last time at the Lu residence, when facing Lu Chentian, he'd proactively activate skill defense for Luo Hua. Come on. Luo Hua slowly settled his heart. In an instant, all colors seemed to vanish from his surroundings, leaving only the intricate patterns of his skills within his eyes. His gaze lifted slightly, as if starlight were spinning within. His arms moved swiftly, silver points dancing at his fingertips. In that instant, Luo Hua seemed guided by divine inspiration, each stroke carrying an inexplicable grace. Her fingertips traced lines, as if she were not sketching skill patterns but painting a masterpiece. It was a wondrous state, one Luo Hua struggled to describe in words. All he knew was that at this moment, imprinting the skill patterns felt almost effortless. On the contrary, he even felt an urge to refine them further. Luo Hua knew this was unwise, yet his thoughts could no longer keep pace with his fingers. That fleeting inspiration was difficult to grasp once missed, it could only be regretted in silence. His mind was utterly blank, leaving everything to instinct. At that moment, outside the skill space. A sudden wolf howl erupted as the chaotic wolf shadow was sent flying dozens of meters away. Its massive body slammed violently into the spatial barrier. Fortunately, it knew nothing of pain, only blindly executing commands. The instant it touched the ground, it rolled swiftly and charged toward Yin Jia once more. Oomph. Overestimating your abilities. Yin Jia sneered coldly, then unleashed a punch. Even a casual strike from a second-stage demonic beast was far beyond what the Chaos Wolf Shadow could withstand. In a single exchange, it was effortlessly sent flying once more. Its health plummeted at a visible rate, leaving it utterly defenseless. A level 40 king tier boss was being tossed around like a little chick. I wonder how a monster like you was even created. Yin Jia flexed his muscles, advancing with a savage grin. Its towering form, over 10 meters tall, radiated overwhelming pressure with every step. It made Pang Xian and the others feel like tiny insects gazing up at the vast sky. As Yin Jia spoke, his expression suddenly froze. His pupils contracted sharply as he whipped his gaze toward them. That intimidating gaze sent a chill down their spines, as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. How dare you create a new skill at a time like this? Yin Jia roared, his voice a mix of fury and excitement. Whether it was because atmosphere Luo Hua had ignored him and plunged directly into the skill creation state. Or perhaps, he was thrilled at the prospect of catching a human genius capable of rapidly creating skills. Under Pang Xian and the others' horrified stares, Yin Jia licked his lips and charged toward them. In his werewolf form, he moved on all fours with astonishing speed. This is tough. I can't block this. Magic Hand slightly lowered his hat brim before snapping his fingers. His staff materialized, gripped by a white-gloved hand. As both sides closed in, the magician's arm rose. Just then, a massive shadow seemed to flash by. Before anyone could react, the shadow slammed into Yin Jia. Caught completely off guard. Yin Jia, still sprinting, was knocked sideways with full force. Already struggling to maintain balance in this precarious state, the impact struck precisely where it was most vulnerable, the midsection. Boom! In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Yin Jia, who had been charging forward, was sent flying. It slammed violently into the row of houses lining the street, knocking down a large section. What was that? Pang Xian and the others froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. The next second, a dark shadow flashed past, chasing after Yin Jia. It was all about striking while the iron was hot, leaving no room for the opponent to react. A sudden wolf howl seemed to confirm the identity of that dark figure. It was undoubtedly the Chaos Wolf Shadow. Its speed, seemingly reaching the absolute limit, must be the third skill replicated from Yin Jia. And now, at this most critical moment, it was unleashed. Knowing defeat was inevitable, yet fighting to the death. Just as I thought. This guy remains as loyal as ever. The magician turned his head slightly, gazing in the direction it vanished, murmuring softly with a hint of emotion. Suddenly, another furious roar echoed through the air. You vile stitched-together abomination. From beyond the walls, out of sight of Pang Xian and the others, came Yin Jia's furious roar. As a noble second transformation being, how could it possibly tolerate being humiliated by this mere 40th level king-class creature? Clearly, this time it was truly enraged. At that very moment, Luo Hua behind them also moved. His fingers moved with blinding speed, tracing intricate patterns that seemed to lure one into a deep abyss. Chapter 184, Skill Mastered, Teleportation. The ripples of skill casting instantly captured the attention of the magic hand. While everyone else remained fixated on the chaotic wolf shadows, their gazes following its movements. Only it turned its head alertly. Upon seeing Luo Hua's actions, it breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then it turned its gaze forward, ready to support the Chaos Wolf Shadow at any moment. A sudden roar erupted as the wolf shadow struggled to its feet. Though its shadow state spared it from pain and fatigue, the dwindling energy was undeniable. Boom! The moment it stood, a fist slammed into its face. In an instant, the chaotic wolf form was sent flying backward. Its massive body rolled across the street, the dark mist around it beginning to dissipate. Jia's face darkened with fury as he slowly withdrew his fist. The corners of his mouth and the area around his eyelids twitched violently, clearly indicating genuine anger. You lowly insect, dare to ruin my plans. Jia snarled coldly, then turned his gaze toward Luo Hua. The persistently pulsing aura emanating from that direction stirred an unusual sensation within him. If left unchecked, there was a high likelihood of disaster unfolding. No! He spotted us. The moment Pang Xin locked eyes with that searing gaze, he let out a startled cry. He immediately turned to look at Luo Hua, only to see that he hadn't yet exited the state of his self-created skill. His hands fluttered rapidly before him, weaving intricate patterns that appeared complex and beautiful. Yet upon closer inspection, the underlying concept proved remarkably simple. It seemed as though just a few ordinary elements had been forged into this wondrous pattern. Not only him, but even Xia Yingyao and the others felt the same way. Of course, the more engrossed they became, the more displeased Jia's expression grew. For he couldn't fathom what kind of power Luo Hua was weaving into this creation. Like the demonic tribes, the demonic races possessed formidable physiques and skills inherited through their bloodlines. For the frail human race, carving out a place to survive meant relying on self-developed skills as much as equipment. But equally, don't try pulling any tricks in front of me. A cold gleam flashed in Jia's eyes as a massive hand lunged toward Luo Hua. The unstoppable force threatened to compress the very air around them. Seeing this, the magician's expression darkened slightly as he glanced back at Luo Hua. The glow of the skill patterns grew ever more intense, on the verge of completion at any moment, yet it stubbornly remained just one step away. Ugh! If the boss doesn't give me a raise this time, it's really going to be hard to justify. Magic Hand sighed deeply, removing the hat from his head. He picked up his wand and tapped it lightly against the brim of his hat. Magic, hat trick. As the words fell, the aura surrounding him visibly weakened. The black mist grew so thin it seemed on the verge of dissipating, as if it might vanish at any moment. Just as everyone was puzzled, wondering why nothing had happened. Boom! In the next instant, a massive, furry hand suddenly burst forth from the hat. Its shape and appearance were almost identical to Jia's. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, it collided violently with the silver wolf. Boom! The energy blast swept through, nearly blowing everyone away. Fortunately, the magician's hand acted swiftly, deploying a protective shield the instant the attack's aftereffects dissipated. The black mist enveloping his body flickered and wavered as the energy dissipated. Luo Hua, as if sensing something, accelerated the speed of his movements. With each decisive strike, tiny points of starlight began to flicker along the tips of the runes. Silverka, caught off guard by his own carelessness, seethed with anger. As a second transformation being, it had assumed that even holding back, it could easily dispose of this group of ants. Yet, one setback followed another, leaving it repeatedly humiliated. How could a proud silver wolf like it tolerate this? Damned vermin! You shall all perish! Jia let out a piercing howl to the heavens, a cold gleam gathering on its claws. The sharp aura felt as though it could slice through one's cheeks, even from a distance. Just then, Luo Hua's delighted voice rang out. It worked! Everyone turned at the sound, only to see a sudden burst of brilliant light. The skill patterns blossomed with starlight, transforming into an imprint that seared itself into Luo Hua's mind. In that instant, the group was both astonished and delighted. They rejoiced that Luo Hua had finally completed this step, successfully creating the skill. They were alarmed that the wolf had surely heard that cry just now. Sure enough, Jia's face twisted into a mocking, almost human expression. Exposing sharp teeth, it sneered aloud. Succeeded? But it's too late. With that, it raised its claws high, poised to strike down with brutal force. The claws gleamed with a cold light, radiating an aura that seemed capable of shattering anything in its path. Soul-seizing slash. Yet the only response was Luo Hua's cold shout. Knowing full well the vast disparity in their strength, he still unleashed the skill. The moment the words fell, Jia's movement froze. Luo Hua, swaying twice, swiftly regained his footing. Forcing through the aftereffects of the soul-seizing slash, his eyes flickered, and he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the rooftop behind Jia. However, he did not seize the opportunity to strike. Instead, he began chanting on the spot. Amidst the puzzled stares of the others, he suddenly slammed his palm down onto the ground beneath his feet. At that very moment, Jia regained consciousness. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a single breath. It could be said that Luo Hua's infallible soul-capturing slash had merely served to pause the moment. And that pause lasted but an instant. But for him, it was enough. The Silver Wolf clan differed from the Pupil Demon clan. Their resistance to pupil techniques was significantly weaker. Achieving such an effect on a second transformation Silver Wolf was already beyond expectations. Where did that little bugger go? The instant Jia regained his senses, he realized Luo Hua had vanished from before him. The disappearance of this major variable sent a wave of urgent unease through him. It twitched its nose, sniffing the air twice with renewed intensity. Just then, it suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation emanating from behind. It felt like the aura of spatial travel. Jia's heart skipped a beat as it spun around. But now, Luo Hua's spell array beneath his feet was complete, and the power of space was continuously spilling outward. Don't even think about escaping me. Jia's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he spun around, claws extended toward Luo Hua. Facing the direct assault, Luo Hua's expression darkened slightly, yet his face betrayed no panic. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly uttered a few words. Transcendent shuttle. The moment the words left his lips, that spatial aura resembling the transcendence mark instantly radiated outward. Simultaneously, the same force erupted violently outward in all directions. Its speed was dozens of times faster than Jia's. It locked onto Pang Xin and his group, along with the two summoned beasts. The next instant, as Luo Hua lifted his gaze, his eyes seemed to reflect the outside world. It was neither Yanzhou City nor the university, but the familiar Jiangcheng. Just as Jia's claw-like light was about to strike, a brilliant glow completely enveloped it. Whoosh! Boom! The attack struck the moment the white light vanished. Seeing the empty space where the attack had struck, Jia's eyes flashed red, bloodshot veins clearly visible. Luo Hua! The furious roar pierced the entire space. Chapter 185, Transcending Boundaries, Returning to Jiangcheng. Yanzhou City, a certain food street. The air suddenly rippled, and a figure clad in black robes stepped out. Silver pupils were encircled by crimson bloodshot veins. His eyelids twitched violently, as if he were perpetually on the brink of rage. This being was none other than Jia, who had just disguised himself in human form. Amidst the bustling street, the singular figure stood out like a sore thumb. With a flick of its form, it vanished from its original spot. Shortly after its departure, another figure arrived. He touched the ground where it had stood, frowning and deep in thought for a long moment. How did this thing slip through? Looks like I'll need to contact someone at Yanzhou University. The figure muttered to themselves before pulling out their phone and dialing a number. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, night had fallen, obscuring the surroundings. Buzz. Suddenly, the space rippled, and several figures tumbled out. They landed haphazardly, only the graceful magician hand remained upright. Hurry! Get into the instance first. Luo Hua's breath was ragged as he urged them on. His cheeks were pale, and even his lips trembled slightly. Crossing two cities in one go was an absolute drain on physical stamina. The others froze at his words. Though they didn't know where they were, the cool climate alone told them they weren't in Yanzhou City. Looking around, the glow surrounding the instance dimmed, replaced by swirling white halos. This marked a location already conquered and one currently under active mining. For a moment, Xia Yingyao and the others were bewildered, unable to react in time. In that very instant of hesitation, the magician's hand had already made its move. Grabbing one by the arm and the other by the shoulder, he showed no mercy, flinging them toward the dungeon entrance. Just as they were about to collide with the instance's automatic defense system, unexpectedly, they passed right through it in the next instant. With Luo Hua having granted access permissions, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. Zhang Xinyue watched the scene unfold, covering her mouth in astonishment. But before she could react, she was flung backward, unable to respond in the slightest. Ah! Her frantic scream echoed through the silent night. But mere moments later, the sound ceased. Stop! Boss! I'm still injured. Ah! Before Pang Xin could finish speaking, he too was sent flying. The massive meatball arced through the air, landing precisely at the dungeon entrance. Who cares about being injured? As long as you're not dead, you can keep going strong. Boss! Hold on tight. With the final cry of the magic hand, silence once again descended upon the place. A bitter cold wind swept through the dungeon. A group suddenly burst into the level 40 snow bear's den. One after another, they crashed down, leaving several pits in the snow. A series of violent coughs erupted, shattering the stillness of the place. Snow Bear Cave? Isn't that Jiangcheng's dungeon? Finally, someone grasped the crucial detail from the prompt. They couldn't possibly remember every detail, especially cross-city dungeons. But if Luo Hua had successfully cleared it, that would be a different story. Realizing this, everyone gasped in shock. Just then, the space rippled again, and Luo Hua and Magic Hands figures entered the dungeon. Luo Hua! Luo Hua! Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao both gasped in alarm, rushing forward to steady him. Fortunately, thanks to the magician's support, he didn't collapse completely to the ground, leaving them no time to catch him. For now, we're safe. Luo Hua's deathly pale lips parted slightly, revealing a faint, determined smile. The reason for such elaborate precautions was twofold. First, concern that Yanzhou City wasn't a safe haven. Second, the new skill was the shared passive of the Transcendence Mark. Transcendence Shuttle. Quality, A. Forced Link, locks onto friendly targets within 582 meters 10% of AP and pulls them into the teleportation range. Dragon Capture, suppresses enemy units and can forcibly pull units to the right. Success rate depends on the strength disparity between both parties. Transcendence Shuttle grants an additional 20 Transcendence Marks, allowing you to view the surroundings around the mark during teleportation and teleport regardless of distance. Note, the more targets linked, the longer the teleport distance but the greater the stamina cost. Due to previous oversight, Luo Hua only placed markers within the villa. This meant that now, the only safe area available was Jiangcheng. Moreover, seemingly unsatisfied with this precaution, he immediately entered his own instance. Xiaopang, contact teacher Jiang and the others first. Luo Hua took a deep breath, the icy air seeping through his nostrils into his chest. The discomfort made him cough heavily twice. Ahem. Fortunately, the two women were supporting him, preventing him from fainting and collapsing to the ground. Hearing this, Pang Xin immediately stopped dithering. The most crucial thing now was to inform his uncle and the others that he was safe. He immediately activated his wristband and dialed the communication channel. Almost instantly, the call connected. Zhang Fengming's nearly identical chubby cheeks appeared on the virtual screen. Xiao Xin? Are you guys okay? Zhang Fengming peered around, trying to make out his surroundings. But it was futile, the communication device only faced forward, making any other movements pointless. Don't worry, Brother Hua and the others are all fine too. Pang Xin's lips twitched slightly. He knew full well the other party was concerned about Luo Hua. After all, he was the actual nephew. Could he worry about his own safety first before fretting over others? Alright. As long as everyone's safe. We're already aware of the situation. The moment the words left his mouth, Pang Xin froze. He glanced at Luo Hua and the others, then back at his uncle, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Then it dawned on him why Luo Hua had teleported straight back to Jiangcheng instead of the nearest Yenzhou University. His thoughts racing, he instinctively took a step back, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Uncle! You! Pang Xin's teeth chattered, his hands trembling. He pointed at Zhang Fengming on the screen, his voice trembling. Hearing this, Zhang Fengming's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he erupted into a torrent of curses. Damn it! What the hell are you thinking? Colluding with the demon race? I wouldn't even dream of it. Wait till I get back, I'll beat you to a pulp. Zhang Fengming rarely displayed such a side of himself, now raging like a storm. He was literally threatening to beat Pang Xin to death, leaving no room for negotiation. As close as uncle and nephew, they knew each other's thoughts inside out. A few words were enough to silence Pang Xin completely. Moments later, he realized his outburst and slowly composed himself. It just so happened that someone from a certain organization happened to pass by and reported the incident to Dean Baiyu. As he spoke, Pang Xin finally understood what had happened, his face flushing with embarrassment. To suspect his own uncle of colluding with the demonic race, he must have gone too long without a beating, growing tired of living. Chapter 186, The Call, A Critical Situation. Jiangcheng, Snow Bear Cave. A large hole had been carved into the hillside. Faint flickers of light danced within. You mean there's more than one demon involved this time? A voice filled with disbelief came through the communicator, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. Hearing this, Luo Hua nodded lightly, a faint look of exhaustion on her face. His slightly pale lips parted as he accepted the roasted meat Xia Yingyao offered, still reclining on Mu Wanxiu's lap. This imperial-level treatment had Pang Xin green with envy. After all, he was a wounded soldier with a broken leg. Could someone spare a thought for his feelings? It made him want to scout someone at Yenzhou University and embark on a sweet romance. But upon glancing down at his own protruding belly, he fell silent once more. But in the end, it was just his own loneliness. In the communicator, Zhang Fengming and the others felt not a shred of envy. Their focus had never been on such matters, but solely on the demonic race. Wei Juanjia, on the other hand, wore an expression that suggested he was a promising student, leaving Luo Hua utterly baffled. Upon seeing Luo Hua's reply, he slowly voiced his confusion. Why are you so certain? Did you discover traces of other demon plans at the time? As one of the few elite combatants at Yenzhou University, it was essential for him to pay attention to such matters. Hearing the question, Luo Hua showed no intention of hiding anything. Though not entirely certain himself, he boldly voiced his opinion. No. Because what I saw was a silver wolf. From the Academy's archives, I know this species typically fights in packs. Seeing only one now means there's likely an entire den nearby. Moreover, with an insider aiding them, they'll likely act even more brazenly. Luo Hua tapped his chin as he articulated his reasoning. Occasionally, pieces of roasted meat were offered to his lips. All he had to do was open his mouth to eat. Hearing this, Wu Juanjia nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced by his reasoning. His gaze grew colder, his eyes narrowing. Whoever it is, dare to collude with the demonic race, and I'll make sure they have no place to bury their remains. Wei Juanjia's tone was icy, each word deliberate. Rage surged from his core, transforming him into a wrathful deity whose glare was impossible to meet. You needn't worry about the campus tournament. I know your capabilities well. Even if you don't return to participate, I'll reserve your spot. But if you don't show up in the end, I won't be able to arrange the rewards. Seeming to notice Luo Hua's current state, Wu Juanjia added another sentence. He didn't need to worry about the campus tournament for now. Still, the rules must be upheld. Even if Luo Hua's abilities were acknowledged by everyone, as long as he didn't participate, the rewards wouldn't come his way. He might secure the qualification to represent Yenzhou University, but beyond that, the chances weren't particularly high. Hearing Gui Juinjia's words, Luo Hua simply nodded in agreement. The fact that they were giving him this opportunity was already more than generous enough. There was no reason to expect everything to be handed to him on a silver platter. On one hand, it would be profoundly unfair to the other students who had fought so hard. On the other hand, he himself disliked the feeling of accepting charity. If he was going to take it, he would take the best possible position and silence any doubts. Otherwise, wouldn't all his hard work over the past year have been for nothing? After ending the call, Luo Hua closed his eyes and fell deep in thought. Outside, demonic forces still lurked, watching him like a hawk. Returning directly to Yenzhou City would undoubtedly lead to danger once more. At the very least, he must prepare 2 contingency plans before returning to ensure his own safety. Luo Hua furrowed his brow slightly, taking stock of his remaining trump cards. Truthfully, they weren't many, just a B-grade imprint scroll and the transcendent shuttle. But this time, the enemy was prepared. No matter how powerful the teleportation skill was, escape would be difficult. He must make good use of the other scroll, either to create a skill that could assist in combat or enable a direct escape. In terms of combat power, he still had the magic hand and Chaos Wolf Shadow. Though both were formidable, facing Injia again would still prove challenging. Wolf Shadow's skill replication was entirely random next time, luck might not be on his side. As for the other summoned beasts, they were practically useless. The only option left was to wait for Gui Juinjia and the others to come rescue him. But doing so would be like telling those lurking in the shadows exactly where I was. It would mean exposing his carefully concealed presence to everyone once more. With demonic forces lurking within Yenzhou City, how can we safely return to Yenzhou University? Luo Hua massaged his temples and looked around at the others. He could use his transcendent shuttle ability to return directly to the Tianqing Villa. But doing so would drain his stamina completely. Even with Gui Juinjia's support, safety couldn't be guaranteed. If the enemy were determined to kill him, they could easily eliminate him with a desperate attack. Luo Hua wasn't being overly cautious. The demonic race possessed such resolve by nature. Once they set their sights on killing someone, they would never let any opportunity slip. This was precisely why the path of awakening for the human race was so treacherous. Even established prodigies who successfully reached the second transformation stage had been recorded as being surrounded and killed by demonic tribes at any cost. And this was far from an isolated occurrence. Returning to Yenzhou University? I wish I could. Pang Xian's face twisted into a bitter smile as he looked down at his severed leg. Although Mu Wanqiu had successfully stabilized his injuries, but due to his insufficient level, he couldn't learn the skill to regenerate severed limbs. At best, he could only set the broken bones. In other words, for now, he was stuck being a cripple. This added a layer of bitterness to his already difficult walk, exacerbated by his obesity. True, if Yenzhou City is as unsafe as you say, appearing at the teleportation array would guarantee immediate attention. If they're willing to take the risk, they might even stake out the entrance to Yenzhou University. It's our only route. No way. My uncle said Teacher Guo and the others are incredibly powerful. Those demonic tribesmen going there to ambush us would be courting death. You're right, they'd be courting death. Exactly. Trading a few elderly demon clansmen for a fresh human prodigy? That's a bargain any demon would jump at. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Luo Hua. Even Mu Wanqiu lowered her head, though only half her face was visible, her own voluptuous figure obscuring most of the view. A prodigy? Me? Feeling all eyes on him, Luo Hua froze in surprise. He never considered himself a prodigy. It was merely his innate potential for growth, coupled with the tedious grind of leveling up. Countless efforts had forged the person he was today. How could the fruits of his hard-won labor be overshadowed by someone else casually labeling him a genius? But now wasn't the time for emotions. Luo Hua pressed his chin thoughtfully, for what the others said held some truth. If everyone saw him this way, then the demon clan likely did too. It seems the situation is even more dire than I imagined. Luo Hua murmured to himself, his expression darkening. You can only hide forever, but you can't guard against thieves forever. If the demon clan was lurking at his doorstep day after day, how could he possibly guard against them forever? Chapter 187, Bayu's Power, The Dark History of the Human Race. For full days had passed in the blink of an eye. The tournament at Yenzhou University had reached its final, critical stage. Everyone was astonished by Luo Hua's absence. Upon learning Luo Hua could claim a spot without competing, resentment flashed across their faces. Why should he and his peers have to fight tooth and nail for a spot, while Luo Hua and his group could secure one without even showing up? Resentment quickly spread among the competing students. Beyond suspecting Yenzhou University of underhanded dealings, there was simply no other explanation. But the university's stance was even more direct. We are rigging the system. What are you going to do about it? In an instant, every student was seething with rage. With oppression now directly aimed at them, how could they possibly tolerate it? However, upon hearing that Luo Hua had been targeted by the demonic race, everyone calmed down slightly. Though resentment simmered within, they could still endure it. Only those who were neither here nor there, naively believing that without Luo Hua, they could easily secure the top 20 or top 10 rewards. It was precisely this group that shouted the loudest, relentlessly stirring up the crowd's emotions. They were masters at exaggerating and adding fuel to the fire. Gradually, campus opinion had split into two camps. This played right into the Silver Wolf clan's hands. They didn't even need to lift a finger, others had already laid all the groundwork for them. Now, all they had to do was stir the mud and reap the benefits, without fear of being exposed too quickly. This development sent the higher-ups at Yenzhou University into a panic. It's not the scheming of villains we fear, but the sudden inspiration of fools. Following the original plan, they only needed to catch the instigators of the rumors and then trace the leads to uncover the masterminds behind it all. But now, Yenzhou University had become a murky pool. Both saints and demons could come down to grab a piece of the pie. Fortunately, rival universities that had previously been at odds did not take advantage of the situation to kick them while they were down. Both publicly and privately, the priority must be resisting the alien race. Especially now, with demonic beings infiltrating the populace, they posed an immense threat. One misstep, and the entire city of Yenzhou could be lost. When the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? If Yenzhou City fell, how far would the destruction of their other universities and cities be? University officials were overwhelmed with work. Yet within the conference room, several individuals remained utterly silent. Their faces were expressionless, as if nothing could stir their emotions. Gui Juanjia, one of Yenzhou University's top combat specialists, sat in the secondary seat, eyes closed in deep thought. Even Jiang Fengming, who was usually inseparable from him, was absent this time. Apart from Baiyu, the others were unfamiliar faces, or rather, figures wearing masks. Yet, one unexpected figure stood among them. Had Luo Hua been present, he would have recognized them instantly. Sixth brother, this time we'll need to rely on your insects. Principal Baiyu spoke, turning to face the middle-aged man. The man was none other than Han Xian, Luo Hua's familiar uncle and Han Shiyu's father. One was an exceptionally youthful and handsome man, the other a kind-faced neighborly uncle. The two addressed each other as brothers, creating an inexplicably awkward dynamic. Yet neither felt anything amiss, it seemed perfectly natural. Still, Han Xian slowly shook his head. The matters in your Yenzhou City must be resolved by Yenzhou City alone. Third brother still needs me here, I'm afraid I can't spare the time. Besides, with Luo Hua over there, I trust that kid will pull off some miracle for me. His words were strangely detached. Though he sat right there in his chair, his tone suggested he wasn't truly present. It felt as though he were in some distant place, utterly powerless to help. Senior brother, I also think sixth brother makes a very good point. Just then, Gui Juanjia, who had remained silent, spoke up. His eyes burned brightly, as if he had glimpsed a solution, radiating a piercing light. His confident demeanor made Baiyu raise an eyebrow slightly. All right. He said no more, merely responding with a faint nod. At his voice, Han Xian also nodded slowly. Then, with a wave of Baiyu's hand, Han Xian vanished from the conference room. In his place stood another masked figure. It seemed this was one of Baiyu's abilities. What was strange, however, was that despite having the more convenient communication bracelet, he still went to such great lengths. Perhaps only the person involved could understand what was going on. Meanwhile, Zhangcheng, Snow Bear's Den instance. Since the dungeon's formation, the snowfall here had never ceased, and the snow on the ground remained at roughly the same level. No one knew where the snow came from, nor where it would eventually gather. All that was certain was that the dungeon's patterns had always remained unchanged. Luo Hua stood at the cave entrance, gazing out at the world beyond. Several days had passed, and his physical strength had fully recovered. Without any soul-related injuries, he could recover swiftly without needing potions. Yet now, he felt no urgency to return to Yenzhou University. Instead, he stared at the snowdrifts, lost in thought. What's wrong? As if sensing his preoccupation, Xia Yingyao slowly emerged from the passageway. Time seemed to stand still in the mountains. The Snowy Bear's Den instance maintained perpetual daylight. Sleep schedules were almost completely disrupted. I'm wondering, where exactly did the Silver Wolf clan come from? They infiltrated from beyond the walls, of course. Hearing Luo Hua's question, Xia Yingyao answered without hesitation. This was common knowledge among every student, and she answered with effortless ease. A century ago, the game descended upon reality. The demon clan and the demon race invaded Blue Star, leaving humanity struggling to survive in the cracks. Faced with these two formidable races, humanity became nothing more than caged slaves, enduring a life of suffering and hardship. Heroes emerge in times of chaos. In humanity's darkest hour, nearly 100 exceptionally gifted awakened emerged. With bare fists, they forged a sanctuary where humanity could survive and thrive. Alas, they were like shooting stars in the sky. They shone brilliantly, yet vanished in an instant. The protective shield was the final trump card left behind by those mighty warriors. The world beyond the shields came to be known as the walled-off lands. It was a bitter chapter in human history, one no one would ever forget, Luo Hua and his companions included. Yes, the world beyond the wall. Luo Hua nodded, his gaze growing profound. But have you ever considered where the demonic tribes beyond the wall came from? The words had barely left her lips when Xia Yingyao froze. It wasn't that she didn't know, it was that these things felt strangely hazy. Is it from the dungeons? Xia Yingyao asked uncertainly. Simultaneously, a question arose in her mind. She couldn't grasp the deeper significance behind Luo Hua's questions. Could it be that figuring this out would allow them to successfully shake off the Silver Wolf clan's pursuit? Chapter 188, Dungeon Hypothesis. Luo Hua was unaware of Xia Yingyao's speculation, only hearing her words. Upon hearing her words, he shook his head slightly. A look of deep contemplation flashed in his eyes. No. They don't come from the dungeon. They have their own world. But the existence of the dungeon allowed them to encounter another world and unleash their plundering. Luo Hua's lips parted slightly as he uttered words that overturned Xia Yingyao's understanding. At first, he had believed what most people did. He believed that if a newly created dungeon remained unconquered for too long, the demons and monsters within would materialize and emerge into the real world. After all, that was what he had always understood and been taught. That was until he encountered the Wolf King in the Scorched Land and stumbled upon vague references in ancient texts within the library. Finally, Luo Hua confirmed one thing. Dungeons were not the birthplace of the demon and monster races, but rather bridges connecting the worlds where they existed. In other words, the existence of dungeons allowed demons and monsters to reach the other side without risking a journey through unknown territories. This also explained why, despite differing dungeons, one could still encounter the same demonic tribes in various locations. Conquering a dungeon meant guarding this very gateway. Until they were completely mined out and vanished from the real world. So you're saying they're a real race with their own complete world? Xia Yingyao covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. But upon second thought, she dismissed it as merely Luo Hua's conjecture, unsupported by any evidence. Besides, she was certain this idea wasn't new. Luo Hua couldn't be the first to propose it. Yet to this day, no one had been able to prove it. Didn't that prove Luo Hua's conjecture was just that, a conjecture? There was no factual basis whatsoever. Luo Hua, I know you want to go back now, but what does your idea have to do with us? No. It matters. Xia Yingyao was about to speak up to dissuade him, thinking Luo Hua might be overthinking things. But before she could finish, she was immediately cut off. He pulled something from his backpack and waved it in front of Xia Yingyao. Know what this is? A dungeon crystal. He waved it through the air twice, but it didn't seem to have any special effect. Seeing no effect, Luo Hua stubbornly pulled out another one. Then he began fiddling with it on the ground, oblivious to his surroundings. Dungeon crystals? What are those? Seeing this, Xia Yingyao felt a wave of curiosity wash over her. She craned her neck, peering curiously at the object. This was an item that only dropped from dungeons above level 40, completely unfamiliar to her. This time, however, Luo Hua didn't bother to explain it to her. Instead, he kept gesturing on the ground, seemingly lost in some kind of ritual. Dungeon crystal. A product that drops after clearing a dungeon. Luo Hua said, licking her slightly chapped lips. His gaze never left the dungeon crystal. To the uninitiated, it might seem like some rare treasure capable of captivating him so completely. But any team that had successfully cleared the dungeon would have dismissed it as worthless. Dungeon crystals were practically worthless. When they first dropped, people thought they were something valuable. But after some time spent researching them, they sadly discovered the truth. These things hold absolutely no experience value and offer no combat power boost. Beyond being mere decorations, they serve no other purpose. Of course, some considered selling them as souvenirs. But they soon discovered this item was incredibly abundant. Clearing any dungeon above level 40 would yield thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Divided evenly, there would be more than enough for everyone. And now, this worthless thing. Luo Hua, however, was fiddling with it enthusiastically, getting a bit carried away. Oh, I remember. Xia Yingyao suddenly exclaimed, then promptly whispered a reminder to Luo Hua, but I recall this thing is completely useless. Yet Luo Hua seemed oblivious to her words. His hand moved, repeatedly pulling crystals from his backpack. As the pile grew larger and larger, something astonishing happened. Sizzle, sizzle. A ripple rippled through the space ahead. In the next instant, a small fissure abruptly opened. Through the crack, a faint glimpse of the opposite world became visible. It was another world blanketed in snow, but unlike this one, it bore numerous traces of rampaging bears. Beyond that, the sound of fierce combat seemed to echo. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yingyao immediately fell silent. Holding her breath, she and Luo Hua watched intently. Whoosh! Just as they were about to get a closer look, the image vanished once more. Simultaneously, the fissure that had just opened began to close. What was that just now? Xia Yingyao stared at Luo Hua in disbelief. Her large eyes were filled with questioning. It seemed as though she might not be able to sleep tonight if she didn't get an answer. Luo Hua pondered briefly before offering his analysis. Yes, what we just saw was the unexplored Snowbear Cave. But didn't you already conquer this dungeon? And the mining rights are in your hands. No. I'm talking about the Snowbear Den in another world. Facing Xia Yingyao's questioning, Luo Hua's eyes were heavy with gravity. The earlier test had undeniably confirmed his suspicions. Now, having cleared the dungeon first, he would enjoy the privilege of cross-dungeon access. One step ahead, every step ahead, that was the true purpose of the dungeon crystal. The struggle between races had always been brutal. Could it be, we must pass through their world to return to Yanzhou City? Xia Yingyao covered her mouth as she voiced her conjecture, her eyes brimming with utter disbelief. Locating a dungeon within the boundaries of Yanzhou City in a completely unfamiliar world was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And that was without considering other factors. Yet Xia Yingyao received only a dismissive roll of the eyes from Luo Hua in response. Who said that? I'm just testing my hypothesis. Ha? Then why did you say all that? I was just thinking, since the worlds are interconnected, why couldn't I create the illusion that I'm entering theirs? Hearing Luo Hua's words, Xia Yingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. If the enemy was impossible to shake off, why not lure them into a dead end themselves? By the time they realized it, wouldn't they and the others already be safely at Yanzhou University? Once they realized they'd been tricked, wouldn't they be furious? Just imagining it made Xia Yingyao's eyes sparkle with excitement. Then, puzzled, she scratched her head. If you thought that, why didn't you open the passage earlier? Isn't that a waste of the dungeon crystal? Hearing this, Luo Hua could only shake his head helplessly. Chapter 189, Entering the Werewolf Demon's World. Because I opened the wrong one earlier. I'm still not very skilled at it. Luo Hua shrugged helplessly, relaying everything he had witnessed to Xia Yingyao. Including the aura he sensed, barring any surprises, it must belong to the demon race. As for what kind of demon it was, or whether it was his old acquaintance, the pupil demon, that remained unknown. What was certain, however, was that the opponent definitely hadn't reached the sovereign or lord tier. It was even possible they were an elite-level demon beneath the chieftain. In other words, besides the demons he was familiar with, there were also some inconspicuous foot soldiers, much like ordinary awakened beings of average talent. It seemed the demon race wasn't as formidable as it appeared on the surface. They too had their share of the old, weak, and infirm. Upon hearing Luo Hua's explanation, Xia Yingyao finally understood. It wasn't that she didn't want to go and she'd simply knocked on the wrong door. I'll go with you, Xia Yingyao said, her gaze fixed on Luo Hua. You? Luo Hua paused, then shook his head. You stay here. The dungeon across is also level 40. I simply don't have the energy to protect you. His words were blunt and unsparing. He simply felt Xia Yingyao's strength was too low. Accompanying her into a dungeon in another world would require him to split his focus to look after her. Hearing this, Xia Yingyao felt resentful but had no choice but to comply. Because what Luo Hua said was true, she knew it well. Yet she couldn't bear the thought of Luo Hua venturing alone, desperate to see if she could offer any assistance. Her intentions were good, but she'd overlooked her own lack of strength. Oh. Here, take this for now. Suddenly, Luo Hua seemed to remember something. He pulled out another stack of dungeon crystals and placed them before Xia Yingyao. I've never been to the outside world, so I don't know what it's like. If I haven't returned in 2 hours, use the dungeon crystals to break through. Remember that. Luo Hua's expression grew grave as he issued his instructions. Facing the unknown world, he had to be fully prepared in case he couldn't return. Better safe than sorry. Xia Yingyao nodded obediently, her lips pressed together lightly. Her large, round eyes fixed intently on Luo Hua as she spoke. If you don't come back, I'll go find you. Hearing this, Luo Hua paused, momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly stopped. What are you thinking? Even if I don't come back, I'll definitely be fine. His words radiated intense confidence. He reached out a hand and ruffled Xia Yingyao's hair, almost as if he wanted to mess it up like a bird's nest. Remember. If you've used up all the dungeon crystals and I still haven't returned, take Wanqiu and the others back to Yanzhou University. Got it? As long as I don't show up, they won't take that risk. Their target is only me. Looking at Xia Yingyao, who appeared like a little girl before him, Luo Hua suddenly smiled warmly. Her eyes glistened with tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment, and it tugged at his heartstrings. Relax. You're making this sound like a final farewell. Luo Hua chuckled, but that very laugh caused Xia Yingyao to break down in tears. Caught completely off guard by this unexpected reaction, he flustered, unsure how to comfort her. Just then, Xia Yingyao threw herself into his arms and began to sob softly. Luo Hua held his arms out awkwardly, unsure where to place them. Unconsciously, his gaze softened, naturally resting on Xia Yingyao's back. He gently patted her back, comforting the tearful little girl. After a long while, whether from exhaustion or the tension that had been building, Xia Yingyao fell asleep right in his arms. Watching the beauty with tears still clinging to her lashes, Luo Hua smiled helplessly and gently wiped them away. Alright, you've all seen enough. Take Yingyao back now. Suddenly, Luo Hua called out softly. It sounded somewhat inexplicable. But the next moment, several figures emerged from the cave entrance. Pang Xian, his leg broken, leaned against the rock wall, his face twisted in mockery. Jiang Xinyue shrugged helplessly, as if to say this matter had nothing to do with her. And indeed, the person involved had already stepped forward. Luo Hua, I trust you. Leave Yingyao to me. Mu Wanqiu said no more, gently taking the sleeping Xia Yingyao into her arms and giving Luo Hua a slow nod. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yet her words forced a look of unwavering trust. None of the others present were fools, their emotions were written plainly on their faces, and they knew full well her words were false. Still, Luo Hua chose not to call her out. For even he didn't know what lay ahead in this unknown world. He only knew that the path back would be far from easy. Then, I shall begin now. As the words fell, Luo Hua's gaze suddenly sharpened. Armed with the lessons from his previous failure, he had formed a rough hypothesis. His hand flickered lightly, and the dungeon crystal fell. No intricate formations, no flashy gimmicks. With a mere flicker of his intent, the crystal shattered in an instant. The next moment, a fissure opened before him. So that's how it is? Knowing what lies beyond the dungeon allows for precise targeting? Luo Hua murmured, sensing the aura emanating from the opposite side. It felt familiar, like that of the Wolf Clan, though the exact lineage was hard to pinpoint. Perfect. It's the Wolf Clan. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly, revealing a cruel smile. What a small world, he'd already crossed paths with the Wolf Clan before. Whether it was the wilderness wolves of the past or the Silver Wolf Clan now glaring at him, they were all enemies. After a brief surge of excitement, Luo Hua regained his composure. The situation was delicate now, he couldn't let other emotions sway him, lest they disrupt his plans. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua continuously poured dungeon crystals into the fissure. With each addition, the fissure gradually widened. Before long, a space large enough for one person to enter had been opened. On the other side, countless wolves lifted their heads, gazing at the rift suspended mid-air, each wearing a look of bewilderment. It had been so long since they'd witnessed such a sight. As a result, these newcomers had no idea what was about to unfold. Will he return? Just as Luo Hua was about to step through, Mu Wanqiu suddenly asked, perhaps because supporting Xia Yingyao prevented her from making any other movements. Hearing this, Luo Hua's footsteps halted abruptly. This question had never truly crossed his mind. Yet it wouldn't stop him, not even the unknown dangers ahead. Yes. Luo Hua answered firmly, his eyes burning with resolve. With that, he stepped into the fissure. Then I'll wait for you to return. Mu Wanqiu suddenly spoke from behind him. But before she could finish, the fissure had already closed completely. It was unclear whether Luo Hua had heard her words. Chapter 190, Dungeon Clearance Plan. The snowy bear den was bustling with activity. Red Wind, hold it back. Shaman, cast your skills now. Commands rang out as a pack of werewolves howled and lunged at the berserker bear. Sharp claws and blazing flames rained down upon it relentlessly. Before long, one of the mobs was reduced to barely a sliver of health. Greed flashed across the wolves' faces, eager to rush in and claim the experience. But the sight of the crimson flame wolf at the head of the pack instantly quelled their selfish thoughts. Such was the nature of wolves' greed, should have been insatiable. Yet, with their leader still present, they could only reluctantly yield. You know your place. The crimson flame wolf leader held its head high, eyes brimming with self-satisfaction. Not a trace of gratitude was present, only the conviction that this was rightfully theirs. The elite crimson flame wolves present offered no objection, accepting it as their rightful due. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a sound like something being corroded echoed through the air. The wolves looked puzzled, twitching their ears before all turning toward the source of the sound. A gap suddenly split open in the air. What is that? The crimson flame wolf leader exclaimed, his pupils tightening. His eyes flickered, revealing a dangerous gleam. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a figure suddenly plummeted toward them. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The already critically wounded berserker bear had its health instantly wiped clean. The one who arrived was none other than Luo Hua, who had just come from the original world. Now shrouded in a black cloak, he had reverted to his former shadow-like appearance. How dare you? Who goes there? Damn it! How dare you steal our Crimson Flame Wolf Clan's monsters? You must be tired of living. Where did this brat come from? His nerve is truly beyond measure. The wolves bellowed, baring their teeth menacingly. Low growls emanated from their throats, as if ready to strike at any moment. Hearing this, Luo Hua slowly raised his head. First, he surveyed the surroundings, which weren't entirely unfamiliar. Then he began to speak to himself. The dungeon as a medium, and yet there's no language barrier. Truly, heaven is aiding me. A hint of excitement could be heard in his words. Hearing this, the Crimson Flame wolves grew even more impatient, their faces scrunching up in annoyance. Fangs bared, their ferocity laid bare. As if sensing the hostility, Luo Hua slowly turned his head. A cold smile touched the corners of his lips as he surveyed the pack of werewolves. Not the Silver Wolf Clan? What a pity! As his words fell, the crimson flame wolves' faces twisted with fury. Their eyes locked onto him, as if they wanted to devour him alive. "Who are you? How dare you challenge our Silver Wolf Royal Clan?" demanded the Crimson Flame Wolf leader warily. However, Luo Hua showed no intention of answering. With a wave of his hand, another wolf appeared. The bloodthirsty werewolf, radiating a savage aura, rose slowly, sniffing greedily twice. As Luo Hua's summoned creature, its sole desire was to grow stronger, becoming his absolute pillar of power. And the way it grew stronger was by ceaselessly devouring bloodlines. A place like this, where wolves roamed everywhere, was nothing short of its utopia. "Awah!" With a howl, the bloodthirsty werewolf's body surged with blood energy. Its grotesque form sent a chill through the Crimson Flame Wolf leader's heart. He could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from a superior being. "No! It's a lord class." Terror filled its eyes. This was an existence of a higher quality than itself. Moreover, judging by the bloodthirsty werewolf and Luo Hua's demeanor, they were clearly here to cause trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, it spun on its hind legs, dropped to all fours, and bolted toward the distance. The sudden action caught all the Crimson Flame wolves off guard. Before they could even process what was happening, their leader had already fled. At that moment, they didn't have time to think twice. They too took off running. Without a second thought, they followed their leader's lead. If the leader fled, there must be a reason. They just had to do as he did. Not a single one will escape. As Luo Hua's words fell, chaotic wolf shadows surged forth. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the royal bloodline rendered all the Crimson Flame wolves completely immobilized. In that very moment of paralysis, the bloodthirsty werewolves struck. Sharp claws slashed across the throats of the wolf tribe. Elbow strikes, bites, any body part that could serve as a weapon was unleashed upon the Crimson Flame wolves. In mere moments, all elite-level wolves and the Crimson Flame wolf leaders were wiped out. Magic Hand, you take care of clearing the instance first. Wolf Shadow. Assist the bloodthirsty werewolf and eliminate every last wolf in the dungeon. Leave not a single one alive. In an instant, Luo Hua issued his commands. Wolf Shadow and bloodthirsty werewolf possessed innate advantages. Mopping up the wolf tribe would be child's play. Beyond venting his anger, he also had to consider bloodthirsty werewolf's advancement. That was why he assigned the stronger Wolf Shadow to assist. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three summoned beasts swiftly split apart. Two wolves with keen senses, one leading and one following, began searching toward the dungeon entrance. Luo Hua's gaze darkened slightly as he sat silently atop the jungle tiger. He didn't know exactly why. But since entering the wolf tribe's world this time, his mood had grown somber. Perhaps it was the accumulation of old grudges and new grievances, the enmity toward the Silver Armor Guards and the ambush by the Silver Wolf Clan. Whatever the reason, he felt an urge to strike at the heart of the matter. The Wasteland Wolf Demons, the Wasteland Wolf Clan behind them, and the Silver Wolf Clan that had nearly driven him to the brink. Find these three clans and wipe them out. Of course, the former might be more likely. But the Silver Wolf Clan, from what those young pups mentioned earlier, they seemed to be royal blood. Even now, confronting royal clans was a daunting task for him. To seek out the Silver Wolf Clan's doorstep would be tantamount to courting death. But that didn't mean he'd spare the other wolf clans. Time is short, but I'll take them down one by one. None of you will get off easy. Luo Hua kept a close eye on the time, his gaze darkening slightly. He glanced toward the dungeon entrance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Now he only needed to wait for Magic Hand to clear the dungeon, wait for Wolf Shadow and the others to finish their sweep. This was also why he hadn't released the evil-eyed ox fiend immediately. He feared it might alert the enemy prematurely. If the Silver Wolf Clan could infiltrate Yanzhou City, he could certainly infiltrate their world. Human cities, teetering on the brink, maintained far higher vigilance, yet he had infiltrated them. In this leisurely, mentally rigid Wolf Clan world, it should be far easier. With this realization, Luo Hua had already mapped out his entire plan. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Defeated Lord Tier Earth Raging Bear, gained experience. Player Dark Knight has reached level 44, gaining. Finally, time to move. Luo Hua gave a cold chuckle, pulled up the player interface, and selected to exit the instance. Chapter 191, Human Race, Luo Hua's ability level. Wolf Clan World, Snow Bear Lair. The pack of wolves looked up in confusion, listening to the announcement. Instantly, bewilderment spread across every werewolf's eyes. Shadow? Who's that? Is it the Shadow Wolf Clan? Or could it be the Dark Wolf Royal Clan? It must be the Shadow Wolf Clan. As royalty, why would they choose such a controversial name? The werewolves exchanged speculative glances, rubbing their chins thoughtfully. Yet what none of them could have imagined was this. The one who cleared the dungeon wasn't any member of the Wolf Clan, but Luo Hua, who had come from the human world. I see. So all wolf clans below the royal lineage have names with at least two characters. Luo Hua, emerging from the dungeon, blended into the wolf crowd. Fortunately, many among the wolves were also short in stature, so his human height drew little attention. After leaving behind an over-limit mark, Luo Hua swiftly departed. He headed toward an area with a higher concentration of werewolves, confident he'd soon find their settlement. Unlike the human world, where a faint protective barrier could be seen overhead, here, such a thing was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps their formidable strength meant they'd never faced invasion, leaving no need for special defenses. For a moment, Luo Hua didn't know whether to feel envy or resentment. For it was his own world that was suffering now, while he could only envy the constant protection this place seemed to enjoy. At this thought, a murderous aura surged from Luo Hua's body. His eyes burned with an unstoppable murderous intent. Each time he passed a member of the wolf tribe, an impulse to annihilate them surged within him. But reason told him the time wasn't right yet. If he disrupted the plan, ended things prematurely, and turned back home, he would surely want to slap himself. At the very least, he had to extract some interest from the wolf clan. Otherwise, they'd truly be getting off scot-free. Hey! Where'd this kid come from? Don't you have eyes? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out beside him. A werewolf raised a leather whip high and lashed it out with a crack. Crack! Ah! The sharp crack echoed, followed by a bone-chilling scream. Luo Hua whipped his head around, his blood boiling instantly. A werewolf was gleefully whipping a human man on the road. How could there be a human here? After his initial rage subsided, he quickly regained his composure and chose not to rush in recklessly. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but rather that he hadn't yet grasped the situation and absolutely couldn't intervene. Besides, even if he rescued the man, it would be utterly pointless. Was he supposed to take this human back with him now? Absolutely not. Luo Hua would never permit himself to do such a thing. Just then, a short werewolf approached, rubbing his hands together and licking his lips. "My lord, I beg your pardon. It was my household slave who spoke out of turn. I implore your mercy." As he spoke, the small werewolf offered 3 copper coins. The towering werewolf, still seething with anger, raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. Without a word, he pocketed the coins. "This time you've shown some sense. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." After uttering these words, the tall werewolf turned and walked away. Only the short one remained, his face dark and twisted with malice. "Oomph. Lowly human slave. If it weren't for the 20 copper coins I spent, I wouldn't have bothered. Your worthless life. You should have died today." The shorter werewolf barked, drawing his own whip and lashing out viciously. In the corner, Luo Hua listened to their exchange, his brow furrowing beneath the mask. That guy, over 40 years old, and he's not an awakened one. As far as he knew, in the original world, the awakening ceremony was a mandatory requirement. Even non-students were required to register with the Awakened Association and undergo the ritual. Such a situation simply shouldn't exist. This meant the man before him was either a native of this world, or he had been abducted as a child. Luo Hua had no intention of stepping forward to investigate. He was well aware of the perilous situation. If the one he rescued turned out to be someone who couldn't be awakened, that would be a real mess. His eyes flickered slightly as he silently brushed past him. "Halt! Where did this wild brat come from?" Suddenly, the short werewolf barked. His eyes blazed with ferocity, as if he intended to vent all his pent-up rage upon Luo Hua. "Got any idea? In this corner of the Gel Desert, we black sand wolves hold some standing. Whoever sees us must show us respect and give us a wide berth. You! Where did this little wolf demon come from? Kneel down and apologize immediately." The short one, who'd just been bullied by the tall werewolf, saw Luo Hua and instantly treated him like a punching bag. He babbled on in a stream of words Luo Hua couldn't understand. But this was exactly what Luo Hua had hoped for. The Gel Desert? Black sand wolves? Interesting. Beneath his mask, Luo Hua revealed a hint of amusement. So this black sand wolf tribe dared to openly harass him because they mistook him for a wolf demon. It seemed that wolf demons were the lowest ranked beings in the wolf tribe's world. Of course, the enslaved humans were an exception. Whether wolf or ghost, they'd come to bully him. Even without seeing his face, they felt entitled to hurl insults. Borrowing the power of a bloodthirsty werewolf should be no problem. Luo Hua muttered under his breath. He wasn't the type to let others push him around. As the spirit bond activated, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted. It wasn't the werewolf's power, but his own innate attributes. However, it was the bloodthirsty werewolf's aura masking him that prevented his true presence from being exposed. The combination of both pushed his aura to a new peak. "The king, it's his majesty." Black Sand Wolf's jaw dropped, and he instantly couldn't help but kneel. Not only it, but every other wolf along the path collapsed to their knees with a thud. The majesty of a superior being left them no room for defiance. In terms of rank, most were in their 40s, not vastly different. Yet Luo Hua's bloodline aura pressed down on them so heavily it left them gasping for breath. Among them, the black sand wolf looked the most wretched. Its tail hung low, tucked between its legs, its expression one of utter despair. After all, the strongest among their pack was merely a monarch-level wolf, and even that one was on the brink of death. How could they possibly compare to the being before them? This realization plunged it into utter despair, its face ashen. So this is it, my power is truly that of a king class? Luo Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, musing inwardly. He had never understood the classification of awakened ones, feeling the gap between them and bosses was too vast. Now, having displayed his strength before the wolf tribe, he gained a new perspective on his own rank. Still, Luo Hua knew his limits. Even among those of the same rank, his strength paled in comparison to Magic Hand and Wolf Shadow. He couldn't pinpoint exactly where the problem lay. Pushing the thought aside, Luo Hua swiftly turned his head to look at the Black Sand Wolf. Oh, right. Who did you just make kowtow and apologize to? Chapter 192, Gur City. No sooner had Luo Hua spoken than he lunged forward without a word. His form shifted abruptly. When he reappeared, he was already clutching an arm. The mottled black-brown fur and razor-sharp claws left no doubt its owner was no human. Arg! The Black Sand Wolf let out a piercing howl, clutching its severed limb. Though the agony was excruciating, its face contorted in pain, it still showed no sign of resistance. Head bowed low, it gritted its teeth in silent endurance, its fangs clenched so tightly they nearly shattered. Whether it was hoping to beg Luo Hua for mercy through this display, or perhaps it was choosing to bear the pain silently, unwilling to drag its clan down. Whichever it was, its conduct far surpassed that of certain spoiled brats from other clans. At the very least, he knew he couldn't win and dared not provoke his opponent. He certainly wouldn't stubbornly shout for his family to avenge him. First, that would reveal his own ignorance while dumping the trouble onto his bewildered family. Second, it only hastens one's demise. What noble soul could endure others' taunts while still seething with anger? Either way, it's utterly unwise behavior. But this didn't mean Luo Hua approved of the Black Sand Wolves. After all, this was merely a cultural trait of their species. As a human, why should he concern himself with such matters? It is precisely because of humanity's diversity and indomitable spirit that we have emerged from the tumultuous ages. With the strength of nearly 100 sages, they forged a new world. They built city after city to provide survival for future generations. Unlike the wolf tribes, who blindly follow their leaders. Even when beaten, they grit their teeth and endure, daring not to show the slightest hint of resentment. You're lucky to be alive today, and you brought a human along, otherwise, you'd be dead. Luo Hua remarked, half serious, half joking. Truthfully, he cared little for the human. They were complete strangers, and he didn't even know if the man was a native. At most, he was giving him a chance to keep living. Truthfully, it was simply because he hadn't forgotten his true purpose. Killing a Black Sand Wolf might seem insignificant to the wolf tribe. But if he did it, who knew if he'd attract unwanted attention along the way? That would be like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. It would be neglecting the main goal for trivial matters. That was not what he wanted. Glancing at the time, Luo Hua felt a new sense of urgency. With only 2 hours left, he wondered if he could still cause a major disturbance in the Gel Desert. With that thought, Luo Hua made a swift motion with his hand, flinging the severed arm onto the ground. Where's a place nearby with more people from my tribe? He asked slowly, carefully choosing his words since he was unfamiliar with the area. He dared not directly mention the wolf tribe, nor did he dare ask about towns or settlements. He wasn't sure how things worked around here. If he gave himself away too soon, that would be bad. What Luo Hua didn't realize, however, was that he was overthinking it entirely. Not only did no one notice his choice of words, but that single sentence alone was enough to make countless wolves eager to curry favor. Among them, the Black Sand Wolves were the most eager. Master! Master! I know! It hurriedly raised its paw and rushed forward. Its eyes flickered, stealing an imperceptible glance at the severed arm before hastily averting its gaze. After all, what was a crippled limb it had lived with for years compared to the importance of currying favor with those in power? Before Luo Hua could speak, it blurted out everything it knew. My lord must have just arrived in our Gel Desert. Our little town is over there, that's Gel City. The city lord is just like you, a noble king tier. He might be a bit higher in rank than you, but he's just an old wolf now, nothing special. The Black Sand Wolf spoke with fervor, afraid of leaving out any crucial detail. What it couldn't see, however. At that moment, Luo Hua had already revealed an eerie smile. Gel City? Excellent. This is truly splendid. Luo Hua's inexplicable praise left the Black Sand Wolf utterly baffled. But after a brief moment of bewilderment, he chimed in with agreement. Right. Great. That's just perfect. As it spoke, it mistakenly believed Luo Hua was praising it. The smile on its face was nearly impossible to contain. But suddenly, it heard a phrase it couldn't comprehend at all. Only king tier. This is absolutely brilliant. Luo Hua spoke, his form suddenly shifting. He dashed toward the direction the Black Sand Wolf had pointed earlier. It left behind a pack of bewildered wolves and an equally confused Black Sand Wolf. Finally, it muttered to itself, trying to make sense of it all. Did he just compliment me? The Black Sand Wolf remained naive, but upon reflection, he decided it was unlikely. At least he had survived, and his severed arm had been retrieved. That was enough. How could it dare to hope for more to earn the favor of a royal class being? On the other side, Luo Hua's expression lit up with excitement. His lips had been stretched into a wide grin, practically reaching his ears the entire journey. A king class whose strength barely matched his own? That creature wasn't even worthy of being Wolf Shadow's opponent. Wasn't the entire city of Gel already within his grasp? Silver Wolf Clan? I'll collect my interest from your comrades first. Luo Hua's heart hardened and his pace quickened. After all, the spirit binding state was determined by the summoned beast's strength. In a situation like this, fusing with a bloodthirsty werewolf weaker than himself carried absolutely no burden. He could even maintain the spirit binding state throughout the entire process without issue. As he pressed forward, the outline of a city gradually came into view. Yellowstone ramparts towered high, indistinguishable from ancient fortifications. There were even traces of bricks and tiles. It hardly seemed like something these muscle-bound, brainless wolves could have built. Rather, it looked like human slaves? Luo Hua's expression darkened slightly as his eyes narrowed. Hearing that word, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Had it not been for the human ancestors, he too might have met such a fate. Indeed, he might never have been born at all. But what belongs to the human race must be reclaimed. Sooner or later, it will be reclaimed. Luo Hua spoke, his heart hardening. His pace quickened, and before long, he reached the city walls. Gazing up at the towering walls stretching dozens of meters high, Luo Hua felt a sense of awe wash over him for the first time. But it lasted only a moment. In the blink of an eye, his expression hardened once more as he hurried toward the city gates. With the aura he radiated, even if the guards spotted him, they wouldn't dare stop him, allowing him to enter unchallenged. King Tier. Where is the King Tier? Luo Hua activated his sovereign's eye, tracking the strongest aura within the city. If he could eliminate the threat first, nothing in the entire city of Gel would stand in his way. Suddenly, Luo Hua halted, his gaze fixed in one direction. Found it. A cruel smile spread across his lips. This was merely the first step of his vengeance. Next, it was time for the Wolf Shadow to make its entrance. Chapter 193, The Giant Rock Wolf King, Yen Lu. Found you. Luo Hua's gaze sharpened as he stood atop the rooftop, staring down below. It was a werewolf standing a full 4 meters tall, larger than any he had ever seen before. Of course, that was only in its normal state. Who's there? Seeming to sense Luo Hua's arrival, the ancient giant rock wolf slowly lifted its eyelids. After sensing his strength, it revealed a hint of surprise. Where did this kid come from? On the street, Yen Lu suddenly let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the aura unique to a king class being spread out. The surging momentum pressed down on some werewolves, making it hard for them to breathe. The bloodline's inherent pressure was the most formidable force the demonic tribes could face. Giant Rock Wolf King. Level 46. Quality King Tier. Health 170k 400k. Strength 7500. Magic Power 1000. Defense 3000. Agility 800. Giant Rock Wolf King Innate Ability. Rarity A. Passive, gain 10 defense and 1000 health per giant rock wolf within 1000 meters. Active, gain a shield equal to the increased HP. A wounded wolf king? Interesting. Luo Hua let out a savage laugh, his hatred for them reaching its peak. With a flick of his hand, a dark shadow shot forward. Before the giant rock wolf king Yen Lu could react, a claw slammed into its chest. The brutal attack tore away a large chunk of stone from its body. Beneath the petrified skin, the blood-soaked flesh was faintly visible. What kind of wolf is this? The rock wolf king roared in fury, dropping to all fours as it gave chase. As it closed in, its beastly eyes suddenly narrowed. For it had finally discerned the shadow's identity, another wolf king, and a formidable one at that. Yet the figure shrouded in black mist evoked an instinctive wariness. It resembled a shadow wolf, yet bore distinct differences. At the very least, the royal shadow wolves wouldn't possess such dense, intricate blue patterns. The shadow was none other than Luo Hua's Chaos Wolf Shadow. Where did you come from? Yen Lu asked warily, maintaining his distance from the wolf shadow. It clearly sensed a malevolent intent emanating from the shadow. That chaotic, violent energy constantly interfered with its mind, forcing it to remain on high alert. You should be asking me that. Just then, Yen Lu suddenly heard a young voice. Without a doubt, it was the young werewolf who had been standing on the rooftop moments ago. Instinctively, it looked up, intending to ask something. In that very instant, the wolf's shadow moved. Its speed was astonishingly fast, leaving him no room to react. He caught only a glimpse of a dark shadow darting past the corner of his eye. By the time he tried to defend himself, it was already too late. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Before the dust had even settled, the massive silhouette of Yen Lu could be seen. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, he was sent flying backward, utterly helpless. Cough cough. The elderly werewolf, already frail and weak, nearly collapsed under the impact. A violent cough erupted, but the chaotic wolf shadow paid him no mind. With predatory strides, it slowly approached Yen Lu. Its path was not straight but curved, a tactic to avoid any sudden counterattack. The chaotic wolf shadow, already wolf-like in nature, had honed its vigilance to the utmost after becoming familiar with its own body. Even though the opponent was at a disadvantage, it did not act rashly. Whether it was this excessive caution or something else, Yan-Lu could hold back no longer. A whoa! A sudden howl erupted as the ancient rock wolf king, dragging its aged body, burst forward. Dust and smoke parted swiftly at its movement, revealing its form. Giant rock slash. The cry echoed as a fierce blast of gale force energy surged toward the chaotic wolf shadows. Yet, faced with the assault, the wolf merely sidestepped with calm composure. In the next instant, the great rock wolf king's attack whizzed past them. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion echoed through Gel City once more. Yet today, it was merely the second such explosion they had heard. Upon sensing the aura of the city lord, the giant rock wolf king, their curiosity to investigate vanished instantly. Meanwhile, on Yan-Lu's side, his strike missed its mark, obliterating more than half the house. Smoke billowed, obscuring half the street. Put! Just as it was startled and about to withdraw its attack, suddenly, a crisp sound of flesh tearing echoed. Chaotic wolf shadow had closed in unnoticed, its claws sinking deep into its chest. Oh whoa! Its health plummeted, and Yan-Lu couldn't suppress a cry of pain. Realizing the situation was dire, it hastily pulled back, then suddenly let out a long howl to the heavens. In an instant, throughout Gel City, the entire giant rock wolf troop abruptly lifted their heads, gazing toward Yan-Lu's direction. Trouble! The city lord is in peril. Quick! Quick, go support him! The wolf soldiers charged forward, causing the rest of the wolf tribe within the city to make way. These were the city lord's personal guards, no trifling matter. If they accidentally disrupted their mission, the city lord's wrath would fall upon them, and none could escape responsibility. Not only them, but even Luo Hua in the distance had noticed their arrival. He glanced up. Seeing the dust rising in the distance, he knew something was approaching. He immediately turned his gaze toward Yan-Lu. Noticing that the king of the giant rock wolf clan was steadily increasing his defense and health, he instantly understood. Oh? So you summoned the giant rock wolf clan to boost your tankiness? Luo Hua sneered dismissively, then swung his arm. In an instant, two dark shadows shot forth, one in front and one behind. Oh whoa! Sigh. Working for free day after day, and barely getting any fruit. The voices alone were enough to identify who they belonged to. The bloodthirsty werewolf charging at the forefront trembled with excitement. The crimson flame wolf it had absorbed in the dungeon was still insufficient to activate a complete bloodline. But now, everything was different. The entire city was filled with wolves, instantly igniting its primal bloodlust. Vaguely, one could almost see black mist, like saliva, dripping from its mouth. Bloodlust and greed had already activated by default. All it wanted now was to slaughter indiscriminately on the streets. Yet it did not forget its current mission. Only the giant rock wolf clan at the very front was its target this time. It believed that by eliminating them completely, even without the bloodline of the Wolf King, its power would advance another level. Behind it, the magic hand dangled lazily. Its pace was unhurried, seemingly uninterested in intervening. He muttered something about unscrupulous bosses exploiting their workers. Luo Hua paid it no mind. After all, the magic hand wasn't the main combatant this time, it only needed to provide backup. This was a golden opportunity, it would be a shame not to let Wolf Shadow and Bloodthirsty Werewolf gain some experience. At that moment, the giant rock Wolf King sensed something amiss, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 194, The Fall of the Wolf King. Rock Law, sensing the giant rock wolf had been intercepted, finally showed panic in his eyes. Not only that, but he distinctly sensed the killing intent emanating from Luo Hua. Most crucially, it finally detected something profoundly unusual. You're not one of us. Who are you? Yan-Lu screamed, its sharp claws pointing directly at Luo Hua. It was unclear whether it was his summoning ability that had exposed him, or if the moment the bloodthirsty werewolf emerged from his body had caused a slight shift in the spirit possession state. Yan-Lu's gaze sharpened, as if trying to see through him. Little did he know, Luo Hua had no intention of wasting words with it. His fingers twitched slightly, issuing the command to attack. Oh whoa! Receiving the signal, the chaotic wolf shadow let out a piercing howl to the heavens. In an instant, a dark shadow flashed. Clang! Clang! Yan-Lu hurriedly raised his hand to block, claws clashing. In an instant, the fierce attack forced it to retreat repeatedly. In this initial clash of strength and speed, it found itself at a disadvantage. Alas, this was no arena. There were no rules of mercy here. In a life or death duel, there was no room for mercy or morality. Strike while the iron is hot. Chaotic wolf shadow moved like a dark specter, darting swiftly through the alleys. Before Yan-Lu could recover from the recoil, a new wave of attacks arrived. Thud! Thud! The successive wounds made it feel its life rapidly slipping away. It wanted to strike back, but had no idea when the next blow would land. What frustrated it most was that even the giant rock wolf clan had been completely intercepted. A kilometer's distance, neither close nor far. Despite issuing commands for so long, not a single giant rock wolf had managed to break through. This rendered its innate abilities utterly useless. It couldn't boost its health or defense in the slightest. Even its active shield couldn't be activated because there weren't enough giant rock wolves to sustain it. It felt as though this mysterious figure had foreseen every single thing. Impossible. Could one of our wolves have betrayed our clan's secrets? Or could it be that another tribe hired reinforcements specifically to target me? In an instant, Yen Lu's mind raced with possibilities. Yet all were mere speculations without resolution. He knew only that the figure cloaked in darkness before him was no ordinary being. Put. The Chaos Wolf Shadow's assault continued unabated. The stone skin covering its body was now nearly completely stripped away, leaving it drenched in blood. You forced my hand. With no room left to retreat, Yen Lu suddenly roared. In an instant, rock encased his entire body, forming a petrified armor. But Luo Hua knew it wasn't equipment. Among the wolf tribe, unlike human awakened ones, they couldn't wear equipment. The inherent differences in individual sizes already made it difficult to fit all equipment. Moreover, given their inherent attributes, they truly did not need external aid to crush human awakened ones. Sometimes, equipment was more of a hindrance. Of course, the dungeon still granted them the right to use equipment whether they chose to or not was entirely up to the individual. Before them, Yen Lu wore armor forged from his own abilities. Worn upon its form, it radiates brute strength. Even a casual glance could sense its extraordinary defensive prowess. But so what? A whoa! Chaotic wolf shadow roared, and a pile of rocks rose up beside it. In the stunned gaze of the rock law, it instantly armed itself. Yet the armor retained the wolf's natural hues, a blend of black and blue. It possessed an unexpected elegance, unlike the heavy, imposing aura of the giant rock wolf king. You're the giant rock. No! What kind of monster are you? Sensing the wolf's transformation, Yen Lu's pupils suddenly contracted. The words had barely left his mouth when he immediately dismissed the thought. He was utterly certain that the chaotic wolf shadow before him could not possibly belong to the giant rock wolf clan. In fact, it might not even be a wolf at all, for wolves did not possess such bizarre qualities. But the wolf shadow had no intention of answering his questions. A flash of savagery flickered in its eyes as it charged toward Yen Lu once more. Damn it! Feeling the danger closing in once more, all it could do now was grit its teeth and curse under its breath. Beyond that, it could do nothing of substance. The aged and weakened giant rock wolf king was utterly outmatched against such a monstrous foe. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Yen Lu was once again sent flying. At this moment, the emotion surging within him could no longer be described as mere fear. Within the vast city of Gel, it possessed the greatest strength, a fact that carried a profoundly tragic implication. Even when danger struck, no one could come to its aid. In fact, it could only submit to being tormented, with no means of escape. Grief welled up within him. Yen Lu's eyes glazed over with a deathly gray hue, and even the faintest desire to put up a last stand had all but vanished. Chaos Wolf Shadow cared nothing for martial ethics. Its sole purpose was to obey Luo Hua's command and exterminate it. It cared not a whit for the enemy's stance or condition. As long as it knew the opponent was still alive, it would find a way to kill it. Its form shifted, swiftly closing in on the barely breathing Yen Lu. It grabbed him and hurled him like a cannonball. Boom! Another deafening explosion sent a chill through the hearts of the wolf tribe in Gel City. What kind of day is this, he wondered, that several elders would fight within the city walls? Such a commotion would surely disturb the entire city. Little did they know that soon, Gel City would face far more than mere disturbance. Something far more terrifying was about to unfold. Ah! Shatter the mountains, crush the rocks. Yen Lu roared, slamming his palm down on the ground. Instantly, the earth shook violently, as if the entire world were about to turn upside down. The next instant, shockwaves reached the feet of the wolf shadow. With a thunderous boom, rocks burst from the earth, surging toward the chaotic wolf shadow. Alas, such a slow casting attack with excessive wind-up time could never hope to strike its mark. The wolf shadow planted its feet, leaping upward in an instant. Tracking an arc, it planted a paw on the wall and thrust off with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of the wall shattering was distinctly audible. Two wolf paw prints were deeply embedded within, resembling plum blossoms. In Yen Lu's horrified gaze, the sharp claws were already reaching toward him. The Chaos Wolf's form was far smaller than his own, yet it instilled a profound dread within him at that moment. Thud! The next instant, excruciating pain shot through its neck. The giant rock wolf king, its health bar depleted, could no longer muster the strength to resist the injury. As trickles of blood seeped from its neck, Yen Lu's gaze gradually lost focus. Many of its skills remained unused, but now there was no chance to employ them. Weakened by age and exhaustion, it was utterly overwhelmed by the chaotic, relentless onslaught of the wolf pack. Helplessly, it met its end in bitter defeat. Finally, the wolf shadows have successfully evolved. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly, his eyes devoid of any pity. Those not of my kind harbored different hearts. The crimes committed by the wolf clan in his world, he had never forgotten. Next, it's time to settle the score with Gel City. Chapter 195, Wolf Shadow's New Power, Purge of Gel City. Summoned Creature. Summon Chaos Wolf Shadow upgraded to level 42, health plus 10,000, strength plus 200, agility plus 100. Departing the Scorched Lands, the Chaos Wolf Shadow finally achieved its first level up. It leaped up 2 levels consecutively, with its attributes receiving a modest boost. With an additional 20,000 HP, it became more resilient to damage. Yet this was not the end. With the death of the giant rock wolf king, the Chaos Wolf Shadow's body suddenly swelled. Endless shadows, like giant hands, extended from its body, instantly seizing the still warm corpse of Yenil Shang. In the blink of an eye, a black, gooey substance completely engulfed it. Tugging and deforming, it was utterly unrecognizable as a living creature. The towering figure, over 4 meters tall, was now shrouded in darkness, resembling jelly. There was no sound of bones snapping. The next instant, the giant hands clenched violently, pulling the entire Rock Wolf King into the shadowy form, filled with black mist. When it was over, the wolf shadow resumed its original form. What was that? Luo Hua furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. This was the first time he had ever seen the wolf shadow in this state, and he was momentarily unsure of what had transpired. Just as he was pondering the mystery, an alert sounded once more. Chaos Wolf Shadow emerged victorious in the life or death duel, stripping the opponent of a portion of their defense growth. Gained, defense plus 2000. Chaos Wolf Shadow devours the giant rock wolf king, retaining skill, giant rock armor. 2 consecutive notifications, entirely logical, yet unexpectedly massive. Even Luo Hua hadn't anticipated such a massive boost. Didn't this instantly grant him a massive lead over others of the same level? In terms of attributes, a new dimension had been unlocked. Chaos Wolf Shadow Unique. Level 42. Quality King Grade. HP 320k 320k. Strength A400. Magic Power 3000. Defense 3000. Agility 1200. Chaos Simulation Trait. Giant Rock Armor Chaos. Active, summon a giant rock armor that lasts for 40 minutes. While active, defense doubles. Cooldown 1-2 hours. The attribute boosts were substantial, but the skill itself was surprisingly simple. Yet upon reading the description, Luo Hua couldn't help but stiffen. The description was only a single line, yet it was not to be underestimated. Percentage-based defense boost. As long as Wolf Shadow keeps devouring enemies, stacking the defense will reach terrifying levels. Most crucially, it possessed an exceptionally long duration coupled with a mere 12-hour cooldown. Moreover, Luo Hua knew full well that the skill the giant rock wolf king had used earlier was definitely not this one. Chaos again? Luo Hua marveled, then turned to survey Gel City. With the Soul King tier creature slain, nothing within the entire city could halt his advance. With a sweeping gesture, the evil-eyed ox demon erupted from the ground. Boom! The overwhelming aura of a sovereign level being pressed down upon the wolves within the city, leaving them gasping for breath. They looked up in terror, their eyes filled with bewilderment. How could a monster of this caliber slip into the city unnoticed, without anyone detecting it beforehand? Without Yen Lu, the ox demon was one of Gel City's most formidable combat forces. Moo! A sudden roar erupted. Golden lightning flashed within the ox demon's pupils, staining its entire eye a deep golden hue. Without hesitation, it unleashed its ultimate attack. What is that? A wolf looked up in terror, staring at the enormous black shadow. 100 meters tall, its form obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Isn't that the ox demon? How did it escape the dungeon? Who let it out? Wait. Don't you wolves care how it grew so big? Stop with the nonsense. It's about to attack. The wolves panicked, their eyes bulging in terror. Dark gold spread across their vision, nearly consuming their entire field of sight. Boom! Destructive energy surged forth, engulfing them completely. The deafening roar echoed through every corner of Gel City. The energy shockwave tore open a massive light curtain at the explosion's epicenter. Time to settle old scores. Luo Hua's lips curled into a smirk as he commanded the chaotic wolf shadows to charge forward. The wolves were scattered in all directions, still reeling from the blast. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past with blinding speed. Before he could turn his head, a sharp pain seared his neck. He tried to cry out, but no sound came. Enemy attack. Finally, one wolf sensed something was terribly wrong. How could their own kind die so swiftly? Those wolves positioned higher up were now trembling so violently their teeth chattered. They could clearly see what appeared to be a black wind sweeping through the streets, followed immediately by the successive deaths of their kin. The eerie spectacle made their legs go weak with fear. They barely had time to sound the alarm before sensing something foul had targeted them. At that moment, they cared not how high the watchtower stood. Like souls cast adrift, they scrambled through the gaps and plunged downward. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden, piercing pain shot through their hearts. Looking down, they saw a gaping hole of blood. When did this happen? The werewolf was utterly terrified, already feeling his vitality rapidly draining away. Unlike those frail humans, he possessed nearly 10,000 hit points. Yet despite this, he hadn't even seen who the enemy was before being instantly killed. Thud. His body plummeted from the lookout tower like a broken sack. A dull thud echoed as it hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Strangely, not a single werewolf below seemed disturbed. Upon closer inspection, they were all slumped against the wall, completely silent. This was the sheer terror of a king-tier power. Even the most ordinary of attacks could effortlessly take a life without a trace. Compared to the Ox Demon's overwhelming assault, the Chaos Wolf shadows seemed like the most inconspicuous corner of the battlefield. Yet the damage it inflicted upon the wolf tribe far surpassed that of the Ox Demons. Let's go! Luo Hua watched the handiwork of his summoned beasts, a smirk curling his lips. He patted the jungle tiger beneath him and commanded. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty werewolf's battle was equally fierce. With the magic hand providing support, any approaching sovereign or lord-level foes were swiftly eliminated. The remaining minor foes were utterly no match for this constantly evolving lord-tier beast. A whoa! It let out a piercing howl to the heavens, unleashing the skill it had absorbed. The bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf King manifested, instantly conjuring a headless yet equally ferocious wolf demon from thin air. Though its health was only 10% of the original wolf's and its attack power merely half. But against these ordinary werewolves, it was clearly more than sufficient. In an instant, 6 werewolves shrouded in black mist charged into the wolf pack. The battle between wolves was filled with the most primal bloodshed, crimson staining the entire street. In a corner, a trembling werewolf huddled against the wall, silently pulling out a communicator. Elder. I believe I've spotted traces of humans. Their abilities closely resemble that of the one called Luo Hua. Chapter 196, Bloodthirsty Werewolf Advancement, King Class. In a tavern within Yanzhou City. The perpetual dim lighting meant no one paid attention to what they saw. Even if they witnessed something extraordinary, they'd likely dismiss it as a drunken hallucination. What? You say Luo Hua has entered our wolf realm? Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Injia stared at the communication device, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Hearing this, the werewolf on the other end instantly cowered to the ground. Trembling, he raised half his head and stammered fearfully. Lord Ingjia, it's absolutely true. News came from Gur City. He's rampaging through the city, slaughtering indiscriminately. I heard the news and rushed straight to Blue Star to report to you. The more he spoke, the lower he buried his head, lacking even the courage to look up at Ingjia. Even he didn't know how Luo Hua had uncovered this secret, nor how he dared to venture in alone with such audacity. Sneaking in would have been one thing, but to do it so openly? Did he not fear never returning? I understand. Injia replied flatly, her expression unreadable. Hearing this, the other party only lowered its head further, daring not to say more. Only after the communication was cut did it exhale in relief, the chill in its heart easing considerably. Another long detour to find a copy to return with. The werewolf glanced back at the instance and sighed helplessly. Dungeons were one-way passages. Only the world that secured the dungeon first held the initiative. Therefore, to return, he had to find another entrance. Meanwhile, in the wolf realm, the towering walls of Gur City provided excellent defense against external threats. Yet now, they had become a cage imprisoning them. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion echoed. A figure slowly slid down the wall. The Monarch-level werewolf was hurled against the wall like a discarded sack. Its health bar emptied instantly, leaving no chance for resistance. The entire city of Gel was shrouded in smoke. Whether it was a design flaw or the inherently suspicious nature of the wolf clan, Gel City had only 2 main gates. Luo Hua blocked one of the main gates, waiting at any moment for the wolf clan to come and meet their doom. Then, with the Ox Demon stationed at the other gate, the rest were trapped like fish in a barrel. 2 king-tier and 1 lord-tier bloodthirsty werewolves could easily slaughter them all. A grim, murderous aura permeated every corner of Gel City. On the ramparts, vultures perched, occasionally letting out shrill cries. Caw, 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 utterly infuriating. Phew! Finally done. Surveying the crimson-stained ground, Luo Hua felt a surge of satisfaction. He harbored not a shred of mercy toward his enemies. They showed no mercy when invading his homeland, so why should he be polite? The experience gained from a wolf tribe city, even if mostly from low-level wolves, was sufficient to propel his level to an entirely new height. Now, he was just 1 level away from his second transformation. Indeed. Slaughter is the fastest way to level up. Luo Hua clenched his fists slightly, feeling the surging power coursing through his body. Yet a persistent feeling lingered as if something crucial was missing, preventing him from advancing further. Could this be the bottleneck? It seems without undergoing a class change, I can't take that final step. Luo Hua muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Unlike other classes, even without a job change, one could still reach level 40. This served as a form of safeguard for ordinary individuals. But the second job advancement was different. If you didn't reach that stage, you simply didn't have it. Further advancement was utterly impossible. Looks like I'll have to pay the Awakened Association a visit after all. Oh whoa! At that moment, a sudden howl pierced the air. The bloodthirsty werewolf, drenched in blood, let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Its entire body began to swell continuously, like an inflated balloon. Seeing this, Luo Hua showed no sign of panic, instead wearing a faint smile. Constant slaughter had already allowed him to accumulate a great deal of bloodline power. Now, it was merely a process of evolution. Unfortunately, the giant rock wolf king had already been devoured by the wolf shadow, preventing him from extracting its bloodline essence as before. This was something Luo Hua hadn't anticipated. It seemed he had taken things for granted before. On the ground, the bloodthirsty werewolf's body continued to grow larger. From its previous height of 2.5 meters, it swelled to around 3.5 meters before slowly halting its growth. Roar! A long, low growl echoed through the air. Unlike the wolf howls before, it resembled the territorial growl a dog might emit from the depths of its throat. Bloodthirsty werewolf. Level 59. Quality king grade. Health 610,000. Strength 17000. Defense 5000. Agility 2800. Whoa, those stats are terrifying. Seeing the stats of a 59th tier king for the first time, Luo Hua finally grasped their sheer magnitude. No wonder he had felt so utterly overwhelmed when facing the four-eyed demon king back then. It turned out the battle had never been on the same level from the start. Even when he'd poured every ounce of strength into the fight, it had merely delayed the inevitable. Had Xuanzu's Tu Zhengshan not appeared at the last moment to save him, he would likely have been dead already. But that wasn't all. Luo Hua knew that the bloodthirsty werewolf's strength had never truly lain in its attributes. On the contrary, those terrifying stats were actually its weakest attribute. Its innate ability, the power to absorb bloodlines, granted it a host of formidable skills. Wasteland Wolf King Bloodline LV.2 Summon 7 Wasteland Wolf Demons possessing 30% HP and 60% strength to fight alongside you, at no cost. Giant Rock Wolf King Bloodline LV.3 Within 1000 meters, gain plus 1% HP and plus 1% defense for each allied unit present. Black Sand Wolf King Bloodline LV.2 enters a 6-minute sandification state, having all damage taken. Cooldown, 2 hours. Thunderhorn Wolf King Bloodline LV.3 enter a 10-minute thunder state, dealing 20% thunder damage with attacks. Cooldown, 2 hours. Beyond these, there are some minor abilities that aren't particularly useful. This is partly due to their dwindling numbers and diluted bloodlines, rendering their abilities feeble. Yet undeniably, it is the accumulation of their bloodline power that enables the bloodthirsty werewolves to achieve breakthroughs. Nevertheless, bolstered by the 4 major bloodlines, the bloodthirsty werewolves' combat prowess has been greatly enhanced. Even the Thunderhorn Wolf clan likely never imagined. As the second largest clan in Gel City after the Giant Rock Wolf clan, they had grown to such a massive scale. Yet in the end, they did not live to see Yan Lu retire or witness the succession of the new city lord. Instead, they were annihilated first, effectively paving the way for the bloodthirsty werewolves. Had the clan chieftain still been alive, he would likely have spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Alas, now they needn't spit blood to be utterly finished. Watching the newly advanced bloodthirsty werewolves, Luo Hua's face lit up with satisfaction. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. This is. Luo Hua's pupils contracted, his joy impossible to conceal. Chapter 197 Talent Advancement, Shadow King. Luo Hua stared at his hands, utterly incredulous. He had just raised his level, reaching an entirely new dimension in his attributes. But now, seemingly due to the bloodthirsty werewolf advancing to the king class rank, a surge of power flowed back from his summoned beast into his own body. This sensation was all too familiar to him. For the past year, he had longed for this sensation every single moment until he hit a wall at S rank nearly half a year ago, unable to progress any further. Luo Hua had even begun to doubt whether this was truly his limit. But now, the truth lay before him. Shadow King. Rarity S. Piercing Illusion Imperial Gaze. Passive, sees through all disguises below Emperor tier. Has a chance to detect Emperor tier disguises up to 10 levels below the user. Active, enhances Imperial Eye ability tenfold and can be applied to one's own pupil techniques. Reign of the Fallen. Passive, upon defeating units below King tier, they automatically transform into Shadow Undead that persist for 10 minutes and join combat. Active, select a Shadow Undead to appoint as a Summon Beast, or summon fallen units while retaining their original levels. Formless Fist. Passive, deals 100% mixed damage. Active, charge to deal 200-400% mixed damage. With the advancement of talents, the 3 skills also undergo a new round of enhancement. Piercing Illusion Imperial Gaze. Sovereign of the Fallen. Formless Fist. Luo Hua murmured, repeating them once more. This was the true height befitting an S rank, and his abilities solidified into tangible form at that moment. Invisible golden light seemed to flicker deep within his eyes, capable of piercing through all illusions. Silver Wolf Clan. Now let's see how you plan to hide in Yanzhou City. Luo Hua's lips curled into a meaningful smile. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to exact revenge on Yin Jia at that very moment. Yet he remained far from blindly arrogant. He knew all too well the formidable power Yin Jia possessed. Even his full-power Chaos Wolf Shadow technique had been no match for the beast, easily dismissed with a few swipes. Though his power had grown, it still fell short against Jia. He understood this well. He knew it was time to retreat. Silver Wolf Clan, consider this my gift to you. Luo Hua declared, recording the words as he spoke. The long banner hung from the highest point of Gel City. It stretched perfectly from the top of the watchtower down to its midpoint. Written in the language of the Dragon Nation, he had no concern that Jia would be unable to understand it. Anyone capable of infiltrating Blue Star and lying dormant within Yanzhou City couldn't possibly be illiterate. Having completed all this, Luo Hua immediately activated Transcendence Mark. In an instant, he transformed into a dark shadow and vanished underground, disappearing from Gel City. Shortly after his departure, a terrifying aura swept through the air. Several figures stood atop the city walls, varying in height, build, and stature. Their only commonality was that they were all members of the Wolf Clan. Damned humans! Did we arrive too late? How did he uncover the secret passage? Who told him? The faces of several werewolves darkened with displeasure. Among the fallen were not only their own offspring but also their most loyal followers. Yet now, every last one had fallen by Luo Hua's hand. Not a single one within the city walls had survived. With both gates sealed shut, it became a one-sided slaughter. Even though the news had spread, reinforcements arrived far too late. Boom! Suddenly, an even more powerful aura erupted. A silver wolf over 10 meters tall descended from the sky, only shrinking to human size once it stood atop the city walls. Silver Wolf Emperor. Greetings, Silver Wolf Emperor. The assembled wolf kings bowed their heads in unison, their faces radiating reverence. Among the wolf clans, attaining the rank of king signified considerable status. Even when the royal family arrived, they need not grovel and crawl on the ground like ordinary wolves. However, the requisite reverence must be shown without exception. To show disrespect toward the royal family would invite consequences they would bear alone. For the sake of their wolf lives, even if they were currently seething with anger, it was best to remain obedient and courteous. Yet Jia seemed to ignore them entirely. Her eyes fixed intently on the banner draped across the watchtower. At a glance, he recognized it as Luo Hua's handiwork. A gift? Fine. 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 Silver Jia laughed bitterly in rage, baring his fangs. A fist shot out through the air, a flash of silver energy streaking through the void. Under the horrified gazes of the Wolf Kings, the sturdy watchtower exploded into pieces. In an instant, earth and stone flew everywhere. Even as fragments flew across great distances, striking their faces, not a single one dared utter a sound. Each of them fell silent as a cricket in winter, not daring to breathe a word. Their eyes flickered, stealing glances toward Jia, ever vigilant of his movements. All to prevent it from flying into a rage again and accidentally taking it out on them. Fortunately, it all turned out to be a false alarm. After completing its actions, Jia once again resumed its composed demeanor. Yet the icy glint still flickering in its eyes kept them frozen in place. Jia's gaze shifted slightly, settling on the bloodstains still wet on the ground. She reached down, scooped up a handful, and gently crushed it between her fingertips. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed into slits. Sensing the lingering warmth in the blood, as if she had guessed something. They haven't gone far. A cruel smile spread across Jia's lips. Then, closing her eyes, her nostrils twitched lightly. By the look of it, he seemed to be shutting down his visual senses, allowing him to better pinpoint Luo Hua's current location. You won't escape this time. Even if you use that ability again, the one that lets you traverse an entire city, there's no way you'll escape. Jia declared in a deep voice, radiating absolute confidence in his abilities. And indeed, that was the case. This place was nothing like Blue Star. There were no protective shields to obstruct it. With its species hunting prowess, it was certain it would soon pinpoint Luo Hua's escape route. The surrounding wolf kings watched its movements, not daring to interrupt. Until Jia's movements abruptly halted, as if it had discovered something. Found it! With that cry, his eyes snapped open. His silver pupils burned with madness. It seemed he was witnessing the imminent annihilation of a human prodigy, filled with intense excitement. By comparison, the death of one of its own kind seemed utterly insignificant to it. Meanwhile, Luo Hua had already retreated into the instance. No! Why isn't it working? He clutched numerous dungeon crystals, trying one after another. Yet the method that had previously shattered space was now utterly useless here. Where exactly did things go wrong? This instance clearly rewarded instance crystals too. Luo Hua's mind raced, considering every possibility. Unnoticed by him, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It's fine, it's fine. Luo Hua kept reassuring himself, glancing at the timer on the interface. As soon as the 2 hours were up, Xia Yingya would try again. Could it be that if it wouldn't open on his end, it wouldn't open on theirs either? Chapter 198, Confessing Feelings. Blue Star, Snow Bear Cave. Time ticked by second. Xia Yingya had been awakened. Aside from Pang Xin, the three of them stood on the snowy ground. Gazing at the dungeon crystal before them, solemn expressions crossed their faces. Are you ready? There shouldn't be any surprises, right? Not sure. Luo Hua taught me the method, but I've never tried it before. Hearing their questions, Xia Yingyao slowly shook her head. Yet the resolute gleam in her eyes never wavered. It seemed to declare to others, though I've never done this before, I will succeed. It's starting. Xia Yingyao took a sharp, deep breath, feeling the cold wind sting her lungs. Her mind instantly sharpened. Her hand moved swiftly, issuing command after command to the dungeon crystal. Simultaneously, Luo Hua's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. The Wolf Clan. The Wolf Clan's world. Xia Yingyao's resolve was unwavering. Her mind was singularly focused on one place. In the next instant, the dungeon crystal beneath her hands shattered into dust. Energy surged forward in response to her commands. In an instant, an energy fissure abruptly formed. It's open! It's open! Mu Wanqiu exclaimed in shock, excitedly hugging Jiang Xinyue beside her. The ample curves pressed against her chest nearly suffocated Jiang Xinyue, who was already dazed. I see it! I see Luo Hua! Suddenly, they both shrieked in surprise, their eyes brimming with joy. However, Luo Hua didn't seem quite right at that moment. Meanwhile, within the wolf realm, Luo Hua stared at the dungeon crystal in his hand, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His eyes widened in utter bewilderment. How could this be? It absolutely cannot be a coincidence. There must be some restriction within the dungeon that I haven't discovered yet. Luo Hua furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. Until he figured this out, he wouldn't be able to smile. The agreed upon time is up. He instinctively glanced at the interface before turning his gaze toward the horizon. That was where he had emerged earlier. It shouldn't be too far off. Sure enough, the moment he looked up, he immediately spotted the gap in the sky. Without hesitation, Luo Hua raised his hand and unleashed a strike. The next moment, the evil-eyed ox demon burst through the earth, dragging his form forward to the opening. I'm back! Luo Hua's lips curled into a grin as he spoke. Seeing the two women across from him cheering and rejoicing, a hint of satisfaction flashed across his face. It was rare for someone to care so deeply about him. It was impossible not to feel something. But the instant he lifted his foot to step forward, he froze. Thud! A dull thud echoed from the crack. His outstretched foot seemed to strike glass, unable to penetrate it. What's going on? Luo Hua froze at the sight, reaching out to feel the surface. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt an intense resistance. No matter how hard he pressed, he couldn't penetrate it. No! What the hell is going on here? Startled, Luo Hua raised his fist and struck out. Yet despite his formidable level 59 strength and unrestricted dungeon mining rights, at this moment, he couldn't even break through an invisible wall. Seeing this, not only he, but even Xia Yingyao and the others froze in shock. What's going on? Why can't Luo Hua get in? Is something wrong? Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu exchanged anxious glances, their worry clearly visible. They hurried forward in a few strides, reaching out to pull Luo Hua back. Her arm passed through him without the slightest resistance. But as they pulled him back, both women froze in shock. Their arms could be withdrawn. But the moment Luo Hua's arm touched the invisible barrier, it became utterly immovable. No matter how hard they pulled, they couldn't drag Luo Hua back. Luo Hua! What's going on? Don't scare me! Xia Yingyao cried out urgently, her voice trembling with fear. She was already homeless. If Luo Hua didn't come back, she would truly have no one left. The mere thought of this possibility made tears well up in her eyes. Even Mu Wanqiu, who usually loved to stir up jealousy, fell silent. Suddenly, Xia Yingyao seemed to remember something and made a move to push her way toward the gap. The abrupt movement froze everyone in place. Jiang Xinyue and Mu Wanqiu reached out to grab her, but it was far too late. As for Pang Xin, being a severely injured patient, supporting his weight on one leg was already a struggle, let alone reacting to such a sudden situation. Yet, what no one anticipated was this. The moment Xia Yingyao managed to squeeze through a little, she felt a force pushing her back. The moment her body was exposed, Luo Hua shoved her back. The force was neither light nor heavy, sending her crashing to the ground. Before Xia Yingyao could regain her footing, Luo Hua's furious shout erupted. Xia Yingyao! Are you trying to do something stupid? Hearing this, Xia Yingyao could only look at Luo Hua with a look of hurt and helplessness. She wanted to go over and comfort him, yet she was afraid of making him angrier. Luo Hua, still seething with anger, froze upon seeing Xia Yingyao's dejected expression, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that her impulsive actions stemmed entirely from him. Because he could never return to Blue Star, she'd acted on a sudden impulse, rushing over to be with him. But Luo Hua absolutely could not allow this situation to happen. His inability to return was now an established fact. The only thing he could do now was to calm everyone down and find a way back. With this realization, his tone softened considerably. Yingyao! Listen to me! His gaze fixed firmly on Xia Yingyao, his expression solemn. Seeing her tear-filled eyes, something inside him stirred. Still, he forced himself to speak. Just because I can't go back now doesn't mean I can't go back forever. The fact that that Silver Wolf Clan guy appeared on Blue Star is the best proof. But if you come over here now, you'll only slow me down. Then we'll have a hard time getting back. Luo Hua spoke slowly, his words carrying equal parts reassurance and admonishment. They were all adults. As long as he clearly explained the pros and cons to Xia Yingyao, he believed she would understand. He looked at Xia Yingyao, who appeared pitifully vulnerable, then glanced at Mu Wanqiu, whose face was equally filled with worry. Luo Hua could only sigh helplessly, feeling for the first time as if he owed them something. Yet he knew full well he owed them nothing. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke slowly. I understand your feelings. But I have more important matters to attend to, including my father's affairs. I will give you an answer in due time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the rift began to slowly close. Luo Hua stood silently, watching the two stunned figures until the instance closed completely. Phew! The Wolf Clan. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the dungeon entrance. The path back was now impassable. Given the speed of that silver wolf, it was surely already on its way. Time was running out for him. Chapter 199, Outmaneuvering Yingjia, Striking Back. Dungeon Entrance. Luo Hua glanced left and right, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Before that old Silver Wolf Clan bastard arrives, let's get the hell out of here. He muttered under his breath, heading in the opposite direction of Gel City. He wanted to get as far away as possible. Though he wasn't certain, he had a strong feeling they had a way to track him. No matter what, he couldn't take any chances. But before he could get very far, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon him. Luo Hua! You won't escape. Yingjia roared, his nostrils flaring twice. Her expression seemed to be pinpointing Luo Hua's location. It could distinctly sense that the aura had intensified to its peak. The target must have departed only moments ago. The thought of the enemy sneaking into their wolf territory while he was on Blue Star and slaughtering an entire city of wolves filled him with rage. He wondered how the other wolves would blame him once they found out. After all, it was his negligence that had allowed Luo Hua to escape into the wolf realm. Found him. Suddenly, Yingjia's eyes sharpened as he glanced in one direction. Her silver-white eyes flashed with a dangerous light, piercing through the spatial barriers to lock onto Luo Hua. Meanwhile, Luo Hua, fleeing at breakneck speed, showed not a trace of panic on his face. He suddenly glanced back over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes slightly. Seemingly sensing Yingjia's gaze as well, he suddenly grinned, a hint of triumphant scheming in his expression. Got the guts? Come chase me. He muttered under his breath, his pace quickening further. He ran as fast as he possibly could. He only hoped to widen the gap far enough to create ample opportunities for himself. Just then, a faint glow finally appeared on the horizon not far away. Yingjia unleashed his beast transformation, a colossal phantom emerging behind him. Empowered by this force, it soared through the air, closing in on Luo Hua. As it drew nearer, the details became clearer. Well, this old dog has some tricks up his sleeve. Luo Hua sneered coldly, his face brimming with contempt. Now unburdened by Xia Yingyao and the others, he could finally unleash his full power without restraint. A single Silver Wolf Clan member was hardly enough to halt his advance. If that's all he's got, it won't be nearly enough. Luo Hua's lips curled slightly as the surging aura behind him grew ever closer. The terrifying pressure caused a cold sweat to bead on his brow. It wasn't fear, merely his body's instinctive reaction. Luo Hua wiped it away lightly and glanced back. Suddenly, his stride halted. His frantic stride slowed to a halt. Witnessing this, Yingjia, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, also slowed her pace slightly. It couldn't quite gauge what Luo Hua was planning at that moment. After the previous incident, it no longer underestimated Luo Hua, instead halting warily at a distance. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Yingjia roared with maniacal laughter, as if he had already cornered Luo Hua. Yet it hesitated to advance, wary of Luo Hua's tricks. Watching the others' movements, Luo Hua flashed a confident grin. The wolf tribe possessed extremely high vigilance, yet this very trait was also their weakness. If exploited skillfully, it could yield a stunningly unexpected effect. At that very smile, Yingjia instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Logically, a second transformation Imperial Silver Wolf should have no reason to fear Luo Hua, a mere level 59 awakened. Yet for some reason, Yingjia's instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. His appearance played right into Luo Hua's calculated plan. He opened his mouth wide and roared furiously. You Silver Wolf scum! Take this grandpa's strongest strike! The roar thundered like a clap of thunder, carrying a force powerful enough to stir up sand and stones. Hearing the sound, Yingjia's heart suddenly sank, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Though he couldn't gauge its power, the sheer spectacle promised devastating force. Yet, time ticked by second. 1 second. 2 seconds. The attack failed to materialize, and the air remained eerily still. Yingjia, finally snapping out of it, flushed with anger. Even if it were as dumb as a rock, it knew it had been tricked. It lowered its arms and scanned the surroundings rapidly. But now, there was no trace of Luo Hua anywhere in the area. Yingjia frantically twitched its nose several times, yet it too failed to detect that aura. Impossible. Injia's heart jolted, his pupils widening in shock. Then, refusing to believe it, he sniffed again with all his might. Impossible. How could that bastard vanish into thin air? Silver Ca's eyes brimmed with disbelief, and the rage within him could no longer be contained. He lashed out with a claw, striking the small hill ahead. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flattening more than half the hillside. Little did they know, Luo Hua had already circled around and returned to his original position. Having learned from his previous mistake. Now, Luo Hua no longer hesitated to use his over-limit marks. After all, he had plenty of marks to spare, better safe than sorry. Counting the mark he'd casually left behind while slipping away from Injia's watchful eye, this was already the third one. The moment he appeared, the pungent stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. It assaulted his brain, making him feel slightly queasy. But for Luo Hua, it was hardly a big deal. Not only had he long since grown accustomed to it, but these were the very wolves he despised. He felt not a shred of discomfort. On the contrary, seeing part of his vengeance fulfilled brought him a surge of satisfaction. You fools of the Silver Wolf Clan. Never expected me to return, did you? Luo Hua smirked triumphantly. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd planned. The air thick with the scent of blood, and having appeared out of thin air with no trace of his approach. Therefore, he was certain his scent would not be detected. Next, he only needed to flee in the opposite direction, and Injia would be unable to track his location. With this thought, Luo Hua nodded to himself. But the very next second, his expression froze abruptly. Not only him, but even the several wolf kings froze in place. Staring at this human who had materialized out of thin air, they momentarily wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Hadn't Lord Injia pursued with such confidence? How could another human be hiding here so blatantly? Had they misperceived? The same question surfaced simultaneously in their minds. They stared blankly, preferring to believe their eyes were deceiving them rather than accept the Wolf Emperor had made a mistake. Wolf Shadow. Werewolf. Magic Hand. Take them down. Luo Hua, the first to react, struck first. Martial virtue? Who cares about martial virtue? I'm not wasting my breath explaining it to you wolves. You're not worthy of hearing it. In an instant, 3 king-level beasts burst forth. Their ranks were far above these wolves, and they held a significant lead over them. All of them were on the verge of second transformation, unlike these marginal wolf kings of the pack. Woof! Piercing howls echoed, shattering the deathly silence of Gel City. Chapter 200, One-Way Passage, The Deeds of Luo Qingfeng. Oh dear. My apologies. Luo Hua stretched his limbs, glancing at the several wolf kings lying in pools of blood before offering an apology. Yet his face betrayed not a shred of remorse. Instead, his expression radiated pure satisfaction. The 2 summoned wolf kings slowly rose to their feet, their claws stained with blood, their expressions fierce and ruthless. The magician hand stood on the rooftop with obvious disgust, trying his best to avoid touching the sticky filth. 5 vials of bloodline potion. Enough for the bloodthirsty werewolf to level up again. Luo Hua smiled faintly, glancing at the items in his backpack. Though insufficient for a royal grade advancement, it would still provide a modest boost. As for Wolf Shadow, he singled out the strongest wolf king and struck it down. His attributes also saw a noticeable boost. Chaotic Wolf Shadow. Gained, agility plus 2000. Chaotic Wolf Shadow devours the Swiftwind Wolf King, retaining skill, Swiftwind Hunt. Swiftwind Pursuit Chaos. Active, doubles movement speed for 30 minutes, agility unaffected by boost. Cooldown, 10 hours. Upon seeing the skill effect, Luo Hua suddenly raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, such a pleasant surprise awaited him. Just as he was evading pursuit, this skill activated. Moreover, the Wolf Shadow's attributes had received a significant boost. Agility, like defense, was a rare and valuable attribute. Every single point of improvement was immensely valuable for a summoned beast. We should go. Otherwise, that old bastard will catch up again. Luo Hua's eyes flickered as he glanced back toward their previous direction. He was certain the old fool would have guessed something if he wasn't completely stupid. He couldn't linger here any longer. Besides, with an entire city slaughtered and several wolf kings slain in succession. If it were him, he'd definitely suspect something. The higher-ups of the wolf clan would also grow suspicious. Worse still, they might send even stronger wolves to hunt him down. Then, he would face far more than just the Silver Wolf Clan. If he encountered one skilled in pursuit, there would be no escape. The best course of action now is to find an uncharted dungeon. And the newer the instance, the better. After the incident at the Snow Bear's Den, Luo Hua had already formed a hypothesis. He realized that he had tackled the dungeons earlier than others. When he opened the passage, both the Wolf Clan and the Demon Clan were still in the midst of their raids. It could be said he had stumbled upon success by accident. He had intended to conduct an experiment, but all the necessary conditions had conveniently aligned. Right. It must be cleared first, and led by the one holding the mining rights. And the other passages in the dungeon must either remain unexplored or have been cleared only very recently. Luo Hua pondered these thoughts as he hurried along. Straddling the Chaos Wolf shadow, his travel speed was lightning fast. There were no signs of wolves nearby, so there was no risk of exposure. On the contrary, they needed to push forward at full speed to quickly increase the distance between themselves and Ingjia and the others. No. It shouldn't have been cleared that recently. Luo Hua shook his head, quickly dismissing his own conjecture. Though it sounded plausible and explained why the instance could still be opened earlier. But upon closer inspection, it didn't hold up to scrutiny. The fact that it opened just now? It's highly likely because ownership also belongs to Blue Star. Right. That must be it. That would successfully open a one-way passage. Luo Hua clapped his hands, as if a revelation had struck him. Since the dungeon doesn't belong to any specific world but serves as a bridge, it couldn't possibly lack even basic recognition capabilities. Otherwise, how could all passages be one way? And this passage would persist until the mining rights expired and the instance vanished. In short, all he needed to do was find a brand new instance and clear it. Got it. Luo Hua nodded. He didn't need to grasp every detail, understanding the basic principle was sufficient. Of course, only wild dungeons count. Resource dungeons, experience dungeons, and even class change dungeons were excluded. These instances contained countless independent spaces teeming with endless monsters, making the concept of a strategy non-existent. Even if you successfully cleared one, it would respawn exactly the same next time. You couldn't claim mining rights. In short, only dungeons where mining rights can be obtained qualify for one-way passage. But what about the Inferno Demon's forbidden ground? And what about that Holy Light ruins? Though it seemed like he'd finally grasped everything, Luo Hua felt even more bewildered. Neither of these instances was strategically significant pure wilderness instances. Yet why, even now, had there been no reports of alien races descending? The more he pondered it, the more a headache began to throb in Luo Hua's temples. He shook his head decisively, refusing to dwell on it any longer. Unconsciously, he had traveled an unknown distance. Before him, the outline of a city came into view once more. Another city? I absolutely love this. Seeing this, Luo Hua immediately summoned the wolf shadow beneath him. He slipped into his black cloak, using the aura of a bloodthirsty werewolf to mask his own scent. Only after completing these preparations did Luo Hua set off toward the city with a solemn expression. As he drew nearer, the bustling city echoed with waves of chatter. Hey! Did you hear? Another human has wandered into our wolf territory. Whoa! You mean that guy named Luo Hua? Another Luo. But didn't they say several wolf emperors were already sent to hunt him down? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What's the matter? I heard those wolf emperors still haven't found a trace of that human. They're fuming mad. Hearing the voices, Luo Hua's footsteps abruptly halted. He had picked up on crucial information that demanded his attention. Beneath the mask, his brows furrowed slightly as he murmured softly. Another Luo. Luo Hua's heart jolted. He didn't believe this was mere coincidence. His instincts told him that the previous person must undoubtedly be his father, Luo Qingfeng. His surname wasn't exactly common, and for it to be constantly mentioned by outsiders if there wasn't something peculiar about it, it simply couldn't be possible. Still, he knew without needing to guess that this matter must have happened long ago. After all, his father had already fallen in battle and received a posthumous title. There could be no surprises now. Who would have thought my old man had fought all the way here back then? Luo Hua sighed softly, thinking to himself. In comparison, those who held positions of power yet did nothing, colluding with the enemy, were utterly despicable. But since I'm here now, I won't let you off easy. Luo Hua clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. Whether for public duty or personal vengeance, he had no reason to spare them. First, I'll gather intelligence on the dungeon. Then I'll deal with them later. With that thought, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked up at the towering structures within the city walls, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Chapter 201, Wu Juinjia's unusual behavior, the mysterious figure in the wolf realm. Meanwhile, at Yanzhou University, Wu Juinjia had already retrieved Pang Xian and the others from Jiangcheng. Just as he had predicted, once the demonic faction learned of his presence in the wolf realm, they spared no expense in launching their assault. The journey had been remarkably smooth, without a single hitch. Teacher Gua, Brother Hua opened a passage through the dungeon and entered another world. It's true. I'm not lying. Got it. Throughout the journey, Pang Xian reported frantically, highlighting the key points. But strangely, Wu Juinjia only responded half-heartedly, showing little interest. This scene had Pang Xian completely flustered. This was crucial information. Why didn't Teacher Gua seem the least bit curious? If he reported this directly to his uncle, the guy would be over the moon. But upon reflection, Pang Xian still sensed something was off. Scratching his head, he asked in confusion. Teacher Gua, aren't you worried about Brother Hua's safety? Hearing this, Wu Juinjia surprisingly showed no sign of concern whatsoever. In the past, he would have been scheming about a rescue plan already. The same had been true during the incident at the Xia residence. It didn't seem like a coincidence. But that was precisely the strange part. Even though he had crossed over into two different worlds, he was acting completely out of character, showing not a shred of worry. Something's wrong. Definitely wrong. Pang Xian shook his head, sifting through the relevant details. He was certain he'd overlooked something crucial. Otherwise, why would Teacher Guai act this way? Instead of worrying about Luo Hua, you'd be better off finding someone to fix your leg. Faced with Pang Xian's incessant buzzing like a fly, Wu Juanjia finally gave him a faint glance. That sentence was probably the longest he'd uttered in days. Feeling the concern, Pang Xian finally showed a hint of emotion. After all, he was sort of like a mentor. Usually aloof and indifferent, why was he being so kind to him today? Wait. No. A sudden chill ran down Pang Xian's spine, sending a cold sweat over his body. No good deed goes unpunished. He muttered under his breath. Though it felt wrong to say it about his own teacher, it was the perfect description for the moment. Pang Xian seriously suspected this was Wu Juanjia's tactic to distract him. He must be afraid that something would be discovered by him. As if reading his thoughts, Wu Juanjia didn't bother to refute him. He walked straight toward the door, his light words trailing behind him. Anyway, he's not my problem to worry about. Hearing this, Pang Xian froze in surprise. This sentence, devoid of context, left him utterly confused. It felt like she'd said something, yet also like she hadn't said anything at all. At that very moment, in the wolf realm, the sky was gradually darkening. Luo Hua stood at the windowsill of the inn, gazing down at the street below. Everything on him down to the coins in his pockets was stolen, save for the black cloak. The dungeon is under martial law. Looks like that old bastard from the Silver Wolf clan has found out something. Luo Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. He was merely speculating, no concrete actions had been taken yet. Meanwhile, the Wolf Realm had already placed martial law on all unclaimed dungeons, requiring identity checks for all entrants and exits. This made it exceedingly difficult for him to return to Blue Star. At the very least, sneaking in unnoticed was now utterly impossible. I wonder how long this situation will persist. Luo Hua frowned in deep thought, his eyes heavy with gravity. He was certain that no matter which city he went to now, the outcome would be the same. Perhaps it was better to take the opposite approach. This city was close to Gel City. He could stay here for a while, waiting for the heat to die down. As he pondered, the area outside the door suddenly fell silent. Luo Hua's brow furrowed as a sudden sense of alertness washed over him. He tiptoed to the door, pressed his ear against the wall, and listened intently. Master! Master! It's right ahead. The one in the black robe is in the room just up the hall. Very well. Are you certain he's human? No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. If he were a Wolf Clan member, he wouldn't be wrapped up so tightly. Good. Men. Form the formation. Everyone stay alert. Don't let that bastard teleport away. Luo Hua's ears twitched slightly, and his expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated this. Even wrapping up tightly was a mistake. If he hadn't wrapped himself tightly, he would have been recognized instantly. Now, clad in black robes, he had become a suspect once more. Upon hearing the enemy was setting up an array to prevent him from using teleportation skills, Luo Hua hesitated no longer. Transcendence Mark. The skill activated instantly, and he vanished into the shadows. If not now, then when? If he waited until they had everything prepared, he might not even be able to escape then. Adhering to the principle of running as far as possible. The next instant, Luo Hua materialized at the spot where Jia had lost track of him earlier. Surveying the desolate landscape around him, devoid of any sign of life, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Thank goodness no one was lying in wait. He patted his chest and sat down on a rock to rest. His greatest fear had been that Jia might stubbornly wait here for him to show up. Now it seemed that the worst-case scenario hadn't materialized. But just as he let out a sigh of relief, suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps began to approach slowly. Click! 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 The sound wasn't loud, but it was unusually clear. It seemed deliberately made to catch his attention. Who's there? Luo Hua's eyes narrowed sharply as he whipped his head around. Not far away, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The setting sun had faded, and the faint moonlight failed to illuminate half of the figure's body. Facing Luo Hua's demand, the figure showed no sign of rushing into action. Their eyes lifted slightly, flickering with a faint golden glow. At first glance, Luo Hua knew this figure was not an old member of the Silver Wolf clan. For the pupils of the Silver Wolf clan could never possess such a color. If they could alter their color, they would have long since used that ability in their human forms to infiltrate Blue Star completely. Before Luo Hua could ask again, the other spoke first. Luo Hua, I recognize you. As he spoke, those golden pupils fixed their gaze directly on Luo Hua. Though the other showed no sign of hostility now, Luo Hua couldn't help but feel wary. Who are you? Luo Hua demanded in a low voice. He raised a hand, summoning the Chaos Wolf shadow. But soon, he froze, staring in astonishment at the wolf's skill list. Apart from the skills he had already absorbed, the rest were completely empty. In other words, the replication effect hadn't triggered. You're not a wolf. Who are you, exactly? Luo Hua's brow furrowed even deeper. Not a trace of relief washed over him at the revelation that the other wasn't a wolf. On the contrary, his mood grew considerably heavier. Me? You shouldn't be too unfamiliar with me. Chapter 202, Feng Baizhong, the deceased genius? As he spoke, the figure stepped fully out of the shadows. Bathed in moonlight, a human face was revealed. Seeing the other's appearance, Luo Hua's brows furrowed even deeper. He had heard the other's words. Yet that face held not a shred of familiarity for Luo Hua. The chiseled features were unforgettable even after just one glance. Especially the scar above the right eye, a sight that was truly shocking. In a world where priests could heal any non-fatal injury, such a prominent scar was virtually unheard of. Who exactly are you? I don't recognize you. Luo Hua searched his mind thoroughly, yet found not a single trace of recognition. In fact, he couldn't even recall anyone who resembled him. Hearing this, the other party didn't grow angry but instead smiled indifferently. Feng Baizhong of the Feng family, one of the four great families of Zhengcheng. As he spoke, a golden light flickered deep within his eyes, circling once. A confident aura radiated from him, emanating from within. Luo Hua's pupils suddenly contracted. The four great families of Zhengcheng, Lu, Feng, Qian, Chen. No. Now it should be called the three great families. While others might not know every member of these three families, Feng Baizhong was undoubtedly one of them. It could be said that if Feng Baizhong hadn't mysteriously vanished back then, the title of Jiangcheng University's top genius wouldn't have fallen to Chen Shoujuan. Moreover, Feng Baizhong held a generational lead, surpassing even the prodigies from the most prestigious universities. But you're supposed to be dead. Luo Hua frowned deeply, staring at the man before him in disbelief. Though he had never met Feng Baizhong, he had certainly heard his name. What puzzled him was that while the official report stated he was missing, it seemed his body had been found. Even if he himself had mixed up the details, surely the entire city of Zhengcheng couldn't have gotten it wrong. The fall of Zhengcheng's foremost genius in nearly a decade, whose mother had wailed until the heavens seemed to darken. How could this possibly be a joke? How could he have come back to life? Death? Feng Baizhong suddenly smiled. If I hadn't died? Do you think those beasts of the Wolf Clan would have spared the Feng family? His words dripped with contempt for the Wolf Clan. Wolf Clan? Feng family? Luo Hua's heart stirred at these words. You mean, you faked your death? Used your death to deceive the Wolf Clan, then hid yourself within their territory? Yes and no. Feng Baizhong shook his head, his gaze fixed directly on Luo Hua. A gleam shimmered in his eyes. He pursed his lips, as if something was about to spill out, but he forced himself to hold it back. I did die, but it was just a decoy bearing my identity. That elder once told me, if we must kill the alien race, we should simply block their water sources and kill them there. Don't bring the war to Blue Star. Hearing this, Luo Hua's heart trembled slightly. He never imagined someone would secretly operate within the wolf realm, quietly contributing to humanity without seeking fame. Feng Baizhong was one such person, and the elder behind him was another. In that moment, Luo Hua finally grasped the vast gulf between himself and them. He had stumbled into the wolf realm driven by personal vengeance and the desire to return to Yenzhou University. Compared to them, his ideological awareness fell far short. Suddenly, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Let me join you. I'm not weak either, I should be able to contribute my share. Luo Hua looked Feng Baizhong straight in the eye and spoke earnestly. However, the moment he finished speaking, the other man slowly shook his head. A meaningful smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, leaving Luo Hua utterly baffled. Was it because he was too weak? Did they not need him? But upon second thought, that didn't quite seem right either. He clearly remembered that when news of Feng Baizhong's death had spread, the man had only just surpassed level 40. Compared to his current strength, that was still far weaker. Precisely because of this, Luo Hua found it all the more perplexing. Just then, Feng Baizhong spoke. The elder said it himself, you have a more important mission. Yenzhou City needs you. Hearing these words, Luo Hua paused in surprise. He hadn't expected that even while residing in the wolf realm, the other party still cared about everything happening on Blue Star. Indeed, while Yenzhou City appeared utterly tranquil on the surface, it was already riddled with holes beneath the surface. Human traitors had secretly colluded with the Wolf Clan, plunging the entire city into chaos and turmoil. But could he truly change the current situation alone? Let's go. It's time for you to return. As he spoke, Feng Baizhong's hand rested on his shoulder. It all happened too quickly, even Luo Hua hadn't had time to react. 1 second ago, the man had been trapped beneath a boulder, the next, he stood beside him. And throughout the entire process, he hadn't sensed it at all, nor felt the rush of wind. It was that natural, yet abrupt. Go back now? But I haven't even found. Before Luo Hua could finish his sentence, the world spun violently before his eyes. All he could see was golden light. A slight sensation of weightlessness rose from his feet, as if his entire body were about to float away. But this sensation lasted only a few seconds before his feet touched solid ground again, the familiar feeling of stability returning instantly. What? Before Luo Hua could process his confusion, he noticed that a dungeon portal had opened before him, seemingly out of nowhere. White light flickered, a clear sign it had already been cleared. Exit the instance, and you'll arrive at Jade City, adjacent to Jiangcheng. On Blue Star, the instance is near the teleportation array. Once you exit, don't contact anyone else, head straight back to Yenzhou University. Feng Baizhong spoke solemnly, his words brimming with caution. While Luo Hua was still marveling at his formidable strength, wondering how many levels he had reached in his second transformation, Feng Baizhong adopted the demeanor of an older brother. After speaking, he repeated himself once more, as if afraid Luo Hua might forget. Got it? Under no circumstances contact anyone. The moment Yenzhou University makes a move, it will immediately draw their attention. Hearing this, Luo Hua could only nod. He glanced at Feng Baizhong and offered a warm smile. This brotherly concern was something he'd never felt before, so he didn't know what to make of it. He instinctively felt it was merely a sign of recognition for his abilities from someone of the same clan. Aren't you returning to Blue Star? After a moment's thought, he asked. Upon hearing this, Feng Baizhong merely shook his head before turning his gaze toward a certain direction. No need. Yenzhou City is yours to handle. I've got a fly to swat over here. With that, he gave Luo Hua a push, sending him toward the instance entrance. At that very moment, a streak of light flashed across the distant sky. A werewolf formed from massive boulders crashed down onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, it kicked up a cloud of dust. Amidst the yellow sand, a pair of earth-colored eyes glowed, locking onto Feng Baizhong. HM? You're not Luo Hua. Hearing this, Feng Baizhong merely smiled. His knuckles cracked audibly as he slowly curled his lips, his face twisted into a cruel grin. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going to die. Emperor of the Giant Rock Wolf Clan. Arrogant. The Giant Rock Wolf Emperor let out a sudden cold snort, his massive fist crashing down toward Feng Baizhong. Chapter 203, The Demon Scythe Martial God, The Horn of Counterattack. Upon returning to Blue Star, Luo Hua headed straight for Yenzhou University without a moment's hesitation. We've been waiting for you. This time, it wasn't Gui Juanjia who greeted him, but rather the university president, Bai Yu. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. The two seemed to have seen through everything, waving their hands with authority. The next moment, Luo Hua found himself immersed in a dungeon. Second transformation assessment, commencing now. Understand your talents. Clarify your inner self. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua quickly closed his eyes. He attempted to fuse his innate talents with his chosen profession. Meanwhile, members of the Xian group continued to gather. The atmosphere throughout Yenzhou City seemed to grow slightly unsettled. Seventh brother, why haven't you recalled your true form yet? How long do you plan to keep using this demonic body? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Principal Bai Yu's form began to fade into nothingness. In the next instant, a middle-aged man crossed through space, materializing directly within Yenzhou City. Had anyone from Jiangcheng University witnessed this, their jaws would have dropped in astonishment. For standing before them was none other than their newly appointed chancellor from 3 years prior. But who could have imagined that the presidents of two universities were actually the same person? Time ticked by, and the campus tournament had quietly concluded. Even the intercollegiate grand competition was nearing its conclusion. Without Luo Hua's participation, Xia Yingyao and the others could only go through the motions. And they were completely distracted, as if they had lost their souls. It had been nearly a month since they'd received any news from Luo Hua. Even the avatar on their communicators remained completely gray. Stuck in the wolf realm, they had no way of knowing whether he was alive or dead, leaving them to grieve in silence. What they didn't know was that Luo Hua had already returned to Blue Star. Due to the dungeon's unique properties, no signals could be received, creating the illusion that he hadn't returned. That day. Buzz. A ripple rippled through the air. Bai Yu, stationed outside, and another middle-aged man both snapped their eyes open. A terrifying aura spread out invisibly. Even they dared not meet his piercing gaze. What overwhelming power! Even greater than our elder brother back in the day. Bai Yu murmured, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, Luo Hua descended slowly. Feeling the surging aura within him, he was somewhat incredulous. After the second transformation, his original levels had vanished entirely. The old method of gaining experience to level up was completely obsolete now. Demon Scythe Martial God. Luo Hua lifted his gaze, his eyes a swirling blend of crimson and azure. Let's begin. It's time to sound the counterattack. Bai Yu declared, swinging his arm. Yenzhou City's defense systems activated instantly. After building momentum for so long, we finally drawn the demon and demonic tribes to Yenzhou City. It was time to wipe them all out. The moment the words left his mouth, Luo Hua sensed the fluctuations of teleportation. His vision flickered, and he found himself back inside Yenzhou City. Just as he wondered what to do next, he froze in place. Oomph. So many wolf demons. Activating his piercing illusion imperial pupil, he instantly scanned the entire estate. Excellent. I knew something was amiss with the Kai family. Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to suppress them. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread throughout the area, suppressing everyone without exception. Who dares? Who dares cause trouble at my Kai residence? Suddenly, a figure shot upward, bursting through the earth. The aura of a second transformation emanated, suffocating Yenzhou City. Yet before the intruder could revel in arrogance, Baiyu's palm crushed him into dust. With the death of the Kai family patriarch, Luo Hua instantly sensed several auras fleeing at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, he instantly understood. So that's it. But no one escapes. As he spoke, a staggering aura surged skyward, instantly locking onto the fleeing figures. Without exception, aside from those disguised as silver wolves, the rest were all spies from the Demon Clan or the Beast Clan. Yet beneath Luo Hua's illusion-piercing imperial gaze, concealment was utterly impossible. Oomph! With his cold snort, all the figures instantly exploded. This action undoubtedly alarmed a certain figure. The Silver Wolf Emperor's heart lurched with alarm, and the entire wolf pack fled in panic. It could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura unleashing devastating blows upon its pack. No matter how well they disguised themselves, it was effortlessly exposed. It was utterly stunned. Where do you think you're running off to, you old silver wolf scoundrel? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out before it. Before it could react, a sharp pain shot through its cheek. It felt as though a pair of massive hands had seized it, leaving it utterly helpless. After all, it was an imperial-level being. What energy could possibly hold it so easily? Could it be the legendary emperor level had intervened? The Silver Wolf Emperor's heart lurched in shock, his pupils dilating. Before it could process the thought, its entire head exploded. Luo Hua raised a barrier, enveloping the scattered blood and condensing it into a single mass. With a thought, he tossed it into the summoning space to the bloodthirsty werewolf. Commander 3. The Xian team is assembled and awaiting your orders. At that moment, a vast procession of figures rushed over, reporting to the middle-aged man beside Baiyu. Hearing this, Luo Hua lifted his eyelids slightly and turned to look at the man. To his surprise, this unassuming man was the newly appointed third in command. Let's go. I'll show you the research achievements of my dual realm master in recent years. With that, he swept his arm, unleashing a torrent of dungeon crystals. In an instant, a gaping breach appeared. On the other side, within an ancient city. The wolves, still engaged in trade, stared at the passageway in stunned silence, slow to react. Compared to the one opened in the dungeon, this portal seemed remarkably stable. It looked as though it could remain open for at least several years. Brothers of the Xian group. Kill them all. At the command, countless second-stage awakened warriors surged forth. Facing the ordinary wolf tribe, they cut through them like slicing through vegetables. Not even the city lord could withstand their onslaught. Good. I've finally waited for this moment. Luo Hua's heart stirred, his body trembling faintly. It wasn't fear, but every battle cell in his body rejoicing. His body surged forward, soaring above the wolf tribe's city walls. From his lofty vantage point, he gazed down coldly upon the world below. Humans! This is no place for you. Perhaps sensing the disturbance in the passageway, a werewolf immediately relayed the message outward. Soon, the teleportation array flared with bursts of light. Countless wolf emperors appeared, an unprecedented spectacle. As the original inhabitants of this city, they now grasped the gravity of the situation. Regardless of victory or defeat in this battle, they had no chance of survival. The mere aftermath of the battle could obliterate them in an instant. Worse still, leading the pack was a 30-meter-tall werewolf. Its gaze was indifferent, as if nothing could capture its interest. Is this what an emperor-tier being looks like? What astonishing presence! Luo Hua's brows furrowed slightly as he abandoned his earlier disdain. At that moment, the opponent seemed to sense something as well, shifting its gaze away from the dual realm master and fixing it upon him. Chapter 204, The Fall of the Demon God, Dawn Returns Grand Finale. Who would have thought the human race still possessed such a young emperor-level being? But today, you shall fall here. The wolf emperor opened his mouth slightly, and words as sharp as claws poured forth. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly startled. Every member of the Xian group was an outstanding talent from the top universities. Yet even so, they had only barely reached the emperor level, unable to advance further. What are you thinking, old geezer? Even if you die, I won't be affected. Luo Hua shot back coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt for the wolf emperor. Though he might be slightly weaker than his opponent now, he felt he still had a chance. Well said. You truly are the son of Luo Qingfeng. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a sudden ripple in the air. Then, over a dozen figures materialized one after another. Dad! Mom! Luo Hua's pupils contracted, and mist seemed to gather at the corners of his eyes. Besides the two figures he'd longed for over a decade, there were many familiar faces. Han Xian and Feng Baizhong, the six-headed spirit turtles, stood prominently among them. You've endured so much these past years. Luo Qingfeng nodded slightly. He knew full well what Luo Hua had been through. Due to the unique circumstances, he had been forced to remain hidden for the time being, but that was no longer necessary. Luo's mother gazed at Luo Hua, her eyes brimming with tears. She yearned to rush forward, yet she did not forget where they were. Suddenly, Luo Qingfeng's gaze sharpened as he raised his arm and proclaimed, "As a diviner, I've been waiting for this very moment. Now, Blue Star must be returned to us." With that, he unleashed a palm strike that sent the Wolf Emperor flying. Seeing his move, the others held nothing back, unleashing their full fury. Before long, the Wolf clan was swept away like a dam bursting, washed clean by the flood. This battle. Despite their overwhelming combat superiority, the battle raged on for a full 3 months. With the Wolf Emperor slain, the remaining cities could not withstand the Xian group's relentless sieges and conquests. Moreover, the forces under Luo Qingfeng's command were vastly superior to those of the Xian group. The Wolf Realm is merely the beginning. The Great Demon Realm and the Demon Realm still lie ahead. In the conference room, Luo Qingfeng spoke slowly with a solemn expression. By comparison, the Wolf Realm was merely the least formidable. They could secure it completely without even waiting for Luo Hua's breakthrough. However, Luo Hua's role in eliminating potential threats should not be underestimated. Then there was the effect of the Sovereign of the Dead. In large-scale group battles, it was like one man holding the pass against 10,000. Even the wolves didn't realize that their fallen comrades could rise again to slash at them. Counterattack the Demon Realm. Counterattack the Great Demon Realm. Such a notion would have been unthinkable in the past. War. That is the ultimate forge for tempering a man. Pang Xayan's head and hands were wrapped in bandages, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve. An aura emanated from his body, though he still had some distance to go before reaching the second transformation. Compared to just a few months ago, when he'd merely trailed behind Luo Hua with a silly grin, he now stood as a true member of the frontline forces. "I feel my energy surging within me now, as if I've touched some kind of barrier," Luo Hua murmured, clenching his fist slightly. Beside him, Mu Wanqiu tenderly tended to his wounds, while Xia Yingyao gently wiped the dust from his face. Only Han Shiyu looked sullen, as if her favorite toy had been snatched away. Han Xian shook his head at the sight, sighing inwardly at how time had caught up with him. Girls grow up so fast. After several days of rest and recuperation, everyone had nearly fully recovered. Gazing at the towering piles of dungeon crystals before them, everyone's heart surged with excitement. The counterattack was set for today. The interdimensional passage swung wide open, and the group surged through. Unlike the mindless brute force of the demon and demonic races, only the human race would dedicate themselves to studying this. They achieved it without relying on dungeons, fully unlocking the space. The battle raged with unrelenting ferocity. Years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The human race gained the upper hand and eventually tore open a gap. The strong grew stronger, while the weak perished. With dungeon yields as backup, the strengthened front lines could then conquer even more formidable dungeons. For the human race, this had become a virtuous cycle. "Humans! You have crossed my final line," a majestic voice boomed from within the Great Demon Realm. The crowd looked up in panic, only to see a figure so immense it obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. 1,000-foot-tall form, its gaze like the sun, its eyes closed like the moon. Its terrifying aura crushed all breath from their lungs. Even the mightiest imperial tier powerhouses could muster no strength to resist, all collapsing to the ground. The demon god. The deity of the Great Demon Realm. Luo Qingfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. Even having reached the emperor level, they still felt utterly insignificant. Yet they did not retreat. For they all knew that Luo Hua was on his way. "Old villain! I've been waiting for you!" A sudden roar echoed as a streak of blue and crimson aurora shot toward them. Invisible yet palpable, it seemed as though a shadowy figure wielding a giant scythe loomed overhead. Impossible! Haven't humans already fallen into decline? How could there still be gods among you? The demon god's eyes widened in terror, but he quickly regained his composure. No matter how powerful the figure before him might be, they had only just broken through. Side warrior god. Luo Hua stood suspended in midair, locking gazes with the demon god across the void. Terrifying auras collided relentlessly. Through years of battle against demon and wolf clans, he was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. With a flick of his arm, both instantly entered a parallel dimension. Explosions echoed across the sky, yet not a trace of energy spilled out. No one remembered how long that battle lasted. Only this remained etched in memory, the sun and moon in the sky setting and rising, endlessly repeating. Through the changing seasons, it felt as though they had endured 2 snow-covered winters. Until one day. Boom! The earth shook with a thunderous blast as the great demon god's 1,000-foot-tall form crashed to the ground. The garrison soldiers stood frozen in shock. After a full dozen seconds of stunned silence, they finally looked up, their eyes brimming with excitement, toward the figure in the sky. "Fellow humans! Next stop! The Holy Light Ruins! The Demon Realm!" Luo Hua raised his arm and shouted, instantly met with a chorus of responses. The army, which had been reorganized for over a year, set out once more at this very moment. Though it was war, every face bore a look of joy. "Hey! Little princesses, this is the tale of the human hero Luo Hua. Though the war has ended, he still set up countless protective shields for Blue Star, safeguarding the safety of future generations. Under the great banyan tree, the elderly man with snow-white hair and beard spoke slowly. The little girls gathered around listened with rapt attention. But then, one little girl pouted and said, "Grandpa's lying. Look how blue the sky is, it doesn't look like there's any shield at all." "Exactly. It's nothing like what you said in your book." The girls chattered and squabbled, then all ran home to prepare for lunch. Only the candy left for the old man remained with him. The old man could only shake his head helplessly, gaze up at the sky, and sigh softly. Whether he was lamenting how hard it was to fool children or whether there truly was a protective shield in the sky, no one knew. Until a voice rang out, and he turned with a look of delight. "Teacher Wang, we've come to see you."